The warm voice was still cold, but Monsoon didn't even eat her that way. Throw it away? Who knows what's on the plate and what's in the grains? Elementary school kids know that you don't? How did you study? Saying that, Monsoon directly yanked the warm dinner plate and then pushed his own chicken leg rice over. Then he pointed his index finger at her as a warning. I'm telling you, leave me alone. After glancing at the fierce-faced Monsoon, Warmth just glanced at the dinner plate in front of Monsoon before lowering her head once again. That's eaten itself. Windy, soda. Brother Fong, here are your braised pork ribs. Windy, kebabs, big gluten, all brought outside. Brother Wind, should we go out and play some ranked games tonight? It's been a few days since I went to play. By the time they reached the point, Monsoon's usual minions had swarmed around. Seeing these people, Warmth didn't move farther away. Although the horsemen were a bit strange as to why Monsoon would sit diagonally opposite to Warmth, a girl who was blocked only yesterday, they didn't bother to ask. As long as Brother Fong didn't lick Gu Shuetang, then nothing else needed to be explained. Monsoon leaned against the dining table in a very big brotherly manner and nodded to Do Ding, the most knowledgeable horseman in front of him. Good thing too, since we've decided not to play in the future either. Let's have some fun tonight. Hearing Monsoon say that he would not play in the future, the group of horsemen froze, and Do Ding was directly anxious. Don't joke, Brother Fong, why don't you play? We can't do it without you. Do Dan was one of the most considerate minions in his previous life, following him around without fail. Monsoon can't do much nobility, but people don't fail me. I don't fail people. People Chi Tongwei village dog is a police dog. Brother, can pull a hand is a hand. So Monsoon patted the 5'9" Do Ding, signaling him to sit next to him, and then opened up. Duden, I don't think it's really any fun to swing around school all day. Instead of that, it would be better to lie at home and open up a couple of times. At least people are a little bit cooler. Chapter 9, The Age of Flow. Originally, a group of horsemen thought that the Monsoon was going to persuade them to study well, and they did not expect Dodan to look at the Monsoon with a face of admiration. Brother Win's way of thinking is really different from that of his brothers. Then Dodan sighed a little more. I also know what Brother Fong means. Everyone is studying. It really isn't much fun for us to come to school every day like this and put up a fight. My dad also talked to me. I can't get into any college like this, so after mixing up a diploma, why don't I just run a car with him? Monsoon's gaze was a bit mesmerized and reminiscent. After the college entrance exams are over, there can be more than just size from unrevealed crushes and couples breaking up. There's also the brotherhood of regular buddies, and even punks. It's hard to say what this brotherhood thing is. Some people value it and some people scoff at it. But for the most part, the brotherhood is genuine. Don't worry about it for a while, Do Ding. If you trust me, you can do something for me in the meantime. Hearing that Monsoon had something to explain about himself, Do Ding immediately sat up straight. Hey, Brother Fong, you speak too out of the ordinary. There is something you directly say. To who? Do Ding does not bring a little bit of false. Yes, Brother Fong. A few of us are actually in a similar situation as Brother Ding. You're saying this is a bit too polite. You're not treating us as brothers. It's not comfortable to hear. Just tell me who you're going to beat up. Brother No Bull *********. Monsoon. Monsoon nodded up rhythmically, the corners of his mouth following suit. It does suck that the lickspittles don't get on, but it really doesn't work without a bit of charisma to get together a few brothers like that. In his previous life, he didn't look like a total waste. He really didn't spend much money on these buddies, who followed him around, and the emotional genuineness, in addition to the gathering characteristics of a gangster, was very real. Grabbing his chopsticks, he knocked away at a few people, one at a time, none of them heavy. Are you guys stupid eggs? There's still a few months to go before graduation, and a few of you are already 18 and will be entering society soon. Society is governed by the rule of law. Who are you shouting at here all day long? Any more offenses and it won't be juvenile hall but a detention center. Have you no brains? Monsoon was a little mean, a little bad, and the chopsticks hurt a little bit when you hit your head, but Dodan and the others happened to eat it up. How can you be a big brother without some authority? It's not a beating? Then, what are you going to do, Brother Fong? We don't know anything else. Monsoon didn't immediately say what he thought, but really acted like a boss, picking up the meals, skewers, and drinks that his minions had called in to eat and drink. It would be just him. Dodan and the others didn't move their chopsticks. The other students around them would also deliberately keep a distance from Monsoon. After all, the notoriety was notorious. Except, of course, for Warmth, who was stuffing his face to the side. This girl does not know whether it is really rash or what. Anyway, you talk about you, I eat my. Froze did not go. Monsoon took a few bites of his meal and opened his soda and took a few sips. All will be online, will it? QQ every day also chat quite high. Some also talked about the object. That's for sure, brother. I don't have a problem dipping into an internet cafe every day. Okay, just know how to surf the internet. Then there is a very important thing for you to do starting today. You name it, brother Wind. We'll do whatever we can. It's not difficult. And there's no need for you to fight. All matters are able to be taken care of online. First of all, each person to apply for me a few QQ, Weibo, microblogging, and then get a female number. The 30s look. The kind of big sister who knows what's going on. The name is made into something like Sister Knowing. Warm quotes. Women's Weekly. Or something like that. Pictures. You guys go to Twitter. You go to Twitter. You go to carry them. You look for those kinds of sets of travel bloggers. Chicken soup bloggers. Then copy and paste their classic quotes. Heartwarming chicken soup. And go underneath each of the major homo-type bloggers and copy and paste them. This move needs to be synchronized on Weibo, QQ Space, and WeChat Friend Circle. 3 platforms. Hearing Monsoon say this, a group of juniors were completely embarrassed. Only 4 words were left on their faces. Inexplicable. No, brother Wind, what did you get this for? These things don't match us at all. Earn money. You can make money doing this? It feels like it's not as good as running a car. Can. Monsoon's tone was very certain. Hearing him say that, several juniors also pressed their respective agitations. And even Warmth, who was nibbling on a chicken leg at the corner position of the long table, stopped his movements. The crowd is waiting for the Monsoon's next words, wanting to know how to make money doing these. Exactly. Monsoon crossed his hands together and unconsciously made the habitual movements of his previous life, just looking a bit like an old cadre. This year is 2012, and the gradual popularization of smartphones and 3G networks has allowed the mobile internet to truly enter the era of traffic. A lot of online classes, vloggers, and bloggers are bragging about the age of traffic. It says that the internet in the age of traffic is full of gold and that anyone with a brain and an idea can make money. It's also true that the major players are frantically raiding traffic in this day and age to build their own barriers, moats, walls. The internet was very chaotic at this time, with budding capital and a lack of management. There is indeed money everywhere when investors take large amounts of money and spread it around the project. But almost none of these people will actually tell you exactly how you should go about getting traffic in the true sense of the word, much less how to cash in on it. What I'm asking you to do is really the basic way to get traffic, and it's creating something out of nothing to get the best quality female traffic. The best quality female traffic out of nothing? Yes, in this budding age of internet 3G, being a traffic number is the most basic way to get traffic. Traffic accounts can be roughly categorized into 3 types. Success accounts, horny girl accounts, and what I'll let you do, chicken soup for the soul accounts. Each of these 3 accounts attracts a different demographic. Success studies attracts people who are eager to make money, and they cash in on selling classes. The horny girl numbers are pretty straightforward, just the kind you often read about, and they cash in on a lot of tactics to entice you to go to the site and plant a Trojan horse, luring you to online gambling, selling you tea, and all that. Dodan sat up straight at once, and a few of the others did pretty much the same. Monsoon said this and they really weren't sleepy. The sex woman is so fierce? Then why don't we do the horny girl number? It's just as well that we've watched it ourselves, by the way. Monsoon twisted his head to look at the man who spoke. Are you a stupid ing egg? Just tell me what part of cashing in on a horny girl's number isn't illegal? Being yelled at by Monsoon. The other few people also silently lowered their heads. There's one thing to be said for that. Indeed. It's a shame that the colorful girl's number is illegal. The last kind is the chicken soup number. The chicken soup number is mainly to use a variety of warm-hearted quotes. Chicken soup of the soul to attract women. Especially the kind of stay-at-home moms and young women who actually hold the most money in the household. They have the most spending power of any group of people. Buying things for their husbands, for their children, for themselves, and for home use. Realization effect 1 tops the color girl number 10. You know, a hammer. In Monsoon's opinion, every knowledgeable fan account is actually similar to a bandwagon anchor in the short video era, almost identical in nature. Manufacturing content is chicken soup for the soul, through the screen to attract traffic to obtain fans, and finally pull into the group with a focused connection to guide consumption. It's just that at this point in time, a soul sister isn't as deceptive as an anchor, but this unregulated guided consumption continued to exist until 23 years later. Chapter 10, Methods of Earning Money. Monsoon said very simple and straightforward. And there is not too much jargon, but do ding, their gang of brown men, still seem to understand. It's good that you don't understand, and Monsoon doesn't intend to continue to explain to them, especially the realizing piece. Now he's just a student, with no contacts, no resources, and no money. He needed a steady cash flow channel to make his first bucket of cash. This is a money-making channel, preferably of the zero-cost variety. Is there such a business? There are, and quite a few of them. Like writing songs, writing books, all that. But writing books to make money is too slow. And the content of books, he can only remember the general plot. Whether or not the plot is the same when it's replicated over is not to say, and he can't be sure if it's going to be a surefire. As for writing songs, he is really ready to try. Copy some songs out to coax the girl. It should be okay. But he doesn't plan to enter the entertainment industry. The main thing is that the entertainment industry is too stinky. All day long tearing up and messing up. Find a date still have to be paparazzi pickpocketing. Annoying all the annoying death. If you really want to talk about play and quality, when you have money, get a monsoon troupe and raise 100 dance students. The troupe. The dance students. It's 100 times better than looking for a showbiz guy. You can't raise your own clerical team and still not be censored. And there's no CP, persona, or rollover. It's been done in a previous life, so to speak, and it's a tall order. In addition to these two usual means for reborn people to make money, Monsoon actually had another path, which is what he had Dodan and the others do. Directly attract traffic and then cash in on that traffic. In the era of mobile traffic explosion, the mobile internet has created all kinds of handheld games to take off, creating the splendor of Alibaba Taobao system. There's actually a not-so-secret and ever-present channel of realization. This channel of realization retains a huge amount of traffic and revenue, even as late as 2023 in the last world. It's hidden around the general public, and many people use it, but many don't realize it. That's the promotion platform hidden behind Alibaba's Taobao system, Alimam, also known as Taobao. Once Taotao, folded 800, cheap help, in fact, are based on the birth of Alimother third-party Taobao customer platform. Many ordinary people have used coupons, discount groups, which are actually Taobao promotions. Items purchased with Taobao coupons are really very cheap, like $1 for socks, underwear, toilet paper, towels, or even $1 for a mooncake gift box, 39 sneakers, dress, pants. This model is not a scam or anything like that, but rather a marketing tool used by Taobao merchants to promote their products. Pick a quality item and use the commission to attract Taobao visitors to promote it. Then Taobao users use coupons to attract traffic customers to buy this stuff at a very low price. Customers earn benefits and promoters earn commissions. As for the merchants, it may seem like a blood loss, but it's not. They earn the traffic that Taobao needs most. Volume. Taobao's ranking, for many years, was the sales rating ranking. Traffic and volume will bring more customers, more traffic, and higher revenue to their store. Buyers also don't need to worry about the quality of Taobao goods, because the quality of these promotional items in the early days is really very resistant to fight, and poor products are not able to attract customers. In the early days of Alimam, it was a win-win-win play. One great thing about this playbook for promoters is that it costs nothing. The cost is borne by the merchant. You just have to be serious about playing with traffic. Of course, if these things were told to Dodan and the others, it would basically be similar to talking about heavenly books. He didn't need Dodan and the others to know too much. And he didn't plan on them doing this all the time. Doing the traffic thing was actually very tedious. The character of all these people in Dodan can't be idle. People who like to have a good time really weren't cut out for this business. And now that he was just starting out on his own, he let his brothers do what they did all on emotional sustenance. When you really see money, it's inevitable that someone will have a heart attack. He's not interested in doing that. He's doing it purely to get cash flow out of it quickly. I see. Those who look at the color lot numbers usually don't have much money, do they? TMD, I have spoken so much. Why do you still stay on the color batch? Can't you be a little outstanding? Eat? Oh, after eating with a group of little brothers, Monsoon didn't have any more interactions with warmth across the street. Out of the cafeteria, a few spirit boys gathered in the corner of the playground to cool off. This could be considered an exclusive area for them, the delinquents, and no one dared to come over and mess with them. Monsoon quite liked this. At least no one would bother him to order things at this time. Knowledgeable, emotional, chicken soup. These are the mainstays, but you can also carry some spice copy. Remember, keep a distance between you and your fans. You are not really a big sister in the know, and the probability is that you will have to roll over in chatting with your baby mama. If the results are okay within a week fast, a month slow, you can see the money. Got it. All listen to Brother Wind. Okay, it's about time. All of you go back to class. Do all the things I've explained to you carefully, and if you get on with it, you won't be disappointed. Let's go. Windy. Saying goodbye to the group of ponies, Monsoon pressed his temples with some difficulty to top. Hey, I have to go back to jail again, and the sight of a book bothers me. Although he said so on his lips, Monsoon would still study seriously when he went back. It wasn't that he had a love of learning or any extra skills. It was just that his years of reading and experience had made him realize that the liver's gains over the past 3 months or so had been absolutely enormous. What drives him is reason, experience, and profit. Passionate? He's most annoyed with studying. Back in the classroom, Monsoon was back in serious mode. He sucked in his previous life, but he didn't completely suck, and he still had a bit of a base to be able to get into the first high school. Some vocabulary words that have been memorized before can be recalled with a simple review. It's kind of cool to reason with that kind of grasping for what was once lost. This serious attitude towards studying naturally also attracted the attention of some people, such as Lu Wei, who had been watching Monsoon, such as Li Tsong, the class president who wanted to catch Monsoon in the act, but Monsoon didn't have time to pay any attention to them. What you learn in high school is so hard. After the afternoon class, Monsoon directly backpacked straight towards the classroom outside. Obviously Alok did not intend to go to the evening study. Monsoon, what are you doing? Class President Lee Cage stopped in front of Monsoon. I go online. What else? Monsoon said as a matter of course. It wasn't the first time he had done this, but it was a far cry from the serious study he had been doing during the day today, and the Lee Cage in front of him had a look that said it all. It's only 100 days until the college entrance exams, and you're going online at this hour? Monsoon, are you really ready to give up on yourself? What's it to you? You point that finger at me again, or I'll break it. I know you're the one who snitched, so don't play the nice guy and get out of here. Chapter 11, This Mom is Not His Mom. Monsoon hit Lee Cage with his chest, then walked straight out of the classroom. Monsoon's brutality made Lee Cage's face ugly, but he didn't squeak again. Snitching this kind of thing was very inviting, and he didn't want to continue to be nosy. It seemed to him that society would educate Monsoon for him. Okay class, no amount of persuasion will help those who don't love themselves. Time is running out, so let's go for it. In the senior classroom, there was never a lack of people who brought the tempo, and immediately after Li Tsong's words closed, some people started whispering. I told you, how could Monsoon turn his back on studying? Ha ha, it hasn't even been a day yet, and he can't pretend to be a good student anymore. He's killing me with laughter. Lee Cage is also a wimp. Look at him just now, ha, I guess he's about to pee. Watching theater for months to come. Gu Shuiting stared at the doorway in exasperation, her heart filled with disbelief. Gone? He just left? He didn't even come to me? Is he trying to get me to leave? How could Monsoon do this to her? What about the cell phone when he's gone? Her student ID card is still at the front desk of the Young Ho KTV, while Gu Shuiting's face was torn. Warmth on the other side glanced at the doorway, flipped through her notes again, and lowered her head again. And a bunch of spiritual boys to a nearby salty internet cafe. Promise things should be done. Have said the night to cool a few. That Monsoon must be promised. He was the first to arrive, and a few of the other little ones hadn't come yet. A long time have not played LOL Monsoon. A moment of itchy hands. Simply open a hand themselves. To his greater embarrassment, the line just opened up to the 5th floor. 1st floor center. 2nd floor fielding. 3 floors up. 4th floor center add whatever. Monsoon was silent for 2 seconds and entered silently. 5th floor unassisted. It's all in position. 5th floor if you don't assist who will? Monsoon wasn't spoiling for the opposite side either. Auxiliary I really give you face. You also deserve to command me? NM. Chfeng. This ID look for yourself. 2,400 points in a district. Be self-conscious. Monsoon finished typing and stared at the screen slightly nervously. Checked. 49% win rate 1150 points. Are you pretending NM? Seeing that he was poked and prodded, Monsoon smiled awkwardly. I can't believe I didn't bluff you. Okay, I'll go assist. And then seconds to lock up Kensei. Unfortunately, there is no happy wind man at this point in time. NMD Sword Saint assist? Play NM. Don't panic. I'll show you my strength later. Monsoon responded confidently. 30 minutes later. NMLGBXXXXXXXXXXX. Monsoon's fingers flew across the keyboard as if he were playing a piano. He didn't understand why others were per capita kings when they were reborn, but he was still at the bronze-silver level. Brother Fong, don't be angry. We're here, aren't we? At this time, Do Ding and a few other juniors had already stood behind Monsoon and watched for a while, and seeing that he was on fire, they all spoke a little quieter. Generally, there are at least 1 to 2 high-level ones out of a few spirit guys, but Monsoon and their gang are more strange. Per capita rookie, the highest 1300, is barely silver level. So seeing Monsoon sky crash, no one dares to say that they can take him to lie down and win. Monsoon turned back to the few people, calmed down a little, and replaced his smiling face again. I didn't really call his mom out in the game. This mom is not his mom. This mom is just a figment of my imagination, an illusion, an existence similar to a mental body. She only exists in this game. In reality she is nothing, merely represents my denial of this game of his, and my disappointment in his performance in the game that I had to create such a mom out of. His mom is still his mom after this game. Nothing will happen to her, and she has nothing to do with me. But I wouldn't mind creating this mom again the next time I meet him. Of course, even though I spoke out against his mom in the game, when I actually met her in reality, still say hello, auntie. It's called quality. Get it? Got it. Brother. Sit down, all of you, and watch me, Sword Saint, take you all to superstardom tonight. 4 hours later, Dodan and the others were silent. Monsoon felt that he, who was the boss, should come out and say a few words. I can't speak to what happened tonight, and while I've made my share of mistakes, it's kind of uncalled for you guys to be so pitched. Dodan didn't retort and silently opened the damage panel. Monsoon is 0-16-2 in 40 minutes, and Master E, who does only 2,500 damage, is very striking. In the face of this behavior of the juniors, Monsoon pretended not to see it and lamented, I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but it's not like, in the end, a young man's tour. For the next 2 days, the traffic realization program progressed steadily, and Monsoon rented a house to use as a studio, and he himself is basically classroom sitting these days. He doesn't even talk much to the rest of the class, except for the warmth of the same morning runners he runs into every morning during exercise as some sort of mood switcheroo. And of course, the warmth of the morning run doesn't speak to him. During that time Gu Shuiting had also looked for him a few times, only that Monsoon had absolutely no intention of taking care of the other party. Gu Shuiting sulks again and threatens to never ignore Monsoon again, because there was really studying seriously. Monsoon felt like he was using his brain until his hair didn't even grow. Language English is still slightly better. By their own efforts, memorization, understanding, although slow, but can clearly feel their progress. But math is different. The previous class fell too much. Now Monsoon read math and read the skybook is not much different. Unwrapping the title and reading it, he recognized every word, but after getting together, he didn't even know where to put his pen down. Having no choice but to poke his desk with a pen, Monsoon craned his head to look at the seat a few rows away from the window. Thinking for a moment, Monsoon then picked up the math book as soon as he could and walked towards that seat. What's he up to? I don't know. Fierce, you're not going to go fight Warmth, are you? It's possible. I heard that old yellow got in trouble with Monsoon a few days ago, so I guess it's that. Under the astonished gazes of many students, Monsoon pulled over a seat and sat in front of Warmth with a big sting. Warmth raised her eyes to look at Monsoon and silently shoved the cold bun in her hand into the hole in the table. Her movements were actually very small, but these small movements could not escape Monsoon's gaze at all. Monsoon didn't squeak, just took out his math book and pointed to it. Can you help me with the questions? Warmth paused for a few seconds, looking up at Monsoon with a slightly puzzled gaze. Even his eyebrows were abashed. It seemed to be confirming that Monsoon wasn't teasing her. Monsoon pursed her lips and emphasized again. I can't read a bit. I just can't help it. Warm frowned, but quickly loosened. Red lips rose lightly, clear and cold. Okay, which question to start with? That's it. The function f, x, equals, is known. Warmth didn't say some nonsense to Monsoon, skipped all the unnecessary links, went straight to the point, and seriously started to explain to Monsoon. As she lectured on the subject, she exuded an aura that was completely different from her usual self. It's confidence, absolute confidence, as if it were light. Chapter 12, Warm classmates are super awesome. Monsoon had seen this kind of confidence in Gu Shuiting's body, because Gu Shuiting was a good student, good looking and had a good family background. But Warmth is different. Warmth is like a marginalized person most of the time. She's too cold and her family is not doing well financially. A girl with heart and high self-esteem. A bad economy can really take away that air of confidence. Even in studies, after warming up to enter high school, there is a great shortcoming in English. For more than 2 years, she's been the chaser. It wasn't until the last monthly exam that she topped her grade. For Warmth, who is from a poor family, perhaps it is only in her studies that she can show herself without reservation and exude confidence. This is the basic solution to the problem. Do you understand? Nope, didn't get it. Monsoon was a bit embarrassed. He had just been in a trance. Warmth cocked her head and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, let's do it again. Good. This time, Monsoon also focused on the question set. Monsoon and Warmth discussed studies, something that in the past the class would only listen to as a joke. But the facts are right in front of us, and many people only feel abstract. Dude, am I dreaming that Warmth is giving Monsoon a lecture? Or maybe I'll huff you and you try it? This Monsoon, He doesn't pay much attention to Gu Shuiting lately. He's not changing his target lick, is he? Licking warmth? Is that a reliable thing to do? Don't care if it's reliable or not. Anyway, I feel that Monsoon is the one who can do such a thing. Monsoon could have farted the chatter of his classmates, but the warmth was still a little less than stellar. After more gossip, Warmth, who had finished speaking about a question, paused. Before she could say anything, Gu Shuiting huffed and puffed and walked over to Jifeng. Monsoon, what the hell are you doing? Is it because I haven't been paying attention to you for a while and you're doing this on purpose to piss me off? Even in Gu Shuiting's opinion, it was impossible for Monsoon to really study. Everything he did was just to piss him off and blame himself for ignoring him all this time. Monsoon looked back at her with a complicated face. Push-in female, true down head, back to knocking on the warm table. I don't know which people's nerves have been pricked by my slightly more serious reading, and they're like stepping on, stabbing tires, and jumping up and down. The large classroom didn't belong to me for a minute, and there were only 2 words left on these people's faces. Jealousy. It's just a matter of staying here and only getting pointed at by these silly eggs, so I might as well change places. Warmth looked up at Monsoon, and then at Gu Shuiting on the side. In fact, she was still recalling what Monsoon had just said. It feels, how to say, a little bit of a literary base, yet it perfectly incorporates some foul language. So strange words. Me, both. Go go go. There are too many stupid eggs here. I'm afraid of contagion. Monsoon yanked Warm up and left, and by the time Warm reacted, she had already been dragged to the classroom door. Only then did she coldly shake off Monsoon's hand. No need to pull me. So, go. Monsoon didn't say where he was going, and Warmth didn't ask, so he just followed him all the way to the cafeteria. Here, it's noisier, right? It takes a lot of energy for the brain to function. So cha meal first, or you won't be able to learn. I'll go back then. Hey, there's a lecture later. What are you doing back at this hour? Again Monsoon tugged at Warmth, and again he was shaken off. Warmth craned her head to look out the window, thinking that her meal was still in the hole in the table. I'm going back for dinner, too. Monsoon was stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing that Warmth was about to leave again, he once again stopped the other party and changed his vicious expression. I almost had a microcephaly just now from one of your comments. What do you mean? Do you know how much I get a tutor for one lesson? 120 a lesson. You're giving me a tutorial. How could I miss your meal? Sit down. Monsoon's expression was a bit fierce. He hadn't been this fierce in a while, making people somewhat forget what he used to look like. Warmth did not squeak, but also did not continue to leave. Find a seat and sit down. Not to look at Monsoon. What are you eating? Whatever. Monsoon didn't continue to ask. It would be too hard to ask what random was from a girl's mouth. He runs alone to the food ant and picks up the expensive order. This, and this, make it a double. Monsoon nodded a lot. He actually kind of caught Warmth off guard. Whatever, you're not going to die. But when he brought the plate over, Warmth didn't say anything like, it's too much to eat. Just looking at the food on the plate after the voice like a mosquito said, thanks. It was then eaten straight away. The more Monsoon ate of this meal, the more alarmed he became. Halfway through the meal, he was starting to burp, and Warmth across the table actually had no intention of stopping. Monsoon knew Warmth was loaded, but she was thin. Such a way of eating reminded Monsoon of those construction site workers who, although equally thin, were able to eat 7 or 8 steamed buns and 3 or 4 bowls of rice at a meal. At this point, the Warmth is similar to those people. It's very nutritionally deficient. While eating a large portion of it, Warmth quietly raised his head to look at Monsoon. Monsoon, who had been prepared for this, had already skimmed his head and didn't even look at her. That's what made Warmth let go of the twinge in his heart and continue to eat. Monsoon didn't say another word until he had finished all of his meal. I'm, done eating. Finished? Why don't you just eat and go? Don't you still have to give me a lecture? Monsoon's attitude was still the same, but until he walked out of the cafeteria, he didn't mention Warmth's actions during dinner. Warmth's expression was still cold, but her gaze had long since averted elsewhere, and she answered dryly, good. Skimming her head was more than just a way to avoid Monsoon's gaze, as she quietly burped from eating too much. With the help of the Warmth, Monsoon made it through a slightly less eventful evening study session. By the time the next day rolled around, everyone was gradually coming to terms with the odd study combination of Monsoon and Warmth. The lousy plus first in the grade. Not to say it's true or not, the two men's attitude of serious study is still infectious to some people. For example, the class president, Li Cage, took the initiative to run to Gu Shuiting to extend an invitation. Shuiting, let's study together too. But Gu Shuiting didn't even look at him, walked straight to Monsoon and Warmth and took the initiative. Monsoon, I'll give you this question. I know it too. Monsoon, who was in the midst of serious study, was annoyed that people kept disturbing him like this, and after being a superior for too long in his previous life, he really didn't have a good temper. He looked up, ready to spray someone, just in time to see the scene of Warmth skimming his head and looking out the window. Obviously, if Monsoon had gotten into a fight with someone else or left, she would have accepted it silently. Warmth seems to have always been such a borderline character. Staring at Warmth, Monsoon suddenly subsided, looking at Gu Shuiting, and then at Li Song, the class president who was awkwardly living not far away. Suddenly raising her hands in front of her chest and swinging them vainly a few times, she said in a Taiwanese accented petulant and sickly tone, "No need Gu. I'm fine with Warmth teaching me. She's super good." Chapter 13, Talking on the Rooftop. Gu Shuiting was stunned, even though Ji Feng had rejected her many times in a row these days, but she still couldn't accept Monsoon's current attitude. Why? Why are we like this? Can't I stay friends because I rejected you? Why are you doing this to me? The corners of Monsoon's mouth twitched. The Pushin woman was too human. He didn't say anything, and Gu Shuiting continued relentlessly. If she's good, am I bad? Monsoon felt that she had asked this, and he could only answer truthfully. She's first in her grade and you're only third, so it's a close call, okay? Seeing that Monsoon had rejected Gu Shuiting, Li Song, the class president, hurriedly walked over to insert the topic. Shuiting, look, Warmth and Monsoon already have some tacit understanding. We will only disturb each other if we join at this time. Why don't the two of us join together? Or we can urge each other. Gu Shuiting was already in a bad mood, and when she heard him say this, she immediately blew up in general. What tacit understanding do they have? Are you blind? Li Cage was hit in the face twice by Gu Shuiting, and his face turned green and red. Some of the surrounding students who were eating and watching the show even puffed up their cheeks for fear of laughing out loud. Monsoon was also annoyed and waved his hand at the two. Hey, 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 hey. Batman's not working today? Gotham's free? Gu Shuiting didn't know what Batman in Gotham meant, and all in all it didn't sound like a good thing. Monsoon, will you stop this? I don't want this. Let's go back to the kind of relationship we had before, okay? Gu Shuiting's voice had taken on a sobbing tone. If it was a previous Monsoon, I guess my legs would be weak by this time. Unfortunately, some people persuade good, some people persuade bad. Both kinds I can understand, but persuade people to die. You are still the only one. You really want me to die? Ah, Monsoon, get lost. You've already delayed my study time by 9 minutes. When Monsoon was fierce, Gu Shuiting hastily took a step back, and Li Cage went up to help her, but she shook her off. Then he yelled at Li Cage, "You stay away from me, dead lickspittle." After saying that, he just shrugged his face and walked out of the classroom. Lil Cage? He stood cluttered in place for a moment, his face brightening and darkening as he wondered what to think, and Monsoon Side had resumed his studies with warmth. As the interlude between a few people subsided, the classroom returned to calm. Only the class president, Li Cage, looks like a living clown. He looked at Monsoon scornfully, and in front of Monsoon, the class president's identity was all useless. It's basically impossible to say what to do with Monsoon. But what if it's warm? Li Cage's gaze began to be hidden. On Saturday, the last day of classes for a week, everyone studied as usual during the day and into the evening. Monsoon, who had gone to the restroom, was ready to call out to Warmth to go to the cafeteria to eat with him as usual, but there was no one in that seat by the window. At first he didn't give it a second thought, so he was just going to sit down and wait for a while, but not long after he sat down, some gossip came to Monsoon's ears. Warmth called away by Old Yellow? Well, I heard it was something with Monsoon. Early love? Yeah, I guess it's time to call the parents. This Warmth is going to be bad and heavy. I don't know what Warmth was thinking, hanging out with him all day. Monsoon suddenly got up, and the few who were just now spreading gossip immediately shut their mouths. Monsoon walked up to one of them and asked with a smile, "Who passed this on?" It's the class president. Lil Cage? Without pursuing anything further, Monsoon walked straight out of the classroom and then circled around in front of the teacher's office. He wasn't some overbearing president Long Aotion. Rushing in to save people in such drama was too much bull asterisk. Came here just to see if the Warmth was there. After a few days of contact, Monsoon realized that Warmth was quite a self-absorbed girl, except for some self-confidence when lecturing. To be honest, this kind of character of Warm was not considered good. Although she studied hard, there was always a sense of negativity about her, and Monsoon didn't know if it was an illusion. Monsoon, what are you doing here? Seeing the person coming from the opposite side, Monsoon narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of finding warmth, I ran into him. The squad leader, Lee Cage. Monsoon's heart was a bit on fire, but he didn't bother to line up against Lee Cage. Where's the warmth? I don't know. Maybe he was in a bad mood after being criticized by Mr. Huang. After all, I was called to my parents the following Monday, and I was crying just now, so I guess I'm pretty remorseful at this point. At the mention of remorse, Lee Cage gave Monsoon a slightly meaningful look, but Monsoon's mind was now on warmth, and hearing that Warmth had just cried, Monsoon suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Warmth is actually quite paranoid. Being withdrawn and not fitting in has been sort of a disguise for her. In her previous life, after the death of her mother and her failure in the college entrance exams, she chose to commit suicide directly at school. She was never one of those little white flowers who grew up strong and frustrated. On the contrary, Warmth's character is very fragile, so Monsoon usually eats and studies with a big grin, taking care of Warmth's emotions as much as possible. In addition to making up for the faults he had done to Warmth in his previous life, he really couldn't bear to hurt this fragile little flower. Being provoked by Lee Cage like this, Monsoon took a deep breath and pointed at his opponent's nose. She'd better be okay, or you're not. Monsoon. School is about school rules. I speak NMLGB. I'm waiting for someone now. Off. Throwing down a very unpleasant sentence, Monsoon directly left the school building. He first came to the cafeteria, then the playground, and even the women's restroom. He asked a few people, and still got nowhere. Monsoon, who was standing on the playground with his waist pinched, suddenly felt a slightly cold night breeze. Subconsciously, he looked up into the sky. Against the moonlight, he seemed to see a figure flickering by the rooftop of the school building. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way? Monsoon couldn't help but burst out and hurriedly returned to the teaching building and headed straight for the rooftop. The color of the moon was bright, and silver light spilled into the air, as if enveloping the entire space in a dreamlike atmosphere. The beautiful girl in school uniform sat by the railing on the rooftop, gazing silently at the sky. Even though the moon was picture perfect at this point, she still made the picture even more brilliant and colorful. The girl's side face was warm and delicate, like an alabaster framed in a night scene. The night breeze was blowing her long hair. It makes you want to stick your fingers in and feel the silky smoothness of this raven hair. Persuade? Persuasion is useless. She'll jump again next time if she can't think straight. Monsoon changed his usual windy aura and silently walked to sit next to Warmth, saying nothing. Seeing Monsoon sit down, it was instead Warmth, who usually hardly ever took the initiative to speak, who took the lead. Monsoon. This road of life is too long. Monsoon sensed something wrong with Warmth's emotions and didn't venture to move. Why do you say that? Those philosophy books say that life is a road, with bumps and storms along the way. Yeah, there are really quite a few books that say that, but walking is still walking, and to walk you have to learn to walk first. You have to build a path. You have to put on shoes. You have to put on socks. You have to put on a dress. And sometimes you have to put on a hat. Sometimes you have to face the wind. Sometimes you have to face the rain. And sometimes you have to borrow and borrow. So tired. Chapter 14, Conflict in the Classroom. After saying that, Warmth turned back to look at Monsoon. This was the first time she took the initiative to look directly at Monsoon like this, and her gaze was a bit piercing, as if she was expecting Monsoon's answer. Monsoon didn't rush to answer, but instead gazed at Warmth all the same, thinking a little. Warmth, could there be symptoms of depression? You want to die? Aha. Warmth admitted quite directly. Monsoon didn't bother to ask why. She was really dead in her previous life. She just didn't know if the main reason was herself. So when he heard this answer, he was only slightly silent for a few seconds. Delicate people really can see everything in the world. But unfortunately, you are the only one who doesn't see your precious self. Precious? Me? Warmth asked rhetorically. But Monsoon wouldn't back down. Anyone who says he wants to die is bluffing to get fate to let him off the hook. Those who really want to die will be like a silent train, rushing without slowing down to the mountain wall without a cave. Jade and stone, crashing life and the memories of those dear to me into flying dust. Warmth opened his mouth. She wondered if the Monsoon in front of her, and the former punk, were really the same person? It wasn't the first time she'd said something like that. Are you trying to persuade me? Warmth stared hard at Monsoon, and Monsoon didn't deny it. Yes, a person who really wants to die doesn't care anymore what people say. Someone who talks about death in terms of death doesn't really want to die in my experience. But what? Rather, it's still longing for love. For a moment, there seemed to be more light in the warm gaze, but it was quickly extinguished. She lowered her head, her voice growing colder. I haven't messed with anyone. Monsoon stood up, right on the edge of the rooftop railing, and let the night breeze caress her cheeks and hair. He smiled, For once warmth returned to this cold state. It meant she was better. Well, wouldn't want to die. Warmth, however, was a little puzzled as to what he was laughing at. Monsoon suddenly grinned a strange smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. You don't realize that some people in this world are born to be ES, and they can't feel good in their hearts for a day without getting into trouble. These people look nothing but human. They do and say things that are basically indistinguishable from the cub species. They just see you as weak and think you're a bully. Warmth suddenly felt that the Monsoon who spoke in this tone was the real one. Thanks, I'm better. Moods don't dissipate in a day or two. You can do more of what you like and be near some of your favorite people and it will get better. Favorite things, favorite people. Seeing Warmth pondering, Monsoon remembered the rumors between her and Yen Honghao in her previous life. At that time, everyone said that she liked Yen Honghao. Warmth will like each other. Monsoon does not feel surprised. Good study, handsome. The family is also particularly rich. But in the end, Yen Honghao chose Gu Shueting, and Warm lost her mother and lost her studies, and then she chose to commit suicide. Monsoon felt that this sister was really too bitter and that he should encourage her. If you like Yen Honghao, be brave and go after him. Don't be afraid of anyone or anything. The warmth was still soft and sticky after some original persuasion, but when he heard the Monsoon talking about Yen Honghao, the warmth suddenly stood up and looked at him with some anger. Nervous, dropping a sentence, Warmth walked straight away, leaving behind only Monsoon, who was messed up in the wind. Did I say something wrong? Forget it, just don't want to die. Monsoon touched his nose and grabbed the railing to flip over. Warmth did not go to dinner with him. Monsoon could only go to the cafeteria to buy a copy of 2 fried noodles. There's no way around it, and if he doesn't bring a meal, the odds are that the Warmth will nibble on the bun. And, it's not over yet. Back in the classroom, Warmth was already sitting in her seat. Monsoon had just put the chow mein over. No food. Monsoon, still angry? What's this gas? What's there to be angry about? Forget it. Women have a lot on their minds. It's only right to take care of the cheap bastard first. Monsoon put down his own chow mein, then walked straight in the direction of class president Lee Cage. The atmosphere of the classroom suddenly became a bit off, and Monsoon's footsteps attracted the attention of the class until he arrived in front of Lee Cage. Monsoon, you, bang! The surrounding students opened their mouths in unison, witnessing the scene of the class president being kicked in the face by Monsoon. The body that was about to fall actually didn't fall completely. Lee Cage had already been yanked by Monsoon's hair. UTMDXXXXXX. You even dare to mess with the people I cover. The cub seed like snitching, not to mention the slander? Are you really not afraid of death? On Lee Cage's face were clear shoe prints that looked like they had been printed by a printer. Monsoon followed up with another kick to Lee Cage's thigh. The bastard lay on the ground with a scream and began to cry and moan at the same time. The students sitting at the door already had the idea of going to call the teacher, but after being glanced at by Monsoon, they honestly sat down to read. Monsoon's serious study during this time had made many people forget what he used to be like. That's how school bullies were in earlier years, and almost every school had them. The class president, Lee Tson, was actually naive enough to think that Monsoon would talk about rules, but forgot that he himself didn't really follow the school rules. A little report out of nothing, a slur, nearly gave away the warmth. Under Lee Cage's horrified gaze, Monsoon crouched down next to him. Don't mess with her, remember? Seeing Lee Cage nod, he didn't say anything more before getting up and returning to his seat. Lee Tson silently climbed up from the ground and looked at Monsoon again, not even daring to show any more resentment. The atmosphere in the class remained oppressive. Monsoon gave off a very strong sense of oppression, as if this bout of studying hadn't allowed him to curb his hostility, but instead, he had become even more fierce than before. In the old days, Monsoon was just a punk. Monsoon now, a punk who occasionally knows how to be polite and hits people extra hard? The oppressive silence was broken by the sound of a footstep. Class teacher Huang Jihai suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom. Old Huan was also wondering, shouldn't the classroom be noisy at this hour? Why isn't anyone talking? He looked to the squad leader, Lee Cage, and beckoned to him. Lee Cage, come with me to the office for a moment. Good. Lee Cage answered, and Old Yellow immediately saw that something was wrong. Lee Cage, what happened to your face? Lee Cage looked at Huang Jihai, and in his heart there was a surge of the idea of ruthlessly complaining, and then letting Huang Jihai heavily punish Jifeng and give him disciplinary action and a major demerit. But a cold breeze blowing in through the unclosed window immediately doused that thought. What does a demerit mean to someone like Monsoon? There's no point. Will Monsoon make a move on him after the complaint? Absolutely. He is about to take the college entrance exam, which is the most important moment in his life. He can't fold here. No, it's nothing, Mr. Huang. I accidentally fell just now. Huang Jihai walked over and looked at him. The shoe prints on his face had become red and swollen by now. It was obvious that he had been beaten. Are you sure you fell? Lee Cage quietly glanced at Monsoon, but Monsoon didn't even turn around. It's the fall. Huang Jihai felt something was wrong and looked at the others. Come on, one of you guys. What's going on with Lil Cage's face? Chapter 15, Standing Up for Monsoon. No one responded to Huang Jihai's questioning at all. It can't be helped. Everyone is sprinting for the entrance exams, not to mention the fear of Monsoon. In case you mess with him and he bang gives you 2 punches and is hospitalized, delaying your studies and exams. It's a real regret for the rest of your life. The more it came to this time, but the less any student with a brain would offend Monsoon. It's no longer a matter of fear. The risk is too great for that. And Lee Cage, the class president, is not too good to say. The classroom air pressure is frighteningly low. Old Huang scanned the circle, saw that no one answered himself, and immediately came to fire, pointing at a random student and asked, Mao Yang, tell me what's going on. I don't do wow teacher. I just went to take A and just got back. Huang Jihai frowned and pointed at another person and asked, Jiao Yuqiao, you speak. I don't know. I just got back too. After asking 2 people in a row without an answer, Huang Jihai was a bit uptight. None of them are going to say anything, are they? Well, then we'll wait until someone says something. I've got all the time in the world. I just don't believe it anymore. The first middle school can tolerate this kind of poisonous tumor. Huang Jihai had spoken as if he meant it. Monsoon sighed. Make a mistake to be willing to admit. Take a beating to stand upright. At this time he certainly can't be a shrinking violet. Let the whole class follow the back of the pot. Just as he was about to get up and admit it, Warmth, who had been quietly staring at him, snapped to his feet. Mr. Huang. Lee Cage fell on his own. I saw it with my own eyes. Huang Jihai? Monsoon? Crowd? It was a bad feeling to be watched by a crowd. But there was something strange about the Warmth today. Warmth? What are you talking about? Under Huang Jihai's unbelieving gaze, Warmth faintly said, Really, Mr. Huang wouldn't even believe me. Would he? Warmth, what the hell is wrong with you? Teacher, I'm fine. Good. Huang Jihai's chest rose and fell, but he couldn't say anything more critical. After all, it's Warmth who's talking. Warmth is number 1 in the school. He called Warmth's parents, also to make her mom urge Warmth to study and not to be influenced by bad students like Monsoon. Now the Warmth is so messed up. Huang Jihai himself cannot get down, and ultimately can only shake his hand and leave. You're on your own. Returning to his office, Huang Jihai was indignant. He felt that Warmth would be like this solely because of Monsoon's pestering. Warm originally what a good child. But let the Monsoon this bastard scourge. This Warmth, all sprinting, indulgence, early love. Her mother came on Monday. Really need to talk to her. A good seabay seedling can't just fall down like this. In the classroom, most of the people had strange looks on their faces. This even included Monsoon himself. Did Warmth just speak in his favor? There's something about disliking Old Yellow that welds the door shut. So fierce. This evening's evening study Monsoon did not go back to the Warmth, but just drew circles on the workbook by himself. Drew many circles. This kind of brain-dead-like behavior was deeply reviled by himself. Then after spitting, continued to draw circles. There was no more conversation until the end of the evening study. Time always passes quickly when one is focused on doing something. It's true for playing games, and it's true for studying. I didn't realize it was already the weekend. Sunday morning, Monsoon took a morning run in the park and was surprised not to encounter Warmth. He had gotten somewhat used to the 2 of them meeting on runs in the days before, although they still hadn't spoken to each other. When he came over this morning, he originally wanted to say thank you to Warmth. Pity. Walking on foot to the familiar Bowsy store nearby, Monsoon hesitated for a long time after ordering and sitting down. Suddenly getting up, without even eating the bun and egg soup on the table, he returned straight to his home. He washed and changed, then mounted his Ghostfire and raced towards the town center. Well, there's talk of catching up. He's a man of his word. He can't break it. Monsoon rode a little fast, and when he arrived at the alley where he had sent Warmth home last time, he realized that he had no idea where Warmth lived. He didn't send Warmth home that night. Warmth didn't have a cell phone either, and had never told him his home number. Now standing at the mouth of the alley, he looked like a bean. Missed the boat. The world is always full of coincidences, and some of them are actually things that are bound to happen. Just when Monsoon felt that he was afraid that today's remedial action would fall through, a warm voice sounded behind him. What brings you here? Oh, I'm here. I'm here to fill in. When Monsoon said this, he was slightly vain and lost that sharpness he used to have. He looked over at Warmth, only to realize that Warmth was carrying many things in a large bag in her hands. Lots of vegetables, small amounts of meat, large boxes of medications. and a few necessities and such. You, picking back? I'll carry it for you. Warmth glanced at Monsoon, her expression and voice resuming the icy coldness it once had. No need. Monsoon stood in place awkwardly and waited until Warmth had walked a good distance away when she suddenly turned back. Why are you standing there if you're not trying to make up for it? Ah, here it comes. Monsoon hurriedly followed, but Warmth still didn't let him help carry his things. It's a bit uncharacteristic for a 6-foot-something man to follow behind with both hands empty. Following Warmth all the way down the alley, he stopped in front of a rusty iron door wrapped in red and green woven bags. Wrapping one hand around the contents of his arms, Warmth skillfully took out his key and opened the door. There was another wooden door behind the iron door, and after the two doors made a toothsome noise, Monsoon finally saw the house. The house is small and the toilet is right across the door. On the right-hand side is a desk, bookcases, and some of the inside is a liquefied gas cooker. To his left was a queen-sized bed, and his warm mom was lying on it, resting. The room smelled of something medicinal, of Chinese herbs and some Western disinfectant. Hearing the sound, Wang Yakin gradually woke up and slowly got up and leaned on the bed. Are you the Monsoon student from the other night? Wang Yakin's expression as she looked at Monsoon seemed a bit surprised, but her voice was gentle. Monsoon responded with a quick smile. Yes, Auntie. I'm here today to get a tutorial from Mr. Warm. Well, I know. The other night. Mom, it's time for your medicine. Warmly carrying a glass of water with some medicine in the small cap of a mineral water bottle, she handed it to her mother. Wang Yakin, also interrupting her chat with Monsoon. Oh, well, I'll take my pills first then. Monsoon silently watched Wang Yakin take her medicine. The room was so small that there wasn't even a place to sit except for the warm desk and bed. Monsoon had a mental build-up before coming, but he still didn't expect that the conditions in the Warmth's home would be so bad. Wang Yakin finished her medicine and looked at Monsoon with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Mr. Monsoon. The house is too small and a bit cramped. It's okay, Auntie. You guys. Mom, I'm going to be tutoring Monsoon's homework later. It's quite inconvenient to stay at home, and it will also affect your rest. We'll go out later. Is that okay? It was rare to hear Warmth say so much, not even last night when he was on the rooftop of the school, but Monsoon still felt strange. It's not anything else, it's the relationship between Warm and her mom. That's weird. Chapter 16, A Weekend Together. This was the second time that Warmth had interrupted the conversation between him and Wang Yakin, and he was a little embarrassed. Monsoon always felt that Warmth didn't really want him to talk too much with Wang Yakin. Wang Yakin didn't continue either. She just looked at her daughter while Warmth similarly stared at her mom. Silence feels like a confrontation. After a long time, Warmth repeated it again. May I? Watching the confrontation between mother and daughter, Monsoon felt as if he was involved in some kind of family storm, so he's eager to get out of the way now. Luckily, this confrontation didn't last too long, and the silent Wang Yakin smiled again. Sure. Thanks, Mom. Warmth's voice was a bit small, and Monsoon clearly felt like she was relieved. Well then, Mom, we're off, so take the weekend off. By this moment, he understood even if he was slow. Warmth and her mom's relationship, it's not that simple. It can even be complicated. In this way, the reason for Warmth's suicide in a previous life also becomes more complicated. Hey, every family has its own difficult experience, Monsoon said in his heart. Wang Yakin nodded slightly and suddenly called out to Monsoon before the two of them left. Monsoon student, wait a moment. Yes, Auntie? While conversing with Wang Yakin, Monsoon clearly felt the warm gaze beside him. She seems nervous? You guys go out on bicycles, right? Make sure you slow down on the road and come back early at night. Got it? Don't worry, Auntie. I'll be careful. Well, go ahead. It was a very uneventful conversation, much to the relief of Warmth on the sidelines. Monsoon, let's go. Oh. Good. The two were finally out the door with their studies. Walking through the courtyard of this urban village, Warm kept his head down and didn't speak. Although the usual Warmth was like this, Monsoon still felt that she wasn't too happy at this time, so she didn't say anything herself. Walking to the intersection, Monsoon mounted his bike and handed Warmth a white helmet. This one is new. Try it. Warmth put on his helmet and once again sat in Monsoon's Ghostfire. It was only after getting into the car that Monsoon asked, "Where are we going?" Whatever. Well, Monsoon was most annoyed with randomness, and he thought about it for a moment. Go to the library. There are empty seats. It's relatively quiet, and it's free. Good. The words were short and concise. Monsoon started the car and let the breeze blow the cheeks of both of them. The breath of freedom was refreshing. So much for the Monsoon and so much for the Warmth. On the way, Monsoon had been feeling the unintentional touch of the young girl. His heart was a bit inexplicable. and his body was tense. He actually subconsciously sighed in relief when he arrived at the city's library. Go. Good. Finding a seat in the corner, the two began a new round of review. Known functions A. Overall, it was Warmth who helped Monsoon with her revision, and she knew the said topics by heart long ago. Warmth's gaze was all lit up as she gave Monsoon a lecture on the subject. Though, lecturing Monsoon seemed to be her happiest moment. Time always passes quickly when you are serious about your studies. By noon, Monsoon simply bought a few loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, so he planned to make do with Warmth here. The warmth of this would sink back into silence. When Monsoon thought that they would quickly finish eating and then re-enter the lecture, Warmth suddenly spoke. Monsoon, what you said before about being a knowing female flow, can you teach me? Monsoon was slightly stunned. His first reaction was, why did Warmth want to learn this? Teach? Of course you can teach. What's wrong with teaching Warmth when he can teach even the crappy kids he doesn't know very well? There's still a problem. Doing traffic takes a lot of time, effort, and a throwaway monetary investment. Computers, networking. This drop of money is not much of a stress for Dodan and the others, but not so much for the Warm family. There is also the fact that it takes a lot of effort to make traffic. This inevitably delays learning. Although Warmth, with your own help and intervention, will also earn you money in the first and middle periods. This money could even be considered a lot for the average person. But that's nothing compared to the potential of a Warm presence. It's a proper waste to have her do this. Warmth is smart, but she lacks social exposure and experience. Those are two things that really can't be made up for by being smart. Monsoon felt that the reason she had asked herself to want to learn how to do traffic was simple. Money. He knew that Warm's family was in a bad condition and lacked money since he started contacting Warm. It wasn't until he went to Warm's house today that he realized just how short of money it really was. Having a sick person in your home is a bottomless pit. Monsoon remembers that there is a spot for poor students in the class. One on the Warm heads, but that amount of money is too little for the sick. The difficulties of poor families go beyond poverty. The main problem is the lack of access to income. Warmth, though autistic, has a proud personality and high self-esteem. Monsoon could feel from her the emotion of having to take everything on herself. Once a girl like that needs money, it's often the beginning of a tragedy. Now what should he say? Monsoon tapped the table gently and didn't say anything. Warmth, on the other hand, gradually lost its courage and lowered its head again because of this delay. In the silence Monsoon suddenly spoke. I'm looking for a tutor to make up a lesson is 120. During the week at school, during the day plus evening study, counting you 1 lesson. On weekends we come to the library together for tutoring, which counts as 2 for a half day and 3 sessions for a full day. Based on 2 classes in 6 days and 2 full classes on weekends, that's 15 hours of tutoring per week. Although you are much better than the average tuition teacher in terms of ability, you don't have a license to practice, so I can't pay you a premium for tuition. Put it this way, I can only pay you $1,800 per week for tuition. A surprised Warmth raised his hand to interrupt Monsoon. Wait, that's not what I asked you. And there's no charge for tutoring you in homework lecture. Monsoon didn't say anything, slightly angling his head and looking down on Warmth. The autistic girl could only avoid his gaze. It's all about making money, and you can accept that you're going to go into a field that you know absolutely nothing about and take the time to acquire, learn, and explore. Then overdraw your future potential to make a little hard money using techniques that are within the grasp of the average person. Yet it is not acceptable to rely on your strong abilities, specialties, and talents to make labor-saving money. It's kind of stupid and doesn't make much sense. To be honest, Warmth was a bit overwhelmed when she was disliked. How could such a little girl talk about Monsoon? It was mainly because with her experience and exposure, she had no idea if she was right or not, but instead felt that what Monsoon said made a lot of sense. Monsoon crossed himself and didn't stop his verbal blows. Warmth, I've always thought that you were smart and talented, with an unlimited future. Don't do anything stupid like that, and don't waste your time and talent, okay? Slightly harsh words were met with warm silence. It was a long time before Monsoon heard a very small voice. Got it. Seeing Warmth's aggression, Monsoon laughed and walked to the water fountain to get her a cup of warm water and put it on the table, putting away his own blare from a moment ago. Let's get on with it. Mr. Warm. Good. Chapter 17. So, have you, fallen in love early? Before getting along, Monsoon had changed from his usual gangly bursts and was gentle most of the time. Even this morning when he arrived at Warmth's house, he maintained a civil and polite demeanor. But just now the Monsoon, Warmth felt oppressive, totally different from the average classmate. Like a teacher. No, a little more than a teacher. Warmth was a bit distracted during the afternoon's review, and she would always look at Monsoon a few times from time to time. By the time 3 o'clock rolled around, Monsoon closed the books and rolls. Take a break. It's been a long day of revision and it's quite tiring. Good. Monsoon found a few random books of sheet music instruction, all of which were of the basic type. He really wanted to copy some songs and, of course, to make money. Traffic number realizations are steady, but the volume is still too small. It's not that there are fewer conversions, it's that they make their own traffic small. Posting songs anonymously can be lucrative in itself. Then you can also use the songs to suck in fans. Get a fan base, and drag the fan base into your own traffic pool. Monsoon felt that it would be much faster to realize this. It's 2012 now, and the wave of the internet is, in fact, in its midst. It's not easy to get a piece of the pie. He needs to continue to live a little more than before to do so. Warmth was more than a little surprised to see Monsoon studying sheet music. She didn't bother with extracurricular books, though she enjoyed them. After Monsoon was busy with her own business, she began to organize her notes. Her notes are actually very clear. It's just that some of the solutions Monsoon can't get enough of. And if you give them to Monsoon directly, a lot of them will be difficult to chew on. So Warm is ready to copy over his notes and optimize them. It would be easier for Monsoon's stupid brain to understand. So the question is Monsoon stupid? The two of them did their own things, not bothering with each other anymore, until 5 p.m. When Warm was already a little sore from copying notes, Monsoon suddenly tapped her. Gone. Oh, good. Skillfully stepping on the ghost fire, Warmth realized that Monsoon had no intention of going back, but instead led her to the telecom business office. What are you doing here? Pay the phone bill, Monsoon said casually. Warmth nodded his head in disbelief. Then I'll wait here. Monsoon glanced at her and didn't say anything more before entering the telecom business hall alone. Time passed by, and Warmth, who stayed by the car, frowned slightly. That's a little too long to charge a phone bill. She stared at the doorway for a moment, then suddenly withdrew her gaze to lean back against the car and stand up straight. Waiting impatiently? No. Warmth's gaze was cold, and her mouth was not. Monsoon handed Warmth the bag he was carrying in his hand. This one's for you. Warmth froze slightly, although there were some vague guesses in her heart. But when she saw the cell phone in the bag, she still immediately refused. I'm sorry, I can't have something that expensive. Warmth's refusal was completely within Monsoon's expectations, and his expression was very calm. It's free with a phone bill. No money. Warmth froze. Charging phone bills and getting a free cell phone? It seemed to notice her questioning look. Monsoon pointed to the billboard at the entrance. Telecom gives back big bonus. Free Oppo phone from 999 charge. Another finger pointed to the stereo. The familiar sound of an advertisement, also announcing a free cell phone for charging. Warmth was a little embarrassed, but habit, upbringing and self-respect made her refuse again. You can give it to your family, and if I need a cell phone, I'll earn the money to buy it myself. Monsoon raised an eyebrow. My family can't afford to look at such a cheap phone. In the face of the silent warmth, Monsoon also had a bit of a headache. This girl is one-dimensional. If he had said something like don't want it and throw it away kind of bully talk, Warmth probably would have just thrown it away. Rubbing his brow, Monsoon slowed his voice. Warmth, I actually review my homework every day when I go home, but you know my level. A lot of topics, especially in the sciences, can't be read or learned. Staying at home is also a way to seek education, and there's no way to get help from you. If you have a cell phone, I can reach you via QQ or WeChat to ask you questions. So, take it. I really need you. Warmth silently lowered her head so that Monsoon couldn't see her cheeks. Only the location of the base of her ears was red. Hesitating for a moment, Warmth did not speak again, but also did not refuse again, and silently took the cell phone bag handed by Monsoon. Going back? Aha. Warmth's voice was so low as to be nearly inaudible as he retraced his steps to Ghostfire and returned to Warmth's home. This time Monsoon no longer just sent her to the intersection like before, but directly sent her back to her home. When she entered the door, Wan Yakin noticed the bag carried in Warmth's hand. She smiled with a gentle frown and said nothing. At this point Warm Mom seemed to be looking much better than she had in the morning. Not to say that she was glowing, Monsoon at least felt that she didn't have that sickly state in the morning. You guys are back? If you don't mind. Monsoon student, stay for dinner today. Ha! Invited by Warmth's mom, Monsoon was a bit stunned, and he subconsciously looked at Warmth, only to find Warmth looking at him as well, with no emotion in his eyes, just not as cold as usual. That would be a pleasure, auntie. It's no trouble. We rarely have people in the house, and you're here to liven things up a bit. After agreeing to Wen's mom's invitation, Monsoon simply sat down on the edge of the bed, watching the mother and daughter get busy. Wen's mom washed the vegetables, cut the vegetables, warmed and fried, and the simple 3 dishes and 1 soup was soon ready. Monsoon then helped Wan's mom yank out the warm desk a bit to use it as a dining table. There were only 2 stools, and usually only Warmth and Wan Yakin use them. There was an extra person today, and after Warmth's mom gave herself some food, she simply sat on the bed and watched Monsoon and Warmth sit around the table. The taste of the food was actually average, but Monsoon gave Warmth face and ate several bowls of rice. But somehow, no one spoke during the meal. Monsoon wondered if there was some kind of family rule in Warmth's house, food and sleep and all that, so he didn't squeak. Wan Yakin stared at the 2 people who were sitting down to eat together with a somewhat inexplicable gaze. After finishing the meal, Monsoon silently said goodbye to the 2. Bye auntie. Warm, see you tomorrow. Well, Monsoon, you slow down. When Monsoon left, Warmth, who hadn't said anything, silently got up and went to brush the dishes. Wang Yakin stood right behind her, and there was another silence between mother and daughter. Mom, Mr. Huang wants you to come over tomorrow. What is it? Wan Yakin was a bit surprised. Her own daughter had never had any problems with her studies. Someone told Mr. Wang that I had an early crush at school. Early love? With who? Monsoon. Wan Yakin was stunned, then asked seriously. So, did you, fall in love early? Chapter 18 Love Letters from Girls. No. Looking at her daughter, Wan Yakin nodded thoughtfully and said something she had said before. Mr. Monsoon is quite nice, quite a disciplined boy. The last time she heard her mom say that, Warmth felt strange, but this time when she heard the same thing, she was surprised that it felt right. Yes. Well, don't worry about tomorrow. I'll have a nice talk with your teacher Huang. Thanks mom. With me and thank you for nothing. Returning to campus, Monsoon's rhythm of life gradually stabilized. He worked out every morning, studied during the day, and went home at night to supervise Dodan and a few of the others in traffic. It seems like nothing has changed, but it seems like everything has changed again. Warm mom came to the school a trip, when the Monsooner thought to be bad weight, but did not think the whole day is very calm, and do not know what happened in the office. After that, Monsoon and Warmth's tutoring was not put on hold because of this, and Warmth was still fulfilling her duties as a tutor. And after that day, the early love storm at Old Yellow's place died down. Time flew by, and in a flash it was the day of the monthly exam. When it comes to the last few months of senior year, it's only natural that touchdown exams are a must. Monsoon's last monthly exam could almost be described as disastrous. Take math for example. On weekdays he chooses all C's, more or less 40s, less or less 20s, but the last time he took all C's, he actually only got a 3 in math, and he was miserable in English and everything. The overall score was less than 200, which is a breakthrough for the bottom line of first-year students. The long overdue exam made Monsoon a little nostalgic. With his mindset today, it was basically impossible for him to be nervous, play poorly, or anything like that. So putting that aside, what remains is strength. After all, the academic base that once got into the first grade is still there. After a period of warm and intense cramming, Monsoon felt that his strength had improved a lot. Just don't know exactly how much he can take the test. Thinking about the past results that were like a defeated dog, Monsoon took the test paper of the monthly exam and his eyes were fierce. What I've lost, I must get back with my own hands. The 3 days of exams passed quickly. Senior year is very tight. Students are tight, and teachers are tight. On the 3rd day, the results of the monthly exams will be posted in the grade-level hallway in the same location as the countdown to the high school entrance exams. Monsoon stood not far from the bulletin board, searching for his name from the bottom up. There were 8 classes in total, more than 400 people, and Monsoon actually didn't find his name in the last 10. After all, it's a first school, a bottom 100 position, and the total score is already over 450. Eventually Monsoon found itself at 313th place, with a total score of 750. He scored 466. Monsoon's last monthly test score. He remembered it was 196, and it was really outrageous to improve more than 200 points at once. 466. What's that? You can already get into many second schools and even first schools with poorer majors. For him, who was still given to a campus gangster a month ago, this progress could no longer be described simply as big. Well, it's okay. Before leaving, Monsoon took another look at the name of the first in the grade. Warmth. Heck, it's listed far ahead. To be honest, the classroom Monsoon that walked in was a bit of a flutter. Walking with the wind. As a student in 2012, though, there were all sorts of emotions of comparison, materialism, and social mixing, but the nature of the student doesn't change, and those who study well are, indeed, awesome. Even for an autistic and withdrawn teenager like Warmth, the kind that looks like she wants to go hard 80. Monsoon was the only one who messed with her in her previous life. Today Monsoon, with this score, is no longer at the bottom of the class. With a high score, many people were no longer able to use their scores to make disparaging remarks about Monsoon. So as soon as he entered the classroom today, he heard some chatter about himself. He's coming. 466 points? Seriously? Really? I was right above him and happened to see it. Last time he was second to last in the whole school. This time he got 466. This looks awesome. He's really been working quite hard this whole time. I can see that. Warmth tutored him, and those grades must have rattled up. Real effort or fake effort, who knows? That's right. It's not even clear if this grade is a cheat. It's gone up so much in a month. Do you believe it? There was a lot of talk among the students. It's not a discussion about who he's been bullying lately. It's a discussion about his studies, although disparaging and questioning were predominant. However, Monsoon didn't care, and even somewhat enjoyed this feeling of being talked about. Lu Wei, who was sitting in the back row, quietly came to Monsoon's side. Windy, what is it? I heard you did really well on this test. Can you teach? How did you do it? Looking at this raised eyebrow expression of Lu Wei, Monsoon knew what was going on in his mind. Think you're cheating? Probing and looking for a setup? Doesn't exist. Monsoon cleared his throat. The method is indeed there. How? Getting up at 4 a.m. every morning to memorize vocabulary, practicing English listening during my morning run, and listening carefully to lectures during the day. No, Windy, that's not what I'm talking about. What's not this? Lu Wei's face was a bit odd, his expression still disbelieving mostly. They said you were on the test. Before Lu Wei finished his words, Monsoon already understood what he meant and waved his hand full of concern. Che, just a bunch of sour pussies. Don't bother. Okay. Lu Wei didn't get the answer he wanted, and Monsoon didn't bother to continue talking nonsense to him. Not long after, Huang Jihai walked into the classroom with a large number of test papers. The class immediately fell silent. He first glanced at Warmth with an expression of nothing but approval and admiration, warming up to the top of the grade twice. It was a solid win, this time scoring a few points higher than last time. Huang Jihai couldn't find a reason even if he wanted to nitpick now. Warmth had already proved herself with her grades, and as long as her grades were stable, all other shortcomings, including early love, were not shortcomings. Warmth is number one in our class in this mapping, so we congratulate Warmth. Then it's the usual. I'll pay my own reward of 100. It's not a lot of money, so it's just meant to be. You also need to learn more from your warmer classmates. After praising the Warmth, Old Yellow's eyes grew complex. Each touch test will award 100 for first place and then 50 for improvement. There's nothing wrong with the rewards. It's the people. The person who made the most progress this time around was Monsoon, and that's embarrassing. Then there's the Progress Award, and this time the Progress Award goes to Mr. Monsoon. We've all seen how hard Monsoon's student has worked during this time. Congratulations to him. Perhaps it was the wrong person. Lao Huang did not continue to say too much, and after instructing the students to continue to work hard, he left the classroom. Classes were held and the teachers of each subject started explaining the questions of the paper. Until noon, another liver morning Monsoon stretched, and was ready to call on the Warmth to go to the cafeteria to eat. A pretty figure in a red dress suddenly penetrated the doorway of the class. This girl had red lips and white teeth, and was very pleasant looking. Although it wasn't as pretty as Warmth and Gu Shueteng, Monsoon felt that it was at least a 7. She ran to Monsoon in a fiery hurry, her expression slightly shy as she handed Monsoon a letter with love. Monsoon student, this is for you. Chapter 19, thank you for liking me. Monsoon. He didn't say anything, mostly because he didn't know what to say, and looked at the letter with the heart with mixed feelings. A girl had actually confessed to him? It's really a first. In fact, Monsoon's looks were originally very handsome, and there were two main reasons why no girls liked him in the past. The first is that they are too bad at studying, and in a place like first grade everyone is rushing for grades, and students who are mucking about aren't in demand. The second was his relationship with Gu Shueteng, a dead-licking dog. How could any girl like that? Now that Monsoon's academic performance has come up and he works hard every day, his wind rating has improved and he no longer licks Gu Shueteng. Coupled with the originally handsome appearance height, there will naturally be girls who like to take the initiative. It's like right now. This girl opposite who didn't know saw that Monsoon was delayed in answering the letter, and was a little anxious. Monsoon students. Bang! The girl's love letter was suddenly stopped by someone, and the visitor made Monsoon frown slightly. It was Gu Shueteng who hadn't pestered him for a while. What do you do? Monsoon's cold attitude made it very difficult for Gu Shueteng. She just wanted to pout, but she was afraid that Monsoon would be offended. It was only after a long moment of agonizing that he spoke. The college entrance exam will be in 2 months. It's really unseemly to fall in love early at this time of the year. and it's naturally necessary for me, as a friend who grew up with you, to supervise you. Shouldn't you think of yourself before talking about others? That who? Mr. Yen. At the mention of Yen Honghao by Monsoon, Gu Xueting's face instantly turned ugly. I haven't contacted him in a while. Monsoon. Nothing happened between us. Whether or not anything ever happened between you two is none of my business, and I don't want to know. Monsoon's cold attitude instantly stung Gu Xueting. During the month without Monsoon, Gu Xueting felt like nothing she did was right. There's no more hush-hush, no more attentive care than there once was, much less the on-call nature of the past. After Monsoon left, she also thought she would be happy, relieved and able to enjoy her own freedom. But this is not the case. She and Monsoon had known each other for over 10 years. What a concept 10 years is. It's safe to say that after losing Monsoon, it feels like losing a very important family member. Monsoon, you used to say that you would always like me and take care of me all the time. That I was your white moonlight. Do you still remember that? Monsoon skimmed Gu Xueting and frowned deeper. A former white moon? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as a white moonlight. That's just a filter for the teenage years. We always have to return to reality. Gu Xueting, the old Monsoon is dead. Now I just want to study. Sorry, move over. Don't you go. Gu Xueting directly pulled Monsoon. Being pestered by a woman was a bit annoying, especially with all those memories from the past, which only made him resent Gu Xueting. He tried to yank his hand through, but Gu Xueting grabbed his arm in a death grip and wouldn't let him go. Just when Monsoon was a bit on fire, a cold voice came from the side. Go eat. The cold voice made the three of them froze at the same time. Usually it was Monsoon who took the initiative to find Warmth to go to dinner together. Today was the first time Warmth had come to him in turn. The air pressure on Warmth was low, and facing her, Gu Xueting subconsciously loosened her hand. Monsoon immediately retracted his hand and smiled at Warmth. Good. As she gave way to Gu Xueting, the girl who had confessed before called out again. Monsoon student. Interrupted by Gu Xueting. Ji Feng then remembered this girl who had confessed to him. Looking at this slightly shy girl, Monsoon's gaze gradually became gentle. He took a deep breath. Very solemn and serious. This student, although I don't know your name, thank you for liking me and for plucking up the courage to express your feelings to me. I'm honored and blessed, and I accept this deep emotion with all my heart, but I'm sorry that I can't accept this generous gift. Thank you for choosing me in a sea of people. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. The future is still long, and college is just around the corner. You'll meet better boys in the future. And in closing, I wish you the best of luck in your future. With that said, Monsoon bowed gently to the girl in her brimming tearful eyes. It was a respectful rejection. No half-assing it or pond-raising it. Such a refusal was not much more noble than Gu Xueting's practice of hanging onto Monsoon for a few years. The classmates who had been watching the few of them also cast approving gazes at this time. Girls will feel that Monsoon gives respect to girls. Boys will think Monsoon looks like a real man. Everyone also felt some good and regret because of this confession. The tail end of high school is just that. Gu Xueting on the side was the same. When Monsoon said those words, she subconsciously thought of what she had done to Monsoon over the years. She never refused as clearly as Monsoon did. She looked like a living clown compared to the Monsoon of this moment. Monsoon, let's go. Let's eat. Monsoon's words were not addressed to her. Gu Xueting knew that, so she could only watch as Monsoon left with Warmth. She had a lot to say, but at this point, nothing seemed to come out. Disengaged from the crowd, Monsoon breathed a sigh of relief and smiled warmly at her side. Thanks. That was so stressful just now. I didn't know what to do. Warmth didn't squeak, looked down and didn't know what she was thinking, and didn't answer until she reached the door of the cafeteria. You're welcome. After playing the meal, Monsoon took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Warmth in front of him. Nah, the cost of tuition. After the last library discussion about making money, Warmth never asked Monsoon about money again. There was also no talk between the two about the pay for the supplemental classes, and Monsoon didn't make any moves to advance their paychecks. At that time he had given Warmth a cell phone, which was already a very valuable item for Warmth at that time. After that, except for having Warmth apply for a QQ because he needed to ask for study, Monsoon has never been much associated with Warmth in any other way. Born again, he just wants to make his life a little more comfortable for himself and a little better for his family, so he didn't want his relationship with Warmth to sour, become biased in favor of money. Today's tuition fee for Warmth is already the result of a month of Warmth's tuition for him, and it is a reward that she deserves, so naturally there is no problem. Warmth looked at the card handed over by Monsoon, her gaze a little lost in thought. Helping you with your tutoring was just incidental and didn't take much effort. A blood brother must also be clear about his accounts, and please do accept the proceeds of his labor. For some reason, Warmth was uncomfortable in her heart when Monsoon gave her the money, but she really needed the money, and after a long hesitation, she finally took the card. Then there was the silence of the latter half of the day between the two, with no additional words from either side. Back at home, Warm pulled out his cell phone, found Monsoon's avatar from QQ and hesitated for a moment. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to take you to dinner. Chapter 20, A Warm Invitation. Monsoon, who had just finished his shower, picked up his cell phone and couldn't help but stare when he saw the message. He double-checked the person who had sent the message. Warmth. Monsoon rubbed his chin a bit bemusedly, but it didn't have a solid stubble like it once did when he was thinking. If it was an ordinary girl, Monsoon wouldn't even have to think about it and would definitely give it a rejection. But it's Warm. Monsoon was even a little unsure of how to reply to her for a moment. Tomorrow is Sunday? Hey, this steady man is learning the magic freeze. While Monsoon was struggling with the fact that he didn't know how to answer Warmth, Warmth had already come to the ATM machine to withdraw money. She glanced at her cell phone every now and then, but never waited for the message she was expecting. Looking at the $7,000 on the ATM machine, Warmth was a little lost in thought for a while. She has a good idea about money and knows how hard it is for her family and how hard it is for her mom, but she didn't really have any idea about the whole money-making thing. 7,000 was a lot of money for her at this time, and for her family at this time, no doubt. A sum of money that even her mom would probably move. Warmth stood in a trance in front of the ATM until an impatient voice came from behind her. Hey, are you still taking it? If you don't take it, hurry up. I'm waiting for something. Drip. It so happened that a message came from QQ at this time, and Warmth glanced at his cell phone. It's from Monsoon. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. This answer made Warmth vaguely happy. The message was simple, and there was no intention to continue small talk, and Warmth was used to Monsoon being like this, and she herself felt that this was a good state of affairs. Sorry. Turning back to the man behind him, Warmth apologized, focusing his gaze on the ATM numbers. She first withdrew 2,000, and after a moment's hesitation, 1,000, putting $3,000 into the book bag. The uneasy Warmth simply carried the book bag upside down. She didn't have one of those small backpacks that other female students often used, so she had to carry her book bag everywhere she went. When he returned home, Warmth drew 1,000 from his own money and gave it to Wang Yakin. Mom, here's the money. Seeing the $1,000 handed over by her own daughter, Wang Yakin visibly hesitated. This money of yours? Where did it come from? I give Monsoon tutoring for a fee, and his grades have improved a lot in the time I've been giving him tutoring. The results of the touch test came out today and he settled my tuition for the period. Warmth answered truthfully. Her answer made Wang Yakin frown slightly. Supplemental tuition for Monsoon students? Yes, he's improved a lot this time, and I'll continue to tutor him, but don't worry Mom, I won't fall behind in my studies, and I'm number one again this time. Warm expression Wang Yakin saw in his eyes. Her daughter spoke very little on a regular basis, even when confronted with her as her mother, and at best, she would talk more than a few words. Even the warmth of his own moods, his thoughts, most of the time he wouldn't tell her. His mom, there was already an inexplicable disconnect between her and her daughter, and Wang Yakin was well aware of it. She couldn't gain insight into her daughter's thoughts and didn't know how to change them. The gap between the two sides is getting deeper and deeper, with less and less communication. The divide between their mother and daughter had long since gone beyond that of a parent and adolescent daughter. Chronic illness, control over my daughter, pressure to learn, ostracism from classmates, and the most important point, poor. Wang Yakin felt that in her daughter's heart, a heart wall had been built, and the wall itself was meant to separate them from mother and daughter. Wang Yakin wants to change, but there is no way to do so. It wasn't until that night that Monsoon showed up like a punk. Everything gradually changed. My daughter's mood, it seems, is better. Occasionally more words are spoken, especially in reference to the Monsoon. My daughter, who normally would never talk much, would explain herself in great detail for some of her behavior. It's like you're worried that you don't understand and misunderstand. I don't know if this explanation is meant for her as a mother or for herself. Wang Yakin revealed a smile exclusive to mothers. So it's the tuition fee for Monsoon's classmates. Then you should help him with his homework. After all, they paid the tuition fee. Mom, don't worry, I will, and I'll make so much money in the future that you'll be fine. Wang Yakin smiled and tenderly stroked the warm forehead, but did not speak. Warmth was slightly torn, and after a while suddenly whispered again. Tomorrow I'm going to the city to tutor him. I'm supposed to go to the library, so you get some rest too Mom. Good to know. Previously, if the weekend to make up, Warmth does not even need to take the initiative to mention Monsoon normal to come on the line. and she has not objected to it. So is this weekend. Date tomorrow? The smile in Yakin's eyes grew thicker. The mother-daughter conversation had soothed their otherwise somewhat frosty relationship. That night, everyone had a nice dream. Both aspired to a nice future. The next day, dang it, there was a knock on the iron door, and Warmth, who had already changed his clothes, opened it. Monsoon, dressed in a casual trench coat, appeared in the doorway, staring at the monsoon in front of her. A fierce redness came over her warm white face, and then she was a bit at a loss for words. People rely on clothes, and today's monsoon is a little too handsome. Not only the handsomeness of the face, but the overall demeanor, the wardrobe, that looseness, all made Warm a little wordy. This is what Monsoon just bought a while ago. His long workouts have given him a clothesline body, coupled with 2 lives of clothing. A little dressing up is the limit for this segment of the senior year. On weekdays, in order to take care of Warmth's mood, Monsoon almost always wore casual sports, or even just school uniforms. It's all in school, it doesn't even matter. He had deliberately dressed up today just because he valued Warmth enough for this dinner date. But now, it seems to be a bit of a botch-up. Warmth glanced at the school uniform she was wearing. In order to invite Monsoon to dinner today, she purposely left behind that blue school uniform. Other than that, the only clothes she had were the overalls her mom brought home and some of her mom's old clothes. So these clothes make a difference? Lowering her head, Warmth's breathing was a little heavy. She didn't know what she should say in front of Monsoon, but it seemed like no matter what she said, it didn't make sense. At this moment, the warmth of the inferiority complex was almost overflowing. She closed her own eyes, suddenly wanting to close the door to her room. But the monsoon's movements faster than her. The iron door thud sound caught in the palm of the monsoon. The power of the iron door clamping hand needed no introduction. And Monsoon also lamented that it was good that it was the palm of the hand and not the fingers. Warmth was taken aback. Sorry, Monsoon directly interrupted her. What? You said you'd buy me dinner, and now you're backing out? After all the tuition fees, you can't spare this? I didn't. Warmth lowered her head, her gaze still resting on Monsoon's palm. Her body suddenly slumped, and it was Monsoon who tugged on her arm and yanked her out. No, then go. You won't get away with this meal today. Chapter 21, Let Me Con. Monsoon's tone was not to be refused, and his voice was loud. There was no guarantee that Yakin in the room could hear it as well, but there was no sound coming from the house, and everything seemed to be in acquiescence. Acquiesce to Monsoon taking Warmth out. Acquiesce to this dinner date. You let go. Warmth lowered her voice. She didn't want her mom to see her and Monsoon pulling and tugging like this. Monsoon wasn't some overbearing president who couldn't be denied. This time it was also loosened. From the warm demeanor and dress, he had already roughly guessed what the young girl was resisting. Everyone loves beauty, even the warmth of autism. But beauty is something that needs to be set off. Warmth's mediocre school uniform, coupled with her heavy bangs, only served to completely overshadow her own radiance. The jewels are dusty and dull. I let go. Can we go now? I don't want to go. I'll give you the money and you can go eat by yourself. Monsoon? Give him money? He's the one who's short of money? Is this something a normal brain could say? Monsoon was a bit shocked, but he also realized how strong Warmth's inferiority complex was. Low self-esteem and self-esteem are two things that are really hard to talk about sometimes, and Warmth is exactly why you feel low self-esteem. Monsoon scratched his head and thought for a moment. You care about appearances? Warmth skimmed his head and didn't squeak. She thought Monsoon was talking nonsense. Anyone in this world didn't care about appearances? Anyone who says they don't care about appearances is a liar. Monsoon certainly understood this. It was useless to feed a young girl chicken soup at a time like this, and he was doing the opposite. If you care about your appearance, all the more reason to come with me. Warmth looked up, her eyes a little puzzled. I can produce a change in you, into what you imagine. Say it like you know what I'm thinking. Warmth regretted when she finished speaking. It was really rude to speak like this. Monsoon's temperament would definitely get angry. She actually wants to go, but she feels as if she and Monsoon are not in the same world again. If you don't believe me, then come with me and see. Monsoon's voice was still gentle and didn't look angry. Warmth was still resistant, but there was some intent. Luckily, she was one who didn't hesitate for too long, and after a little thought she came up with her own answer. Going out there? Not just wanting to know what exactly was going on with the changes Monsoon was talking about. Warmth itself still wanted to go out with Monsoon. Always had. Mom, I'm leaving. Warmth spoke into the house. Okay, be careful on the road. Listening to the sounds coming from the house, Monsoon secretly said that it was bad. Just now it was so loud. Warm Mom must have heard everything. Go. Good. The two stepped out onto the narrow townhouse walkway. Only this time, the warmth was always far away from Monsoon. kind of like pretending not to recognize him. Monsoon didn't poke her either. How can it be so easy to change in character? Man teaches man, not to the top. And things teach man, once and for all. Only if the warmth is made to feel real and change itself will these deficiencies in the mindset be gradually remedied. Hold on tight. Mounting ghost fire. The teenager and the young girl disappeared down the street. By the time the two got to the downtown strip mall, the time was only 9 o'clock. As usual, at this time, Monsoon would have brought Warmth to the library and proceeded to start livering exercises. But today was different. He hadn't planned to go to the library. What's the point of coming here? Warmth looked at the mall in front of her with a somewhat resistant expression. I just had breakfast. It's 9:05 now. It shouldn't be too appropriate to have lunch. So I came to shop and wait for the time. Stroll yourself hungry so you can feast on you at noon. Monsoon's reasoning for this was a bit lame, but Warmth couldn't find much of a rebuttal angle. Amidst the warmth of a hesitant attitude, the Monsoon continued. You have college in your future. You can't spend the rest of your life in high school self-imposed sunshine. For the sake of future college life, I'll begrudgingly show you the ropes first. College life. Warmth hadn't thought that far ahead. Her previous thoughts had only stopped at high school. She had to prove to her mom what she could do. As for the future, whatever. Now that she heard Monsoon talking to her about the future, about life in college, that sunlit face suddenly gave her a hint of anticipation. Aha! Monsoon originally thought that when he said this, Warmth would snort coldly and then skim his head for cold-style arrogance. I didn't expect her to answer, which was a bit of a surprise. Come on. Walking into the mall with the autistic girl, Monsoon took her into the women's clothing section first thing. The attitude is not to be denied. It's not the upscale clothing section upstairs, and the clothes are relatively inexpensive. But this is a mall after all, and the price of a piece has to be $100 to $200. For Warmth, high-grade branded clothes are too expensive. More than 500 clothes. Warmth certainly cannot afford, will certainly be directly rejected. Even if this money was paid by Monsoon, she couldn't accept it. This is one of those perceptions that cannot be changed overnight, and it will take a fundamental uplift in warm economic conditions to do so. 100 to 200 is just right for the Warmth at this point. Wearing this kind of thing, the most important thing is the clothes and vision, price, brand and so on, now do not have to consider. Of course, this was just Monsoon's own thoughts. Warmth had already beaten a retreat in her heart when she saw the price on the clothes. Monsoon, are we going to buy clothes here? Warmth was smart, and Monsoon's comment about letting her make changes made sense to her. Where do you start to change? Naturally, it starts with the dress code. Of course, the clothes here are inexpensive and come in a wide variety of styles that go well together. The price is not high. Warm heart is a little torn. In order to treat Monsoon to dinner, she had brought $2,000 over today. She didn't know how much it cost to buy dinner and had never done it before. She was just afraid it wouldn't be enough, so she brought $2,000. But if you buy clothes from here, Warmth lowered her head, no longer daring to think further down. She didn't want to show her unpleasant side in front of Monsoon, even if she knew that Monsoon would never look down on her. While Warmth was playing a little game in her heart, Monsoon's side had already started picking out clothes. He looked at them quickly, scanning through most of the clothes and then quickly picking out some that looked good from them. And then from those sets that look pretty good, pick the ones that feel the best. Hey, salesman, this one, this one, this one and this one. Take it out and let her try it on. Warm eyes went wide. Do you really want to try? I try? What? Don't you want to try? Do you want me to be a ladies' man? But, don't be butthurt. Go on. It doesn't cost anything to try. And besides, human growth always comes with change. I don't want to talk about how school uniforms are beautiful too. People are made of clothes, and a change of outfit might make you look better and feel a little more confident. What do you think? Go on, change and let me conk out. Chapter 22, Moon in the Water, Man in the Mirror. Monsoon handed Warmth the set of wasted yellow and blue gowns that she had chosen in the beginning, and pushed her into the dressing room under her tangled gaze. Then the men's moment began. It's a long time to play with your cell phone and wait for a woman to change. It lasted until Warmborn timidly came out of the locker room. Without the cover of the school uniform, the warm white skin was completely exposed to Monsoon's field of vision. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and her large, soulful eyes took on a bit of shyness. Not knowing where to put her hands, she could only hug her school uniform and bow her head, tall and slender, but with a proud bust that doesn't belong to this figure. Monsoon's heart sighed. The moon is the moon in the water. The man is the man in the mirror. The yellow and blue color scheme makes the Warmth look more youthful and energetic, like a refreshing splash of sunshine, even if it is a knowledgeable teller. At this time cannot help but show admiration. Handsome. Your girlfriend is so pretty. Not. Monsoon and Warmth opened their mouths at the same time. Seeing Warmth skimming his head before Monsoon continued. We're classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, okay, sorry, try the other two? The teller gave an anti-smile and didn't dwell on the boyfriend/girlfriend thing, just steered the conversation toward clothes. After all, she has to bill for her commission as well. Okay, Warm, try something else. Good. With the first attempt, the resistance in Warmth's heart had long since subsided by a large margin. In addition to the anticipation in her own mind, the style Monsoon chose for her was also a big credit. Warmth didn't know how her aesthetics were, but she felt that the long yellow and blue dress just now was really pretty. Change into the second set with anticipation. White casual shirt, purple baggy sweatpants, purple sport coat, white hair tie. This set focuses on an everyday, versatile look. Then there is the third set. A set of black shirts plus belt skirts that favor the Imperial Sister System. The overall look of the atmosphere is cold. All three outfits were instant favorites of Monsoon. An everyday vibrant maxi dress outfit. A casual sports outfit. A set of high-flying royal family. 3 different outfits. All around no dead angle to show warm and slender body and proud figure. Happy with every set of Warmth. All the way to the fourth set that Monsoon handed her. A revealing, half-breasted blouse with a knee-length skirt underneath. Warmth couldn't get enough of it. She stared at the dress for a moment, checking with Monsoon again. Isn't this one a bit revealing? Should I try it on too? Look at what you're saying. Isn't choosing clothes just trying them on? How do you know if it's good or not without trying it on? Is it possible that the 3 sets of clothes I chose before don't look good? Monsoon was righteous and his expression was serious, making Warmth unable to look at it for a while. The 3 sets of clothes that Monsoon had chosen earlier were indeed very nice, and had made Warmth drop her defenses and guard. Well, I'll try. Well, go ahead. Monsoon waved his hand with a look of impatience, only that the corners of his mouth were about to be suppressed. Warmth's speed of changing clothes this time was even slower than the previous times. It was a long time before she covered her chest and walked slowly out of the locker room. Monsoon, I feel like this set is too revealing and doesn't really suit me. Warmth lowered her head and said with some resistance and shyness, but Monsoon did not respond at all. She raised her head, but saw Monsoon staring straight at her. That look in his eyes, it was completely different from his normal day. Monsoon? Hiss. It's fine. 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 Change it if you don't like it. As students we really shouldn't be dressed in such a revealing manner. Warm heart is a little strange. She from the expression of Monsoon demeanor. Monsoon should be very satisfied with this set is right. But why did he say it shouldn't be worn like that? Is it really because it's too exposed? Warmth glanced down at her chest and the short skirt that only reached her knee area. It does seem too revealing. So change it back. Warmly pursing her lips, she returned to the dressing room and changed into the yellow and blue waisted skirt. While she was changing clothes, this side of Monsoon had already asked the teller to check out. Here's 3 sets. Swipe your card. 2 wrapped right up and 1 for her to change into. Yes sir. When Warmth came out, Monsoon was already standing at the door with a bag waiting for her. Monsoon, how much do these cost? Over 100 total. Warmth silently reached into his pocket, and the small hand that gripped the money was already soaked with sweat. 3 outfits, full set, totaling 100, scratched to over 300 for 1 set. This is the normal mall price. It's just that the price makes the Warmth a little too much to bear. She kept her head down, not knowing how to show her emotions to Monsoon. Monsoon also didn't give Warmth much time to think about the problem, and he didn't know how to adjust Warmth's thoughts. Some things are useful to say once or twice, but meaningless if you say them too much. In Monsoon's opinion, let the Warmth see itself change first. It made her feel that the change was worth it. That'll do. Here, stand. Monsoon dragged Warmth to the fitting mirror and pointed to the lovely woman in the mirror. Is it nice? Warmth was a little uncertain. Still, it's okay. Monsoon had an exaggerated look on his face. Such a pretty girl, and you say she's just okay? Is there any law? Is there any law? Warmth skimmed her head, knowing that Monsoon was complimenting her, but such a performance was too pompous, and whispered, it's not as outrageous as you say. At this point, the teller who had opened the bill came over to follow the praise. Don't be so modest, beautiful lady. If this isn't considered beautiful, then people with mediocre looks like us are afraid we'll die of shame. Being complimented by the clerk made the Warmth feel a little better again. It's a real pleasure to be complimented on your appearance, as it is for anyone. Not to mention a girl like Warmth who was so involved in the world that she was seldom praised. See how you've changed? Aha. Warmth nodded. Then let's not get hung up on the money, and just listen to me today, okay? Warmth looked at Monsoon. The other party's burning gaze made her somewhat afraid to look directly. After avoiding Monsoon's gaze, Warmth then nodded. Feeling the warmth loosen up, Monsoon smiled along. If Warmth wasn't willing to cooperate, then even if he had the intention to help Warmth transform, I'm afraid it would be beyond his strength. Now that Warm is willing to cooperate voluntarily, he will save a lot of energy and time. Well then, now that we have the clothes, let's go find some shoes that go well together. Shoes. Warmth subconsciously shrunk her feet. Her shoes were a pair of white sneakers, which were actually her mother's shoes. The shoes had torn at the edges and she just wore them because she didn't have better shoes to replace them with. Go upstairs. Check out the sneakers, then the leather shoes. Originally, Warmth was still retreating a bit, but she imagined what Monsoon had just said. If you want to change, cooperate with him and stay out of the money business for a while. The same Warmth that had hoped for a change in himself was gradually firming up at this point. Good. Chapter 23, come on. Look at Geo. When they arrived at the women's shoe area on the second floor, Monsoon pulled Warm to the side of the seating area and pressed her shoulder. Warmth was a little unsure. What for? Sit down first. The previous obedience made Warmth sit down obediently, but she always felt that this Monsoon eyes a little strange. She could not say where the strange. Probably a woman's intuition? What now? Seeing Warmth in this soft appearance, Monsoon forcibly held back the idea of ruthlessly bullying her, and spoke in a serious manner. Warmth, you know? In fact, many times, boys don't need to see a girl's face or hear a girl's voice to develop liking and adoration. Everyone has a sparkle in them that is their own. It is iconic. It's like fireworks going up, snow falling, being embraced by a lover, being surrounded by devotees. When we feel the sparkle, we are reminded of the beauty. So, try to show your sparkle. Understand? Warmth looked at Monsoon suspiciously. Can you speak human? Come on. Look at Geo. Warmth's face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. Although she had prepared for it, Monsoon's set of words was still too abstract. Good. The shyness on her face wasn't a rejection, just the hesitation of a flower girl. Warmth didn't stall long before he started taking off his own shoes, just moving slowly. Monsoon's gaze stopped at the warm white cotton socks. It was a pair of lacy white cotton socks similar to the kind worn by little girls in their childhood. Common among children, but somewhat less so on warm feet. The distance was really close, and through the socks, Monsoon also smelled some of the unique and delicate scent of a young girl, a hint of freshness with a touch of sourness, masked under the faint scent of laundry detergent. But it was the hint of odor hidden in this clear fragrance that quietly grabbed Monsoon's throat, making him unable to resist sniffing his nose a few more times. It also gave him more than a few strange visions and fantasies. Seeing that Monsoon's gaze was almost locked on her feet, Warmth was even more ashamed in her heart. Do you even take off your socks? That's not true. Are you going to wear socks and then sandals? If you do, I can only say that you have an understanding of what to wear. Monsoon's grimace still did the trick, and Warmth silently took off his socks and put them aside, exposing her pale paws. Jade feet. The young girl's feet were white and delicate, as crystalline as a pair of jade pendants. The skin is soft and moisturized, with elegant curves. The nails were cut flush, and even without nail polish, they didn't have that roughness to them. Confirmed. A stunning work of art. Monsoon blinked many times in a row, even if his first two lives were stored in his chest. At this time, he was a little distracted. Ahem. Try on the shoes first. What size do you wear? 37. Straight away, I ordered a couple pairs of sandals, both high-heeled models and semi-flat ones. After selecting it, Monsoon shouted to the clerk at the side. Clerk, get me these shoes, size 37, and try them all on. Yes sir. Just a moment. Seeing Monsoon's distraught eyes, Warmth's face showed cunning for the first time. In the past, Monsoon was too blasé, looking like he had it all under control at every moment. It made Warmth feel like a little kid in front of Monsoon. It was this rare loss of composure that gave her the feeling that Monsoon was her peer. Warmth quickly changed into her sandals, and when she stood in front of Monsoon and spun around, Monsoon let out a heartfelt approval. This is art. Me? Aha. The simple conversation was very pleasant for Warmth, and the moment was a few moments more beautiful. This beautiful mood has been Monsoon to pay for it. High heels, sandals, and a couple pairs of sneakers. Monsoon picked 3 pairs equally. 3 pairs of shoes again for almost 1,000. To be fair, it wasn't even particularly expensive when viewed separately, but it was quite a lot when put together. It was already over 2,000, and Warmth only brought 2,000. Seeing Warmth frown, Monsoon instantly realized that the young girl might not have brought enough money. Monsoon wanted to say that these were all for her, but he knew this girl's character too well to shaft it. Warmth is definitely paying for these clothes and shoes, so Monsoon couldn't find any better reason for a moment and could only persuade. Don't rush or worry too much yet. You don't have a lot of money for tuition and you have to keep some to subsidize your family and take care of your aunt. If it's all given to me now, It's going to be life-altering for sure. I'll tell you what. When I pay you for your next tuition, take it out of the class fee. Monsoon felt that what he had said was already very euphemistic, but Warmth just shook his head after thinking for a moment. Monsoon, you don't have to tell me that. She had a rare look of candor and sunshine on her face. With the new change of clothes and shoes, the Warmth at this time is like a heroine under the time filter. A real white moonlight. Monsoon was stunned. Did this girl have her own ideas? Good. Where to now? Go find Mr. Tony. Warmth was dragged by Monsoon to a hair salon called Show. This place is not the biggest in the city, and the spending is not the highest, but Monsoon remembers that the Tony teachers here are very skillful. There was a great saying on the internet in a previous life. False gamblers just lose all their pocket money at the casino poker table. Real gamblers, on the other hand, will lose their face value to a Mr. Tony they don't know. Monsoon is not a gambler, and it is even more unlikely that he will gamble with the warmth of his face. So it is better to find a more reliable teacher. Tony, how many hands do you have here? Walking into the store, Monsoon got straight to the point. Bing moves the clippers 688. Got it. Just him. The 12 Mr. Tonys aren't quite that outrageous, but a handful of them from each store can be pricey. A handful for a store at 688 is quite acceptable. It was just that Warmth on the sidelines was a little topsy-turvy. She usually cuts her own hair flush and never really thought it would be this expensive. When Bing from this store came to the two and saw the Warmth, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. This pretty girl has thick hair, and her hair texture is very good. What kind of cut does the handsome man want? You can roughly talk to me about it. Bing had a good eye, and he already knew who was in charge when he saw Warmth timidly following Monsoon. Monsoon didn't bother with the pleasantries and nonsense, and gestured roughly at Warmth's hair. Thin out her hair a bit and do a warmer look. Well, jellyfish hair in the back and bangs in the front that don't cover her forehead. Jellyfish head? Bing was a bit surprised. Apparently jellyfish heads were not yet popular during this time period. Monsoon could only roughly talk to the other party about the layers, bangs, and length required for a jellyfish head. Bing's eyes glowed slightly as he listened. Monsoon looked like he knew his stuff. I probably get it. So this beauty. Let's start with washing your hair. Warmth glanced at Monsoon with some concern. She nodded only after receiving Monsoon's affirmative gaze. Good. Chapter 24, The Warmth of Warmth. Girls can do styling much slower than guys. Wash, cut, perm, even with less coloring. A process that takes over 2 hours. But Monsoon was patient, staring at the more and more beautiful figure in the mirror. Monsoon excused himself to go out and buy a pack of cigarettes, and lit one for himself in passing. After being reborn, he actually rarely smoked anymore. Mainly because every time he started to smoke, or wanted to, Warmth would look straight at him. Whether it counted as a death stare Monsoon couldn't say. Anyway, being stared at like that, even in his character, he was too embarrassed to keep smoking. After a few times, he had basically maintained his non-smoking habit in front of Warmth, but today he just couldn't help himself a little. He's also in a peculiar frame of mind right now. It's as if you found an embryo that is gradually becoming a gem under your own careful carving. This is how the Warmth made him feel, and it would have been nice. The problem is that this gem is just too dazzling. Dazzling to the point that even in his 2 lifetimes, he couldn't hold back his hidden heart. That's why he came out for a smoke and a blow to calm himself down. But after a cigarette burned out, Monsoon realized that he was somewhat unable to calm down. The figure in his head always lingered, and his heart was somewhat difficult to calm down, which was a situation that was out of his expectation. Monsoon had originally felt that it was only right that he would be bashful no matter what he encountered. The relationship with Warmth is also because of the compensation for the mistakes and guilt that was once there. Not so much. Really, don't be such a noob. Click, 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 click. Continuously pressing the lighter. This is like deliberately against the Monsoon. Obviously there is still gas. Just cannot hit. He had just verbally criticized himself when a voice that annoyed him a little came from behind him. Monsoon, why are you standing here alone? Still smoking a cigarette? Turning to look at the visitor. The owner of the voice was one he resented, both in his previous life and today. Gu Shueting's official boyfriend, Yan Honghao. It was also the person that Warmth had always liked in the school rumors of his previous life. Yan Honghao was not in the same class as them, and Monsoon had met the other party through Gu Shueting. It had to be said that if you were to look at it from a girl's point of view, Yan Honghao could almost be said to be perfect. He is a good student, a good basketball player, good at coaxing girls, handsome, and his family is rich. Although the looks were still worse than Monsoon, the other aspects were just crushing level against Monsoon. It's no wonder so many girls like him. Monsoon could care less about Gu Shueting, but right now he couldn't care less about Warmth, and he didn't know if it was Warmth's reason. In short, he was annoyed at the sight of Yan Honghao. Yen Honghao spoke in a somewhat pompous tone, deliberately emphasizing that Monsoon was alone. He actually didn't like dealing with punks like Monsoon too much. It was almost time for the college entrance exams. In case Monsoon had an impulsive move to injure him, it was really not worth the loss. However, after coincidentally meeting Monsoon, Yen Honghao simply couldn't hold back the bit of smugness in his heart. He just wanted to show off in front of Monsoon, showing off the people around him. Gu Shueting. He was out with Gu Shueting, shopping together. He naturally knew something about Monsoon. Gu Shueting's former licking dog. Licked it for years and got nothing. Sadly, he'd heard that Monsoon had recently given up, and it was a shame he hadn't continued to lick it. If only Monsoon was still licking Gu Shueting, it would greatly satisfy his vanity. The goddess that the other had once licked but could not, had now become his girlfriend. It may even have to be taken back by itself at night. Such a thing stabbed in the heart of the Monsoon. How painful it should be. How not to lick it. Unfortunately, Gu Shueting also froze when she saw Monsoon. It was actually very hard for her to be ignored by Monsoon for a while. In order to win back Monsoon, she didn't contact Yen Honghao again for weeks. But the Monsoon still did not care about her intention. It happened to meet Yen Honghao about her. So I thought to come out to take a break. I hadn't expected to actually meet Monsoon in such a situation. Monsoon looked at Yen Honghao, his eyes slowing down, silently putting down the lighter and greeting the two. Oh, it's you guys. Hello. Hello. Yen Honghao smiled. Monsoon, I actually. Gu Shueting wanted to explain to Monsoon why she was shopping with Yen Honghao, but her gaze was suddenly transfixed. Monsoon felt the lighter in his hand being jerked away, followed by a small, white and delicate hand being handed to him. Click. The lighter flared up, lighting the cigarette dangling from Monsoon's mouth for him. Afterwards, that luxuriant jade hand put the lighter back into Monsoon's pocket. Everything was so natural. It's like a couple that's been together for years. I'm better. Where to next? The sound was warm. The voice was warm. And so was the owner of the voice. Feeling a small, warm hand holding his arm, the corner of Monsoon's mouth rose slightly. The fire lit up around his mouth. Monsoon took a deep breath of smoke. It was warmth that lit it up for him. And it all felt a little different. Clipping the cigarette in his hand, Monsoon faintly exhaled a smoke ring. Just a moment. Monsoon didn't say why he had to wait a little while. He was enjoying the surprise in Yen Honghao's and Gu Shueting's gazes. Both that disbelief and dismay made Monsoon feel an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Are you warm? Yen Honghao's speech was a bit shaky. Warmth, the number one in his grade. He had definitely seen it before. He naturally knew what this girl was like on a regular basis. Her everyday school uniform completely covered her figure, and always keeping her head down also made it hard to notice the weight of her white rabbit. Usually thick bangs cover most of her face, coupled with a personality that doesn't socialize much. It could be said that Warmth's weekday face value was sealed by more than 70%, and was not comparable to Gu Shueting at all. Now what? A youthful waist-length skirt, semi-high heeled sandals showing off pale bare feet, and a hairstyle that I don't know how to describe but looks great. It can be said that today's Warmth, after the Monsoon adjustment that was sealed face value completely unsealed. Even Gu Shueting, the class flower in the past, was eclipsed in front of Warmth at this time. Compared to Yen Honghao's surprised dismay, Gu Shueting's face paled a little. Compared to Warmth, the other party has been slowly overtaken by the other party in terms of learning. The difference between the two of them in the last monthly examination was about 10 or so points, and this time, the difference is already more than 20. Then there is the family. Warmth's family aspect Gu Shueting didn't know, only that her family was quite poor, but Monsoon didn't care about the family situation at all. Lastly, there's the likeness. As a girl with outstanding looks, Gu Shueting's intuition about Warmth was actually sharper than most people. She had already seen that Warmth's appearance was by no means ordinary when Warmth had been hiding in self-imposed isolation. It's just that Warmth is really neglected. Until today, the warmth of the reconditioned body radiates as if it were radiant. It made her, the so-called flower of the class, a little afraid to look straight at her. Warmth, it's really you. Warmth leaned towards Monsoon's side, only coldness in her voice. I just met you yesterday, so it's not like I don't recognize you, right? Chapter 25 A Coincidental Meal. At this time, Warmth did not have stage fright like she usually did. Facing the gazes of both Yen Honghao and Gu Shueting, her gaze was calm and aloof, and she spat out her words clearly. The calm and aloof look added a high level of coldness to her. The only thing that was left was the palm of her hand that had been holding Monsoon's hand, and the sweaty hand that was almost overflowing on it revealed her true mood at that moment. This girl is pretty good at pretending. I thought she wasn't nervous. Monsoon thought this in his heart, but his face didn't show any extra expression. Like Warmth, he had a calm and peaceful look on his face. Well, The monthly exams are over, and she said she'd buy me dinner. So it's just as well I'm hanging out with her. I see. Warm her. Is so beautiful today. Yen Honghao's gaze on Warmth already had some unknown meaning. Monsoon backhanded Warmth and blocked her, also blocking Yen Honghao's uncomfortable eyes. A man is like a rainbow. You know it when you meet it. And the Warmth is always beautiful. Warmth sniffed slightly, and again felt her palms being tightened. The autistic girl skimmed her head slightly, not wanting to reveal her emotions. Just a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. Gu Shueting looked at the two people standing side by side. Her heart ached slightly, and her mind couldn't help but think of the words talented man and beautiful woman. An unusually uncomfortable feeling instantly filled her entire body, and her originally rosy lips were whitened by her bite. Even if Warmth and Monsoon were close before, almost inseparable, Gu Shueting didn't feel threatened, because she always felt different from Warmth. They were childhood sweethearts, together for so many years. Warmth might have the potential to become a white swan, but as far as before, she was the ugly duckling and did not turn into a white swan. It wasn't until today that she realized her past advantages were gone when she was in the presence of Warmth. It was then that she really felt threatened. It won't happen. Monsoon, he likes her so much. The more it comes to this time, the more he can't shy away from the stage. Gu Shueting, who was having a hard time with her heart, immediately adjusted herself in order to keep herself from losing her temper, almost pressing her nails into her palms. The pain was calming her down. They've fought so many times, been angry so many times. Why is this time different? They're just gambling. She let go of Yen Honghao's palm and was just about to say something when Yen Honghao opened his mouth first. He pointed to the Millennium Restaurant on the other side of the street. Since we met so coincidentally, why don't we go out to dinner together? I don't suppose you guys have eaten yet at this hour? What do you mean, Mr. Monsoon? Yen Honghao's tone was soft, seemingly inquiring about Monsoon, but his eyes were fixed on Warmth. Warmth lowered her own gaze. Yen Honghao's aggressive appearance and the way he looked at her made her feel sick. As for that Gu Shueting, is nasty. She had come today because she wanted to invite Monsoon to dinner. As for the others, they were all outsiders and interlopers. It was best if none of them came. Silently looking at Monsoon, her character made her not to rob Monsoon's words, but her expression would not lie. Monsoon looked at Warmth's sullen expression, dumbfounded, and whispered in ear, if you don't want to eat with them, we'll go. Warmth originally wanted to respond, but she saw Gu Shueting staring at Monsoon. The thought of saying yes was forced down again, tightening her new bag. Thinking about the money and bank cards in it, Warmth felt a wave of unexplained irritation. She knew she was humble, but humble never meant cowardly. Even if it was the bullying of those classmates once, even if she had been demeaned since she was a child, even if she had been taken away by Monsoon, she had never shown any weakness, except for the conversation with Monsoon on the rooftop the other night. She was scared, but what she was afraid of was not having enough money for dinner after she said yes. She didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of Monsoon, nor did she want to make a fool of Monsoon. Even more so, she didn't want Gu Shueting to be so aggressive. She obviously already had a boyfriend. At this point Monsoon looked like she had guessed what was going on in the autistic girl's mind. A sudden shake of her warm arm stopped her rambling and she smiled at the two. Millennium? This restaurant looks pretty upscale. It's not cheap, is it? Actually, the consumption here is just so. But if you guys feel that the price point is too high, you can also change to another one. Ruwei Hao is not bad. Yen Honghao smiled as he stuck his hands in his pockets, posing in a state where he felt the most handsome to himself. But his self-presentation was of little use, and the warmth never lingered on him. Even Gu Shueting felt that Yen Honghao's words were a bit excessive. On the contrary, Monsoon smiled indifferently. Now the studio's earnings are not too high though, but used here, it's already small potatoes. Go on then. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten with Gu in quite a while. When we bump into each other today, there are some things that really should be made a little clearer. Gu Shueting raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking that Monsoon really did still care about her. Monsoon had said so. She definitely wouldn't say anything to stop her, and was even vaguely looking forward to this meal. Expect Monsoon to say something to her. Redemption? Or maybe set aside the relationship with warmth? If he bows down to me, I'll forgive him and go back and break up with Yen Honghao. As Gu Shueting thought this, a light smile even surfaced on her face. Yeah, together then. If Gu Shueting didn't have an opinion, it was even more unlikely that Yen Honghao would have an opinion. Now that he knew that warmth was so beautiful, he naturally couldn't let go of the opportunity to make contact. He can study too much better than Monsoon. Today first mix of familiarization, later can be used to discuss the study of contact warmth. Warmth's family is not well off, so I think the difficulty of the strategy is much lower than Gu Shueting. A gold-digging girl. He had been talking to Gu Shueting for so long, And the progress up to now was just pulling hands. It really didn't mean much, and he was already a bit tired of it. If there is an opportunity to convert a target. Yen Honghao's thoughts were drifting when he suddenly ran into Monsoon's slightly narrowed gaze. Monsoon grinned at him, and Yen Honghao was instantly a bit unnatural. It was as if the nastiness of the psyche had been seen through by the person in front of him. Let's go then. It's time to eat too. Zitin. Yen Honghao did not continue to linger. The meeting of eyes just now made his heart palpitate, and he was about to pull Gu Shueting to leave first, but Gu Shueting broke away from his hand. I can walk by myself. Seeing the two leave, Warmth immediately let go of Monsoon's arm, eyes averted, wanting to speak. Monsoon didn't rush and exchanged glances with Warmth, probably understanding what she was worried about. Worried? Well, Warmth was afraid of making a fool of himself. Monsoon understood, so he took the initiative to shake Warmth's hand. Don't panic, I'm here. Aha. With Monsoon's reassurance, Warmth nodded again, her emotions much calmer than earlier. She looked at the fingers Monsoon was holding and drew them back without moving. The exchange between the two was strange, but to the others, it looked like shy intimacy between a couple. When they arrived at the Millennium Restaurant, Yen Honghao and Gu Shueting had already sat down. Monsoon students, Warmth students, come this way. Yen Honghao had an atmospheric demeanor, very different from the usual kind of obsequious students. Monsoon could usually be mixed up and earthy, but today he didn't mind making himself a gentleman, like pulling out a chair for the Warmth, the smooth dishwashing, the opening of cutlery, the paper towels, and then unfolding the apron that this store specifically comes with. Here, put on an apron. It'll keep the soup from spilling. Warmth froze, then immediately threw up her hands and let Monsoon take care of this for her like a puppet on strings. Her ears turned a little red, and she didn't say anything as her gaze shifted to the window. The cool look was no different than usual. Rejecting people. Only Warmth herself knew how fast her heart was beating. Chapter 26, Let's order first. Monsoon's hands were withdrawn from behind Warmth's waist, and he didn't take advantage of Warmth while tying the apron. All the movements were gentle, like a true gentleman. Millennium, the restaurant, mainly dealt with seafood hot pot, and Warm had never been to such a place before, and had no idea what seafood hot pot really looked like or how to eat it. It was Monsoon's soft voice and careful guidance that kept her from making a fool of herself. It's different from the usual uncaring look that he purposely puts on in order to be concerned about her emotions. The Monsoon, today, was really gentle. The person who felt the gentleness of the Monsoon was not the only one who felt the warmth. Gu Shueting on the opposite side of the room also felt the same. The Monsoon of old would have done to her what he was doing to Warmth at this point. I don't know where he learned these moves from, but that hidden gentleness has never changed. The only thing that has changed is the people. The silence of the two women was taken in by Yen Honghao, who did not squeak, his eyes flickering as he drew a check mark on the menu. Mr. Monsoon, I ordered some food, so you can see what else you want to eat. And Mr. Warmth can see it too. Yen Honghao handed over the menu and deliberately placed it in front of Warmth. Upon seeing the dishes ordered by Yen Honghao, Warmth's gaze visibly shook. Yen Honghao was thoughtful. He knew that Warmth's family was not in a good position, and always knew it. The odds are that her change today was a Monsoon manipulation, not warm money, and he proposed the meal until now, without making it clear who was paying for the meal, whether it was an AA or a treat. Australian dragon, king crab, and tuna were all ordered, and these dishes are luxury seafood, at $700 to $800 for a single item. The seafood and a few side dishes alone are over $3,000 for a warm simple sweep. It was a price that she could not afford in any way. Upon sensing the warm flickering gaze, the corners of Yen Honghao's mouth immediately lifted. Yes, he did it on purpose. He just wanted to see Warmth's panicked appearance. Her family's condition. Yen Honghao has the understanding. The price of this meal, the Warmth certainly cannot afford. Later proposed 4 people AA just. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage if Monsoon swelled his face and paid for the Warmth. The stuff would go in his stomach anyway. Monsoon can't afford to pay better. By the time he pays the money and takes on the burden, a lot of things will be easier. It's not a bad move. Left or right. Staring at the menu, her warm fingers pinched and turned white, the consumption having overwhelmed her somewhat, and Monsoon took hold of her at just the right time. Meeting a warm gaze, Monsoon gave her a reassuring look. Locking eyes with Monsoon, somehow, the warm heart immediately calmed down. Then once again, he silently drew back the hand held by Monsoon. Monsoon raised his head to look at Yen Honghao with a taut face and a bitter look on his face. Good lord, why did Yen order so expensive? How can we settle the bill for this meal? What if we don't have enough money later? Turtle. Yen Honghao was a little disdainful of Monsoon's staggering appearance in his heart, but the expression that showed on his face was nothing but consternation and innocence. He spread his hands and looked apologetic. Look, I just ordered without consulting you guys, and it's not much, so why don't we AA? It's all in your stomach anyway, so no one loses out. So, okay, but can I order something else? Monsoon smiled. Of course, I gave you the menu just to show you what to add. As Monsoon and Yen Honghao handed over the menus, Warmth's gaze was lowered, staring at Yen Honghao with a somewhat fierce look. She had only shown a similar look once before, the time she helped Monsoon dislike class president Lee Cage. The disdain in Yen Honghao's eyes just now was completely in her eyes. A similar look she had seen countless times before, and there was absolutely no mistaking it. Despise, mock, condescend. Warmth is not stupid. Of course she understands that Yen Honghao, this bastard, is doing it on purpose. Why did Monsoon think he was related to such a disgusting person before? So expensive. Or not tugging the Monsoon directly run it. Her heart is already thinking of tugging the Monsoon to run. Anyway, and did not start to eat. She is indifferent, for fear that the Monsoon cannot let go of their own face. Just as Warmth quietly pulled back Monsoon's fingers again, Monsoon's other hand didn't move to pat her back. It was like a soothing and a reminder to her not to rush. Warm little hands he didn't let go of, though, and rubbed them several times. When Warmth saw that not only was Monsoon not flustered, but she was actually ordering seriously, she decisively drew back her hand. Monsoon touched her hand again, knowing that Monsoon was not going to leave. Warm mentally decided secretly that if it was not possible, he would take out the remaining 4,000 in his card. No matter what choice Monsoon made, she would not shy away from the stage at this point. Warm, see what you want to eat? I don't know. Seemingly sensing that the autistic girl was a bit angry, Monsoon's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. How about caviar? It probably tastes fishy and salty, a little bit crisp, not very good, and all the other effects are basically blown out of proportion. But I'm guessing you've never had it. Let's order a couple to try. Another barnacle? This thing yanks out like a slug mixed with. Just eat the hell out of it. It's not a good one anyway. Monsoon's words were still vulgar, but the hand that ordered the food didn't stop. Warmth's eyes had gone a little dull as she watched the menu prices go higher and higher. She didn't know what Monsoon was going to do, and could only watch as Monsoon degraded those expensive dishes into, or something close to it. Yen Honghao on the opposite side frowned slightly, wondering what Monsoon was up to. Really swollen face? Spending is now over 5k. The 4 AAs were also over 1,000 each, so even he was going to have a flesh wound. He wanted to see how Monsoon would end up. Gu Shuaiting, who was sitting beside him, wanted to say something. She felt that things had developed to the point where they seemed to be out of her control. Monsoon. Just as she opened her mouth, Gu Shuaiting was glared at by Yen Honghao. That gloomy look Gu Shuaiting had never seen before. The Yen Honghao in front of her gave her the feeling of only strange. Completely strange. It's too expensive. There's no reason for us to stand in the way if Monsoon students want to order, right? Gu Shuaiting, who had been given a look, was suddenly a bit annoyed and stopped talking. They're all just high school students, and even if their families have some money, there's no way they'll get that much in pocket money. When Gu Shuaiting's eyes were in a dodging trance, Monsoon's side had already started smiling and waving at the waiter. Waiter, what can I do for you? Sir, for more orders of sturgeon caviar, a snake neck barnacle, and some dessert, swan durian pastry. That's all the dishes. Yes, sir, can I get you a drink, please? Monsoon twisted to look at Yen Honghao, smiling. No school today, let's have a drink. So, Monsoon is trying to get back at drinking? Yen Honghao felt that the other party was a bit childish, but he naturally wouldn't wimp out at this time. Well, I don't have much to do anyway, so I'll have a drink. But he instantly froze when he heard Monsoon's call for wine. Waiter, open a bottle of Bertus. I saw it at the bar when I first came in. Open it for me to wake up. The waitress froze, but nodded. Yes sir. After greeting the waiter, Monsoon's brow was only bland and self-conscious. It's as if you're in and out of this sort of thing on a regular basis. Chapter 27, An Expensive Meal. Monsoon's behavior surprised both Warmth and Gu Shuaiting, wondering in their hearts if he often came here to eat. Compared to them, Yen Honghao's face was ugly. Not to mention that Monsoon added over $2,000 worth of food. He actually ordered a $20,000 bottle of Petrus. Drinks and dishes totaled over 27,000. What did he want? This spending has already more than made him meet pain. If it is true that both sides of the AA also more than 10,000, he 2 months of pocket money is not enough. Monsoon, is that drink you ordered? Did Brother Yen like the wine I ordered for you? Actually, that wine is average. To my taste, it's not as good as 15's Nulanchen. Yen Honghao's expression was somewhat rich at this moment. Why did you order it if you didn't think it was good? In the back of his mind, He was thinking about how to return that bottle of wine. Over $20,000. It really wasn't theirs to drink. He, Yen Honghao, really couldn't afford to lose this face. Monsoon's doing this. Is he dragging the group to die with him? Being questioned by Yen Honghao, the corners of Jifeng's mouth turned downwards, his expression slightly aggrieved. Didn't I just ask you if you wanted a drink? You agreed. Well, 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 well. Yen Honghao took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. You don't have to order a Patrice to have a drink, do you? That's over $20,000. A smile reappeared on Monsoon's face. You see, not coincidentally met classmates? You guys also said to eat together. I think happy to come. Anyway, is AA. We're all here. What else can we do? We're all classmates. It's no big deal. Go back and drink more. It's all in the wine. Yen Honghao's scalp was a little numb. Classics come all the way. Classics are classmates. Classics are in the drink. He had thought about Monsoon playing tricks with him and being slick, but he didn't expect Monsoon to choose to blow himself up. Seeing that Warmth and Gu Shuiting were both looking at themselves. This meal must be eaten with a hard head. So, okay. Millennium was served quickly, with the waiter serving the pots and pans first and the seafood following, available raw or cooked on its own. Vegetables, side dishes and such are all free and can be ordered to be brought by the waiter. The atmosphere of the meal was a bit dull, but Monsoon was not ambiguous and asked the waiter to open the lobster and king crab, then put the meat right where it's good in a warm bowl. This is the most expensive one. You eat more. Oh, this one's tender. Try it. Aha. Want mustard? I'll try. Monsoon wasn't embarrassed by the presence of Yen Honghao and Gu Shuiting. He ate his and then brought Warmth with him. Warmth had never even eaten hot pot, let alone this kind of high-grade seafood. She can't get a lot of the food and can't hold her hands up, but Monsoon also know that she will not, so never let her hands, peeling shrimp prying shells one-handed, but also by the way for her to order a cup of orange juice. Actually, Warmth kind of wanted to drink, but Monsoon wouldn't let her, so she didn't force herself. The warmth of the meal was huge, and the meal was actually quite enjoyable if you don't talk about the price. Monsoon is also right. Come all the way here. The dishes are ordered. Certainly can not eat. How the two across the street were bored. The two of them didn't bother. Monsoon even took the time to pour Yen Honghao a glass of Petrus. Wasn't that enough to give face? Yen Honghao watched the monsoon and the warm storm inhale, and the 20,000 red wine was like a drink. A mouthful. This meal tastes like chewing wax, and it's not good in any way. The waiter had already come to collect the plates twice, but Yen Honghao did not have a little appetite. As he watched Monsoon Warmth gorging himself, his heart was even more difficult to abate, and his sanity was slowly drowned out by the gloomy emotions. Seeing that Monsoon was still peeling shrimp for Warmth, Yen Honghao, who was already on the verge of losing his mind, suddenly let out a laugh. He looked at Gu Shuiting, who was silent beside him, and his tone was a bit strange. It feels like Monsoon students are very skillful at peeling shrimp. I wouldn't be able to. At a glance, I know that your ex-girlfriend has trained you well. A little heartbroken. When the warm fork suddenly hit the bone dish, and her gaze went cold, the good-looking eyebrows locked onto Gu Shuiting on the opposite side of the room. But Gu Shuiting just lowered her head with an embarrassed face and didn't bother to explain. She didn't know why she was like this. In fact, Gu Shuiting didn't want to see Yen Honghao belittling Monsoon, but seeing Monsoon being talked about like this, especially in front of Warmth, Gu Shuiting felt good again, which was why she didn't try to defend herself. On the contrary, the sight of the peeling shrimp Monsoon did not stop. He smiled like a nothing. I remember from when I was a little girl, I used to give my mom vegetables and peel shrimp, and my mom would always praise me for knowing what I was doing. What? You don't have a mom? What did you say? This what? Come on, tell me. Monsoon wasn't used to Yen Honghao at all. It's rather like if you BB again, I'm going to whack you. Yen Honghao was also completely embarrassed at this time, and seeing that the mood of the meal was getting heavier and heavier, Gu Shuiting, who had been silent all along, finally opened her mouth. Enough. Knock it off. Monsoon. The scene was quiet for a while, and Monsoon didn't even bother with Gu Shuiting as he first glanced at Warmth next to him. Had enough? You're almost full when you finish your plate. Just eat your fill. Greeting the Warmth, Monsoon casually ripped off the apron he was wearing, wiped his hands on a wet wipe, and then tugged at his collar. It's a series of moves that are not clear to many, but as Gu Shuiting, who had been hanging out with Monsoon for years, she knew him too well. It's a precursor to the Monsoon striking. Yen Honghao also felt wrong. especially when he was seeing Monsoon breaking the spoon in front of him. It felt like breaking his fingers. What do you do? Monsoon, what are you doing? Gu Xueting also stood up nervously. I'm just a little hot. Why are you so nervous? Monsoon was still smiling. Monsoon, can you stop fighting? I don't want you to. At this point in time, Gu Xueting still had such a self-righteous tone, and Ji Feng felt that it was really meaningless. Gu Xueting, originally there were some words that I was planning to explain clearly after dinner with you. Now it's just right. Then I'm telling you for the record. It's been all right between us for a long time. Don't spend all day eating out of a bowl or putting on a show. How you are with him. I don't care at all. And you, Yan Honghao, if you don't want to get beaten up, stay away from her. Seeing your eyes annoys me. The her in Monsoon's mouth was definitely not Gu Xueting. Me too. Warmth's sudden concurrence caused both boys to freeze, and Monsoon immediately reacted. Hear that? Yan Honghao was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to squeak at this time. He felt the ferocity in Monsoon's eyes, and his notoriety was still heard. Monsoon picked up the clothes Warmth had purchased earlier and gently pushed back the seat. Had enough? Full. Then go. Good. Seeing the two leave, Yan Honghao finally reacted. Monsoon, the money for this meal. Ha, didn't I say AA? I paid for ours. You're a young master who can't even afford 13,000, right? After saying that, Monsoon swept the code to pay and left the restaurant with Warmth. See Monsoon leave. Gu Xueting was disappointed. Us? Chapter 28, an unprecedented feeling. In the past, when Monsoon said we, it was just her and Monsoon. But now, it turned warm. So, are Monsoon and Warmth together? What's going to happen to her? Thinking of Ji Feng's indifference just now, and those determined words, Gu Xueting's heart was like a knife. They didn't used to be like this, etc. Is there no future for them? Gu Xueting, who was lying on the seat, was suddenly afraid that Monsoon really didn't seem to care about her. His tenderness towards Warmth didn't seem like an act either. The one who had been good to her, who had always loved her and protected her, was lost to her. I can't stop the tears from crossing the corners of my eyes at the thought. Gu Xueting, get up and divide the rest of the money. Gu Xueting got up and looked at Yan Honghao, and that look made Yan Honghao a little unnatural. Why should I give? Her voice was very cold and her tone was completely different from usual. Yan Honghao actually didn't know how to reply for a moment. Things are ordered together and you eat them. You are wrong. Yan Honghao, the stuff is what you ordered, and I didn't eat a single bite of this meal. Yan Honghao sniffed and looked down in front of Gu Xueting, just as she had said. Gu Xueting really didn't eat a single bite of this meal, nor did she order it. She didn't order it because she didn't want to follow Yan Honghao to pit Monsoon, and she didn't eat it because she didn't have an appetite and didn't want to take advantage of Monsoon. Anyway, she did have a reason not to pay for this meal. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Okay, then I'm telling you now that we've broken up. Also, you chose this place yourself. Can't afford to eat? What are you pretending to do if you can't afford to eat? After saying that, Gu Xueting carried her own bag and walked straight out. Yan Honghao also wanted to follow, but the waiters and security guards here immediately stopped him. Sir, you haven't paid your bill yet. The gentleman just now has already paid half of it. You only need to pay another $13,639. Yan Honghao, who had been stopped, had a heaving in his chest, his face so gloomy that it was about to drip water, wanting to go and stop Gu Xueting, but not having a proper reason to do so. After a moment of gloom and doom on his face, Yan Honghao coldly said, "What's your hurry? I'll make a call first." "Sir, please." The waiter smiled and politely made a please gesture. "If you pay for it, you can do anything you want." While Yan Honghao was making phone call after phone call, Monsoon's side had also gone downstairs with Warmth. Monsoon walked ahead and was suddenly called by Warmth. "Monsoon, today was supposed to be my treat for you to eat. This meal cost a lot of money. I will find a way to pay you back." Warmth actually cares a lot about money, and there's no way to change that. $13,000 for a meal is an astronomical amount for her. This matter was somewhat due to her, which led to some guilt in Warmth's heart at this time. It's really not that bad. In fact, it's just that I wanted to eat it myself. Isn't it normal to buy a good friend a meal? I always take my gang of buddies to dinner too. And besides, it's not easy for you to take me to dinner. Isn't there still the night? Warmth froze. Yes, it seemed like they could still have dinner. So where are we going now? The library? I'm not going today. Let's stroll around and take you somewhere later in the day. I know you've been curious about that one. I rented a house just in time to show you my brother. Warmth sniffed and her gaze became a little strange. Late in the day? Always curious about something? Rented a house? Check out the brother? With the association, Warmth's face gradually reddened and stood still looking overwhelmed. The red color runs down the neck to the back of the ear. What's wrong with you? She skimmed her head and stood still, her voice becoming small. Monsoon, isn't this a bad idea? What's wrong with that? Are you still angry with them? What happened last time was indeed our fault, and someone else made a move on you, so I'm here to say sorry in advance. Get back there and let them apologize to you. Warmth opened her mouth slightly. They apologize for the last time? Warmth, who felt she was thinking wrongly, blushed even more. Are you hot? No, it's not hot. They're all busy right now, so let's shop for a while, just to take the edge off, and try to shop until the evening, when they're done with their work. Good. Monsoon found a place to store his clothes and shoes for a while, and then took Warmth with him as soon as he started to sneak around the city. For an afternoon, they went to game halls that Warmth had never been to before, catching dolls, Twister. Monsoon even took Warmth to play in the sand in the rogue's den for a while, even though it was full of kids. It was after 5 o'clock when I was ready to leave. Spring breezes and sunshine spilled over my shoulders, and the sun was no longer hot. Warmth twisted her head to look at the monsoon beside her. The noon haze has long been swept away. Her heart is only happy. It should be fun to feel something you haven't felt since you were a kid, right? But she didn't know how she was going to articulate it. Come on, let's go to the studio. Aha. Warmth still kept her head down and didn't say anything, and Monsoon didn't do anything to cross the line. As Warm Mom said, Monsoon students are very disciplined. It was only as they walked along that their figures drew a little closer together. The two of them walked until they reached the entrance of an ordinary neighborhood. An old neighborhood with buildings of the 7-story variety. Most first-floor locations have a yard, and the house Monsoon rented was on the first floor. Right here. Monsoon pointed to one of the side yards. There were 2 small courier vans parked in front of the entrance with 2 couriers on top of them posting orders. In 12 years, the thermal electronic face sheet has not been popularized. This time the courier sheet are very large. You need to paste it yourself. There were tons of deliveries piled up in front of these 2 men, and they were both very busy. Upon seeing Monsoon's arrival, the 2 immediately made a path and nodded at Monsoon. Boss G. Busy yourselves. Warmth was visibly taken aback when she heard them address Monsoon. She then followed Monsoon over the piles of couriers and inside the studio. When Do Ding, who was sitting on the sofa smoking, saw Monsoon, he immediately got up and handed him a cigarette. Brother Fong is here, but he immediately saw Warmth following Monsoon, and the cigarette in his hand awkwardly stopped. Dodan looked at Warmth a little overwhelmed, and thought she looked a little familiar, so his eyes asked Monsoon. Monsoon smiled, and without playing dumb or hiding anything, he directly explained. Warmth has been tutoring me in my homework, and she's always had an interest in that area. We're on good terms with each other, so I brought her here to see it. Warm, the one they blocked in the factory before? Dodan's expression was a bit odd. He remembered that Monsoon was the one who suddenly started to turn after that night. Is this woman that attractive? She's really pretty, so she shouldn't have any problem being a sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Dodan nodded vigorously. Warmth froze. Chapter 29 Monsoon's Studio. I'm not. Warmth quickly waved her hand. Monsoon on the side also opened his mouth to relieve himself at this time. Beanpole, don't talk nonsense. Oh, I see. Dodan wondered a little. Wrong? Doesn't feel like it either. This is a secret base for the gang. It's a place that even Gu Shueting hasn't been to before. If it wasn't sister-in-law, could Monsoon bring it here? But seeing that both men denied it, Dodan could only change his story. Well, hello there, Mr. Warmth. Hello. Warmth nodded back in response, no longer trying to explain the relationship between herself and Monsoon. After greeting each other, they started chatting with Monsoon about the recent development of the studio. Brother Fong, just like you said, after getting the first month's commission, the brothers all fought like chicken blood. How's the performance this time? There are 9 people doing traffic now. Total performance of 197,000, with the best performer, Pi, making 34,000 in commissions and the worst performer, Rhubarb, making 10,000 out of 10,000, which is still pretty uneven. Monsoon nodded his head, doing things like amateur traffic, even the same method, the same time, the same equipment. Different people do it with different results. People themselves are different. Some people work very hard to make money, while others are pendulums, making 2 and then opening the pendulum. It's all a no-brainer. Brother Fong, on the 15th Ali's mom will hand out commissions. How will this money be divided? As agreed before, they take all the commission and I don't want any of it. Monsoon's tone was very calm, as if he didn't care at all about the 100,000 or so commission, though there have been chats about the commission sharing aspect of Monsoon before. At that time, Monsoon did not explicitly say, just simply in Do Ding revealed, there is a commission about doing traffic. He does not take a penny, the brothers take all. But Do Dan never understood why Monsoon did what he did. The method of attracting traffic is taught by Monsoon. The art of making traffic is found by Monsoon. And the software used for promotion is bought by Monsoon. The final selection was also pulled by Monsoon. It can be said that the studio can't even open without Monsoon, let alone everyone crunching money together. As Monsoon's #1 junior, Do Ding was quite critical of Monsoon's move of not sharing his money. It's not that I'm talking too much, Brother Wind, if you go by my idea, you're not even going overboard with a 50% cut in the commission. 9 people add up to almost $200, 000 in commissions. You take a 50% cut, that's a whole $100, 000. It's only for a month, and it's the first month. As long as this business doesn't blow up, our studio can grow steadily. Income is definitely on the rise in the days to come, and in the next 2 to 3 years, making a couple million doesn't feel like much of a problem. 100K a month? Millions in 2 to 3 years? When he heard this number, Warmth no longer knew what to say. Before, she had taken tuition from Monsoon for $7,000 a month, which she felt was already very much. But Monsoon scatters out this method of making traffic, and the money it can make has far exceeded the limits of what she could have envisioned. Unbelievable? Or perhaps incomprehensible? Listening to Do Dan, Monsoon was not going to ask for this money. The warm surprised gaze made Monsoon enjoy it. In fact, when pretending, you don't need too much of an audience, as long as there are people who care. What Do Dan said is largely true. Most of the early batch of amateurs are through this model. In just a few years, less than a few 100,000, more than a few million, but that's the upper limit for this group, and there are few who can make tens of millions of dollars. The reason for this is really quite simple, the split. The top eats the bottom's share, the master eats the apprentice's share, and the leader eats the teen's share. It's all the same, but these people eat the share of the move. From the beginning of the 50%, has been reduced to the last 5% or so, and then it is the share of the model completely played out. These amateurs on the wind can only eat some leftovers. In the face of Do Dan's question, Monsoon didn't rush to answer. There are too many people in the studio, and it's better to talk about things like money in private. He waved his hand and greeted Do Dan and Warmth as they went to his office to talk. Although this office is very simple, just a desk and a computer, it is the only office here. In Monsoon's eyes, Do Dan was not quite the same as those people, and belonged to a trustworthy partner. Even if he doesn't know anything right now, and doesn't have a long-term vision, and isn't capable enough, but trustworthiness alone is enough. In all other respects, he could take his time to develop. There's a big gap between people, but it's not that big, and when you've traveled a lot and seen a lot, you'll have some truth of your own. Beanpole, take a long view. Windy you say? As he asked this, Monsoon picked up in his hand the rudimentary bill made by Do Dan, which was really just a tally of numbers, and an approximate single digit. Looking at the bill, Monsoon pinched his brow. This bean is really not capable, or he is not very suitable for business. What do you feel is holding our relationship together right now? Do Ding was a bit flustered. In fact, every time Monsoon examined and taught him, he was very flustered, afraid of messing things up. And with the surge in earnings during this time, Do Ding's admiration for Monsoon has reached the point of 5 bodies and transformed into worship. If there's no Monsoon, he's going to graduate to a big car. So every time Monsoon asked a question, Do Ding would think carefully and then give an answer that would make Monsoon a little hard to top. Maintaining relationships? That has to be brotherhood. Follow Brother Fong, eat and drink. It's all about brotherhood. Originally, Do Ding was still talking excitedly, but after he saw Monsoon's helpless face, his voice suddenly became much smaller. Brother Wind, is there a problem with what I said? Hey, Do Jin, there's something to be said for brotherly love. Like between you and I trust you. That's why I brought you here. That's why I'm telling you these things. There really isn't as much so-called brotherhood as you think, and it doesn't sustain a large group. It's fun to be able to hang out together as a group, and it's fun to have someone to lead the way. You don't need me to tell you that by the time we graduate, the odds are that a small group like ours will fall apart. The vast majority will gradually stop contacting each other, and a few will come out to get together once in a while, drink some beer, eat some skewers, and blow off some awesome. By then everyone has everyone's life, class, and ultimately a different path. After hearing Monsoon's words, Do Dan lowered his head. In fact, it was not only their asshole students, most of their classmates were in a state of going their own way after the college entrance exam. Even Do Dan himself was ready to drive a big car after graduation. Windy, go on, I'm listening. It's really simple to want to play together after graduation. And that's to keep your brothers free of worries. What are the afterthoughts? Nothing but money. Chapter 30, First Look. Brother Feng. I don't care about the money. I'm just afraid that you won't take me to play. Do Ding was quite a bit genuine, and Monsoon patted his shoulder. Doggy, you don't care about money. Some people care about money. People change. As they get older, brothers will also value money and need it more and more. You don't realize it now, but surely someone else has. When I go for a share now, a share of their money, the nature will change. From a brotherly favor to a gradual economic cooperation. Once the economy is involved, then everyone involved will make choices that are favorable to them. This relationship isn't even as stable as going to work at a company. You know? What does Brother Feng mean? I'll help you teach them a lesson if they have any dissent. Ugh. Sit down. Monsoon was somewhat speechless. Oh. Looking at the 1-meter-9 or so Dodan sitting down obediently because of Monsoon's words, Warmth suddenly felt a little funny. It seems nice to have a brother like that. Do-Jin, can you understand what I just told you? Understand a little. Dodan said stiffly. Monsoon was helpless. Looking at that look on his face he didn't understand. He sighed and suddenly turned to Warmth who was listening on the side. Do you understand? Here's some of it. Talk. I'm afraid I can't say it well. Warmth was a little hesitant and didn't quite understand what Monsoon meant. Monsoon waved his hand. Say whatever you want. There's no fine for being wrong. Warm see Monsoon said so. Also put down the heart. Just usually in the study is often the Monsoon asked to teach Warm. Warm test teach Monsoon. It is the first time that the Monsoon has reversed the koan to teach Warmth in a situation like today. She lowered her eyebrows and brooded for a moment. You say that everyone has their own ideas. That everyone needs money. And that a lot of people are coming to realize that money is important. Especially after seeing the money. Which I agree with. Speaking of which Warmth glanced at Monsoon. Monsoon didn't squeak. Just raised her hand to signal her to continue. I don't understand the split model you're talking about. From what you're saying, a split. That's a share of the studio members' commissions, right? It's like this. The stuff was all taught by Wendy. It's only right to share the money. Dodan in his voice. That's true. But if you do, once or twice is fine. Over time, they must have thought in their minds. Why don't they do it themselves? Learn it anyway. It's not just your line of work. It should be true for car mechanics, cooks, barbers, all apprentice trades. My mom, my dad, all made similar choices. Hearing Warmth's reply, Monsoon smiled as he looked over at Dodan. Do you understand? After listening to Warmth's words, even if Dodan wasn't smart in the head, he understood this, because his dad was the one who first learned to run the car, familiarized himself with the route, and immediately went out on his own after he had a clientele. As Warmth said, all apprenticeship trades are the same. As soon as a person has the ability to make money and does not get the full benefit themselves, they immediately get up in arms. So Wendy took it all. The dogs. Hey, Brother Feng is still too soft-hearted to give up these brothers. Monsoon smiled and didn't say anything, just rubbed his eyebrows. The office fell into silence. Dodan didn't really like the atmosphere and didn't know what Monsoon wanted to talk to him about. This kind of cold scene is very common. Monsoon is helpless. Dodan himself is helpless. Can only try to say, Brother Wind, then I'll go and tell them the news that the money is all divided? Go ahead. It's just as well I've had a bit to drink at lunch and take a break. Then I'll go out first. Brother Feng. Do Ding almost ran. He always felt that Monsoon was not the same as before lately, and the sense of oppression was even stronger than his father. Being disliked by Monsoon in the office was like being disliked by the principal in the restroom while smoking. Both are about as stressful as they come, even a little more stressful in the office. Bang! As the door to the room closed, Monsoon sighed slightly. Hey, it's kind of hard to top trying to pull a brother up sometimes when the brother can't see it. But when you think about it, Dodan is just an 18-year-old teenager, albeit an abstract-looking one. Looking at Monsoon, who was frowning in place, Warmth followed suit for a moment of silence. But then, as if she had suddenly decided something, she raised her hand at Monsoon. Monsoon? Here's what happens to students who raise their hands and apply to speak at school. Monsoon was dumbfounded. You can say whatever you want to say without being like this. Monsoon didn't actually realize that the pressure he was putting on Dodan was felt equally well by Warmth. Warmth lowered her head, her voice like a fly. It felt like you just looked like a teacher. So I raised my hand. Go ahead and say it. No need to get so hung up on it. Warmth took a few steps closer towards Monsoon. I think that you don't want the studio to fall apart. Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, you're not thinking about brotherhood. You just simply don't want the studio to fall apart. You need the studio. The studio itself has a higher value. Monsoon, who was in a relaxed state with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes when he heard this. All this stuff from a few simple conversations? Monsoon shifted his stance and sat up straight. How did you see that? Just the words we said? Warmth lowered her head, then quietly took out the cell phone that Monsoon had bought for her last time. Revealed above Taba. And Ali Mum. I listened to what you said last time in the cafeteria, but I didn't hear it all, and I asked for your advice later, and you refused. I researched on my own once I got a cell phone, but I didn't know the method and I couldn't find it online. So, this is what Warmth has been working on all this time. Monsoon gazed in thought. He felt as if he had brought a good student astray. Should he not give her a cell phone? To avoid having too much contact, Monsoon hardly ever used his cell phone to make small talk with Warmth. In hindsight, what a stupid move. Don't you read when you come home at night? All will be there. No need to look. Well, I shouldn't have asked such a stupid question. Go on. Why do I need this studio? I can only make a rough guess. Then guess. Warmth didn't start talking right away. She first caught some water in a disposable paper cup and drank it in one gulp. Take some deep breaths and allow yourself to drift into that mode similar to when you're lecturing Monsoon. First, you master the method of sucking up traffic. But sucking up traffic takes people and energy and time. One of the roles of a workshop is to provide you with staff, make up energy, and add time. Then there is the method about attracting traffic. It is not true that you have a method, but I guess the level of secrecy and difficulty of this method is not high. If you extract a cut, these people who have mastered the technology will gradually leave and go it alone. So you're not going to take a cut and let these people who already have the traffic and the skills go. At the end of the day, it's not really the staff you need, it's the steady flow of traffic. Aside from the commissions they make, you should have other means of making money from that traffic. I just don't know the method of it. Those people out there, they shouldn't know either. I feel as if you don't care about the commissions. Chapter 31, I'm so mean. Hearing Warmth say this, Monsoon's expression could no longer be described as simple shock. He had realized that he had completely underestimated Warmth's abilities before. Warmth, it's rare for me to praise someone from the heart, but you're really good. Warmth's ears still reddened when he was complimented by Monsoon. It was also times like these that she showed her girlish shyness, but soon her eyes grew dim again. I'm a good student and my family is very poor. Monsoon could understand what she meant. Warmth has kept up his studies very well under very poor conditions and has been still improving. This could be seen from the difference in grades between her and Gu Shueting. Before the warmth of no conditions, English and language is actually much worse. English is mainly poor in the listening piece. The language is reading comprehension, composition. These two seemingly rote subjects actually hide some thresholds. The amount of reading, the amount of listening and reading. An average family would actually suffice. The problem is that Warmth isn't even enough for an average family. It took Warmth 2.5 years to slowly catch up in these two classes. Or is it because the first school has a large enough library that is free to borrow? Economic conditions are something that really affects academic performance. And the percentage of this effect is increasing year by year. Warmth learns well and scores high only because she is a student. And students can only be exposed to learning and can only show learning ability through test scores. But in real life, and even in society, the ability to learn is never as simple as a grade. They learn everything very quickly. Genius is what it is. And Warmth is genius. Monsoon closed his eyes as he subconsciously began tapping his fingers on his desk. Warmth's performance surprised him, and even reminded him of those characters in his previous life who were worthy opponents. Opponents, always worthy of respect. Warmth, are you telling me this because you have some thoughts of your own? Hearing Monsoon ask this and feeling that slightly indifferent tone, the courage that Warmth had managed to accumulate suddenly shattered. She wondered if there was something wrong with the way she had just acted. That tone of Monsoon's voice was somewhat similar to the scrutiny of a higher power, exactly like those who had once been hostile to her. It made the inferiority complex inside her overflow instantly. Yeah, he's Monsoon, so she doesn't deserve it. Monsoon saw that Warmth lowered her head and didn't say anything, and was a bit strange in her heart. Puzzled, he walked over and bent down to look at Warmth, only to realize that the autistic girl was crying for some reason. Monsoon, who had seen Warmth depression, immediately realized that he was afraid that he had said something that he shouldn't have said, and all of a sudden drew on the young girl's inferiority complex. Monsoon was at a bit of a loss for words. The whole day was fine. Even when he encountered Yen Honghao and Gu Shueting, Warmth never wimped out. But now she's just crying like a duckling. He remembered a saying, whether it's right or wrong, the moment she cries, it's all my fault. Warmth, are you okay? After Warmth had calmed down a little, she quickly went into self-imposed isolation, as she usually did, and would only slowly digest her emotions on her own. If you can't digest it, you can't tolerate it. There isn't any other avenue. Warmth took a deep breath and raised her head at Monsoon's slightly bemused gaze. I'm sorry, that was a bit out of line. May I continue? Could be. I want to change, not just on the outside. At this point Warmth's eyes burned and spoke his mind. Upon hearing that Warmth wanted to change herself, Monsoon understood what she meant almost instantly. Warmth had always wanted to change, not just in her appearance, but she had been suffering from a lack of money, connections, time, and any cost of trial and error, much less a channel for learning. All schools will teach you how to take tests, but they will never teach you how to make money. This was the same even in Monsoon's previous life. And after she came into contact with Monsoon and learned some information from him, she immediately realized that Monsoon was the one who had the power to change her. It's not just the exterior. The change she wanted was to grow, not become a vase. Monsoon understood, but when faced with the idea of Warmth, Monsoon himself hesitated. What's he hesitating about? What's he worried about? Hesitant to teach your apprentice to starve? Worried about flying too high with your warm abilities? Or is it in fear of growing up warm and never again being the fragile young girl that he controls and dominates as he does now? After being reborn, I said that I would make up for the warmth, but my current thoughts seem to be somewhat selfish. When Warmth saw that Monsoon was silent, her heart sank more and more, and her head became lower and lower. She was ready to be rejected by Monsoon. Monsoon. But how could Monsoon refuse a warm request? Sure. Warmth, who was already on the verge of falling into the dust, suddenly lit up in his eyes. She looked at Monsoon with a smile on her face, her eyes somewhat incredulous. Is it really okay? It's really okay. And since you have that ability, I'll teach you anything you want to learn, anything you want to know. Monsoon inexplicably felt much lighter in his heart after his promise, but when he locked eyes with Warmth again, he didn't have the same kind of understanding that he had during the day. Monsoon knew that he had actually been selfish the moment he hesitated. Something quietly changed. Thinking about this, Monsoon felt a little ashamed. Relying on foresight and some means to dominate and control a young girl. What was the difference between this behavior and bullying people in his previous life? If it's really selfish, so why not be a little more honorable? As a born-again person in his second life, he doesn't even have such confidence? A reborn person bullying a little girl? So despicable and shameless? It's a bit underhanded. Monsoon shook his head slightly in self-criticism, but Warmth felt even worse when she saw Monsoon shaking his head. Was Monsoon disappointed in her request? Is this request particularly excessive? Warmth silently lowered her head and didn't look into Monsoon's eyes again. Monsoon, thank you. At this time, the thoughts in Warmth's heart were actually the same as Monsoon's, and the only thing that was left was shame. From her perspective, ever since that night at the suburban construction site, Monsoon had been unconditionally helping her, supporting her, and encouraging her. A lot of times the lack of attention made her heart thump, but she was humble in the dust, and Monsoon was already in the clouds. Out of reach. There are some things that can't be changed by scores. She's known that since she was a child. Although she had also tutored Monsoon in her lessons, she herself knew best that it was just Monsoon's move to subsidize her. But she had, today, actually wrapped Monsoon in her own thoughts. Warmth, you're despicable. Warmth and Monsoon each despised themselves internally, and each fell silent again. Chapter 32, Promoting the Spokesperson. It wasn't until the more mature-minded Monsoon had digested his emotions and the atmosphere in the room had eased a little that he spoke quietly. Take a break and we'll get started. Gathering his emotions, Monsoon pulled Warmth to the computer and began to talk to her about traffic realization. The sun is setting, and the moment is exactly as it should be. It's just the teacher and the student switched identities. Monsoon pointed to the background on his computer. You also said before that you had done some understanding of traffic promotion. In that case, the basic part will be put on hold for now. Let's start with what you said before. The real way to make money is a punter. I don't know if it's because it took all my courage to say the thoughts out loud just now. Warmth is coy at this point. You know why I need long-term, massive, and consistent traffic? Seeing Warmth shake his head, Monsoon continued. The merchant prepares the goods, the promoter takes a commission, and the fan buys the cheap goods. Doesn't that sound seamless? Monsoon's voice was soft and slow at this time, and the aura of the superior was exposed. He suddenly asked when he saw Warmth's eyes averted. Warm, are you listening? I'm listening. It feels like it, but it seems like something is missing. Warmth's voice is getting smaller and smaller, always cold, but at this time she is like a meek and obedient kitten, silently sitting next to listen to the Monsoon narrative. There was a response before Monsoon nodded. Yes, in fact, there's a missing link here, and it's the most important one. What is it? How should amateurs who do traffic interface with merchants? Warm good-looking eyebrows tangled together. She vaguely thought of something, but in the absence of saying so, this kind of thing is really not easy to figure out by intelligence alone. Seeing that Warmth was puzzled, Monsoon didn't sell himself short. The fans of a knowledgeable account are more than tens of thousands. but only a few thousand. And even fewer real customers are converted to QQ and Weibo groups. There is no way that a solo punter is strong enough or capable enough to support a single product, let alone a huge category. Without sufficient promotional capacity, there is no volume effect. On the flip side, the solo punter has no power, so he has no way to influence the store's selection. There's no way to build trust when the two sides are not equal. At this point, a bridge is needed. A centralizer of traffic. It could also be called promotional talking heads. The moment Monsoon uttered this title, Warmth had already understood what he was trying to express. Promoting talking heads. Are they the wholesalers who collect the fruit and sell it in town? Channeler? Brilliant. The two do have a lot of similarities, but the actual power of the promotional talking heads is far greater than the channelers who do the wholesaling. Warmth was a bit puzzled. She felt that the positioning of the two was very similar. Warmth was a bit overwhelmed by Monsoon's gaze, but she still focused on these questions. Why? The reason is simple. When you have enough traffic, and even precise traffic, the definition of things quietly changes. The power to promote this category will fall into your hands. You can influence the store's selection, prices, and commissions. Because Taobao traffic is so concentrated, you can even threaten the store. Do you want to do it? No? Yes. If you don't do it, someone else will. The back of the store to do sales together. The front of the store will be affected. Many times, the store will be forced to do not do it. This is the charm of traffic and what all the big internet guys are chasing. Warmly listening in a daze, she tapped Taobao on her cell phone, picked a random women's clothing category and picked a similar style. Seeing that the difference in sales between the first and second place is only a few dozen, a little thought will understand what Monsoon means. First place will always be preferred over second place, that's a given. And those who hold traffic have the ability to turn second place into first place. It feels a little scary. Monsoon laughed and didn't say anything. There can be too many cases of holding everything hostage with traffic in the previous life. It has become the norm. Take for example the American tour, where merchants are forced to do events, forced to cut prices, forced to discount. It also has to be pumped. And at the end of the day, many merchants don't make any money at all selling online, yet they have to do it. It's a traffic wrapper. Except that Mission's traffic is so huge that it's not comparable to his. Monsoon now these people. Dozens of soul sisters, chicken soup for the soul account. The total fan but hundreds of thousands. There are really only two categories that can be influenced. Women, and mother and baby. But even that was enough for him to earn. Warmth silently digested for a while, and Monsoon didn't engage in prodding. He silently opened his backstage, signaling Warmth to come over and take a look. After seeing the numbers on the screen, Warmth's pupils instantly contracted. 237,452. It's the commission. Definitely a commission. Warmth knew, but she still wanted to make sure. Why is so much? She picked up the bill that Dodan had written crookedly in a small notebook, on which the combined commissions for the 9 men totaled just over $190,000. Why is your commission more than theirs combined? Two consecutive whys were not enough to express Warmth's surprised emotion at this moment. She just doesn't understand. Don't understand? Aha. Warmth nodded. She had studied hard for years, but she still knew nothing about making money. Mom worked hard too, but hard work doesn't make you rich. It only brings injury. Now that she saw the numbers in Monsoon's backstage, she realized that the matter of making money was no longer a matter of effort, but a generational difference in information. Monsoon gently waved her hand, signaling her to calm down. Seeing that she wasn't so surprised anymore, she began to explain. The commission of the amateurs is divided into A and B. A is the butt of the promotion talker, the total amount of fixed value plus generally smaller than the commission share of the amateurs. The B is taken by amateurs, those buddies of mine out there, totaling 20 to 40% of sales. That is the reason why my commission is higher than their total commission. Why is the total still high if the split is low? There are some things on Taobao that are nothing interesting to divide into, like a 3-pack of paper for $5, a towel for $2, a keychain for $1. Or something like that. It's only 50 cents and $1 to charge 40% commission on something like this low dollar amount, so the split would be a no-brainer to look at the fixed value. Warmth had been surprised too many times today, and she had a feeling that the next questions and answers would still surprise her, but she still wanted to ask. And how much do you charge for such low prices? It's really all about the same. One real sale, $5. Warmth stayed in his chair, silent for a long time. A real sale. Charging a $5 fixed commission on a $1 item? Would any merchant really do this kind of thing? Well, actually the numbers in the Monsoon backend give the answer. Monsoon's identity. Never a punter. He himself is simply too lazy to do this kind of small traffic. He is the promotional talker. So you don't care how much commission they make. You were never on the same track in the first place. You even want them to make more. Is that it? It's not that heartless. I'm a kind-hearted person. I still want the best for my brother. Regarding the pokies, let it be said here that every step, every position, every job I talk about in my book is true, and certain methods continue to work to this day. I said the money-making figure has been very conservative, is afraid of bookworms feel unreasonable. In fact, the real situation is that you're dared to do the monthly flow of roughly 10 times what I said. They are not reborn. Traffic equals money is embodied in this era. Just even this year, there are still people who do not understand why traffic equals money. Chapter 33, if you're not in the same place. Good intentions? Wishing good for your brother? Warmth looked at Monsoon with some strange eyes. At this time Monsoon has been transformed into an evil capitalist in her eyes. Capitalist with a good heart? Seeing Warmth's kind of skeptical gaze, Monsoon smiled slightly. You don't have to look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Either way, it's been a few years of playing and the brothers have a genuine bond. I do need them to work hard. I need their livers. I need my brothers to pound traffic for me. But I also want my brothers to have a better life. Work for a few years. Buy a house. Get a new car or something. I'm not afraid of my brother driving a Land Rover, but I'm really afraid of my brother having a hard time. Understand? Warmth nodded her head, and she didn't know if she believed Monsoon's words or not. Why don't you recruit outsiders? It's not that we're not hiring, it's just that we need to be careful when recruiting. After all, there's no moat on this technology. A moat? Well, it's a given that anything that doesn't have a moat ends up sucking. It's something that if you put it out there and recruit people to do it, you're sure to get them too. But if you don't have the right mindset, the skills will quickly drain away. Flow pools are easily contaminated after technology outflows. Once a flow pool is contaminated, the decay becomes irreversible. Although this will happen sooner or later. Still, I wish the day of contamination had come a little later so I could have made a little more. The brothers still treat me as their big brother, and I haven't treated them badly. So isn't that good? Understood. After chatting a bit about promoting talkers, Monsoon teaches Warmth some more basics. Warmth is actually quite scatterbrained when he goes to school, always thinking about himself. Not for lack of seriousness, but as she said herself, it's all going. At the end of the day, all that's left is to repeat the brushing up, new questions, or find some offbeat papers. She loves the feeling of learning, and growing in knowledge and skills makes her feel empowered. It would also make her more fulfilled, just as Monsoon was teaching her now as well. Since you're interested in learning this, let's switch our tutoring place to here starting tomorrow. During the day? I'm sure I'll have to go to school during the day. So let's say I'll bring you over later when I've cut out my evening study. That should be enough time for you, too. Good. With a simple chat, Monsoon finalized where Warmth would go in the future. And he had a sudden realization. Warmth, though very capable, seems to have little initiative. This was a situation he wasn't sure about yet, and he still had to observe it a bit more. This would bring the time to 7 o'clock, the closing time of the studio. Do Ding, who had been holding back for a long time, finally announced Monsoon's commission decision to the other members of the studio at the end of the day. Brothers, listen to me. This afternoon Brother Wind has said that all the traffic commission brothers take the full amount. Brother Feng doesn't draw a penny. In the future, brothers will be on the ball and make their own money. Let's get bigger and better and make it great again. Yes, Dingo says it all. Windy is awesome. Listening to the noise outside, Warmth gradually understood Monsoon's intentions. Having a stable traffic pool of your own is just the foundation of what to do next. Windy, going to dinner? Oh, sorry. Dodan, who had already finished his work, suddenly pushed his way in and then quickly closed the door again. As Monsoon and Warmth stared at each other in disbelief, the door was opened again by Dodan. Hey, how come you guys didn't do anything? Warmth blushed and skimmed her head. Monsoon was even more furious. TMD, what do you think I should do? Dodan looked at Warmth and spread his hands. The expression speaks for itself. Roll. Go eat. Okay. Monsoon opened his mouth, and a large group of people in the studio yelled and walked out. That night they casually found a barbecue stand and held a celebration banquet. Monsoon looked at these brothers with excited and energetic gazes. It's just that he also understands. A lad of that age can't afford to be idle, especially after making money. It's rare to be able to suppress your emotions. A large percentage of these people are at risk of developing inflated emotions. Maybe some can be pulled back, but there are certainly a lot that can't be brought back. This kind of thing is a given. There have been many people who have wanted to give advice to young people, and there have been some introspective young people who have asked for advice from those who have come before them. But some things happen quietly all the time. There are very few sober people on earth. Those who haven't been here can't hear what those who have been here say. And Monsoon felt that it was also true that one didn't really need much advice from others in life. No amount of reasoning makes sense until you experience it for yourself. The group drank a lot of beer and the atmosphere was warm and welcoming, with smiles on everyone's faces and visions of their future. If that's the case, then why did he go and be the spoilsport? Cheers! Cheers! Monsoon and his brothers raised their glasses together and drank heartily. It was only when Warmth tugged at him that he refused Warmth's request for a drink. He didn't ask much of Warmth. Not being allowed to drink counted as one. The meal was over, and each went to his own home and his own mother. You can't drink and drive, so Monsoon can only take a taxi to send Warm back. The two were silent the whole way. There were too many things that happened today. From the beginning of the intimate proximity and the beautiful dress-up, to the later encounter with Yen Honghao and Gu Shueteng and the tit-for-tat. By the end of the studio talk, it seemed close, but it was distant. There was something inexplicable in both of them. In the car, Warmth stared quietly at Monsoon, who was close by. It was then realized that Monsoon just closed his eyes and faked a nap. She moved a little closer, her heart beating inexplicably fast. The distance had been about the same as the time she'd been stuck in a suburban construction site. It just feels completely different twice already. Staring at the still soft stubble on Monsoon's chin, Warmth's gaze was a bit mesmerized. With a kick of the brakes, Monsoon jerked awake, his chin hitting the warm forehead just right. Sorry. It's okay. 4 eyes. There was something more than inexplicable about the young man and the young girl's stare, but both of them maintained restraint and then silently pulled away. It was after 8 when Warm got home. When he opened the door of the room, Wang Yakin's voice came with him. Did you have fun today? The room was dark, and because there was no light on, Warmth could only see the silhouette on the bed. Turn on the light and nod silently. Aha! As the light illuminated, Wang Yakin also saw the Warmth at this time. She didn't say a word, and Warmth didn't move, just stood still as if she'd made a mistake and waited for her mother to snap. Nuan is so pretty today. No school bag? So is it for a date? Warmth hesitated, and she wasn't sure if she counted today as a date. No. I looked in your book bag and drawers and didn't see any love letters. We used to hand each other love letters if we liked each other back then. What? Didn't Mr. Monsoon give you a love letter? Wang Yakin spoke very naturally, not even noticing the depression in her daughter. Mom, you went through my stuff again. Chapter 34, I'm doing this for your own good. Warmth's voice was a little hoarse and trembling. Staring at Warmth, Wang Yakin also slightly angled her head. The previous slight détente with her daughter had already vanished, and she said in a deep voice, Nuan, I'm doing this for your own good. It's okay to just go through my stuff for my own good. It's okay to go to school and flake on the teachers. You can just go and block the classmate who asked me the question and get arrested by someone calling the police. I saw you talking to Monsoon and I got scared because I didn't know what you were going to do. Mom, I've tried my hardest to do everything you've asked me to do, so why are you still doing this to me? I just want some privacy for myself. I'm not your puppet. She couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face and clutched her hair a little hysterically. Always strong and cold, she cried for the second time today. The strong emotions of the breakdown clearly affected Wang Yakin. Wang Yakin covered her chest, her face paler than before. It's normal to have a favorite at this age, but Mom doesn't want you to miss out on your studies because of it. Nuan, don't forget what you promised Mom. Mom won't harm you. Mom is just worried about you going down a crooked path like your dad. Dad? Same talk, same attitude, same thing. How many times? Or 100? Wang Yakin has never changed. Warmth has an extremely strong memory and a painful childhood she can never forget. What did look like when you were a kid? It seemed like there was only endless bickering, and her mom was always saying bad things about her dad in front of her, and she was too young for her to know if he was any good. All I know is that my mom said every time that my dad was incompetent and that he had all his money out with women. That's why their family is having such a hard time. All the way up to the age of 5. Mom ran a report on Dad for taking kickbacks at the factory and Dad was fired from the factory. Back at home Dad is still being taunted by Mom. Warmth remembered the last look her dad had given her before he died. A look she could never forget. Unwillingness, guilt, and that dash of disgust and relief from the world. Without her father, her mom Wang Yakin holds up the family alone. Warmth, on the other hand, faced almost 10 years of oppression, beating and scolding at the drop of a hat, rightly or wrongly. Once she clashes with someone, she has to be beaten. There is any rebuttal, backtalk, and a beating as well. She even remembered the way the iron-barred broom bent to align with the wounds on her body. Later, Wang Yakin gradually stopped hitting her. It's not because Wang Yakin has changed. It's because she has a heart condition and is not well enough to fight. After that, Wang Yakin's control over her changed. For your own good, promise me, I'm your mom. She had been treated with violence and pua for over a decade, and she had heard the same thing too many times. Gradually, the warmth of Dad's eyes, which she had once been unable to read, grew to understand. The misanthropy. It was because she knew her mom that she was so nervous when Monsoon came to the house. Several times in a row, he interrupted the conversation between Monsoon and Wang Yakan. Before Monsoon, who doesn't understand these things, her mom is probably a gentle aunt. Warmth closed her eyes in some despair. There was no place in this small room for her to even try to escape for a while. Mom, I'm 18. Bang. Nuan? Nuan. Warmth slammed the door and went out. Wang Yakan's voice kept coming from inside the house, but in the end, it only turned into speechlessness. The confused young girl wanders the streets as she makes her way out of the middle of the city, but she doesn't know where she's supposed to go. Eventually all I could do was crouch down on the curb of the driveway and start fuming. Warmth hasn't cried since he left the house. Years of experience had taught her that tears were no protection at all. Took out his cell phone and silently looked at the QQ address book. There's only one ID in there. Summer Breeze. She had never taken the initiative to contact Monsoon, and the communication records between her and Monsoon only contained lectures. Warmth tapped Monsoon's avatar and crackled over 100 words. After reading it myself for a while, I felt a few sentences were nonsense, so I deleted part of it. On second glance, it all feels like crap. All deleted. Is it there? What's up? Warmth looked at the lit-up cell phone screen for a moment, not knowing what to reply. Yeah, what's the matter with her? Complain to Monsoon? Tell about your 10 years of oppression and misery? Oh, it's okay. Park. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched after returning the message. Looking at the board, which was already on the verge of losing, he dropped $1 onto the board without changing his face. Old man, I have something temporary to do, so I'll fight again later. Hey, you kids are about to lose. Why are you running away? The old man playing chess in the park had a hard look on his face. He had a pension of over 5,000. What would he care about that dollar? A man is a teenager until he dies. And the old man is no exception. He just wants to ruthlessly blast Monsoon. It's a shame Monsoon ran away when he saw what was going on. It's so rude. The old man still wanted to yell a few words, but the square dancing Amazons in front of him had already blocked Monsoon's figure. On the other hand, Warmth looked at the question mark on the screen and was also in a tangle. Thoughts are like broken clockwork. Even if they are hard, they can only make a click 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 sound. Just like her chaotic brain at this moment, she doesn't seem to be able to talk to people, especially this private chat on a cell phone. Warmth sighed and looked back at the alleyway of the city center village. Feeling that her emotions had subsided a lot, she was ready to take a break and go back. After more than a decade, she had already experienced all kinds of emotions. Even things that you've just been very angry about can all dissolve themselves if you take a little time. She'd gotten used to it a long time ago. Preparing to get up, Warmth felt someone standing in front of her. She looked up very alertly and saw the man handing her a cup of something round. Warmth knew that it was milk tea, and Monsoon used to buy it for Gushu wedding often, but she never drank it. The visitor had his back to the light, but Warmth didn't need to see his face. What are you looking at? While it's hot. What are you doing here? I was skulking around the park. It's not really that far. Oh. Warmth lowered her head so that Monsoon wouldn't see the slightly raised corners of her mouth, then quietly took a sip of milk tea. So sweet. The warm gaze glowed slightly. For her, it was really sweet and tasty. Thanks. Monsoon saw her surprise. Just to the edge of the mouth words can no longer be said. Yeah, sugar is bad, addictive, fattening, and supposedly aging. Sugar has so many flaws, but it's sweet. Life is so bitter. What's the point of drinking something sweet? As you like. Monsoon directly sat down beside Warmth and said nothing, just accompanied Warmth to blow the wind. The night breeze was slightly cool. In fact, Monsoon had thought about taking his jacket off and draping it over Warmth, but it felt too greasy for that kind of behavior. So I didn't move. Silence once again arose between the two, and both seemed to be used to it. Monsoon didn't ask Warmth what exactly happened, and Warmth didn't have the idea to say anything. After a long time, Warmth slowly closed his eyes and took a breath before opening them again. Monsoon. Starting tomorrow, I'll work hard. Monsoon opened his mouth, a smile gradually replacing his other expressions. You're so capable. It feels like you'll be carried away. Chapter 35. Do you know how much he's put into this relationship? When Ji Feng returned home, the time had already passed 9 o'clock. Dad Ji Guangshuan and Mom Dong Kaihui were actually there. Monsoon, who was standing in the doorway to change his shoes, was slightly stunned. When did you get back? Old season? Ji Guangshuan didn't answer Monsoon's question, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his own nose, and stared at Monsoon with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing this, Dong Kaihui knew that father and son were afraid that they would have to communicate in depth, so he got up and walked to the kitchen. I'll go cut up some fruit. Only after Dong Kaihui left did Ji Guangshuan open his mouth. Little Wind, I heard from your mom that you've been studying hard lately, and your scores have risen by a large margin? Monsoon knew exactly what kind of virtue he used to have, so it wasn't really a surprise to him that his own father-in-law was showing such a skeptical expression. Most fathers are relatively rational, unlike mothers who are emotional, and the initial condition of their son's sudden and drastic transformation must have been one of skepticism. It's something like that. I figured out some things, let go of some people, and then, prepared to take the Mordor University. Mordor equals resubmission, not to be mentioned again. Mordor University? Ji Guangshuan didn't rush to retort or criticize. No matter what, his son studying well was something to be celebrated. But isn't this goal of Monsoon's set a little too high? How much did you simulate last time? 466. This score, there's a distance from Mordor University, and it's still not a small distance. I know, isn't it still 2 months away? Dad, I have help from someone high up now, and I'm progressing at a very fast rate. When it's time for the college entrance exams, not to say there's absolute certainty, you should at least be qualified to put up a fight. As Monsoon spoke, his face unconsciously revealed that particular kind of confidence. Ji Guangshuan slowly nodded his head, reconfirming, you're not kidding? How can you joke about this? I was really planning on punching it. Old Season skimmed and shook his head. I'm not talking about your studies. You must have used your heart if you can score over 400 points now. The thing about learning is that it's a positive cycle, and if you put your mind to it, you're sure to be rewarded. I'm talking about your own problems. You used to love the old Gu family's daughter, and you were dying all day long. I feel like you're hopeless. Why the sudden change? At the mention of old Gu's daughter, Ji Guangshuan narrowed his eyes. Being talked about by his old dad about his former dog-licking career, Monsoon couldn't help but blush in his old face. Equals. Don't I say it? Think about it and let it go. Really put it down? Really put it down. Monsoon had a serious face, but old Ji was still full of skepticism and suddenly spoke out. Did you boys move on? Pust. Monsoon, who had just taken a sip of water, spurted it out violently and stared at Ji Guangshuan to retort. Old Ji, you usually look like an old cadre. Why do you have such outrageous ideas? What's so outrageous about that? Your dad. I used to be the school bully. It's natural to know that the fastest way to get over a relationship is to move on to the next one. No questions asked. No, don't be ridiculous. Like this? And what is the name of the tall man you speak of? Male or female? Female. Look, 9 times out of 10 it's her. Old Season, you less nonsense. People are the first in the whole school. In the future will certainly be the Qingbei. I can mix a magic city. University will burn high incense. South of heaven. No such thing. Ji Guangshuan raised his eyebrows slightly, crossing his legs and leaning back on the sofa, as if pondering the truthfulness of what his son had said. Forget it. How do you say you're learning to be good? It's better than following Dodan's gang all day and mixing with society. After saying that, Ji Guangshuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Ji Feng beside him. Monsoon picked it up smoothly. That's true. Oh. It was only when he took the cigarette that he felt something was wrong. Smoke a lot. Ha? Not old smoke. Monsoon was a bit vain. Actually, he wasn't lying. He'd been spending a bit more time with Warmth lately, and less with Dodan and the others. With Warmth, he really didn't have much room to smoke. Seeing that old Ji didn't say anything to criticize either, Ji Feng hurriedly took out his lighter and lit it for his old man. Hiss! An almost synchronized gulp of smoke plunged the entire living room into a cloud of smoke. Little Wind. You can think openly. Dad is still very happy. I travel more. You usually less angry with your mom. Understand? Dad. I know in my heart. It's okay to have a number. They're all 18 adults. It's normal to have their own ideas, and it's time to have a little bit of an idea. In the future, don't say you'll think twice before you do something. At least use your brain to think before you engage. Got it, Dad. As they talked, Dong Kaihui also walked out with fruits in her hands. Come, you two men will talk while you eat. Okay, I'm not going to tell you so much crap that you'll turn around and get sick of hearing about it. You're still in the middle of your studies, so when you're done with your college entrance exams, we'll have another drink between you and me. Okay, Dad. I'll be sure to open a couple of good bottles for you later. Monsoon was aware that his own father had hidden a lot of good wine. He actually didn't like drinking much, but if he was having fun with his own family, then a little was fine. Here, have some fruit. Monsoon chatted with his mom and dad for a while longer before washing up and going to bed. He could feel his parents' happiness. The kind of happiness that comes from the heart for your son's conversion. Living again. Monsoon was meant to make his family comfortable, to make them proud of him, to make them feel proud. Everything will be fine. Lying on the bed, Monsoon suddenly received a QQ message. Pust. Couldn't help but laugh. He actually really enjoyed posting that when he was a lickspittle in his previous life. But he soon stopped laughing, because every time he asked, "Are you there?" the person who asked was always very humble. "It's as warm as this time of year." "What is it? Are you still going to run in the morning?" "Going. Together tomorrow?" "Good." After a brief conversation, the chat went nowhere again. So maybe that's the warmth. That's just the way she is. The word good made Monsoon not know what to say even if he wanted to say something. Putting down his cell phone, Monsoon was ready for bed. Still pretty tired after a long day of running. Tick-tock. But he had just laid down when his cell phone lit up once again with a new message. Monsoon thought it was warmth. So he just opened the QQ communication. But I didn't think that what was flashing on the QQ was Gu Shueting's avatar. Monsoon. I broke up with Yan Honghao. Seeing Gu Shueting and Yan Honghao break up, Ji Feng was instantly anxious. Why don't you guys stay together forever? Why did you break up with Yan Honghao? Gu Shueting, who was staring at the screen, touched her nose and lips as she wondered if Monsoon had made a typo. He's questioning why I broke up with Yan Honghao. The princess temper that had been cultivated over the years immediately brought about anger. And Gu Shueting's 10 fingers flew into input. Monsoon. I broke up with Yan Honghao. It's me who broke up with him. Gu Shueting. I really didn't expect you to be such a woman. Do you know how much Yan Honghao has given in your relationship? Gu Shueting? Chapter 36 Changes in the Class Flower. Monsoon looked at his cell phone. His face was full of indignation. He wasn't being conspiratorial. He was really angry. How to let this woman outflow? Yan Honghao, this waste, school grass name does not live up to awe. He hated the fact that Gu Shueting and Yan Honghao were completely locked up. Monsoon. Today's incident has made me see a lot of things. I was too vain in the past. Let's go back to the old days, okay? I used to be able to score only 200 points, but now I can score over 460. Back in the old days? Gu Shueting, you really want me to die. Monsoon, will you stop that? You know I didn't mean that. Seeing that the topic had returned to that boring state, Ji Feng also lost interest in continuing to chat with Gu Shueting. I'm going to take a shower. Actually, Monsoon had already taken a shower, but this talking point worked really well when dealing with people who didn't want to care. No wonder Gu Shueting took a shower as soon as she sent a message in her previous life. It felt so right. On the other side, Gu Shueting buried her head in the quilt and cried in aggravation. Early the next morning, as always, Monsoon came to the park to run. As promised last night, warmth was already waiting for him at the entrance of the park. It was still the green school uniform and nothing had changed. Morning. The two men removed their headphones and each said hello. Then each put their headphones back on and began practicing their listening. The academic pressure of senior high school was so great that even Warmth didn't dare to waste the precious time in the morning. Not to mention Monsoon. The two didn't say much, just ran together. Not quite like usual. Monsoon slowed down his pace slightly. Warmth is a girl after all, and can't run as fast as him. After 3 laps, Warmth stopped of his own accord. Monsoon, I'll go first. Good. Running would be pleasurable, and by the looks of Warmth, he should have gotten over the emotions of last night. There was no chatting, but Monsoon was in a good mood. After breakfast, he rode Ghostfire to school. Good morning, Monsoon. Good morning, Windy. Well, good morning. Facing the greetings from his classmates, Monsoon smiled and responded to each of them. He's changed in a while, and a lot of people have seen it, but it's just missing the nail in the coffin. For students, scores are results. The scores on the practice exams are enough to give today's Monsoon the respect of his classmates. And that respect is not the kind of fear of a rogue student, but the respect of someone who has worked hard to get ahead and turn the tide against the wind. Just as he began to organize the book rolls, Monsoon suddenly heard some of his classmates exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is she? Warm? Is it Warm? This TM. She's so pretty. I feel better looking than Gu Shueting. There is one. Indeed. Today's Warmth changed into that purple energetic sportswear, brightly dressed, letting the youthfulness that oozed out of her. In fact, it's completely normal for a young, youthful girl like Warmth to dress like this. It's just that the warmth of almost 3 years in a school uniform has been etched into too many people's brains. It's only more surprising when you change into sportswear at this point. Not just the change in attire, but the Warm hairstyle was also restyled by the Monsoon. So the commotion brought about by the change of the class flower lasted for a long time. Pretty girls always attract the attention of others, and some students even took the initiative to seek her out and chat with her. Warmth's personality didn't change much though, just responding to everything with indifference. and in the end simply looking out the window and starting to stare. Autistic teenage girls begin to be autistic. The others ran out of ideas. Seeing warmth change, Lu Wei, who has always coveted warmth, silently clenched his fists. He'd always seen the warmth as a hidden jewel he'd found. Monsoon appeared already let him produce a strong crisis, and now the warmth has changed its face, all of a sudden giving Lu Wei a feeling that his hidden jewels are completely exposed in the public eye. He swallowed somewhat helplessly and eventually came to Monsoon. Brother Wind, warmth, why is she dressed like this? Aren't you going to talk about her? Monsoon scratched his hair and for a moment didn't figure out if he had misheard or if Lu Wei was sick in the head. I had a hard time putting this together for her. What am I saying? That she looks good? What else do you need to say? Don't be so shallow, young man, okay? Lu Wei's entire expression was strange when he was asked this by Monsoon. But warmth is like this. She's like this. It affects her studies. After holding his tongue, Monsoon thought he was going to say something shocking. Who knew it would just hold back and interfere with learning? It's just boring. Lu Wei's little bit of mind. He took one look at it and saw through it. And Monsoon was well aware of warmth's inner pride. No matter what kind of thing happened, the situation. In terms of warmth's pride, there was no way that there could be a crossover between her and Lu Wei. The two were not even on the same page. Is this not good? She is the moon and the flower. Why hide under clouds and mud? Lu Wei felt that Monsoon didn't understand what he meant, so he reminded again. Brother Feng, you should know what I mean, right? She will only be discovered by more people like this, and there will definitely be many people chasing after her in the future. You won't be afraid of. When the time comes, what do I have to be afraid of? Who she likes is her own business. I'm not her father. Why should I be afraid? And Monsoon just patted him on the shoulder. Everyone has the right to live in the sunlight, and being in the darkness makes you yearn for the light all the more. Lu Wei looked at Monsoon in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Monsoon just eat the young people like to drink chicken soup. 2 mouthfuls of chicken soup to Lu Wei bluffed. In fact, he didn't really want anyone to disturb the warmth at this time of day. And certainly not him. It's just something that always has to be faced. And even if it's not now, it will be in college. There would be little need to stop it. Back in the classroom, Monsoon's life is once again quiet. But calm isn't bland. It's just organized without too many variations. For the rest of the day, each day was like a replica of the day before. Monsoon meets with warmth every morning to run together, and works hard to review during the day. And at the end of the afternoon course, the two of them don't go to the evening study together, and turn their heads to go to Monsoon's studio. After arriving at the studio, Monsoon and Warmth had their own busy schedules. Work and study. The basics of sucking up, talking, building groups, and promoting are so simple that Warmth is basically a matter of looking at it. There was no way Monsoon was going to let her do this kind of low-level poking around either. On a nurturing level, Warmth itself is different from others. After understanding the basics a little, she took over what was originally Monsoon's job, tallying, dispatching, consolidating, and taking away the bookkeeping duties as Dodan looked on in gratitude. Every night time, Warmth asked Monsoon if there was a question he couldn't answer at work, and Monsoon similarly asked Warmth if there was anything he couldn't do in his studies. Progress comes in silence. During that time there were also students who questioned Warmth and Monsoon about not going to night study, all the way up to the last touch test. Chapter 37, The White Moonlight in a Teenager's Heart. More or less cumulative over 3 lifetimes. Monsoon shocked the class with a score of 599. Warmth, on the other hand, stayed put and stayed first. Students are score-driven, and scores make the voices that question them fade away. The two delivered this score that would shut everyone up. No one ever interfered with them not going to night study after that. Many people even began to speculate whether the two had found a better place to study, quietly powering on and envying them for living and studying at such a pace. Since this proof of strength, people gradually began to hand warm love letters and confessions and send flowers. For those who don't like Warmth, or some girls, her character isn't really that different from before. It's just that the change in appearance has changed the number of people talking about her behind her back. But for these teenagers with confessions or crushes, this moment of Warmth has become the last white moon of their high school careers. Her cool, bright eyes looked purer than Gu Shueting's. Her skin was fairer, and she studied better. Unconsciously, Warmth had replaced Gu Shueting's position in the hearts of many boys. Gradual perfection. The contrast between the two is very clear. Gu Shueting once had more than just the Monsoon this licking dog, and Yin Hong Hao official announcement to talk about the object, chasing a lot of people, and on weekdays is also high and mighty. And Warmth has never rumored anything other than tutoring Monsoon. Usually, they don't talk much with Monsoon in class, except for eating lunch together, and when they talk, it's about lectures, so a lot of students deliberately ignore Monsoon's existence as well. Wanted to make a confession before graduation without any regrets. It's just a shame that warmth is warmth. Her indifference was as if she was born with it, and the love letters, flowers, and gifts she received were usually thrown in the trash when the person left. It's also a matter of upbringing and politeness, not throwing it in someone's face. And that alone broke the hearts of a whole wave of schoolboys. But most people who confess have it in their hearts as well. What makes white moonlight beautiful? It's because she's untouchable. It was because her standing there alone, even if she did nothing, was enough to fill all of the teenager's eyes and stand in his heartbeat. For many years to come, looking back on this moment, there will always be teenagers who remember how clumsy they were. Think of this beauty that was once there. Whenever I think of this person who used to fill a teenager's heart, and she'll win over everyone. In Monsoon's small studio, Monsoon leaned back in his somewhat worn, second-hand boss chair. Everything here was second-hand, and Monsoon had no intention of replacing it with new. He knew very well that after graduation the studio would definitely have to move to Mordor, and the members of the studio, too, would see their first separation. Studio transfer is a given. There are no other options. Pearl City is not a chartered area, and Mordor, which is the trade center for almost the entire country, is not comparable at all. He's going to school in Mordor again, and those two things alone basically lock up the studio spot. It can only be Mordor. There's no choice. After graduation people have their own aspirations. Those who are willing to go with him he will take, and those who want to stay, Monsoon will not retain. Closing his eyes and pondering over his future direction, Monsoon pinched his brow. Today was the day of commission settlement, so it was rare that he didn't go back to reviewing his homework, but instead waited for the commission settlement from Warmth's side. By the time it was about 7 o'clock, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Warmth's mouth as she looked up. Out of the books, A commissions totaled 553, 049 and B commissions totaled 568, 771. There are now a total of 19 people in the studio doing traffic even me, and the highest commission is 39, 000 and the lowest is 11, 000. Oh, the B commission exceeds the A commission. It seems like the brothers have been working hard lately. Monsoon tapped his forehead and pulled out a cigarette, then silently put it back under the warm gaze. Seeing that Warmth seemed to have something to say, Monsoon raised his hand. Say what you have to say. What is there to hide in front of me? Warmth paused before opening his mouth. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the B commission to be higher than the A commission. This time the B commission exceeds the A commission. Seeing that Warmth still had some concerns, Monsoon took the initiative to help her open her mouth. Generally speaking, A commission is about 10% higher than B commission, and there is only one reason why B commission exceeds A commission now. That means someone ran the other guy's list, right? Aha. Warmth nodded. She originally thought that Monsoon would be angry, but Monsoon just smiled casually. Warmth, do you have the feeling that we usually call each other brothers Windy? They run other people's lists and not mine, and this behavior amounts to betrayal? Warmth didn't know how to respond, but her perception still drove her to nod. Aha. Actually, no. Each promotion talker has a limited number of superior products in their hands, and we're still very weak right now. It can't even be full coverage of a small category of mom and baby, and everyone is opening up. If someone opens up the land, there must be something better than us, a single product that can't be involved. For example, cheap shoes, clothes, we simply don't have them, and we can't find the merchants to match them. It's not uncommon for them to run someone else's order once the client has a need. Brothers want to make more money. They have to fulfill the needs of their customers, and the customers will trust them more. This thing goes both ways. No one did that for the first month simply because they weren't familiar with it and didn't know how to do it yet. As time goes on, posting other people's yummies will only increase. Just get used to it. After listening to Monsoon's explanation, Warmth pondered for a while before slowly nodding. I know. Well, do the math. It's always a fun day when all commissions are settled. It's been counted. Warmth handed over the consumption list. The first month Monsoon as the studio owner to bear everything. Naturally there is no problem. But the second month everyone is making money, and it's time to do the math on studio depletion. You know, Monsoon has never treated his brothers as employees. They are all partners. Since we're partners, it's only right to contribute. 21 computers, 8 long tables, 24 chairs, 1 desk, 1 drinking fountain. The total cost of the above stuff, including rent, is 84,290. When Monsoon flipped through the accounts, he frowned slightly and his tone chilled a bit. Where's your commission? Not counted? Warmth felt the change in Monsoon's attitude and her face was a little flustered. I've been doing traffic myself, and I'm already making a lot more money than I was before. That explanation didn't help, or at least Monsoon wouldn't listen to it. He just looked at Warmth coldly until Warmth lowered his head. Everyone is a partner. Everyone does different things and naturally gets different results. They are promoted as traffic and I am able to give them B commissions all over. You're a studio director now. Why can't you get a cut of the A commission? Warmth didn't even dare to look directly into Monsoon's eyes. The vast majority of the time the Monsoon is gentle. Especially when it comes to Warmth, which can be almost gentle. But Monsoon was now angry. And even the temperature of the entire office had dropped a few degrees. Chapter 38. I want to go to Mordor University. Warmth half squeaked. And she didn't know how to answer. She felt that the money was too much. Too much to belong to her. And she was afraid to take it. Monsoon saw that the autistic girl was starting to get autistic and couldn't do anything with her for a while. Anyone else would be a dead pig in a poke. But unfortunately she was warm. Come here and settle your own paycheck. Monsoon coldly said. Warmth snapped her head up. Her expression even more overwhelmed than before. The watery mist gradually overflowing her eyes. That pitifully resigned look. Where was even a drop of the usual high spirits? Monsoon sighed and simply covered his forehead. Why are you crying? I'm just asking you to figure out your paycheck. Not firing you. What are you thinking? Hearing Monsoon say this, Warmth's eyes instantly brightened. After blinking several times in a row, the watery mist in his eyes faded away. The steps were a little lighter as they came toward Monsoon. Good. The broken window effect can be used in many ways, such as giving a girl a paycheck. Monsoon skimmed his head and didn't gaze at the Warmth again. Only the corners of his mouth at the window followed suit. Only the smirk didn't last long before it disappeared. After entering the studio for about a week, Warmth had taken over all of Monsoon's original work and became the studio's director. In the time since then, Warmth's performance has been nothing short of amazing, and with her presence, Monsoon has completely eliminated the need to spend time tending to the work of promoting the talkers. He only needs to grasp the general direction, the other selection, price negotiation, commission. Warmth will help him one by one to do a good job. In the past, when he negotiated prices and selected products, he relied on his experience in his previous life. Instead, the Warmth talk about price selection. But the method of using data traffic increased statistics, accurate and effective. Is this supposed to be the prototype of big data? It's just that right now she doesn't have the software or tools to collect the data. As far as the Warmth is concerned, it's perfectly fine to say that there's something for the secretary to do. Compared to those secretaries in Monsoon's previous life, the level was not much higher, and the gap in ability was too obvious. While Monsoon was lamenting, Warmth had already done some quick math. It might be a bit much if you go by the split. Warmly and somewhat nervously, he handed the bill to Monsoon. The salary that Monsoon mentioned to Warm is a 10% share of the back office class commission, plus a fixed salary of $6,000. Monsoon's Class A commission for this month is $550,000, leaving aside the 11% personal income tax, and ending up with about $490,000, warming up to take 10% of the surplus, which is $49,000, together with the $6,000 fixed salary. The total salary that Monsoon alone had given her amounted to $55,000. Warm weekdays at home also used the phone to do traffic and earn a little B class commission. It's the one at the bottom of the pile, but it's still a 10K plus commission, with a total salary of over $60,000. Warmth was not exaggerating when she said that she had never seen so much money in her life. It's only been a month. That's what is meant by change. Just get the accounts right. Your bigger share means I make more. No need to get hung up on it. Warmth looked at Monsoon, who had made a decision, and bit her own lip. Monsoon, I'd like to take you to dinner too. Well, make up for last time. From the last time Warmth said that she would invite Monsoon to dinner until now, this separate meal never came to fruition. Both of them were busy during this time, and Warmth didn't mention it again. A month went by in a flash. It was another commission settlement day, so Warmth wanted to take this opportunity to invite Monsoon to dinner. In the young girl's slightly expectant eyes, Monsoon slightly shook his head. Today? I'm afraid not. The guys have made so much money that they definitely need to go out and get together to celebrate. Isn't that what people come out to make money for? Oh, Monsoon said this with a smile on his face, and said it with reason, unable to find a single fault. Warmth followed with a stiff smile. Fair enough. The young girl silently lowered her head and stopped talking. One unsolicited invitation to Monsoon had used up all her courage. Warmth's character was like this, and now even if she were to turn back the clock and ask her to open her mouth again, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to do so. When Monsoon saw Warmth lower her head, her heart was slightly relieved. It was because he had seen Warmth's strong learning ability during this period of time that he had deliberately kept a distance from Warmth. She is the one who has the ability to spread her wings and she deserves a higher stage. Imperial Capital, Qingbei University. Warmth's future was bound to be bright, and it was there that she would be able to see the wider stage of the world. He had already chosen Mordor University, and the two were bound to go their separate ways after the college entrance exams were over. So Monsoon always maintained restraint. No unsolicited chit-chat. No flirty talk. Keep it polite and respectful and distant. This should be a good choice for everyone, right? Monsoon said silently in his heart. Bang! The door to the room was opened and an excited Dodan yelled, Brother Fong, going for a drink tonight? Okay, tonight is on me. Long live Brother Fong. Wendy's atmosphere. The atmosphere of the studio was very warm. A group of people flocked to Monsoon, chose a buffet barbecue restaurant, and ate nonsense. Warmth followed as the studio director. It was just that she, who had always been able to eat, didn't have much of an appetite today. During this celebratory feast, Monsoon and his brothers talked about the bright future. Warmth just sat silently on the side, quietly watching him, all the way to the end of the potluck. The Monsoon, which smelled somewhat of alcohol, carried the Warmth away from the crowd. Although he will deliberately keep some distance from Warmth, but if the time is late, he is bound to send Warmth home. Sitting in the cab, the two were in silent mode again. There were no words on the way, until they were about to arrive at the city village, when Monsoon suddenly opened his mouth. Later, you can rent a 2-bedroom downtown for like $1,000. It's not much of a strain for you right now, and your mom's life will usually be a lot easier. Aha! Warmth hummed softly, and it took a while longer before he spoke again. Monsoon, which college are you planning to go to? Mordor University. I'll do my best. If I can't get in, then we'll talk about it. On the contrary, the college entrance examination shall not rush a city top student. It's a safe bet that you're going to be the top student in the city. Aha! Warmth hummed again. Nothing more. She didn't say a third word until the car stopped. What about the studio in the future? The background is all network operation. When the time to WeChat contact will not be less your salary. Go ah! The Monsoon didn't linger long. Who can say what happens after graduation? Monsoon knew he cared about Warmth, so he always kept his wits about him. A momentary impulse as a teenager may only bring you endless regrets. 4 years is enough time to change too many things. Master, Tanny Court. Warmth stood at the curb and watched the cab leave, her eyes gradually lowering. The low self-esteem accumulated since childhood may have been gradually worn away during this time of change. But when faced with Monsoon, that inferiority complex still returns to possession. It was the Monsoon that pulled her out of the darkness. Her most vulnerable side had only been seen by Monsoon. Mordor University. Warmth murmured under her breath, her gaze gradually firming up. Qingbei Fuxiao said that you cannot use the full name. I simply melted directly. Can read it on the line. Chapter 39 Reconciliation with Oneself. A shack in the middle of the city. Mom, I'm home. Warmly, he turned on the light, and there was the familiar mother-daughter stare. Again, every day. As the person closest to Warmth, Wang Yakin can most clearly feel her changes. My daughter's expression was still cold, but her gaze was no longer confused. It's as if, is suddenly different. Wang Yakin owed her body slightly puzzled. Nuan, did something happen today? Looking at her own mother, Warmth's gaze was also a bit complicated. She sighed slightly and sat down on the edge of the bed. Well, I got paid for my part-time job today. Money is the hero's guts. Money is the backbone. These two phrases are aphorisms for many men, but they really don't mean two things to women either. Warming up to a paycheck of over 60,000 for the month, even without insurance, wasn't stable enough, but the money itself was more than enough to make up for everything. With money comes power, and this thing is the same for girls. Part-time job salary? It's already the entrance exams. Why do you still have a part-time job? Do you know how important high school is to you? At the mention of the high school entrance exam, Warmth's gaze was a bit puzzled, and she nodded her head. I know, Mom, the college entrance exam. It's my destiny. Wang Yakin didn't hear the warmth of the words, and evaluating the college entrance exam in this way didn't seem to be a problem to her. You know that and you still go to a part-time job? Warmth, if you fail the college entrance exam, your life will be over. Warmth looked at his mother fixedly, did not bother to argue, just silently nod. Mom, our family needs money, and so does your surgery. What do you know as a little kid? You don't need to worry about Mom's business. Raw, argumentative, and cold. Over the course of several years, Warmth found it difficult to communicate effectively with her mom anymore. Every conversation is either a fight or a conversation about each other. Today is no different. Mom, you're my mom. How can I not care about you? Heart valve surgery costs a lot of money and I need to make money. Is that something you need to think about? Besides, how much do you make in a month on a part-time job? Over 50. 000. When she heard the number Warmth uttered, Wang Yakin visibly froze. How much did you say? I made over $50. 000 this month. And I checked. And it's almost $200. 000 for your surgery. I'll soon be able to raise the money for your operation. And then we'll go to the specialists in Jinling. Snap. In the middle of Warmth's words, Wang Yakin's slap had been thrown at her face. Warm and dumbfounded. Sitting on the edge of the bed. White face quickly red and swollen. This slap is really not light. Warmth fell silent. Didn't contradict her mother at this point. Didn't bother to explain. She was used to it. In Pearl City, Wang Yakin couldn't really think of what kind of job would make more than $50,000. What good can it be to receive such a large one-time paycheck on the side while attending school? Looking at the increasingly beautiful, bright and beautiful daughter, even if the warmth of this mapping test is still the first in the break, Wang Yakin still can't help but think in a bad way. And her words become vicious. Where did you get so much money? Tell me, did you go to the podium? Or have you been taken? Is it Monsoon? Or some other old man? Warmth, I tell you, our family can be poor, but poor with a backbone. If you do something as shameless as your father did, then you'll never recognize me as your mother again. The same shameless thing as Dad? What did Dad do back then? Ordering paint for the factory and then getting reported by your mom? She vaguely remembers that when her dad ordered paint, it was the best time in their family's life. Facing his mother's questioning, he watched her grow more and more vehement. The light in Warmth's eyes gradually went out, and his tone became unusually calm. Take it easy, Mom. You have a bad heart and I don't want to argue as far as the type of work. All I can tell you is that it's the internet. And it's hard to tell you in a few words exactly what the job entails. You should have gone through my drawers and book bag with the reports and data sheets I made. While you may not be able to read it, you should understand that I'm not lying. Mom, I know you're scared. Don't worry. I'll always be by your side. This time Wang Yakin was a little surprised. And what she was surprised about was no longer money or things. Rather, it was the blandness of his daughter's face. In the old days, if my daughter knew she had gone through her book bag and drawers, the result was bound to be arguments and hysteria. But this time, Warmth volunteered about her rummaging through drawers and school bags, and her eyes and expression were so calm. I don't know if it's because of that slap just now. The warm, calm look in her eyes at that moment scared her a little as a mom. Nuan, let me tell you. Warmth gently waved her hand, stopping her mother from about to play the customary emotional card. Mom, I've only recently come to realize the truth that a lot of what you've been saying is, in fact, wrong. A diploma and good marks are not enough to have a future of your own. In the real world off campus, verve, courage, perseverance, boldness, poise, savvy, strength, choice. These things are more important because I'm not a kid in an ivory tower. Now I have my marks and am about to have my diploma. So, I want to touch the real world. Wang Yakin's eyes widened, not quite understanding what Warmth meant. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. The feeling that her daughter was completely out of control was like a plague of insects biting at her heart. I'm your mom. Why are you such an ignorant child? Yes, you're my mom and I've always loved you. But Mom, times have changed a long time ago. As times change, some of your concepts are no longer applicable. Many of the things you preach don't make sense and are even wrong. As for knowing things, Mom, it's precisely because I know what I'm doing that I'm at peace with telling you this. Warmth was calmly sitting beside Wang Yakin, looking at Wang Yakin's slap that had already been raised again, and had no intention of dodging it. And Wang Yakin's hand didn't fall. Her expression was a little sobbing. How can you not listen to your mommy? I grew up. Warmth was calm on her face. The showdown with her own mother hadn't been as difficult as she thought it would be. To say it's disheartening is a bit much. This confession is more like a summary of his 18 years. A reconciliation with his mother. The love of mother and daughter. The gift of nurturing. This bond can never be broken. And even if there are many thorns in this bond, Warmth must hold it. She remembered what Monsoon had said to her earlier. It is only after you are able to support the family that your parents will speak to you calmly and even carefully. This is an ordinance that applies to almost 99% of households. Warmth now has the ability to support the family. With what she now knew about traffic realizations, she wouldn't starve to death even if she left Monsoon. It has also become completely blasé in the face of things that were once unacceptable. Mom, after the entrance exams are over, I'll rent a 2-bedroom house in the city. It's closer to the hospital and easier to commute, but I won't have time to deal with the move until after high school. Nuan, why are you making a fool of yourself? Warmth smiled and interrupted Wang Yakin. Mom, I hope the changes I've made will lead to a better life for my family. Listen to me. Looking at the smiling Warmth, Wang Yakin opened her mouth. My daughter has always been very understanding, but today, she seems to have really changed. Mom knows. Chapter 40, the post-senior exam party. After that, a month of time to settle down. So that the warmth of the past body inferiority complex receded a lot. A few more self-confidence. The attitude towards people also changed from cold to cold. This is something that the members of Monsoon Studios feel most strongly about. That cold and unfeeling feeling is too obvious. Doing things rigorously, meticulously. The principle of the issue is not negotiable at all. Maybe it only changes slightly when standing next to Monsoon. From cold and warm director, to gentle and warm director. And for the average student at the school, the warmth grows more and more uninviting. To say when this change started. It was around the 15th of last month when Warm received his first paycheck. Time slips by unnoticed and the college entrance exams are coming fast. Some have been looking forward to this day for a long time, and some fear it like a nightmare. For many, this is a summary of the past 12 years, and likewise, it is the beginning of a new journey. Monsoon home. Little wind. Go for it, son, don't stress out. At the door, Dong Kaihui and Ji Guangxuan cheered for their children. And such a scene also happened at the same time in countless families across the country. For millions of students, these next 2 days will be the most important turning point in their lives. Don't worry, Sister Hui, old Ji, your son is so powerful now that he can't flip the car a bit, compared to his parents who were full of nervousness. Monsoon was calm. Nonsense. A few lifetimes are really not enough to be intimidated by a high school entrance exam. For him, the university is just a platform for drawing on talent, for getting things done. And for bringing people together. Even if he didn't get into Mordor University, he was sure of getting up. Of course, there are reasons to go to college for pleasure and to satisfy previous regrets. On the other side of the city, Warm was carrying a bag and also saying goodbye to Wan Yakin before the exam. With her sensitivity, she certainly knew that there had been a quiet shift in status between herself and her mother. There is no such thing as peaceful coexistence, and even in a family, there will be a strong party and a weak party. She would never be mean to her mom, who raised her as a child. There are just some wounds from the past that will take time to heal. Mom, I'm leaving. Warmth smiled. Well then, Nuan, go for it. The students' exams were spread across different schools, so there was no talk of peers when it came to the entrance exams. On the first day, language was taken in the morning and math in the afternoon. The next day was general in the morning and English in the afternoon. The morning went exceptionally well, and there just weren't many conceptually ambiguous questions on the answer key. Warmth also gave him a few days of surprise cramming before the entrance exam. Now that I think about it, it's still pretty useful. After finishing the language test, Monsoon took out his cell phone, and the class group's messages were already getting lively. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Over and out. The answers you guys are talking about. How come none of them match up with what I wrote? How's your essay writing going? Has the squad leader come out yet? Li Liang, where is he? At Summer Breeze, how did Monsoon students do on their exams? At Summer Breeze, shivering words. Monsoon actually saw someone at him, and there was more than one, and said that there was no point in pretending to be a dead diver at this time. Anyway, they went their separate ways after the high school exams, so they hit the keyboard. It's okay. After chatting with the class for a while, Monsoon scanned the communication list and clicked on the top avatar. Remember to eat at noon. Good. Warmth is so withdrawn that it's hard to get her to initiate conversations with others, and it's almost impossible to eat with others or anything. Monsoon felt that if he hadn't reminded Warmth, this girl would in all probability not eat. Now it's not that she doesn't have the money, it's that it's too much trouble. Thinking of the warmth, the corners of Monsoon's mouth couldn't help but raise. The pig bean-like smile was interrupted by the restaurant owner. Young man, you don't eat, don't block here and hinder my business. Ahem. Excuse me, give me a pork knuckle rice. The 2 days passed quickly. The class groups were also more lively than ever, with people discussing their exams and sharing some heartfelt stories. Others will talk about aspirations for future colleges, volunteering, and so on. Monsoon stayed out of these conversations, making herself look as transparent as possible. It was just that by the next afternoon, when they took their respective cell phones after the English test, private chat messages come right in. Monsoon, what college are you going to enroll in? Seeing that it was Gu Shuiting's message, Ji Feng rubbed his head, having just finished the exam. Even he had some waves in his heart. He didn't want to go into any heavy-handedness at this point. What kind of university to get into is not to be said. Life has its dreams. Each is wonderful, and each will be well in the future. Is it possible that we won't be able to do it again? No. Gu Shueting in front of the cell phone was in a low mood. She felt that she didn't play well in the college entrance exam. It wasn't a bad test, but it didn't play at its usual level either. So I wanted to talk to Monsoon. After all, the entrance exams are over. But he didn't think that Monsoon would directly give such a decisive answer. holding this Apple IV cell phone that Monsoon once bought for her. Tears fell on the screen like threaded beads. The class groups are still active. And all the stress is cathartic with the end of the entrance exams. A decade of hard studying has finally come to an end. The world of the future, swing for the fences or keep trying, has been a different path. The class president, Cage Lee, sent out an invitation in the class group. The college entrance exam is over. I propose to go to Zyankaju for a meal tomorrow, and then go to Juwonhao KTV to sing together in the afternoon. Spending AA. Just dive in if you're not interested, deduct 1 if you are, and I'll count the number. 1, 1, 1, 11,111. In a class of more than 50 people, Leetsong just opened his mouth and more than 20 people agreed. Monsoon was a bit torn, and he hadn't figured out if he should go over and say goodbye to his 3-year classmate. In both his past and present lives, his relationship with these classmates could not be described as good. Dodan and the others are not in the same class, and it seems that Warm is the only one with a better Monsoon now. In the middle of the Warm, Monsoon musing, some students in the back began to yell loudly, "Class, make sure you go to the party tomorrow and don't let your high school career leave you with any regrets." Monsoon listened in confusion and ghostly pressed on 1. After Monsoon deducted 1, 2 messages immediately popped up in the class group that was already somewhat silent. 1. The first one was from Warmth, and the second one was from Gu Shueting. Seeing the message from the two of them, someone in the class group immediately jumped in. "See, I told you that as soon as Monsoon goes, Warmth will definitely go." Indeed, the husband songwriter belongs to is. There is a saying. Indeed, Gu Shueting. After seeing a crowd of people flirting with Monsoon and Warmth, her heart was inexplicably on fire. Obviously she also followed the hair. Why did no one mention her? Fingertips fluttered across the screen. The words I wanted to say still untyped. Gu Shueting then saw an unbelievable scene as Warmth, who never spoke on her own accord, opened her mouth. "Yes, I'll go if Monsoon goes." Chapter 41, The Young Man Who Chases the Wind. The originally lively atmosphere instantly froze. A lot of people were actually thinking that with that kind of character of Warmth, would they shyly deny it or coldly ignore it? But it didn't occur to me that autistic teenage girls don't play by the rules at all. She actually plays straight ball? Kawabunga! *******, playing straight ball is right. Well, kill the dog like this? Take in the flavor. This is the class group. The classmates' flirting continued. And Monsoon, who was a party to it, of course saw the scene. Warmth's bluntness froze Monsoon himself. He immediately realized he couldn't keep from squealing at a time like this. When I was studying, someone other than Warmth gave me a hand? Don't be sour. It's buddies and Warmth supporting each other. You guys know. Monsoon's words managed to divert the fire. Okay. Brother Fong is starting to protect his wife. Okay. The demons are retreating. Monsoon chatted with the crowd in the class for a while longer, making sure that the topic no longer revolved around Warmth before exiting the group chat. When they returned home, Dong Kaihui and Ji Guangshuan immediately greeted them. "Gu, my great talent is finally back. Quick, tell mom how did you do on the exam." "It's okay, it should feel pretty good." Monsoon scratched his head. "Not bad at all. Just relax after the exams." "Nah, here's $5,000. Take it and relax." Looking at the $5,000 handed over by Dong Kaihui, Monsoon cried and laughed a little. $5,000 really didn't mean much to him now, but Monsoon didn't reject it, but took it in his hand with a smile and put his arm around his old mom. A mom's love for her child is simply to be good to him unconditionally. Don't turn down your mom's kindness, because it feels really good to be needed. "Love you, Mom." "Brat, just grease the wheels." The chubby Dong Kaihui was also full of happiness. The flesh on her face was piled up together, but unfortunately the smile didn't last long before it was broken. Xiao Feng ah, even if the end of the college entrance examination, do not be complacent. The future is still a long way. Your father Dong Kaihui, you want to do what? Little Wind, you go inside first. I'll kill a barking dog first. Dong Kaihui pushed up her sleeves and was about to pinch Lao Ji, but Lao Ji hastened to put a stop to it. "I'm just telling my son not to swell up. Why are you even moving?" Seeing that his old man was going to be abused by his old mom, Monsoon hurriedly stopped it. "Take it easy, Mom. My dad was joking. All day long it's the old cadre thing. Even if you play outside, you still come when you're home." Humph. Monsoon pinched his sweat. The old season's family status is worrying. "Dad, what's up?" Ji Guangshuan waved his hand. "It's not really a big deal. I just wanted to ask you if you have any certainty about Mordor University? It feels like it shouldn't be a problem." "Really? 80%. Monsoon also did not say words too full. In fact, he felt that there is a 95%. Just feel that that set out too pretentious. And he didn't have much of a scholar's system, so there was still a certain chance of flipping this exam. That's only 80%. 80% is really okay. Even if you can't get into Mordor University, there's nothing wrong with the other 985. Son, nice. The moment he was praised by his father, Monsoon also smiled from the bottom of his heart. It is inherently a matter of pride for a boy to be recognized by his father. Monsoon interest came up, simply took the initiative to take out the cigarettes and handed one to old Ji. Ji Guangxuan took the cigarette, crossed his legs, and waited for Ji Feng to light it for him. Monsoon was not idle, took out a lighter to light a cigarette for his dad, and in the meantime asked in a manner, "How? A drink tonight? Che, little brat, I'm still afraid of you?" That night, Monsoon opened a bottle each of Mutai Wulianye from Ji Guangxuan's collection. It was fine if he couldn't finish it. He just wanted to open the wine and let his old man feel heartbroken. But today's Ji Guangxuan didn't look heartbroken. That stash of booze is nothing compared to your own son's high school entrance exams. The two men talked and ate and blew off steam, tossing and turning until after 9 p.m. Thanks to the fact that it was at home, Monsoon went to take a shower after eating and drinking enough. Lying on the bed, Monsoon then took out his cell phone. There's quite a bit of information out there, from Gu Shueding, Li Son, and Do Ding. Unfortunately, none of this is what Monsoon wants to see. Monsoon didn't return any of them, and with a slight drunkenness, he slowly went to sleep. I don't know if it was the accumulated stress and fatigue from studying for a long time, but Monsoon slept for a long time this time. It was after 11 o'clock the next day before he woke up in a daze. It's 11 o'clock. The senior class reunion starts at 12 noon. Normally, people are pretty much gathered by 11:30 and start ordering and serving. It's 11 o'clock and Monsoon isn't even wearing pants. It's already late. Taking out his cell phone, he simply ignored the other messages and tapped on the top avatar. "Where are you?" Warmth thought about it before replying. "At home. I'll pick you up." "Good." Warmly and silently, he retrieved his cell phone and began to walk back from the bus stop. Monsoon had said he would come to pick her up, so naturally it was impossible to go back to the bus. The walk back was the same, only warmer with a lighter pace. By the time Monsoon's Ghostfire stopped at the intersection of the city center village, Warmth had actually been waiting for more than 20 minutes. Today she's back in that yellow and blue waist-length dress. Youth and beauty overlap like a landscape, attracting the attention of many passers-by, including the old man selling radishes at the intersection. She liked the set and the way Monsoon looked at her. "Sorry for the late start today." "It's okay, I just got here too." When Warmth uttered these words, the intersection carrot-selling grandpa gave her a surprised look. Warmth ignored the Moncler outlet store eyes, silently put on the white helmet that belongs exclusively to him, straddled the Ghostfire, and gently wrapped his arms around Monsoon's waist. Monsoon's expression was a bit strange. It's a little itchy to be honest. And it's not just the body that's itchy. In his previous life, he had come into contact with a really large number of women, but basically they were all the kind that went for the kidneys but not the heart. The fluttering in his heart Monsoon never denied it, but his mature character still let him keep his sanity. "What's wrong?" Warmth sensed that Monsoon was different. "It's nothing, they're probably going to be sighing at this point when they go over there." Oh, Warmth was light in nature. She would hardly have an expression on such things. Perhaps she didn't care. Monsoon started the car and rushed towards the pre-arranged restaurant. Unlike in the past when he rode with Warmth, Monsoon always felt that the warmth was a little closer today. Every time the car stopped at a red light, he felt a soft breath at the nape of his neck. It was as if the warmth was close to him, so close that the slightest breath could be detected. Monsoon couldn't describe the feeling and didn't say anything. It was really hard for him to imagine that a character like Warmth would do something to intentionally stick it to someone else, even if the two sides were already familiar with each other before. Every time they rode, Warmth still kept a far enough distance. It's supposed to be accidental. It's a thought that continues until the next big crossroads. Monsoon's brakes were slightly sharp, and his back immediately felt a burst of softness and warmth. The hand wrapped around Monsoon's waist also turned into a hug. Chapter 42, A lowly position does not dare to forget the country. Monsoon arched one eyebrow. It was so soft and cozy that he even had the urge to turn around and take that soft body into his arms. Will the warmth refuse? What was I thinking? Monsoon hastily extinguished the fire in his heart. The two men fell silent. The soft feeling lasted for an unknown amount of time. And anyway, Monsoon's heart was a little drunk, until the warmth of the voice came through his ears. The light is green. Ha! Ow! Gripping the gas again, Monsoon reluctantly came back to his senses. Warm, almost there. Aha! The familiar silence was not broken. And even after arriving at the door of Zyankaju and getting out of the car, Monsoon's heart was still a little messed up. He and Warmth walked into the oversized booth one after the other, and there was an immediate uproar. See? I told you they'd come together. What's the point? Usually the two of them are together. It's not that unusual. You guys are becoming first-grade legends. Monsoon, are you and Warmth together? The first few sentences were not out of the ordinary, but when he heard someone ask this, the trance in Monsoon's heart immediately tightened. His gaze and expression calmed down. The person who asked was Lu Wei, who cared very much about Warmth. The person closest to Monsoon was Warmth, and her sensitivity allowed her to immediately sense the change in Monsoon's attitude. So before Monsoon could take the initiative to speak, Warmth said, "We're friends." When Monsoon heard Warmth take the initiative to say this, he instead had some unknown feelings in his heart. But an old man like him had been through all kinds of occasions for a long time, so also just smile and echo the Warmth. Warmth is going to go to Qingbei. How can I get in with such a high scoreline? You guys just stop guessing. Monsoon said it with reason, and his expression and attitude made it impossible to see any additional emotions. A few of the uproarious students could only nod along. Monsoon said it like that. Yeah, 4 years can change so much. Okay, they're all graduated. We're all here today to have fun, so don't stop being sentimental. Class President Li Song was a little afraid of Monsoon, and when he saw that the atmosphere was not right, he hurriedly came out to round up the situation, trying to bring this senior party into its original rhythm. But today's Lu Wei doesn't know if the 3 years of confinement has finally been unlocked, and at this time he is still unwilling to stop. Monsoon, you and Warmth were late today. You two were the only ones late in the entire class. What did we say before about the tardy man forfeiting 3 drinks? Class, right? Monsoon narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, he had always brought Lu Wei to play. Not in anything. First place in the Archfire. Now at the graduation party. This kid is so unintelligent. Do you really think he has a good temper? The penalties can all be agreed upon beforehand. Monsoon, you're not going to wimp out, are you? Seemingly sensing Monsoon's emotions, the warm little hand suddenly wrapped around his hand and held it tightly. Monsoon's temper that was about to explode instantly dissipated, and his face followed the breeze. Well, I'm the one who's late today. You have to stand upright when you're beaten. You have to admit when you're wrong. Admit your punishment and admit it. It's not enough for you to admit your punishment. There's still Warmth. Lu Wei picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Warmth, but was stopped by Monsoon, and then he saw Warmth's eyes flashing at the people around him. The expression in the bright little eyes was very clear. Can I have a drink today? There is about the matter of warm drinking. Monsoon has always been non-negotiable, and this time is no exception. Seeing Monsoon shaking his head, Warmth could only tilt his head, then coldly skimmed his head. The tilted head is tilted to Monsoon, the cold face is to an outsider like Lu Wei, and the Warmth is clearly divided. Lu Wei looked at the two men with a somewhat complicated expression. The heart was even harder to describe. In fact, he wanted to be reminded that both Warmth and Monsoon had said that the two were just ordinary friends. But the matter of warm drinking actually had to ask the Monsoon. And then the Monsoon gave a no. And the Warmth also felt reasonable. Don't they find the matter itself unreasonable? What do friends care? Seeing that the surrounding students also felt that the atmosphere was not right, Monsoon did not want to spoil the fun. He gave the group a good laugh. Tell you what, class, we did come late and deserve a penalty. I'll drink the 3 cups for Warmth for her. Okay? After saying that, Monsoon picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one go before pouring the wine again. 6. Thankfully just beer. Warmth had been holding Monsoon's hand without letting go during this time, and this scene was seen by too many people. Okay, a poop. The dog food is full of sour smells inside. Lu Wei was indignant in his heart, but there was simply nothing he could do about this tacit understanding between the two. The more he forced himself, the more underhanded his demeanor seemed in front of Warmth and Monsoon, until the Monsoon finished the last cup. Lu Wei's essence was absent for a while. Okay, just admit the punishment. It was only after this that Warmth silently let go of Monsoon's hand. Silently. Today are all here to have a good time. Monsoon gave face, and the other students did not force it anymore. Seeing that Monsoon had punished the wine, the students also sat down and ate their meals. Warmth was definitely sitting next to Monsoon, which was normal, and the others didn't object. But the problem was that Gu Shueting actually took the initiative to sit over as well. Monsoon didn't bother with her and just ate with Warmth in silence. Try this one, but it's a little fatty. Nah, shrimp. After a period of exercise, the Warmth is still cold no doubt, but between the hands and feet, there is no longer that once the rushed and nervous. In the face of such a meal, she could already manage to peel the shrimp for Monsoon in an old-fashioned manner. Yes, last time it was the Monsoon precision feeding Warmth. This one backfired. Gu Shuaiting, who was on the side, also wanted to take the initiative to show her goodwill. But Monsoon didn't give her a chance at all and directly turned his back. Gu Shueting, who couldn't pull her face down, could only stop. After 3 rounds of drinks, the boys all started blowing each other's awesome, all full of vibrant age, politics, military, and a girl they once liked. By this time it was all being said without reservation. It became the talk of their tea time. Monsoon smiled as he sat in his seat, following along with a couple of choruses every now and then. He kind of liked it when the boys talked about military politics, but he didn't want to be the star of the meal, and there was no need for him to be in the limelight at this point. Gu Shuiting, who was on the side, saw that Monsoon ignored her and didn't interrupt much, and her heart was full of resentment. And then when he looked at the boys who were talking about it, he looked even more disdainful. It's really annoying to see this kind of people who drink and then talk highly of national issues. It's childish, pushin', ridiculous. Her voice was not small, and the comment immediately silenced the noisy hall. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and they all saw revulsion in their respective eyes. What Gu Shuiting said pierced the hearts of many people. Monsoon, who hadn't been squeaking, turned around at this time and looked at Gu Shuiting. Seeing Monsoon staring at her, Gu Shuiting thought that the other party wanted to reconcile with her. But Monsoon just frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry, Gu Shuiting, I don't agree with your words. Monsoon, there is nothing wrong with drinking and chatting, as is human nature, which is meant to express one's unfulfilled emotions. And have you ever heard the saying? Looking at the serious Monsoon, Gu Shuiting was a bit at a loss for words. What? A lowly position does not dare to forget the country. Chapter 43, Graduation Season Parting. The booth fell silent once more, and before long, some of the drunken boys stood up. Monsoon said it well. A lowly position does not dare to forget the country. This is indeed powerful. Asterisk really speaks to my heart. Windy is still. In the face of his classmates' boasting, Monsoon pressed his hand very calmly. I wasn't going to fill the cup, but who knew that just slightly out of the gate was the limit for the segment. Every now and then, he would habitually pull a cigarette out of his pocket and hold it to his mouth. Monsoon, who hadn't sensed anything wrong, suddenly blushed. Noticing the warm look in his eyes, Monsoon was ready to take the cigarette off his mouth, but it didn't occur to Warmth to suddenly take out a cardboard-shaped kerosene lighter. Click! The smell of kerosene flickered and the cigarette on his lips was lit with warmth. Monsoon staggered for a moment, then smiled and did a thank you salute. Warmth also smiled very rarely. She bought the lighter herself off the internet. It wasn't expensive and it was a long time coming. In fact, every time Monsoon pulled out a cigarette in front of her, Warmth was trying to light it for him. She couldn't speak fondly of the smell of smoke, but she knew that Monsoon liked to smoke. It's just that every time Monsoon takes out a cigarette, he silently takes it back. Warmth knows what Monsoon means, and her character is also very difficult to take the initiative to say to the Monsoon, you smoke. I will give you some this kind of words. So the seemingly coincidental thing of lighting a cigarette was something she had been preparing for a long time. Well, it's been a long time coming. Hush, hush. Monsoon exhaled his smoke and looked at the Warmth beside him. For some reason, he felt better than ever. Yellow Mountain? I'll buy this brand from now on. This kind of high-class pretentious hard dog food behavior was unanimously despised by many male students. However, the cold environment was broken by Monsoon's sentence. The atmosphere was alive again. Gu Shuiting sat there, quite a bit to the left and right. Only no one bothered her anymore, and she didn't go of her own accord. It was not until the meal was over and the crowd headed to the Juanhao KTV that the indifference during the meal came to an end. Monsoon and Warmth didn't shy away from the scene and followed the crowd to catch a cab. Because of the crowd, they still had the biggest private room. Alcohol consumption here is exaggerated, so non-drinkers are not charged for AA. When you get to a KTV, there's always a mic. They sing their hearts out and look at their favorite girl, hoping that girl will look at their hardworking selves. But that beautiful girl just sat quietly in a corner, looking at her cell phone every now and then, and the people around her. Female mics who sang a lot weren't idle either, such as the likes of Gu Shuiting. She has a good voice and sings with skill. 3 songs in a row, all of which were essentially perfectly played, earned many cheers. Only Monsoon never looked at her. While Gu Shuiting was singing, Warmth also quietly looked at Monsoon. Seeing that Monsoon was just resting his eyes, she was relieved. The KTV was a bit noisy, and Warmth wasn't a big fan of such places, but Monsoon was right next to it, and even if it was noisy, that was tolerable. Thinking about it, she sat a little closer so that the two were almost leaning together. The squad leader has finished singing. Monsoon, aren't you coming to sing one? After class President Lee Cage sang a song, one of the students extended an invitation to Monsoon. Monsoon hastily opened his eyes and immediately felt the young girl half leaning against his side. Although a little distracted, he got up and sat up straight. I'll sing what's not here. Nonsense. Juanhao's song library just stands out a full. What song can't there be? No really, so maybe I'll clear it then? Come on. Let's see what you've got in your gourd. Having the previous conversation at the dinner party made many of the boys change their minds about Monsoon. Except for a few individuals, the other boys had no deep grudge against Monsoon in the first place. A few words of conversation and the atmosphere all followed suit. Monsoon didn't make it up. He really didn't know how to sing the songs of this life, and some of the previous ones had long been forgotten. Picking up the microphone, Monsoon brewed a little and cleared the song After I'm Gone. Maybe love makes this moment gray. We're as indifferent as ever, feeling the only joy that remains. Looking back at all the twists and turns we've taken, just the two of us. No one else can understand. You said you were tired and could you leave me alone? I'm leaving. Don't feel bad. There are words in my heart that I don't even want to say. So remember that you have to be happy in the future. There's not that much karma in this world. Don't think about me when I'm gone. In spite of so much, this is the freedom you want. I gave it back to you. Although it is sung in a clear voice, the clear melody of the monsoon, the moving lyrics, all of them give birth to an unspeakable sentiment. Inexplicable empathy silenced everyone and couldn't help but think. Yeah, graduation day. We said our goodbyes like we always do. Perhaps many years from now we will realize that it was not just you who said goodbye to us on this day, but the whole of our youth. After a long time, a few quick responders wiped the corners of their eyes and rose to applaud. Gee, does that look good? Well, you boys are good at everything, aren't you? Monsoon, will you take the idol route in the future? In the midst of the many students boasting, Gu Shuiting suddenly covered her mouth and snatched the door. The sobbing was seen by all. Immediately, someone didn't mind. Why is Gu Shuiting crying? I don't know. I think I cried at a song by Monsoon. Does this song have something to do with the two of them? Listening to the lyrics is kind of famous. The students are talking about it, but Monsoon is acting like it's nothing, dropping the microphone and sitting there getting high. That's when even Warmth looked at him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Monsoon then put the melon down. It's none of my business if she runs away. And that song wasn't written for her. What are you looking at me for? Singing. The guys saw that the people involved were ignoring it, and they all returned to their original respective positions. Warmth also silently lowered his head. The corner of his mouth inadvertently raised a little. If Monsoon went to Gu Shuiting, she wouldn't try to stop it, but she still didn't want Monsoon to go in her heart. She's a possessive badass. After this one song episode, no one ever asked Monsoon to sing again. We're trying to create an atmosphere. And this dog cried when he opened his mouth. So what's the point of playing? Never. But even if Monsoon didn't open his mouth again, the party atmosphere gradually began to change. Some people started to leave. Others started to go silent. Some people cry. Some people hug. This is graduation season for many. Just as a cicada needs to lie dormant for 17 years before it can ascend to sing. These same teenage girls who have been dormant for 17 years are about to start making their voices heard. Monsoon stayed until the party was over, offering to pay 500, both his and Warmth's, before finally waving goodbye to the crowd. When the summer is over, everyone will be off to college. Perhaps this reunion is the farewell of the classmates' lives. Never again. In the evening, Monsoon takes Warm home on foot, and the two of them walk for a long time. There was more vigor and less apathy in the Warmth. Monsoon, this marble looks good. Buy one? Good. Radish seller. You want some? Good. It's still sad to graduate. Even though I don't know my classmates well. The two conversed as if in counterpoint. Warmth said a lot, but Monsoon became a little silent. He wasn't sure what he was hesitating about. Perhaps the season of parting has infected itself as well? Or did the wine sober him up and make him realize that some people really do have to go? Chapter 44, It's not the smoke that's wrong. All the way to the entrance of the townhouse, Monsoon's words were few. The ever-sensitive Warmth, however, acted as if she hadn't noticed the change in the Monsoon. At the final intersection, she arched her eyebrows slightly. Monsoon, it's been a fun day, so you should go home early too. Monsoon opened his mouth. Good. Witnessing Monsoon's departure, the smile on Warmth's face gradually tightened. She pulled out the poker lighter. The expression was serious and earnest as he made a cheering gesture. Day 2. Monsoon went to the park for a run as usual, and Warmth, dressed in sportswear, was already waiting for him. Finally, I don't have to memorize words while running. Aha. Want to go to the studio together later? Good. The atmosphere between the two returned to calm, no different from before. After not needing to study, Monsoon and Warmth will have a full day of work ahead of them. Warmth was working well, and Monsoon's side was able to gradually let go. For the studio, having two mainstays on board ushers in a real qualitative change, and it's going to be a period of time where they soar. Extremely efficient, forward-thinking selection, stimulating spending, and accurate lead generation. Under the guidance of the Monsoon, all these things that require extreme foresight to achieve become a breeze. The presence of warmth, in turn, allows Monsoon's brainstorms and proposals to be implemented quickly and in an organized manner. This month's commissions are out. $850,000 before taxes for A commission and $1. $130,000 before taxes for B commission. Warmth took out the accounts and statements, explaining the income, consumption, and one by one during this period of time, subject to studio staff, traffic, and the gradual emergence of other studios, individual competition. There has been a high increase in commissions, but I suspect it will gradually go into a bottleneck starting next month. Unless new traffic steps in, the studio's earnings will probably have to stay where they are. Monsoon nodded, acknowledging Warmth's judgment, which was in fact the upper limit of all future studios. It was only after joining forces that Monsoon felt as if she was a bit inseparable from her. What used to be a tacit understanding was just the minutiae of their lives. Working together now, the overall efficiency of the work has just improved so much. Warmth, always freeing him up to think about things comfortably, was what he needed most. Those assistants in their previous life simply couldn't do this kind of thing. It does require a new traffic interface, and the cap for doing traffic manually is about $1 million. It's not a good idea to recruit when you're going off to college soon, and wait until you have a stable position after school starts. Warmth nodded, staring at her paycheck, her eyes slightly lost in thought. During working hours, Warmth was hardly ever in this state of wandering. Seeing her like this, Monsoon thought she was lamenting the length of her paycheck, and made a snide remark out loud. Isn't it a little sad that you're getting paid tens of thousands of dollars a month when you just graduated from high school? Don't worry, with your ability, the future achievement is certainly far. Monsoon. Without waiting for Monsoon to finish his words, Warmth suddenly interrupted him, the first time she had ever done so. Monsoon was a bit taken aback by this move, and Warmth herself froze. I'm sorry. Monsoon looked at Warmth for a while, clearly noticing that she was a bit distracted. This time of intense work may be a bit stressful for you. Let's do it this way. It's also almost time for the results to come out and fill out your aspirations, so we'll give you a few days vacation together then, and have a good rest. No need. Monsoon. I may have to leave early after I take my dividend for July. Going early? July? Monsoon was not too sure about the start time of Qingbei University, but normally, the university was usually between August 24th and September 10th. There is a long and a short term. In any case, it is unlikely to leave this time frame. There was no problem with going to school early to make arrangements, and Monsoon had the intention of going early to prepare for the workshop, but the problem is that this is too early to mention. So early? Monsoon rarely interfered with Warmth's personal affairs, and this time he similarly held back from asking. Warmth did not respond to Monsoon's gaze as she lowered her head. You don't have to worry about the work side of things. I'll bring a notebook and make sure it's done. Monsoon was tempted to show that what he cared about wasn't about work at all. But he wanted to open his mouth to say something and couldn't. Keeping a working relationship between the two would have been something he would have decided on his own. Okay, you go ahead if you need something. If there's anything I can do to help. No, thank you, Monsoon. Monsoon touched his nose and suddenly had the feeling of being issued a good guy card. In the past, the warm and silent Monsoon would not feel anything wrong. But today the Monsoon was a little disturbed. Okay, just keep it in your own mind. Warmth's leave of absence came to an end after the day's work. When I worked again the next day, everything seemed to be back to normal. Warmth didn't bother to mention this matter again, and Monsoon didn't ask, much less have a reason to ask. It was the day of the score check. Monsoon sat at his home computer, with Ji Guangxuan and Dong Kaihui sitting next to him on the left and right. Geez, what are you hitting me for? Ji Guangxuan, seized by his own wife, was about to die and fought back, but was suppressed by Dong Kaihui with only one hand. Old quarter. I'm so nervous. What are you nervous about? A woman's opinion. Although Ji Guangxuan said this on his lips, the half-full cigarette box next to him, and the cigarette butts in his hands that were already about to burn out, all revealed his mood. The man in question, Monsoon, on the other hand, wandered off. What the hell is Warm doing? How much did she get? Is she taking a leave of absence to go to the imperial capital early? Hey, what are you sighing for, son? You're in a hurry. Nothing. After Monsoon clicked on the inquiry window and logged in his information, a score popped up. 629 out of 750. 660 plus on the Clear North line. 620 plus on the Magic City. Seeing this score, Dong Kaihui and Ji Guangshuan instantly jumped. Old G, did you see? Did you see it? My son got 629 on the exam. I saw it. This kid has some skills. Turning back to his parents, his mom's excitement, his dad's pride, Monsoon's heart followed suit. Living again, he would have wanted his parents to be proud of him. You're both almost 100 years old combined. Can't you be mature enough to focus? What? After 3 years of being tortured by your little brat, you can't be happy this time? That's right. After all, it's time to celebrate the fact that there's a talented Mordor University student like me in the family. You boy. There was a bit of banter with mom and dad, and when the atmosphere cooled down, Monsoon returned to his house. The class group had exploded with students discussing their scores. Discuss the colleges you can attend and the majors you want to enroll in. After all these days, the emotions of graduation season have pretty much been released and they are all heading off to their own faraway places. So the class group is also full of wishes and congratulations. Gu Shueting's message flashed in the address book, but Ji Feng didn't even have the desire to click on it to take a look. He looked at the warm avatar on his phone, tapped it and typed a few words before silently deleting it again. Oops, must have had too little contact with warmth in his previous life. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling in disbelief, Monsoon felt that it was probably because he was too weary from his 2 lives, and he didn't even feel happy when he got into Mordor University. I can't believe I'm still suffering at this time. Got up and sat on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette, letting his face fall into the smoke. Why is this smoke so choking? What brand of broken cigarettes? Well, it's still Yellow Mountain. Pushed the window open and felt the breeze outside. Maybe it's not the smoke that's wrong? Chapter 45 Farewell Gift. For a while after that, life suddenly seemed like there was nothing to look forward to, and it was like worrying about the arrival of a certain day. Monsoon was barely able to remain calm when he was in the studio every day. But once back at home, the whole person becomes lonely and silent. It's like a past life, where you have a successful career but no one to keep you company. Often sitting in his balcony seat, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Normally this was the old season's exclusive seat, but now it was actually occupied by Monsoon. As Monsoon's parents, Dong Kaihui and Ji Guangshuan were naturally able to sense that something was wrong with Monsoon. AI, old G, little Wind hasn't been feeling quite right lately. Is there something on his mind? Before, I saw my son was quite motivated, but after this admission to Mordor University, why is he so absent? You just saw it now? Ji Guangshuan looked exaggerated. What do you mean? You saw it and didn't say so? What is it exactly? From his posture, his expression, and the amount of cigarettes he smokes, in my experience, it's a lost cause. Ji Guangshuan felt something was wrong just as he finished speaking, only to see that Dong Kaihui had already begun to push up her sleeves. Yo, you still know quite a bit about lost love? Come on, tell me properly about how many times you've fallen out of love today. What are you doing? Now we're talking about our son. Okay, so analyze what's going on. I guess I didn't get into the same school as my favorite girl. Didn't go to the same school as your favorite girl? Didn't Gu Shueting also go to Mordor University? Dong Kaihui is still nosy enough. Dong Kaihui also had knowledge of all the things that had happened between Monsoon and Gu Shueting. It was only later that Ji Feng said he would not pursue Gu Shueting and would study hard. So Dong Kaihui did not ask him about the follow-up between him and Gu Shueting for fear of irritating him. Why are you so stupid? Xiao Feng, this must be because he doesn't like that Gu Shueting anymore. Doesn't like the old Gu family's daughter? Then who does he like? Do you remember what my son said last time? That he met someone high up to tutor him? Remember? How? Ji Guangshuan didn't rush to answer and also lit a cigarette for himself, showing an expression of seeing through everything. I flirted with him at the time and asked him if he liked the girl. This kid then didn't answer me positively, only saying that others are seedlings of Qingbei, and he is not the same as him. Dong Kaihui nodded slightly, also feeling that old Ji had a point. Why don't I go and persuade? Persuade a deuce. The more you persuade him the more he touches the scene. He's a man. This can only be digested by himself. Dong Kaihui skimmed her lips and looked at the good oldest child with a look of pity. My son's life is so bitter. It was so hard to break it off with Gu Shueting, and now he's stuck in it again. Boys deserve a little frustration. Ji Guangshuan also lit a cigarette. Monsoon doesn't realize that he's already a sad little lover boy in the eyes of his parents. And the reality, he couldn't say it himself. With a particular day, time starts to fly by. For someone, 20 days is a blur. July 15th. It's commission payout day again. Today's Monsoon was a bit distracted, but it was Warmth on the side who was full of energy and seemed to be very motivated. She was busy and took care of the studio chores, but Monsoon knew that there was really no need to be in such a hurry. It was her who was leaving. This A commission settlement totaled $900. and the B commission settlement totaled $1,210,000. Listening to Warmth report his work, Monsoon was stunned. This distraction was finally interrupted by Warmth. Monsoon, is there something on your mind? No. Monsoon's expression was cold and indifferent. No emotions could be heard, but there was actually something wrong with his voice. Warmth stared at Monsoon for a moment and suddenly spread her face. I'm not coming tomorrow. This, for you. Monsoon looked at Warmth's hand handing over something, and his expression nearly failed to tense up. It was the poker kerosene lighter that Warmth had bought a long time ago, but had only lit Monsoon's cigarette once. Lighter? Thanks. The gifting at this point was like a final goodbye. It's me who should be thanking you. Monsoon, I'll skip the party today. You guys have fun eating. I'll walk you. No, the studio can't do without you. Well, good. The Monsoon was extraordinarily silent, as if it were the night of the graduation party all over again. Under Monsoon's unspeakable gaze, Warmth left the studio alone. He lit himself a cigarette with that kerosene lighter and stepped out of the doorway to watch Warmth's departing back. Inhaling shallowly. Without the warmth, things suddenly became tasteless. As the sun sets, the only thing left are the silhouettes and sighs. In the office, a couple of Dodan's buddies were picking at the window and talking. Did Big Brother have a fight with Mr. What? I don't know. Mr. One is so good. Phone chase damn. Anxious me. Yeah, if Brother Phone licks Gushwetang, dude will keep quiet at best, but if he doesn't go after Mr. What, then dude will really sneak in a curse. What Mr. What? That's not sister-in-law? The people in Monsoon Studios are basically jerks, or at least the very first wave was all of them. In the eyes of their wave, Warmth belonged to one of their own who had followed the group to make a fortune. Competent, good-looking, disciplined, rewarded and punished and never much BB. Such a person would be a proper and perfect candidate for a sister-in-law in the eyes of Dodan and the others. It was unknown how many dimensions higher than Gushwetang. It was because of the convincing of Warmth. After sensing that there was a problem between Monsoon and Warmth, it was only then that Dodan and a few of the other minions spoke to each other, raising concerns about the future of the two men. In the hearts of this group of Monsoon's brothers, Warmth's position has long been determined. Gushwetang? Who's that? Seeing Monsoon return, Dodan quietly followed. Brother, where's the superintendent? She's going to Imperial. Big brother, whether she goes to the Imperial capital or not, you have to make things clear with her as well. Can you imagine if the superintendent talked to someone else and was held in someone else's arms and you weren't on top of it? Are you such a wimp or the Monsoon I know? Monsoon froze slightly. Warmth held in someone else's arms. He cannot have Wei Wu's legacy. This kind of thing, it is indeed a little on the head. I'll go talk to her. Monsoon picked up the white helmet, straddled the Ghostfire, and took out his cell phone to send a text before he set off. Where are you now? Without waiting for a reply, Monsoon directly started the car and left the studio under the gaze of the crowd. The Ghostfire sped along, the car going faster today than the usual elderly car speeds. He was in a hurry, but didn't know what he was in a hurry for. With a swish and a sharp brake, Ghostfire came to a stop at the street entrance of the town center. Getting out of the car, Monsoon glanced at his cell phone. Warmth still didn't reply to his message. It gave Monsoon a bad feeling. Following the location in his memory, Monsoon darted to the door of the warm home and knocked on the iron gate. Knock knock, knock knock, squeak. It wasn't Warmth that opened the door, but the next door neighbor. An old woman in her 60s or 70s stuck her head out and looked over. Young man, what are you knocking for? It's so noisy. This family moved out. Monsoon was stunned. Moving out? Chapter 46, going in a different direction. At the same moment that Monsoon knocked on the door, Warmth also brought Wang Yakin into the train station. An ordinary train station. It's not that Warmth can't afford to buy a high-speed rail ticket, but the high-speed rail station in Pearl City is still under construction in 12. There is no high-speed train station here. Only green trains of the general and special express kind. For the first time in 18 years of his life, Warmth came to a large transportation hub like a train station. It was already July and the waiting room was indescribably hot. Wang Yakin was very weak, and this sweltering summer heat and not quite breezy air affected her even more. Warmth's original idea was to rent a wheelchair after arriving at the train station and let Wang Yakin rest. Now with this formation, if Wang Yakin was in a wheelchair, she probably wouldn't even be able to get into the station. Warmth runs and works out every day, and her physical fitness really isn't bad. But really with a frail mom, big bags, and the heat, squeezing the train can be sweaty. At crowded stops, the green cars coming in can only be described as more outrageous than a neon-crowded subway. The cell phone in her bag rang a few times, and she heard it long ago, but she didn't even have time to check her phone. Crowded, grabbing seats, carrying her mom all the way from the waiting room to the carriage. Warmth didn't dare to relax at all. Sweat had long since soaked her hair and her clothes were sticking to her back in a very unpleasant way. When you get into a green train, don't talk about sweaty kind of things. In a crowded carriage like this in summer, the smell of feet, sweat, noodles, and the smell of urine and from the toilets at the interface all mixed together in an indescribable way. Many people say that after riding a fully loaded green train once, they understand the true underbelly of this society. That's a bit of a biased statement, but there is some truth to it. Pulling his mother to find a seat, Warmth finally breathed a sigh of relief. The warmth of his gaze trembled slightly when he took his cell phone out of his bag. Where are you now? Seeing the message, she had a lot of emotions she wanted to express, a lot of things she wanted to talk to Monsoon about, but looking at her cell phone, she could only silently suppress her thoughts. She didn't want to count on others for everything, even if that person is Monsoon. She had gotten so much from Monsoon already. Help, tolerance, encouragement. From the day of the graduation party, sensitive as she was, she naturally felt Monsoon's restraint and entanglement. Warmth knew that she was the one who had made things difficult for Monsoon. She's been humble and cowardly too many times since she was a little girl, so let her be brave and strong this time. I'm on a train, Warmth typed calmly. She will never be one of those little beats who cry and die at the slightest emotional problem. Now that you've made a decision, you have to take responsibility for the decision you've made. She was Warmth, the one who was going to stand by Monsoon's side. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself. Pressing reply, Warmth twisted her head to look at her mother beside her. Mom, are you hot? Nwan. I'm okay. Take a break then. Aha. In fact, during this time, no one felt more unbelievable than Wang Yakan. In just 3 months, it seems like everything has changed for my own daughter. They have rented houses in urban areas, improved living conditions, and even heart surgery, which they had never considered before. Daughter has made all the arrangements. She was ready to do everything by herself to support the family. All this time, Wang Yakan had an unreal dreamy feeling. Only now she was too afraid to question her daughter. Nwan, if we leave like this, what will you do about your work? Will it be affected? Warmth cares a lot about money, and Wang Yakan cares even more. The poorer they are, the more they understand the importance of money. They have suffered for many years, and now they are warm and have a well-paid job. Wang Yakan didn't want her condition to affect her daughter's work, especially during the summer vacation period. My daughter's work doesn't interfere with her studies either. Don't worry, Mom, I've already accounted for them at work, and we'll also be working on our laptops and cell phones when we get to Golden. It's all internet now, no problem. Listening to her daughter's bland yet competent words, Wang Yakan could only feel strange. Accounted for them. It's not him, it's them. Said so casually, naturally, that is a kind of leader to subordinates between the confidence and ease. Wang Yakan had seen this kind of people before, but they were the kind of middle-aged leaders with big bellies. Did her daughter, too, become a leader like that? This feels so abstract it's ridiculous, but that's all that's possible. Nwan is really good now. Warmth suddenly put down her cell phone and stopped the ongoing data collection. Think carefully for a moment about this statement from your mother. Is she good? Maybe, at least that's what Dodan and the others would say. I just don't know if she'll still stand out as much once she gets to college. I'm supposed to be a little better than average, but there are people who are much better than me. From Wang Yakan's perspective as a mother, warm and serious and confident, already a different person from before. Did she change from that time in Monsoon? You mean, Mr. Monsoon? Warmly, he closed his eyes and took some shallow breaths. Yes, Mom, between you, Wang Yakan wanted to say. When the power of the family falls by the wayside, some things are no longer within her control. Warmth naturally knew what her mother was thinking, and she was blasé about it. No, he and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. So, looking at the train that has slowly opened, Warmth knows very well that bashfulness is not giving up, but firmness, understanding what you want and what you are chasing. But I'll try. Wang Yakan, huh? In the middle of the city village, Monsoon looked at the reply text message in a daze. In fact, he felt something was wrong just now when the neighbor Granny said that the Warmth family had moved out. Monsoon vaguely remembers, when he was still his own proposal to let the Warmth move into the city inside, said the distance from the hospital close, so as to take care of her mother. Oh! Monsoon was dumbfounded. All adults. Adult goodbyes which are so flowery. It makes you look a little sentimental when you mess up like that. Have a safe trip. After replying to Warmth, Monsoon retrieved his cell phone and returned to the intersection of the city center village. The old man selling radishes is still there. Only today the radishes don't look as fresh as before. Boy, look at the radish, ugh. Monsoon didn't squeak, glanced at the sign that read 3 for $5, and wanted to laugh a little. pulled out $10 and bought 6 hand-nibbled radishes. Moncler outlet store in a good mood. He took the initiative to climb up with Monsoon. Boy, didn't see that pretty girlfriend of yours had a fight? Monsoon naturally knew who Moncler outlet store was talking about. No, she's gone. She waited here for you for quite a while that day. The girl must have had feelings for you. A pretty girl. Why don't you give her a little coaxing? Waiting for a long time? Hearing the Radish Moncler outlet store say this, the Monsoon was once again dumbfounded. Grandpa, if the direction is wrong, you can't catch up anymore. Chapter 47 Splitting of the Workshop. You're going to graduate school, young man? Talking all the time. Grandpa, I'm just kidding. Once again taking care of a wave of Moncler outlet store business, Monsoon carried $50 of radishes and rushed towards the studio. The radish is quite sweet. Bring it back for your brothers to try. The warmth was gone, and it was pointless to continue lingering in the Pearl. Then next stop, Magic City. The Monsoon studio is nothing but warmth and all hands on deck. What was supposed to be a commission day party hardened into a studio partners meeting. Pop, pop, snap. After clapping a few times, Monsoon gathered everyone's eyes to himself. Brothers, we are bottlenecking our revenue today. For my personal reasons and the growth of the studio, I am ready to move the studio to the Magic City. Any comments or suggestions can be made here. Everyone speaks freely. Studio transfer? Magic City? That's not good. With Dodan and a few of their patriarchs not speaking, some of the newly joined members immediately questioned Monsoon's proposed studio transfer. Newcomers aren't really particularly familiar with Monsoon as a boss. The outfield steward is Dodan and the studio director is Warm. The later Monsoon made very few moves, and newcomers naturally knew very little about him. Some people even get the idea of wasteful bosses. Most of these people are relatives, friends, and outside recruits of the brothers. Not the direct line, but barely the trustworthy kind. Come to the studio just to make money. A far cry from one of our own like Dodan. It was indeed a bit difficult to make them follow them and go far away to fight in the Magic City. It's no surprise that some people question the Monsoon. Even the number of people questioning it was a little less than he expected. At least Dodan and a few of them didn't squeak. What's wrong with it? You can elaborate. Seeing that Monsoon's expression was mild, there was no hint of anger. The newcomers are also gradually letting go of their guts. Boss, do we have to go to Mordor? Can't we stay in Pearl? I'm making quite a bit of money now, and this uprooting is not appropriate. The man didn't continue, and someone on the sidelines was already picking up the conversation. Yes boss, we do this business is not also the internet online income. Where to do is the same. Yeah, the Mordor spending pressure commute is a lot bigger. Making 20,000 in Pearl is already human. 20,000 in Mordor is SOSO. Monsoon listened to what these people had to say and nodded his head while writing down the names of these people. There's nothing wrong with going to work and feeling the fish. No drive, no motivation. But in the early days of the company's founding, when the opening rushes were made, such unmotivated, even negatively energized members must be driven. Cleaning is essential for a studio to become a company, a business. If the woman is a woman, it's at a time when the company is running and taking off. This wave then has the potential to pull your leg. From an employee's perspective, they're right, but Monsoon is like most entrepreneurs, can't afford to lose. Taking note of the sting, Monsoon's thin lips flicked out. There are many reasons for going to Mordor, the first being my own problems. I got into Mordor University, and I'm definitely going to school in Mordor next. There is also the issue of the zip code. Pearl City is not a zip code. Mordor is, and that is important. Furthermore, Mordor itself is the economic center of China. The talents and resources are not comparable to a small city like our Pearl City. For all these reasons, it was decided to relocate the studio to the Magic City for future growth. Any other questions? You can ask them all together. The big guys are here today, so I just happened to answer together. Monsoon's meaning was obvious. Relocation was a certainty. There was no negotiation, so there was nothing to say. So no one continued to raise questions, but the members' eye contact was very frequent. Monsoon understood that the studio members were also on the lookout. They want to know the attitudes of other members, and seeing the wind in their sails is the choice of most people. But Monsoon didn't mean to beat a dead horse today and directly named Doding. Beanpole, tell us about it. Just because Dodan is a jerk and likes to fight and not study doesn't mean he's a cutie. The boss had spoken, and he, the supervisor, definitely had to make a statement. Dodan pressed one hand to his neck and twisted it, making a clicking sound and grinning. Do you still need to question Brother Feng's ability? As long as Brother Feng still takes me for a ride, I'll follow. Dodan's words were like a bomb dropped into the water, instantly waking up many people, especially many of the wave that followed Monsoon from the beginning. Yes, do we need to question Brother Feng's skills? It's true that I've made a lot of money in the last few months, although I wouldn't say I've lost my mind to money. But everyone's mind has more or less changed. But change is change. And there are still people who can realize that everything today is brought about by the monsoon. Monsoon itself is trustworthy. Brother Ding is right. Wherever Brother Fong goes big head, will go. Me too. Just in time to check out the girls in Mordor. Indeed. I've made a lot of money in the last few months, so I should go and see the world. Hey, you kid. Monsoon looked at the expressions of these brothers and nodded slightly. It's clear that today's studios are divided into factions. There are no neutrals for those who leave and those who stay. Tear it up? Doesn't exist. It's not a businessman's choice. For Monsoon, even if these people stayed, they could likewise generate revenue for the studio. As long as they are still running orders, they are continuing to make money for him. Why are we tearing each other apart? How much is the rent? How much is the electricity? Monsoon smiled and got up to take a drink of water. The kindness on his face clearly soothed the original atmosphere of the studio. And don't be in a hurry. I'm not forcing you to make cuts. Brothers who are willing to fight with me in the Magic City are naturally good. And new studios don't have to worry about it. Tickets and lodging. I'll figure it out for the guys. As for members who don't want to leave and want to stay, you can still continue to work in the studio over here. We are now working on the internet and all our work can be communicated by QQ and WeChat. It's like the director of warmth, who has given you tomorrow's selections even after people have left. It doesn't matter at all, does it? So people really don't need to stress. New cities may have new developments, but those who stay aren't necessarily worse off. So make your own choices. Those who stayed weren't necessarily worse off, and Monsoon wasn't lying about that. After arriving in Mordor, Monsoon would certainly not outflow new technology here. Those members left behind will gradually become casualties. In the previous life of the casual punter, they were able to do a single peak of about 100,000. It's even a little higher in high season, but that's the limit. It certainly counts better for the current group of 10-30k members. But how many of these casual powerhouses can there be? Very few. Even fewer than the promotion talkers. People's self-discipline, efficiency, and attitude are simply not comparable to this group. Even with this extreme self-discipline, casuals can't beat teams. There's no way around it. There's a limit to what one person can do. After the team breaks down the work and gets big data, it's a downgrade for the casuals. Chapter 48, Traveling to the Magic City. In the past life, the casual punter to the late stage is simply no way to play. Profits have long been divided cleanly by the team. On top of that, Monsoon is well aware of human nature. What will become of the studio members once they are left unsupervised? Because he himself is pressed here. Warm and pressed. Dodan pressed. These people can be honest. If there is no one to control, in less than 3 days the studio will be in chaos. Late arrivals and early departures are a given. And work hours, efficiency, and definitely all go down dramatically. And with no one interfering and no one managing it, scattered selections will increasingly focus on profitability rather than superiority. Because the casuals value fast money and don't know how to screen for superior products, the superior products are becoming fewer and fewer. The techniques and methods of selecting products, apart from Monsoon, only warmth will. It's not that he doesn't trust Dodan. He taught Dodan at the very beginning. It's just that Dodan is a really one-dimensional person. The importance of the superiority thing is not reflected in the money at all. It is used to make customers and fans happy, with low commissions and little money. Similar to 6.9 for 30 pairs of socks, 29 sneakers. Customers grab is cool, is truly feel affordable. When customers are cool, trust is created. Instead, without the premium, the quality of the selection is getting worse and worse, and the customer fans are not happy. This then leads to centrifugal customers and disenchantment and withdrawal. Overall revenue spiraled down. He'd seen this happen too many times. It's a shame that Monsoon won't talk about this in the studio. Not that anyone would necessarily believe it now, and perhaps others would think he was bluffing. He's going to the Magic City, so don't deliberately stop them from making money. The human heart is like that. Monsoon's not asking for much, just a good get-together. Come on, go or stay. Put your names down so I can get tickets for the brothers. Monsoon said. On the whiteboard to draw go. Stay 2 options. Seeing that Monsoon had dropped the option, Dodan was the first to go up. Left his name on the option to go to Mordor. What followed was the separation of the entire staff of the studio. There were a total of 9 people who went. The total number of people left behind was 13. Those who are willing to leave their homes and follow Monsoon out to fight are still in the minority. It can't be helped. It's good enough to have 9 people. Well then, for the 9 of you who chose to go to Mordor with me, you go home and talk to your parents. Prepare your papers again, your luggage, and we'll leave for Mordor in 3 days. That fast? time is not on my side. 3 days passed in a flash. In front of the train station in Pearl City, all 9 people arrived. During these 3 days, they didn't falter because of the studio members' whispers and the pressure from their parents at home. Monsoon was actually quite surprised. These brothers are really not bad. They're all pretty reliable. Staring at a few people, Monsoon laughed and cursed. TMD. I'm really flattered that your parents are actually okay with a few of you following me around and fooling around. The tone was still Monsoon gangly. Saying so, the 9 people who followed immediately heckled and laughed. It's still Windy who brought us the money. When assholes like us make $100,000 in 3 months. My mom almost thought I was going to rob them. Yeah, Windy, my parents don't believe in me at all, but they believe in you. My dad also said that you are capable, Brother Fong, and asked me to go out with you to make a name for myself. The brothers say pretty much the same thing, which is actually one of the reasons why Monsoon opened the studio early. A trusted rookie is worth far more than a master who can't be trusted. As long as there is a leader, the brotherhood is strong. But you really have to impress their parents to get the brothers to follow you. How do you impress? It's simple. Money. Let the brothers' parents see the money, the way to make money, and his ability as a big brother. Their parents would naturally trust themselves. Going to work in a studio is definitely better than drilling internet cafes and playing games, not to mention tens of thousands of dollars a month. As for competence, that's really not an issue. It's like a certain bigot said in a previous life. If the wind is strong enough, pigs can fly to the sky. That's not saying it's the truth. It's at least partially right. Monsoon, the Reborn, was a gust of wind itself. He had the certainty of taking off with someone. Standing in the waiting room hall with 9 people, Monsoon slightly pumped up the group of slightly confused teenagers. Okay brothers, without further ado, you guys have been with me, Monsoon, for so long, you should know me well. Those who come with me will certainly not let you suffer. Pearl City is nothing, and the days of the lights are still ahead of us. All listened to Brother Wind. With some motivation, Monsoon took 9 people on the train to Mordor. The next day, Jinling's Second People's Hospital, inpatient cardiology unit. Warmth stared at her cell phone in a daze. The studio split up and I took Dodan and 9 of them to the Magic City. It was a simple sentence, but it made Warmth clench his fists. In the early days of the studio, it's very important to have people to help out, right? Mordor isn't that much bigger than Pearl City. Mordor is so big that renting an apartment, a computer, a dorm room, all these things take a lot of energy. If she was there, she could definitely help Monsoon with something. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do now. What she can do, I'll get the audits, selections, and stats done for the next few days, so you do your thing in peace. Okay, expression. Seeing that Monsoon only replied with an expression, Warmth knew that he should be busy at this time. Then he turned off QQ and continued to start sifting through the mom and pop categories. The only thing she could do right now was to get things done at Monsoon's work. It's time to stabilize those members who remain in Pearl City as much as possible. Bed 26. Wang Yakin. It's me, isn't it? While he was out of his mind, several of the hospital's chief specialists walked in with a large wave of doctors and nurses. Wang Yakin was a bit flustered when she saw this formation and subconsciously looked at her daughter. Warmth was unfazed and nodded at the doctor. Yes, it's Wang Yakin himself. Any other family members? Just me. The doctor glanced at Warmth and nodded. Then you come along for a bit. Warmth followed the head doctor away, and the others began to give Wang Yakin a final checkup. When he reached the door, the doctor murmured, "Heart valve surgery isn't too risky, but it's still risky. The risk of surgery is closely related to the patient's overall preoperative condition and cardiopulmonary function. If the patient's underlying diseases, such as hypertension and hyperglycemia, are controlled within normal limits preoperatively, and their cardiopulmonary function is good, then the success rate of the procedure is high." Doctor, just say what you have to say. Warm interrupted. Your mom's a little weak and dragged it out too long. I know. Warmth bowed her head. So, can you decide about the surgery? My mom, she can't drag it out. Warmth's gaze was very firm. This decision was something she had already made a long time ago. The doctor sniffed and nodded. Good. The patient's family is firm enough for us to let go. Your mom's surgery is scheduled for 10 a.m. Tomorrow. Good. Warmth nodded seriously. Chapter 49. The following morning at 9:45 a.m. Warmly holding the palm of Wang Yakin's hand, surrounded by a crowd of medical staff, took the special elevator for surgery and headed towards the operating room. Wang Yakin looked at her daughter with a complicated expression, as if she wanted to say something, but did not open her mouth. Warmth rubbed the palm of her mother's hand and gave her a firm look in response. Don't worry, Mom, everything will be fine. Wan Yakin nodded and gradually loosened her daughter's fingers as she was pushed into the operating room. Warmth watched her mother disappear into the doorway of the operating room. Nervous? Nervous. She's all by herself, and she doesn't know who to talk to, who to express herself to. If mom's surgery doesn't work, she may not even have anyone to cry to. No, there's another one. Fingers shaking slightly, he pulled out his cell phone. Torn for a long time, Warmth still clicked on Monsoon's avatar and sent a sentence. Cheering. A short while later, the message was answered. Come on. Seeing this message, Warmth's nervousness calmed down a little, buried the phone in his chest. Magic City. Monsoon looked at the warm QQ message. Cheering. Warmth is a bit puzzled by this. Refueling what? What's the point of refueling? Although he didn't understand what Warmth was talking about, Monsoon still replied according to the principle of replying to any letter. Come on. After returning the message, Monsoon then led his group to the small business district near the Magic City University. Today he was wearing a casual suit, sunglasses and a deliberately fluffy beard. This attire belongs to the category of no way out, no mouth to feed. 18 years old is not really a good age to use. It's not just talk, it's the truth. All business people are people watchers. No exceptions. At least Monsoon hasn't met an exception. Being young means shallow experience, and those oily businessmen will subconsciously bully you. It's a habit of shopping malls, and even more so in a trading city like Magic City. Monsoon had the ability to maneuver around them, but didn't have that energy or time. The studio drags on for a day and he has to lose 10-20k in revenue and development progress. He can't afford to stall. Everything is about efficiency. In the small restaurant at the entrance to the business district, Monsoon, who still had nowhere to land, was already assigning tasks. Dodan, you take 2 people to bulk prepare the computers and assemble the desktops. The overall budget with the monitor is around 5,000. The kind you can play games on. Buy first, and call me if you have any field questions. Got it, Windy. Big head. Take someone to the furniture factory to prepare the tables and chairs. They need reclinable chairs. Used ones are fine. Also help me buy a fortune tree and invite a god of fortune. Understood. Blackie, you go get some 4-piece suits and daily necessities. You can have 2 extra. Good. After instructing his minions to do their work, Monsoon then circled around this old business district. It took until mid-afternoon to find a suitable piece of old building. This is the closest piece of old town to the University of Magic. Houses are way cheaper than CBD. With Monsoon's current strength, it really can't afford to rent a CBD area. So a small business district in an old city like this is pretty good. This side of the house only has 5 floors in total. The business area has stores on the first floor, a snack area on the second floor, an office area on the third floor, and apartments on the 4th to 5th. The apartments can be used for the brothers to live in, work in the office area and come down to eat when you are tired. Simply the perfect area for a studio. Monsoon knew that there would definitely be rent-to-own transfers in this kind of old town area. It just wasn't clear if there was anything specifically suitable. He was going to come and step around and see for himself first, and find it relatively cheap on his own. If you can't find the right one on your own, you'll have to appoint an agent. A few people quickly made their way around level 1 and made their way to the snack area on level 2. It's supposed to be an old town business district in 2 floors, so this place is basically all about the locals for snacks. Although the price was much more expensive than Pearl City, it was considered affordable here in a place like Magic City. Come on, keep going upstairs. The band went around to the 3rd floor and the office in the first room at the top of the stairs was for rent. At a glance, at least 4 to 5 houses in the aisle were labeled with gigantic room for rent signs. Whether it's a geezer Monsoon or not, I'm not sure. There's a lot of vacancies anyway, that's all. Apparently, the 2nd floor snack area was slightly better to rent. The office area on the 3rd floor is not so good. Decent companies usually don't choose this place. The whole building doesn't even have a passenger elevator, only a freight elevator. This situation made Monsoon's heart very satisfied. He really doesn't require much in the way of environmental areas in the studio, because it's all in the internet industry. The initial development can come together. As for the home office, Monsoon is absolutely impossible to agree. Anyone who has ever worked in a classroom is well aware of how easily circumstances can change a person. Whenever you are in a collective place like a company, you unknowingly create competition, motivation. Competition and incentives can be effective in reducing the amount of time spent groping for fish, plus a few rules and regulations. Such a company is competitive. But if you work from home, all of these people will be rotten in less than March. It's impossible to be homebound, and you have to find them a place to work anyway. Monsoon is not unable to trust his brother. He is unable to trust humanity. Asking questions along the way from door to door. The office area here is pretty run down and not really crowded. Even then, the price of rent starts at $2/day/M2. and some even shout to $3 with Monsoon. That's starting at $60 to $90 per square meter. And property rates in Old Town are $15. The cost price per square meter would be at least 80 or more. Renting a 200 square foot office space, not counting anything else, would be $16, $000 to $20, $000 a month for rent alone. That's almost 8 to 10 times the price of Pearl City. It can't be helped. That's the way it is in the Magic City. You love to rent or not. This time, Monsoon did not intend to let the studio members share the cost equally. He was going to rent the place at his own expense as a preparation for setting up a company. The good thing is that cash flow counts a lot for being a punter. And things like bringing in cash are supposed to be the biggest golden calf of all. After a few months of accumulation, he had saved some money in his hand, which was enough as initial capital. Brother Fong, the rent here is too high human. Should we change to a cheaper one? Yeah, do we really need to rent this place? It's run down. Shut up. CBD has a minimum of 200 plus a square foot. Here it's only 60. That's the way it is in Mordor. Where could it be cheaper? Quietly reprimanded his little brother. Monsoon walked over to an office room whose decor looked pretty good. A lot of the stuff inside the office room hadn't been moved yet, and the printer was scattered on the floor. The wall-mounted TV was smashed to pieces, and there was no one to clean up the papers scattered all over the floor. It's great. It's an office with a story to tell. A middle-aged man of about 40 to 50 is posting, "JI room for rent." Monsoon walked straight over, handed the other party a cigarette, and opened the door. "Hi. I wanted to ask how much you pay for rent here." Mukue took the cigarette with a smile and looked Monsoon up and down, not rushing to answer his question. "Is this your first time renting?" Monsoon didn't tell the truth either. "I've been looking at several areas for the past few days and thought I'd come by today to compare." Chapter 50 Monsoon. "Actually Mukue nodded slightly. He could sense that the man in front of him was very young, but the other party's attire, which covered up the obvious, made it hard for him to judge the exact age. As for the two beside this man, they're just kids. Does little brother have any requirements for office size? It doesn't need to be too strict. 200 to 300 square feet is fine. Monsoon took a drag on his cigarette. His tone relaxed. Mukue smiled along with him. Then coincidentally, I have just the thing here. 248 flat. Coincidence still depends on the price. And I've been looking at a lot of houses around here in the last few days. I'm also here in Old Town today to find out what the minimum is. Oh yeah, my last name is G. What's the boss's last name? Exempt from your name. Mu, the one who bathes. Then boss Mu name a price. I'll see if it fits. Mukue pondered for a moment. After some verbal testing just now, the other party could be said to be dripping with water. Little useful information was revealed. Should I put a low price on it? Or should we ask for a high price and pay it back on the spot? Let's do it this way. Boss G, 248 ping with the property. I don't want you to go high either. Counting you at 22,000. Monsoon also pretended to take out his cell phone directly to primp the calculator. Things like mental math are really tiring, and in case you get it wrong, it's even more of a blood loss. And there's no point. When Mukue saw that Monsoon ordered the calculator to his face, his heart was somewhat dumbfounded. It's not easy to deal with this kind of businessman who doesn't care about his face. Boss Mu, 22,000 is scratched down to $89 a square foot. You have a property fee of 15. This price in the Central District. It's not cheap. As you can see, Boss G, I've just moved one here. It used to be a stock company. The decoration got really good. Tile flooring. You came here to save on the decoration. Mukue wasn't making things up, which was the reason why Monsoon was willing to continue talking when he heard the price of 89. As a businessman with a lot of experience, he likes this kind of office building with a story the most. I know everything Boss Mu said, but what does a stock company do? You're the landlord. You should know better than me. Not to mention if this place has any future pickpockets, paint throwing, and even if it doesn't, you're not 89 here. Look, the toilet is so small and the window is broken. The two juniors were dumbfounded as they watched Monsoon picking at that. For innocent schoolboys like them, paying back the price is as hard as killing mom. Monsoon is so expressive. It's almost abstract, but they were well aware that they were bargaining, so they didn't even squeak, until Monsoon finished picking at his mouth. The price of 22,000 is really over my budget. Boss Mu name a minimum price. Monsoon pressed very hard. Mukue did not squeak. Seeing that the expression was hidden in the smoke, Ryoga moved his mouth. 21,000. 20,000. I only need 1 month for the renovation period. If you think it's okay, I'll put you on 1 year's rent right now. Loosening up is backing down, and the Monsoon just makes him back down even more. Monsoon's forcefulness made Mukue uncomfortable, But the conditions given by Monsoon made Mukue a bit moved again. It's really so important for landlords to have a crisp rent and a seamless transition. If there's a 1 to 2 year window, even if the house rents for $30,000 down the road, you can't talk about making a profit. As far as cool rent goes, that's cash flow. Many of the old industrial companies have never been able to put off the rentals as long as they can. There are very few that pay for 1 year at a time like Monsoon. 1 year is $240,000, and it's only a 1-month renovation period. That's a pretty aggressive style of doing things. This kid, alright, Boss G is quick. I won't talk too much. 20,000 is 20,000. I also like dealing with someone as direct as Boss Moo. It just so happens that there is a printer right here. Let's make a contract. Good. After a bit of a climb, the conversation opened up completely. The contract was finalized on the spot, and Monsoon swiped his card before dinner time, asking for 2 more days. Its efficiency is amazing. When it came to the evening, Mukue said that he wanted to treat Monsoon to dinner. Monsoon also understood what Mukue meant, wanting to probe and find out what exactly they did. In fact, many of the people who rent office buildings started out doing business legally, but when you do, something goes wrong, like his last stock recommendation. It's impossible to tell how dark the water is in here. In with the white knife, out with the waste. That's why Mukue was also worried about Monsoon's side doing something illegal, especially since Monsoon looked so young. Young people are impulsive and aggressive, and are more likely to get into trouble. Boss Moo is so generous with his hospitality, it would be impolite for me to continue to be polite. Come, let's have a good drink tonight. While chatting, Monsoon took the time to take out his cell phone and wanted to send a message to Warmth. Unexpectedly, his cell phone already had a text message, something he hadn't noticed earlier. All is well. Monsoon scratched his head. He didn't know what Warmth was doing in the imperial capital. What are you doing in the imperial city? Typed a few words, hesitated, then deleted them and retyped them. Yeah, everything's okay. The second hospital of the Golden Age. Wang Yakin's family, right? Yes, I am. The operation was a success, but the patient is not out of danger yet, and she is very weak, so take good care of her in the meantime. Got it, Doc. Thanks, Doc. Warmth gently gripped her mother's hand tightly, and the expression that had been tense finally had a moment of relief. Back to sickbay, busy tending to my mother. It was only when it was late in the evening that Warmth took out her cell phone and checked Monsoon's messages. Yeah, everything's okay. Warmth was a bit of a leap of faith at this point. Her mom is the only thing that holds her back, that she can't let go of, and that she can't give up. Only by putting her own mother in order would she be entitled to stand in the sun. Really go for what you want to do. She wanted to share this with Monsoon. Monsoon, actually I didn't go to Qingbei. Nuan. Wang Yakin's call interrupted Warmth's message, and she hurriedly leaned over. Mom, I'm here. Nuan, these years have been hard on you. Warmth glanced at her phone and silently deleted the text message. It's okay, Mom. Everything is going to be alright. Successful surgery for Warm Mom. Monsoon found the right house. Everything is going in a good direction. It was a little hard to be warm when the courage that had been so hard to muster fell apart again. But it's okay. Everything will be fine when we get to school. After 3 rounds of drinking, the relationship between Monsoon and Mukue warmed up. That's the way it is with men at the table. A few drinks and they're calling themselves brothers. Boss G isn't from around here? No, I'm on the Pearl side. Not a local to come to Magic City to spell like this? Older brother's family is in good condition. Monsoon waved his hand. Nothing like that, just a normal family. My family doesn't even know I do this. I came to Mordor to go to school, and I shifted my studio to Mordor after making some money doing it on the side before. Hearing Monsoon say this, the cigarette in Mukue's hand shook. Not at home? Going to school? Make money on the side to start a company? Oh, you see what I believe? Older brother's a real joker. I'm not kidding. I'm over here this month controlling the overall direction of the studio. I'm reporting at the end of next month. Report? Are you really a student? Chapter 51 Renovation Workers. Looking at Mukue's deflated face, Monsoon's vanity was slightly satisfied. You asked for money. I pretended. Then this wave of business is a done deal and no one loses. Monsoon smiled slightly coyly, finally showing some of what a student should look like. I'm really a student in my main job, and I'm just over here to get some side work done. But the more he did, the more abstract Mukue felt. You're a student. Who was the one I was bargaining with this morning? Fresh out of high school? Well, we've been on fire all this way and the acceptance letter is still in the bag. Saying that, Monsoon directly pulled over his backpack and opened it. Let the landlord, who was standing by, look at the acceptance letter. Mordor University, Monsu. Mukue silently drank a mouthful of wine. He originally wanted to brag that his daughter had also gotten into Mordor University to come. How can you blow this scene now? Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you really a student? More real than real gold. Mookie rolled his jaw with his tongue from the inside. If you're a student, you shouldn't call me brother. You should call me uncle. Ha ha ha. Okay, Uncle Ka. Mookie seems to take advantage of the situation. But the monsoon does not care. Directly down the pole, Uncle has shouted. You kid. There's something to it. Harm. Actually, a lot of it is luck. Mookie shook his head. Luck? Winning the lottery is called luck. True officer pacing, efficiency, execution, and at this point, social skills. There is no substitute for luck in any of this. Luck of the draw kind of thing is fine to fool the poor. It's almost time. I have something else in the afternoon. Let's add each other to WeChat. Something WeChat chat. Okay, I'll sweep you. After adding each other as friends, Mookie got up and was ready to get the check. Hello sir, that gentleman has already paid his bill. Mookie froze, feigning anger. Hey, you kid, said it was on me. Uncle Ka has let me pay so much rent. It would be a bit unintelligent of me to let you hire again. Get busy. I'm busy too. And I'm in a hurry if you continue to bull asterisk 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 me here. Well, okay, next time I'll treat you to a good meal. And then I'll introduce my daughter to you. She's also from Mordor University. You're alumni. What a coincidence. That's good. Uncle Ka. After sending Mookie away, Monsoon leaned back in his chair and breathed a shallow sigh of relief. Little six. Go get me a cup of green tea. Okay, Lou brother. Leaning back in his chair, Monsoon didn't have much excitement showing on his face. For him, making it all happen was a matter of course. If you can't do it, that's what's wrong. Tons and tons and tons and tons. After a few sips of green tea, Monsoon felt better. He actually didn't like this business socializing, but he had no choice. The thing about making money standing up is that everyone wants to do it. But what many people don't actually realize is that first you have to be able to make money, and then it makes sense to stand. Otherwise standing is just standing and you will just be a clown in the eyes of others. The monsoon is still weak and this socialization is inevitable. Mookie, the landlord, feels good when contacted and is not the kind of difficult household. That alone had made Monsoon relieved. With money opening the way, Monsoon and his brothers almost maximized the efficiency of the studio. With the execution pulled full circle, most of the computers, tools were set up on the same day. Another 5 apartments were rented on floors 4 to 5. Monsoon is not at all intended to treat buddies out to fight this gang of brothers. The configuration should be pulled full, in life and in the office. Besides, he himself can stay here, at least until school starts. For sanitation, Monsoon booked a 10-day bellhop. It can't be helped. They're all boys and they're all younger. So if they're left to clean up after themselves, there's a chance they'll get sloppy. Monsoon does not want this group of brothers to be too sloppy. As for the self-discipline aspect, still have to be slowly cultivated. The days passed calmly for a few days. Monsoon stood in the doorway of his office wallpapering. No way. The brothers delayed a few days, are waiting to feed, and now reopen naturally want to fully attract flow to open single. Things like chores can only be done by him, the boss. Halfway through the wallpaper, Monsoon suddenly saw 2 girls about his own age walk in. Monsoon froze. No, who are these 2? Recruiting? No one told him. Hey wait, you guys are? The 2 girls turned around, the left ordinary middle to upper, but the right one slightly taller, so that Monsoon also could not help but side-eye gaze more 2 eyes. The girl was wearing a bright yellow dress and her shoulder-length hair hung straight over her shoulders. The bright eyes looked like 2 sparkling jewels, radiating confidence. Her arms were slender and her skin was fair and translucent, but unfortunately her legs were covered by the pendulum and the shape of her legs could not be seen. The whole thing looked and felt like a blooming flower, full of confidence and radiance. A girl with a very different style from warmth. Mu Wanqiu moved to Liang Wei's side, avoiding Monsoon's gaze. Usually many of her classmates would sneak a look at her, but she always felt that Monsoon's gaze was too direct, not as subtle as her classmates. Liang Wei, who was on the side, also noticed Monsoon's gaze. It hadn't even lasted 1 second on her, but it had stayed on Mu Eveningqiu for over 3 seconds. This man is too much. Don't you think it's rude to stare at a girl like that? Usually, girls don't get so aggressive with dudes. Monsoon's face value is definitely beatable. It's just that there's something wrong with his outfit today. Today's Monsoon was wearing a torn jacket covered in paint on top and crappy jeans on the bottom because he had to paint in wallpaper. Not style, but really crappy. His 2 eyebrows and the hair at the corners of his forehead were covered with white ash, and he wore a mask so that he couldn't see his face clearly. This one is simply a standard decorating boy, hardly reminiscent of a college student. Being said so by Liang Wei, Monsoon also felt that there was something wrong with his gaze just now. Getting down from the scaffolding and removing his mask, he nodded slightly to the two men. Although the triangle was a little red from the smothering of the gag, the handsome and well-defined face froze the two girls. Sorry, that was my problem earlier. Monsoon apologized very seriously, but Liang Wei slightly piqued. It seems that she does not intend to stop. Caught a handsome man, that must not chat a couple of words? Just about to open her mouth to strike up a conversation. Mu Evening Chio, who was familiar with her friend's character, hurriedly stopped her. It's fine. It was quite presumptuous of us to come in just now. Mu Evening Chio nodded slightly in greeting. Monsoon inquired as he took off his burlap gloves. So, are you guys here for something? You can talk to me if you have something. I work here. Mu Evening Chio furrowed her brows, as if she was hesitant that Monsoon could be in charge. However, after Monsoon had said so, and the personnel in the office didn't raise their voices in question, she directly stated the purpose of her visit. I'm the landlord and I'm here today to give you my water and electric cards. Saying that, Mu Wanchio took out 2 cards from her own bag and handed them to Monsoon. Landlord? Mu Gyu's daughter? Chapter 52, What Pushin' Woman? Are you Boss Mu S? Monsoon tried. I'm his daughter. I see. That's a bother. Thanks. Carefully taking the card in both hands, keeping a good distance to avoid touching each other. The gloves were too dirty. Monsoon didn't mention Magic City University at all, nor did he say that he was a student or even an alumnus of the other party. Since there is no intention of deeper communication, there is no need to get that close. Keep your distance to avoid embarrassment later. If Mu K had taken the initiative to inform her that both parties were alumni, we'd talk about it then. You're welcome, and remember to pay your utility bills by the 28th of every month, or there's a chance the water and electricity will be shut off. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Mu Wanchio originally wanted to see what this newly opened studio did, but with Monsoon blocking the doorway like this, she looked a little embarrassed instead. If her dad, Mu K, had been there, he would have walked in and watched, but she was a girl, and her face was still a little too soft to speak up. Well, then, if you don't have any other questions, I'll be on my way. Okay, slow down. Leaving the studio, Liang Wei began to whisper. Ugh, Chio, this decoration little brother is so handsome. Are you being a nymphomaniac again? How's that for nymphomania? I'm just stating the facts. Don't you think he's handsome? Mu Wanchio frowned and thought back to those in her class. Compared to them, Monsoon was simply crushing. It is quite handsome. Unfortunately it's a decorator. Hey, I guess it's not the way to go in the future. No way. Mu Wanchio didn't really like evaluating other people's careers, and it was too much of a stretch to say that everyone was equal. But her education and literacy made her reluctant to demean others. There's nothing wrong with a decorator. At least other people have a life they're working on. Ouch. Start getting a fix for the handsome man. Nervous. Mu Evening Chio was actually a bit bitter, as if she had been dismissed without achieving her goal. Never mind. I'll read it next time I get a chance. Monsoon, who was still wallpapering the doorway, glanced at the two, and they weren't talking too quietly, so he could basically hear them clearly. Looking at the wallpaper and roller in his hand, Monsoon spread his hands. Indeed, remodelers are struggling to make ends meet too. By mid-afternoon, stickers, paint, and cleaning. After a day of doing odd jobs, Monsoon left his brothers in the studio. Prepare yourself to go back to the apartment first and take a shower. Can't help it. That's what happens when you do odd jobs. You get too dirty. Hiking up to room 409 of the 4th floor apartment, he opened the door and stepped into the bathroom to wash away his exhaustion. It's exhausting being a boss when you have to do odd jobs every day. After taking a bath, Monsoon naked glanced at the mirror. Long-term exercise made him extremely well built, just slightly on the thin side. Leaders have to be leaders, even to their own brothers. We'll have to teach our brothers a lesson and brainwash them in the evening. For this reason, Monsoon changed into a very offensive black shirt with summery 9-minute small suit pants underneath, and brought along a Casio that cost about $1,000. Monsoon's vision has never been a problem. None of this is expensive, but it definitely has enough pizzazz. There's something very second nature or small business owner about this kind of outfit. It's a far cry from what the decorator looks like during the day. Slightly purring his hair with gel, Monsoon pushed out the door. The decorator's clothes were in a bag he was going to throw away. As he walked toward the entrance of the building, the door to the room next door, 407, suddenly opened. In the morning, the girl in the long bright yellow dress walked out with a big bag of garbage. Mu Wanchio's expression visibly froze when she saw Monsoon. This guy, the decorator from the morning? It's not much different than in the morning, is it? Okay, she admitted that Monsoon was a little bit handsome. But, I don't know if it's because of the distraction of seeing the monsoon or because the garbage is so heavy. Not maintaining her balance, she stumbled, knocking her knee on the ground, and the plastic bag broke, spilling the trash inside. Monsoon frowned, didn't squeak, and quickly stepped forward and extended his sleeve. He didn't reach out because that would be a little greasy. The other thing was that he kept some distance from all the girls. Thanks. Mu Wanchio helped Monsoon stand up. Is everything okay? Alright. There's no drama like in TV shows where a woman falls and her leg is about to break. The garbage bags are really broken though, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Monsoon scanned the garbage on the ground. Basically drink bottles, express bags, express boxes, and unwanted socks and underwear. Surrendered? He didn't move to gather the garbage together. Then in Mu Evening Chio's surprised gaze, he took the tattered bag in her hand. Quickly tie up the ragged holes and then pedal the trash up in 4 corners. The whole process was very competent and quick. Well, just carry it over together. Looking at Monsoon, who was close at hand, the always capable Mu Wanchio blushed. Well, thanks. The 2 men pulled up the corners of the garbage bag and pocketed a bag of trash to throw into the trash can at the top of the stairs. After finishing, Monsoon clapped his hands and didn't talk to Mu Wanchio anymore, so he was ready to leave directly. Just as he turned around and prepared to go downstairs, Mu Evening Chio behind him interrupted him once again. Ugh, wait, do you live here? Isn't that an annoying question? Monsoon twisted his head, and suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was a bit nagging, and she was either the landlord's daughter. What? Add my QQ then. I have to add your QQ if I live here. Isn't your excellency a bit too pushin'? Why? Monsoon's voice was colder than it had been a moment ago. No, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to thank you. You're welcome. Hey wait. What again? Monsoon felt like he was running out of patience. Don't be in such a hurry. Okay, and there's your apartment rent for this month that you haven't paid, right? You add my WeChat. Usually the first uniform collection. I will notify you then. I can give you a little rent reduction. Monsoon. It's not like it's an office building. The apartment was clearly what they were looking for at the agency. What does she mean? What pushin' girl? Isn't this the good sister who cuts the rent? Thinking for about 1 second, Monsoon decisively took out his cell phone. Okay then, I'll add you. Seeing the dismay on Monsoon's face just now, the corners of Mu Evening Chio's mouth rose for the first time. Okay. Charters 4 added you as a friend. So hurry up and start chatting. Monsoon glanced at the name and raised an eyebrow slightly. Then he looked in the direction of the room again and couldn't help but ask. 407 and 409 are also Boss Mu's houses? Mu Wanchio shook her head. It's mine, not my dad's. He's on the 3rd floor, just a couple of offices. The 4 to 5 floors were all bought by our family before, and then passed to me, and I'm too lazy sometimes to give some to the agent. 4 to 5 floors? All. Buy. Got it. No. This is the Magic City. Monsoon slightly calculated the price, and the CPU almost burned. Even if you are waiting for demolition of the old town, the price of these houses is enough to ha. This way. In the face of Monsoon's shock, Mu Evening Chio, who had been very embarrassed, finally smiled and fell. My name is Mu Evening Chio. Thanks for earlier. You're welcome. My name is Monsoon. Can I help you with anything else? No. At this hour. Why don't I buy you dinner? No need. Mu Wanchio froze. She hadn't thought about the option of having herself rejected outright by a boy. That's good. Monsoon turned around and went downstairs, and Mu Wanchio silently followed behind. Her pretty brows tangled together, her head bowed, her lips pursed, and she muttered, "It's just a little cold." Chapter 53, The Landlady. The 2 of them walked together to the 2nd floor location, and Monsoon suddenly looked back at her, seemingly wondering why Mu Evening Autumn was still following. With 4 eyes facing each other, Mu Evening Chio, who had always been a social cow, was suddenly at a bit of a loss for words. She was afraid that Monsoon would think she was stalking him, so she quickly waved her hand to explain. I didn't mean to follow you. I came here to eat. Oh, me too. Chio. Here. Not far away. Liang Wei waved at Mu Evening Chio. Coming. In order to prevent herself from continuing to be embarrassed, Mu Wanchio hurriedly sped up her steps and passed through Monsoon's side. She felt a little ashamed of her demeanor and behavior today. Monsoon didn't feel anything. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Liang Wei couldn't help but let out a strange give laugh just as she arrived at her best friend's side. How did you get down here with the little decorator? Wow. He looks so handsome dressed like this. Man God, don't be a nymphomaniac. He's a tenant of the apartment and I think he has a strong sense of boundaries. A high-strung ascetic man-child? Wouldn't that be better? It does seem pretty high maintenance. Monsoon casually found a pork knuckle rice and sat down. 2 tables away from Mu Wanchio and the others. Taking out his cell phone, the top Warmth had already had a message come through. The corner of Monsoon's mouth rose slightly when he saw the message. If it was a work matter, Warmth would usually say it directly. Sending this kind of message is probably because she wants to talk and doesn't know what to say to herself. Seeing this, Monsoon's expression softened. Did you have dinner tonight? Monsoon took a picture of dinner and sent it over. Just sat down. Did you eat my pork knuckle rice picture today? Not yet. I just got to the cafeteria. Monsoon froze. The cafeteria. This is already living in the university? He did not think about the hospital at all. How have you been feeling lately? It's pretty good. Getting better and better, smiley face. It's fine. There's still some time before school starts. You don't have to force yourself too much with work. You have more time. And you can get a driver's license when you have time. Good. That's about how conversations with Warmth go. Talk. Warm is really bad at chatting. Monsoon, on the other hand, didn't want to talk flirty in front of Warmth, especially now that they were separated. But even so, this simple chat was enough to make his originally cold expression melt like a spring breeze. Liang Wei and Mu Evening Chiu at the table next to them had been quietly observing Monsoon, and at this moment, they had complex expressions. Liang Wei poked her buddy. Chiu, isn't he high cool and ascetic? Look at how gentle his smile is now. Mu Wanchio pursed her lips once again, not knowing what to say for a moment. In the evening, Mu Wanchio returned to her apartment on the 5th floor against the stairs, lay on the sofa to catch her breath, and prepared to take a shower. Suddenly there was a message on her cell phone from her dad. Mu K. How's that? Being a chartered housewife isn't much of a relief, is it? Well, it's really quite tiring to clean by yourself. I ran into a pretty interesting kid who came to rent the house the other day. He's an alumnus of yours. He's a freshman too, and I had a drink with him. Freshman alumni? Which one? He rented an office building, the same one where Neutral used to do stock, and said he was doing e-commerce. Hearing this, Mu Wanchio froze. The stock family made a big deal out of it, so she remembers it well. Most of all, that decorating guy, Monsoon, seems to be the one. Thinking about how Monsoon looked when he appeared in the afternoon, Mu Wanchio was instantly a little uncertain in her heart. It can't be that coincidental, can it? What's his name? His name is Monsoon, and I'm mostly uneasy about what they're doing. So don't get that stock thing going again. It says it's for e-commerce. Who knows what the specifics are? It's all a bunch of students. You keep an eye out for me there lately. I can't believe it's really him. The contact with Monsoon during the day impressed Mu Wanchio, not realizing that he was actually his alumni. I just don't know what department he's from. Okay, I know. I'll keep an eye on it in the meantime. On the other hand, Monsoon, who had finished brainwashing his brothers, had returned to the apartment. Just as I lay down, I received a tweet. WeChat is not hot in the student population now, and the 12-year-old WeChat has very few features, not even red envelopes or money transfers. These features didn't become commonplace until 14, so Monsoon doesn't have many WeChat friends, and odds are it's a work thing. Chartered Lady 4. Monsoon, right? I'm Mu Evening Autumn. I'll pay the rent on the 1st, and I'll pay the rent for at least 3 months at a time. When the time comes for you to prepare, you won't have to butt in on the agency side. Okay, so at 3,000, that's a total of 180,000 a year, right? Mu Wanchio, who was chatting with Monsoon on WeChat, froze for a moment. 180,000 a year? You rented 5 rooms? Yes. Mu Wanchio froze for a long time. This alumni should not be engaged in marketing, right? A pyramid scheme in the Magic City? Isn't the cost a little big? Can I come by tomorrow to see your studio? Find out what you do. Renovation these days, available in 3 days. Okay, then I'll be there in 3 days. Mu Evening Chiu gripped the phone, her expression quite imperative. On the 4th day, after simply decorating the studio, Monsoon set up the God of Fortune and worshipped again. Finally able to recline in my chair and catch my breath. The studio hadn't been partitioned off from the boss's office, so he had to turtle on the other side of the workspace. Today, he had to wait for Mu Wanchio, the landlord, and Monsoon didn't go back to work. Why not just give yourself a day off and play a game as a diversion? 40 minutes later, Monsoon was frantically tapping the keyboard as he faced the game's failure page. Can you blame me for this wave? It doesn't make sense. The auxiliary is a SB, and starts the group indiscriminately. Awkward black. The smaller the ability, the smaller the responsibility. I have the lowest segment. I don't stick to the pot if I lose. Pulling the plug. Monsoon managed to stay calm and choppy for the most part. The only thing he can't really tense up about is playing the game. The last wave really wasn't your problem. The sudden appearance of the voice startled Monsoon. As soon as he turned around, he saw Mu Evening Chio in a white shirt and jeans. And the landlord knows about games? I'm a high player. Mu Wanchio looked quite confident. Monsoon was non-committal. Actually, I'm kinda in the pits. Come for a visit? Mu Wanchio smiled. Her previous contact made her feel that Monsoon was very high and cold. I didn't realize there was such a side to it. I heard from my dad that you guys are in the e-commerce business? Seeing Mu Evening Chio's slightly inquiring eyes, Monsoon immediately knew what she wanted to know. Sort of, but it's a little less like traditional e-commerce, and it can be a little complicated to explain. But you can rest assured that all of this work is legal. I didn't mean that. Monsoon smiled politely and didn't say anything. Tenants breaking the law. Something all landlords fear. There was no need to avoid this, and Monsoon wasn't worried. Be my guest if you visit. That's good. Mu Evening Chio scanned the others who were working. Everyone was busy, the sound of keyboard tapping rising and falling. Compared to them, Monsoon was a bit of a do-nothing. They look busy. Don't you have to do this? Well, I do odd jobs at the company. Chapter 54, the day before registration. A handyman? Mu Wanchio was squirming in her heart. Her dad had told her that Monsoon was a very talkative young man. Smooth and aggressive. In and out. But he doesn't seem to be paying much attention to himself right now. It made Mu Wanchio a little less confident. There was some coldness between them and Monsoon. So Mu Wanchio had to change the subject. Can I go inside? Make yourself at home. After Monsoon signaled, Mu Wanchio began to wander around the studio. She saw those soul sister accounts of the studio members with a slightly surprised expression. So you guys are the ones posting all that chicken soup for the soul? Yes. Okay. Then it was time to see the studio members handing out orders, chatting, and a whole host of workflows. Nothing wrong with it overall. After circling around, Mu Wanchio held her hand in front of her body. Monsoon, I heard that you're also from Magic City University? Freshman? Monsoon knew that it should be Mu Kuei who told her, and there was nothing to hide about it, so she immediately admitted it. Yeah, that's quite a coincidence. We're still alumni. I'm in business administration. How about you? Computer. You started your own business on your side? Sort of. It's awesome that you started a business before your freshman year even started and you're still having success. Monsoon smiled. It's a joke. It doesn't compare to your family. It wasn't that Monsoon was being presumptuous. As of now, it really couldn't be compared. The old business district this side of the house is really not cheap. Tens of thousands of a flat is there. The light Mu Evening Autumn their own name on the second floor. These are real hard assets. Hearing Monsoon say this, Mu Wanchio waved her hands. That's different. Most of these were bought by my grandfather and my dad bought some too. Nothing to do with me. You've done all this on your own. Much better than me. There's a certain amount of luck involved. The two chatted for a while. Most of the time it was Mu Evening Chio talking and Monsoon responding politely. If anything, the sense of distance made Mu Wanchio feel a bit uncomfortable. Is Monsoon student free at noon? I'll invite you downstairs for dinner. Looking at Mu Evening Chio's expectant eyes, Monsoon was ancient and pointed to the gang of naive pussies behind him. I have to bring my brothers with me. Mu Evening Chio wasn't angry at Monsoon for saying that. Instead, he laughed happily. That's pretty good. Let's all go together. By noon. With Mu Evening Chio's treat, the studio members naturally didn't eat takeout. The group went together and sat down at a small fry restaurant on the second floor. The tables here are all seated for 4 and they split a total of 3 tables out. Monsoon, Do Ding, and Mu Evening Chio sat at a table. Mu Wanchio, who was most familiar with this place, ordered many dishes. Of course, all 3 tables were the same. She wouldn't be stupid enough to single out Monsoon for special treatment. After serving the food, Mu Wanchio always felt that the big man across the street looked at himself with some fierce eyes. He didn't collect himself until he got a glare from Monsoon. Do Ding's heart was aggravated after being glared at by Monsoon, but his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the beer advertisement at hand. Windy, tired for a few days. Some beer for lunch? Monsoon originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, there was no need to refuse. Today was supposed to be his day off for himself, and it was okay to have a drink and relax. Okay, you order it then. Seeing that Monsoon agreed, the corner of Do Ding's mouth tugged and he looked across at Mu Evening Chio again. This pretty girl, do you drink? Being asked by a rough and burly man if she drank, Mu Wanchio was subconsciously a bit afraid, but she looked at the opposite side of Monsoon and her heart crossed. Okay, but I don't drink much. It's fine. Just have a casual drink. It's not like we're forcing it. Right, Brother Wind. Aha. Seeing Monsoon answering, Do Dan's mouth cracked open with a smile. It really was still different. For the matter of girls drinking, Monsoon will only care about warmth alone. Warmth drinking Monsoon definitely stop. Other girls are all passers-by. For example, right now, he made Mu evening Chio drink, and that breezy look of Monsoon's didn't change at all. Oh, sister-in-law's position is unassailable. After some trial and error, Dodan suddenly had a feeling of witty as I am. Monsoon really didn't think about it, and his thoughts were simple. What does it matter to me if you drink or not? Just what Dodan wanted for his little scheme. The small fry was served, and Monsoon and Dodan were not polite, crunching on the food and occasionally taking a sip of beer. They work a lot and eat quickly most of the time. Compared to the two men, Mu Evening Autumn was much more reserved. She didn't eat too slowly, but very finely, occasionally taking a sip of beer. She hadn't had wine before and didn't feel it was very good. Not as good as a drink. The alcohol went to her head quickly, and in no time, Mu Evening Chio's cheeks were already flushed. After a few minutes of pounding away, a few people's movements began to slow down and the conversation gradually opened up. These people are your classmates? Not really. Monsoon shook his head slightly. We're all Windy's little brothers, and when Windy takes us out to mix, we come out with him. Hearing Do Ding say this, Mu Wanchio was slightly surprised. Take them to mix? Won't this backwoods family get in the way? Monsoon student is really something, having so many like-minded companions. That's true. Brother Fong is the school bully in our city's first high school. Monsoon, if you can't talk, don't talk, turn around and get a tongue cramp. Oh, seeing Do Ding, who was a little over 1 meter 9, being coy in front of Monsoon, Mu Evening Chio became more and more curious about this high and cold classmate in her heart. After finishing his meal, Monsoon nodded towards Mu Evening Chio. We're done eating. We broke the bank today. Next time it's on you. It's fine. It's fine. You've rented it for a year. You'll have a long time to spend together. Mu Wanchio smiled sweetly. Yes, they were landlord and tenant, and they went to the same school. Then it's only natural that we'll spend a lot of time together in the future. Are you guys going back to work? Aha. Then I'll go back too. I live on the 5th floor. Ji Fong and Mu Evening Chio looked at each other for a few seconds, but they still took the initiative to speak. I'll give you a ride. Good. The corners of Mu Wanchio's mouth rose. Arriving on the 5th floor, Monsoon remained the same as before. No contact, no conversation. Having never waited for Monsoon to strike up a conversation with herself, Mu Wanchio bit her lip and suddenly asked after opening the door to her room. Is Monsoon student free tomorrow? No. What about the day after tomorrow? It's been a busy time. That's fine. But can you add a QQ? WeChat usually talks to my dad and the others. Okay. Autumn Sunset adds you as a friend. Bang! The door to the room closed, and in the shadows, Mu Wanchio was a little angry. Leaning against the wall, he pouted in resignation, not knowing if it was more in his heart or some other inexplicable sentiment. She had never been this forthcoming before, and Monsoon was like a log. Humph, come on. In the following days, Monsoon almost every day will meet Mu Evening Autumn. Mr. Monsoon, what a coincidence. Monsoon, dinner together? Monsoon, the garbage upstairs is so heavy. Can you help me move it? Sometimes she can be seen clearing out her retired apartment in 4 to 5. And sometimes she can be seen on the 3rd floor climbing with office tenants. Sometimes she can be seen standing at the garbage cans and arguing with the property's janitorial staff. It's an old business district and there are always problems with the property. She always met Monsoon intentionally or unintentionally, greeted him from time to time, and occasionally chatted with him at night. She often dines with Monsoon and her brothers. Treats were exchanged and the two gradually became acquainted. Even when Monsoon went to take the driving test, he was able to have a chance encounter with Mu Wanchio. Such a coincidence? This encounter with the landlady's teenage daughter remained for over a month. And tomorrow, it's the last day to report for school. Chapter 55 Business Administration Warming. Early morning, outside the old shopping district. A rare overcast day made the air less cool than usual. The breeze blew through the trees and onto the grass, gently caressing each leaf. The fresh air is filled with the scent of stonecrop flowers. In this peaceful atmosphere, Monsoon stood alone by the green belt, quietly enjoying the beauty of the early morning. After a busy month or so, the studio stabilized. It's finally time to report to school. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, Monsoon was still ready to take the subway for a bit. He's been so busy lately that he doesn't know much about the whole commuter environment around the studio. Take a ride on the subway to familiarize yourself. Monsoon student. The young girl's cry interrupted him. Looking back, Mu Evening Chio, who was standing on the street corner, stretched out her head and waved at Monsoon, but she had just refused her dad's 760. Today Mu Evening Chio changed into an autumn yellow sports short shirt, her whole body exuding a youthful and energetic atmosphere. On the contrary, Monsoon had changed his usual sternness and looked much more introverted in a white casual outfit, like a regular college student. Mu Evening Chill walked over to Monsoon and looked up and down. Monsoon's change could be more than just the attire. Usually Monsoon was very boss-like, but today his whole eyes were softer. There's something different about Monsoon students today. Campus is not like society. I don't have to be so strict. Let's go. Take the subway? Aha. Enter the station. Buy a ticket. Get on the train. By the time he reached the carriage, Monsoon clearly felt the crowdedness of the Magic City commute. In the carriages, in addition to the daily commuters, there were also more students who were traveling to Mordor University to report for work. The crowd was pretty loose at this stop they were on, but by the time we got to the second stop, there were significantly more people on. Monsoon glanced at Mu Evening Chill, who was squeezed in the middle with an embarrassed look on her face. When the subway is crowded, it's hard to tell if the boys around you are doing it on purpose. Seeing this situation, Monsoon suddenly reached out to Mu Evening Chill and grabbed her arm. Come this way. Mu Wanchio obviously froze for a moment. After all, after knowing Monsoon for over a month, he had never taken the initiative to touch her like this. The first reaction in Mu Wanchio's heart was actually sure enough. Going to school together is the right choice. Good. Stand here. Oh. Monsoon pulled Mu Wanchio to the corner of the door, one hand holding the railing in front of Mu Wanchio's door. The other side is blocked with the body. This freed up some space for her, and those around her couldn't say anything. The distance was close, but neither spoke. Mu Wanchio looked up at Monsoon with bright eyes. The ride was slightly monotonous. Nothing changes until you get out of the subway. She was expecting a subway sharp break. Monsoon did not stand steadily for a moment to jump on her, and then hold her tender apology did not happen. But Mu Wanchio didn't care. When she was in the car just now, she still if anything plastered Monsoon twice. Oh, come on. The entrance to Mordor University. The pairing of Ji Feng and Mu Evening Chill, a handsome man and beautiful woman, naturally attracted a lot of attention. In a place like college, there's never any shortage of gossip about the schoolgirl and the schoolgirl, especially a beauty like Mu Wanchio, who was definitely good enough to be at the departmental flower level. When we arrived at the orientation area, there were a number of orientation seniors mortared here. Monsoon raised his hand, but Mu Evening Chill was the first to speak. Why don't we split up and check in, and then get in touch when the dorms and such are arranged? Good. Hearing Monsoon's promise, Mu Wanchio breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually quite afraid that Monsoon would open his mouth first, because judging from her contact with Monsoon over this period of time, Monsoon would have spoken first. It's basically a see you later and then you turn around and walk away. If you open your mouth first, you will be able to leave room for the next thing. For example, when she said that she would contact her after making arrangements, Monsoon would definitely not say no contact. You don't get 600 plus points for nothing. Witty as I am, Mu Wanchio was content to say goodbye to Monsoon, and the two of them each walked towards the welcoming new area. Computer computing large department. Monsoon hardly needs to go looking for it. Hello, my name is Monsoon. New student check-in. The senior across the street held out his hand. I'm Xiang Jiwei. Count me as your senior. Come this way. After checking in, enrolling in school, and a series of formalities, Monsoon followed the map Xiang Jiwei gave him as he made his way through the large campus. Magic City University is really big. The school road has 18 curves. After walking for a long time, he found the dormitory building 12 in the dormitory area. His room number was 205, and because of the late check-in time, the other three were already there when he arrived at the dormitory. As soon as they entered, the eyes of the three converged. Asterisk, dude. It's the last day already, and you're stuck on points pretty much to death? Well, something came up at home and I'm a little late. My name is Zhang Chao. Jincheng people. Good guy, you kid so handsome. Directly deprived me of room grass seats. Zhang Chao looks very talkative. 1.75 meters. Not fat or thin. Hello, Joey Han. From Lubei. Joey Han looks just as tall, and all the people in Lubei seem to be tall. And Monsoon has 181 that he is a little taller than Monsoon. My name is Su Ming. From Sichuan. Su Ming is not very tall. 1.7 meters or so, but with a set of small designer labels on, and a 10,000 plus tag Heuer. He looked pretty rich. Scanning the room, Monsoon smiled coyly and waved to greet his roommates. Hello guys, my name is Monsoon. I'm from Pearl City. Monsoon's behavior at this time, at first glance, was that of a good boy who studied seriously and was upwardly mobile every day. A few people under the eyes. Are there future roommates? Monsoon eyes with a smile, face with a spring breeze. In the future, we have to get along. School entrance. In the welcoming area of the Department of Business Administration, Liang Wei was pulling Mu Wanchio in a chattering chat. Autumn, why are you so late? Mu Wanchio's gaze was a bit averted, but she still truthfully informed her best friend. Monsoon student has been very busy, that's why it was delayed until the last day. Liang Wei tilted her head with an exaggerated face, and deliberately stuck out her tongue. Oh, the decorator has become Monsoon. How's it going? Did you get it? Don't know what you're talking about. Didn't take it? TSK, the charm of our Mu Big School flower doesn't work anymore? I Kong Kong. It doesn't make sense. It's still as pretty as before. Look at that little waist. Look at those tits. Look at. Halfway through her words, Liang Wei suddenly stopped. Mu Wanqiu, who had been teased by her best friend for being shy, was a bit surprised at how she stopped talking, then noticed Liang Wei's gaze. Following Liang Wei's gaze, Mu Wanqiu's pupils also trembled slightly. Only a girl with a thin figure but an explosive body was seen walking towards the business administration orientation. She was dressed in an all-black, waist-length dress and her jellyfish head was tied simply to one side. The side face has soft lines, the nose is high and straight, and the straight thin lips outline indifference. The long eyelashes were fluttering slightly, and the slightly sad eyes made people unable to resist pitying her, touching her face, and gently embracing her in their arms. And the coldness at the corners of his brows rejected the people. This sideways look is almost impeccable. It's cold and suffing. This girl gave Mu Wanqiu a sense of déjà vu, much like Monsoon's classmates. Chiu, this girl is so beautiful. Aha! Mu Eveninkiu, who had always been confident, couldn't help but nod her head at this time. The black-skirted girl took out her acceptance letter. Department of Business Administration, Warm. Chapter 56, seems like a long story. The girl's name was Warmth, but everyone around her felt the coldness in her tone. That sense of living distance was too obvious compared to the average girl. The warmth of high school actually did that. Self-absorbed, apathetic, doesn't like contact with others. Just underneath the self-absorption and apathy of those days was the low self-esteem that comes with poverty and family. But now that her mother's surgery was successful, her own education, career, and all on track, Warmth without the shortcomings gradually possessed self-confidence. Low self-esteem plus indifference only makes you look like a bully and a coward. But confidence plus indifference makes people think you are strong and creates respect for you, which in turn can be called being high-strung. That's what Monsoon taught her. The senior and senior sister who received Warmth also slowly came back to their senses at this time and picked up Warmth's materials in front of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 705 points out of 750. The top Pearl City student. And 1 point away from the top provincial student? What kind of demon is this? No. Over 700. Why don't you go to Qingbei? That's who knows. There was a lot more talk about Warmth than Mu Evening Autumn. To be honest, Warmth didn't really like being surrounded by people like this, but she was also aware that her score would definitely cause talk, and she's not going to do any of that silly egg manipulation of intentionally scoring low on a test. Only by scoring high enough and being strong enough was she entitled to choose everything. Can you tell me the location of the dormitory? Yes. Girls' Dormitory 06. 302. Warm student. Welcome. Thanks. Warmly, he nodded his thanks and looked at the campus in front of him and inhaled shallowly. Magic City University, here I come. Monsoon. Warmth stepped towards the campus, her figure gradually disappearing from the crowd's view. Behind her, Liang Wei poked Mu Eveningqiu, who was on the side, and whispered a reminder. Ghost, I've always thought that you, Chiu, were already top-notch, but I didn't realize that there were even more top-notch than you. College is college. There are so many beautiful women. She's also in business administration, and you're a classmate. I guess she'll have to compete with you for the department flower. How's that for stress? Nuts. Who's going to compete in that thing? Mu Wanqiu frowned. Just now, she heard the shocked exclamations of her seniors and older sisters that Warm Gashua had taken more than 705. This score on the Qingbei are more than enough. I did not expect to actually come to the Magic City University. And it's odd that you picked business administration, which doesn't have a high admissions line. Pearl City. Liang Wei, let's go too. Ugh, look over there. There's another one. This one's pretty too, but it doesn't feel as good as you. Mu Wanqiu looked in the direction Liang Wei was pointing. Gu Shuiting pulled a suitcase and walked towards the orientation with big strides. In the dormitory, Monsoon chatted with his housemates. Because of time, the three of them were already familiar with each other, and only Monsoon was new to the game. However, the leader, Zhang Chao, was very enthusiastic, and in a few words, he let Monsoon blend in, and then he wanted to take Monsoon out to mingle with the world. Monsoon, with 8 billion people around the world, bringing the four of us together here is destiny. Come on, buddy, take you out for a spin. 2 glasses of wine and we'll be father and son to each other from today. The other two raised their hands in agreement. Yes, 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 mutual father and son. Monsoon, who was already thinking of adapting to campus life, naturally had no problem with it. Hiking out of the school gates, the nearby restaurant rows were already full, and Zhang Chao took the three of them all the way to a slightly farther away jerk restaurant to sit down. Boss, a case of Tsingtao, 200 skewers, okay, barbecue beer, everything, a glass of beer down. The box is gradually opened. Those who were able to get into Mordor University didn't have too bad of grades, so the topic of studying, which had been agonizing them for more than 10 years, was directly skipped over. After chatting about the local customs and culture, the topic gradually boiled down to ideals in women. My computers, these years can drill, can't drill, mix, wait for graduation to find a big factory as a social animal. Finished. Zhang Chao's openness caused the others to laugh, and he took it upon himself to point at Monsoon. Monsoon, what about you? I see you're in the computer science department too. Does going to school properly count as an ideal? School is a bull ideal. 12 years of elementary, junior high and high school isn't enough for you? A real man has to think and act. What about Joey-han? Me? Take the public exam. My dad told me to take the public exam. Che, no luck. Finally the gazes of the three converged on Su Ming as he turned his watch. I studied finance, so I guess I'll take over the family business when the time comes. Ideal of this kind of thing would have been people have their own aspirations. Our college students, is not brainless, did not continue to talk deeply. And then came the women. They hadn't been exposed to girls in college, so they could only talk about how the girls in their classes were in high school. Are you seeing anyone? Did you break up when you got to college? These are all sort of hot topics. Mentioning his girlfriend, Su Ming pushed down his Armani glasses. I talked to a few in high school, but they were all average looking, not interesting, and not into my heart. You should get some prettier girls during college. I saw quite a few pretty freshmen today. There's a chance. That's a bit of a dark force to pretend. And a few others knew that his family was probably in good condition and didn't chat deeply on that. Joey-han spread his hands. I've never been in a relationship. Let's see if I can have a serious one in college. The topic turned to Zhang Chao, and the bastard's mood was clearly a bit off. I've had one, but it was a relationship that was, how can I say, mixed. Monsoon sniffed and took the initiative to pour Zhang Chao a glass of wine. Looks like a long story. It hasn't been that long. I used to talk to a schoolmate when we had a date to go to Lakeland University together. But she then bet on the college entrance examination was very accurate, and overplayed, catching up with the special professional drop-in points, directly into the Magic City University. Then she dumped me, saying we weren't from the same world. So disgusting? There's a bad guy inside the schoolgirl. Zhang Chao's breath caught, wanting to retort but not knowing how to speak. Hokage is not like that. Well, no, you go on. Then I told her wait for me. I'm sure I'll get into Mordor University too. And then here we are. Monsoon, who had been drinking a bit, was a bit shocked. Was this a lickspittle reversal? Hiss, this schoolmate is not a bad person. She's your precious person. Hey, don't tell me. It's pretty twisted anyway. When Zhang Chao finished, his emotions came up and he directly poured himself a glass of wine. What about you, Monsoon? You're so handsome and your studies aren't bad. There must have been quite a few girls who liked you in high school, right? Monsoon shook his head. I wasn't as popular as you guys think I was in high school. There was a lot of going on and quite a few people who hated me. Not a single girlfriend either. As far as during college, say, of the four, Monsoon's appearance was the most outstanding. But his statement was a little too far-fetched. You were hated by a lot of people in high school? Cat, I'm a person who hates pretending to be a dark pussy too. So I'd advise you to behave yourself. I really didn't have an awkward conversation. It's all true. I was pretty unpopular in high school and I didn't have a relationship. Just as Monsoon finished speaking, a string of Oreo-like voices came along. Mr. Monsoon, what a coincidence. You're eating here too? Chapter 57, Mu Wancho kills both men and women. Hearing this familiar voice, Monsoon already knew who the visitor was. His expression was a little stiff and helpless. Isn't Mundo University huge? Why is it possible to come across it like this? It was definitely not possible to not squeak and play dead at a time like this, so Monsoon could only raise his head and meet that sweet gaze. Having dinner with the housemates. The three housemates looked at the several sisters across the street, and then at Monsoon beside them, with odd faces. Is that what they call high school not being popular? Well, that's a good look, isn't it? This kid, especially Su Ming, whose expression visibly drifted for a moment when he saw Mu Eveningchio. Mu Eveningchio had soft shiny black hair, fair and delicate skin, a lithe and graceful figure, her face overflowing with youthful beauty, and her eyes clear and bright, deep and divine. The smile on his face revealed a sense of confidence and determination. Knit your brows and smile in all the tenderness. Really like water, like the Jungnan girl. It was miles above the girls he had once known. She went to school with Monsoon. In the midst of several people's confusion, Zhang Chao quietly poked Monsoon's waist eye. Ugh, Monsoon. No introductions here? Her name is Mu Evening Autumn. And then what? That's gone? Monsoon scratched the corner of his brow. And then what? He can't say this is my landlady who is super rich but follows me around like a heel every day. And thinking of ways to buy me breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is also too poo-poo and too much down the line. Just when Monsoon was speechless, Mu Evening Chiu took the initiative to walk over. The smile on her face was thick because she had just heard that Monsoon didn't have a girlfriend. Hello guys, I'm Mu Evening Chiu from the Department of Business Administration, and they're my roommates Chiu Jiayun, Gao Xiyu, and Nia Chang. Hello there. Su Ming got up and was about to shake Mu Wanqiu's hand, but Mu Wanqiu didn't move to avoid it. You're eating? Nia Chang, do you want to join us? I met a friend over here. You guys? Yeah. So can I. In the eyes of the three boys, Mu Wanqiu was confident and sunny, and was generous without stage fright. It's like a heroine out of a TV show. With this kind of initiative from the girls, it was even more impossible for Zhang Chao and the others to refuse. Come along then. Welcome. Boss, more skewers. You guys drinking? I don't drink. Anything for me. The 4 men and 4 women switched to a larger table, served more skewers, and the beers began to be refilled. Mu Wanqiu took the initiative to move a small bench to sit next to Monsoon and whispered. Yesterday it was your treat. Today it's my treat? No. You guys came later and didn't eat much. How does that work? Mu Wanqiu moved the small bench with her butt, and as it turned back and forth, the two of them got closer and closer. Don't post it like that. Look at my roommate's eyes. Monsoon was somewhat helpless. Why should I look at him? Monsoon didn't say anything more, just that the way the two whispered had been seen by the thoughtful people present. For example, Su Ming, who had been staring at Mu Wanqiu. The way the two looked made Su Ming a little depressed. So it was time to try to get some ground back in other areas and start talking eloquently. I actually think the future bubble of the internet will burst within 2 to 3 years. The topic is a big one. Just the truth of it is in the eye of the beholder. After a few words closed, Su Ming looked at Mu Evening Chiu, wanting to hear the goddess evaluation of what he had just said. What do you think, late fall student? However, Mu Evening Autumn was only sipping her beer while joking to Monsoon beside her, occasionally covering her mouth and making strange sounds like give. Evening Autumn, someone else is talking to you, Nia Cheng shouted. Monsoon looked at Mu Wanqiu, who was talking to herself and giggling, and covered her face a little. He nudged at the table. Ha! In hindsight, Mu Wanqiu raised her head sharply, the confusion in her eyes flickering away, but she quickly responded. Didn't chicken out, didn't go along with Su Ming's awkward conversation, but explained it plainly. I'm sorry, this student, I was just chatting with Monsoon. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. There was no way to lose his temper with a goddess, so Su Ming could only awkwardly wave his hand. It's okay, I'm just making it up while I'm drunk. Words closed. Another round of eating and drinking. Zhang Chao raised his glass to enhance the atmosphere. From today onwards we'll be classmates at the university, so we can get in touch more often in the future. Good. Then we can get in touch more often in the future. How to contact? Like add a QQ? When you go to college, every student has more freedom on their mind. Words and actions are more active and a bit more open than in high school. Zhang Chao smoothly added the QQ of the two girls. Even Joey Han added one. Su Ming was even already talking and laughing with the 3 sisters across the street. I'm sure I have a car. It's just that school just started and it's just too flashy to drive over here right now. After saying that, he looked at Mu Evening Chiu. Late fall classmate? Add QQ? Mu Evening Chiu raised her head and narrowed her eyes for a moment. Evening Chiu is also what you shouted? Still, she flashed a smile. No need. If you want something to happen just let Monsoon tell me. He QQ Weibo has it. So, having been set up twice in a row, Su Ming's face was also a bit unsettled. He just couldn't see that Monsoon, besides being a bit taller and more handsome than him, was probably a bit better at studying as well. Other than that, there's little merit. Not much of a talker. Doesn't seem very articulate. A proper roadie. Why does Mu Wanqiu treat him so well? Monsoon is also a bit tense. College is not like high school. No one knows him here, so the school bully persona no longer needs to be maintained. When he came to college, his original idea was to try to make himself transparent and keep a low profile, at least in front of his roommates. Mu Evening Autumn this mess. Still low profile hammer. Su Ming stared at Monsoon, depressed in his heart, unable to find a point to pretend left or right. He could only stand up. Everyone's pretty much done eating. I'll get the check. But just as he finished speaking, he was stopped by Mu Evening Chiu raising her hand. Hey, no need. Student Su Ming. I've already paid the bill just now. Once Su Ming heard that Mu Wanqiu had already paid the money, he was a bit anxious. How can this be? How can you girls pay? Richer than rich? Oh, yeah. Mu Wanqiu smiled with a very natural expression. It's okay, I'm the one who put together the table. So if I add more food and let you guys pay for it, then I'm not a beer girl anymore? It's even more inappropriate to have my roommates AA. They were dragged here by me, so I must be the one paying. The crowd froze at these words, and surprisingly, they felt that there was so much truth in them. Not only Zhang Chao, Su Ming and the others, even Mu Evening Chiu's roommate had a few more good feelings towards her. After all, a girl who does things with reason and money like that is almost unisex. In fact, Mu Wanqiu heart of the small plan can be more. This time she invited. Opposite the boys' dormitory must be too much. Won't we still have to invite them back? Boys are like that. Surely they don't owe anything, especially the little rich kid who's dying to die. They'll definitely pull a monsoon when the time comes. One way or another. It's a done deal. Mu Evening Chiu looked at Monsoon with a smiling face, and then couldn't stop laughing. Monsoon's calm eyes seemed to see through everything. Looking at Mu Wanqiu silently lowering her head, took out his cell phone and opened Alipay, found Mu Evening Chiu's avatar, and entered a figure of 500. Mu Wanqiu hurriedly pressed down on Monsoon's hand, revealing an expression so aggrieved that she was on the verge of tears. Don't. Chapter 58, The King Meets the King in the Shadows. Whether in front of her classmates or her teachers, Mu Wanqiu always had that confident and sunny look. Her confidence comes from many sources: family history, studies, appearance, ability, and a long history of social bull workouts. But every time she got in front of Monsoon, her confidence would always play out, like little kids who make mistakes. What's wrong with you, late autumn student? Monsoon, what are you doing? Su Ming's outburst interrupted Monsoon transferring money. This kid's voice is a bit urgent. Monsoon can only silently withdraw the phone. Monsoon picked up a skewer of chicken but ate it while thinking about how to answer Su Ming. I said my house was haunted and she almost cried in fear. Put. Mu Wanqiu covered her mouth and nodded in agreement. Yes, it is. Su Ming, that's such a bad lie. Does he look like a good liar? No, we need to create some more contact. It's still early. Should we go out for a walk together? Mu Wanqiu's eyes lit up. This Su Ming student really understands things. She looked over at Monsoon and realized that Monsoon was scratching his head again. Where to? There are so many people. Do you want to go to an internet cafe to sit for a while? You can team up and play a game. An internet cafe? I'm fine with that. I'll ask them then. Mu Wanqiu ran to ask her roommates. They also wanted to go out and have fun. But they didn't want to go to the internet cafe. The three of them were going to go to the press. Okay then, you guys go press on. I'll go online with them. Wrapped up. Monsoon could only follow a few roommates and Mu Evening Chiu to the internet cafe. Although this period of time after work often in Do Ding and their 5 black, but the level of Monsoon has not significantly improved. When he saw a few other people open League of Legends, his heart just trembled. He's also afraid of losing face. First things first, I'm not very good at playing this. It's fine. Buddy, take you flying. Zhang Chao looked confident. I'm on top. I don't send packs to win. Joey Han looked quite bullish as well. Mu Wanqiu asked in a small voice. Monsoon, what are you going to play? Although Monsoon is usually 5 upstairs in the studio, give or take, but in the face of the new acquaintance of the roommate, he felt that it is better to be more restrained. I'll assist then. Yeah, I can add. We'll match down the road. Mu Evening Chiu looked natural. Monsoon blinks a few times. He feels that the biggest difference between himself and other reborn people is probably that he is really bad at playing games. The dish will have to be recognized. Okay. Mu Evening Chiu suddenly smiled. The usual Monsoon was always breezy, and wouldn't bat an eyelid even if it was $100,000 or $200,000 for the room. He is also full of high spirits in his daily life, as if nothing can get on his nerves. But I didn't realize that a game could be so tense. And it's true that everyone has a weakness. What are you laughing at? Don't panic, Mr. Monsoon. Just listen to my command. Mu Wanqiu replied, blinking her left eye alone. Monsoon paused. Good. On the selection page, Mu Evening Chiu locked the VN in seconds. And Monsoon hesitated and still didn't pick the Sword Saint Auxiliary. He unprecedentedly chose a Jeweled Knight, which was considered to give Mu Evening Chiu a great deal of face. Entering the game, he heard Mu Evening Chiu speak in a deep voice. Monsoon, help me with the A-pawn. Take your medicine and don't be afraid to lose blood. Straight to face weakness. Phil E. Good. Kill. Monsoon, you're amazing. Wow. How about we double row together at night from now on? This E is so beautifully given. Mu Late Autumn blowing Monsoon a little red. because S2 Gem-E is a directional skill. Have a mouse on it. The next game experience completely exceeded Monsoon's imagination, and as he looked at his February 1st, 15 stats, he suddenly developed a feeling of I seem to be very good. By the time the game ended, Mu Eveningchio had 15 kills over the top. The 4 men in the dormitory each had their own thoughts. At least it was established that Mu Wanchio was a lapdog. They played a total of 3, and Mu Eveningchio's other 2 scores were 14 kills for Super God, and 21 kills for a big headwind turnaround. Monsoon student's assist is really great. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have been able to play so smoothly. Monsoon didn't know what to say. He was a self-aware person. It was just that right now he didn't want to brush off Mu Eveningchio's good intentions and interest. It's a little late. Almost ready to go back. Good. 3 won the game to the hilt and 5 people at least had a laugh out of the internet cafe. It's rare. Unlike the previous chattering situation, Mu Wanchio was much more silent on the way back. She held her hands by herself, probably in a good mood, and walked with the occasional upside-down foot. Only after walking all the way to the school grounds did Mu Eveningchio lift her eyelids and open her mouth in a small voice. Monsoon, can you give me a ride back to my dorm? Monsoon paused. Okay. Thus, in the complicated eyes of the 3 housemates, Monsoon led Mu Wanchio towards the girls' dormitory. Zhang Chao rubbed his chin. Isn't Mu Wanchio a bit fond of Monsoon? Isn't it obvious? I feel it's impossible. Su Ming waved his hand and went straight upstairs. A school beauty like Mu Wanchio was also a scarce resource at the university. This is only the first day of school. If this fell into the hands of the Monsoon, also, especially since Monsoon is inferior in every way. Su Ming didn't say anything on his lips, but his heart was as hard as eating a fly. Girls' dormitory. Monsoon silently sent Mu Wanchio to the door of the female dormitory 6. It could only go so far. Further inside would be a violation. Arrived. Thanks for the ride back. Monsoon. Mu Eveningchio suddenly grabbed Monsoon's broad palm and placed it in her hand and tightened it, then immediately let go and ran away. While running, Monsoon, treat me to something nice next time. I know your bottom line. Hey. Seeing Mu Wanchio run upstairs, Monsoon sighed, glancing at the palm that had just been held tightly. Being initiated by such a gentle, beautiful, and sweet and generous girl. To say that one didn't have some feelings was pure bull ********. But that's just a little feeling. Nowhere near enough for a heartbeat. After a period of work and precipitation, Monsoon was very clear that he already had someone in his heart. It's just that Mu Lianchio is really too good at it. She had never said she liked herself, and there was no way to say no. Turning around in silence, Monsoon didn't notice that while Mu Eveningchio was running up, a pair of eyes on the 3rd floor of the female dormitory 6 had been staring at him from the shadows. She stood behind the railing, her form hidden within the corridor. It was the warmth of being assigned to the women's dormitory 6 to 302. Encounters are just so unexpected and seemingly undignified. Warmly biting her own lip gently, her clenched fingers were already so hard that they turned white. She had just made her bed and wanted to get out and blow off some steam. Suddenly there were some emotions in my chest that hadn't been there before, and I didn't realize. Bored, angry, and a little aggravated that she'd had a hard time getting here. Maybe that girl just now was really nice. She seemed gentle and pretty, well-dressed, and proactive with Monsoon. It's normal for Monsoon to be liked, and she certainly could have chosen someone else to be cool with. Suck it. Drink. Warmth took a deep breath and slowly turned around when she heard slightly cheery footsteps on the stairwell. Seemingly sensing something, Mu Wanchio's pace up the stairs gradually slowed down. The dark shadows in the walkway touched the light in the stairwell. 4 eyes. Relative. Chapter 59, Confessions are dangerous. This touch of light and shadow didn't last long. The lights in the 302 dormitory were turned on. Not exactly bright, but illuminating warm faces. The soft cheeks were half in shadow, half revealed in the light of the bedchamber. It made Warm's already cold eyes even more sharp. This sharpness made Mu Wanchio unable to resist stopping in her tracks. After seeing this person at the 302 door, the flutter on Mu Wanchio's face tightened up a lot. She instantly identified the other person. The Pearl City scholar who caused a commotion at the school gates. Warmth. I don't know if it was her own illusion, but Mu Wanchio felt that Warmth was a bit hostile towards her, but she didn't know the other party at all. No one spoke in the long stare-off. The articulate Mu Evening Autumn never made a sound, but instead, Warmth, who never took the initiative, opened his mouth because of the entanglement in his heart. Excuse me, what is your name? Mu Wanchio knew Warmth's name, but she still asked back. My name is Mu Evening Autumn. And you? Warmth didn't rush to respond. Hearing the other woman's name made her think a lot for a moment. The autumn wind sweeps away the fallen leaves and the setting sun basks in the evening sun. The name is a poetic name and the person is a very gentle person. Maybe she's really better than she is. She's always stuffy. And to Monsoon too. Won't talk, won't chat with him, and won't be around him. It was only natural that Monsoon would choose her. Warmth flicked her red lips. Warm, quite a name. May I ask, is there something wrong with Warmth-san? Warmth slightly raised his head, and Mu Wanchio subconsciously took a step back. Congratulations. Leaving these words behind, Warmth resumed his original indifference and turned toward 302. Why did she strike up a conversation with Mu Wanchio? Warmth herself wasn't quite sure. She just felt resigned. She wasn't Gu Shuiting, and her self-absorbed personality made it difficult for her to engage in that kind of behavior of arguing with Mu Eveningchio. Since the Monsoon has made a choice, she will respect the Monsoon's choice. Anyway, she will still stand by his side. And she has come to Mordor. It's all just the beginning. Seeing Warmth leave, Mu Wanchio, who was still standing at the stairway, was even more puzzled in her heart. Congratulate me? Mu Wanchio turned around and followed the 302 doorway, looking towards the direction where she and Monsoon had just come from. The view was wide open and unobstructed, so you could see what was coming very clearly. Warmth, it seems, is also from Pearl City, and so is Monsoon. Thinking about the kind of downtrodden look Warmth had just had, Mu Wanchio was inexplicably a bit uneasy. The good mood I had before faded a lot. Shaking her head slightly, Mu Wanchio continued walking towards her dormitory. Does today count as a date with Monsoon? She wondered if today counted as a date with Monsoon. At least during the time they played the game, things became cordial between them, and Monsoon always listened to himself. Forget it. Let's go back to the dormitory. As soon as he enters, Chiu Jiayun begins to coax. Oh yo, our 306 amorous maiden is back. Hearing her roommate snicker, Mu Wanchio immediately retorted. What amorous girl? I'm very dedicated. Okay? Gao Xiyu and Nia Cheng also began to chime in. It's normal for Evening Autumn to be popular since she's so pretty, right? That Su Ming has been trying to find her too. Mu Wanchio pretended to sneer. Ha? Su Ming? Not familiar. Yeah, after all, you only have eyes for Monsoon. Am I that obvious? Mu Wanchio frowned. Your eyeballs are almost in Monsoon's mouth. It's still not obvious? That Monsoon student is quite handsome, and his height is just right. He's just not very talkative and looks a bit shy. He's shy? Mu Wanchio said in her heart that you guys have never seen him disciplining people. It's only the first day. Mu Eveningchio, are you about to get off the hook? A few of the roommates had the exact same I agree with this marriage reaction. Mu Wanchio originally listened to the heart of the beautiful, but heard off the single. The original expression of excitement swept away, because she knew she wasn't off the hook, and it wasn't even close. With over a month of contact, she could vaguely sense Monsoon's attitude, always keeping her polite and distant. She's the one who's been taking the initiative. Active contact, active encounters. In fact, no one knew better than Mu Wanchio in her heart that those so-called encounters were all of her own making. There might have been an element of rivalry in finding Monsoon at first, but by the end of the day, she couldn't keep it to herself anymore. Mu Wanchio was smart and sober. She always knew what she was thinking and what she wanted. She had always been confident, but the confident one had never confessed to Monsoon, because Mu Wanchio knew it very well. This whole confession thing is dangerous. Confessing is the same as giving the other person the power to reject you. Once the confession fails, then the relationship tends to go down the drain and you end up not even being friends. And without confessing, everyone will always be friends. This is true for both men and women. It's natural and normal for friends to reach out to each other, meet up, and play. Previously, Mu Evening Autumn's idea was to never confess. Start by treating Monsoon as a good buddy place, and then always looking for Monsoon to play with, always being there for him, accompanying him, being considerate, helping him. She has 100% confidence in herself, whether it's her looks, her money, her family. Mu Wanchio felt that even if Monsoon was a rock, she could warm it up. If you don't run into warmth, maybe she'll just keep grinding like this, keep watering down the work, and one day the water will come out. But today is different. She saw Warmth and heard his last words. Congratulations! Smart as Mu Eveningchio was, she had now figured out the problem embedded in those words. Warmth saw Monsoon send herself back, saw her holding Monsoon's palm, and saw her happily going upstairs to book her next appointment. These things made Warmth misunderstand that she was already with Monsoon. That's why you congratulate yourself. There must be a reason why Warmth scored 705 points and came to Mordor University as the city's top student and didn't go to Qingbei. As a woman's intuition, Mu Evening Autumn felt that this reason was likely to be the Monsoon. Warmth just misunderstood her relationship with Monsoon. There's no telling how long this misunderstanding will last. Lasted until Warmth and Monsoon initiated contact? Or did it last until their one meeting at school? The more Mu Wanchio thought about it, the colder she felt. She didn't like the feeling that things were out of her control, especially since Monsoon's own attitude didn't make her feel even a little bit safe. One thing she always knew but never admitted was that Monsoon didn't like her. At least not right now. This is not really a problem if there is no warmth. Companionship is the longest confession. But Mu Wancho suddenly remembered the first time she met Monsoon, when he was chatting with someone on his cell phone. So gentle. She picked up her cell phone and began to think. Either that, or try. Chapter 60, Wise Men Don't Fall in Love. Mu Wancho? What's wrong with you? The roommate saw that Mu Wancho had been silent and asked out loud. Her thoughts were interrupted by her roommate, and Mu Wancho snapped back to her senses, her expression losing its previous composure. No, nothing. She took out her cell phone and found Monsoon from QQ, looking through his QQ space. Signature. But Monsoon isn't like those emotional schoolboys who post emotional heartfelt messages in social spaces. Well, if you think about it, Monsoon their studio, which is specialized in sending emotional heartfelt messages, and can even send hundreds of them a day. I'm afraid I'm long tired of reading any emotional heartfelt messages when you do this kind of work. Mu Evening Chiyo tangled for a long time, but still typed on the phone QQ. In the boys' dormitory, Monsoon, who had just returned, wasn't coaxed like Mu Evening Chiyo, and only Zhang Chao, who talked the most, didn't hold back. Ugh, are you and Mu Wancho talking about someone? No. Really? It really doesn't. Hearing Monsoon reply in this manner, Su Ming, who was on the side, sat up violently. TCH, I told you they weren't possible. You still don't believe me. How could it be so easy? Monsoon glanced at Su Ming, who looked relieved, causing him to shake his head slightly. But he wouldn't say anything stupid like letting you have Mu Wancho. That kind of talk is disrespectful to girls. Zhang Chao ignored Su Ming as he stuck his head next to Monsoon. Quietly. Monsoon, I feel like Mu Evening Chiyo has a crush on you. You don't dislike women, do you? No, I'm pure man. Monsoon laughed dryly twice, and after a brief wash, he returned to his bed. Take out your cell phone and think a little. Finally still clicked on Alipay and silently transferred 500 to Mu Wancho. He had always been able to feel Mu Evening Chiyo's good feelings, but Mu Evening Chiyo had never explicitly expressed her liking, so Monsoon had no way to refuse. Monsoon understood that she was a very smart girl. People don't even say they like you. If he ventures to say something like you stay away from me, I don't like you, that's too hurtful, too downwardly mobile. Just after transferring the money, Mu Evening Chiyo's QQ message popped up. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a nice meal? I do know your bottom line. Can't start with salt-baked lobster? 500. Who are you scaring? PayPal arrives with $500. Monsoon. The sound of the PayPal arriving was loud. At least loud enough for everyone in the dorm to hear. Joey Han on the top bunk froze and laughed and joked. Who's that? And transferring you $500. Monsoon frowned slightly, feeling that if he were to explain that the relationship with Mu Evening Chiyo was really complicated, he casually said, my mom turned it. For your living expenses? Just 500? Joey Han seemed a bit surprised. Joey Han, stop it. Su Ming suddenly interrupted Joey Han, his eyes sternly stopping him. Joey Han also seems to realize that he said the wrong thing. Silent. Monsoon scratched his head a bit. This is good. The poor man's persona is afraid to follow through. He had actually somewhat not expected Su Ming's reaction. This buddy is a bit rich and quite pretentious. And I didn't expect that Su Ming, who was so pretentious, would actually take his feelings into account in the area of money. Although it was unlikely that he was short of money at all, he felt the kindness of the other party. Su Ming, thanks, Che, I'll cover after 205. Monsoon smiled. Good. Clicking on the QQ, Monsoon swept the top warmth, and then turned to Mu Evening Chiyo. The school year will be very busy with study content, and I may not have time to invite you to dinner. There's no rush. The day will come. Monsoon silently looked at his phone, pondering how to explain his thoughts to Mu Wancho. Mu Wancho, I'm actually not a good person. Why did you say that? Okay, for a change, you can start by saying what's wrong with you. This guy, Mu Wancho, has an angle that's different from ordinary girls. Number 1. First of all, is that I'm a big smoker and have a super bad habit. Secondly, I only have money in my eyes and basically can't tolerate anything else. Third, I like to be alone and am in a bad mood. I don't like it when someone comes along and criticizes my first item, interferes with my second item, breaks my third item. Monsoon thought a little and clicked send. For a long time, Monsoon thought that he had said enough to make it clear that Mu Evening Chiyo wouldn't reply again. The QQ message actually came through once again. And what if someone accommodates your first, gains your second, and accompanies your third? Monsoon. Seeing the message, the silent person became Monsoon, who didn't know how to reply. He cupped his chin in thought and didn't even notice that Zhang Chao next door had stuck his head over. Zhang Chao didn't know that autumn's evening sunset was Mu evening autumn, corresponding to monsoon, summer breeze. He thought it was a couple's name in high school. Monsoon, do you believe in this bad woman? Or do you believe that I am the first emperor of Qin? Zhang Chao interrupted Monsoon's silence and also made him dumbfounded. Fine. Believe you. He dodged aside Zhang Chao and tried to get up for a cigarette. Mu Wanqiu sent another video. Pieces of white paper folded into paper butterflies were placed on a pedestal in the aisle. Shake the not-so-bright light, and the paper butterflies will dance as if they have life. They are given life at this moment when they encounter light. Monsoon frowned, immediately sensing that this was a very go-go video. If it is put on a short video platform in the future, it has the potential to explode. It was obvious that Mu Eveningqiu was very literary, but Monsoon still wanted to pull her back from literature to reality. Paper butterflies have no life. It's the shaking light that makes them stir their wings. I mean, the butterflies haven't been moving. It's just the lights causing the shadows to shake. Some people aren't that special. It's the bias in your mind that puts a filter on them. Seeing Monsoon's reply, Mu Eveningqiu, who was holding the phone, trembled a little. Her eyes fogged up a bit, but she managed to keep herself calm. Then have you ever thought that a paper butterfly can only flutter its wings in the presence of light? I mean, it is because of the light that the butterfly comes to life. And what does any of this have to do with you buying me dinner? Monsoon. He didn't want to waste other people's feelings. And he didn't want to take other people's likes and true feelings and maintain them in an ambiguous relationship. Monsoon had had many ambiguities, so he didn't want to go on ambiguities. It's just that Mu Wanqiu is so much more superior than those ambigues. He knew what Mu Wanqiu meant, and he also knew that Mu Wanqiu knew what he meant. Whispered confessions and rebuffs are hidden in sentences, but a fool can pass it off as a mindlessly copied sentence, or pretend not to understand what's in it. Just as, for example, a wise man does not fall in love. Drip. QQ popped up a new text message, and seeing that it was the top warmth, Monsoon's slightly depressing mood was suddenly much more pleasant. What are you doing? The tone seems wrong? Talking to a friend. Friend? How are you feeling today? Seeing this question from Warmth, Monsoon felt a bit strange, but still answered truthfully. In a good mood today. What's wrong? Warmth hadn't even thought about how to ask about Mu Eveningqiu when Monsoon's message flew over. Looking at his cell phone, his already difficult mood was instantly strained. Don't go back. Lie down and pout. Chapter 61, I'll only talk to you for a long time. On the other side, Monsoon held his cheeks and silently waited for Warmth's reply. In another person's place, Monsoon couldn't even wait 30 seconds. Except that the other party was Warmth. Waited a minute. No one was there. 2 minutes. She's warm. Wait a little longer. 5 minutes and still no letter. Is something wrong? Maybe go take a shower? Damn. How did I get this idea of licking dogs exclusively? Monsoon was a bit speechless and directly picked up his cell phone to re-enter it. You're in a bad mood? This time the Warmth finally replied. You're in a good mood. Monsoon. Well, that little bit of warmth is too obvious. You're just checking in and you're in a bad mood? Dormitory thing? Warmth didn't really want to pay attention to Monsoon, but kind of wanted to talk to him. Counting the dorms? Seems to count. Aha. Seeing Warmth's admission, Monsoon pondered a little. Warmth's character he knew very well. That prolonged self-absorption, that detachment, wasn't too much of a problem in high school after all. High school was all to each his own, and to each his own mother. You don't need to interact with people for whatever emotional personality you have. But things are different when you get to college. In a college dorm, there's regular socializing with your 3 roommates to begin with. Without a little bit of social skills, friction or even antagonism with 3 housemates can make the whole thing a very uncomfortable time. Given Warmth's personality, this is something that could very well happen. Self-absorbed for over a decade, she had little social skills at all. Monsoon tapped the railing of the bed, thinking for a while, then began typing. The school supermarket should still be open at this hour, so go buy some snacks and bring them back to the dormitory, and tell your roommates to eat whatever they want. Why are you buying snacks? Warmth was wondering what buying something for a housemate had to do with being angry at herself, and Monsoon's understanding is why buy snacks and nothing else. He will give serious consideration to the Warmth. Personality gives you a deficiency in verbal socialization that is too late to work on now, so it's best to make up for it with favors. If you buy some daily necessities and tools, your housemates will grow accustomed to using them, and they will take them for granted after a long time. The next time you don't buy it, they may have a problem with you and resent you, and it's the wrong choice. Snacks don't have that aspect. Munchies are basic desires and easy to satisfy. It's easy to make your housemates remember you as a good person without any other psychological burdens. It's the best choice. Warmth? She's not mad at her roommate. By this time Warmth had probably come back to his senses. Monsoon meant for her to get on good terms with her roommates. She really hadn't spoken much to her roommate since arriving in her dorm room today. He was a bit busy during the day, and when he came back at night, he saw the scene between Monsoon and Moo Evening Chill. How can you have time to think about your housemates when you're just thinking about how hard it is for you? I'm up. Going now? Go now. And before you leave, you can say hello to your roommates, ask what you want to eat, and say it's on you. Warmth was a little uncomfortable, but she would behave. Because he's Monsoon. Do you have anything you want to eat? I happen to be out. Bring you some, my treat. Wang Nan, Li Yunxiu, and Yen Fong were slightly stunned. Their first thought when they arrived at the dormitory earlier was how this girl was so pretty. After introducing themselves, they felt that high coldness on the warm body, and the 4 words "stranger don't enter" were almost written on their faces. Upon returning in the evening, the warmth of his expression was afraid to keep the temperature a few degrees lower throughout the night. Seeing her like this, Wang Nan and the girls deliberately kept some distance from warmth. But now that warmth took the initiative to speak, the original sense of detachment dissipated a lot at once. Either. Some chorizo? Really? Chicken claws are okay? Whole lot of fries? Good. Warmth nodded towards the 3 housemates and walked out the door with a serious expression. Come to the campus mini-mart in the dormitory area. Warming up with his very high level of execution, he quickly found chicken fingers, fries, and chili fries. Then she didn't know what to buy. What else do I buy after I buy what they want? Cups of milk tea, plums, chips, sunbae. Warmth bought a pass as Monsoon said and stomped back to the dormitory. And then what? Just communicate normally as I do. Be natural, and you can put a smile on your face. I can't stop laughing. Monsoon. Returning to the dormitory, Warmth stood at the door and inhaled shallowly, slightly mentally preparing herself before pushing the door. I'm back. Here are your chicken fingers, fries, chili fries, and here's some milk tea. Eat all you want. It's on me today. Yay. Warmth, you're so righteous. Indeed. I, Nan Wang, recognize you. Warmth is our 302 hostess flower. Listening to their words, Warmth brought a faint smile on her face as well. In fact, she still couldn't stop laughing at these people. It was just natural for her to smile when she thought of Monsoon. Have you gone back yet? Well, they're happy. That's good. I'm still not used to talking to people. Monsoon. Communication with autistic teenage girls is always a little difficult. Monsoon was actually a bit anxious about the Warmth situation. Mainly he didn't want Warmth to be isolated and bullied. Without herself around her, this girl's personality really didn't seem like the type that could take care of herself. Warmth, college is not like high school. You will meet a lot of new people, new things, exposed to new environment. We're not completely independent in this society. There's always contact with other people, and it's a form of growth. Monsoon talked a lot tonight. Usually chats with Warmth were rarely this long. Warmth also felt Monsoon's seriousness of speech, and the bit of resentment in her heart gradually dissipated. She didn't feel like she should be playing a little game with such a nice Monsoon. I know, it's all at your disposal. Seeing Warmth reply, Monsoon felt that she should have listened, but thinking of Warmth's kind of obsequious appearance, Monsoon still couldn't help but say more. Many things still need your own judgment. After all, I'm not with you. You have to figure out for yourself who you can and can't touch, and that is to eat with classmates to AA. Do not take advantage of. Also do not fill the big head. Know how to say no to things you don't want to do. Even if the other person is a teacher. Don't drink with strangers of the opposite sex. Don't be afraid of losing face. Face is worthless. If you are aggrieved, can call me. Warm. I'm aggravated right now. Monsoon? Tell me specifically what kind of situation. Warmth was silent as she hugged her cell phone, perhaps maintaining her so-called high spirits when dealing with other people. But in front of Monsoon, she was always the girl with low self-esteem. Moo Evening Chio's appearance cooled her excitement at the prospect of meeting Monsoon. But she wasn't willing to leave it at that. She was timid in front of Monsoon, but she could also be brave. Just like the last time she was in the studio, telling Monsoon she wanted a change. This time, what dormitory did you get assigned to? Monsoon felt that Warmth was somewhat answering the question, but still returned. What? Hostel 6 to 205. What? Sleeping. Good. Ending the chat. Warmth still froze with her phone in her arms, lying on her bed, thinking that she would see Monsoon tomorrow. She smiled every now and then saddened every now and then. It went on like that until he couldn't keep his eyes open. Chapter 62 Brother. Stop it. Day 2. New student orientation day came as scheduled. It's just that the weather is still as overcast today as it was yesterday, making you a little worried that it might suddenly rain halfway through the day. Biological clocks make it customary for Monsoon to get up early and go for a run. There were so many people running in the morning at the university that Monsoon was soon hidden in the crowd. Only the location became the playground. There's no warmth around me either. When he came back, he also brought breakfast for the 3 old hangers-on in the dormitory. Zhang Chao hadn't gotten up yet. Joey Han was brushing his teeth, and Su Ming was primping his old greasy hair in front of the mirror. Putting breakfast on the table, Monsoon urged, "Hurry up and eat. Eat and be on your way." Men just have so much time on their hands. And in just 10 minutes, the 205 Big Four had arrived in the campus area. The 3 of them made wow noises from time to time. It made Monsoon feel a little ashamed. The 4 of them had different majors, and after splitting up, Monsoon and Zhang Chao came to Computer 1 class. As soon as he entered, Monsoon felt gazed upon by some intentional and unintentional gazes. This one's pretty cool. The computer science department has almost reached the point where the ratio of men to women is 1-to-1 in the years to come. But at this time in 12, there were still slightly fewer girls, about 7:3 or 6:4. Monsoon's attire was astringent and a coy smile was on his face. The reason why the girls are staring. It's probably because you're just a sweet little ginger in a girl's heart. The way you are? Monsoon swept through the crowd, ignoring the voices whispering about himself, and found an empty seat with Zhang Chao. What was said in the dormitory was not a joke. It was hard for people to make money outside of their perceptions. Even for Monsoon, a reborn person, to enter the internet industry in the future, he must not only know the general direction, he as a leader must also know some refinement of the basic technology, at least in the early stages of business. If the leader doesn't know what he's doing, then you're waiting to be fooled. Most of the previous bosses of any internet industry were top tech bulls themselves. It's not like you can win them just because you know a little bit of the concept and a little bit of foresight. There are few exceptions to this. So Monsoon is really here for serious study. Make your own knowledge that matches forward-looking perceptions. The other thing is the talent aspect. Mordor University is not as good as Qingbei, but it is still the second. The computer science department has a large number of top talent. Granted, most of them aren't top-notch, but these current students have low salary requirements, high energy, drive, and the ability to punch above their weight. In the early days of a business, these people are really important. And this wave of people, after a little bit of workplace training, will completely surpass Dodan and the others. It is, after all, the difference between a professional and a non-professional. He needs to train himself in these daily lessons, then take an observer's perspective and discover these talents. Monsoon had been seated for a while when the counselor finally arrived. He was an average man who was not very tall and about 30 years old. Walking up to the podium, he gently tapped on the table, signaling for silence. "Hello guys, my name is Zhang Success. I'm your Computer 1 counselor. You can call me Mr. Zhang. The next 4 years will be a stormy one, and I hope we can walk hand in hand in peace. Well, now everyone has gotten to know me. Then I'll briefly talk about the school rules and regulations, and the next military training matters. Simply put, it is never simple." And Zhang Shengcheng is talking for half an hour. Halfway through his speech, he was still intent on taking a sip of water. Zhang Chao was really bored out of his mind, so he started to whisper to Monsoon. "Monsoon, see anything suitable? What fits?" "Nonsense. Of course it's the right girl." "No. So high and mighty? It's also true that you are, after all, a man who can't even get a beautiful woman like Mu Evening Show." Zhang Success's speech was indeed boring, so much so that Monsoon didn't bother to listen to it. Propping his head up with one hand, warmth flashed through his mind and he spoke faintly. "Cut the criticism. I'm just not in the mood for a relationship at the moment." Zhang Chao skimmed his lips. "The way you say that, Mu Evening Autumn, that look, that figure, being gentle, generous and passionate, willing to spend money, and also playing games, is simply the standard of a divine girlfriend. Such a girl you have no idea of falling in love. Then what kind do you want?" Monsoon slowly turned his head and suddenly revealed a signature sneer. "Standards? Ha, do you think there should be standards for liking someone?" Zhang Chao was a bit unsure of himself by the question. In fact, he had realized last night that this Monsoon guy might not be ordinary. It was evident from his conversation with that autumn evening last night, just exactly how unusual. He hadn't felt it firsthand. "What? You want the person you like to be pretty, 5 feet 6 inches, well-built, with big breasts, rich in the family, and gentle and considerate. That's the kind of guy you should be looking for, isn't it? What's the problem?" Zhang Chao felt that something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. The smile on Monsoon's face intensified. "So here's your question. Do you like that schoolmate of yours? I used to like it, but now, I don't like it that much. So what?" Zhang Chao was still talking tough. In fact, Monsoon saw through that little bit of his mind at a glance. "Does that schoolmate meet those criteria for you? Are there not a few, or even one?" Zhang Chao choked, not knowing how to respond for a moment. That's the problem. The thing about standards is that they're never for people who don't like them. When the one you really like comes along, even if she doesn't meet any of these criteria, you'll still like her. You love the way she smiles, the way she emotes, the way she looks, everything about her. You fought tooth and nail to come to Mordor University just for her. As soon as she turns back to you, you'll still be sinking hopelessly like a licking dog. And that's what it's like. Chao Zhang. Brother, stop it. Will you? Zhang Chao was told by Monsoon to break his defense. Monsoon straightened his collar slightly. You're the one who wants to discuss it with me. Fine, count on it. Zhang Chao gave the highest evaluation among men. He was silent for a few seconds, but he didn't hold back after all. But I think schoolmates are different from others. No, Zhang Chao, it was hard to get ashore. You wouldn't still want to contact her, would you? Contact was made last night. Monsoon inhaled shallowly and resisted the urge to punch Zhang Chao twice. Awesome, really awesome. Monsoon was rendered speechless by this kid. But think about it, once upon a time, wasn't he a licking dog too? And he licked it for more than 10 years and blessed Gu Shueting at the wedding. To put it into perspective, back then, he was much more anticlimactic than Zhang Chao. Hey, Monsoon, didn't you say you never had a date in high school? How come it feels like you know a lot about it? I read a lot and know a lot. Last night my schoolmate told me that she has a new boyfriend. Monsoon's eyes lit up. That's a good thing. Running off to a new life. But sister said she still has me in her heart. Monsoon, do you think there's still a chance for me and sister? Monsoon, you speak. After all, it's a vestigial number and I'm an old fart, and I rarely bar the plot side of things. I'm fine with it because of the plot spewing me stomach aches. Speculation, not letting the heroine out of the picture, and all that. Plot advancement is just that. Slow-paced and I don't barf. However, there is one thing I'd like to for the record about characterization. The act of smoking is to make some of the characters more three-dimensional and full. I personally don't smoke at all, and even hate it. But a character is a character. And if the character persona needs to smoke, then he will. That's not going to change. Chapter 63, Bad Girls Don't Waste. Monsoon's expression was unusually complicated. Zhang Chao was still big-headed in the dormitory. He didn't expect that when the two of them were alone, they would actually expose this kind of dog-licking attribute. Zhang Chao, you're quite contrary. I just like her. Hearing this, Monsoon could no longer say anything else. Perhaps this appearance of Zhang Chao was really like that oneself. The person he was at the time didn't even walk out. So why talk about Zhang Chao? The former self desperately wanted to fit into Gu Shueting's world, but her world was devoid of herself. Since she wasn't married, he wanted to wait a little longer. Then later, Monsoon gradually disbelieved in love, and his character changed for the first time. 10 years of licking dogs is empty. 2000 in the nightclub turns into a husband. Life is like that. And when did the second change begin? Probably the nightclub as well. A very simple thing is that a confused Monsoon sees a nightclub girl earning money to pay for her husband's medical care. Every girl had a story, but he was still a little moved by the fact that he had actually encountered such a story. So, you really want my opinion? The corners of Zhang Chao's mouth turned downward, and although his face was bitter, he still insisted. Go ahead. I feel like you have a point about thieves. I'm listening. Monsoon nodded slightly. It's not really a big deal to have someone. And basically everyone you meet growing up has had someone else living inside of them. We don't mind that the knife cut through the garlic. What we do mind is the garlic flavor on the watermelon. Don't mind that she has a past. Mind that it's her past that's still fresh. The right person is called a compound. The wrong person, that's called a repeat. Got it? Got it. True understanding or false understanding? Really get it. Okay, then. Monsoon finished speaking and patted Zhang Chao's shoulder. When the two of them shut up, Zhang's success on the stage had almost finished speaking. So next, let's all introduce ourselves in our respective seating order. Monsoon sat by the right front of the classroom, and soon it was his turn. Hello everyone, my name is Monsoon. Monsoon didn't bother talking nonsense, reported his name and went down. During the other self-introductions, Monsoon also paid attention to some of the students with thinner hair. These people may not look like much, but just by looking at the amount of hair they have, they feel like they have a lot of potential and could be pillars of the company in the future. Monsoon, why do you keep staring at those ugly men? How can you talk? They are all good classmates, might even be good friends and co-workers in the future. Where is the future without them? Where's the ugliness? Zhang Chao was a bit baffled. You don't even recognize them. It's okay, there'll be plenty of opportunities to get to know each other later. The students were introduced along the way, and Monsoon basically didn't remember much of it until the person coming down from the stage walked next door to him. It just so happened that Monsoon went to pick up the pen that Zhang Chao had dropped on the floor and rolled over at this time again. He then saw small high heels, slender legs, and a wraparound skirt. Was it good? Smoke voice. This woman smokes. And she smokes a lot. Can't be 100% sure, but odds are you can't go wrong. Also, she seemed to misunderstand that she was peeking at her thighs under her wraparound skirt. Monsoon looked up and locked eyes with the girl in front of her. The thick hair was slightly curled and took on a coffee color in the sunlight that filtered through the window. Her eyes were modified with black eyeshadow, giving her a seductive and flirtatious look that didn't belong to a student. The hot body weaves through the crowd, causing many people to stare. Each step is smooth as water. Very delicate. I didn't look at you. And as for legs, average. It was true that he hadn't looked, and he hadn't been interested in the girl in front of him in the first place, so he was kind of being honest. Hearing Monsoon say this, Yi Yue's eyebrows raised. She didn't immediately strike up a conversation with Monsoon, but instead nudged her classmate next door. You, sit inside. Ah, oh, sitting in the seat one aisle away from Monsoon. Yi Yue crossed her legs and wrapped her arms around herself. I saw you when I introduced myself just now. Handsome boy. Your name is Monsoon? Actually being remembered by name. Monsoon turned his head to look at the other party. Yes, something? Yi Yue wrapped her index finger around her slightly curly hair, and her peach blossom eyes with black eyeshadow picked at Monsoon. It's okay, my name is Yi Yue. Oh, computer one doesn't seem to have many pretty ones. At least I don't see any prettier than me. I don't look good like this, so what do you think looks good? Warm like that. Monsoon thrust her hands together and rested them on the table, cocking her head slightly. Talk to me about whether I look good or not. At least wipe the pot dust off your face. This is not a nightclub. Classmate. Monsoon specifically emphasized the word classmate, hoping that the other party would be more restrained. But Yi Yue narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face was even wilder than before. Her exposed teeth had obvious cigarette stains on them. She laughed while pointing her index finger at Monsoon. You can tell at a glance. Quite impressive. Oh, this look in your eyes. It feels like a man with a story. Monsoon raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm not one of the younger students here. I see people much more accurately than they do, at least when it comes to men. Don't like the outfit? Then I can change my taste too. In fact, Yi Yue did have a very good eye for people. Monsoon used to be going through a long period of time where walking the kidneys was not a good idea. The lights are so bright that you almost lose yourself. Let's just say that he was loveless at that point and had to satisfy himself by switching to the big ol' opie every day. But now the Monsoon is a good student who comes to school. He's not a wimp when it comes to keeping a low profile at school. For Monsoon, he wouldn't spoil anyone except for warmth. Both men and women. Staring at Yi Yue, Monsoon's gaze gradually sharpened. Fill a cup with me? This is not the right place. Yi Yue froze. She didn't think that Monsoon would actually dislike her directly like this. She laughed out loud and suddenly lowered her thighs, then violently forked them at Monsoon's astonished gaze. I fill cups? Ha! I need to fill it? You mean this? Wraparound skirts, forked legs. Know what you're talking about. Monsoon laughed happily and poked Zhang Chao behind him. Good girls are to be cherished. Bad girls are not to be wasted. Chao, come and watch the show of saving energy. Windy, don't move. I'm always watching. Monsoon. Although the schoolmate was good, it did not prevent Zhang Chao from looking at the beautiful woman in front of him to show her legs. On the contrary, Monsoon remained unperturbed, with more contempt on his face in addition to disdain. When you dress like this and pose like this, a buddy can't say anything else but yell at you about burnt chicken. If you really take off your clothes and make a movie and post it on the campus website, not only will my buddies not call you a roast chicken, but they will have to call you a female bodhisattva. Taking off but not daring to really strip naked. Pretending but not pretending to the end. This is a school classroom. So, what are you pretending? Yi Yue stared at Monsoon, her gaze shifting for a while, and finally she suddenly smiled and slowly retracted her legs. Zhang Chao wiped his mouth, secretly saying that it was a pity that there was nothing to see. Yi Yue took out her own cell phone and shook it in midair. Good. This person is really a bit of fun. Want to add a QQ? Free time to come out to play the Magic City of the Field? Behind him, Zhang Chao looked at Monsoon with a face of adoration. Another one who took the initiative to find Monsoon to ask for QQ. But it was Monsoon himself who was always in love. How? No need. Don't dare? Monsoon suddenly collected his previous disdain and asked seriously. How did someone like you get into Mordor University? Chapter 64, Warmth is here. Yi Yue had been acting very pendulum, full of indifference. But after Monsoon asked this question, her expression became a bit ugly. She opened her mouth and licked her back teeth. This has nothing to do with you, does it? Serious study for a nightclub girl? Hearing this, Yi Yue finally didn't strain herself. Is my studying in your way? So curious? Okay. You just don't stalk me asking for a QQ. Then it's fine. Yi Yue was still a bit unconvinced, biting her lip and wanting to say something more. But Monsoon had already turned her head and no longer cared about her. Until Chang managed to get back on stage and write a class group. Class group. Everyone add it. Although she didn't add friends, but Yi Yue also knew Monsoon's QQ number through the class group. Yi Yue suddenly smiled at Monsoon. See, fate made it so. Ha, silly egg. Compared to the computer geeks in the computer science department, the industrial management class is much more exciting. Hello everyone, my name is Mu Evening Chio. I'm from the Magic City locality. Nice to meet you all. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Shueting. I'm from Pearl City, and I hope that I can be friends with you all in the future. There was nothing really wrong with the two men introducing themselves. Even when they were getting on and off the stage, Mu Evening Chio and Gu Shueting would smile at each other. All the way around the corner of the classroom, a black figure walked up at a quick pace. Hello everyone, my name is Warmth. The simple introduction brought the classroom into instant silence. Another louder murmur followed. I knew there were a lot of beautiful women in business administration. I didn't realize there could be so many. Just the pretty girl? It's not the school girl? Win one of its followers. Dude, you have a good eye. There's never a shortage of gossip on college campuses, so some people have already started ranking a few of the beauties in the class. The atmosphere of discussion in the business administration class became more and more lively. It just so happened that the counselor was out again at that moment, and the scene was a little messy for a while. Compared to those discussing Warmth's appearance and temperament, Gu Shueting was truly shocked. Staring at Warmth who walked back, Gu Shueting couldn't help but make a sound. Warm, you actually came to Magic City. The exchanges between Gu Shueting and Warmth were rare though, but she was in the same class for 3 years, just like Monsoon. And Gu Shueting and Warmth sat much closer than Monsoon. Onto the last few months before the entrance exams, she surreptitiously checked Warmth's historical scores when she lost to him for the second time. The monthly exams started out in the 50s of the grade and worked their way back up to the top of the grade. From those few touch tests, Gu Shueting had already felt that Warmth's strength was really strong. Warmth's scores were chosen to be kept secret, but there were still quite a few people at school who knew about them. Gu Shueting then knew the Warmth score through Huang Jihai, 705. This score absolutely no pressure to enter the Qingbei, and the Qingbei is likely to give grants. Warm family conditions are not a problem. Now she actually came to Mordor University. What does she want? Warmth who walked up to Gu Shueting just coldly enlightened his teeth. I'm coming. Although she was particularly annoyed with Gu Shueting, this woman had dragged Monsoon for several years and had broken Monsoon's heart. But also thanks to her, if Gu Shueting hadn't given up on Monsoon, then she and Monsoon wouldn't have been able to do what came next. She's changed because of Monsoon. Monsoon told her to get along with her classmates. So bear with her for now, and just don't let her bother herself and Monsoon anymore. Staring at Warmth, Gu Shueting was inexplicably a little timid. You are here for Monsoon? None of your business. With that, Warmth returned to his seat. Looking back at Warmth's breezy face, Gu Shueting was having a hard time saying anything and didn't know how to vent. Once she could look down on Warmth, the ugly duckling, like a peacock. But now the Warmth seems to have grown into a black swan. After Gu Shueting spoke out, Mu Wanqiu, who was only a seat away, widened her eyes. There really was a story between Warmth and Monsoon. I just don't know what role Gu Shueting is playing here. The atmosphere in the I.M. class fell silent with the return of the counselor. Though the students in the classroom had already had their own thoughts, it didn't calm down for a long time. When it was time for the noon meal, the students dispersed from their classrooms. None of her warm roommates were there, and she didn't have anyone she wanted to meet in class. Then he walked out of the classroom alone and headed towards the cafeteria. Warmth student. Wait a minute. Mu Lanqiu called out to Warmth from behind. Yes? Although there had already been a face-to-face meeting, when they came into close contact again, Mu Evening Autumn was still able to feel the kind of indifference in Warmth's body. She and Monsoon, they really do seem to be alike. Mu Wanqiu quietly bit her mouth and opened it with all her strength. Did you come to Mordor because of Monsoon? Warmth gave Mu Evening Chiu a square look. Yes. After saying that, he turned around and left. Warmth is inherently bad at communication. I didn't sleep well last night and I'm a little hungry now, so I don't want to talk to anyone. Mu Evening Chiu stood still and never moved, and she didn't explain the relationship between her and Monsoon. She knew that it was her own selfishness at work. Mu Evening Chiu took out her phone and scratched to the words that Monsoon had sent her last night. Paper butterflies have no life. It's the shaking light that makes them stir their wings. I mean, the butterflies haven't been moving. It's just the lights causing the shadows to shake. Some people aren't that special. It's just that your heart puts a filter on them. Gently stroking the QQ conversation, Mu Wanchio smiled bitterly. My dreams seem to be shattering. I don't know how much longer I can pretend to be asleep. Walking towards the cafeteria, the weather seemed to get more overcast. There was a humming and rumbling of thunder, as if it might rain heavily at any moment. Warmth took the umbrella out of her bag, ready to use, which Monsoon had asked her to buy. Take care of yourself when you're alone. When he came to the cafeteria, Warm ordered himself a chicken thigh, an order of cauliflower, and a seaweed roast. Her food intake did not diminish by the time she got to college, and she still eats a lot. It's your first day here, so let's try a portion from the Magic City University cafeteria. Skillfully avoiding the crowd, he found a corner and sat down. Warmth began to wind up clutching the dinner plate. Drip! The QQ top avatar suddenly flashed, and Warm hastily opened his cell phone. The lack of power made Warmth frown. Did you eat properly at noon? Take a picture and show me. Warmth stopped and took a picture. Yes, I'm eating it. Pictures? It had to be said that Mordor University was worthy of being a top university, and the cafeteria food was much better than Pearl 1 and Jinling 2. The tummy was satisfied and the warm mood became pleasant. I just don't know why Monsoon didn't reply to the message, but now it looks like it's going to rain, so let's just go back to the dorm. As she got up to leave, Monsoon was looking hard at the blurry picture. The Warm cell phone wasn't very good, the one that came with the phone bill, and the pictures were really blurry, but you can still make out the chicken thighs and cauliflower, the kelp meat, and the style of the dinner plate. Then Monsoon looked at the same dinner plate in front of him, the exact same chicken thighs, cauliflower, and seaweed teriyaki. Even the TM's shredded seaweed was of average thickness. Monsoon was in deep thought. This time the contemplation was 3 seconds long. She is here. Chapter 65, Meeting in the Rain. Monsoon wanted to explode, but opened his mouth and held his tongue. His heart was disbelief, and so much unspoken emotion. Pushing away the dinner plate in front of him, Monsoon stood up under the surprised gazes of Zhang Chao and Yi Yue across the room. By this time he was no longer in the mood to eat. Windy, what's wrong? Chao, you can eat by yourself. I have something to do. Yi Yue poked Zhang Chao. Let's go. Follow and take a look. His original position was at the entrance of the cafeteria, and after leaving his seat, he walked straight towards the inside of the cafeteria. At exactly the same moment, Warmth had walked outside the cafeteria with an umbrella. Monsoon took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Warmth. Where are you now? Unfortunately, Warmth didn't reply to him. Monsoon looked around the cafeteria with a lowered gaze. He kept lifting his cell phone to call the Warm phone, but the response was only, the number you have dialed is off. One can only look for the few details that remain in that blurry photo. The corner, the window, should be the far end of the cafeteria. Confirming the location, Monsoon's footsteps grew faster and faster, already close to running. In college cafeterias with large numbers of people, signs, beware of punching, are posted on the walls. It was only the eagerness in Monsoon's heart that made him lose his temper a bit. After crossing many crowds, I finally saw a window similar to the one in the photo. The much-anticipated meeting of eyes as I walked past never came. The seats were occupied by a man and woman wearing glasses, looking like a couple. Is it gone? Monsoon sighed and could only silently accept this reality. He was inexplicably a little frustrated and annoyed just because they had missed that moment of meeting, without realizing that the Warmth was actually right next to him, just outside the cafeteria. It was less than 3 meters from him on a wall. The way he was on fire just now, and the silent expression on his face at this moment. It was all seen by Yi Yue, who had followed her up. You look in such a hurry, like one of those what's his name, the kind that can't find a girl. Monsoon, who had been in the nightclub for years, seemed to know what she was going to say, immediately gazing back at Yi Yue. This glance swallowed what Yi Yue wanted to say into her stomach. She was familiar with this feeling. Big brother. It's a real big brother, not just a term of endearment for one of those old middle-denominated men. Your mouth stinks like you've eaten a corpse. Get out. Monsoon had always been introspective, but he was in a bad mood now. Once upon a time he had to have someone to cry to every time he was in a bad mood. Being stared at by such a person now, like being in an ice cave, was an exaggeration. At least Yi Yue couldn't help but shrink her butt and apologize in a low voice. Sorry. Monsoon slowed down and didn't take care of Yi Yue, nor did he have any intention of going back to eat. He walked straight towards the outside of the cafeteria. Boom! Thunder flashed suddenly, and heavy rain descended suddenly from the September sky. Monsoon stood at the edge of the corridor, a foot away from the curtain of rain. I was about to step into the rain when an umbrella suddenly appeared above my head. Nah, I feel like you need this right now. Monsoon looked behind him. Yi Yue had her unlit cigarette in one hand and handed him her umbrella. Monsoon didn't pick it up though. Staggering Yi Yue, he walked straight into the rainstorm and disappeared from view. Thanks. No. These were the last words Yi Yue heard. Hey, no smoking in the classroom area, a student reminded. What did you say about your mom? It's not like Lousy ordered it. Yi Yue rolled her eyes. She raised an eyebrow slowly and snapped her thumb over her incisor, which was missing a piece just enough to catch her nail. Staring at the rain, and wondering what to think. The rainstorm was pouring down and people's vision was much shorter. The rain kept pouring into the eye sockets, making it hard to see the road ahead. Monsoon pulled out the cigarette in his pocket and held it in his mouth, but it got wet before he could light it. He pulled out the lighter Warmth had given him. Click. Tried it and it was obvious that a drenched lighter wouldn't work at all. Meh. Monsoon looked ahead. Further ahead was the mini-mart in the women's dormitory area, which was also the way to the women's dormitory. At this point the students on the road would be pointing at Monsoon. Occasionally, he would chuckle softly. Perhaps Monsoon's current appearance was as comical as a clown in their eyes. Monsoon didn't really care. Nowadays, he really didn't need to care about the gazes of most people. He's just a little worried. Would a drop-dead guy hanging around the women's dorm be taken away by the security guards as a pervert? On the other side, Warmth walked in the rain with an umbrella. Listening to the sound of the umbrellas clattering, she was actually in a good mood. It's quite good to carry an umbrella. Monsoon credits. Warmth mentally chanted as she took out her cell phone. I was so lost in my phone last night that I forgot to charge it. Not only did I not get up to run in the morning, I didn't even have time to charge my phone, which would have been dead and turned off. He was walking towards the dormitory when suddenly a figure got under the warm umbrella. Schoolgirl, is it okay to borrow your umbrella and take shelter from the rain? The visitor was a junior senior. Oh Xiaoyu. Oh Xiaoyu was very handsome and his body looked quite good. The rain-drenched shirt fit on his body, making his muscles hidden. Looking at the sudden intruder, the warm gaze instantly shifted. That perennial resistance and hostility to outsiders rose suddenly. The lowered head lifted slightly so that the other could see what he was looking at. Get out of the way. The warm voice was cold and extremely penetrating. Schoolgirl. Oh Xiaoyu sensed Warmth's coldness and hostility, but Warmth's face made him really unwilling to give up so easily. In Oh Xiaoyu's opinion, this kind of somewhat introverted freshman girl was the easiest to capture. Schoolgirl, it just so happens you have an umbrella. If you don't mind. Oh Xiaoyu's trademark smile reappeared on his face, then froze instantly. The Warmth in front of him took a step back, then folded his umbrella up and snapped it with his knee. Click. The broken umbrella was tossed into the trash by Warmth. There's no umbrella now. Oh Xiaoyu has indeed rarely seen a girl with such a rigid nature. No, it should be that he has never seen one before. Warmth didn't say another word and directly went around Oh Xiaoyu's side. Monsoon telling her to try to get along with the people around her was probably the last manifestation of her quality of not letting each other roll. Walking alone in the rain warms the mood as much as stormy weather. Being harassed made her suddenly feel less good about carrying an umbrella. Oh Xiaoyu watched as Warmth ignored the rain and vegetated away, again standing in the rain like a living clown. This was the campus of Magic City University, and the scene of stopping someone in the rain was watched by so many people. What I thought was a handful was a big embarrassment. He didn't want to allow himself to continue his clowning act, but Warmth's actions just now were more than a little irritating. With his heart in a flutter, Oh Xiaoyu turned around violently and shouted at Warmth, who hadn't gone far yet. Wait. Warmth slowed her steps slightly and glanced back, only to see Oh Xiaoyu angrily walking towards her. The rain seemed to intensify the hostility on his face. What's he gonna do? Warmth didn't retreat or give way. She was blocked in the construction site by a few people from Monsoon at the worst time. What was it now? Silently, he took out a sharp-tipped water pen and clutched it in his hand with the sleeve removed. Oh Xiaoyu suddenly reached out his hand as he walked to Warmth. Snap! His wrist was grabbed by another large hand. What do you want? The voice made Warmth freeze and turn her head to look behind her. Chapter 66, Are we really going to a hotel? Warmth, who had turned around, didn't look up and didn't need confirmation. The tightness that was in his body earlier because he had to face Oh Xiaoyu instantly loosened. Subconsciously, she wanted to bury her head on Monsoon's chest, just as she had pressed against Monsoon's ear during the graduation party. Bang! She really just wanted to stick her head against it, but when you really stick it on, I don't know whether it is too excited, or the rain is too heavy, resulting in the warmth itself did not control the force. The brain hit Monsoon's sternum, and there was a muffled sound, quite painful. Warmth, who felt something was wrong, immediately withdrew her head and resumed her original high and cold appearance. The deer in the head of the heart had crashed long ago. The excitement of the reunion was completely washed away by the embarrassment of not posting the sticker successfully. It was a good thing the rain was big enough to cover her ears, which were already on the verge of burning. Monsoon reached out and tugged on Warmth. pulling Warmth behind himself without a second thought. Staring at Oh Xiaoyu in front of him. His voice was as if he had been fished out of a glacier. Senpai hasn't said what he was trying to do just now. Bullying a female classmate? Oh Xiaoyu stared at the figure in front of him and couldn't help but swallow. He was on the school's basketball team, and working out was a regular part of his life, which is why he had such a muscular body. After his wrist was grabbed by Monsoon, he had already tried twice to retrieve it, but Monsoon's palm was like an iron clamp, and he couldn't even break it. Let go. If you keep holding on to me like that and report it to the school public safety office, it'll be a brawl. Monsoon narrowed his eyes. He was quite annoyed with colorful goods like the university. There's still a lot of key. It's pretty crummy, and while it's not an absolute, it's a really hard-hit area for this kind of athletic specialty. A brawl? If the school can get you fired, I have a feeling a brawl would be a good outcome. Seeing how rigid Monsoon was, Oh Xiaoyu's heart immediately chipped away a large portion and his tone softened. This schoolmate. I didn't know she had a boyfriend, so I just ran over to strike up a conversation. It's not too much, right? I wouldn't have made a move if I knew it was your dish. I would have switched targets a long time ago. How about this? Either we let today go and we each take a step back? Ugh. You? Oh Xiaoyu exclaimed again as he felt Monsoon's hand strength increase. Without continuing to chat with Oh Xiaoyu in front of him, Monsoon turned his head and shouted to those munchers outside the rain curtain. Any idea who this man in front of me is? Oh Xiaoyu. Basketball team. Junior. Scummy dog. Wreaked havoc on a lot of girls. It's obvious that there are quite a few people who don't like him. Monsoon didn't know exactly who shouted it, but just inclined his head slightly to the crowd in the rain and did a slight hand-raising salute. Thanks. Hearing someone report his bottom line, Oh Xiaoyu's face was also ugly. Treating freshman girls as prey, targets, no feelings, only toying, and being smug after they get their hands on them, and even making movies to show them off. This kind of person made Monsoon feel sick no matter what period of time it was. It's probably because there's only one page in the account book for him. The warmth behind him suddenly shook him. Monsoon, don't fight here. Monsoon nodded gently. Well, I know. Although he was disgusted with people like Oh Xiaoyu, it was really inappropriate to fight just after the start of the school year. Monsoon eventually let go. After being released, Oh Xiaoyu continuously rubbed his palms, not even waiting for him to say a couple of words about the scene. The crowd of gourmets had already begun to raise a ruckus. Throw the adults away. Oh Xiaoyu. First, he was rejected by Warmth in an almost face-slapping manner. Then he was arrested in public by Monsoon. And finally he was taunted by some of his classmates who knew what was going on. Oh Xiaoyu, the basketball handsome guy, couldn't tense his expression even if he had a thick skin. He didn't even put in a couple of harsh words with Monsoon before he lowered his head, clipped his butt and ran away, disappearing into the crowd. Ending this episode with Oh Xiaoyu. Monsoon didn't want to be treated like a monkey in front of all these people. Directly dragged Warm away from the crowd. Pulling Warm, Monsoon didn't say anything, and his attitude wasn't really good. Just after a few steps, Warmth, who had returned to her senses, began to resist, and she shook off Monsoon's palm and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Moo evening autumn, I have nothing to do with her. Ha? Oh. Warmth didn't expect Monsoon to answer so quickly. His own questions hadn't even finished yet. It was as if Monsoon knew the questions ahead of time and then prepared the answers. Obviously, he was a little angry a moment ago, but now he's suddenly not. Even a little happy. Two simple conversations made the stone in Warmth's heart fall steadily. Even if the rainstorm was pouring at this time, the warmth was as warm as the autumn sunshine. Hatchet. Warmth suddenly sneezed, and Monsoon immediately paused. I don't know if it's because it hasn't rained in Mordor for too long. Instead of stopping the rain, it was getting heavier and heavier. Warmth was completely soaked with water. Not to mention Monsoon. A person, no matter how nice their clothes are and how cool their appearance is, they will still be a mess after being wet by the rain. Both the warmth and the monsoon. Normally, it can't be cold in early September, but heavy rains can drop the temperature of the air quickly. Let the temperatures reach the low 20s, or even the low 10s if there is hail, and the rain takes away the heat from your body. Even if Warm had been exercising consistently, he was already shivering by this time. Feeling the slight trembling of the slender catkin, Monsoon frowned and suddenly shifted direction towards the outside of the school. Taken by the monsoon's hand, the warmth no longer resisted. Monsoon doesn't look too happy right now. She just doesn't squeak. The monsoon was just enough of a stride to not make it hard for Warmth to walk. After leaving the school gate, Monsoon waved at the cab at the entrance. The driver rolled down his window and frowned when he saw the soaked pair. You guys this. Open the door and raise you 200. The driver froze for a moment, then nodded woodenly. Okay, get in the car. Opening the car door, Monsoon sent Warmth up and then sat himself up from the other side, closing the door. The driver glanced at Warmth and Monsoon, who had become soupy. It felt like the two had a story, but it was an old driver. So I didn't say much, just started punching the meter and asking questions in passing. Where are you going, lads? Just find any hotel in the neighborhood that's as clean as possible. When the driver heard that the two were looking for a hotel, he got fat and his eyes lit up even brighter than they had been a moment ago. Okay, sit tight. Warmth on the side heard that Monsoon wanted to take her to the hotel. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Her heart was a little unbelievable. Isn't this a little too soon? She wasn't prepared for it at all. Monsoon. Monsoon looked to Warmth. There was no more rain at this point, and the expression on Warmth's face was no longer hidden. As her fingers raked through her hair, her eyes fluttered with nothing but unstoppable panic. Are we, really, going to the hotel? Chapter 67 A Slight Temptation. After asking this, Warmth felt her cheeks heating up rapidly. It didn't take much to realize that her ears were already red. Autistic girls are rarely shy, only cold. Unless it's someone you care about. But once the autistic girl was shy, the unnameable words that flowed from her eyes were enough to make Monsoon's heart and soul lose control. Monsoon swept a glance at Warmth's exquisite body. Without speaking, he silently took off his t-shirt and wrung out the water slightly. It then covered Warmth's body, covering her impressive figure that was accentuated by her soaking wetness. Put it on first. Oh. Monsoon skimmed his head until Warmth put his half-wet t-shirt back on, then spoke. Hot water is available at the school from 4:30 to 8:30 a.m. And 5 p.m. 10:30 p.m. There is no hot water at other times. A cold shower is definitely not an option in your current state, so take you to a hotel. Besides, there's something I want to ask you. Oh. Warmth kept her head down, hiding her slightly flustered eyes with her hair. Paid and out of the car, the bare-shouldered Monsoon led the Warmth into the hotel. Hello, sir, how may I help you? Monsoon took out his ID card, then briefly explained his situation to the welcome guest. I just got wet from the heavy rain. Get me a room. This is the ID. Also help me go around the neighborhood and buy a set of men's, a set of women's, and a set of women's underwear. Men's 185, women's 170. The material is not too bad. Loose style. Get an umbrella at the end, and you can take the rest. Yes, sir. After opening the room, Monsoon picked up the room card and led Warmth upstairs. When the two stood in the elevator with one left and one right, looking at Warmth whose eyebrows were knitted together, Monsoon didn't hold back and asked, something to say? Warmth raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze eventually averted. It feels like you're familiar with the hotel. Monsoon instantly understood what she meant and shook her head slightly. My parents used to take me on trips when I was a kid, and it took a few visits to see it. Oh. Warmth, who got the answer, lowered her head again. The answer made her heart feel slightly better. Swiping the card to the room, Warmth looked at the white king-sized bed and just felt uncomfortable. Awkwardness just spread through the house. Monsoon was quite natural. He pushed open the bathroom door, pulled up the shower curtain and pointed inside. Take a shower. It can take longer. Or wash your hair, and I'll leave your clothes at the door when they arrive. Monsoon, let's talk about what we have to say when we come out. It's early September, but there's still a chance of catching a cold in the rain like this. Got it. Seeing Warmth walk into the bathroom, Monsoon's side was relieved. In fact, he wasn't as calm as he showed himself to be. Slowly, he walked over to the window. Allow yourself to slump back against the single couch in as comfortable a position as possible. Taking out the cigarettes in his pocket, he found that they were soaked. All you can do is grab the hotel's premium cigarettes and unwrap them to light yourself up. Listening to the gurgling shower in the house, his mind couldn't help but think of Warmth just now when he was drenched in rain. The more you think about it, the more taut you get. Too astringent. Monsoon shook his head, forcibly stopping the images he had conjured up in his head. Paging, letting out a long breath. His mind was at a bit of a loss as to what to do with the current situation instead. He didn't ask for warm scores during graduation season, nor did he seek out anyone to inquire about it. Just because he had made plans to be separated from Warmth, he maintained rational restraint, not interfering, not interrupting, letting Warmth make his own choices. No one knew Warmth's strength better than he did. Arguably, in the event that she doesn't play out of her mind, there's absolutely no way that anyone in Pearl 1 could pass her. And as for 2, 3, and 4, heck, the distance between them and 1 really isn't that small. High school is not a custody game where you pop a seed. When you don't know something like math, you really don't know it, and there's no such thing as popping seeds. So, Warm is probably number 1 in the city, which is the city's top student. With her status as the city's top student, getting into Qingbei was simply a matter of convenience. but she came to the magic city. Obviously, Monsoon did not interfere with Warmth. After giving her complete autonomy to choose, Warmth made its own choice. Mordor University was her choice. What exactly happened during the summer vacation? Monsoon had never taken the initiative to ask. He thought it should be Warmth's private matter. If she wanted to talk about it, she would have taken the initiative to tell herself. Monsoon originally thought that the Warmth is trying to go to the imperial capital to stand and so on. Did not expect this girl to give herself a big, hard to top, renewing one. Monsoon scratched his head, hiding his expression in the smoke. It wasn't really just the expression he was trying to hide. It was the slight, unnoticeable leap. This mentality, it's not like him. After a few cigarettes, Monsoon felt that this was a little bad. At least the Warmth out might feel choking. Simply shoved a handful of cigarettes in his hand into the ashtray, then turned on the windows and the ventilation fan again. By this time, the sounds in the bathroom had stopped, but the dress that was consigned hasn't been delivered yet. Monsoon suddenly thought of something and knocked on the bathroom door. Warm? Ha? The Warmth inside seemed startled and stirred. Monsoon hastily reminded, don't use the washcloths here. It's hard to tell if they're dry or not, so wait in there for a while or rinse more. Well, let me help you get your clothes washed then. Whatever. Then the sound of hands rubbing clothes resounded in the bathroom again. Staring at the haze on the frosted glass of the bathroom, Monsoon felt like he had nails in his feet and couldn't move at all. Jingle bells. As it happened, the hotel phone rang. The not-so-piercing ringtone was enough to wake Monsoon up and leave the bathroom door after all. Hey. Hello sir. The clothes and umbrella you were looking for have been purchased. Shall I bring them up to you now? Well, send it up. Not long after, receiving the clothes from the waiter, Monsoon placed the white women's clothes at the bathroom door. I left my clothes by the door. Got it. Monsoon then resumed his seat by the window as if to avoid suspicion. He was a little saddened by how long it had been since he had been this careful. Tiny sounds of dressing came, causing Monsoon to simply close her eyes in order to calm her mind. Young people have so much fire. Warmth, who had already gotten dressed, silently walked over to Monsoon. The faint scent of that hair made Monsoon unable to resist a sideways glance and a light sniff. The white sweatshirt clung to the lines of her bathed body as the breeze from the window swept over her pale skin. The long hair was slightly dripping with water, mixed with a girlish scent, like an unobtrusive and beautiful landscape in nature. Warmth silently locked eyes with Monsoon. The eyes were pure and bright, as if they could go straight to the heart. She was just about to open her mouth when Monsoon failed to tense up and bolt toward the bathroom. I'll take a shower first. Well, bathroom. Stripping off his clothes, Monsoon gasped again as he held the wall with one hand and grabbed his hair with the other. The Warmth just now was a bit of a killer. He and Warmth counted a lot of contact, and during the high school sprints, they practically stuck together on a daily basis. Warmth wasn't one of those little kids who didn't know anything. She had received a number of love letters since then, and enough to let her know how attractive she was. But just now that watery eyes. This girl, on purpose? Chapter 68, we're standing together again. Monsoon rushed the hot water for a while, and when his body gradually warmed up, he gradually turned off the hot water, started to put up cold water. A cold shower on this day wouldn't be very cold. It's just that it's a cooler day and not really comfortable. Wait until your heart cools down. Only then did Monsoon dry off and step out of the bathroom. He didn't engage in any wrapped in a towel and out kind of behavior, which is really greasy and cheap. Putting on the sweatshirt bought by the waiter, Monsoon once again went to the window and sat across from Warmth. He folded his arms together and leaned back against the couch with a serious expression. Warmth, on the other hand, had her legs together and her body tilted to the side, not daring to look at Monsoon at this time at all. Tell me about it. Say what? Warmth whispered back, her voice weak. Monsoon rubbed his temples and lightly tapped the table with his other hand. When you come to Mordor, you should have something to say to me, right? Adjusting his mindset, Monsoon posed as the boss. Whenever Dodan and the few of them saw Monsoon like this, they would stand up into little chickens and obediently stand by the side. When Yi Yue in the morning saw it, she also tightened her body. But Warmth is different. She can play dead. When he had faced Oh Xiaoyu directly just now, that ferocity that was unique to Warmth swung away. It'll be cowardly as a kitten. Self-absorbed. Playing dead. Anyway, I'll keep quiet. Only every now and then would he lift his eyelids and quietly glance at Monsoon before quickly averting his gaze again. This silence continued for the better part of 15 minutes without a squeak from either man. Every time the autistic girl started to get autistic, Monsoon was actually a bit helpless. He really couldn't bear to reprimand Warmth, especially since Warmth had traveled a long way to Mordor to look for him, which made him a bit disorganized. Monsoon sighed lightly. Expecting Warmth to take the initiative to speak up seemed impossible. How's the cafeteria? It's okay, it's filling. Warmth skimmed her head, Rather like a raw rice. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Monsoon rubbed his brow at the sight. What department? Business administration. How much did you get on the test? 705. Monsoon is a little speechless. 705 on the business administration of Mordor University. Overflowing nearly 100 points. Is this something a normal person could do? Well, Warmth wasn't exactly a normal person to a certain extent, but if this matter was known to old Huang, he would probably be furious. I am afraid that the school will also deal with Warmth repeatedly. What did your mom say? My mom can't control me now. Warmth's chest puffed out when she said this, feeling proud, but Monsoon frowned slightly. Why? You got your wings so you can nest? Nope. Warmth lowered her head again. How has Auntie's health been lately? At the mention of Wang Yakin, Warmth hesitated slightly, but decided to confess to Monsoon. She had kept this matter hidden before because she didn't want to accept too many favors and handouts from Monsoon. She's been given too much, and there are some things that she needs to earn on her own. Like, for example, standing next to Monsoon like a normal person with no burdens. Slightly subdued, the warmth of his gaze grew clearer. The expression also gradually hardened and a few moments of the warm director were restored. I said goodbye to you early over the summer because I scheduled my mom for heart valve surgery at the Jinling Second Hospital. There are some of the top specialists in the country who meet there, and although the cost is high, the success rate and results are the best. My mom's surgery was on July 21st and it was considered a success. However, my mom's body was weak and we were hospitalized for almost 15 days after the surgery. After that I took her back to recuperate for a while before she got stuck coming over to report on the last day. Speaking of which, Monsoon had a general idea of what Warmth was doing for the summer. She needs to move to Jinling with her seriously ill mother, deal with her mother's medical care, and maintain a lot of work at the studio when she's not busy. Promoting talkers can't be an easy task, especially the data selection part, which takes a lot of time. No wonder Warmth had looked so busy all summer, not even responding to messages in a timely manner. Warmth glanced quietly at Monsoon. She was a little worried that Monsoon would be angry about the summer vacation. After all, she hadn't said anything about the surgery at the time. Monsoon stared at Warmth, shaking his head slightly. Warmth, as I said, not everything needs to be taken on alone. But you also said that the adult world is less pretentious. Monsoon was dumbfounded as he took out his cell phone and checked the short messages from those days. You texted me on the day of the 21st and the day before that. I may not have understood you at the time. Sorry. Warmth waved his hand back and forth. No, you don't have to apologize to me. In fact, I'm afraid that without you, my mom. Warmth didn't continue, but the information she had said had given Monsoon a further understanding of Warmth's situation in her previous life. Her mom was barely holding it together herself. This news, perhaps, will make him feel less guilty. It's fine that your mom is getting better. And as far as the money goes, it was your own abilities that helped you get that, and I had very little to do with it. Warmth looked at Monsoon fixedly for a long time. Monsoon, actually, my mom and I don't have a good relationship. Warmth's voice trailed off a bit. This is probably her most vulnerable and reluctant side to reveal. At those words Monsoon nodded slowly. I know that every time I go to your house to see your mom, you don't want me to talk to her too much. Is it because there's something that you can't let go of? Some things from my childhood and some experiences growing up, I guess. I don't have a good relationship with my mom, but I still love her. She couldn't hold it together long enough for the high school entrance exams. She didn't say it, but I knew it. I don't want anything to happen to her, so I'll definitely save her if I can. Monsoon nodded gently. How much did the surgery cost? I was counseling online and it was about $100. $150. 000. And I was prepared to pay the entire amount for insurance. The actual cost was also a bit out of my expectation. The surgery was $140. 000 and the follow-up treatments, medications, totaled over $210. 000, which does seem a bit over the top. Talking to Monsoon about the matter of money, Warmth suddenly became a little nervous. Before Monsoon could make a comment, he added to himself, but I don't need your help. The commission I split before was enough to cover the medical bills, and I haven't used this month's commission yet. There's still almost 100. 000. Monsoon raised his hand, signaling that Warmth didn't need to say any more. Whenever something about money was mentioned, Warmth was very sensitive, so sensitive that it was raw. She would be careful to keep the money separate, not wanting to take advantage of the slightest bit, fearing that the relationship would become less pure because of the money. Being clumsy and self-conscious would always make Monsoon's heart grow fuzzy. He smiled gently. All right, I know that Mr. Wen is very capable of making money. Getting up and standing by the window, Monsoon took a broken, not so thorough cigarette out of the ashtray and casually lit it for himself. The rain has let up, so take a little break and head back to school. Warmth didn't squeak, but Monsoon felt as if she had come behind him. Warmth pressed her forehead against Monsoon's back. It was probably the most daring move she could have made, ever. Monsoon. We're standing together again. Chapter 69, It's not me, it's us. Compare that to the previous headbutt in the rain. Warmth is much gentler to apply this time. But before Monsoon could say anything, Warmth had already removed his forehead. The kind of rubbing between hair and clothes that made Monsoon forget the words that had just come to his lips. What was I going to say? I don't know. Monsoon looked at the cigarette butt in his hand and broke into a question. Choking or not? Apparently Warmth is not aware of the hidden meaning of this statement for old smokers. But Warmth wasn't tolerant of Monsoon that anymore. It was probably about as tolerant as indulgent. No choking. No need to quit. Monsoon froze. The thought of quitting smoking did occur to him just now, but he didn't say it out loud. Was it a guess? Don't be unhappy. Warmth looked at him fixedly. She doesn't understand a lot of things, like why so many people still smoke when smoking is bad for your health. Warmth had seen two answers on certain famous books. The first is the interpretation of dreams. People don't get love. That's why they touch tobacco. And the moment the filter touches your lips, it's like God kissing you. It's like mother's breast milk. In a way, smoking can give you spiritual solace. Get the illusion of caresses to slow down stress. Similarly, kissing can have the same effect. The second statement is much simpler and more straightforward. Some people think smoking is handsome. Regardless of the point Monsoon was smoking, Warmth didn't need him to quit. Warmth vaguely remembers that every time after Dad and Mom fought, Dad would go for cigarettes, one after the other. When he smokes, Dad's expression goes slack in a rare way. Dad smoked a lot of cigarettes at once before he died, but unfortunately it didn't work. She would always remember that scene. That's the reason she doesn't let Monsoon quit smoking. Don't do anything that doesn't make you happy. Monsoon didn't turn around and silently put out the rest of his cigarette. Didn't mention it again. Nor did he turn back to look at the warmth in his eyes again. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to catch it, so he began to change the subject. Tell me about work. Well, go ahead. I'm listening. Monsoon thought about it and started talking about his experiences during summer vacation as well. After you left, I dismantled the studio in Pearl City. Some stayed local and some came with me to the Magic City. I rented a 248 square foot office building over in the old business district, where Dodan and the others are working now. Monsoon explained the general situation of the current studio to Warmth. Warmth, as the administrative and business director of the entire studio, her knowledge of the studio was actually only below Monsoon. Even in terms of job breakdown, she was more detailed than Monsoon. There should be a conflict when the family is divided, right? No, there were indeed hints of conflict, and I'm sure there were some who tried to set themselves up after I left, but I quelled them. It's hard to say now, with no one to supervise, the way those people do things will gradually approach the casuals. Warmth slowly nodded her head. This was where she had been feeling ashamed of Monsoon, though it is true that she did her job well when she was at the Golden Hospital, but at the studio's current stage, it's not enough to just do your job. Studio resistance is very high. In addition to the selection, screening, accurate customers, and assigning tasks that she had already taken over, really the main thing, still, is attracting traffic. During this time, she left the studio, Monsoon relocated, and the studio's overall traffic split, leaving them to eke out a living on Dodan's liver. Every punter, in fact, is similar to a bandwagon anchor in the age of short videos. The nature aspect is almost exactly the same. Create content, gain female fans with spending power, and lead the way as a know-it-all. It's just that most people only see the later anchors and don't realize their predecessors, the punters. Now that the traffic has not developed for 2 months and has even shrunk a bit, such an outcome is certainly not what Monsoon would like to see. Now she's back. Everything needs to be redesigned and even changed. Here's my problem. There's no point in splitting the pot, and there's even less point in talking about it now. So let's think about diversion first. Monsoon was too lazy to split the pot at a time like this. They were supposed to be college students, not professional working professionals. Warmth deserves that money when he does his job well. As for more, that's up to each individual. Entering the topic of work, Warmth immediately showed a different state than before. Seeing that Monsoon said that he didn't want to split the pot, Warmth directly skimmed over the topic and stepped into it. Currently, with regards to traffic, we feel we can expand now. The first one is the basic approach, recruiting and expanding the base of attractors. After Pearl Studio split, those members of Pearl City are centrifuged. Although they will still run volume, the identity of your boss fades and they gradually become disobedient, gradually becoming savages. I propose to add new members. Members may consider senior computer science students or similar majors. While there's no way for the studio to give them more security at the moment, we can entice with relatively high wages. This is supplemented by future expectations to lure these seniors into contract recruiting. You can tell that Warmth did his homework over the summer. It does seem a bit abstract for a freshman to recruit a prospective senior. Fine-tuning that student's hopes for the future. Fine what? Warmth froze. Is there no detailed plan? Monsoon was also surprised. He thought that Warmth had already made a plan. Warmth hesitated for a moment, but answered truthfully. Aren't students' expectations for the future just pie in the sky? You've said before that the pie painting thing works until 2018. Well, I gave it a miss. Monsoon rubbed his head. Indeed. For at least a couple of years now, painting a pie in the face of computer science majors is something that almost all companies do. There's really nothing wrong with painting a pie. After all, everyone has a vision for the future. And it's also true that there are a lot of companies that paint a pie and deliver. But it's still more of the crash, run, bankruptcy, layoff stuff than the companies that cash in on the big pie. So your idea now is to lure a wave of people in first through pie painting and actual paychecks in hand? Well, there's no threshold for attraction techniques, though, and recruiting people can easily lead to an exodus of skills. But traffic itself is also equal to commissions and performance for us, even if performance is more important than commissions. After all, on the merchant side, they don't even think about how much money we make. They only think about how much traffic they run. Though the warm coyness was dainty and cute, but Monsoon still felt that she was better when she was working seriously, and it was her body that radiated a confident and eye-catching glow. It's like when she lectured herself on the subject in her senior year of high school, like when she became Director Win in the studio, like right now. Monsoon thought for a moment before recognizing Warmth's planning. In fact, Warmth's thoughts were similar to his, only that Warmth's stated contents of the plan were a bit more detailed. The recruitment program can be implemented, but where do you think we should focus? Monsoon. I think a loud name is often more attractive to college students than money in hand. Monsoon narrowed his eyes slightly. He already understood what Warmth meant. You mean, Monsoon, you should start a company. It's not me, it's us. Chapter 70, The Best Years. Warmth froze slightly and immediately explained. No, I mean, you're not going to join me? No. Intended to be together, aren't we? Ha? Warmth was a bit confused by what Monsoon said. We're important partners. Monsoon looked at her calmly, as if he was announcing something that seemed trivial. But Warmth didn't dare to take on Monsoon's gaze at this time. No, I can't. You've come all this way, and you're backing out at this time? Warmth couldn't help but rub her fingers together, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Monsoon, it takes a lot of money to start a company, and I don't have any. Monsoon grabbed a pen and paper from the nightstand and scratched randomly on the paper. You don't have any money, I do. I've saved more than $2 million in a few months, I think. It's definitely enough as an initial operating capital. I'm going to be starting a tech company in these next 2 days. You will then join the company as a manager and director with 10% of the shares. I can help manage without shares. Speaking of management, Monsoon's originally mild tone suddenly became serious. Warmth, you're the one who wanted to split the money, and now that I'm splitting it with you, you don't want to? When Warmth doesn't know what to say in response, he chooses to keep to himself. If it was anything else, Monsoon would probably let her go, but not this matter. You don't need to humble yourself and back down in front of me. What kind of strength do I have that I still need you to humble yourself? People want to change. They need to have desire, and I won't take a partner without desire. What am I going to motivate you with when you have no desire all day? Even if you want to open a couple's store, it's only after you actually become a couple. The thought popped into Monsoon's head, but he immediately changed his words. Instead of thinking small there, why don't you join me in figuring out what the company should be called? Something simple. Hearing Monsoon mention the name of the company, Warmth then recovered some of her professionalism. Oh, there's about the company name. How about just using your name? Monsoon Technology? The name has no character, no meaning, and it definitely won't work. Following Monsoon's request, Warmth also took a pen and paper and swished it up. A few names were mentioned Monsoon wasn't very happy with. Monsoon mentions Winter Sunshine and is shot on the spot by Warmth. Warmth frowned. She was not illiterate. How could she not understand the meaning of this? The winter sun was warm and obviously anonymous. The names Warm Tech and Warm Air Tech were also killed. A name like Tech doesn't really fit. The two then reached an impasse. The company's name is very important. This point Monsoon is also very clear. Do not allow him to play sex. Tapping the table lightly, Monsoon actually wanted to smoke a cigarette, but after looking at Warmth, who was also still thinking, he silently gave up the idea. In the end, it was Monsoon's side that made the concession. Those previous company names that engaged in transliteration were really inappropriate, and the biggest problem was that the name appeal was lacking. As a tech company, the main intake is bound to be mostly young web techies. Earning money is definitely something that everyone will want to do. But while earning money, there are also some associations and visions of your future. So the name is better towards things like tech, coders, technology, the future. That's about all the elements. Any ideas for a suitable one? Monsoon exemplified every element he could think of, then thought with warmth. The two of them got into the swing of things very silently. The familiarity was a bit of a long time coming, but it was nice and made Monsoon nostalgic. Warmth rested her cheeks and fumed for a while, looking out the window in very serious thought. Instead, Monsoon stared into the young girl's eyes and quietly walked away. A man like a rainbow is not to be found until he meets him. She's really beautiful. As time went on, Monsoon's unblinking eyes caused the young girl's face to blush a little more. She seemed to have realized something, but didn't stop to think about it. Thinking of a shared future, Warmth's eyes suddenly brightened a bit, and then he quickly wrote 4 words on a piece of paper. Fingertip future. How about this? When she made a move, Monsoon had actually withdrawn his gaze. He mentally chanted the name. Don't tell me, it's not bad. The internet industry relies on coders, and coders rely on their fingers to create a future with the keyboard in their hands? That's probably what I mean. But if you're doing jingles, leave it to an ad agency. They're more specialized. Okay, that's it. Nothing else? That's a lot of pie. Warmth laughed a little, but then immediately curtailed it. Monsoon clapped his hands and finally settled on the name of the company. From now on, this is our company. Aha. Warmth nodded along, acknowledging the word we. She was actually a little excited. It was like she could already see the future at her fingertips, even though nothing had started yet. Come on, another delay. Gotta get back to school. Good. Walking out of the hotel and ending the work situation, the atmosphere returned to awkwardness once again. The question arises, what is their current relationship considered? The two men seemed to think of this at the same time, and stood and stopped there at the stairsteps in front of the hotel, looking at each other, even though it was only a few steps away, made it feel a little far away. It's not the conversation that's scary, it's the sudden awkwardness. Let's take a taxi back to school first. Monsoon tried to lighten the atmosphere. Aha! Monsoon waved at the intersection. Only this time no cab seemed to want to stop. The silence was irritating, and Monsoon had been unable to resist lighting a cigarette. Seeing that he had been unable to get a taxi, Warmth became nervous inside. She didn't know if her action of running to Mordor was considered chasing her husband for thousands of miles in a romance drama. And what exactly was this behavior considered in the eyes of Monsoon? Will it be looked down upon? Just as Warmth was rambling, Monsoon was the first to open his mouth. Why did you come to Mordor? No matter how. For you. For what you can do. Clear north might be better. Men and women shouldn't ask why. Especially not this kind of why. But Monsoon asked the question after all. He really wanted to know the answer. Warmth lowered her head, looking at her still damp shoes, and her mind kept changing thoughts. Yeah, why did she come to Mordor? From when was it decided? What is there in this world that you really can't let go of? Will everything be better in the Imperial City? Many questions floated through the warmth of his mind, and then one answer after another arose. She turned to meet Monsoon's gaze. What is there in this world that we can't let go of? And what road in this world is so hard that we miss all of our youth and fall? Why would I leave you at the best age? Ahem. The cigarette burns my mouth. Chapter 71, Suffocating. A few seconds ago. Monsoon. This question Warmth pondered for a long time. Monsoon also waited for a long time. The puff had lit the filter, and the smell of charring was unusually pronounced, but it was as if neither man smelled it. Until the butt burned Monsoon's mouth. Warm rhetorical question straight from the heart. Yeah, why leave her at the best age? Those who have come over will always teach those who haven't that you will regret it when you grow up if you do this. Yes, it is indeed easy to grow up and regret every moment of the past. But Monsoon is a person who has been there. Figured something out again one night once upon a time. That is, don't blame your old self, who was standing alone in a fog of choices and quite confused. He didn't need to regret what he had done, and every decision he made was the best choice he understood for himself at that moment. Had he had more wisdom and knowledge, he might have made a different decision than he did at the time. But that doesn't mean that past decisions were wrong or useless. Warmth may not understand this, but she possesses the courage that Monsoon, the person who came through, does not have. It's just that. Autistic teenage girls never have so little courage. When Monsoon looked at Warmth again, she had resumed looking at the tips of her shoes. Things have come to this point. Monsoon's heart where there is still any confusion. Instead, it's more of a celebration. I guess, I won't leave you again. Finally heard a positive response from Monsoon. Warm toes clenched momentarily. His ears were red, he was six-faced, and the deer in his heart crashed several times in a row. Luckily the cab stopped in front of the two at that moment and Warmth opened the door as if fleeing. The car is here. Get in. Aha. Getting into the cab. Warmth sat on the left and Monsoon on the right. She rested her cheeks on the window as he tapped his forehead on his cell phone. The two men each looked to the side, returning to their respective familiar silences. Warmth's right hand drooped unconsciously on the seat, and someone quietly reached out without realizing it. Upon touching the fine, soft catkin, the warm green onion obviously flinched for a moment, then quickly hooked back and took the initiative to grip Monsoon's little finger. Only this back grip didn't last long, and was released in mere seconds. Warm eyebrows squeezed together, not feeling too happy. That night when you sent Manhwa back, I was on the third floor, at the door of 302. Monsoon, are all women like that? You were fine just a minute ago, and now you're rehashing old scores? Hasn't he explained this before? Monsoon knows how much women hold grudges. They can even remember things from over 10 years ago and then rehash old stories as a condition for a fight the next time you have one. It seems that Warmth is a normal woman too. Seeing that Monsoon didn't say anything, the corners of Warmth's mouth had begun to go down. I saw you guys holding hands, and her invitation to your next one, with my own eyes. Monsoon? Rubbing the tips of his eyebrows helplessly, Monsoon began to talk about how he had met Mu Eveningchio during his summer vacation. I do know Mu Wanchio. Monsoon looked at her somewhat aggravated appearance and suddenly wanted to touch her head, but when he reached out, Warmth ducked right out of the way. Actually, Mu Evening Autumn and I met during the summer when the company was opening up, and she was the company's landlord. Our company, and the house that the apartment is rented in, are all owned by their family. Monsoon began to talk about having known Mu Eveningchio. Warmth kept staring into his eyes. Fortunately, Monsoon's gaze had been clear and his tone had been smooth. It made the Warmth relax his brow a lot more again. What about the other night? That night was our 2 dormitory get-togethers, and Mu Evening Autumn treated us to dinner. Then I sent her back. While it's kind of bad to give the pot to everyone else, I do have to explain that the handholding and dinner invitations were made and offered by her. Next time we can get together if I invite her back. Warmth heard Monsoon say that he invited Mu Evening Autumn back, and the two of them could be together. Tun tilted his head and scratched his hair with his fingers, hiding the corners of his slightly upturned mouth. Good. The hotel would have been close by and the car didn't take long to drive back to the school. The rain in the sky was a little lighter than before. Getting out of the car, Monsoon lowered his umbrella a bit. I'll take you back. Aha. Monsoon stood beside Warmth with his umbrella raised and led her back to the campus. The two of them already had a very tacit understanding of their footsteps. Speaking of which, it's been almost 2 months since they've taken a stroll together like this. Both enjoyed this walk in the rain. The shoes were already damp and there was no pressure to tread water. Walking along the water's edge, Warmth was tempted to step in a few puddles as it was something she had always wanted to do since she was a little girl, but had never done. When she was a kid, if she treaded water like that, her mom would have beaten her. She gave up on the idea, though, after seeing the students coming and going from the school, all the way to the intersection of the women's dormitory area. Warmth, who had barely spoken on the way, suddenly turned around. Monsoon. Ha! When Monsoon froze slightly, the young girl in the white sweatshirt had already stepped into the puddle and spun around on the water waves, then bowed slightly towards Monsoon, kind of like an end of ballet performance. Before Monsoon could say something, Warmth had already waved her hand at him. Bye-bye. Bye. Saying goodbye to Monsoon, Warmth thumped up the stairs. When I returned to my dorm room, my heart was still pounding. It was just that the expression on his face had completely tightened up and returned to that state of indifference. Warmth was a bit social, and the state of indifference was actually a form of self-protection for her. But when you get to college, there's always a super talkative roommate in your dorm room to break you. It was like Zhang Chao and Monsoon and their dormitory, or Wang Nan and Warmth and their 302. As soon as he entered, Nan Wang, who was eating chips, immediately noticed the Chinese point. Warmth, why did you change your clothes? Thinking about how Monsoon told her that people need to socialize, at least for college, Warmth responded after a moment's hesitation. Got wet and went to buy a new set. Didn't you bring an umbrella? The umbrella is broken. Is that umbrella that easy to break? Aha. Feeling that this topic was over, Warmth walked expressionlessly to the toilet to take off her shoes and change into slippers, then flushed her feet again, returning to her bed and starting to undress. She was trying to change into her pajamas. It was just that when he took off his clothes, the eyes of Wang Nan on the side were glazed over. Whoa. Wow. Warm, you are so big. You actually have a waistline. What kind of devil body is this? Warmly and somewhat awkwardly, she turned her back and avoided Wang Nan's gaze, and after quickly changing her clothes, she plopped down on her bed. But Wang Nan was still staring at her, looking at Warmth with some embarrassment. What's wrong? Wang Nan looked at Warm Mengwu's expression and still didn't hold back his idle thoughts. Warmth, you look so sad now. Aren't you happy? Warmth sniffed and her expression became more and more odd. Brows knit together. Sad? It does seem a little sad. Not sad, but happy. Should I tell Nan Wang that too many things happened today to make her happy? I met Monsoon, chatted, talked about work and the future, cleared up misunderstandings, and hooked up. She really wanted to roll back and forth on the bed now, but there were people in the dorms, and she couldn't roll around in order to remain as calm and high-strung as she should be. It's suffocating. Chapter 72, you should all be called Mr. Wive. I'm fine, thanks. It's really okay? Really? Wang Nan actually wanted to talk to Warmth about gossip, but she saw that Warmth wasn't very interested, so she didn't force herself. Warmth plugged in her cell phone and just turned it on when she received a message from Monsoon. Upper number. Seeing the text message, Warmth smiled slightly. The bond between her and Monsoon wasn't a game of doggy knife. It was serious work. Warmth enjoyed working with Monsoon. The work allows her to feel fulfilled, as well as her own progress. Taking out his laptop and getting ready to work, Wang Nan's voice came through once again. Warmth, are you going to play a game? I can also play League of Legends, and I'm a Chin Girl Thief 6. Warmth, League of Legends? She remembered that Monsoon had played it and seemed to like it. However, she wasn't quite sure why Monsoon's face looked ugly after every game he played with Dodan and the others. Ask about it later when you have time. I don't play games. I have to work now. Work? Well, part-time. Well, then, okay, you get busy. It's normal for people to have part-time jobs in college. It's just that it's quite rare for a girl like Warmth to have a part-time job on her first day. Computer messaging is much easier than cell phones. A few months of exercise and now Warm typing is fast. Can you turn on the video? Open QQ and new messages had started flashing. Warmth twisted her head to look at Wang Nan and pursed her lips slightly. It's not very convenient. The roommate is in. Okay, it's best to keep a record of what happened during the day. And if there are any flaws or holes, we'll slowly add them later. Good. I had talked to Monsoon quite a bit earlier at the hotel. It was raining heavily and some of the inspirations and ideas went unrecorded, all of which were part of her job as studio manager. While making a detailed schedule, he had a chat with Monsoon. The warm heart was unusually calm and content. There are monsoons, there are jobs, and there is money to be made and grown. College should stay that way. After thinking about it, the corners of Warmth's mouth curled up once again. Monsoon, who hadn't replied to the message for a long time, suddenly sent a large message. Warmth, if you do set up a company, it's no longer a studio going through the motions. The company will start out small, but it won't be small for long. A lot of things will become rigorous and your identity will change completely by then. You will be the future CEO of Fingertips, which may sound a bit funny now, and will even be laughed at by some. But don't make this a child's play yourself. Take it seriously, understand? Without the padding during the day, Warmth was afraid that he would also find the title of CEO a bit too exaggerated. But now, understood. I'll be strict with myself. It's great that Mordor isn't like Pearl City, where we all used to hang out together and there was little separation. But it's different now. I'll take you to the studio after military training and confirm your position and status with them. Remember, no mingle with the staff kind of moves. Not even for the elderly. In the future, whether I'm here or not, you should be addressed as Mr. Wive. I know. I'll do it right. In the men's dormitory, after explaining about Warmth, Monsoon didn't have the intention to continue working. The other three righteous sons hadn't returned, so he was happy to be quiet. In passing, he opened the campus forum of Mordor University. There are just 5 main sections in total: academics, social, alumni, trading, and education. The boards aren't very Spartan. The clicking response isn't slow. It doesn't lag, and you can see some technical prowess, but not much, because the typography and stuff is pretty old. Overall, a little out of step with the times. Monsoon directly ignores the academic and educational too and focuses on the middle 3 boards, alumni and trading areas, both with job/job postings. On top of that there are some search and seizure notices, buy and sell things, pick up deliveries, bring takeaways, and the like. Monsoon stared for a long time at a cat-seeking post in the Finding Things section. He was especially struck dumb by the layer upon layer of details added below. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he delved deeper into the post. Without moving a muscle, he turned to the trading section and bought 10 forum abandonment accounts directly from the forum blag market at the super high price of 35 apiece. 5 males and 5 females, all of which are accounts with registered email verification, and full student profiles. The price of 35 for a campus forum account is outrageous, but it doesn't matter. Things like bandwagons have to be prepared for accounts. After recording it, Monsoon renamed the 10 accounts, changed the secret, and adjusted the hidden profile information. A female account was then selected. Made my first post in the Finding Things section. A notice with a reward of $200 forum for a failed confession of love from a strong, handsome man at 12 p.m. In the dormitory building east of the cafeteria, requesting a name. Then he went into his standard bandwagon routine. First floor, not even a photo. This find a barren. Floor 2, top before you look. Third floor, isn't that the junior Oshayu? The one on the basketball team? For F, can you get a picture of the hanging big one? 22nd floor, Oshayu is a dejected confession failure. Is a scum dog. 23rd floor, is not this picture indeed slag dog? Other bad to say. 24th floor, I know this guy too. From the basketball team, really a scum dog, my roommate was by him. 31st floor, infamous, I still have pictures and chat records here. Then spread crazy. Monsoon looked at this post of his while conceptualizing the company's next attraction plan. Almost 50% of the replies were him singing a one-man spin by himself, a handful of a few eaters, and the floors 23, 24, and 31 are among the few who may have real information. He checked out the profiles of the 3 people, and the 2 of them that had QQ he applied for QQ friends directly. All 3 left messages that he could be contacted and would be greatly appreciated. In addition he handed out $100s of Mordor University forum coins each, which is the equivalent of $10, as a knockout. You can't give too much money. Too much can be bad. Things like bandwagoning are still simple in this day and age. After doing this, Monsoon directly deleted the post as if nothing had happened. The forum response wasn't that fast. Monsoon gave himself 1 week. If no one responds, he'll continue to lead the beat or find another way. It's just a pain in the ass when you're in college, fighting when you're underage. Adults more than 3 people are becoming gangsterish, and it's not easy to get things done. Monsoon always believed that the fastest way to solve a problem was violence, but now it's a rule of law society. A lot of things cannot be so out of the ordinary. We have to abide by the rules. He, Monsoon, was a good and disciplined student. Twisting his head to see the time, it was late afternoon. Monsoon clicked on QQ and sent a message to Warmth in the Gi busy state. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? 2. The one news came just as the door to the dormitory opened with a loud, violent thud. Brother Fong is here. Going to the cafeteria to eat? Monsoon froze, thinking for a moment before squeezing his hand. One moment. A complimentary message to Warmth followed. My roommates want to ask me to go to the cafeteria with them. Meet them? Good. Chapter 73, I missed you too. Monsoon lost his smile. The answer between Warmth and him was many times this kind of one-word affirmation. See you in the cafeteria. Good. Windy has a date? Aha. Male or female? Ha. Female. Sure enough. It's a woman. Is it Mu Wancho? No. Could it be that Yi Yue? It feels like this woman is not simple. Brother Fong, I'm afraid you can't hold it. Facing Zhang Chao, who was blah 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 by his side, Monsoon was somewhat helpless. None of it. You haven't seen it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao's originally fairly normal expression immediately became envious. Brother Fong, you have a new girl? This is too much for you. Please, don't soak them. Save some soup for the brothers. What do you mean there's a new girl? Look at Mu Evening Chill from before. And Yi Yue in the morning. They're all sisters who took the initiative to look for you. You're not on the same level at all as those rookies who claim to be lovebirds. Call it quits. Brother Wind. No, those aren't. None of them? Then this is now? Zhang Chao kindly laughed, feeling that at Monsoon's level, it was impossible to give up an entire forest because of a small flower. This girl getting technique, high and low, is a sea king. But Monsoon stopped immediately after hearing this and looked at Zhang Chao very seriously. This one is. Ha? Zhang Chao's reaction was a bit slow, and he thought for a while before realizing it afterward. Those aren't. This one is? Okay, got it. Brother, I'm enlightened. You're an enlightened hammer. Go to the cafeteria and don't delay. It was until Zhang Chao finally failed to strain himself and took the initiative to ask for help. Brother Fong, teach me how to fall in love. Today my schoolmate suddenly ignored me. I'm really out of ideas. Windy. Monsoon froze. How is it still a schoolmate? Didn't he break it off with what he said this morning? Well, a licking dog wants to lick words. It's not hard for him at all. You are truly anticlimactic. The same moment in the girls' dormitory. Warmth brushed her hair and changed her clothes at breakneck speed. Standing in front of the mirror, thinking that she might meet Monsoon's roommate next, Warmth felt that she should change into something prettier. What to wear? Knee-length skirts? Waist-length dresses? Or a cooler, more formal dress for women? These were the ones that Monsoon used to build for her. and she didn't really understand them. After hesitating for a few seconds, Warmth shook the computer mouse and searched for, what kind of clothes do boys like girls to wear? Saw a couple of the hottest threads that basically mentioned it. Boys want girls to dress conservatively when there are lots of people, and sexier when they are alone. Crowded and conservative. Warmth, who had some comprehension of the situation, ended up wearing only the sweatshirt Monsoon had bought during the day and a slightly higher ponytail. Simply out the door. On her way out, Wang Nan didn't forget to shout, "Turn around and bring me a chow mein." Good. The women's dormitory was already closer to the cafeteria than the men's dormitory. The Monsoon hadn't arrived when the Warmth did. She was good looking in her own right, and although she was dressed casually, she couldn't hide that air of self-absorbed high spirits at all. It still caused her to get a lot of sideways glances. Warmly keeping her head down, she walked towards a less crowded area, avoiding the gazes of some of her classmates. Lifting his phone to look at it, he didn't wait for Monsoon's text. Warmth didn't want to rush Monsoon. She was afraid that if she sent this kind of useless message to Monsoon every day, Monsoon would be too annoyed with her. So the autistic girl didn't want to leave even if she wasn't quite used to standing in such a crowded place. The cafeteria is not far away. Su Ming and Joey Han were fuming. "Brother Ming, I saw the fairy. I saw it first. There are so many beautiful women in Magic City University. It feels like this one is even prettier than Mu Evening Show." Quite a stretch indeed. While the two were whispering, Monsoon and Zhang Chao had already walked over. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Chao patted the two on the shoulder. "Looking at pretty girls. Here, let me see how beautiful it is." Zhang Chao saw the Warmth in the direction that Su Ming and the two of them were pointing, and instantly failed to hold back his own awe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As he exclaimed, Warmth actually looked toward them. "Look, Ming, the pretty girl is looking at me." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "Clearly looking at me." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beautiful woman coming toward me. Under the slightly shocked gazes of Monsoon's three roommates, Warmth walked across the room to a few people. Before the three righteous sons could speak, Monsoon began to reach out and introduce them. "Let me introduce you guys. She's Warmth, and these three are my roommates, Su Ming, Joey Han, and Zhang Chao." "Hello guys." Warmth nodded down lightly at the three, still with that high and cold look, not able to see any joy or anger at all. Zhang Chao and the three of them also looked at each other. Especially Su Ming. He no longer looks at the Warmth, but stares at Monsoon all the time, almost writing the words "God is not fair" on his face. None of them have any special requests, do they? I'm going to go play casually if there are no requests. Well, feel free to eat. Good. After playing the meal, seeing that Monsoon did not continue to introduce, the three roommates did not have the good sense to ask in front of the face. There is something about the Warmth. Prepare to arrest the culprit. Monsoon, on the spot after returning to the dormitory, being watched by the three from time to time, Warmth was embarrassed to stare at Monsoon anymore. She didn't like to talk per se, so she just ate in silence with her head down. The meal was awkward, but Warmth was still mostly happy to be back in the cafeteria with Monsoon again, just like in high school. It was just a shame that there were other people and she was embarrassed to eat more when there were more people. It would be easy to not get enough to eat, but that's okay. Monsoon introduced himself to his roommates. That's a good start. After eating, Monsoon and Warm greeted each other and were taken away by the three housemates by the neck, and did not send Warm back, warmly shaking her hand. She was in a happy mood and bought a fried noodle for Wang Nan and returned to the dormitory. Returning to the dormitory, Monsoon is arrested on the spot by the trio. "Quick, tell me truthfully, what is your relationship with Warmth?" Brother Feng said before that Warmth is different from the others. Mu Evening Show can't, so I think the girlfriend didn't run away. Zhang Chao added a knife. Monsoon lay on his back and preferred to die. "Just remember she's different and be done with it. It's not a done deal yet. I'll give you candy when it is." "Oh, not the same. Oh, hand out candy." The three men spoke in unison, and their expressions were more righteous than one another. Breaking away from the trio, Monsoon leaned against the wall, his mind following the strange thoughts. "Warmth is certainly different. She doesn't know how to carry an umbrella when it rains, so I have to take care of her." After Monsoon finished speaking, he rested there and laughed. The smile was about as lewd as a smile in front of the three. "Windy, you're smiling so lewdly. Crawl." After repeatedly confirming that Monsoon really didn't have any interest in Mu Wanxiu, the blazing fire in Su Ming's heart burned once again. "Since you don't like Mu Wanxiu, I can chase after her." Monsoon smiled, still with the same breezy look. "You really don't have to tell me if you're chasing or not. I'm not who she is and have no right to interfere or sway. Of course, she has her own independent personality and thoughts. Ming, I hope you understand what I mean." Su Ming looked at the serious-faced Monsoon and nodded along. Each washed up, and Monsoon, who was already lying down, turned on his cell phone. Instead, a new message appeared on WeChat. Piece's fortune adds you as a friend. With a message, I miss you. Monsoon froze at the message and immediately added it back. I miss you too. Mom. Chapter 74, thanks for participating. I just applied for WeChat. How did you know it was me? The only woman who dares to express her love so blatantly is Mom. Love you. Mom. Monsoon lost his smile. His own old mom might want to play some emotions with his son as well. How's it going? Quite well. Everything is getting better. Just be nice. Mom. Wait. Let me pull up a group chat at home. Just so my dad can come in too. After finishing his speech, Monsoon found his dad, Ji Guangshuan, and the three of them pulled together a group chat. Peace's Bliss, Fishing God, and Summer Wind have joined the group chat. The name of the group has been changed to Loving Family. Fishing God, son, go to school and smoke less. It's not good for your health. Call home if you are short of money. Peace is a blessing. Yes, going to college is not like being at home. You're out there alone with no one to take care of you. You have to take care of yourself. Fishing God, your mom's right. Summer Breeze, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. And so will you guys. And you smoke less too. Dad, peace is a blessing. Your dad doesn't need you to worry. Your dad has her wife to take care of him. Unlike you, who is still a single dog after 18 years. Fishing God, your mom's right. Summer Wind, you even tricked your own son into killing him? Peace's blessing, you send? It doesn't change the fact that you're a single dog. You're in college. Hurry up and find a date. Fishing God, your mom's right. Summer Wind, oh, okay, you're the one who'll concede to the old season. I'll be short of a date? Don't worry. Same time of day. Street stalls at night. A few people from Gu Shuiting's dormitory and a few people from Mu Evening Show's dormitory gathered together. They would have been neighbors. 305 and 306. It just so happened that Gu Shuiting and Mu Evening Show, several people, were majoring in business administration. Mu Wanqiu was interested in learning about Monsoon's past, and Gu Shuiting was interested in getting to know the new students in the neighborhood. After a brief chat, simply get together for a meal. Mu Wanqiu was already good at what she did, although she knew that her face was online, and her money was even more so. But still, Gu Shuiting was baked into the main character of the gathering. Shuiting, you are so beautiful. I was the one who suggested the get-together in the first place, so of course this meal is on me. Hey, I haven't been in love yet. I guess I'll have to ask you for more advice in the future. She basically coaxed the crap out of anyone else, male or female, except for the fact that she couldn't coax Monsoon. Gu Shuiting's mind wasn't exactly mature to begin with, and she was bombarded by a barrage of sweet words from Mu Wanqiu. 2 more beers down, the whole thing drifted off, and the past was spoken of like pouring beans. As they chatted, Mu Evening Autumn mentioned the trio's high school days. Monsoon, Warmth, you three went to high school together? Gu Shuiting was an average drinker, and this time her expression was dizzy. Yeah, we were in the same class for 3 years. No, not really, only Warmth knew each other from high school. Monsoon and I are not as simple as being in the same class. We grew up together and even got into college together. Late autumn, it's called fate. The uneasiness in Mu Wanqiu's heart grew stronger when she heard the word destiny. She had thought it was just the same class. Unexpectedly, Gu Shuiting and Jifeng were actually childhood friends, but then she remembered that before, Monsoon said that he didn't have a girlfriend, and that Gu Shuiting, a green plum, seemed to be very falsely warm. What really happened during that time? Did something happen between you? Monsoon has liked me for years. Since middle school. No, elementary school. Seeing Mu Wanqiu chatting about Monsoon, Gu Shuiting also began to talk about the hours. Mentioned that Monsoon buys her breakfast every morning. Going to take her place every day. Take her when you go out to play. Protect her in a fight. All sorts of little things. Details. Gu Shuiting gave them all as examples. Especially when it came to the fact that Monsoon had confessed his love to her several times and was rejected by her for various inappropriate reasons. The smugness on Gu Shuiting's face flickered. Mu Late Autumn. These words would only make Mu Evening Show feel abstract in her ears. Was the Monsoon that Gu Shuiting was talking about really the Monsoon she knew? That cold, calm, polite, and mean when he's disciplining Monsoon? Mu Evening Qiu even choked a little as Gu Shuiting gloated and talked about the things that played with Monsoon's feelings. Would he ever have been so humble as to fall into the dust? Mu Evening Qiu didn't get angry. She wasn't qualified to get angry for Monsoon. So just after taking a few deep breaths and adjusting her emotions, she pulled Gu Shuiting away from the crowd. There are too many people over there. It's not good to talk about Monsoon like that. Then, Gu Shuiting had long since sunk into her own world and didn't even notice Mu Evening Show's change in mood. Thinking that Monsoon had already left, Gu Shuiting's voice immediately took on a sobbing tone. And then there was no later. Evening Autumn, It's obvious that Monsoon has liked me for years. Why did he suddenly ignore me? Suddenly ignoring Gu Shueting? Hearing this news, Mu Wanqiu was somehow relieved for Monsoon. Fortunately, at least he was relieved. She held back the mixed emotions she felt inside and reconfirmed. Gu Shueting, you said, Monsoon liked you for many years, and then suddenly ignored you after that? Yes, he ignored me. Never again. Late autumn, isn't it karma to disappoint someone who likes you very much? Mu Eveningqiu stared at Gu Shueting, her education keeping her from cursing. Adjusting her breathing again, she spoke slowly. There will be no retribution for failing someone who likes you very much. You just need to realize that what you're missing is the ceiling you once had in your life. The fact that you can fail him shows that you have no perception of what is good. And God doesn't give you this kind of gift twice. Just move on and you won't be punished. It's just that your luck after that will mean revert. And of course the one you missed mean reverted. After all, his lower limit is you. Your upper limit is him. And he got unlucky to meet you in this sinful relationship. And the peak of your life was meeting him. Now everything is back on the right track as it was. And from now on you are two parallel lines that will never intersect. Late autumn, are you angry? While Gu Shueting was still reminiscing about this passage, Mu Wanqiu had already gotten up to go to the checkout. Until the end of the meal, she was in a jumbled state. Back at school, in the supermarket outside the dormitory, the drunken-faced Gu Shueting wanted to buy some chewing gum, but no matter how she searched, she couldn't find her wallet. Just when she was a bit embarrassed, a slightly cold voice appeared behind her, paid it all together for her. Schoolgirl, now we are piloting PayPal payment here. There are discounts. Do you want to try? Could be. Gu Shueting froze and turned her head, and saw Warmth with a cold face holding a cell phone. Opening his mouth, he couldn't say a single one of those harsh words he once used. Thanks. Warmth sniffed and opened her mouth almost without expression. It's me who should be thanking you. Gu Shueting thought of many scenarios where she and Warmth would have a conversation, but she never thought that Warmth would answer like this, and she let out a bitter laugh. Warmth, I seem to have fallen out of love. Warmth looked seriously at Gu Shueting and nodded. Thanks for participating. Chapter 75, Various People in the Sun. Thanks for participating? These words caused Gu Shueting's thoughts, which were originally somewhat hazy and drunken, to go into more of a trance. Between her and Monsoon, it's like a scratch card at a lottery store. There are 100 of them in a dozen. And there's bound to be one in there that hits the jackpot. Monsoon buys them all and gives her 99 of them. She scratched off 99 sheets without any burden and didn't win. In fact, as long as she held out her hand to Monsoon at this time, then Monsoon would definitely give her the one in her hand. That one ticket was sure to win and she wouldn't even reach for it. In all the past, Monsoon had really taken 99 steps towards her, but she had never been willing to take a step towards Monsoon. Even if he liked it better, he'd have to return it. Why is an armor-breaking bow called the last whisper? For his final whisper as he left mercilessly toward what she had thought was a strong heart defense. Nothing stays the same, neither people, nor things. Mu Late Autumn says she missed the ceiling of her life by not perceiving the good things. Luck returns later, and it's impossible to ever meet someone who is so unconditionally devoted to you. Really, would that be the case? While Gu Shueting was still in a trance, Warmth had already lifted the snacks in her hand and walked out from the supermarket checkout counter. Her pace was brisk, more so than ever. Warmth stopped in his tracks. Gu Shueting's eyes suddenly became a bit firmer. I'm into Monsoon too, always have been. Oh, the 3-day entrance day went by fast. Both Warmth and Monsoon are busy with the need to make up for the structural deficiencies in the studio brought about by the studio's relocation to the Magic City. On the morning of the 4th day, with the arrival of the troopers' military vehicles, freshmen at Mordor University are also about to enter a 2-week-long military training program. To be fair, this military training thing is pretty tough. Formation exercises, chants, creeps, pulling songs, pulling drills, none of it was easy. The weather after the storm was just great sunshine and getting hotter by the day. The students started sweating in the morning when the training rules were read out. During military training, everyone wore military uniforms and hats, and basically talked about clothing. In the past, those who do not know what to do, relying on the makeup on the 7 points of the beauty, this sun burst into the sun, the whole makeup and the pile of almost. I can't say it looks like a ghost, but it's pretty high human anyway. During the rest period of military training, except for Su Ming, 205 the 3 male gods got together and hid under a tree outside the playground. It didn't help that there was little shade and they didn't want to go zoning out with anyone else. Magic City University military training intensity is really great. Monsoon, this kind of regular exercise is okay. Joey Han and Zhang Chao, by this time, had already begun to lie down. Lying on his side on the grass, Zhang Chao patrolled the military training students coming and going. It's all very loose uniforms, and you can't really tell much by looking at the backs, except for the kind with very unusual figures. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Wind. Brother Ham. Look at that. Cappy Beast. Where? Joey Han rose with a jerk. Let me con. As far as Monsoon's breezy mindset was concerned, he couldn't help but twist his head around. Men are teenagers until they die. There's no way around it. For a guy, capybara are too rare. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? Following the direction Zhang Chao pointed to, Monsoon saw a girl who was about 150 tall and weighed about 250. The uniform was holding her up a little out of shape. Actually, there's nothing wrong with just looking fat, mainly because she also has very long hair and makeup on her face. Fat people heat up more easily on hot days, and sweat makes her hair stick together. It was made even more outrageous by the fact that the foundation on my face was in a heap, like mud rubbed in the shower. With this glance, even a knowledgeable person like Monsoon couldn't help but freeze. It's over. She's looking over. Phone, don't look. Hide. Ha! Monsoon was still in a daze, and this somewhat frighteningly weighted girl was already walking straight towards him. What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before? Monsoon was momentarily speechless, mainly because this sentence of never having seen a beautiful woman made him a little cerebellar, and the smell of this fat girl is really a bit hard to top. Sweat, body odor, the smell of bad cosmetics from exposure to the sun, mixed with perfume from who knows when. Other than that, the moment she walked over, even though Monsoon had seen many big scenes, he couldn't help but take a step back. What? Can't say it anymore? Do you know how rude it is to stare at girls like that? Returning to his senses, Monsoon wiped his sweat and shook his head slightly. Perhaps the gaze I just gave you made you feel uncomfortable, and I apologize for that. I, for one, rarely use words to attack the other person's appearance, so I have to apologize again for my next words. I knew that instead of losing weight on my own, I should redefine aesthetics, but let me remind you, classmate, beautiful, free, but not nourishing. You, ha ha ha, nourishing and oily, ha ha ha. As Monsoon finished speaking, Zhang Chao and Joey Han beside him simply couldn't tense up. While lamenting that Monsoon's mouth was too poisonous, the two of them quickly got up and pulled Monsoon to run away. It can't be helped. The smell from the capybara is too strong to top it. After the run, the trio returned to military training and the guys begin another torturous day of letting it all hang out. It lasted until noon. The military training for the computer class finally ended, and it was only then that a large group of people wailed and groaned as they collected their respective cell phones and disbanded. The class basically got together when it was time to collect the cell phones. There were already few girls in the computer class, and Monsoon saw Yi Yue and a few female classmates being accosted by the boys in the class from a long distance away. Brother Feng, this Yi Yue does look good. Her legs are so long. The girls in the class don't think too much. Why? What about 4 years? How embarrassing to split up later. Ha, can't we just keep talking? Monsoon glanced at Zhang Chao as if he was looking at an innocent cabbage. While the two were talking, Yi Yue seemed to have seen Monsoon as well, and she grinned at Monsoon, but Monsoon ignored her. Yi Yue, have you seen that quite handsome classmate over there? His name is Ji Feng. Wow, he looks so shy. This doesn't take? Zhang Tian, who was standing next to Yi Yue, said, coy. Oh, there is no one in this class who can pretend more than him, and Yi Yue knows very well how difficult Monsoon is. Seeing that Zhang Tian had an idea, she immediately grinned and arched fire. Are you thinking about him? If you've got ideas, go for it. What's the point of being a wimp when you're in college? I'm going then. Seeing Zhang Tian padding over, Yi Yue leaned to the side with her arms wrapped around her and watched the show. Monsoon also noticed the girl running towards her. Not very tall, estimated to be just over 1 meter 5. The gap was really a bit big when he stood in front of himself. Seeing Zhang Tian's face squirming, Monsoon was ready to go around. Wait for Monsoon to turn back. Zhang Tian asked, pretending to look very nervous. Mr. Monsoon, can you give me your WeChat? Monsoon frowned. Can't. Zhang Tian obviously did not expect to be rejected so directly. Pretending to be an innocent sweet girl failed? She rushed to follow up. Why not? I still use my WeChat myself, so you can sign up for a new one yourself. Zhang Tian? Chapter 76, The Desire for Love. Indulgence in love is a really bad idea. Zhang Chao, who was on the side, froze. Was this some new flirting technique? Monsoon, who had gotten his cell phone, was already ready to go when Zhang Tian chased after him again. Monsoon student. I don't mean that. What I mean is, can we add WeChat friends? This time Monsoon thought about it and still shook his head. Can't. Why? No reason. Having been rejected twice in a row. Zhang Tian also felt a bit tense. Inside, frustration and heartburn mingled with each other, as did displeasure and disenchantment. With her hands behind her back, she took a few more steps toward Monsoon's front. Che, if you don't add it, what's the big deal? Why don't you say something and act high and mighty? You don't think you're handsome like this, do you? It's not. Boys are really down with the whole lust thing. The class grass for the computer class hasn't been chosen yet, and I'm sure as hell not going to vote for you when you're like this. So, are you sure you don't want to add it? Some destinies are just too good to miss. Pust. Monsoon didn't hold back a laugh and sort of broke it. Zhang Tian ran a few more steps. Not because Monsoon walked fast, but mainly because she was short. One step was half a step more than Monsoon. Laughed ugh. Laughed at not being responsible? Then how about adding one? Looking at Zhang Tian's perseverance and pestering all the way, Monsoon finally stopped. Are you up to something? Nothing much, just wanted to get acquainted. Monsoon shook his head slightly. Forget it if it's okay, I already have a girlfriend. She doesn't say it, but I know she's a little jealous and I don't want to upset her, so I hope you understand. Zhang Tian froze. She did not expect Monsoon to give such a blunt reason for refusal. I wonder what his girlfriend looks like. After a moment's pause, Zhang Tian actually chased after him once again. Something. I'm looking for you for something really. What is it? I'm in the class organization department, and if there's social practice, recruitment, promotion, job search, school assignments and all of that, it has to be communicated one level at a time. After military training in a few days, the student council will organize a freshman reunion that everyone will have to attend. I'll also be matching up with the upperclassmen student government on my end for all sorts of talent exchanges. When Monsoon heard Zhang Tian finish speaking, he saw the short Swede blinking her big eyes a few times. Talent and promotion? The Monsoon has finally stopped. Zhang Tian saw that there was something in it, and pursued the matter a little more. If you have a job search need, the package is on me. Can I add it? Okay, I'll sweep you. Good. Adding WeChat. Zhang Tian was ecstatic, turning his head to look at Yi Yue. He even gave Yi Yue an okay gesture. To be honest, Yi Yue was a bit shocked. She didn't expect Zhang Tian to actually ask for Monsoon's WeChat. Waiting for Zhang Tian to return, Yi Yue ultimately did not hold back her curiosity. How did you do that? Hey, Yi Yue, although sis isn't as pretty as you, sis knows how to use power for personal gain. Speak human. He said he had a girlfriend and was fine with not adding other girls. When I heard that, that's not easy, so I'll turn around and find something for him. And that's not added to the list? The corners of Yi Yue's mouth twitched, thinking that this would work. He said he has a girlfriend? So you're still going to do it? All national armies have to have reserves, and I can't be a reserve? If he breaks up with his girlfriend later, won't I have a chance? As long as the object changes quickly, there is no sadness, only love. Although Zhang Tian was full of flirty talk, Yi Yue actually felt that there were a few points of truth. Monsoon has a girlfriend. I wonder what kind of girl. School cafeteria. 2:05 The four marshals gathered. Monsoon, not to mention Zhang Chao and Joey Han, were alright. The one exception was Su Ming, who was lying on the table like a dead dog, just short of spitting out his tongue. Brother Ming's body is not working. Drink more wolfberries in the future. Scram. I'm having a bit of heat stroke. Brother Ham, go hit some hard food. Today I'm buying. Okay. Don't eat too much or you'll have a tough afternoon. Su Ming finished and pointed at Monsoon again. Forget about that for now. I'm having a hard time with the batch right now. Brother Phone, what do you want to eat? You tell Brother Ham. Don't keep quiet. Monsoon waved his hand, trying to stop Joey Han. It's not right, is it? Brothers in order. It's my turn to pay today. What are you talking about, a baron? I want to eat something nice today. What are you paying for? Let's talk about it later in the evening. Brother Fong, don't BB and don't argue with me. Being named by Su Ming, Ji Fong was also a bit helpless. Ever since the last time Mu Evening Autumn Alipay transferred $500 to him, then he said it was from his mom. The poor man's hat is on the line. Well, his clothes and shoes are indeed ordinary Taobao goods, but this is because they are all samples of the company's selection of products to get. Do not wear, can only be lost. Lost, too wasteful. The laptop is second hand, mainly because there is so much information that it is now a hassle to transfer without the cloud. The phone is an old model because it hasn't been replaced, but he's really not short of money. He's rich. Brother Ming, I really don't lack money. Are you guys looking down on me? Monsoon felt like he was already a bit swollen from saying this, but Su Ming didn't buy it at all. Don't BB it. Your Ming is not bad for year 2. Monsoon is fast being whole numb. He really does not want to take advantage of his roommate. Su Ming, this person, although quite love to pretend, but do things very righteous. But he couldn't just fling the deposit in Su Ming's face and prove that he was rich that way. Could he? Hard to top. There was no choice but to take out his cell phone and send a message to Warmth. Come to the cafeteria for lunch? Come on. 5 minutes. Waiting for you. The concept of warm time is very strict. She said she would come in 5 minutes. Then she would definitely arrive within 5 minutes. So he wanted to get up and join Joey-han and get one more meal. But Mordor University is big when you say it's big. And when you say it's not big, it's not really that big. As long as everyone hangs out in the cafeteria, you'll always run into someone familiar every few days. Monsoon had been at Magic City University for 4 full days, and it was normal to meet some acquaintances. For example, Gu Xueting. When Gu Xueting looked at Monsoon with a confused face while carrying her dinner plate, Monsoon was also a bit speechless. How did we run into each other again at this time? It's bad luck. The 3 righteous sons in the Monsoon dormitory could no longer hold their breath. Brother Feng, you wouldn't recognize it again, would you? Seeing that Monsoon didn't answer, the 3 of them also sighed. Su Ming was indignant. Okay, I already know the answer. I shouldn't have asked the question. How can I invite such a to dinner? After Gu Xueting experienced Mu Evening Chio's sharp comments and the warm thanks for participating, she had understood that pride retreated from the environment. The arrogance that was once there has been shattered to pieces. It's just that after shedding her haughty exterior, nowadays she doesn't even know how to approach Monsoon. Not even sure what words to say to Monsoon at this moment. Monsoon, it's been a while. Just as the words came out of her mouth, a few of Gu Xueting's roommates came over as well. They froze when they saw Ji Feng and Gu Xueting looking at each other, and Guan Lijuan, who had the most broken mouth, spoke directly. Ugh, I know you, that classmate of Xueting's. Monsoon, right? I've seen your picture on her cell phone. I heard from Xueting that you've been chasing her for 6 or 7 years without success. Seriously? Are you really that good at licking? Chapter 77, The Hegemony of Straight Talk. A very capable licking dog. After Guan Lijuan said this, the faces of the few people present suddenly changed. Gu Xueting shook her head somewhat helplessly as she looked at Monsoon wanting to explain. No, it's not like that. Monsoon, the few Su Ming people over here were originally still watching the show, but when they heard Guan Lijuan hurting people with such an outburst, the self-proclaimed 205 boss definitely couldn't sit still. Su Ming directly slapped the table. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What level is our old G? What kind of women haven't we met? Wave and a school beauty comes over and will chase her for 6 or 7 years? Monsoon looked at Su Ming with some bewilderment. Brother, did you get my permission to blow me up like that? No, Ming, it's a bit complicated. Monsoon also wanted to explain. After all, the dog-licking experience for so many years before being reborn was real. Su Ming had been in contact with him for only a few days, and it was a bit of a stereotype. What isn't? It's all 205. What level are you at? If they don't know I can't know? Come on old G. Take a shot at them yourself and punch them in the face. Monsoon was awkwardly in place for a long time before squeaking. Brother Ming, take it easy for a moment. Although this is quite embarrassing, but she's right. I used to be a licking dog for 6 or 7 years, and I haven't licked yet. Ha? Su Ming froze for a moment. Although he felt that he was a bit better than Monsoon in every aspect, he had to admit that Monsoon still had a hand in flirting with girls. Now Monsoon actually said that he had been the licking dog of that woman across the street for 6 or 7 years? Is this TMD? Necessary to lick? What's warmth? What is Mu Wanqiu? Su Ming skimmed over Monsoon and then glanced at Gu Xueting, who was at a loss for words across the room. What's wrong with you, kid? See, I told you. This is something that Xueting said herself before. Guan Lijuan was still smug there, as if borrowing Gu Xueting to step on Monsoon would make her feel good. Even up until now, Guan Lijuan hadn't noticed anything wrong with Gu Xueting herself. Stop it. Gu Xueting suddenly interrupted. Isn't he the same Monsoon you mentioned at dinner earlier? Ha! Stop it. Stop it. I told you to stop it. It was only at Gu Xueting's almost ear-piercing roar that Guan Lijuan stopped with a strange expression on her face. Gu Xueting you. Gu Xueting ignored Guan Lijuan, her eyes already filled with tears. She slowly took a few steps forward and placed her own plate on the table. Monsoon, it's not what she said. I didn't say that about you. I was drunk. Gu Xueting, you really don't have to explain to me like this. And she's right. Gu Xueting raised her head to face Monsoon, and the indifference in his eyes made Gu Xueting feel desperate. Precisely because she had seen how passionate Monsoon's eyes were. The way Monsoon looked at her now was no different than looking at a piece of pork on a cutting board. Monsoon, there's something I want to talk to you about. Can we talk alone? Sorry, I have to eat. So if you have anything to say it here. Gu Xueting bit her lip, her hands going nowhere. I thought about it a lot over the summer. I thought about things from our past. Things from when we were kids. I want to apologize to you. I know I have a lot of bad things going on, but I will change. I really will. Gu Shuiting's words were like dropping a stone on the surface of a calm lake. The few people present instantly understood something. Although the words of both men were not opened, but the relationship between the two. I'm afraid that there is something else hidden. Most people at times like this are in the mindset of eating and watching. Even Su Ming, a second-generation ancestor, wouldn't force his way out. But there is something in this world after all. At this time, Ji Feng and Gu Shuiting's table has been surrounded by some people. Guan Lijuan saw that there were many people, and heard that Gu Shuiting wanted to make up with Ji Feng. Arching her fire, she yelled again. No, Gu Shuiting, you don't really want to make up with this licking dog, do you? He's been licking for so many years. Will you shut up and get lost? Gu Shuiting yelled at Guan Lijuan. Being yelled at, Guan Lijuan's face was a little hard to bear, and she skimmed her mouth and walked to the side, her mouth still yelling. Che, licking dogs can look good. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers, Gu Shuiting looked back at Ji Feng and asked again, can we talk alone? With things having come to this, he really didn't want to talk more nonsense with Gu Shuiting. No need. Monsoon frowned in rejection and suddenly saw Mu Evening Chiu standing not far away. The freshman trio of business administration flowers gathered two at once at this point. The strange atmosphere had brought the onlookers out once again. Mu Evening Chiu had just arrived, and although she didn't know exactly what had happened, when she saw Ji Feng and Gu Shuiting confronting each other, she immediately understood that she was afraid that it wasn't a good thing. Student evening autumn, sit over here. Su Ming smiled nervously and waved at Mu Evening Chiu, but Mu Wanqiu only gave Su Ming a slight nod of her head and crossed over to him. When she came to Monsoon's side, Mu Wanqiu gently poked Monsoon's arm. Monsoon, although I don't know how you guys got into a fight, there are too many onlookers at this time. Eating melon is not a big deal. Gu Shuiting is more axial in nature. She won't be able to compromise so easily when you confront her like this. I think it's better to find a place to calm down and deal with this, or it's going to make headlines on the campus network. Monsoon shallow inhaled and nodded in recognition of Mu Evening Chiu's statement. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Warmth. If I'm not there when you get to the cafeteria, wait for me for a while. Good. Afterwards, he pointed out the door to Gu Shuiting and walked straight out. Gu Shuiting also wiped away her tears and hurriedly followed. When the two left, the people who were originally onlookers slowly dispersed. Mu Evening Chiu didn't follow Monsoon out, nor did she choose to sit down to eat. She gently wrapped her arms around herself and swept a glance at those few roommates in Gu Shuiting's dormitory. Mu Evening Chiu had always given people a feeling like a spring breeze, but today, the coldness of her eyes was enough to make people's hearts tremble, especially Su Ming. The rich second generation's aura was simply not enough, and he found himself not daring to breathe in front of Mu Evening Chiu. Neither can you do the kind of casual indifference that Monsoon does. Being stared at by Mu Evening Chiu, Gu Shuiting's two housemates who didn't squeak had already begun to swing their hands. We didn't say anything. Seeing the two men concede, Mu Evening Chiu shifted her gaze, her eyes finally fixing on Guan Lijuan's body. What Guan Lijuan said at the very beginning, she didn't hear, but the last arching fire and the words that belittled Monsoon, she had heard all of them in her ears. Being stared at dead on by Mu Evening Chiu, Guan Lijuan felt uncomfortable, but she wasn't one of the other two, who would admit defeat just by being watched. And even if she conceded, Mu Evening Chiu wouldn't let her off easily. Seeing Mu Evening Chiu walking towards her, Guan Lijuan took a step back. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything wrong just now, did I? Which one of them isn't the truth? Mu Evening Chiu had a height of 166, quite a bit taller than the 160 Guan Lijuan. Although she rarely argued with anyone, today she was really angry. Standing in front of Guan Lijuan, slightly looking down, the red lips flicked out. It's not like you have a big personality or any heart for your housemates. You're just jealous. You're jealous that Gu Shuiting is prettier than you, more popular than you, and in a better position than you. So you, as a housemate, have to pretend to be her best sister and fake pander. But once you find an opportunity to disgust her, as you did today, you are desperately trying to demean, deny, dismiss her choices, devalue her likes, and make those things she holds dear worthless. You just want to destroy Gu Shuiting with your own hands. Chapter 78 Qinghui Night Gazing. Mu Evening Chiu said a few words. The most excited Su Ming already stood up and clapped his hands. Almost directly put "my goddess is right," a few words written on his face. But if you think about it, Mu Evening Chiu said this because she was standing up for Monsoon. It's over. The pleasure is instantly less than half. In fact, not only him, some of the eaters who had watched from the beginning were also vaguely clapping at this time. The crowd is unknown, but the crowd here are college students. They were also listening to Guan Lijuan's vicious words just now. and could only say that Mu Wanqiu disliked them. Guan Lijuan's face reddened with dislike. The people who had been mobbed earlier were Ji Feng and Gu Shueting. Now it had become her. It's not very pleasant to be made to feel like a monkey. Why would I do that? She was still trying to talk tough, but Mu Eveningqiu was not at all merciful. Because you are ugly. Ugly in person and ugly in heart. An ugly woman with a wicked mind and full of envy. You? What are you talking about? Speaking of fact, you'll see. Ha, any time. Mu Eveningqiu wrapped her arms around herself and let out a cold laugh. After shooing away Guan Lijuan, she then turned her head to look at Monsoon's three righteous sons. Looking at the dumbfounded trio, Mu Wanqiu reappeared with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? The three of them looked at each other in dismay. The feeling that Mu Eveningqiu had just given them was a bit less than descriptive. Especially that non-stop talking points and disliking Lydia Quan. It's so handsome. Mu Eveningqiu, who was wearing a smile on her face, suddenly paused. Not far away, Warmth, also in uniform, came into view. Warmly holding 2 cups of milk tea in her hand, she looked at the slowly dispersing crowd a little puzzled. She could sense that something seemed to have happened here. Especially the Guan Lijuan who had just run away and seemed to have clashed with Monsoon's roommates. Did Mu Wanqiu solve it? Warmth didn't know it, but she was very observant. From the kind of admiring looks from Monsoon's 3 roommates and the people around her, she had already guessed the general outcome of what happened. She just didn't know the cause and process. Warm classmate, what a coincidence. Staring at Mu Wanqiu, Warmth's heart couldn't help but tighten. Mu Eveningqiu gave her a different feeling. She was a much bigger threat than Gu Shueting. Even if Monsoon said it had nothing to do with her, this girl gave her a completely different feeling as well. So even though Warmth didn't like to gossip, he opened his mouth at this point. It's a coincidence. Did something just happen? Well, something happened between Monsoon and Gu Shueting. They went out for a single chat, seemingly sensing that the atmosphere between the 2 women was a bit strange. Zhang Chao stepped forward at this time to explain. Just now that Guan Lijuan kept bad-mouthing Monsoon, and it was student Mu Eveningqiu who disliked her. Monsoon and Gu Shueting have some things to say clearly, and nothing else seems to matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming poked him twice. Zhang Chao, you are really stupid. Shut up if you can't talk. Oh. Hearing Zhang Chao say this, Warmth, who was still a bit confused, immediately understood. Sure enough, it was the matter of Monsoon that was resolved by Mu Eveningqiu. As for Monsoon and Gu Shueting going out for a single chat, Warmth walked up a few steps and came in front of Mu Eveningqiu. She first glanced at Monsoon's 3 righteous sons. You guys go ahead and eat. I'll wait for him for a while. Then he handed out the milk tea he was holding to Mu Eveningqiu. Thanks. Let me buy you a milk tea. Him? Thanks? Mu Wanqiu recalled the 2 sentences. Waiting for whom? For whom to thank? No mention of Monsoon in every sentence. It's Monsoon in every sentence. Ah. Sure enough, that night's glance at each other was only a glance. But she had felt it. Warmth wasn't the kind of dumb white girl who relied on being soft and cute to attract Monsoon. Mu Wanqiu graciously took the milk tea and smiled brightly and lightly. I took milk tea. Turn around and what does he drink? Warmth pointed to the milk tea in her hand. This cup is his. So it is. Mu Eveningqiu froze and nodded slightly. Want to eat together? The warm voice still didn't waver, but it wasn't as cold as it usually was. If there are still seats available, then we'll make do? Hearing Mu Wanqiu say this, Su Ming hurriedly poked Zhou Yixin who was on the side. Zhou Yihan suddenly reacted. Ha? Oh, well, I'll get dinner. Fight more meat. Su Ming followed and urged. Okay. Mu Wanqiu acted as if she didn't see Su Ming's expression and smoothly sat down next to Warmth. She had a chat with Warmth. It was just that Warmth mostly just nodded slightly in agreement. His emotions too bland, giving Mu Evening Autumn the feeling that she couldn't use her power. When Zhou Yihan brought the rice over, Warmth suddenly opened his mouth. Aren't you going to eat? I thought we were waiting for the Monsoon. Good. Warmth looked out the window every now and then, a little worried in her heart. What she was worried about was not Gu Shueting, who was having a single conversation with Monsoon, but Mu Eveningqiu, who was beside her. For Monsoon, she was 100% possessive, and she wouldn't share Monsoon with another woman like some Madonna romance episode. Mu Wanqiu stepped in to help Monsoon out. It had to be goodwill. A friend of Monsoon's, so she needed to be generous. But generosity and the emotions in your heart are 2 entirely different things. This would make her so hungry and have to act generous again. He also gave Mu Wanqiu his milk tea. So sad. It's true. I'm not much different from my mom. Never a bad woman who's jealous and possessive. Outside the cafeteria, Monsoon and Gu Shueting stopped at a shade. If you have something to say it now. Monsoon twisted his head to look at Gu Shueting behind him. This time he didn't get cold feet or any verbal sarcasm. One summer vacation. Over 2 months, Gu Shueting did change. She didn't cry anymore at this point, just with her head down, red lips slightly open and full of aggression. She made herself look human. Even now, Monsoon had to admit it. Gu Shueting is very good at utilizing her advantages. Those arrogance, small temper, and inadvertent fiddling when she was a youthful teenager are really tempting to the ignorant teenagers. Damn, if only Warmth could be this pouty. Gu Shueting didn't even notice Monsoon's wandering off as she lowered her head in Judas. Monsoon, between us, is there really no going back? Monsoon scratched his head. What would he do back there? Be a dog licker? You can't dislike it. It's useless to dislike a brainwashed person. After a few times of pestering, Monsoon got annoyed. He wanted this time to be truly over, and to do so, he would have to change Gu Shueting's perception in order to do so. Nostalgia for the past is carving your way through time. It's pointless. You won't find it. If it was in the past, there was no way Gu Shueting would have been able to understand this kind of words that only Warmth and Mu Wanqiu could understand. But today she was much more sober, and Mordor University wasn't for nothing. After only a slight hesitation, he understood what Monsoon meant. Can't you find the white moonlight? Monsoon released a smile and gently waved his hand. There's no such thing as a white moonlight. It's really nothing more than the fact that you left the best impression of me in your young, naive, love-struck age, and I happen to leave your life at this time, so that my image in your mind infinitely tends to be perfect and unrivaled. But the truth is, I'm just an ordinary passerby in your life, no different from anyone else. It's not me you can't let go of. It's the Kyoshi Night Nimbus you remember. Chapter 79. The clear light of the night is condensed, and the full moon shines in silence. He's like the light in the night, but the night always dawns. Gu Shueting opened her mouth. Obviously, to someone like her with a certain level of knowledge, this literary tone is much more powerful than just scolding her. She would be stubborn with Monsoon every time, but this time it was rare that she didn't rush to retort, but fell into silence. After a long moment of contemplation, she leaned against the wall and laughed bitterly. I didn't get into Qingbei. I couldn't study, and I lost interest in everything I did, and I don't know why that happened. Honestly, Monsoon, it's like I won't be able to live after you leave. It's none of my business if you don't get into Qingbei. Can I take the blame for that? Monsoon eased his mind and looked serious. It's something you can only walk out on your own. What's the saying? Time will erase everything. Embrace the present and look to the future? Does looking to the future count as looking forward on the road ahead? Monsoon looked at Gu Shueting with some surprise. I can't believe it's connected. This woman's IQ. How did she suddenly return to normal? Then there's no point in talking about it. You seem to have sobered up. I have to go. Warmth is still waiting for me to join him for dinner. Gu Shueting paused. Maybe she already ate first? Oh, she's warm. Monsoon crossed over Gu Shueting and retraced his steps towards the cafeteria. Gu Shueting, who was standing behind her, chased after her a few steps and shouted, You trust her that much? Monsoon, who was already halfway there, suddenly turned his head. Yeah, what? On what grounds? Why? There are not so many whys in the world. People are constantly choosing. Like I'm not stupid as a pig for choosing to chase you for 6 or 7 years with no results? When he said that he was stupid like a pig, Monsoon's face was completely devoid of anger, and he had already returned to his usual lightheartedness. You and Warmth are already together? Gu Shueting's brain was clearing up a bit, but sober people like to play smart and do things that are self-righteous. Monsoon felt that the autistic girl shouldn't be afraid of these things, but she would be annoyed. Yes, she's a bit of a noob, so it's best if you leave her alone. Monsoon. Gu Shueting tried to grab Monsoon's hand, but Monsoon dodged it. They stood alone in the shade, standing alone in the hot sun. The figures that brushed past, the fingers that almost touched, the two that were on the wrong side of each other. The scene seems to be one in which the teenager named Lickdog has finally shaken off the past and welcomed the sun, the future, and his new life. It's like a framed picture in the late summer and early fall, light and shadow at the time of youth. However, the scene really became picturesque. Click. There was a watchful eater who captured the scene on his cell phone. After ending his conversation with Gu Shueting, Monsoon hurriedly jogged back to the cafeteria. Not without running, given what he knew about Warmth. With that amount of food and a morning of military training, she should be starving by now, but she would definitely wait for her return to have dinner together. This girl is a big eater and this time she is probably starving herself. Running to the cafeteria seat in a hurry, Monsoon realized that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit strange. He saw that Mu Wanqiu hadn't left and was sitting with Warmth. Mu Eveningqiu was smiling and resting her cheeks. From the moment Monsoon entered the door, she had actually seen it. She just didn't squeak. Only when Monsoon approached a bit closer did Mu Wanqiu take the initiative to get up and make way for a seat, gesturing for Monsoon to sit between her and Warmth. I'm back. Warmth in his self-imposed isolation froze for a moment before he realized Monsoon's arrival. Seeing her clear and somewhat stupid eyes, Monsoon knew that this girl was already delirious with hunger. Don't stare. Just eat. Good. Monsoon sat down directly in the middle of Warmth and Moo Evening Show, without the whole brouhaha of changing seats. It would be a few people in the cafeteria who weren't quite in the right mood and wondered what had happened after he left. Warmth immediately moved her chopsticks after getting a sign from Monsoon. Just as Monsoon expected, she'd been hungry for a long time, and indeed starving herself, not really just for the size of her meals, but also for some blood sugar reasons. There's no such thing as not being hungry after military training. A few people ate sullenly for a while before Monsoon opened his mouth. Just now, did something happen? Assuming several were about to open their mouths, but Moo Evening Chio's side directly interrupted, and while she ate her meal, she asked offhandedly, "Nothing much, but rather the matter between you and Gu Shueting has been resolved?" Monsoon's three righteous sons froze, especially Su Ming. He had already begun to be anxious for Moo Evening Chio, who had clearly helped Monsoon angrily dislike Guan Lijuan just now. Why don't you say something at this time? But this was Moo Evening Chio's brilliance. She knew that even if she didn't say anything, Su Ming and the others would still tell Monsoon about today's events. Instead of saying it in an inviting way yourself, you should just say it in one stroke. When Monsoon knew about this, he would naturally understand how good she was. Caring about what happened between Monsoon and Gu Shueting first was what would make Monsoon feel more comfortable. Ha, base, do not 6. Well, it's true that a lot of things happened between Gu Shueting and I before, but that's all in the past. Just talk about a lot of things. It's going to be college, and it's time for people to grow up a bit and mature. When talking about Gu Shueting, Monsoon's tone was light and barely fluctuated. It's good to be in the past. One must always look ahead. Indeed. While Monsoon and Moo Wanchio were chatting calmly, Warmth choked on her food too quickly. Drink! Drink! Hearing the voice, Monsoon casually picked up the milk tea that was warming his hand under Moo Wanchio's slightly surprised gaze. Inserting a straw, he took a sip himself before placing it in his warm hand. Eat slowly, it'll be fine again. Warmth barely looked up as she took the hand and drank it, and in one gulp. Well, she likes sweet flavors. After finishing the milk tea, Monsoon gave Warmth another chicken leg from his own plate. Still not squeaking, Warmth, who had been bored dry with his meal, cha-cha'd the chicken leg on the spot. Warmth knew that she wasn't as talkative and considerate of others as Moo Wanchio, but she was never stupid. Scores are never in vain, and even in Monsoon's opinion, Warmth is a genius. She is a great learner and has good self-awareness. There is no way to argue verbally, so don't talk. As for jealousy and all that, no one would know if she didn't talk about it. She'll pretend to be generous anyway. Glancing at the bland and natural interaction between Monsoon and Warmth, Moo Wanchio smiled. Only her smile became very stiff. He himself had clearly done everything to the best of his ability, and she had clearly not bothered to do anything. The end result, however, was a flop. Moo Evening Chio's personality was cheerful, but underneath the cheerful exterior, she also had her own pride. On a normal day, she should have gotten up and left a long time ago, and she didn't know why she stayed here. Unwillingly, Moo Wanchio bit her lip. In a few days there will be performances in each class for military training. Do you want to come and show me a good time? Okay, of course there's no problem. Su Ming directly nodded his head. Zhang Chao and Zhou Han were also busy agreeing, then looked hesitantly at Monsoon again. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there when the time comes. What do you say? Brother Wind? Chapter 80 Inputting. Monsoon hesitated slightly, and this flickering expression was instantly captured by Moo Evening Show. Knowing that Monsoon might refuse, she then snatched her words. What? Not even going to support your buddy's appearance? Dude, Monsoon looked up at Moo Evening Show, but there was only expectation and retreat in her eyes, and this gaze made Monsoon a little weak. Okay, then we'll go cheer you on then. Hearing that Monsoon agreed, a hint of a smile immediately flashed in Moo Wanchio's eyes. Then it's a deal. I've got things to do. See you later, and don't forget you're missing me a meal. Okay, when military training is over. Although this would-be Monsoon did not look at Warmth. He could already feel the sultry little eyes behind him. But Moo Wanchio had called himself a buddy, so what else could he say? Ugh, this is messed up. The meal ebbed and flowed a few times, and when the group was almost done eating, the warmth followed. Monsoon understands. She's getting a reprieve from her hunger. Seeing the strange expression on Monsoon's roommates' faces, Warmth knew that they should have something to say to Monsoon. She got up knowingly and murmured in a small voice, I'll get some soup? Good. It wasn't until Warm ran off to fetch the soup that the three righteous sons across the table who had buried their heads under the table emerged. Brother Feng, just now Moo Evening Chiu gave you a head start. Oh, Moo Evening Autumn exploded to kill that roommate of Gu Shueting's. Ugh, What was her name? Lydia Kwan. Yes. Mu Evening Show just said that you're an ugly girl. It really exploded to kill Guan Lijuan and gave you a chance to get angry. The brothers looked relieved. Listening to the trio bragging about Mu Evening Show, Monsoon could only nod silently. I know. Su Ming wanted to say something, his face pulled his crotch, and in the end, he could only lie down on the side and sigh. Alas. It so happened that Warmth returned at that moment with a dinner tray as well, and the 5 bowls of soup on it were handed out one to each person, and the 3 righteous sons shut up. After finishing the soup, Monsoon got up and left with Warmth. We'll go for a little stroll. Make yourselves at home. Che, there's heterosexuality. Get outta here. Fine. I'll roll. Smiling, he left the cafeteria with Warmth and walked all the way towards the girls' dormitory. But Warmth never spoke. Warmth kept her head down, her drooping hair covering her eyes. This look reminded Monsoon of that time when Warmth was extremely unconfident. The two of them had been walking to the door of the dormitory supermarket, which was already very close to the girls' dormitory, and Warmth, as if she had remembered something, turned to Monsoon and suddenly asked, Monsoon, you're thirsty, aren't you? I'll go get you some water. Snap! The slender arm was grabbed by Monsoon, and Warmth couldn't help but curl her fingers, looking a little frustrated. When Monsoon saw her like this, he wanted to laugh and felt pity at the same time, gently pulling Warmth's fingers down to hold them in his hand. This slightly intimate action caused Warm's shoulder line to instantly tense up and his face to redden. You're panicking too much, my mister. Win. No. When Mu Evening Autumn performs, let's go together. Hearing Monsoon say this, Warmth visibly froze for a moment, then immediately hid her expression. Good. Go back. Aha. Afternoon military training as usual. They all had their own jobs at night and weren't going to come out again. Back in the dormitory, Monsoon turned on the computer and opened the hanging virtual WeChat, and immediately received 2 messages. One is simply adding a friend and the other is a direct note. Brother Rabbit adds you as a friend. Tao is always 18 years old, add you as a friend. There is no shall use melon. Come to share it. Is there finally a fish on the line? I hope it's something real and doesn't disappoint me too much. Adding both to the list. The first Monsoon just hit the second responded positively. Who are you? You were slept with by shall you? You're in the same department? Monsoon used a female number, so there was nothing wrong with the other party asking such a question. Is it just the way it's spoken? Monsoon pondered for a moment, brewing his emotions a little, then quickly opened himself up to a long speech. Pretend? Another lobbyist for shall you? Or shall you himself? I won't listen to your lies and excuses anymore. Scum! You obviously have a girlfriend and told me you didn't, and I shouldn't have been with you that night. You cheated all my feelings and hurt my heart. From now on, we have no relationship at all. Monsoon blah 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 said a bunch of things, but the other party didn't reply with a single word. The situation made Monsoon a little hesitant. After thinking for a moment, Monsoon directly deleted this person. It's deleted, not blacked out. Lust for action does run the risk of flopping, but lust for action adds to the authenticity of the story just the same, especially since he didn't have any substantial material in hand. This situation can be a pain in the ass to chat about. Tao will always be 18. Add you as a friend. Seeing the refriending message, Monsoon pondered for a moment and tapped WeChat to reply. Don't bother me again. Cub seed. Keep your posture and hang out to dry. The news of 9 rabbits also came through at this time. Shall use material. 20 for the one with picture. 50 for the one with video. Want it? Monsoon. Early group spinning small videos for money and black material for money are nothing new. Usually the price is very cheap. And this Rabbit 9, who sells black material, is not a low price anymore. Really? Let me see a picture first. Picture. 9 rabbits withdraws a message. The picture flickered. Rabbit 9 quickly withdrew it, and Monsoon didn't succeed in taking a screenshot. It didn't matter though. He wasn't exactly afraid of being lied to. When he was learning technology in his previous life, he had stepped on the mines hundreds of times with those small 10 to 20 scams. Doesn't matter though. As long as there's even one time with real exfiltration techniques, then the hundreds of mines that preceded it are all value fillers. Dodan's chicken soup diversion for them is $20 to get elementary school kids to buy it. PayPal sending. Monsoon transferred $50 to the opposite side. And soon, the opposite side WeChat came to the message. I can't send a file packet on WeChat. Do you have a QQ? There is. Using a small number to add the other party's QQ, Monsoon found that the other party was also a small number. Well. But it didn't matter. This Rabbit 9 was quite reliable and soon sent him over a set of information about Oh Xiaoyu's cleavage. The video is one of him kissing a girl passionately in a bar booth with his hand in it, and then another girl comes in and slaps Oh Xiaoyu on the spot. I have to say, the material is quite good. Monsoon smiled and sent a message back to the other party. Thank you. I'll be in touch with you if you have anything. Good. After finishing the chat with 9 rabbits, Monsoon began to conceptualize the 65-page PowerPoint. Although Rabbit 9 has a lot of material, it's still a bit thin in terms of chat logs if you're editing a PowerPoint. Press on. There's no rush. It was late at night when I finished, and I don't know if Warmth is asleep at this hour. Tapping the top of the QQ, Monsoon saw the warm chat box displayed. Inputting. Ha, it's been over 20 minutes. I'll see how many words she can type out today. Inputting. Monsoon. Chapter 81, I miss you a little bit today. Seeing, is entering. Half an hour. Monsoon finally did not taught. He has a lot of things to do. A lot of work to be busy. Put aside this look at others, almost half an hour is entering. Given Monsoon's character, this kind of thing just shouldn't happen. Putting away his brain twitching, Monsoon typed directly. Do you have something you want to tell me? How do you know everything? Not really, there are things I don't know. What is it? For example, you are typing in. For half an hour. What exactly are you typing? Warmth, who was curled up on the bed, instantly tensed her body at the sight of these words. Being asked by Monsoon like this, she instantly felt very embarrassed. Even though it was just a QQ message, she had her hands full for a moment and replied in a hurry. Nothing. There's nothing you want to tell me? Aha. I regretted it after sending the message Warm. That wasn't what she wanted to say. She just missed Monsoon. Badly. And was afraid. She was afraid that if she sent messages to Monsoon every day, she would be annoyed. And she was afraid that Monsoon would think she was boring and childish and not want to chat with her. Afraid that Monsoon would think she wasn't good looking or good enough. And even more afraid that her meager efforts wouldn't get her the results she wanted. Especially when she thought of Moo Evening Show's performance during the day today. The kind of confidence and calmness. And the fact that she could talk and was beautiful. It was really the perfect girl. She's also Monsoon's landlord. Houses in Magic City are so expensive. Is she particularly rich? As the studio director, the Warmth naturally knows that Monsoon is very short of money. Their own little money is estimated not to buy magic 2 square meters. If we were to use money to count, wouldn't Moo Wanchio be much better off than herself? Thinking about it, the depression that hadn't been there for a while spilled over all at once again. Low self-esteem instantly overshadowed everything. Monsoon on the other end of the screen blinked, a smile gradually hanging at the corners of his mouth. Don't you have anything to say to me? That's okay, I do anyway. What are you trying to say? Warmly and a little nervously, he clicked send. Perhaps she was too afraid of losing, so she didn't dare to express her emotions blatantly. And even the likes in her heart were tinged with some evasion. Mom and Dad didn't set an example of love for her, and even when they got married, it ended in tragedy. Warmth has not witnessed anyone else's love either. She simply wanted to be with Monsoon. Looking at the chat window where Monsoon was typing, Warmth's heart felt like it was pressed with a stone. Why am I being so stupid today? Will he get mad? Warmth was so flustered that she was about to cry from her own stupidity. Drip. It could be that Moo Wanchio's appearance has made you uneasy. Or that I'm handling the issue in a way that makes you feel bad. But what I'm trying to tell you is don't think you don't deserve it. And don't go getting down on yourself. I've never treated you as a trade-off choice. But because I think you're good and you're worth it. Looking at the message from Monsoon, even though they hadn't met, the warm cheeks couldn't help but blush. She suddenly had the illusion that what was on her mind was being said by Monsoon. The dark clouds in his heart instantly dissipated, as if the bright moon was in the sky. The autistic girl's courage finally returned in this moment. An emotion overflowed the chat window in front of her. Sometimes a split second of emotion comes up and you don't know what you're supposed to say before you say it's nothing. Actually, I wanted to say that I missed you a little bit today. Actually more than a little. It's actually more than just today. Unfortunately, courage came and went so quickly that she couldn't even say the last 2 sentences. Monsoon looked at the 2 messages and imagined what Warmth looked like at that moment. This girl, she's not going to cry, is she? Then you should get some rest or you won't have the strength to think about it tomorrow. Good. After replying to Monsoon, Warmth lay in bed with his eyes open. She wondered if Monsoon had just been flirting with her. Are they considered boyfriend and girlfriend or not? Monsoon hasn't formally confessed either. What if Monsoon doesn't confess? Why don't you just confess yourself, so that no one else gets there first? Wait, has Moo Wanchio ever confessed? So annoying how college is so annoying. Either get up and do some push-ups? Warming up to the idea, he got up from the bed on the spot and started doing push-ups. Her voice was small. But Wang Nan was not asleep and naturally noticed the Warmth's movements. Wang Nan lowered his voice. Warmth, what are you doing? Something wrong? The warmth of his voice returned to that coldness. Being swept by the warm gaze, Wang Nan immediately panicked a little. Doing push-ups in the women's dormitory in the middle of the night is quite scary. Nah, you do you. Warmth did 40 in one breath. Quite a lot for a girl. That's when she laid back down on the bed and slatted down to sleep against the side of the bed. The corners of his mouth still turned up slightly as he thought about his chat with Monsoon. While Warmth slept, Monsoon's side didn't sleep. Tao will always be 18. Add you as a friend. I'm not Oh Xiaoyu. I have something I want to talk to you about. Looking at the message on the virtual WeChat, Monsoon understands that things don't come in threes, and there has to be a limit to lust. So this time, he definitely can't reject this person again. And this, Tao is always 18, is probably something. Based on his reaction, it could even be the person in question. The more it was like this, the more he couldn't be in a hurry. If it was really the person in question, his grievances and claims against Oh Xiaoyu were probably much greater than his own. Who are you and what are you going to do? Don't you care who I am? I have evidence of Oh Xiaoyu cheating here. Have you been cheated by Oh Xiaoyu too? I was also fooled by him. This paragraph was not sent. Monsoon thought for a moment, eventually deleted it and retyped it. Why should I trust you? Pictures, 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 pictures. Are these enough for you to believe? The other party has withdrawn a message. Monsoon looked at the chat log and his eyes narrowed instantly. The man sent something that was no longer a simple chat log. It even had a B-slip with the name PD off. In addition to that, there's some rooming material and chat logs. What does the other side want by sending out such a big melon? Is this going to ruin Mordor University? And the material this person posted was female chat, but the other person's name and the way they spoke was so obviously male that it couldn't be faked. How much? I don't want money. I just want him dead. Why don't you send it yourself? This is not your concern. I can shake the material to you, but you can't blow me up. A man? You want Oh Xiaoyu dead? And you can't mention him? Ha! Monsoon pondered for a while, and a slightly bold, yet very likely thought surfaced in his mind. Sufferer? At the time Monsoon issued those two words. On the other side of this conversation, Zhang Tao was sitting in front of his own computer. His fingers already pinched white. The previous pretense of communication, the fake blandness, all fell apart under the ravages of those two words. He hates it so much. He was so angry. You're not making sense when you say that. I'm indifferent and don't break defense easily. But that friend of mine might have been a little sweaty. He wasn't feeling too well. Not me of course, haha. I've always been okay with watching it as a bystander. And it's not like I'm breaking the defense. It's just taking care of my friend's feelings. He kind of broke his defense. Still suggest you don't say that. But of course I have no feelings if you want to say that. It's just a matter of feeling bad for a friend. And it's not that simple to break the defense. Seeing that he had a flat A and knocked out the opposite side's flash move, Monsoon also lost the idea of continuing to flirt with his bitter enemy. The sufferer's heart is also bitter. Let's forgive the sufferer where he can. Okay, talk to your bitter friend. Send me Oh Xiaoyu's material. I'll expose it. Remember, never mention me. Reassured. Getting Oh Xiaoyu's material from Brother Tao's hands, Monsoon was in no hurry to integrate it. I'm afraid it's going to take no time at all to make a scum PPT, and it's too late in the day, and it's something you have to do yourself. Dodan and the others are too thick-hearted for that. Warmth was attentive enough, but Monsoon didn't want her to touch such things, much less let her know about it. Monsoon rubbed his brow. No matter what you do, the opening is the most difficult period. People, money, and things, three things. A lot of things have to be done personally. At the end of the day, there are too few people under their own hands and even fewer available, so they really need to recruit. Monsoon thought about having a scummy PowerPoint about Oh Xiaoyu and turned off the computer to lie down. What he didn't realize was that he was mulling over someone else's PowerPoint. His own PowerPoint was already scheduled. On a campus forum at Mordor University. Lights and shadows at the corner of campus. Freshman scumbag suspected of being in 3 houses. There were a few photos in the post, and the one at the head of it was the scene of Monsoon and Gu Shueting standing in the shade in sunlight. Gu Shueting reached out her hand towards Monsoon with a sad face, and Monsoon left with a face full of indifference. This photo is quite a statement, and the coldness and determination in Monsoon's eyes can be felt through the screen. Then there are more pictures below, starting with Monsoon and Gu Shueting confronting each other. This photo echoes the one on the front page. The sadness in Gu Shueting's eyes didn't seem fake at all. In fact, it wasn't fake in the first place. She was indeed sad. Next to that was Li Juan's cursing accusations against Monsoon. Had she not been there, together with that light and shadow, it's easy to associate it with the drama of Monsoon abandoning Gu Shueting. Then it was Mu Wanqiu and Guan Lijuan who confronted each other. Monsoon sat in the cafeteria and ate with the two women, Warmth and Mu Evening Chiu. He first chatted with Mu Wancho and then drank warm milk tea. 3 women and 1 man. Typically eat from the bowl, look at the pot, and think about the field. Scumbag Benji, basically solid. The whole noon thing today, which happened in a streamlined fashion without pinching, was really sort of 3 pretty girls and a guy, and the guy was kind of handsome. But the exact content of the conversation is not clear, so eat your melon rationally. The post doesn't have a lot of text and also calls for rational melon eating. But the problem is, once this post is out there, what's the point of the guys being rational? There are already people who hate to nail Monsoon to the wall. Wow, how could there be such a scummy guy? Chapter 82, in the corner, now recording. The campus of the university is not at all lacking in night owls. And Monsoon, who was lying in bed and sleeping soundly, did not know. His own poor bee hat has not been removed. The scum hat followed up. Because he slept so late, Monsoon didn't get up early the next day. Not only was there no morning run, but even the roommate brought breakfast. The roommates weren't big fans of the campus forums either, so they weren't very aware of what was going on the campus network. And the post on the campus website looks hot, having been bumped up to several hundred floors. In fact, the actual number of people is not necessarily 1/100th of the number of people at Mordor University. Things that will take a while to fester. Monsoon all over. The days that followed were pretty much spent by the freshmen in painful military training. Every day's training can basically wear a person to death, and it's kind of overwhelming to try to find time to do something else. Even those with great physical strength like Monsoon Warmth, who edited Oh Shall You Scummy PPT because they also had to maintain the studio, had a lot less time for idle chatter. At least neither one is running in the mornings anymore and the formation of a company is on hold. Both meant to continue after military training. By the 7th day of military training, a group of freshmen were relieved. On the afternoon of the 7th day, the basic training of military training is considered to be completely over, and the most grueling first half of the military training has finally been boiled over. The next step is skill-based training, although there is also a comprehensive pull-out and other training elements, but the intensity is no longer on the same level as the first few days of hard basic training, and at the end of the 7th day of training, there will be a mini reunion in military training at 7 p.m. Sort of a break for the freshmen, to liven up the military training, as well as to relax. There will be a variety of performances. It was the same one that Mu Evening Autumn had invited them to watch and hold the show earlier. After retrieving his cell phone, Monsoon was ready to send a message to Warmth, asking her to come out for dinner, and in the meantime, talking about the afternoon small gathering to support Mu Evening show. But just after getting the cell phone, Monsoon felt that something was wrong. It was the girls in the class, who seemed to be gathered around eating melon and then pointing at their side. That's him, isn't it? Monsoon from our class. I hear it's a scumbag. No wonder you don't usually talk to the girls in your class. Monsoon? It was only then that Monsoon realized that the way these girls in the class were looking at themselves was a bit off. Eat your own melon? Because he was busy. He usually did not speak to girls in the class, did not flirt, did not chat gossip. In addition to Zhang Tian and the female class president Wang Qian WeChat, he hardly associates with other girls. This all get a scumbag hat? Monsoon is a little disconcerting. With a puzzled face, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Warmth. I'm done here. Will you have dinner with me later? I'll come to you. Good. Chatting with Warmth was always minimal, and Monsoon was considering whether or not to expand the chatting pattern with Warmth. This girl is so stuffy, self-absorbed and sensitive. In her previous life she was able to kill herself without squealing, and in high school she got a whole wave of leakage and ran to the rooftop to blow off steam. There's really something wrong with the personality. To be honest, he had no experience with girls like Warmth. A lot of things were said that Monsoon needed to think twice about. He actually wanted to talk deeper with Warmth, even to have a bit of a flirtatious conversation. He just didn't know if Warmth would be able to take it. After all, her response is always, oh, well. Sometimes Monsoon is a bit clueless when he wants to play. Well, something has to be done. As Monsoon pondered, Yi Yue walked over from one side and poked Monsoon's back. Hey, your melon is all over the class now. Don't you want to say something? Monsoon looked back at Yi Yue. Without the heavy makeup, Yi Yue looked refreshed instead. Monsoon even felt that she looked a little better without makeup than before. Only her smoking voice, and the smoke stains on her teeth hadn't changed much. And in the main those marks weren't that easy to change, even in a lifetime. I don't even know what a so-called melon is. What can I say? Yi Yue licked her lips out of habit. But when she saw Monsoon staring at her, she put her tongue back. There's a thread on the campus website that says you're a scumbag. Hundreds of floors up, 3 feet in the air, quite a lot of news, and pictures. Campus network? Monsoon froze slightly and took out his cell phone and logged into the rough webpage of the campus network. Computer logins are fine. Mobile logins, This crap internet can only be described as stuck as a horse. There are not many hot posts in the first place. Monsoon casually scrolls through and sees the thread with a post about himself. Lights and shadows at the corner of campus. Freshman scumbag suspected of being in 3 houses. Open the thread and read it. And it does look like that. It's just some photos of just the right spot to get stuck. And then the various floors below start brainstorming content. There are those who say that Monsoon cheated on his wife. Those who say that 3 women are chasing after one husband. And those who say that Monsoon started a mess. Except for the one where the 3 women chasing one husband is sort of rational melon eating, laying out the facts and reasoning. The rest of the content, Monsoon felt that it was uniformly embarrassing to hack him. He's really not that kind of guy. But the first few floors are barely rational, and then it gets progressively more abstract. All the way up to the 135th floor. A brainy bigot wrote a short essay titled Sad Night. In it, there is an awkwardly made-up blood triangle cheating love. That's what made this post a complete fire. The early years of the bandwagon weren't quite as outrageous as the latter. The overall presentation is cryptic, but this rhythmic posting is sufficient. After all, people don't want to know the truth. The melon eaters just want to eat melon and want him dead by the way. Well, this post, it's so interesting. Yi Yue stared at Monsoon's expression, reached out and pulled out cigarettes from her own bosom, and even handed one to Monsoon in passing. You don't look angry? Monsoon stared at the cigarettes Yi Yue handed over, frowned slightly, and finally took them. It was kind of her to talk to herself about it when the class was pointing fingers at her and calling her a scumbag. There's no need to sing in blackface when you're reaching out. Well, there's nothing to be angry about. Oh, all the students in the class are saying that you are a scum. So if this spreads, your reputation with the girls in the future will be stinky, and it will not be easy to find a date at that time. Monsoon took out a lighter and lit a cigarette, then put it away, completely ignoring the half-extended hand of Yi Yue, her smoking buddy. You don't have a lighter yourself? Monsoon had absolutely no intention of borrowing a lighter. Okay, good. You're good. Yi Yue had a bit of a stomachache and was angry. Nonsense. This warmth is sent. How can it be used for other people? Or a woman? Passing a cigarette doesn't work. Seeing Yi Yue take out the lighter herself, only then did Monsoon's side return to the previous topic. It doesn't matter if you get a bad reputation among girls. I don't talk to them in the first place. Wouldn't it be nice if they really thought I was a scumbag and ignored me? And there was less hitting on and harassment. Yi Yue, who had lit a cigarette, raised her eyebrows. There was actually this set of words? Doesn't your girlfriend care either? Of course, she can't be that shallow. Looking at Monsoon's confident tone, Yi Yue nodded along. Interesting, but you seem to be in a bit of trouble. This scummy name brings with it things that don't seem to be all good. Yi Yue held a cigarette in her mouth and nudged it a short distance away. Monsoon looked along and immediately saw several boys aggressively walking towards them. He lifted his eyelids to look at Yi Yue, who just spread her hands innocently. I haven't been in trouble lately. Okay, want to run away? There are many of them. You can hide first. Yi Yue kindly reminded. Monsoon shook his head slightly. Yi Yue, did you bring your cell phone? Brought it? Why? Record the video. Yi Yue froze. Was recording the video to prevent the other party from making a move? Although she wasn't sure why Monsoon was doing this, she did as she was told. Okay, it's already recording. Well, thanks. Monsoon was a bit helpless. There was no one else around, and it looked like he was here to find trouble for himself. No, he's usually so low-key. How can this even find him? You're sitting in the middle of the school, and the pot is coming from the sky? There were 6 people in this wave, all wearing military uniforms, and they appeared to be the same freshmen. The leader, Lu Qiliang, looked him up and down as he walked up to Monsoon. Just your name is Monsoon. Ha, pust. Monsoon scratched his head in some embarrassment. The tone suddenly reminded him of a certain movie scene. What a big difference. Ahem, can I help you? Seeing that the 6 people on his side surrounded Monsoon and he didn't even wimp out, Lu Qiliang, a student who had just stepped into his freshman year, was instead a bit unable to hold Monsoon. It's true that people look like dogs, they just don't do anything. Monsoon didn't say anything, and the smile on his face didn't change, only his eyes narrowed slightly. When Lu Qiliang saw that he didn't squeak, he thought that Monsoon was afraid and continued. I can't stand the sight of a scum like you, and you even put your hand on our side of business administration? You're really bold. Lu Qiliang didn't even realize these small actions of Monsoon, and he was talking in the heat of the moment due to the large number of people. You were sitting with Warmth and Mu Wancho that day, weren't you? There were quite a lot of small moves. I advise you to be honest and stay in computers if you're a computer science student. Warmth and Mu Evening Chio are from our business administration department, and they are not your average girls. Business administration girls. Naturally have our business administration people to protect. You don't come up here now, you know? Listening to the other party blah 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 a bunch. Monsoon didn't get angry, but the other party mentioned people from business administration, and he really didn't tense up when he was defended by people from business administration. Pust. This sentence reminded him of his previous life on the internet. Guangdong people said loudly Jiangxi girls bias Jiangxi people to guard as outrageous. What the are you laughing at? Monsoon covered her mouth. I'm a person with a pretty cold nature. Under normal circumstances, no matter how funny I won't laugh, unless I can't help it. Chapter 83, he's really angry. You're ing pretending to me, aren't you? I'll tell you again. Stay away from the warmth. Lu Qiliang had a fierce look on his face. You really don't want to do it? Monsoon had been provoking the opposite side and had been trying to get the opposite side to make the first move. College is not like high school. No background. Play to win into the game. Play to lose. Well, these guys don't have a losing fight, but winning the fight and going to the station, not to mention the possibility of being disciplined or even fired. It's really troublesome for him right now. If you can let the opposite side make the first move, with Yi Yuwei recording the video next to her, the reason to get away and dump the blame will be sufficient at that time. It's just that Monsoon didn't expect this Lu Qiliang to be a colorful master as well. The mouth blew big. The voice shouted loud, but Monsoon several times and 3 times to signal him to do it. This person is a look of desire to go up and then a bashed expression. Wanted to get on, but didn't dare. After a few conversations, Monsoon also felt a bit bored. So you really don't want to do it? If you don't do it, Buddy is going to dinner. Don't pretend. This week Lousy has already asked Warm out. From now on Warm is Lousy's woman. If you know what's good for you, stay away. Understand? The originally witty smile on Ji Feng's face instantly disappeared, and he didn't refute the sentence anymore. And Yi Yuwei, who was on the side, instantly felt that something was wrong, and she couldn't help but raise her cell phone a little higher. Monsoon extinguished his unfinished cigarette by pressing it against a rock, gently unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his military training blouse. It's kind of a shame that the cigarettes aren't finished, but some of them are really annoying too. Without anyone reacting, Monsoon suddenly grabbed Lu Qiliang's finger that was still pointing at him. The force was so great that Lu Qiliang couldn't even resist. As Monsoon pulled Lu Qiliang towards himself, his right foot kicked him directly in his left thigh. Bang! The muffled sound of soles colliding with thigh flesh reached the ears of several people around them. Ah! Lu Qiliang had just screamed miserably when Monsoon yanked his hair with his left hand and lifted him up. Monsoon's right hand slowly raised. If this punch went down, he could even roughly guess how many teeth Lu Qiliang was going to fly out. Monsoon! A warm voice sounded from behind. A sudden call and concern that made Monsoon stop his hand. He didn't want Warmth to worry. By the time Monsoon let go of his hand, the few students in business administration were already a bit stunned. Things happened so fast just now that they didn't even react. And Lu Qiliang had already been violently beaten and bloodied by Monsoon. That kind of ruthlessness made people feel uncomfortable and inexplicably wanted to stay away from Monsoon. Warmth ran all the way over, and a few days of sun exposure didn't even leave a mark on her. The slender white arms and neck were palpitating, and the loose military uniform couldn't hide the beauty of her body. At this moment, her almond eyes were sulking and her eyebrows were sharpened. The beautiful shadow was like a clear spring, instantly cleansing Monsoon's heart that was almost blinded by lard. Warmth swept through the crowd, first taking the initiative to take Monsoon's hand and pull him aside. She was already sweating from training during the day, and this time she ran over eagerly. And Monsoon, who was pulled by her arm, immediately smelled a milky scent. The smell took him slightly out of his mind. An intense throbbing came from the bottom of his heart, making Monsoon want to bury his face in it and take a sharp breath. But it was only for a moment before he came to his senses. Warmth turned around at this time and looked at the several people with a cold face. Who are they? Lu Qiliang? Several people? No, it's been so many days of military training. It's not like you don't even know your classmates, right? The man in question, Lu Qiliang, took advantage of the pain in his legs and continued to lie on the ground and play dead. He also did not expect the mouth high actually put the main mouth high over. This is good. Can only lie on the ground to play dead to avoid embarrassment. Monsoon knew that Warmth was asking him a question, but the question actually stumped him, not even recognizing him? Day? It seemed a bit impulsive just now. What does that say? Can't say. Just now on the ground this pussy said you are his woman. He inexplicably jealous. The heart fire up did not hold back. It's quite a shame to be jealous. Monsoon scratched his head a bit sheepishly, embarrassing himself. Warmth saw that Monsoon didn't say anything and didn't have the intention to continue to pursue the question. She twisted her head and stared at the opposite several people with a fierce expression. Who are you? Warmth, we're your classmates. Same class. Hearing this answer, Warmth visibly froze for a moment. then frowned anew. Not impressed. Crowd. Warmth wasn't lying. She was already busy and tired during military training. It's important to get busy with work every day after training. According to Monsoon, the freshmen in business administration are basically unused, and recruiting is straightforward for seniors. Since she couldn't use it, there was even less need for her to recognize it. A bit of free time. She would rather use it to chat with Monsoon, or simply lie down and think about Monsoon, but also more interesting than to go to meet classmates. If Monsoon hadn't told her to get more in touch with her classmates, she wouldn't have even spoken to her roommates, let alone her classmates. We're here. We're here. The few people from the Department of Business Administration looked at me. I looked at you, and then looked at Lu Qiliang, who was still lying on the ground, and they didn't know what to say next. It was supposed to stand in for Warmth to teach Monsoon, the scum of the earth, a lesson. Now Warm is standing in for the scumbags and disliking them. One person who takes both sides awkwardly, which is perhaps the strength of a warm chill. It was clear that this operation was no longer going to work. Monsoon knew that he couldn't let things go on awkwardly like this, and looking at Lu Qiliang, who was still crying on the ground, he rushed up to help the person up. Just fooling around, practicing the military boxing taught by the instructor. Right, Lu? Come brother Lu. This has $50. Hurry to the infirmary on some Yunnan Baiyao. The problem should not be too big. Lu Qiliang is still crying, inexplicably, was stuffed with $50 by the Monsoon, and then pushed to a few other people. A few people from business administration picked up Lu Qiliang and didn't have the heart to dwell on it anymore. The group grayed out. Monsoon laughed nervously and turned his head to look at Warmth, but saw that Warmth was just staring at him silently. It's over. Death gaze. This girl is shafted. I don't think we can get through this without making it clear. Monsoon's mind was still making up stories when Yi Yue on the side had already walked over. Under the west-sloping sun, Yi Yue's hair looked a bit withered and yellow, kind of like it was dyed. Warmth also noticed the strange-looking girl. She walks with a slight hunch, dropping one arm and occasionally flinging that arm around. Obviously a girl. Her face always wore a smile similar to the one on Monsoon's face in high school in the past, which Warmth felt was a bad smile. Yi Yue seems to have a strong addiction to smoking, so to speak. Still, she put out her cigarette as she reached Warmth and cautioned, the one on the ground just now has been provoking Monsoon, and he's been holding back the whole time. Yi Yue smiled, and her smoke-stained teeth were immediately revealed. This look on her face made Warmth feel even weirder. Her words, however, caused Warmth to look sideways at Monsoon with more crystal in her gaze. Looking at the two people who were frowning, Yi Yue immediately felt tasteless and was about to turn around and leave the place. Just before she left she suddenly stopped and twisted her head to look at Warmth. Hey, did you give him a lighter? Warmth froze, but nodded. Yes. No wonder. Yi Yue bristled and walked away. Warmth thought it was a bit strange for her to ask that question. What happened to the lighter? Eyes turning back to Monsoon here. Warmth moved her mouth and held it for a long time, but turned the topic she wanted to ask about to Yi Yue. Why did she just ask about the lighter? Because she thinks I'm stingy. Heeing? Warmth didn't quite understand. She felt that Monsoon was quite generous, and many times it could even be considered a bit wasteful. His character and gouging don't go together, do they? Come on, let's go eat. Aha. Walking down the road, Warmth's mind was still wandering. She had been so lost in thought that she hadn't even realized that Monsoon was watching her. Just now Yi Yue said that Monsoon was angry because of her. So Monsoon is jealous? Is he really jealous? If that's true, shouldn't you explain yourself? After the explanation, shouldn't we give Monsoon some response? Isn't it a bit too pushin' to just say that you're not dating the guy? Forgot to ask what the guy's name was, too. It's kind of hard to do. With a quiet glance at Monsoon, Warmth realized that Monsoon had been staring at her. Warmth silently lowered his head. Let's continue walking first. Not looking at the road, she didn't even realize that Monsoon had suddenly extended his hand. Knock. Brain suddenly hit the streetlight. Luckily Monsoon's palm patted ahead, but this was even more awkward for Warmth than before, and none of the previously prepared words would come out. Monsoon, would you like something cold to drink? Seeing Warmth pointing at the kiosk, the corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. Asking him if he'd like a drink of water was probably the starter for Warmth has something to say. She didn't know any other opening lines. This one belonged to her more skillful way of striking up a conversation. In his heart, he had already guessed that little bit of Warmth, but Monsoon did not have the idea of saying it. For Warmth, the words that followed this cliched opening statement had perhaps been brewing in her mind for a long time. Good. Watching Warmth run off to get 2 bottles of water and trot back to hand them to himself, Monsoon noticed that she had bought a cold bottle and a room temperature one. Monsoon picked up the cold one directly and drank it. Warmth stared at Monsoon as he drank his water and brewed a big move there himself. Sensing her mood swings, Monsoon purposely drank a little slower. Seeing that the warmth was almost brewing, Monsoon put down the mineral water bottle. Phew, cozy. Monsoon. I won't agree to that. What? Wouldn't agree to what? Warmth bit her lip. Her eyebrows tangled together for a moment. She was a little flustered, but she didn't think she could dodge it this time. She had to say it this time, or else Monsoon would misunderstand. And just now Monsoon was angry because of her. Chapter 84, No, even a gentleman defends himself? Warmth's voice was strained, and his speech was a bit disorganized, constantly patching the previous sentence with the next. Watching Warmth silently lower her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, Monsoon laughed. He knew very well that Warmth had a strong nature. The more you get to this point, the less you have to pull things that don't matter. It took a long time of brewing courage to say those words with her self-absorbed nature. One just has to respond to her positively. I believe you. Warmth's tense body instantly relaxed, and she looked up at Monsoon. Not angry? A little bit before, not after hearing you explain. This way. So if there's something on your mind, you need to talk to me about it before you do. Monsoon began to follow the instructions, and Warmth skimmed his head in some embarrassment. Okay, so, dinner? Good. After getting a positive reply from Monsoon, Warmth was in an obviously pleasant mood, and she rarely walked in front of Monsoon. When they got to the cafeteria they called in their food and they were undisturbed for the day. Warmth liked these times when it was just the two of them, when Monsoon wouldn't talk to anyone else, even if he didn't talk during dinner. Except Warmth didn't realize that the dinner, which he had expected to be pleasant, wasn't so pleasant. They were sitting in the corner of the cafeteria by this time, and no sound was made. But before the meal was even half eaten, there were people pointing at Monsoon, and the discussion was a bit loud. Every now and then a scumbag or two would pop up, followed by a series of jokes. Warmth sounded a bit uncomfortable, and her grip on the chopsticks tightened a bit. Don't be angry. Monsoon, who was eating his meal, suddenly spoke. Warmth froze and pursed her lips. But it's not what they say it is. Oh, they don't even want to know the truth. They just want to watch the fun and even arch the fire. Why? Talking about humanity is too absolute. And a little person like me isn't good enough. But if I were to stand on the roof of a building right now and say I'm going to jump, there would be people who would say, if you have the guts to do it, you can jump off. Warmth was stunned. And suddenly there was no sound. As she ate in silence, she also secretly glanced at Monsoon twice. Monsoon's words reminded her of her last period in high school, when she had a sit-down on the rooftop. At that time, the Monsoon, which was full of swear words, said a lot of big words to come. He said that he was very precious, though Monsoon doesn't swear much anymore either. She was suddenly a little glad that it was Monsoon who had found her that night, and not someone else, or no one. You obviously didn't mess with them. Monsoon's gaze suddenly looked out the window, his thoughts drifting a bit. Warmth, you didn't mess with me when I bullied you before. Warmth suddenly frowned, but the frown was pretty. You're different. It's not really different. I used to be pretty bad. You're definitely different. Monsoon was a little helpless. The Warmth looked at him with more or less a filter. Well, I'm different. But there's no need for you to get upset. It's one of those things that can't be helped if it gets around. The solution is actually quite simple. Pop a bigger melon and get out an even more outrageous scumbag. Everyone will eat melon for a change, and things will taper off for me. Hearing Monsoon say this, Warmth's expression was a bit puzzled. A bigger melon? More outrageous scum? How? You'll see in a couple days. The sun was setting and the afterglow was beautiful but still a bit hot. Finishing the not-so-pleasant meal, Monsoon took Warmth and found a shady spot to cool off. Monsoon was lying on the grass at the edge of the playground with a dog's tail grass in his mouth and a very cozy expression. Warmth, on the other hand, sat beside him and glowered. Monsoon couldn't help but sniff his nose whenever the breeze blew by. This way you can smell the good smell on the warm body. The smell made him linger a bit, and when he couldn't help it he arched toward the warmth again. Smells better. This caused Monsoon's thoughts to start drifting away. Warm legs close at hand. If only I could sleep on them. Warmth blushed a little. She naturally knew about these little actions of Monsoon, but she didn't care and was even a little happy. She ruffled her shaggy hair gently and then bowed her head. Monsoon felt the warmth approaching, and the old man's heart panicked a little. But the expected bold and proactive behavior of the young girl did not happen, and only her soft, mosquito-like whispers were heard. Monsoon smells good. Monsoon froze. No, it was clearly her own scent. Where do I smell good? It's all sweaty all right. No, it's just there, different from everyone else. Air. Monsoon scratched his head and suddenly remembered a biological study he had seen in his previous life. There is an explanation about this particular odor. When you love someone very much, Your body naturally secretes hormones. A flavor so special that biology has a specialized term for it. Pheromones. When you love this person, and this person happens to love you too, you smell something unique about the other person, and you're the only one who can smell that. The pheromones secreted by your lover just poke into tiny corners of your sense of smell, and his pheromones work on you. Being able to smell each other's pheromones means the two are genetically compatible. Even your genes are choosing her. At that time, when he saw it, Monsoon only felt that these foreigners had been blindly researching all day long. And this piece was pure bull ********, because he hadn't smelled anything in the decades since he crossed over and was reborn. At best, it smells like sweat, perfume, and makeup. As for now, he believes about half of it, because it hasn't been confirmed unless he's asked to lean on his lap to double-check. Monsoon's mouth started to twist when he thought about it. Ahem, there's a mini reunion coming up in a few minutes. Do you want to get some sleep? No, don't want to sleep. Hearing Monsoon mention the Little League, Warmth's excitement instantly dropped a lot. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was there to cheer on Mu Wancho. It was something that, to put it mildly, she couldn't be happy about. And not getting angry was already the greatest generosity. Monsoon could see that Warmth was a little emotional, and he had a bit of a headache about it. One can only quietly pull on warm, soft little hands. Well, come on, let's go and grab a close seat. Aha! The mini-celebration in the middle of military training is basically a talent show chosen by each class. It hadn't started yet, but there were already people sitting around the playground performance stage. Some students have also moved their benches and are ready to engage in a protracted battle. As Monsoon and Warmth prepared to find a seat, Su Ming and Zhang Chao's voices came from the crowd. Old quarter. Here, quick, Windy, come quickly. Although this would be before time, the seats in the inner circle had already been taken up, and Monsoon didn't expect Su Ming and Zhang Chao to actually give them extra land. Thanks, Ming. I can't believe you guys took up so many seats. Need to take a ING seat. All I have to do is pay and naturally I'll get a seat. Monsoon, does your dad know you're acting like this? But Monsoon also had to admit that getting paid to do things at times like this was really good. It's 50 to take a seat, 100 after the point, and this will be stuck right at the point. I saw you guys coming and just happened to call out to you. 2 minutes to make 100 in anger. Okay, 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 okay. Su Ming the man has an understanding of making money. Have a seat. Windy. Okay. Warm. Let's sit down. Aha. A few people sat down on the grass and waited for this little reunion to begin. As the time came to 6:30 p.m., two hosts, one male and one female, from the broadcasting department were already on stage. Dear dudes and dudettes, the two presenters were very professional and opened their mouths with just a few words to bring up the atmosphere of the students around them. The fatigue and stress from days of training were released with the cheers and howls of the students. Looking at these energetic students, Monsoon couldn't help but feel emotional. That's the nice thing about college. There's never a shortage of talent. Mordor University. Such a top institution is even more so. A full range of talents are available. Grabbing the strong man on the line, but also do not need to pay. Are leaks. He wanted to garlic too, but unfortunately he wasn't strong enough to be hard right now. Here we have two handsome guys from our finance department, singing Storming Out for us. The opening act was a local Chinese song with a bombastic beat that was also meant to drive the mood. Many of the students in the audience, who also knew the song, beat along to the stereo and even sang along. This was followed by talent shows from each department and class. The overall atmosphere was lively all the way up to the program of the Department of Business Administration. Please welcome the Department of Business Administration. Mu Evening Chiu, Wu Chi, Gu Shui Ting, Collective Dance Hot Love. With the host's introduction, a team of beautiful women wearing hot belly-bearing strappy corsets and ultra-short pleated skirts underneath slowly walked up. Today's Mu Evening Chiu had her hair tied up in a dance-friendly ball head. And for tonight's performance, they wore light makeup. Mu Evening Chiu and Gu Shui Ting were already beautiful. This would be slightly powdered, and it was even more of a feeling of pouring and dancing on earth. In addition to the stunning beauty, the revealing and sexy outfits made the hearts of these students, who had been wearing military uniforms for a week, flutter. Not to mention the boys, even quite a few girls cheered along. Their entrance instantly ignited the students with howls and whistles. Mu Wanqiu scanned the scene and quickly spotted Su Ming among the ghostly screaming classmates, then looked around Su Ming to find Ji Feng. She had a sweet smile on her face and 100 winks. She saw the warmth, though her eyes didn't linger as they usually did. She came here today to express herself. She just needs to show her goodness with all her might. And for the rest, see what God wills. Brother Feng, the goddess smiled at me. Ugh. Indeed. Monsoon nodded his head in a hurry as he felt a knife in the eyes around him. Bang! As the stereo vibrated, a few people from manhwa started with a very explosive front flip dance move. Chapter 85. A girl's hand when she's angry is harder to catch than a New Year's pig. Pust. The water that Monsoon just drank was sprayed out in one gulp. Halo was flowing out. And a gentleman? There's one sitting here that counts. And at 5 color batches per person. You can't go any lower. Safety pants would be no fun. Indeed. Just don't think of the brothers as your own. It's actually okay. At least the legs are real. That's true. Moo Evening Autumn's legs are thin and long. Listening to the various remarks and comments of the old colorful critics around him, Monsoon also held an artistic perspective to appreciate the dance on the stage. As for the legs and all, they are indeed thin and long. Moo Evening Chiu and Gu Ting on the stage were all trying their best to release their charms at this time. The beauty of youth is shown to the fullest in them. This is how college students should live. Just looking at it, Monsoon felt that something was wrong. Warmth seemed to have never squeaked. He skimmed a quiet glance at Warmth, only to realize that the autistic girl was lost in thought. Warmth lowered her head and tucked her chin away, staring intently at the stage. Her eyes were refracted by the light and appeared to sparkle. It was only when he noticed Monsoon turn around that he withdrew his gaze. But there was no squeak, just a sullen bow of the head. In just a moment ago, Monsoon seemed to see some other emotions from the autistic girl's eyes. Not the occasional low self-esteem that used to flow. It's envy. Those hot and powerful dances on the stage gave the Warmth a very special feeling. Same age, same vibrant youth. They are both multi-talented. Mu Wanqiu was radiant, even if Gu Ting was the same. At this moment, they are the superstars in the eyes of the students around them. Even Monsoon had been staring at them with unblinking eyes. And one can't do anything about it. The last 18 years seemed to be a blank sheet of paper with not even a color to paint on. It wasn't until Monsoon came along that her life got a little more color. Probably the color of that ghost fire? After a long time, Warmth looked as if he suddenly remembered something. Gently tugged on Monsoon's coat. Do they dance well? Monsoon's expression froze, feeling that this was a death question. But if you insist on saying it's not good, you've been watching it for so long that it's more or less unconscionable. From an artistic point of view, the dancing is really good. But that's just from an artistic point of view, nothing more. Warmth nodded in a daze, her eyes still glowing. I understand. What do you understand? Monsoon felt that this conversation was not going to work, and hastily began to make up for himself. You don't really need to envy them for dancing or to learn that. Everyone is good at different things, right? You think it's great that they can dance, but I just think it's great that you can do a lot of push-ups. There are tons of girls who can dance, but you'd have to say there really aren't many girls who do dozens of push-ups at a time. I don't think. Having been discovered by Monsoon again about what was on her mind, Warmth froze for a moment before silently skimming her head again. Doing push-ups counts as a merit? Warmth was a little disbelieving. Definitely. You're definitely different. And after blowing on his side, Monsoon quietly wiped the sweat off himself. He's still got a hand in this awkward conversation thing. Turning back again, a few people's dance had already ended. And as Monsoon looked at the stage, Mu Evening Chiu even made a heart gesture to the crowd. Another cheer was elicited. Mu Evening Chiu's gaze swept over Monsoon and the others, blinking slightly but not lingering too much. She had a high emotional intelligence, and would hardly ever do something that would embarrass Monsoon as well as Warmth. Moves like that just backfire and make people feel uncomfortable. She's already taken a step back, so it's okay, come what may. After the hot dancing earlier, perhaps the threshold was stretched too high. The scene was much quieter afterward. Next up were a few more performances in other categories. There were a few boring and a few colorful. Several people also watched in silence. Toward the end, Mu Evening Chiu, who had left the stage, actually returned to the stage to close out the finale with a solo singing and dancing version of Say I Love You Loud. Sexy hot long legs, combined with her already beautiful appearance, Monsoon also had to admit that she was too good at teasing. Su Ming, who was beside him, looked like he had already been beheaded on the spot. Alas, this kid, I wonder how long it will be before he walks out. The song ended, the warm atmosphere gradually dissipated, and Monsoon originally thought that this matter was over. But the warmth beside him somehow suddenly came in a ghostly voice. Does she have nice legs? Oddly good looking. Monsoon blurted out. Just after he said that, he felt wrong. Oops, wrong words. Twisting her head to look at Warmth, the autistic girl's eyes instantly became more than a little tangled in an indescribable way. So, Monsoon, going away? I'm a little sick and want to go back to my dorm first. Seeing that Warmth had gotten up by this time, Monsoon followed suit. He felt sure that the autistic girl was a little angry, except that when she was angry she was also sulky and wouldn't show it obviously. Chow, Ming, and Ham. I'm sending Warmth back to the dorm. On the side, Zhang Chao and Joey Han looked at each other. Going back now? Not getting together in the evening? Mu Wenqiu hasn't come over yet. As soon as Zhang Chao said that, Joey Han immediately poked him. Okay then. You guys go ahead. Go ahead. Not long after Monsoon and Warmth left, Mu Wenqiu finished her performance and ran over to Su Ming Zhang Chao's side to look for Monsoon. Mu Evening Chiu, who was still wearing a hot dress, was simply a beam of light in the dark night. It attracted countless eyeballs from the surrounding area, including Su Ming of course. It was only Mu Evening Chiu's constantly searching gaze that caused a pain in Ming's heart, and he woodened his mouth and boldly proposed. Student evening autumn, old G, he and Warmth have already gone back. Why don't we go for a stroll? Hearing that Ji Feng had already gone back, Mu Evening Chiu's face blanked out for a moment, her disappointment undisguised, but she immediately replaced it with a smile. No, I'm so tired from singing and dancing and I'm all sweaty. I have to go back to my dorm too or I won't have any water to shower. Bye. Bye. The three of them watched Mu Evening Chiu leave, and Zhang Chao patted Su Ming's shoulder. Ming some things can't be forced. Su Ming stood in place with an expression that looked like he had eaten, and it took a while for him to slow down. Whole lot of beer? Okay. Walking, silently bringing Warmth to the girls' dormitory. The autistic girl looked back at Monsoon. The almond eyes were more or less resentful. Monsoon tried to take her hand, but Warmth didn't move to avoid it. A girlfriend's hand when she's angry is harder to catch than a New Year's pig. Warmth whispered, I'm going back. Although there is a lot of teaching on the internet about making angry girls laugh and such, Monsoon didn't feel like it would be difficult to maneuver. But Monsoon was well aware that teasing was not the same as not getting angry. It also makes girls feel an offense. You can't rush it, can you? Autistic girls may need a little space to self-close. Well, go back. Monsoon waved his hand, saying goodbye to Warmth. Monsoon didn't have the idea of going to find Su Ming and the others. Mu Evening Chiu might be there. He didn't want to get in touch too much. Might as well go back to the dorm and edit the scum PPT. Or at least remove the scum label from your head first. Don't say whether it's true or not. The name scum is always a bad one. Back in the dormitory, Monsoon first sent a message to Warmth. Busy? Then you go ahead and get busy. Warmth has to deal with the studio's specific selections for the next day every day, as well as the main category previews for the next week's promotion. So while working, Monsoon tried not to bother her. Personal things shouldn't have too much impact on work or your whole being will go to and you'll lose yourself. This is Monsoon's personal experience. Right now he had things to do as well, and the anger would wait until he was done with it. After a few days of editing, Scummo Xiaoyu's PowerPoint was ready. It's just that Monsoon broke this PowerPoint down. One copy was posted on the forum, and the other, he was going to give directly to the school leaders. Scumbags are in every school. It's normal and public opinion doesn't explode too much, but to cheat on an abortion, beat up a girlfriend, be violent, make a video, that's of a different nature. Leaving aside the question of whether or not it is a discredit to Mordor University, which by its very nature has some criminal tendencies, spreading it on its own is equally criminal. The internet has a memory, and this is especially true for big hands. The things you run are likely to be recorded by someone who is interested, and when you roll over, all those traces will turn into blackmail. This kind of thing needs to be handled with real care. Monsoon thought for a moment, and first contacted one of his sisters from the law school, Wang Dan. There are many such law school commissions, none of them expensive. That's what college is all about. It's full of social animals, and the point is they're pretty strong. For a commission fee of $500, Wang Dan was asked to help him with the record, and then Wang Dan was commissioned to pass an anonymous report on Xiaoyu to the school. After that, he discussed the relevant laws and regulations with Wang Dan, censoring some pictures and playing some mosaics. Eventually, a chat, dinner, 3 women for 1 husband? Real scum you can't imagine. Post was sent out by Monsoon using a small number. Change a few numbers to arch a fire. Then change a few numbers throughout the live. Monsoon saw that it was almost time, and the next number closed. Bringing up the tempo is something that you can just bring up on your own, and after that the students will start their own tempo. Getting the PowerPoint right, Monsoon turned his attention to the warm QQ. Are you done yet? Not yet. Okay, I'll go play the game then. After thinking for about 3 seconds, he went straight down the stairs, jogged all the way out of the dormitory. At this moment, Monsoon a little missed their own little ghost fire. Just the Magic City is not compared to the Pearl City. The Pearl City ghost fire is completely 3 things. In the Magic City, Motorcycles are specifically regulated. It's pretty inconvenient to run errands without a mobility device. Running out of the campus with even a ha and a gasp, Monsoon bought some barbecue, sweet tea, and tasted the snacks around, and finally chose a few sugar balls to bring back. Chapter 86, The Moon is So Beautiful. Warmth thumped down the stairs. Before she even left the stairway, she felt slightly underdressed. After a slight hesitation, in the end, the idea of not wanting to keep Monsoon waiting too long prevailed, and tiptoed out. It's pretty dark, so I shouldn't be able to see. Warmth looked at her chest and comforted herself that way. She was looking a little haunted at the moment, very different from her usual high-strung demeanor. Monsoon kind of wanted to laugh when he saw her like this, but worried that she was still continuing to be angry. He could only force himself to hold it in. Bought it for you. Sweet. Aha. Having a barbecue. Ha. Good. Sugar balls or not. 2. The midnight snack came quite timely, and the warmth of being fed blushed warmly. The breeze came and her long hair was blown up by the wind, shining softly in the moonlight, and her pale skin looked like a jade candle in the night. The hint of loneliness that had once been in his bright eyes was long gone. All that's left is seriousness. Seriousness in doing. Seriousness in studying. Even seriousness in eating. Warmth smothered her head to eat. She knew that Monsoon was looking at her, but because she was wearing pajamas, her shyness made her not dare to look up. After wolfing down the meal, Warmth suddenly didn't know what to do next. Wanting to be alone with Monsoon and not wanting to embarrass herself, her clever little brain kicked into gear and decided to change the subject a bit. The first half of military training is over, and the company feels like it could be on the agenda. You mentioned secretaries before, and I did ask my student counselor, and secretaries with professional experience make about 6-8K. Of course, this price is for the very average kind of ability, and may be increased if you require something in terms of secretarial skills. In the moonlight, the girl in her nightgown with some cumin on her lips was discussing business with herself in a serious manner. There's something weird about how this scene looks. Monsoon did not respond to what Warmth said, took out a pack of handkerchief paper from his pocket and opened it, raising his hand to wipe Warmth's mouth. Warmth was a little flustered at first, but when she actually rubbed it on, she froze and didn't move. Monsoon, are you listening to me? Of course, but there are a few things I might want to add. Feeling the seriousness in Monsoon's tone, Warmth's side also became serious. Go ahead. Recruiting a clerk is a given, and does have some special requirements. What kind of request? Warmth took out her cell phone, ready to take notes. Must be female, must be beautiful. When she heard Monsoon mention these 2 points, Warmth's fingers paused, but her seriousness in treating the work aspect of the job still kept her from questioning Monsoon, but his voice was still involuntarily colder. Female, beautiful. Any other requests? It was not easy to coax well. Monsoon does not want to Warmth again angry. The events of the daytime let Monsoon know that Warmth was currently not in a position to joke around, and she was not quite able to accept that she was joking around with her. Warmth's past isn't that great, and for her, childhood jokes are likely to be mockery. That's why she's never been a big fan of jokes. This is an area that, like any other skill, is expected to take a long time to develop. So it was a laugh. Okay, no kidding, this secretary is for you. I don't need a secretary. Hearing Monsoon say that, Warmth visibly froze for a moment. Recruited for me? That's not right. I don't need a secretary either. But Monsoon's side just waved his hand, signaling Warmth to listen on. Unlike me, you are in need of recruiting a secretary, and a professional secretary would mean a lot to you right now. Warmth blinked, signaling that she was listening. She was enjoying this state of Monsoon teaching him seriously and being her teacher. It was just that the times when Monsoon revealed this state were rare, but every time this happened, he would say something important. Seeing Warmth reveal a listening expression, Monsoon began to slowly elaborate. First of all, there is the aspect of ability. Warmth, as the studio director, you are fully capable of handling the job, but as a company CEO, right now, you'd be completely unqualified. Understandably? Warmth nodded. Monsoon rarely said she couldn't do it, and mostly praised her and commended her. But to say that she can't is to say that she really can't do it in this area, that there are glaring deficiencies that she has to learn to make up for. Does this have anything to do with recruiting a secretary? Of course they do. Only bosses recruit secretaries, so every secretary, especially those with good business skills, the style of acting and the habits of doing things are more or less tainted by the shadow of the boss. You have to learn these particular strengths in addition to the skills that secretaries have to have, as you come in contact with them. Make yourself a person with real CEO skills. Monsoon explained it fairly clearly, and Warmth understood it well enough. So this thing was said once and she had meant it. So why recruit pretty ones? And the exclusive ability aspect of the secretary? Because you are beautiful, you need to recruit beautiful female secretaries. Your own appearance, your body, is an advantage in itself, and a beautiful appearance enhances your aura. But you're not good enough in the professional temperament department. Too much coyness on display and not enough atmosphere. Hearing Monsoon say that he was being obsequious and not big enough, Warmth subconsciously puffed out her chest. It was supposed to be pajamas, which was great, and someone froze. Monsoon? Monsoon? Warmth called Monsoon twice, and only then did Monsoon come back to his senses in a bit of a trance. Ugh, she's dressed like this and has to pretend she doesn't see it. It's so hard to endure. Where were we? Why you need to recruit beautiful female secretaries. As for why we need to recruit pretty female secretaries, first of all, female secretaries with good business skills are usually not ugly, and it's really not too difficult to recruit pretty ones. Then there are the beautiful female secretaries, whose own professional wardrobe is excellent. I know something about dressing, but I'm not a woman, and I don't know enough about professional women's clothes, accessories, and shoes, all of which you need to specialize in as well. All of this is important. Don't feel like it doesn't matter. When you feel like it doesn't matter, people look down on you. It was only after hearing Monsoon speak that Warmth had a dawning feeling. Professional clothing and wear it. That said, Monsoon matched her with mostly casual attire. A style that wasn't bad. It wasn't overwhelming. She was already young and pretty. If the temperament can't hold down the field, the people under the hand are prone to get up in arms, and that's a bad place to be. Warmth held her cheeks in thought for a while, still with that serious look. The night breeze blew on their faces, and even though they were discussing their work, there was still more than a hint of ambiguity. I can probably understand that. What about learning about specialized exclusive abilities? Look for the HR bias first. Although secretaries are not full-time HR, though most small and medium-sized companies have secretaries that double as part of their HR duties, we are so short of people right now that we need a lot of regular talent and try to keep the ones who are capable, can work hard and are willing to work overtime. You have to master the HR operation process as soon as possible, and you have to have the control of the personnel in mind. That's what made you favor HR first. Got it. What else? The two of them talked for a long time there in the flower bed in front of the women's lodging house, with the moon in their eyes. After talking about work, they were silent for a while, with no intention of leaving each other. After a long moment of silence, Monsoon couldn't help but move his butt in the direction of Warmth. He looked at the moon in the sky and softly lamented. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Warming up as if he was completely unaware of it, he brushed his hair and then casually placed it on the flower bed. Well, the wind is gentle too, until someone took her hand. Peach blossom eyes, haze flying on both faces. Warmth leaned toward Monsoon. The two were very close, but Warmth didn't resist the itchy legs and shot out to swat the mosquitoes. It just so happened that the hostess aunt yelled at this same time, "Lock the door and don't you come in?" Monsoon, who really couldn't bear to warm the white thighs full of bags, finally terminated the date under the moon. It's late, go home. Aha. Warmth was a little reluctant, but didn't say much, nodded and ran back in his pajamas. For her, today was good enough. The run back was all a bit jumpy and just not in keeping with the usual style. Back in the dormitory, Warmth's heart was still pounding, leaning against the door for a long time to calm down, until Wang Nan called out to her, "Warmth, have you been talking to that scum in the flower bed?" Warmth, still in a pleasurable state, stared blankly. Monsoon is not a scumbag. But it's all over the campus network. Warmth, you're not going to fall for his rhetoric, are you? That's not true. Forget it. The meaning of Wang Nan's words is that he is worried that Warmth will be cheated, and Warmth also wants to explain it. But then he remembers that Monsoon said that explaining is not useful at all. Solely and without further ado, he walked to the center and plopped down. What are you doing? Do push-ups. Nan Wang? Monsoon returned to the dormitory, and with the same pleasure in his heart, he was ready to take out his cell phone and send a good night to Warmth. But he had just picked up his cell phone when he received a message from Fishing God. Dad, if it was Dong Kaihui, Monsoon definitely wouldn't have any doubts. After all, his old mom did care about him as a son. KG Hiraseeker. Monsoon hesitantly clicked on the tweet. Is there enough money for living expenses? Seeing Ji Guangshuan's opening statement, Ji Feng's frown instantly loosened a bit. Does Dad actually care about his life? Although he didn't lack money, this moment of family coziness still made Monsoon feel comfortable. There's enough for living expenses. Mom gives a lot. Turn me some if you have enough. Monsoon. Monsoon? There were only 6 words in all, and he recognized them separately, but together he couldn't read the sentence. Monsoon glanced at the words again, repeatedly confirming that he had read them correctly. Old G, I haven't asked you for money in a while. How can you be so kind? Why am I embarrassed? Put yourself in your shoes. Who buys all the shoes you wear? Chapter 87, I'll scratch my heart if I don't pay. Monsoon didn't rush to reply. He first opened the loving family group chat. Peace is bliss. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? Fishing god, I'm not going back. I'm going out for a drink with old Chang to talk business. Peace is a blessing. Talk about business to go to the Pearl River to talk about ow? You're talking about 3 pounds. 6 tails? Fishing god, why are you people still stalking? Can't I have some freedom? Peace is a blessing. Come on. Ji Guangshuan. If you're not back by 11 o'clock tonight, don't come back at all. Fishing god, drink, drink, drink. A great man is born in heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? The fishing god is kicked out of the group chat. Good, good, good. There were 3 of them. And mom gave dad a kick in the pants. All he could say was awesome. For this kind of thing, Monsoon can only say that dad doesn't know how to do things, and focuses on persuasion. After all, people like Chuanyu He Tiandi were still a minority. She's a bully at home. Why do you think you're messing with her? It's just a little frost. I didn't bring much money out, invited people to dinner, and ran out of material to buy, so quickly transfer some to me. Dad, you're really going against the grain. Forget it, I'll PayPal you 5,000. Son, listen to my advice. When you get married in the future, you have to hold the financial power in your own hands. Money is a man's backbone. I can see that old G has a lot of grievances. If not, I'll go and persuade Sister Hui. You admit your fault and forget about it. You're an old married man and wife. What do you know? Just transfer the money honestly. Don't meddle in mom and dad's business. Monsoon, step with the foot. Monsoon skimmed his mouth and directly closed WeChat and switched to the top chat of QQ. Are you asleep? Not yet. It's late. Get an early night. Warm hesitation for a moment. Suddenly cut to the cell phone camera. Click, 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 click shot several legs. But these photos are either blurry or poorly lit, and they always feel like they're missing the point. This won't work. I'd like to get a new cell phone. Is that okay? Monsoon was slightly stunned. Warmth really rarely made this kind of request. The cell phone that was given to him by charging the phone bill before was still forced on him. Now that Warm mom has had her surgery, there is absolutely no pressure to replace her cell phone with her income. Monsoon thought for a moment and realized that she asked this because she actually felt that there was something wrong with replacing the cell phone she had given her. I should have changed it a long time ago. I've been too busy lately. Let's get together after military training. I'll change it too. After military training? That's 7 days away. Warmth frowned slightly. She actually didn't want to wait. She felt that Monsoon wanted to see the legs, though he never volunteered. Forget it. 7 days later. Good. Getting an early night. In the days that followed, the days of military training calmed down. Monsoon's daily life was gradually fixed. Every day was training, working, chatting with Warmth and eating. Only these days there's a lot less discussion of his scummy persona. The reason was also very simple. There were things about Oh Xiaoyu on the campus network that had already spread, because its content was too explosive. The spread of his deeds also far exceeded the post that Monsoon had made at the time. For a while, the whole campus had reached the peak of criticism against this scum of the junior basketball team. The school side had to go and intervene as well. The backhand that Monsoon had asked Wang Dan to prepare also took effect at this time. The school's academic affairs and legal affairs departments have long since received anonymous letters whose content is to report Oh Xiaoyu's violation of discipline, even illegal. The faculty naturally knew that what was on the campus website was only half of the iceberg, and that the truly appalling was still underwater. Mordor University surely couldn't tolerate such a thing to explode within the school. It was immediately decided, and announced to the entire university, that junior Oh Xiaoyu would be expelled from the university. This matter was completely unknown to Warmth, and Monsoon had no intention of telling her. Warmth wants to go higher and farther, and wants to show his self-worth and ability. Then all Monsoon could do was to silently clear the way for her. Some insignificant scum was troublesome and disgusting, and it was better to let a black glove like him handle such things. On the last day of military training, the freshmen were ready to start the process. Some of the more sensual female students prepared flowers for the various instructors and even walked up to ask for hugs. It's just that most of the time it's rejected by the instructors. There have been some male and female accidents in college military training, so over the years, military training instructors have become stricter and stricter. After a series of processes such as singing the national anthem, performing programs, instructors making summaries, awarding prizes to advanced individuals and winning companies, and speeches by student representatives, the military training conference was successfully concluded. Numerous freshmen returned to their dorms to get a good night's sleep in preparation for tomorrow's rest day. As previously agreed with Monsoon, we're going to go out and do a lot of things together on our day off tomorrow. It should be about enjoying each other's day together. Thinking this way, The warmth was pleasant throughout. Just after returning to the dormitory, the three roommates, Wang Nan, Li Yunxiu, and Yin Feng, were also there. They stopped Warmth immediately after seeing her return. Warm. Military training is over. Tomorrow is a day off. Let's get together for a meal. Quite a few dormitories organized together. Get to know each other. Just to bring you to meet handsome men. Hearing his roommates say get together, Warmth sniffed and subconsciously had to refuse. She's still pretty busy tomorrow. But Wang Nan's pitiful look made her hesitate slightly. When? Let's do it tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. After thinking about it, Warmth still took out her cell phone and directly sent a message to Monsoon to inquire. But this move immediately caught Wang Nan's attention. No, Warmth, you have to report when you go out? That's too illiberal, isn't it? Not free? Warmth's expression was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be a good thing if Monsoon could control her all the time? Don't get it. Li Yunxiu, who had less interaction with Warmth, followed suit. Of course it's not free. Girls have to be independent. You're an adult. You can go wherever you want. Why ask others? Girls need to be independent? Warmly thinking about it, Monsoon did say something like this. He'd said he hoped he could be a one-man show, and she aspired to be. Well, it looks like Li Yunsu wasn't making it up. It so happened that Monsoon replied to the message at this time. Sure, getting a cell phone and going to the studio should be done during the day tomorrow, and it's time for you to socialize more. After receiving Monsoon's reply, Warmth finally nodded. You guys have a point, so let's get together for a potluck tomorrow. Ha! With Warmth here, that's basically done. This is going to let those demonic ES know what it means to have a face. When Li Yunxiu saw Warmth say this, she felt that she had pulled in another independent woman. In a good mood, she jumped out of her bunk. I'm going downstairs to get something to drink. Do you guys want to bring it? Fruit tea. Yin Feng, who was studying, raised her hand. Milk tea and some more fries? Wang Nan followed suit. Where's Warmth? Li Yunxiu looked at Warmth. Warmth, however, just shook his head slightly. No, I don't drink. Seeing that Warmth didn't want it, Li Yunxiu wasn't surprised. Warmth's character was like this. She occasionally brings food for her roommates and can help out with meals and such, but she hardly ever asks anyone to bring her anything. On top of that, the boys in her class give her things and she ignores them. It was too much of a hassle to reject them one by one. She was busy and rejections were a waste of time, so most of the time what was sent was thrown away by Warmth. In this case, it would often be cheaper for their three roommates. Okay then, I'm off. Determining that Warmth was not wanted, Li Yunxiu waved his hand to the crowd. Downstairs, Li Yunxiu first came to the school milk tea store. There was a waiting line to make tea drinks, so she had to call a number first. But just after arriving here, Li Yunxiu saw someone he didn't really want to see. 305 of Gu Shueting. 305 often played with 306, often made a scene, and showed off, and she had long since looked the other way. All day long, they still talk about the class flower school flower. Gu Shueting, mood evening chio. If it wasn't for the fact that Warmth usually always keeps quiet, where would they be? Especially that Gu Shueting, she looked arrogant, not a bit more than warm, and it was annoying to look at. But this time Gu Shueting's expression was a bit strange. There was a person standing next to her, and then she herself was staring blankly in the direction of the milk tea store's cashier. Li Yunxiu was a bit puzzled and approached a bit closer. 1 raw coconut latte, 1 taro grape, 1 4 seasons, and 1 fruit tea. The person at the door of the milk tea store at this time was none other than Monsoon, who had ordered 4 cups in a row. As he was about to pay, Gu Shueting behind him walked up. What a coincidence, Monsoon. Let me treat you. Monsoon froze. He really hadn't noticed that Gu Shueting was right behind him. Thanks. No, I'm a weird guy. I'm prickly inside if I don't pay. Before Gu Shueting could continue, Zhang Jun, who was standing beside her, opened his mouth first. Shueting, you know him? Seeing that Gu Shueting had a male companion, Monsoon immediately brightened up. This Zhang Jun was a bit chubby and not too tall, wearing an eye, holding a parasol for Gu Shueting. That's a good thing. Monsoon smiled and nodded. Ah, we're old classmates, but we don't know each other too well. Buddy, drink milk tea? I'll buy you a cup. Zhang Jun? Seeing that Monsoon wanted to treat himself to milk tea without saying anything, Zhang Jun felt a bit strange. None of the hard words that he was prepared to proclaim Gu Shueting's sovereignty earlier could be uttered. No need. Monsoon pointed to the parasol that Zhang Jun was holding for Gu Shueting. Buddy, don't be polite to me. It's so hot. It's not easy for you to make an umbrella. Drink something cool and comfortable. Seeing that Ji Feng's attention was on Zhang Jun, Gu Shueting hurriedly explained. Monsoon, it's not what you think. I don't have anything to do with Zhang Jun. It was him who invited me to join the dance club together today. Monsoon sniffed and was a bit disappointed. It's still okay, ha, lol, you guys have to work on that then. He turned his head to look at Jung Jun again. June, step it up. Jang Jun was a bit baffled by Monsoon's whole thing, but he still nodded. Chapter 88 Monsoon is no one else. Hearing Lee Yunxiu say this, Monsoon also froze slightly as he thought of those last few months of high school. After Warmth changed her hair and dress, she was quite popular in the class. There were people sending her flowers, love letters, chocolates and such. Flowers and love letters were lost by Warmth and chocolates were eaten by him. It couldn't be helped. Warmth didn't want to eat what others gave him, and he thought those chocolates were quite expensive and wasteful to throw away, so he ate them himself. Now that I think about it, he's not a human being. Inadvertently looking back, the corners of Monsoon's mouth lifted slightly, and his tone was also very friendly. It's okay, Lee Yunxiu-san. When you give it to her, just say that Monsoon bought it for her, please. Monsoon? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Lee Yunxiu frowned. The name had an impression, but she just didn't think of it for a while. Without much hesitation, she took the tea drink handed over by Monsoon. There were so many people giving away warm things. She didn't need to let herself be the bad guy and take them when they were given. It just so happens to be a tea drink, and if they bring it back warm and don't want it, they can drink it straight away, and even have an extra cup. I'll say this up front, if Warmth doesn't want it, I won't be responsible for sending it back. Do I look that careful? Don't worry, classmates. You can just send it over. Monsoon smiled really kindly, and his breezy talk, coupled with his already handsome appearance, also made Lee Yunxiu feel a little good. Only the target wasn't her, and she wouldn't be able to get any ideas. In Lee Yunxiu's opinion, even a handsome man of Monsoon's level, it's also just material for the warmth of this chopper. Okay then, I'll just drop it off for you. Alas, classmate, hold your horses. Monsoon once again called out to Lee Yunxiu, who turned around and frowned. What else? I have to go to the supermarket later to buy something for Warmth, so turn around and bring it along for me. Is that okay? And you have to go to the grocery store to buy it? Lee Yunxiu nodded her head thinking that she also had to go to the supermarket to buy some fries for Wang Nan, which wasn't a delay. That's fine. It just so happens that I'm going to the grocery store coming up, so let's get together. Good. Gu Shuaiting, who was behind her, was a bit anxious when she saw that Ji Feng was going to leave with Lee Yunxiu. Monsoon. Wait. Monsoon closed her eyes, opened them again with a shallow sigh, and turned around. Anything else? Looking into Monsoon's eyes, Gu Shuaiting simply didn't know what she should say. Monsoon, are you still mad at me? Asking this, Gu Shuaiting's eyes were faintly glistening with tears. Angry? Zhang Jun and Lee Yunxiu, who were beside both sides, were a bit surprised. Surprised at the relationship between Ji Feng and Gu Shuaiting, and also surprised at why Gu Shuaiting was crying here. Monsoon didn't answer this question right away as he thought for a moment before shaking his head. It's never actually angry. Hearing Monsoon say that, Gu Shuaiting's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. So are we still friends now? Her tone was full of expectation, but this time, the Monsoon smile was much farther away. Once upon a time, I wasn't that generous after all. Gu Shuaiting was stunned in place, while Monsoon had already turned around and walked towards the supermarket. The girl in red whimpered and sobbed, and Zhang Jun, the flower protector, had his hands full. What's wrong with you, Zitan? Gu Shuaiting's expression, however, looked a bit strange, appearing a bit crazy, and her smile became weird. What was meant to be means it's not now, and not so generously. Is that we have an irreconcilable conflict between us? Oh, it's all retribution. Zhang Jun looked at Gu Shuaiting, who had a strange expression, and suddenly thought of a photo on the campus website. Light and shadow in a corner of the campus. Monsoon, is that the guy? Lee Yunxiu followed behind Monsoon, and in her heart, she became even more curious about Monsoon's situation. This warmth chaser doesn't seem to be quite the same as those other ones. In her thoughts, she had followed Monsoon to the supermarket. Seeing that Monsoon took chips, fries, sunbae, chicken claws, duck necks, and a variety of small detachable packages, stuffing 2 medium plastic bags full, he then went to the cashier to check out. At the checkout, Monsoon pointed to the lighter that lay on the counter. Boss, wrap these lighters for me too. The cashier boy stared slightly, feeling like he'd heard wrong. No, how many do you want? I mean, all wrapped up. Monsoon repeated. The lighter boxes on the counter were 5x10s and sold about a dozen of them, leaving a good 30 or so left over. The cashier boy scratched his head. No, there's like 30 or so of these. You're buying them back to make bombs? Dude, you don't know. I have 3 rebellious kids at home who think about stealing my lighters all day long. Day and night. Home invasion. That lighter is more important to me. I was really out of options to buy some disposable ones and deal with them for a while. The cashier was also a boy and instantly understood Monsoon's suffering. Understood, bro. You really can't keep a lighter in a dorm room. It's just a blink of an eye and it's a smoothie. Here, let me wrap it up for you. Don't touch it. It'll really blow up if you squeeze it. I know. Thanks, buddy. Monsoon paid politely and then handed the 2 bags of snacks in his hand to Lee Yunxiu. Lee Yunxiu-san. This is also troublesome. Turn around and eat more. Monsoon was polite, and Lee Yunxiu searched for no need for a black face. She smiled and answered. Ha! Alright. Not really trouble. Warm also often bring us food. She is actually quite good. Warm her. Sometimes still a little unintelligent. More tolerance. Trouble. Monsoon said and even nodded deeply to Lee Yunxiu. Lee Yunxiu? Warm and unintelligent? No. This person's tone of voice. Why does it feel a little off? I'll leave you to these things. Before Lee Yunxiu could come back to her senses, Monsoon had already walked out of the supermarket with a pack of lighters and waved her hand. The sun was setting, spilling over his angular face. Yeah. When Lee Yunxiu made a sound, Monsoon had long since disappeared. She paused, finally shaking her head and sighing. Alas, quite a handsome man, but it's a pity that he met warmth. So I guess we'll have to have more heartbreakers tonight. Lee Yunxiu walked straight out of the supermarket and returned to the dormitory 302. Come on. Milk tea, snacks, all of it. When she came back with 2 big bags of snacks and 4 cups of tea drinks, Wang Nan and Yen Fong immediately cheered. Wow. Yunsu, why did you buy so much? Good. Also bought duck neck and chicken claws. Yunxiu knows my intention well. Quickly present it. Wang Nan said, about to reach out and grab it. Lee Yunxiu smacked Wang Nan's paw away on the spot and turned her head to Warmth, who was working, and asked, Warm, would you like to come and have some? There's plenty here. No, you guys eat. Warmth was still staring intently at the screen at this time. Tomorrow she was going out with Monsoon. Today was still quite busy. She wasn't in the mood for something as time-wasting and pointless as snacking. When Lee Yunxiu heard Warmth say that she would not eat, she was relieved and talked about what had just happened. Let me tell you guys, just now I ran into a handsome guy while shopping and these were given to Warm by him. I had already told him at the time that Warmth wouldn't accept anything from others at all, but he still insisted on giving it to me, which is why I brought it here. That kid is really quite handsome. What's his name? Oh yeah, his name is Monsoon. Gah! There was a sudden teeth-gnashing sound in the dormitory, and it was Warmth who suddenly pushed back his chair. Even Wang Nan looked at Lee Yunxiu at this time with low suspicion. What did you say his name was? Lee Yunxiu also felt something was wrong. Monsoon. What's wrong? At this time, Warmth had already walked over, looking at the milk tea in Lee Yunxiu's hand that she was about to insert a straw. She frowned. The slender fingers took the milk tea from Lee Yunxiu's hand. Not a lot of force, but not to be denied. Warm, as you just said, this is what he bought for me. Warmth said calmly. It's as commonplace as describing how the sun will rise in the east and set in the west. But the thing is, she's warm. Warmth then looked at the other 3 cups of tea and drinks, as well as the 2 packs of snacks, and spoke equally calmly. Those are mine too. Lee Yunxiu? Yen Fong? Nan Wang. What do you mean? Warm? Usually they're fine. Why are they suddenly like this? Lee Yunxiu was a bit puzzled. She even felt like she was being targeted by Warmth. Warmth, don't you usually not accept things from others? Why today? I don't take things from other people, but Monsoon is no one else. The warmth of her gaze made it clear that she wasn't joking. Lee Yunxiu froze, finally recalling the boy who was as refreshing as a summer breeze when he was downstairs earlier. Monsoon is no one else. Her instincts hadn't been right earlier. The boy was really different from the others. For a while, Lee Yunxiu was awkwardly in place, because Monsoon gave away a lot of food and drinks. She didn't buy any of the snacks and drinks she originally wanted to buy. All these things were given to Warm by Monsoon. If Warm took them back now, wouldn't she be empty-handed? By this point she suddenly understood the words that Monsoon had said. Warmth is still a bit unintelligent sometimes, so bear with me, please. They had known each other for quite some time, and for the first time, Lee Yunxiu felt what the problem of Warmth was. It's not that she can't afford snacks or milk tea, but Warmth's style of behavior is really a bit embarrassing. Ugh, never mind, I'll get it again. Lee Yunxiu shook her head and was about to go back out, but by this time Warmth, who had already set up the milk tea and snacks, seemed to have realized that she had done something wrong. She pursed her lips and didn't know how to explain, and she wasn't willing to share the food sent by Monsoon, so she could only stop Lee Yunxiu. Don't you go, I'll go. After Warmth finished speaking, she ran straight out. Warm? Lee Yunxiu's mouth was open and her hand was raised in midair. It was too late to stop the Warmth. She has her own problems with this incident today. Chapter 89, The Warmth of Being Favored. It's over. The master died before he could start. Our 302's hostess actually fell into the hands of that scum of Monsoon like this. Sinful scum? Thinking of that boy. This name, Lee Yunxiu inwardly did not quite recognize it. The Monsoon gave her a feeling that was truly as comfortable as a fresh breeze. Excellent in every way except for the odd point of buying a lot of lighters. Sunny and handsome, these are just the basics. Polite, courteous, well-spoken, and very borderline. As for the dregs, from the conversation between Monsoon and Gu Shueting at that time, their relationship didn't seem to be that simple. Gu Shueting's attitude at that time was obviously to retain Monsoon, and her kind of arrogant person actually kept on admitting her mistakes and even said sorry to Monsoon. That really blew her mind. That's why Wang Nan's opinion of Monsoon is not recognized by her even if Li Yunxiu is now in some conflict with Warmth. Wang Nan, when I ran into Monsoon downstairs just now, I felt that he was quite nice. Your opinion of Monsoon, isn't it a bit biased? Li Yunxiu, why have you started to elbow your way out as well? How much can you know about him when you've only met him once? Seeing Wang Nan being so forceful, Li Yunxiu didn't spoil her anymore. You also said you know people, so how much do you know about him? Judging solely by reading some posts on the internet? That's what everyone says. Who is everyone? I may not know him, but I think Warmth should know him better than you do. Okay, all of you. Stop it. Yin Fang also came to persuade it this time, but Li Yunxiu and Wang Nan were both a little uptight. No one can listen to the other at this point. Girls' dormitory is like this. Originally also each other Twitter. Sister. Suddenly a small conflict broke out. The whole dorm would then quickly go into a state of almost old age. Outside the women's dormitory, Warmth had just run out with a frown on her face, and her footsteps stopped at the intersection outside the dormitory area. Looking at the figure ahead, Warmth froze slightly. Why are you here? Warmth was a bit weak when she said this, and seeing the way she skimmed her head, Monsoon knew that he was afraid that his guess was right. I messaged you. You didn't reply. I didn't have my cell phone. I didn't see it. Warmth still had her head down, because she didn't tie her headband. At this time her hair fluttered with the breeze. Monsoon stepped forward. I'm guessing you had some trouble with Li Yunxiu-san. How do you know? Warmth finally looked up. Monsoon was a bit helpless. Should he be allowed to say that it was because he knew she was a little jealous? Monsoon also walked away before realizing that he had made a bad remark. Li Yunxiu-san, this is also troublesome. Turn around and eat more. That's the phrase. A cup of milk tea, a packet of snacks, even a little use of a comb and a piece of paper. It's all the little details of roommate socialization that mostly don't matter to guys, but girls can be very concerned about. Warmth's personality and style is paranoid and possessive, which could potentially put her in a position to be ostracized in the dorm. But words certainly don't say that. If he really said that about Warmth, Warmth definitely wouldn't contradict him. She would just sneak under the covers and cry, and then shut down, blaming herself and feeling inferior. That's not what he wants to see. Monsoon raised his hand and gently ruffled Warmth's messy hair to the side. Gentle movements, so that the warm, very nervous and helpless mood, at this point calmed down. I guess you're withholding all the food I sent you from them. Warmth didn't squeak, didn't acknowledge or refute it. Monsoon was dumbfounded. Warmth looked a little stubborn and cute. Of course these are just his perspectives, and he can tolerate Warmth for all it's worth because he likes it. But he can't so much as ask others to be equally tolerant of Warmth. Getting along with people is complicated to say, but simpler to do. Warmth, friends can't get along like that. Not friends, housemates. This girl started to have a hard mouth again, but even a hard mouth is soft when kissed. Monsoon looked at her crimson lips a little angry, but still resisted the urge to kiss her hard. Housemates need to get along too, and it's not as hard as you think. Nah, take these. Monsoon handed over the repurchased snacks and tea drinks. When you get back, apologize to Li Yunxiu's classmates and split the 2 bags of snacks. No keeping it to yourself this time, got it? Monsoon did not explain why he had to apologize. Communicating with Warmth on this issue was more difficult than solving high numbers. He also didn't tell Warmth to go back and split the snacks and tea drinks from earlier. That would have broken Warmth's heart. Getting Warmth and housemates to get along well is important. Of course, but only if you don't make Warmth feel bad about himself. That would be pointless. Hearing these half-commanding, half-persuasive words from Monsoon, Warmth then nodded her head. Got it. Get back in there when you know. The sooner you do, the easier it will be to repair the relationship. Aha. Don't forget about tomorrow. Good. After the explanation was finished and Warmth was whisked back, Monsoon then put his heart down. It's not that simple to be in a relationship with an autistic teenage girl with a bigoted personality, and Warmth herself has some paralysis that makes it difficult to communicate. A lot of the time it was up to him to judge, or even prejudge. Paranoid and possessive because there was once so little care and so little to be had. Giving a child a candy to share is a whole different outcome than giving him a box of candy to share. Warmth is not getting candy since I was a kid. The teenager will eventually be trapped for life by the unobtainable. And the only cure is possession. So Monsoon thinks it's okay, the warmth will get better. He will make Warmth get the feeling of being favored. Well, wait a while before you slip. Warmth, who got the new snacks, rushed back to the dormitory. And she realized that the new snacks and teas bought by Monsoon were exactly the same as the ones brought back by Lee Yunxiu. Though still a little tempted to keep the snacks for herself, Warmth eventually stopped herself from that thought. It was something Monsoon had arranged, and she was going to do it right. Squeak, pushing open the door. Warmth hadn't realized that the atmosphere in the dormitory was off. New snacks are placed here, so feel free to eat them. She then picked up another cup of tea drink, inserted a straw and handed it to Lee Yunxiu. Lee Yunxiu. Sorry about earlier. Lee Yunxiu looked at Warmth with a somewhat shocked expression. Warming up to an apology for a character like that felt weird in and of itself. But looking at the expression overflowing on her face, there was no reluctance at all. What had happened just now for so long? It would have been fine. And I'm at fault for what happened before. But why did you buy it so fast? It feels like you just went down there a little while ago. Like you even came up here in less than 5 minutes. Warmth let out a soft her eyes a little averted. Well, it was Monsoon who bought it. And he bought another one. Lee Yunxiu froze and bought another one? Just now the Warmth was in a hurry and did not bring a cell phone. So, was he thinking ahead? Warm. Ha, Monsoon students really have a heart for you. Aha. Looking at Warmth's self-absorbed and petulant appearance, Lee Yunxiu also couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. She was more and more sure of her feeling that that fellow Monsoon student shouldn't be as bad as the internet rumors. But there's always something out of place in the dorms. Let's just say he's scummy, warm and fuzzy. Aren't all normal boys big piggies? It's only scumbags who think so carefully. Warmth lifted in his chest and he was about to lash out. Rather, it was Lee Yunxiu who pressed her hand at this time. So, you're not going to drink the milk tea that someone else bought? Wang Nan smiled awkwardly. That to know. I'm just saying, listen or not, as you will. When she finished, she even passed along a cup of milk tea. Warmth was a bit angry. She didn't understand why Wang Nan was so hostile to Monsoon, and she didn't know how to handle this situation. Do you want to beat her up? With the possibility of disciplinary action, she won't even let Monsoon fight. Just as Warmth was rambling, Lee Yunxiu seemed to have seen her out of her mind. The initiative interrupted her thoughts. Warm. The milk tea is quite good. Monsoon student is really nice. He must be a very good boyfriend. I'm a bit envious. Hearing Lee Yunxiu praising Monsoon, Warmth was a little heartbroken. Feeling much happier than boasting about myself. Along with that, the mood ruined by Wang Nan became pleasant. Well, Monsoon has been great. Not only Lee Yunxiu, Yan Feng, who had been blindfolded and studying, came out at this time to say a few words of justice. I also think this person is quite good. Wang Nan, you should not always look at people with colored glasses. Unconsciously, Lee Yunxiu and Yan Feng were on their side. Warm Heart felt that perhaps this was what Monsoon wanted to see. Turning to his 4 cups of milk tea and 2 packets of snacks, Warm grinned. Hey, these were hers alone, sent to her by Monsoon. Immediately, he opened a cup and took a big gulp. Take care of the warm side of things. Monsoon carried a plastic bag of lighters and returned to the male dormitory 205, glanced at the 30 or so lighters in his hand. These should last until the end of the semester, he mused. With these, the 3 cubs should not take his lighter again. Witty as I am. Just as he reached the door, he heard Zhang Chao's somewhat voice. Brother Ming, that $100 you just had on your desk fell on the floor and broke into $99 and a lighter. I picked it up for you. Coincidentally. Ming, I can't find my lighter. Let me borrow your lighter. Zhang Chao, can you have some face? Monsoon at the door messed up for a moment. Taking another look at the bag in my hand, I suddenly felt that 30 or so didn't seem very secure. I'm back. Yo, G is back. What did you buy? Why are there so many lighters? Are you going to set fire to the mountain? Chapter 90, bravely sticking it on. In the face of Monsoon's flirtation, Warmth was somewhat at a loss for words and stood blankly in place. She wasn't sure how to deal with the flirting just yet, and if it had been anyone else, odds were she would have walked away with a cold face and ignored it. But the person flirting with her is Monsoon. So, do you need me to get a different set? Of course you don't have to. You look very valiant and nice dressed like that. Hearing Monsoon say that she looked good, Warmth's expression was a little shy, and in her heart, besides being sweet, she was also looking forward to today's trip. Although she and Monsoon had spent a lot of time together, The two of them really had very little time alone. Even when you're alone in high school, that's when you're trying your hardest to study. Monsoon had a very poor base at that time, and in order to make up the score did not have much energy to focus on other things at all. So the only time the two had a proper date seemed to be the one time he had invited Monsoon to dinner, only to run into Gu Shuiting and Yen Honghao. The date was also ruined by those two, and her invitation to Monsoon for dinner was put on hold. This would be standing in front of the school, and when she saw that Monsoon had been staring at her without saying anything, she panicked a little. Why do you keep looking at me? Because it looks good. Warmth didn't squeak, just a little redness in her ears. It was greasy and earthy, but just right for the warmth of the moment. Women were supposed to need compliments, and Monsoon didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Whether or not you really like it, you can tell from a person's eyes, and Warmth liked it when Monsoon looked at her. Best, only her. Where are we going today? Only after being asked by Warmth for the second time did Monsoon withdraw his gaze. I haven't thought about it either, but we've got a full day of daylight today and we haven't even had a good time in the Magic City. Either that, or let's go ahead and get a walker? We are. One day. Mobility. Hearing those words, Warmth had already begun to brainstorm some storylines. After all, Monsoon used to be a serious Ghostfire teenager. By Ghostfire? Monsoon mouth corner twitched. Warm this stupid child. By the Ghostfire scourge is not light I'm afraid not. Why? Warmth frowned. I didn't realize that her obsession with Ghostfire was quite deep. Magic City isn't like Pearl City. Motorcycles are heavily regulated. How about we either get a battery car first? The ones with more power can take people too. And it's definitely fine to sit the two of us, just not as fast as Ghostfire. Okay. Warmth nodded directly, her gaze full of impatience. It wasn't so much the Ghostfire that she wanted, but riding with Monsoon. As for how it was ridden, bike, battery, motorcycle, it really made no difference to her. So we'll go to the electric car market first? Good. Seeing that Warmth readily agreed, Monsoon took the initiative to extend his hand towards her, signaling Warmth to hold him. Warmth froze at the sight, her eyes darting towards the side a few times, quietly collecting some of her nerves before she put her palm on it. Monsoon gently held the young girl's soft hand. The fine smooth touch and body temperature made his long silent soul throb. Eyes cut autumn water, 10 fingers peel green onions. Maybe that's the beauty of the world. Let's go. Take a cab. Aha. Greeting a taxi, Monsoon pulled Warmth into the car. Although the two were some very different styles, but the age is similar. And in front of the door of the Magic City University to get on the car. The driver looked at Two Eyes, did not say anything. Master, the nearby electric car market. Okay, all the way to the nearby electric bike market. Getting out of the car, Monsoon first took Warmth to a cold drink store. The time is almost late September, but the weather is still very hot. They have a lot of time on their hands, so there's no rush. Want a drink? Anything? Just don't get cold or your stomach will hurt. Monsoon sniffed and suddenly paused, knowing that Warmth should be on her period. They spent more than 6 months together. Warmth has always been quite healthy, except for being a little thin, but too hard in terms of temperament to be pampered. For example, other girls cry when glass gets stuck in their hands, but she's fine. She just yanks the glass and squeezes the blood out. That's why Warmth hardly ever showed any delicate demeanor in front of others, nor did they die and live once they had their period. Not to mention I've never seen her react to menstrual cramps with back pains and stomach aches or anything like that. How come when you get to college, you suddenly get sick? Regular vacation? I don't remember you having stomach aches before. Have you been working too much lately? Feeling Monsoon's concerned eyes, Warmth's gaze was somewhat averted. No, it's not work-related and I don't usually get pain. It doesn't usually hurt, but now it does? Seeing her like this, Monsoon knew that something had been concealed. So tell me, what's going on? I drank too much yesterday cold. After saying that, Warmth began to bow her head and play dead. Monsoon, hearing this explanation, Monsoon stood still and rubbed his brow. Yesterday he bought 4 more cups of tea and 2 packs of snacks to send over to make up for the warm dormitory relationship. Summer, tea drinks are cold. He did not consider the warmth of the menstrual period such things. She did not say. So, you drank those 4 cold ones in one sitting yesterday? Aha. Warmth nodded in response, then raised her eyelids to glance at him every now and then. With this look, she reminded Monsoon of the little golden hair that had made a mistake. It's too weak-minded and too much for people to criticize. But this thing to do is indeed too anticlimactic. You can drink 4 cups of cold in a row when you have your period. How to be so shaft? It's a wonder my stomach doesn't hurt. How? There's nothing to say. Never mind. I've been ill-considered in this matter. You can have some warm today. Good. She becomes extremely obedient when she feels she is making a mistake. Of course, This is only for the monsoon. And even when facing monsoon, her reaction sometimes is to play dead plus autistic, which can only be said to be so in character. After buying a cup of warm tea, Monsoon began to browse the electric car store with warmth. Emma, green source, new day. All kinds of signs were looked at by both of them, and each of these electric bikes had its own characteristics. Monsoon followed Warmth's lead and fell in love with a green source Little Turtle King. Lovely shape, strong range, not too high a seat, easy to take someone with you, just a little pricey at over $3,000. But that price is no pressure on Monsoon. Monsoon asked his boss to deliver a regular pot-bellied helmet to put over his head. Ride on, then waved to Warmth. Come on, take you for a ride. Yes, Warm pedaling is also considered experienced. Her legs are already long, and she got on the car with a light span. Let's go. Taking the Warmth on the road. The early fall breeze blew the two. The wind brought a slight coolness, getting rid of the sweltering heat of the autumn tiger. Warmth pressed her forehead against Monsoon's back. Squinting made the vision narrow. Take your time and feel the contact of your body and the ever-changing scenery on either side. To this day, she no longer needs to be restrained and stoic like she was in high school. At that moment she could feel Monsoon restraining herself, so she was restraining herself as well. That party during graduation season was her most active moment. Unfortunately, Monsoon didn't respond to her. She was smart enough to know why Monsoon was restrained, as neither party was certain of their future. Monsoon has always avoided emotions, and she has a mother she can't let go of. So, she waited and prepared again for a long time, waiting for the surgery for my mom, waiting to silently fill out the volunteers, waiting for her to actually come to the Magic City. It hadn't really taken long, it was just the acrimony that made the time feel long to her. I see all green hills as grass and trees, but the only thing I see you as is a green hill. Luckily, she was still in time for the best age. Luckily, Monsoon didn't go for a girlfriend either. Now that she's unencumbered, she might as well be bold. Staying close to Monsoon, she placed her hand on his waist, feeling his body heat and gently pressed her nose against it, gently rubbing against his back like a puppy, smelling Monsoon's scent. Warmth loved the feeling. She even liked to blow in Monsoon's ear when he was riding Ghostfire, just quietly at every turn. She wasn't sure if that was shyness or not, but that was the only time Monsoon would redden her ears. These subtle movements made Monsoon in front of him a little tight, but he said nothing, letting Warmth on his back. Listen to the leaves clattering on the side of the road. The sunlight poured down on them as if it was just a deliberate attempt to create a sweet atmosphere. After familiarizing himself with the car for a while, Monsoon gradually slowed down. Take a slow ride and enjoy this time with just each other. Beep beep beep. The sound of a car horn behind them interrupted the silence between the two, and Monsoon frowned and looked back. A Wuling Rongguan was disliking the one behind them. This is obviously a non-motorized lane, so it's really not a good idea to continuously honk like this. Ugh. Hurry up, little brother. You're blocking the road. The driver of the Wuling had a lot of putty and white ash on his face and hair, and was wearing a worn, heavy denim jacket on a hot day. There were still paint marks in the eye sockets and the whole thing looked anxious. Monsoon opened his mouth and suddenly lost his smile. At this stage in 12, real estate is hot and business should be good for remodelers. Instead of standing in the road and putting his car in a crosswalk and fighting with someone, he dutifully got out of the way. Before that driver had a chance to speak, Monsoon was the first to speak. Business is booming, old man. The driver visibly froze, and as he brushed past, he suddenly stuck his head out. Older brother was sorry just now. You're also rich. The wave of interruptions interrupted the flirtation between the two, but neither had any regrets in mind, because it's just getting started. Monsoon pointed to the mall not far away. Come on, let's go check the phone. Good. Hearing Monsoon mention the cell phone, Warmth also brightened up. Cell phones. She had been looking forward to this for a long time, resisting the fire in his heart. He sneaked a glance at Monsoon and saw that he did not notice anything wrong, so Warmth let go of his heart. Monsoon pulled her straight to the Apple store. Chapter 91, Sister-in-Law. The two stood not far from the counter looking at their cell phones, and the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman naturally drew some attention. It was just that more people's attention was still on the cell phone. Technology is synonymous with the Apple of this era. The Gen 5 sampler was always held. Monsoon and Warmth couldn't reach it and had to stand in line, so they had to stand a few steps away to watch. It's just black and white and there doesn't seem to be much of an option to buy the same one? Good. I like it black, don't you? I like black too. So buy it outright? Good. The conversation between the two was so concise and straightforward that they finalized their purchase in a couple of sentences, without even trying the sample machine. The few people around him were naturally surprised to hear him say that. That's at least a $5,000 phone, and it still sounds like you're buying two of them. How come in Monsoon's mouth it's as casual as buying 2 bars of soap? This dude isn't pretending, is he? That's the way it is at Apple stores this time of year, with far more people looking than buying, and most people coming to see what's going on. The common price of cell phones at this time was $500-$2000 mostly. Compared to those, Apple is very expensive indeed. Salesman, is the black 64G in stock right now? The clerk glanced at Monsoon, then at Warmth beside him, and hesitated. She's a full-time employee, the trained kind, so it's not like she's saying dog-eared or anything. I just thought the two were too young and took the initiative to start the introduction of the models. This handsome guy, beautiful girl. This one you are looking at is the 64GB version priced at $6,888. It has configuration. No need for introductions. Do you have it in stock now? Yes, but get us 2 black ones now if they're in stock. The clerk froze as she made another confirmation. Are you sure you want to buy it? Ladies and gentlemen, there is an additional $100 for the top of the line black model. No additional price for the white. The top of the line has the least premium and the Apple 5 is enough to last them a long time. Black. We can pay now. Just go get the goods. You can PayPal, right? The clerk was in a bit of a trance, a bit surreal, and a bit excited to be billed in this way. Inexplicably, the top pair has the most commission, so maybe today is a really good day? Sure. Wait a minute. You too. As the two waited to pay, the eyes of the surrounding crowd were even more surprised, and some whispered, 7,000 apiece, 2 at a time, that's a lot of money. Is there any chance that it's a rich woman bagging a white boy? Scene little brother is quite handsome. There are already a lot of rich people in Mordor. Not so much. Stop it. People are looking over. Although they were all joke-like flirtations, they still made Warmth feel particularly uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and took the initiative to hold Monsoon's hand, and held it extra tightly. How can Monsoon be a gigolo? Sensing Warmth's mood swings, Monsoon also tightened his backhanded grip on her and softly comforted her. Don't get excited. In fact, you should have heard a lot of such talk everywhere. Warmth frowned, her expression a little puzzled. Yes, when I was in school there was always nicknames, talk, and gossip about others at school. You and I are kind of the two most talked about. Haven't you forgotten? Warmth thought about it a little, and it seemed to be true, especially the time Monsoon took her away. The class literally exploded. Old Huang caught Monsoon at that time, or she inexplicably had a hot brain and gave Monsoon a word. It was only in the end that old Huang let Monsoon go. Perhaps, that's when the gears of fate started turning, right? As for the gossip at the time, she was so self-absorbed at that time, whether it was Li Cage, Gu Shuaiting, Yen Honghao, or class teacher Huang Ji-hai, it made no difference to her. She also didn't care at all about the comments of her classmates. As long as they didn't piss her off, she ignored them all. But why? Now, had she become concerned? It seems to have started when saw Monsoon as belonging to them. Well, Monsoon belonged to her, and it was only natural for her to protect it. Reasonable. These people are annoying. Warmth's tone was icy. Monsoon, however, began to persuade. But it's not just them. It's just so normal to have gossip discussions in both high school and college. When you graduate and go to work later, the company will also tell gossip and even talk about you as a boss behind your back. To even expand the scope a bit more, every village in this country has a couple of Amazons squatting at the entrance of the village, narrating the story of the village, talking about whose family is not kind, or whose daughters can't get married. Gossip lasts all day long, and it is natural not to listen to it. Warmth felt that what Monsoon said made so much sense, so she nodded. Luckily, there wasn't too much talk, and the clerk didn't keep Monsoon and Warmth waiting. The goods were quickly brought in and arrangements were made for them to pay. After transferring 5,000 to Old G last time and buying a green source little turtle king just now, Monsoon's private account was left with a few $1,000s, which wasn't enough to buy a cell phone. The rest of the money is in the operating account, so things like paying for a cell phone can only be left to the warmth of a small treasury in hand. I don't have any more money, so pay for the cell phone. Warmth sniffed and her eyes lit up. Good. Words around the crowd completely awkward to live. There are a few males stunned. Look at the Monsoon. Said that this buddy actually really eats soft rice. Not only Gaga eats soft rice, rich woman also looks so beautiful. Simply a model for my generation. The clerk and the girls around him were also surprised. $14,000 is no small amount. Warmth, such a beautiful woman, bought a cell phone for Monsoon. Why did she still have a happy look on her face? A beautiful woman. How did this kid take it? Monsoon and Warmth hadn't noticed at this time that a few Magic City University freshmen, who had also finished their military training and were taking advantage of their day off to come out and play, had also walked into the store. College students are always at the forefront of trends, and it's not unusual for them to come to see an Apple phone. It was just that after they came in, they happened to hear the scene where Monsoon asked Warmth to pay for the cell phone. The men were sad and the women were shocked and lamented the 36.5 mouth of the Monsoon. How can you say such icy words? Drops. When the sound of successful payment rang out, it's rather a 1-2 punch. Monsoon and Warmth also got two black Apple 5S with identical configuration parameters as expected. It's still quite a hassle to buy a cell phone during this period, especially an Apple phone. And there's no such thing as a grab-and-go situation. After the purchase is complete, there are a number of actions that need to be taken, such as activation, account, and feature introductions. Monsoon is not to be taught, but Warmth is not. The whole thing went on for quite a while, and those same freshmen quietly began to talk about it. Gossip between peers in the same school has the most to talk about, and they are happy to do so. That girl is the Warmth of our class. I didn't realize that not only is she pretty, she's also rich. I've heard of it. The business administration department is warm and really good looking. What about the men? Monsoon, the one who dumped Gu Shueteng. I heard he's a scumbag. It is indeed him. Before that Oh Xiao Yu thing came out, Monsoon was the #1 scum. I also said that Gu Shueteng is so beautiful, how could he bear to dump it? Now it seems that Warmth is not only beautiful, but also has money. The key is also willing to spend money for Monsoon. If it were me I would also choose Warmth. This dude is real good, soft and hard. So now it's Warmth who's harboring Monsoon? What does Warmth's family do? I don't know. Maybe some rich kid? I heard that Mu Evening Chiu is also a rich second generation. College is crowded and it's not unusual to have rich kids. Because of the distance, Monsoon and Warmth didn't listen to the content of their words. What's more, they didn't know that this one time of buying a cell phone had been woven into a drama of rich female Warmth crossing Gu Shueteng's path, and scummy male G-phone turning around for money. Those people were talking about you, Warmth pointed out. Just by looking at the expression in those people's eyes she knew. Myself and Monsoon were being talked about again. But this time neither of them expected that what they were brainstorming would be so outrageous. Just watch. Can't stop it. Okay, cell phone is done. Go to the studio first? Good. Ignoring those few classmates, although there were Warmth in the same class, Warmth didn't recognize them at all. Walking out of the cell phone store, the two of them, Warmth and Monsoon, jogged along, skimming through the crowd, re-entered their little green-sourced Turtle King, walking, getting into the car. Monsoon first sent a message to Dodan and the others. Tell them they'll be over with Warmth today. Okay, don't worry big brother, arrange it. Seeing Do Ding's reply, Monsoon was slightly stunned, and he didn't figure out what Do Ding meant by arrangement. Forget it, we'll know when we get to the place. Mounting the electric bike, the Monsoon began to take the Warmth for a ride again. Just out of sight of him in the back seat of the car, Warmth quietly took out his cell phone. Click, click, click. First, he took several shots of his fingers, then the back of Monsoon's head, before finally taking a few shots of his legs. The pixels and clarity felt perfectly fine. It just wasn't a very good angle or pose at eye level, and it didn't have the feel she was looking for. Mostly I don't know if it's attractive enough for Monsoon. You're taking pictures? Monsoon suddenly asked. Well, try the camera. You'll need it for work. Oh. Seeing that Monsoon didn't pursue the question, Warmth quietly sighed in relief. Well, it's for work purposes. The rest is just incidental. As the little donkey made its way through, Warmth pressed his head against Monsoon's back the whole way. Without realizing it, she had wrapped her hand around Monsoon's stomach. Monsoon felt the collision of warm bodies, and his mind wandered again. He used to go for the kidneys. All money, no emotion. Just take more Lu Wei Di Huang pills and be done with it. There's no such thing. But today, he felt the warmth of tenderness. It wasn't the first time Monsoon had felt it. It just hadn't been as close, as snug, as it was today. A woman with her head down and no toes in sight is the most beautiful thing on earth. The peach is a scorcher. That's what it says. Ugh, wait, why is it rubbing again? Could she be doing it on purpose? Chapter 92. Can you make other wishes while worshipping the god of wealth? The third floor of the old shopping district is an office area. Although it is not what CBD so high-end, but it is still a little bit of fan-civilized people. Do ding, they shouted loudly like this, will naturally cause a lot of people to come out to look. Monsoon was confused at first, so this was what Dodan had called an arrangement. He didn't bother with rebuttals or accusations though, just stood to the side, his smile intriguing up. It's very showy, and Dodan knows how to arrange it. A bit of the beauty is that the studio members are dressed too casually. If they were neatly dressed in black suits and sunglasses, that would be dominant. The protagonist of the matter this time, Warmth, on the other hand, had a somewhat difficult expression. Her eyes flickered as it wasn't the first time she'd heard the title sister-in-law. The last time. It was when Dodan shouted while he was at the Pearl studio. I was pretty clueless back then. Hesitation, self-absorption, low self-esteem, and a conflicted heart left her with no way to be sure of what she wanted at all. Nor did it confirm Monsoon's intentions. She wasn't sure if Monsoon, at that time, was feeling pity, charity, or some other emotion towards her. Liking the idea, she didn't even dare. Get too close and you'll drive people away. And she couldn't see like in Monsoon's eyes at the time. So when Dodan called her sister-in-law, her first reaction then was to wave her hand in denial. Time has changed and love is not what it used to be. Warmth once again stood in front of the studio members, once again called by them as sister-in-law. The heart was already a different landscape. She didn't look back at Monsoon because she had already felt Monsoon's heart, having felt tenderness in person. You don't need to rely on your eyes to confirm it. Warmth collected her smile and her body stood straight. The black corseted dress reflected her proud figure and aura to the fullest. Guys, hard work. Her voice was firm, without a hint of evasion. The familiar warmth of the Dodan congregation felt the change and were more than a little excited. All as it should be. Sister-in-law. Very well, I'll go ahead and get to work. It's been so long. I'll get you some drinks. Yes. Monsoon, who was hiding at the side, snickered. He understood Warmth better than the others. She was not going to buy water. It was that the courage value had run out. So she slipped away for a while and saved up some courage value. When everyone went back, Warmth twisted her head sheepishly, revealing a hidden shyness. I can't seem to do what you do. Warmth didn't have anyone to learn from, so her behavior was all about imitating Monsoon. And Monsoon is indeed a good reference. Most of the time Monsoon was easygoing, especially at school, and was hardly ever seen angry. But in the company, every time he was serious or lost his temper, Dodan and the others would be honest and even a little afraid. Warmth can't do what Monsoon can do to put it away. I'm afraid this is an area that will take a long time to work out. I'll go get them some water. Okay, go ahead. Warmth left one foot before Dodan poked his head out of the office the next. Brother, how are the brothers arranging things? Dodan once again developed that witty as me look. Monsoon clicked his index finger and repeated it to him several times. You boy, add a chicken leg to your evening. That must be brother. In Dodan's opinion, there was nothing sensational between Monsoon and Warmth, but the twists and turns between the two weren't exactly few and far between. Warmth is the sister-in-law. If the brothers don't make arrangements, what if Muwancho steals her home? A short while later, Warmth came up carrying some drinks. Once inside the studio, Warmth handed out the drinks to sweeten everyone's mouths. The first company meeting since Warmth's arrival then began. Dodan, talk about the recent resistance issues. The main problem right now is that there aren't enough diversions, and the ones in Pearl City are doing it on the sly, and they're picking up sheets of pins that don't work, and we're having a lot of headaches right now. I know, they talked a lot. Monsoon stood silently on the side without saying anything the entire time, watching Warmth play freely. There were many details that even he was not good enough to work out, and these took time and effort. During the interview, issues that are difficult to explicitly state on the internet were easily stated. The warmth of getting into work was serious. After confirming the status of the studio and the various problems with the current studio development and resistance, she recorded them one by one, so that they can be addressed or optimized down the road. Studio sessions, which usually last only 5 to 10 minutes, lasted half an hour this time and were still not over. These are opportunities to work on Warmth, and Monsoon isn't going to bother. It was only after they had chatted about the details that Monsoon announced the company. After a little while today, I'm going to start a new tech company with the name Fingerdip Future. The president of the company is Warm, and I myself became the director of planning and part-time technical director. Dodan has been tentatively designated as the company's housekeeping supervisor. I will remove myself from the position of technical director when the company recruits an awesome technical bull in the future. And as for the position of planning, again, of course, there were very few people in the company now, and apart from Warm, the president, all other positions were basically bare bones. But that's okay, growth doesn't happen overnight. We have plenty of time. Let me conclude by emphasizing one more thing. In the future, the company is on the right track. In the company's working hours, do not brother before brother after brother. Brother old cousin so-called. Dodan is supervisor Dodan. Warmth is Mr. Wev. And superintendent is superintendent. I hope you can remember that. Got it? Understood. When Monsoon said things, even Warmth had to listen honestly. After announcing the company matters, this company meeting where all the staff gathered finally ended. The crowd was relieved not to have to face the pressure of Monsoon. After the business chat, Monsoon brought Warmth to the president's office. It was a special office room he had partitioned off for warmth, and he himself had all but pulled a desk aside to make do. There's no way around it. The locations are limited. Monsoon is still very confident in the future development of the company, but the money aspect, he is really very short. A lot of things cost money in the early days of the company, and you can save where you can. In the president's office, Monsoon pointed to the used boss chair that once belonged to him. Mr. What? Have a seat. Warmth shrugged her eyebrows, seeming a little less comfortable with the idea. Monsoon saw her dilemma and went straight up and pushed her over. Don't be uncomfortable, don't be shy. From now on, if you sit here, that's Mr. What? I'm afraid I can't. Warmth looked at Monsoon with a burning gaze. After determining that she wanted to start a company, she was a little afraid that she wouldn't be able to do it right, not wanting to disappoint Monsoon, and wishing she could help him, and she always felt that the position of president seemed to hold her up a little too high. Monsoon could see her concern and gently walked over and sat on the desk. In my opinion, there is no one better than you, Warm, and you probably don't realize your abilities and potential. And you also said I'm the boss, so do you know that the boss can't be the bad guy in the company? So, I'll be the bad guy? Warmth was smart enough to see right through it. The old boss is the one in charge. The boss is usually the good old boy. Just sing the white song. As for why, you'll understand when the company gets a little bigger. You, as the president, will have many days of singing in blackface in the future. You must maintain your majesty, or else you can't convince the public. And that's no joke. Majestic and convincing. Seeing how serious Monsoon was talking, Warmth also became very serious. I understand. I'll do it right. There's no need to be so nervous. Things are all shipshape. When you recruit a higher-end professional secretary afterward, the secretary will teach you a lot of things. So don't spare the money then. Understood. Taking out a disposable cup, he caught a cup of hot water and pressed his warm and somewhat cold hand against the cup of hot water. Does it still hurt? Ha? No. Warmth then reacted to what Monsoon was asking. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Get some rest and go register the company later. Good. Needless to say, it was a full day, but the two had a lot to go over. Buy a battery-operated car. Buy a cell phone. Come to the studio for meetings and exchanges. And afterward go to the business bureau to register your company. At the end of the day you have to go to your respective dinner dates. It's been a busy day. When Monsoon said to take a break, Warmth sat down in his boss chair and began to study his cell phone. Apple has quite a lot of features, at least a lot more than the previous one that came with a free op for charging a phone bill. Warmth still needs to be familiarized. Monsoon, on the other hand, took the time to come to the god of fortune and took out a lighter to light 3 sticks of incense, paying serious obeisance to the god of fortune before plugging it in. The scent filled the office. In fact, Monsoon did not like the smell much, but he would be on the scent every time, precisely because of the experience of having had a previous life. It was Monsoon who remained in awe of this seeming superstition. He may not believe in ghosts and gods, but those who were more powerful than him in his past life did, and almost everyone who was more powerful than him did. It's like a quote from some business bigwig once. You may not believe in ghosts and gods or feng shui, but you have to believe in me. If I believe it, you have to believe it. Overbearing and simple truth. Whether this kind of thing was superstition or not, Monsoon wasn't sure. After all, even things like rebirth had already happened, and he could sense that the richer the person, the more reverent they were. Awe may not be faith, but it must be maintained with respect, as he is now. I light high incense to honor the gods, burning my heart's intention. Aroma, wealth to come. Warmth, seeing Monsoon's devotion in worship, also stepped down from her seat. Do I need to pay my respects? Pay your respects. Although it's a bit hard on the god of wealth to take a few dollars of incense to wish for tens of millions of dollars, but there's always no harm in worshipping, and the god of wealth should be pleased. Warmth cocked her mouth. She understood that Monsoon wanted her to worship the god of wealth. When I was a child, my family would worship goddess of mercy, but after dad left, mom lost the Kuan-Yin. More than 10 years had passed, and it was the first time she had worshipped God. Taking the cardboard lighter handed to him by Monsoon, this lighter Warmth was already familiar with. Swish, lighting the incense. Warmth suddenly paused. Chapter 93, Because Warmth Likes Me. Monsoon's murmur caused her to instantly blush from her ears all the way to her swan neck. Did Monsoon do it on purpose? Is it because you've been rubbing your nose against him in the car today? Find a way to get back at him next time. And your own ramblings. Relighting the incense. Warmth earnestly made his wish. Watching the flame light the incense and watching her offer incense and worship, Monsoon suddenly had a feeling of contentment. Okay, autistic teenage girl turns into God-worshipping teenage girl. How was it? Did it feel very spiritual? Warmth twisted her head to look at Monsoon, and when her four eyes met, There were more unknown peach blossoms in her eyes. Quite spiritual. Monsoon froze again. Ha? Realized? Aha. Ahem. Well, he was the big brother after all. Not so much as to ask Warmth what exactly he had wished for. Rest. After offering incense to the god of fortune, both of them rested for a while. Monsoon leaned back on the couch and faked a nap for about a quarter of an hour before getting up and pulling Warmth into a run. All the way to the Trade and Industry Bureau. Registered companies, trademarks, certificates. The two have been busy until more than 3 p.m. Before finishing, smaller companies don't have as much fanfare and have to put up banners and cut ribbons. The establishment is all quiet. With the end of all the things that had to keep them busy, the two were well on their way to some alone time of their own. Running up and down in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, getting all kinds of materials. Monsoon has been exhausted. He casually found grass to lie down. Didn't care about his white clothes either. Even forgot to check if there was in this grass because I was so tired. There are too many dog lovers and too few quality ones. Warmth took a bottle of water and tried to sit down beside Monsoon. But as she was smoothing out her skirt, Monsoon stopped her directly. Ugh. A little leadership baggage and beauty baggage. You can't be this casual right now. Oh. Warmth was a bit regretful. She would have liked to sit next to Monsoon. She looked at Monsoon's long outstretched legs. Would it be okay to sit on the lap? Forget it. That would be too unreserved. Phew. That was pretty busy. Being busier makes you feel fulfilled. And when people are fulfilled they don't think about it as much. And when they're fulfilled they don't have time to think about sad things. This sudden feeling surprised Monsoon slightly. Warmth though, like Moo Evening Autumn, could understand her own literary style. But she's pragmatic and involved in the maintenance of chicken soup. So Warm rarely goes into such spiritual insights. What's with the sudden talk? Warmth thought about it and suddenly frowned. Maybe it's because I'm too idle to work seriously? The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched, feeling that the two were not in the same channel. There's still some time left in the afternoon. Want to go somewhere? Don't want to. Warmth doesn't look like the kind of bitter women in romance dramas. I wonder if it's the IQ. Carousels, children's playgrounds were just too childish for her. That kind of thing didn't bring her any fun. She might as well even go to work. But there was one item that Monsoon was certain Warmth enjoyed playing with. Sandy. Monsoon suddenly grinned. Let me take you to play in the sand. Warmth frowned. For the matter of playing in the sand, she seemed to be a bit extra intent. Seeing Warmth's hesitant expression, Monsoon directly got up and took her hand. Come on, just go play in the sand. Good. Getting back in the car and finding a sandy playground from the map, Monsoon took Warmth there, paid $20 for 2 tickets. Then another small black shovel was purchased and handed to Warmth. He wondered why Warmth liked to play in the sand, especially when he saw an indescribable pleasure on Warmth's face every time he plunged his hand into the sand. Girls like to play iron sand palm too? It's always weird. Why do you like playing in the sand so much? Monsoon still couldn't help but ask why. Warmth thought for a while, but she didn't get an exact answer herself. I'm not really sure. My mom wouldn't let me play when I was a kid, but I'd sneak in the occasional one from construction sites and the side of the road. It makes me feel good every time I stick it in. Stick it in and it'll feel good? Well, indeed. Monsoon remembers seeing a similar decompression research. Inserting sand and rice can be decompressed, but cannot recall the specifics. So do you like to play with rice too? How do you know? Guess. At the mention of rice, Warmth suddenly spat out his tongue. I've only played it twice. And the second time I got beat up by my mom so bad I stopped playing. The way Warmth had just spat out her tongue made Monsoon freeze, her eyes gradually tenderizing. Even though it said that grains are hard, I think it should be okay to go back and buy a few bags of rice so you can find a pot to cool off in. Warm eyes glowed slightly and he nodded vigorously. Good. The two played until 6 p.m. The smile on Warmth's face never went away. Monsoon then rode his own little electric donkey and sent Warmth to the place where her classmates were bonding for the evening. Jianyang Hotel. Go on. Standing in the doorway, Monsoon waved his hand at Warmth, who had gotten out of the car. The warmth was a little disheartening when the day ended so quickly. She kept her head down and her eyes raised slightly upward, looking like she had something to say. Again, it was like waiting for Monsoon to say something, but after a long time Monsoon did not speak. Warmth was a little anxious. She walked over to Monsoon and murmured, "Why don't you say today? Don't drink at night." Monsoon? Okay. Play it that way, right? My. Monsoon ruffled her warm green hair, her eyes meeting his. Well, don't drink tonight. Yeah. The contentment in the warmth of the words was touching. She turned and slowly left, keeping turning back, the way she looked back tickling Monsoon. Taking out his cell phone, he grabbed a picture of the back that Monsoon thought looked good and used it as his cell phone wallpaper, until Warmth disappeared into the crowd in front of the Jiangyan Hotel. Sitting on the small donkey, Ji-Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it, finding Su Ming and Zhang Chao in their avatars. Each of them sent a, "These two stupid" chanting. Yesterday, said dinner thing, then said it is not confirmed the specific restaurant. Tomorrow send a message to him. It's 6 o'clock in the morning and you're still not squealing and farting. If he doesn't squeak again, he'll just sneak back to eat pork knuckles for dinner and stay here to blow the northwest wind. Rode off and found a smoke store and bought a pack of cigarettes. Monsoon was about to light one for himself when he suddenly realized that the lighter was gone. His mind reeled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But thinking back on what happened during the day, Monsoon's heart gradually calmed down. Warmth took the lighter when he offered incense to the god of fortune and hasn't returned it since. Determining that the lighter was not lost, Monsoon's heart was slightly relieved. Never mind. Let's get a disposable one and make do. That's when the phone suddenly rang. Monsoon glanced at the cell phone that had only been changed without recording the number, but he felt that it was either Su Ming or Zhang Chao's. Hello, Brother Feng. Where are we? The voice was Su Ming's. What to where? You guys didn't even tell me where the location was, and you didn't reply to my messages to you guys. I'm blowing off steam on the road. Ah, I thought Zhang Chao sent you. This. Never mind. Just tell me where it is. It's not very far from the school side. It's the Jianyang Hotel on Lilai Road. Monsoon? He craned his head to look at the blue street sign in his hand. Lily Road. Jianyang Hotel? What did Warmth say he was going to do at the Jianyang Hotel? Reunion bonding? Before the phone hung up, Monsoon couldn't help but ask. Alas, old Su, shall we go to the Jianyang Hotel just to have a meal? It's not just for dinner. I told you yesterday. There were some people from several classes. It's a fellowship organized by several school committees. We used to just eat and help Zhang Chao that stupid egg to know a few girls. Spending our AA. If you're stressed out, Brother Feng, can't I help you report it later? What Su Ming said was already very sincere, but Monsoon knew very well that this kid was definitely still hiding. 9 times out of 10, it was because Mu Wanqiu wanted to go as well, and that's why he was begging to let himself go as well. Monsoon didn't know what to say about this situation. Su Ming is not really a first-time brother. The family is also a bit. How to fall in Mu Evening Chill this. Brother Ming, we are all brothers. There are some things I don't know if I should say or not. Inappropriate to speak. Inappropriate to speak. Monsoon? Okay. You don't even give me a chance to talk to you. Do you? Ro. Alright then. I'll be there in a bit. Good. The brothers are waiting for you to order. Hanging up the phone, Monsoon remounted his own small electric bike and turned his head towards Jianyang Hotel. And at this time, inside the Jianyang Hotel, the Magic City University of this new student small fellowship packaged a hall. The hall inside the set up 2 long tables. Sort of a cocktail party kind of format, but not as outrageous in terms of specs. The meals and drinks were also at a mediocre level. After all, most of the students are ordinary people, and it is impossible to make the specification too exaggerated. Su Ming, who hung up the phone, cast his gaze across the room, where Mu Wanqiu was sitting, talking and laughing with a few of her dormitory mates. The moment Su Ming got up and walked over, Mu Wanqiu noticed his actions. Facing Su Ming, Mu Wanqiu also sighed slightly. She was naturally very clear that Su Ming was interested in her, but she had never hidden her intention to reject him. After several times, Mu Wanqiu felt that as long as Su Ming wasn't a retard, he should be able to understand. Can anyone who can get into Mordor University be retarded? Yet he still doesn't understand, or pretends not to. This made Mu Eveningchio somewhat helpless as well, but after thinking about it, she let out a bitter laugh at how she herself was not the same. Evening autumn, Su Ming came over. Why are you sighing? It's okay. Seeing him reminds me of my own situation instead. Yourself? As Mu Wanqiu's longtime best friend, Liang Wei certainly knew about her liking Monsoon. You still can't get over that remodeling guy. Ugh. So many good-looking guys at the university. The next one is better. Meh. Chapter 94, Lies Don't Hurt People. Truth is the fastest knife. Dressed in an unknown sports brand, Ri Anxia craned her neck. The eyes that looked at Monsoon became more and more unkind. Dude. I'm calling you dude because I saw you catch my flowers. It's not that I'm saying, do you have anything going for you besides being taller and better looking? I didn't even say anything about you liking the warmth, and I was nice enough to say hello, so it's no fun for you to be so shady. They are all students of Mordor University, and their scores are not for nothing. Warmth looks up to you? Be a man and know yourself alright. By Ri Anxia's powerful output, Monsoon raised his hand and actually forgot to say anything for a while. Monsoon felt that every word he said was sincere, and he was also really being kind in reminding Li Anxia. But why doesn't this dude believe it? It's a shame that sincerity is being treated as shady. Confessing to warmth, this dude really wants to go blind. Dude, Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the quick sword. Crawl. Lianxia didn't want to pay any attention to Monsoon. Regarding what Monsoon had just said, he was already considered civilized and polite if he didn't throw 2 punches over. Warm like him? Oh. After slightly straightening her sleeves, Lianxia walked into the restaurant with big strides. Monsoon shook his head slightly and was just about to follow along and go in to see how the dude confessed when he heard the hotel security guard yell out, "Whose electric bike is this?" Monsoon twisted his head to see that the security guard was pointing at his little donkey and shouting the horn. Spreading his hands helplessly, Monsoon could only walk over. "My, what does Big Brother say? We can make a parking space out this way. You park over there." Looking at the parking spot, I did take up a large open space, except that there were no painted parking spaces here either. Looking down on electric bikes? Oh, 30 years, 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 30 years. Monsoon, as a businessman, was polite with his mouth even though he thought so in his heart. He handed the guard a cigarette. "There are too many cars over there for Big Brother to park." The guard took the cigarettes and scanned Monsoon. "The wave from Mordor University? Yeah, I'm a student." "Then you can park behind the post. It's a big place and there are no cars." "Okay, Big Brother, you were so nice. Thanks. Go on." Quickly parking the car, Monsoon then smiled and walked towards Jianyang Hotel. The world isn't necessarily a place where you have to die. And he's not the return of the Dragon King. Usually, a person's smile and sincerity is enough to solve 70% of the problems. As for the remaining 30%, well, let's not kid ourselves for a while. "Monsoon, are you coming to dinner too?" Hearing Gu Shuiting's voice, Monsoon sighed. It was really possible to run into them everywhere. Yes. When Monsoon finished speaking, she left, and Gu Shuiting hurried to catch up. "Shall we go in together then?" "Whatever." In the lobby of the Jianyang Hotel. "Warmth, warmth, don't just eat. Look at that one over there. Dongnam from the law school. Handsome, isn't he? And that one, Jiang Xinxiang, tall and thin, not bad either." Warmth, who had been interrupted from eating, frowned slightly. She had been with Monsoon during the day, and because she had so many errands to run, she had gotten a burrito for lunch to deal with a bite. After running all day, this was going to make her hungry, and she really hated it when someone interrupted her meal like that. And in recent times, she's been somewhat anti-Wang Nam. She just didn't know how to go about this relationship. No fighting. And she wasn't very good at curse words. Monsoon should know how to handle it. But I had so much fun with Monsoon today that I forgot to ask. It's so annoying. Wang Nan saw that Warmth didn't squeak and shook her arm again. "Warm, look at it." Warmth was a little annoyed by the push, but Wang Nan acted as if she was unaware of it and was still urging her to look at handsome men. Warmth skimmed his head and swept the men. Looking back at Wang Nan anew, he saw that Wang Nan couldn't wait to ask, "How's it going?" "They're all pretty cool, right? I feel good about every one of them." Warmth wanted to continue to eat her own banana pluck. She had not eaten this before and felt good, so she perfunctorily picked up Wang Nan. "Not feeling it. How come? Did you not look closely enough?" Warmth was once again forced to stop, and the coldness between his brows was felt even by Li Yinxiu on the opposite side. The last time she was in contact, she knew that Warmth had some problems with his personality. Wang Nan is like this, afraid to force the Warmth to the top. As a roommate, she also knew that Warm had her period, so she took the initiative to push a cup of warm water to Warm to moisten Warm's somewhat stiff mood. "Warm, drink something hot." Li Yinxiu's slow voice made Warmth a little more comfortable, and she nodded to the former. "Thanks. You're welcome." Li Yinxiu's interruption was effective. Warmth shallowly inhaled for a moment, and when he spoke to Wang Nan again, there was no anger left, only indifference. They all had 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. No one with 1 arm or 1 leg didn't feel special anywhere. "Nan Wang? What kind of comment is that? Isn't that what normal people do?" She let Warmth look at the looks of these guys instead of the missing arms and legs. "No, I'm talking about their looks. Don't you think they're handsome?" Warmth looked again this time, taking about 0.5 seconds longer than she had just looked. The answer was a little more serious than last time when he turned back again. "Not as good as Monsoon." Pust. The phrase "not as good as Monsoon" made Li Yunxiu across the table really couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She poked Yan Fong beside her and nodded along. "Warm vision is still good. I also think it's not as good as Monsoon students." "Yan Fong, what do you think?" Yan Fong, the glasses girl, looked up, seemingly unconcerned about the topic just now. "I don't do wow." Wang Nan was a little angry when she saw that none of her roommates agreed with her. So many good boys, Which one is not better than that scum of Monsoon? But every time she mentioned that Monsoon was a scum, Warmth would get angry with her, and she didn't want to make the dormitory relationship too stiff, so the words didn't come out. Unable to find a topic for a while, Wang Nan's expression became a bit stiff and her mouth muttered along. So much for your vision. Warmth didn't pay any attention to Wang Nan at all, and to be honest, she wasn't as good as the bowl of rice, but Wang Nan didn't push it at all, and Warmth's desire to eat properly was interrupted again before she could continue. Warmth, a handsome man is coming over. Warmth's gaze went cold, clenched the fork in her hand, and violently poked it into the banana pluck. It was quite a big move, and it startled Wang Nan, who was next to him, but Warmth didn't continue, because the man Wang Nan had spoken of was already here. Looking up, a roughly 1.75 m, handsome and sunny boy stood beside the two. His name was Jiang Nan, the handsome guy from the law department that Wang Nan had just mentioned. Jiang Nan first met Warmth before military training. At that time, I was astonished by a glance of a million years. It's just that Warm is too self-absorbed and doesn't come out to play, and sends things to her that she ignores and gives feedback on, so he's never had much contact. Today, we finally met in the class activity after the military training. I think this is fate. Standing in front of Warmth, Jiang Nan felt even more astonished by the girl's face in front of him. He tried desperately to remain calm and collected, bowing slightly in question. Hello, may I sit here? Wang Nan on the side was a little excited, and Li Yunxiu next to her didn't know what she was excited about, and this Jiang Nan didn't ask her. A warm gaze swept by, his face unreadable, his tone indifferent. Could be. Jiang Nan, who heard this reply, was instantly delighted. There's drama. Just as Jiang Nan was brainstorming the next image of himself and Warmth talking to each other, he saw Warmth pick up the banana plucking plate in front of him. Get up and leave. Gangnam, huh? Pust. Li Yunxiu on the opposite side once again laughed out loud. She wasn't laughing either. It's just that Warmth's maneuvers were a bit unexpected every time. Wang Nan on the side was also completely dumbfounded. Warmth, what are you doing? Dinner. Warmth in a black dress slowly walked towards the windowsill. Her cool and indifferent appearance was like a flower of the high mountain. Jiang Nan behind him opened his mouth. The embarrassment of being rejected on the spot, and the unwillingness in his heart made his eyes change for a long time. But in the end, he just smiled frankly and sat down next to Wang Nan. Hello, classmate. Ha? Wang Nan was slightly stunned. Jiang Nan actually took the initiative to look for her? Was this the rhythm of happiness knocking on the door? You? Hello? Aren't you here for the Warmth? Indeed it is, but Warmth-san doesn't seem too keen on getting to know me. But that's okay, there's nothing wrong with meeting new people more often. Introduce yourself. I'm Jiang Nan from the law department. What's your name, classmate? My name is Wang Nan. What a good name. Jiang Nan complimented. Isn't it a common name? You can't say that. The word Nan for name has the meaning of down-to-earth, steady, noble, extraordinary, etc. Because Nan itself is an evergreen long wood, so it also has the meaning of tough and vigorous. Gangnam's inflections are natural, and literary allusions are readily available. For Wang Nan, who had grown up ordinary and had never been in love at all, such a boy was simply a descending blow that poked her straight in the heart. 3 words and you start to pan out as a nymphomaniac. Classmate Wang Nan, it's nice to talk to each other. Either let's add a WeChat, or we can come out to play together in the future. Good. How could the agitated Wang Nan refuse such a request and hastily added Jiang Nan's WeChat? Jiang Nan smiled gently, and his gaze swept back to Li Yunxiu and Yen Feng. Add these 2 students as well. As much as I hate for people to run into legal problems, I can be contacted if there's anything you need advice on in this area. Jiang Nan's reasoning made sense, and even if Li Yunxiu felt a hint of something different, she was unable to refuse. Nan, does that warm student need any help? A sentence of Xiao Nan had already shouted Wang Nan out, and against Li Yunxiu's stopping gaze, Wang Nan took the initiative to take out her cell phone. Let me tweet her to you. Ha, that's not very nice, is it? It's okay. It's okay. Okay then, you push me. The smile on Jiang Nan's face was unabated. Only no one knew what was inside his smile. Chapter 95, Ghostfire is our story. While Warmth was quietly looking at the moon, Mu Lanqiu on the other side of the hall was also quietly looking at her. She took an iron spoon and flattened the little balls of sweetness in front of her, one by one, not knowing if she was venting or playing. Late autumn, what are you looking at? Liang Wei followed Mu Wanqiu's gaze and naturally saw the Warmth by the window. She's so beautiful. Mu Wanqiu had a feeling. Liang Wei frowned slightly, not understanding why her pretty best friend would express such sentiments towards another girl. Why do you say that? Evening Autumn, you're pretty too. You're not worse than her at all. Okay? Hearing Liang Wei's praise, Mu Wanqiu just smiled frankly. She grabbed Liang Wei's hand and shook it several times, as if she was being petulant and thankful for her best friend's comfort. The smile on her brow was like a moving fall breeze, infecting almost all the boys around her, especially Su Ming, who had been staring at her. But when Mu Wanqiu let go of Liang Wei, her face returned to silence. Yeah, you said I was pretty too, and I've known I was pretty, since I was a kid, but pretty is just pretty, and good looking is just good looking, and you'll all say I'm pretty and good looking, but you won't say I'm beautiful. Liang Wei, we would say that the afterglow of the setting sun is beautiful, the bright moon in the dark night is beautiful, and the endless starry sky is beautiful, but they all have one thing in common, something out of reach. So I wondered, could the fact that she's beautiful be because of that unattainable distance? The corners of Liang Wei's mouth twitched, and she knew that her best friend was probably guilty of something. Literally sick and maybe a little lovesick. I have a feeling you're just overthinking things. Late autumn, so why don't you go online and brush up on the dudes to take the edge off? Thinking too much? The smile on Mu Wanqiu's brows grew thicker and thicker as she took the initiative to walk towards the location of the windowsill. The move startled Liang Wei. What is Mu Wanqiu doing? Going to find warmth for a one-on-one fight? Although this kind of plot she also vaguely expects. But the warm kind of cold look. It feels like it can hit. Ugh. What are you doing there? Late autumn? Go chat. Mu Wanqiu still didn't stay on Su Ming Zhangqiao's side with them. She was originally free and couldn't possibly be bound to go wherever she wanted. Gently walking to the window, Mu evening autumn but did not go up to talk to Warmth. She held on to the edge of the window, looking at the moon that Warm was also looking at, and her voice was loud. Moon, you can see south and you can see north. If you shine a light on someone, you let him know that a girl misses him. Mu Evening Chiu spoke with a bit of a leap of faith and a bit of subtlety. The phrase could be a description of missing the warmth of the monsoon or missing the monsoon itself. Warmth, who was in the middle of eating, huffed. Why another one? Silently putting down the plucking in his hand, he got up and looked at Mu Wanqiu. Mu Evening Chiu was not like others. This was a girl who could truly make her feel threatened. Warmth's intelligence allowed her to understand the meaning of Mu Evening Chiu's words, and she wasn't as talkative as Mu Evening Chiu. However, she can hit a straight ball. You're thinking about him? Mu Wanqiu stuttered. Wouldn't it be lying to ourselves to say we didn't think about it? But if she said she wanted to, and there was no relationship between her and Monsoon, wouldn't that be unrequited love? And would that count as a defeat? After holding her tongue for half a day and not expecting a very good answer, Mu Wanqiu sighed with her eyes downcast. Okay, count your blessings. The corners of Warmth's mouth lifted slightly. Her past experiences were simple, so she had never experienced this kind of situation. Think what you want. You're not the first and you won't be the last. Mu Wanqiu was stunned. The warmth in front of her suddenly raised a feeling that she simply couldn't win. At the same time she was a little curious about the first person Warmth had mentioned. Who was the first one? It's Gu Shueting. Mu Wanqiu froze for a moment. She had heard the story between her and Monsoon from Gu Shueting, regarding the fact that Monsoon had licked Gu Shueting for several years. Mu Wanqiu only felt outrageous. If Monsoon really liked Gu Shueting that much in the past, then why did things turn out the way they did between them? Did Monsoon really like Gu Shueting in the past? I guess so. Warmth sounded a little uncertain. You don't know? Mu Wanqiu was a bit surprised by Warmth's reply. I don't know. What was the Monsoon like then? Warmth doesn't really like talking to anyone other than Monsoon. But when she encountered Mu Evening Chiu today, it was hard for her to rise that feeling of resistance. Back then, all Monsoon would do was smoke, fight, and the fact that he bought Gu Shueting soybean milk and xiaolongbao every day, that's about it. Smoking, fighting, soy milk and xiaolongbao. That was all Warmth had ever remembered of Monsoon. As for why she could remember the soy milk and xiaolongbao, it was because Warmth also wanted to try them. But unfortunately she couldn't afford them. Every girl was nosy, even Mu Evening was no exception. She couldn't help but run to the side and yank her chair over when she heard this. Very unladylike. He crossed one leg over the chair and then gestured for Warmth to sit down. He delivers every day? Yes, every day for over 2 years of high school. Mu Wanqiu suddenly felt a little emotional. If he counted like this, I'm afraid that Ji Feng's favoritism towards Gu Shueting was once so great that even Warmth couldn't reach it. So what's up with you guys? Us? The word struck a little chord with Warmth, for she had always been alone. Her world used to be only black and white, with no other people or sights to be seen at all. She also didn't know what the so-called future was going to look like, until the monsoon broke into her world. Thinking of the scene where the ghostly fire teenager once led the bullied teenage girl, the corners of Warmth's mouth couldn't help but quietly rise. Mu Evening Chiu, who was sitting on the sidelines, couldn't help but be touched by this scene. The young girl at the window contemplates the moments that make her happy, revealing a smile that heals even her rivals. You want to know how Monsoon and I met? Tell me. Mu Wanxiu was indeed curious, and she wanted to know where she lost. It probably started when the Ghostfire teenager bullied the autistic girl to stand up for the girl he liked. Mu Wanxiu? The bullying story called Ghostfire Boys? Although her head was full of questions and disbelief, she saw the smile on Warmth's face and realized that it seemed to be true. So Monsoon used to be a Ghostfire teenager? He ran away to bully autistic girls Warmth for his favorite Gu Shueting? Hiss. Toothache. Mu Evening Autumn would love to say a couple of asterisk like her roommate to soothe her feelings. The unfolding drama between Monsoon and Warmth is a little too bizarre. I can't believe it. You guys actually have such a past. So what happened after that? Warmth glistened in his gaze. That night was the end of Gu Shueting and the official beginning of her life. From the moment the ghostly fire boy took me home, my world, gradually, took on color. It was rare for her to tell someone about her past, and this person was actually her love interest. Mu Wanxiu had never been a very good listener. She listened in silence as Warmth told stories about her favorite people. She would silently clench her hands when she heard Monsoon's opening to Warmth on the rooftop. She would quietly hide her envy when she heard that Monsoon took Warmth to the mall to change her outfit. She also hoots and laughs when she hears Monsoon say that a 20,000 Burtis is not as good as a 15 bull run. Surprised that Monsoon can be so truthful. Finally hearing the restraint, the detachment, and the parting of their graduation season, Mu Wanxiu couldn't help but tighten her heart as well. There doesn't seem to be a lot of upheaval between the two, yet it's hard to separate them. Even when she heard that they met in the rain, even if the protagonist of the story was not herself, Mu Wanxiu could not help but be uplifted by it. The reason why Monsoon had kept himself at arm's length over the summer. It's really all about the warmth. No wonder. You got so high in the exam but came to Magic City. It was the Monsoon that changed me. You changed him too. Mu Evening Chio's voice was soft, and she couldn't hear whether it was envy, or some other emotion. Warmth smiled. The victor needed no declaration, because silence is better than sound at this time. Mu Wanxiu was also very emotional. There seemed to be no gap at all between the warmth and the Monsoon. Or at least she couldn't feel a gap. Maybe they met at the wrong time? It doesn't seem to be. Warmth and Monsoons are supposed to heal each other and run in both directions, right? Would you have liked the Monsoon then if you were in your place? There is no answer to this question. Looking at the warmth, Mu Wanxiu would be a bit unable to even rise to the idea of competition. Her expression suddenly became a bit wan. Someone once said that the first person you think of when you get up in the morning is the last person you think of before you go to bed. This person is a source of misery if not happiness. One should derive strength and pleasure from liking people, not spend all one's strength and pleasure in liking them. Wrong people don't become right just because I can get through it. It's a real shame I didn't get to catch that kind of time. Maybe. While Mu Wanxiu was lamenting, Warmth quietly poked a piece of cake on the table and swallowed it in one bite. She hadn't even had a good meal to arrange for this honorable opponent. Swallowing the cake, a warm eyebrow arched. Yummy. Covering his mouth with a tissue, he licked his lips contentedly. She had already said a lot today, so she thought Mu Wanxiu would know what to do, right? Warm hair flowed over her shoulders. Her brow was arched in a smile that was rare to see on her face, and her black, waist-length dress gave her a cold look. Mu Evening Chio, on the other hand, looked energetic and smiling, wearing a pink dress that gave her a sense of intimacy. Their temperaments are far apart, but they are intertwined with each other. The image of a BFF-like chat stuns the crowd. Neither had noticed that this window chat of theirs had attracted too much attention. A somewhat disheveled Mu Evening Chio leaned back in her chair. It was she herself who sought out the warmth to chat, not expecting to lose so completely. He was just about to say something hard in front of Warmth, but suddenly frowned, because she saw a guy with a greasy haircut and flowers in his hand being pushed and shoved towards them by a couple of classmates. Chapter 96, Open Card Likes. Originally, when he was in the hotel aisle, Ji Feng had tried to walk very slowly, wanting Gu Shueting to go first, but after he slowed down, Gu Shueting actually followed suit. She as a follower the situation Monsoon is also helpless, only slightly accelerated and fast. Monsoon is 1 meter 81. Gu Shueting is not a short leg, but if Monsoon really walks fast, she has to jog to keep up. Monsoon, can you wait? Can't. Throwing down a sentence, Monsoon walked even faster, crossing the walkway and soon arrived at the second-floor lobby that the waiter had said earlier. As soon as he entered, his eyes locked onto the figure inside the hall. The slight impatience caused by Gu Shueting immediately dissipated, and even her eyes gradually softened. The window in the corner of the long hall is a long way from where the main door is located, but even so, the two noticed each other at first. Looking at the smile on Monsoon's face from afar, the coldness on Warmth's face instantly dissolved, revealing a gentle smile. Monsoon didn't have that idea of making a splash in front of a lot of people. Not that it's deliberately low-key or anything like that, mainly because he wasn't accomplishing much right now. and this pussyfooting around wasn't his style. He made a shoe gesture to Warmth and pointed out into the hall. Warmth immediately blinked several times to show that she knew. The small exchange between the two was brief and went largely unnoticed by those around them. It just felt like the warmth of the expression had changed a bit. Only Lai Anxia. He had seen the iceberg melt with his own eyes, and the cold winter suddenly revealed a warm sun, and the tension in his heart instantly melted for the most part. Then he even saw the continuous blinking eyes, as if they were peach blossoms flooding his heart. Rianxia even saw a hint of stickiness and tenderness in the warm eyes. Could it be that the heavens had been so kind to him? Not only is the confession a direct success, but it also gets the goddess? While her heart was excited, Lianxia felt that the warm eyes seemed to be a bit off. No, one must have misread it. He rubbed his greasy head and just stepped forward. However, he saw that the warmth did not move without light, and his red lips were lightly opened. Jean, Lianxia? She said something like, Jean, at a time like this, shouldn't she say hug? Did you hear it wrong? Seeing Rianxia oil in the middle of the walkway between the long table and the wall, Warmth's face quickly turned cold again, and his voice was even colder. Get out of the way. Okay, this time it's clear to hear. Warmth says get out of the way, not get out of the way. Woohoo! Oh, crying face, oh. In the midst of her heartbreak, the flowers in Lianxia's hand didn't hold steady and fell to the ground. That look of devastation may be just short of a one cut of the plum song. The people around them also made a shhhh. Warmth directly crossed over the bouquet of flowers and passed by Rianxia's side, walking straight to the door, ending this farce called confession. She and Mu Evening Chill were vaguely the focus of the entire room's attention though. But a multi-person party like this doesn't have the kind of collective dispersal that happens when one person leaves. More people will stay and finish the meal in front of them first. Then the matter of Lai Anxia's confession to Warmth was made into a story that became the talk of the town after tea. Like right now. Ugh. This dude is pathetic. How can I say pathetic? I should say really daring. Daring to confess to Warmth like this. Let's just say that bracing for the bold and starving for the timid is not bracing. Hearing some of his classmates ridicule Oilhead Lai Anxia was also ashamed. A few of the Archfire housemates were consoling at this point. Old Xia, are you okay? Don't be discouraged. The next one is better. Ignoring the few housemates, Rianxia took a few deep breaths before gradually standing up straight. He almost thought he was the son of God the moment the warm iceberg melted. But the dream lasted only a moment, and then it shattered. The change in Warmth's expression was real, and Rianxia was certain that it was an expression of fondness. Warmth, she saw someone she liked. That's why she had that look on her face. That's why she told herself to get out of the way. She went out there to find someone she liked. Lai Anxia heart is not willing. He wants to know why it is like this. He wants to see the warmth like the person. In the end, what kind of? With 3 points of resentment, 3 points of anger, 3 points of curiosity, and the last 91 points of disbelief in her heart. Lai Anxia silently stood up, yanking up the bouquet, which was already half scattered. He headed for the door. After he left, the venue was still buzzing. Some discussed what had just happened, while others continued to chat. The truth is that everyone isn't that important, and when you're not around, no one else pays attention to you except the people who like you. Watching Warmth leave, Mu Wanqiu sighed slightly. The earlier conversation with Warmth had left her a little upset. All the good things between Monsoon and Warmth made her a little wistful. Out of empathy, even though she liked Monsoon a lot, she didn't want to intrude on the two of them. But this would be when Mu Wanqiu came back to her senses and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Did I just get a warm take? Mu Wanqiu silently cupped her chin. Start thinking about Warmth as a person. She is outwardly aloof, uninviting, difficult to communicate with, and doesn't seem to have many friends. It's really hard to get the impression that Warmth is a girl with a careful eye under such an appearance. But Warm got 705 and was the city's top student. Mu Evening Chiu had come into contact with Warmth before in the cafeteria, and definitely wouldn't doubt her intelligence. She had just come so close to wanting to give up on that favorite that it ended before it had begun. It's already humble, and you don't feel hopeful. So what can you do if you don't give up? Snap! Mu Evening Chiu knocked up her left palm with her fist. A bright card for a young plot. She's a bit powerful. Mu Wanqiu felt that she had guessed Warmth's thoughts, but what could she do if she guessed it? Just now, Warmth had already clearly indicated her past with Monsoon, and the onlookers didn't have a single chance at all, unless the two of them have problems of their own, and all one can do, it seems, is wait. Mu Evening Chiu took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions that had been invisibly CPU by the warmth. As long as it's not admitted, it's still good buddies. At this time Liang Wei walked over. Late autumn, are you okay? Not really. Mu Wanqiu pouted. She knows it well, but she's not a robot. What did you just talk to that Warm about? For Mu Evening Cho's behavior of boldly walking towards her love rival and gaga chatting for half a day. Liang Wei also felt admiration. Maybe this is Mu Evening Autumn, who grew up like a sun. Enthusiasm and energy are synonymous with her. At the mention of what had just happened, Mu Wanqiu grinned in a very unladylike manner. Hey, just now I wanted to know 3 is 3, but I didn't, and I got taken. Liang Wei, knowing 3 when 3? That doesn't even make sense, does it? Late autumn, you don't have a fever, do you? What the hell are you talking about? Mu Wanqiu spread her hands. I'm stating a fact. The corners of Liang Wei's mouth twitched. What Mu Wanqiu was saying was becoming more and more incomprehensible to her. Sitting back down next to Su Ming and their table, Mu Wanqiu looked calm, but she silently poured herself a glass of red wine, quietly pouted, and took a large sip. Then, as if nothing had happened, he chatted with the students around him. On the other side, Jiang Nan, who had been chatting with Wang Nan and the others, was also ready to take off at this time. Wang Nan, the stinky meat and potatoes, has no level and is clingy. Now that he had asked for warmth's WeChat, there had actually been no need to talk to her for a long time. It was just that they were warm roommates, and he didn't want to get into too much trouble with those roommates. And that girl named Li Yunsu was pretty good too, though not as stunning as Warmth. There's a saying, if you like a girl, don't rush it yet. Start with her girlfriends. But now, Jiang Nan looked at the door. The warm side had not failed yet. There was no hurry. Lai Anxia's confession just now was a complete scandal in his opinion. And Lai Anxia is the clown of this ugly drama. What kind of confession is this to chase a girl? Doesn't confessing give people a chance to reject you? Stupid as hell. Just now, his perspective was a bit off and he couldn't see Warmth's expression. He knew that Warmth must have gone out for a reason. It might pay to follow up at this time. And with that stupid Riancia going over, there might be a second act of the Joker to watch. Ahem. Nan. You guys talk first. I'm going to the restroom. Okay, then you go. After a conversation, Wang Nan's eyes were already full of stars as she looked at Jiang Nan. In her opinion, a guy like Gangnam is worth dating. When Jiang Nan got up and left, Wang Nan couldn't wait to look at his 2 roommates. How's that? See what it means to be a quality hottie? Li Yunqiu was a little disdainful. The way Jiang Nan had just looked at her clearly carried some extra meaning. Li Yunqiu knew that she was in good condition, and she would consider it if someone chased her. But Jiang Nan clearly wanted to find Warm before, and later played tricks to trick Warm's WeChat business card from Wang Nan. Without giving up the warmth, he glanced at himself again from time to time. Occasionally, he would say something that didn't mean anything. Is this quality? It's not pure scum? Guess you're the only one who feels that way. What do you mean, Li Yunqiu? Targeting me at every turn. Ha? Wang Nan, don't be a nymphomaniac. Ask yourself what he really thinks you should have in your own heart. Disliked by Li Yunqiu, Wang Nan was suddenly a little weak. Gangnam is not like that. Wang Nan, why don't we two make a bet? What's the bet? Bet this toilet in Gangnam doesn't come back for 20 minutes and won't even come back. He didn't even go to the bathroom. He went out looking for Warmth. Can you believe that? I don't believe it. Wang Nan was still unwilling to believe it. Or maybe she already believes it, but doesn't want to admit it. Li Yunqiu wouldn't spoil her. Chapter 97 Warm Stockings. Without moving, she bent her eyes and swept herself. Although the style is different, but today the two wore both waisted skirts. Their own rabbit and Warm compared to simply like a small gammy. It used to be that in high school, Warmth wore school uniforms mostly. Only someone like Monsoon, who had come across it, would be shocked at the world underneath the school uniform. Even if she changed her outfit later, it was also based on loose styles. Gu Xueting knew there was a gap. She just didn't expect it to be so big. Now Warm for the slightly tighter dress. Gu Xueting suddenly had the feeling that she couldn't accept reality. Seeing Warmth walking towards this side, Gu Xueting couldn't help but step back. This kind of cowardice from the bottom of her heart, even she didn't expect it. Does even the sight of her make you feel weak? Warmth saw Gu Xueting's small action. Only she didn't say anything and calmly walked to Monsoon's side. Patting slightly, he reached out and ruffled Monsoon's hair, dusting off the small half-dozen leaves on it. What brings you over? Su Ming and the others just said that they came out to eat, and they didn't say exactly what kind of event it was. And after knowing the location, I just came over in confusion. Hungry? Didn't you get enough to eat? Kind of. Warmth laughed, and the smile was a little playful and cute. Then we'll go in and eat later. I guess the heat hasn't gone down in there yet, so we'll wait a bit. Okay, I just got this for you inside. Warmly and somewhat excitedly, she took out 2 packs of yushi. Monsoon froze, suddenly remembering what someone had said in his previous life when he was spreading dog food. If your girlfriend likes you a lot, she will even help you to pass 2 packs of wazi at the banquet. That's probably how the Monsoon feels at this point. The conversation between the two was calm and simple, but that sense of warmth and familiarity made Gu Shueting, who was on the side, feel strange. Monsoon wouldn't be this gentle with any other girl. Warmth doesn't show cuteness in front of other guys either. As a third party on the sidelines, Gu Shueting felt so awkward that she felt like a movable stone pier, standing just in the way. I'm going in first. Monsoon didn't squeak, but it was Warmth who gently nodded her head in agreement. Yeah. Only when Gu Shueting left did Monsoon side open his mouth with a teasing smile. Sovereignty is all yours to declare. What sovereignty? Monsoon ownership? Which is? Warmth, who felt poked through her mind, tugged on Monsoon's arm and was about to put her head against his back, but she immediately noticed Monsoon's abnormality. Sticking her head out from behind the Monsoon, Warmth also saw Lai Anxia, who was holding the remnants of the flowers and standing in the doorway. His eyes were lost. His soul was lost. The two men's playfulness just now simply poked Lai Anxia's lungs, especially after he saw Monsoon's clothes. He suddenly felt a little familiar. Wasn't this the beggar he just met at the door? You guys. Man, I advised you earlier. I told you that the truth is the fastest way to go, but you didn't believe me, so I couldn't do anything about it. Monsoon is still sincere. When Lai Anxia heard this, her expression became even more difficult to strain. When he was at the door earlier, Monsoon did say that Warmth liked him, but this kind of thing. Rianxia glanced at the Warmth that stood beside Monsoon with an expression that was cold but snuggled tightly. Woo! Well, then, I wish you all the happiness in the world. Monsoon froze. I think he'd heard that somewhere before, and he was quite impressed. Monsoon saw that Lai Anxia's face was bitter like this, and did not continue to destroy him. The memories of his former career as a dog licker kept him from bullying a man when he was suffering from a love injury. A lot of people have to go through this. There's nothing really wrong with spreading dog food. Poking people's lung tubes and rubbing salt into the wound is just unnecessary. They are all young, so it's even worse if they do something impulsive. Thank you for the blessing. Aha! The greaseball walked down the hall, glancing back at Warmth as he was in the doorway. Then he shoved the bouquet of flowers into the trash can and walked away without looking back. Witnessing Oilhead's departure, Monsoon turned his head to look at Warmth, only to find Warmth staring at the bouquet of garbage can flowers. It was only when she felt Monsoon's gaze that Warmth pulled her eyes back and looked at him. Although Warmth didn't say anything, Monsoon felt something strange. Warmth would also like flowers. It's just that the guy she likes didn't send her flowers, much less to claim it. Monsoon knew that something had been missing between himself and Warmth. A true confession. Well, pick a suitable day. Deciding in secret, Monsoon pointed outside the walkway. Just give me a minute. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back and I'll be in for dinner. Aha! Monsoon turned around and headed for the restroom. And just as he left on the front foot, Jiangnan walked out from the hall door on the back foot. He was actually standing there a long time ago. It's just that he also didn't expect that Warmth actually had a boyfriend already. And Warmth looks like she cares about that boyfriend. At the sight of Jiangnan, Warmth frowned slightly. Just as she had predicted, Jiangnan walked straight towards her. Warm student, why are you standing here and not going in? Oh, you were just forced out by that guy Lai Anxia, right? Lai Anxia, he did impulse a little bit. Just now that kind of behavior will definitely make you girls very embarrassed. I went to school with him. I'm so sorry. How about this? If we have time, we'll go out for dinner together. As an apology to you? What do you think? Jiangnan clearly saw the relationship between Warmth and Monsoon, but he still naturally treated Monsoon as if the person did not exist. That was what made him different from Lai Anxia. Warmth looked up with a slightly stern brow. The more she realized that college-age students were no longer as innocent as they were in high school. The behavior of these people is harassment. No need. As if he felt that the words were not powerful enough, Warmth added one more sentence. I have a boyfriend. With that, she headed in the direction of the hotel restroom. Jiangnan's eyebrows raised and he immediately followed. Student Warmth, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. A figure suddenly stepped out from this side of the men's restroom, looking at Jiangnan with a smile on his face. Misunderstand what? Seeing Monsoon come out, Warmth silently grabbed Monsoon's freshly washed and not yet dried palms, a move that was obvious. Warmth is recognizing each other. In terms of warmth of character, people are only divided into men and women. It's rare that she'll have any preferences, so each person won't be treated any particular way differently, or at best, recognized. Something must have happened that could make Warmth actively grab his hand. Jiangnan ignored Monsoon, as if treating him as air, and continued to speak to Warmth. If you don't feel like you have the time lately, and it's inconvenient to bring someone else with you, it's fine for a while, and it's fine to be alone. Monsoon felt the warm tightened fingers and knew that this girl was probably angry. Before Warmth made a sound, Monsoon had already taken the initiative to step forward. My name is Monsoon. And you are? Oh, hi, I'm Gangnam from the law school. Jung Nan replied politely as if he had just come back to his senses and only just seen that there was such a person as Monsoon. Seeing this, Monsoon first clustered his eyebrows and then revealed a flash of surprise. He turned his head to look at Warmth with a serious face. What's wrong with you guys? Warmth frowned, pondering what she should say about what had just happened. But Gangnam's eloquence was significantly better. Are you guys? Ugh. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. Warm student. Let your friend misunderstand. Don't mess with him. I'm certainly not going to mess with him. Warmth was a bit anxious and subconsciously glanced at Monsoon. This glance was instantly captured by Jung Nan, who quickly waved his hand. Monsoon student right. I'm really sorry. You mustn't be angry with Warmth because of this. I'm just. Monsoon hadn't made a statement, and the expression on his face was of unknown significance. A very skillful male green tea. Oh. He feigned an angry glance at Warmth, grunted, and turned his head to the ceiling. Warmth was glared at by Monsoon like this. She was at a loss for words, and her heart was a little aggravated. Seeing this scene, Jung Nan knew that the conflict was almost over, so he drew back in a hurry. I'm going to go to the restroom while you guys talk. Seeing him leave, Warmth wanted to explain to Monsoon, but when she looked at him again, she realized that there was no anger in his eyes at all, only laughter. Being looked at like this, Warmth's heart was beating fast. I don't like this guy. So who do you like? Monsoon cocked her head and couldn't help but smile. Warmth's face bulged with shame. Don't you laugh at me. Monsoon wagged his finger, then pointed to the warm calf and shoe, whispering as if he were a demon. Take off your socks. Warmth? Her face turned red and she was a bit overwhelmed. Now. Monsoon demanded. And Warmth, though shy, complied. She wore this kind of skirt and shoes today, so she wore short flesh-colored stockings. After handing over the stockings to Monsoon, she also saw Monsoon put them in front of her nose and sniff them. This scene made Warmth even more ashamed. What are you doing? Pry less into the affairs of the jungle. Monsoon smiled at Warmth and re-entered the restroom. Jung Nan was standing by the urinal humming pleasantly, not even noticing that someone was approaching. Suddenly, his eyes blinked and his vision was obscured by a flash of flesh color. He was then yanked by the hair and pulled to the sink. Large streams of hand sanitizer were poured over the hooded head, and when the water was flushed, it instantly choked out a large amount of foam, which made it difficult to breathe, and was also spicy to the eyes. Jung Nan tried to howl and was immediately kicked in the back. He was then grabbed by the hair and dragged into a squatting pit, shoving his head into a toilet bowl as he did so, and then he was punched 5 times in the liver and kicked a few times. Hammerhead fell in the toilet, his nostrils bubbling. Grunt, grunt, grunt. It all happened in just 1 to 2 minutes too fast. Finally, the stocking over her head was ripped off. Jung Nan's nosebleed, tears, and some weird stuff mixed together, and he rubbed his hand sanitizer muddled eyes, unable to stop crying. Chapter 98, Will you dare to do it again? When love is strong. Ha! Lao Ji. I added 2 girls to WeChat today. How is it? Not bad? Zheng Chao suddenly walked over with his wineglass. The sudden voice caused the autistic girl to jerk her head down, and instantly drain all the courage she had built up. The boop was so close, but it didn't work. In fact, the ones who had a different feeling could not be the only ones who had a different feeling. Mu Wanqiu, who was sitting diagonally across from him, also sighed in relief at this time. From the moment the Monsoon and Warmth returned, she's actually watching the two now. Even if the gaze is not direct, the corner of the eye has not shifted, because the favorite is there. She cares about Warmth just as much. Warmth's eyes that were filled with love just now, even if he was just looking at it from afar, it was as if he was being burned by that incandescent heat. Mu Evening Chiu had a chance to stop it. She only had to make a sound to interrupt, but she didn't want to ruin that one good thing that belonged to the two of them. In Mu Wanqiu's thought, if Monsoon was secretly kissed by Warmth, he himself should feel happy, so she didn't want to stop it. It's pointless not to mention that it won't stop anything. However, after seeing Zhang Chao unintentionally interrupting Warmth's move, Mu Wanqiu felt a sense of relief in her heart again. There was no way to hide the secret celebration, and the feeling of being afflicted made her feel a little bit of the complexity of her own heart. Sure enough, everyone is selfish. Seeing that Zhang Chao was happy, Monsoon also raised his glass and clinked one with him. Okay Chowdy, grow up. That's true. You Chao can't disgrace our 205 dogs. He farted around with Zhang Chao and had another drink. Monsoon twisted his head to look at the person beside him. I thought it had been a while, and the Warmth should have calmed down a bit, but with a sideways glance, Monsoon realized that Warmth was still burying her head low. At this point her face was about the same color as the boiled shrimp in front of her. It was red and hot and I didn't dare look up at all. Monsoon thought that Warmth was uncomfortable. After all, She drank a drink yesterday until she had menstrual cramps. A real talent. Then he stroked her forehead with concern. Warmth? What's wrong with you? Done. By the monsoon covered the forehead of the warm face even more red. Mainly because just wanted to sneak boo-boo not yet boo-boo. While the courage is zeroed. The level of shyness is pulled full. And the monsoon reaches out and assists. Directly causing the warm CPU to short-circuit instantly. Woo. Monsoon felt that warmth looked stiff. Which was a little strange. She had just clearly said she wasn't full and was still hungry. If you're not feeling well. No. Warmth didn't want to go back. There was nothing better than being able to be here with Monsoon and being able to eat and drink. It's just that she wants to cool down. Monsoon, could you, for a moment, stop talking to me? Monsoon? Monsoon was a little surprised and scratched his head, feeling warm and somewhat inexplicable. This is angry or what? But Monsoon didn't care too much. Warmth is like that. If something doesn't want to talk about it, the probability is that it will choose to shut itself up for a while. It's good to be silent with her at times like this. If you don't speak then you don't speak. If you don't speak then you peel shrimp. What else can you do? After all, this girlfriend of his was a bit of a rash. The kind who didn't know how to carry an umbrella on a rainy day. Mentally, he gave a small spit of warmth, then quietly peeled a couple of shrimp for her. Monsoon knew there might be something a little off in Warmth's heart, so deliberately turn your back. The peeled shrimp was given to put over. And when he heard the sound of her moving her chopsticks, Monsoon put his heart down. Okay, precision feeding was successful. The feeding completed. Out of the corner of her eye Monsoon swept a fork that was sticking into a plate of dessert cupcakes that were a bit far away. He raised an eyebrow and got right up to pick up the plate and set it behind himself. Hearing Warmth eat cupcakes, Monsoon smiled again and nodded. Okay, precision feeding success x2. Autistic girls are fine as long as they are still eating. For her, rice is power. It's just that he acted like this, causing a few people around him to go huh. It didn't matter to Monsoon though. He was deaf and couldn't hear a thing. Monsoon and the big guys ate for a while, and while the crowd was talking and laughing, the outside of the hall suddenly became a bit noisy. The students who liked to eat melons had by this time walked out to see what was going on. In a short while someone came back, and the students who hadn't gone out inquired with them. What's going on? What's going on out there? I heard it was a guy who got beat up in the restroom. Who got hit? That Gangnam from law school. Who hit it? I don't know. The police are here. They're downstairs, looking pretty miserable. Like a pig-headed three. The man was talking and laughing. People do that. People don't share their grief and joy. And if no one empathizes with what you're going through, chances are it's going to be a joke and a brouhaha in someone else's eyes. The crowd's murmur was not loud, but it was loud enough for Warmth and Monsoon to hear. Monsoon felt a warm gaze. Cocking his head, he looked over to make sure that the warm cheeks were no longer red. And that, well, the meal had been eaten. In a better mood? Warmth gave him an angry look. Who cares about that when the cops are here? She looked at Monsoon with some concern and did not speak. Monsoon understood what she meant and gently held the warm green fingers. Don't worry. It's not like we have anything to do with it. Monsoon pursed her lips and smiled. It wouldn't have mattered, would it? Ow. You stay here and eat well and don't wander off. I'll be up in a few minutes. Although Warmth was worried about Monsoon, she understood that she couldn't just add to the chaos, so she nodded and watched Monsoon leave. A few others were a little curious about what was going on downstairs though, but at this time the drinking was on the top of the conversation was open, and there was no intention to follow the past. Downstairs at the Jiangyang Hotel, Jiang Nan, the hotel manager, and two police officers stood together. The auxiliary police are taking a statement from Gangnam. You said someone hit you? Do you know exactly what the person looked like? I don't know. Didn't see it. My head was covered at the time. The auxiliary police officer making the statement sniffed and paused. Can you describe the exact fight? I don't know. I was just getting beat up anyway, and it felt like there were a lot of them. They kicked and hammered and yanked me by the hair and held me down in the sink and toilet. Oh yeah, there's a guy who's so strong he can drag me away with one hand. The corners of the auxiliary police's mouth twitched. What kind of description was that? How many people know exactly? Seeing the auxiliary police like this, Jiangnan was a bit anxious. It felt like 2 to 3, maybe 3 to 4. I couldn't compete anyway. I'm not sure exactly. It's been said I couldn't see it at the time. Mr. Gangnam, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Have you had any run-ins with people lately? At the mention of conflict, several candidates flashed through Jiangnan's mind. As a law school student, he would certainly have to use his expertise when confronted with something like this. Reasoning. He's actually had quite a few conflicts with people lately because of picking up girls. The most recent one is probably that boyfriend of Warmth's, Monsoon. But he only made Monsoon and Warmth fight through 2 or 3 sentences. Jiangnan felt that he had spoken in a very polite tone, and there had been absolutely no argument between him and Monsoon. At most, he was a bit angry, and it was really impossible to talk about a conflict. At that time, after he went into the toilet, Warmth must have had to argue or explain to Monsoon. If you do the math, he shouldn't have been in a position to commit the crime, and the timing doesn't add up, and that Monsoon looks thin and shy. Okay, first rule out Monsoon, but if Monsoon was at the door, he might know some clues. Just as this thought appeared in Jiangnan, Monsoon happened to arrive on the first floor of the hotel, looking like he was here to see the fun. Seeing him, Jiangnan was filled with surprise. Monsoon student, over here, come over here for a second. Monsoon looked left and right for a moment and finally pointed at himself. Looking for me? You are? At this point, Gangnam was beaten like a pig's head 3, but it was all subtly soft tissue contusions. I'm Jiangnan. We met just now, right in front of the restroom. We're classmates, and we're still having dinner together. Monsoon sniffed and walked over with a puzzled face. No, what's going on with you? I just got beat up in the restroom, so I wanted to ask you if you saw any suspicious characters in front of the restroom earlier? That's something I didn't really notice. I was so focused on being angry with Warmth. It's something. Is it important? Monsoon, with a hesitant face and even some self-reproach, took the initiative to look at the police. The civilian police brother and Monsoon looked at each other, then shook their heads. It's okay if you didn't see it. You don't have to beat yourself up too much. It's just that there's no surveillance on this side of the restroom, and it feels like your classmate was hit without a head, so I don't even know if it's the wrong person. Well, Gangnam, right. You sign here and I'll let you know if I hear anything. I'll let you know what that means when I have news. It's similar to we can't do this now. We have to go. Jiangnan's face stiffened, knowing that this was probably hopeless. Not. You can also reach out to us if you have any new leads. So that's it. Get to the hospital early. After the explanation, the two police officers left. The manager of Jiangyang Hotel gave Jiangnan 200 condolences and 500 meal coupons as a hush money. After all, something like someone getting beat up still has an impact on the restaurant. When everyone had left, Monsoon looked at Jiangnan, who was aggravated in place, and asked softly, Jiangnan-san, are you okay? No, Monsoon, how could you not see who it was just now? It was that close. Having been brutally beaten up for nothing, Jiangnan was in a very upset mood and spoke to Monsoon in a tone that was no longer as polite as it had been earlier. Jiangnan sat on the steps and sulked, but Monsoon tapped him on the shoulder at that moment and leaned down to his ear. How dare you next time? In one sentence, the coolness of Jiangnan's tailbone went straight to the sky. The entire body suddenly tightened, looking at Monsoon with a face of disbelief. Chapter 99, Autumn Evening Suns and Summer Winds. Upstairs, Monsoon returned to his original seat under Warmth's questioning-like gaze, gently patted Warmth's hand to indicate that it was fine. It took the autistic girl a moment to start eating again. Returning to the meal, Mu Evening Cho took the initiative to sit across from Monsoon at this time, and raised her wine glass at Monsoon. It's just beer, but the glass is pretty big. Monsoon had just drank with a few other people, so it was naturally impossible for him to lose Mu Evening Cho's face at this time. Just before raising his glass, he warned out of the goodness of his heart, drink less. What? Are you afraid I'll get drunk? I'm not a normal drinker now. Monsoon smiled slightly and did not answer the question, but changed the topic. I know that day in the old shopping district was your first drink. Monsoon's words did not only cause Mu Evening Cho to faintly stare. Even Su Ming and Zhang Chao felt a hint of abnormality. Mu Wancho narrowed her eyes slightly. It's something I never said. Because you were clumsy then. A poor drinker and a poor drinker. Monsoon's sharp comment made Mu Evening Autumn a bit unconvinced. I have poor taste in alcohol? You're afraid you're not hacking me in an awkward way. So what about now? Has it improved? This time Monsoon thought about it and gave another sharp review. Still a bad drinker. Now like a stubborn drunken monstrosity. Ahahaha. Mu Evening Kyo smiled. Smiling with a beautiful brow. Smiling so much that even Warmth, who was stuffing his head to eat, raised his head. Warmth glanced at the Monsoon and Mu Evening Autumn. Seemed to feel that strand of dissimilarity in the air. Between Mu Evening Autumn and the Monsoon? Warmth thought about it and continued to eat, pretending to be dead in place. It's not the first time she's done this. She's very skilled. And she trusted Monsoon to handle it. Stubborn wine monster. Is that a bad review of me? Just stating a fact. Mu Wancho's eyes clouded over as she poured herself another cup and then filled it back up for Monsoon. I don't really like the taste of alcohol, but I do like the feeling of being slightly drunk. Senses and tactile senses are all amplified. Everything you look at is smiling, and everything you say sounds good. Drunken eyes see the world, and all things are gentle. Raising his glass in return, Monsoon enjoyed the slight buzz from the beer as well. Indeed, the wine is romantic and cozy until it's slightly drunk, and the glass is filled with the emotions of today and the promise of tomorrow. Mu Evening Chio's eyes were like autumn water. She knew that Monsoon would be able to pick up her words. Monsoon could understand how she felt, could comprehend what she meant, knew the emotion she was trying to express. Unfortunately, he doesn't belong. Mu Wanchio looked at Warmth and said to herself that the world seemed unfair. But then again, it seemed fair. Warmth has a sad past, but can tell you straight away if he wants you to. He has a beautiful family, parents who love her, and a privileged life, but when he thinks of you, he can only drink. Still too greedy, always wanting things that don't belong to you. That thought is like a disease-free statement. Taking advantage of the slight drunkenness and the strength of the wine, Mu Wanchio raised her glass once again. Okay, so here's to tomorrow. To tomorrow. Monsoon followed suit and raised his hand. After finishing his drink, Monsoon misplaced Mu Evening Chio's eyes and looked at the Warmth beside him. Warming her gaze crystal clear, she glanced at the wineglass in Monsoon's hand and pursed her lips. What does the wine taste like? Bitter. Bitter? Then why do you guys like it so much? Because alcohol puts people into a slightly drunken state, which leads to feelings of pleasure, like staying up all night, and the nighttime can feel freeing. Can I try? Monsoon still didn't pour Warmth a drink. He shook his head and reached out to bring Warmth a bowl of sweet soup. You don't have to drink when I'm around, and you're not allowed to drink when I'm not. Good. Warmth agreed directly. The two didn't lower their voices in their conversation, and the crowd could hear it clearly, including Mu Evening Chio. She had thought that she understood Monsoon's slight intoxication. However, he didn't expect that Monsoon wouldn't let Warmth drink at all. His attitude and demand for warmth was simply different from the others. Meh, I'm going to blow off some steam. Mu Wanchio smiled bitterly and got up, while Monsoon was silent. Su Ming looked at the two. He had watched Mu Wanchio drink the red wine and then the beer earlier, and was a little worried knowing that she had already drank quite a bit between the pushes. As if deciding something, he followed suit. Mu Wanchio carried her wineglass to the window on the other side. When people drink and are intoxicated, they like to talk, and in particular they will say things that they would not normally dare to say. Take for example Su Ming, who was following behind Mu Wanchio, watching the girl in front of me rest her cheeks and think. Su Ming was similarly unable to hold back his emotions as he touched Mu Wanchio's arm. Late autumn. Mu Wanchio arched her eyebrows and gave Su Ming a meaningful smile, raising her own index finger to her mouth. Taking the initiative, he interrupted Su Ming, who was about to speak. Shu, don't say it or you won't even be friends. Su Ming. Su Ming was silent. He only felt a ringing in his ears. Then there was a thumping in my ears and my brain felt like someone was banging a drum. The thoughts were cluttered like a net, and he was like a worm struggling in the net. The more he struggled, the more urgent it became, until his heart ached, and only then did he give up. Su Ming turned around and chucked a piece of brown sugar mochi into his mouth, but the flavor on the palatable side was nothing but bitterness. His likes were exactly the same as Mu Wanchio's. It was over before it even started. Perhaps it was because their likes were very similar. So the moment Su Ming revealed that look, Mu Wanchio knew what he wanted to say. By telling Su Ming not to say it, she wasn't just warning Su Ming, she was also warning herself. As long as we don't say it, we'll always be friends. Su Ming took a deep breath and looked up at Mu Evening Chio. This liking seems like a tragedy. How is it a tragedy? It's like for summer. Is fall its tragedy? Su Ming was stunned. He wasn't like Monsoon, who could catch Mu Evening Chio's literature every time, so he just shook his head slightly. There's no closure for a favorite like that. There is. Mu Evening Chio affirmed with a smile. There? And what's the ending? Wait. And after that? There is no after. Su Ming was a bit confused, and he spread his hands for emphasis. I mean, what comes after waiting? What is it? Mu Wanchio quietly turned her head sideways and looked at the man she liked, as well as the girl who was snuggled up next to him. That's so nice. If it's good now, then why bother with the results? So, waiting is the result. Isn't this result, then, a tragedy? Mu Wanchio shook her head again, the alcohol making her words a little too much and making the emotions in her heart grow stronger. Waiting is a fall, not a tragedy. Just as the future doesn't always bear fruit, but the future does bear a fall. There will be many more autumns to come, and in the future, I will have many more to wait for. So, I will always wait in the late fall sun. Wait for the summer wind. Su Ming stared blankly at Mu Wanchio. The slightly intoxicated Mu Evening Chio's face packs a reddish color. In this moment she no longer seemed as pretty as before, but beautiful, very beautiful, beautiful to the core. But this beauty also made Su Ming feel an untouchable distance. At this moment he finally realized that it wasn't even a monsoon that separated him from Mu Evening Chio. Rather, they are two sets of perceptions that are completely impenetrable and cannot be intermingled. Every time Su Ming saw Mu Evening Chiu and Monsoon talking, he felt that the two of them were completely off the channel with the others. They're the only two who can talk to each other. The only two who can talk to each other about all that literary talk. Perhaps it was this feeling that Mu Wanqiu was chasing after. Their family is exceptionally wealthy, and she has no shortage of family love. Good academics, pretty, high EQ, social and playful. So what she's looking for is a soulmate that she can be in tune with. Instead, it's just a matter of wanting to talk about a date, get a ride, or even a human airplane cup, like they do. Mu Evening Chiu. So are we still friends from now on? Not all the time? Good. Su Ming let go. Or maybe not. Maybe not completely. But he wasn't going to pursue it any further. Being friends was also quite good. The days of college were still long. And the time he had known Mu Evening Chiu was not as long as the time that Monsoon and Mu Evening Chiu had known each other. The heart's longing, while also being glorified, is not yet too profound. In the future, maybe he'll find a new girlfriend, too, maybe. Let's go. Mu Evening Autumn, they've almost eaten too. Good. The title changed from Evening Autumn to Mu Evening Autumn, but Su Ming didn't feel the loss of that closeness. Instead, it became a little more natural between the two than before. Walk back to the long table. Zheng Chao and Zhou Han were already a bit drunk. Liang Wei was playing with her cell phone, and a few of Mu Wanqiu's roommates were chatting with each other. Monsoon, also full, was enjoying the shrimp warmth had peeled for him. Seeing the two return, Monsoon smiled and narrowed his eyes. Alcohol and emotional catharsis could be comforting. Su Ming looked much more normal at this time. As for Mu Evening Chiu, she had never changed. By this point, everyone has pretty much eaten. Or rather, after dinner is actually when the sorority really talks. More or less drunk and full of what's coming. Anyway, the halls were noticeably frequented by students walking around. Warm roommates Li Yunxiu, Yan Feng, and Wang Nan walked over. Upon seeing Warmth and Monsoon beside her, Li Yunxiu took the initiative to greet her. Warmth is really with you. Thanks for the snacks. Monsoon student. On the side, Wang Nan skimmed her lips. Although there wasn't much contact, Monsoon felt that Li Yunxiu's character was not bad. As for Wang Nan, he smiled at Li Yunxiu and nodded. A small token of appreciation for troubling you all during the week. This was the second time Monsoon had said this, but Li Yunxiu now understood what he meant. They're all housemates. Talk about trouble. The conversation between the two was uneventful, and Monsoon had no intention of continuing the small talk. Chapter 100, Do you want to see the legs? Monsoon was still in a daze when the cigarette at his mouth was already lit. Woo! He felt like he shouldn't say thank you kind of thing, and then he should say something, and didn't know what to say. Literary little letterboxed Monsoon. Surprisingly, he was a bit tongue-tied at this point. You can't just say warm and wonderful or something like that, though he really had that in mind. Ahem. Monsoon closed her eyes to collect herself. Not bad, more skillful than last time. So let me practice more in the future? Warmth raised her eyebrows slightly. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree. The two looked at each other and both saw the smirk in each other's eyes. There were a few passing students who saw the scene of Warmth lighting a cigarette for Monsoon, and they were afraid that their hearts had soured to death. Many people secretly spat. Damn the dog food spreaders, they should be beaned. Douche up. It's actually not that complicated for a couple to have a little fling. It doesn't take much of an audience either. Just being quiet together can already feel like happiness. Monsoon puffed outward. Warmth leaned against the railing, and the two of them cozied up to the wind. Mu Wanqiu stood not far away, just in time to see the warm round dance like fire. With her dancing skills, she could naturally tell that Warmth didn't know how to dance at all, nor did she have any foundation in dancing. Just now Warmth was just trying to spin in front of Monsoon. Want to look your best in front of your favorite person. Mu Wanqiu had also had such thoughts, but just didn't have the chance. Warmth seemed to have sensed Mu Evening Chiu's gaze and smiled as she passed her gaze over. Mu Evening Chiu also responded with a thumbs up. Nice pinch. The relationship between the two didn't develop as a so-called love interest. Mu Evening Autumn's emotional intelligence is high, and Warmth's IQ is high. Warmth accepts a part of Mu Wanqiu's existence, and Mu Wanqiu is able to handle the relationship smoothly. That's how they get along at the moment. Seeing that there was no room for herself, Mu Wanqiu waved her hand and made a gesture of I'm leaving. Warmth nodded back and eyed her. Monsoon was oblivious to the two women's situation, and after feeling the breeze for a while, he turned around. I hear there are some social events organized by the law school and the finance side coming up. Do you want to attend? Warmth thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not much interest. Warmth is the way to go. Socializing I can't. Eating comes first. AA dinner can be put together and social events are excused. If you're not interested, then why don't we just slip away? Well, slip away. Monsoon took out his cell phone and sent running text messages to his three righteous sons, and after thinking about it, he still didn't send it to Moo Evening Cho. Instead, he turned his head to look at Warmth. You send a text to tell the housemates that we're leaving first. Aha. Send one to Moo Wancho as well. Aren't you going to send it? You send. Good. The two of them sent running text messages to their respective roommate friends. And Monsoon pulled Warm all the way out of the Jianyang Hotel. When he walked to the guardhouse, Monsoon saw that the security guard had not yet changed shifts, so he took the initiative to hand over a cigarette. Thanks, big brother. Yo, your kid's girlfriend is so pretty? That has to be pretty. Let's go, big brother. Go on. Riding on the small electric donkey, Monsoon returned directly to the school with Warmth, but instead of going back to their respective dormitories, they chose to run to the school's library. Classes will officially start tomorrow. Neither Monsoon nor Warmth are the type of people who go to college and are ready to open the pendulum for 4 years. Simply warming up to the course, understanding the class schedule, and scheduling time to take care of the next company things all require planning. It just so happened that they had already had a busy day and their stamina batteries had bottomed out a bit. It's nice to sit and burn out your brain while recovering your strength. Monsoon's thoughts flowed as he flipped through the book. Consider what is good for the company to go after gathering cash flow. Games? Short videos? Or hard tech like Flower Factory? The punter side of the business can collect a lot of cash flow, but it's basically impossible to make it big in this business. Toast is the piggy bank of Alimom, and Alimom is just the cat factory piggy bank, and the cat factory is one of the 2 golden cows of Alibaba. That said, there's no future in Pokies anymore, especially with the rise of live streaming in a couple of years and the bandwagon slowly taking shape. Things like chicken soup will die a quick death. So, it's still a game? Monsoon has experience in the industry from his previous life. With games, a type of commercial content that desperately needs to be forward-looking and in desperate need of gameplay, his foresight was simply a crushing advantage for others in this world. It's true that the amount of money needed to develop the game isn't exactly small, but it's definitely enough to support it in 12 to 13 if the Poki aspect takes shape. But that doesn't mean it's going to break out on the strength of being forward-thinking and playable, because the world has not only Ali, but also Goose Factory. Goose Factory, what a pisser. Know what you're talking about. A lot of games don't succeed or fail just because you release them first and you have high quality and good gameplay. In the present time, the Goose Factory, QQ/WeChat, which has the only pipeline, can get most of the game developers killed by copying and pasting without any pressure. In 12 to 13, cell phone numbers weren't even a good conduit for internet information, and with 2 major information pipelines in hand, Goose Factory has already demonstrated almost destructive power in this period. QQ Direct Login. No QQ. You always have WeChat, right? WeChat can also be directly logged in. Oh, with this one alone, its convenience could hammer n number of game companies to death a few times. These 2 pipelines, even when placed in Monsoon's previous life, were still sharp tools. It's just that cell phone carriers were kind of an afterthought back then, gradually building up their cell phone number pipelines. Letting the app have a one-click login with a cell phone number was a breath of fresh air for other gaming companies. But even so, WeChat/QQ is still a godsend. Relying on it for years and years, and will even keep relying on it. There are a lot of bald guys at Mordor University, and the computer science department is strong enough, when really equipped to make a game of it. But when it's done, the Goose Factory won't be able to hold out anytime soon in case they copy and paste and then utilize convenience and advertising bombardment. So the whole thing of making a game is something that really needs to be thought through before you do it. In the gaming world, there is no concept of plagiarism in gameplay. There's no way Goose Factory would work with him at that volume. It would just eat him up. Figuring out how to get a one-click login operator agreement is the way to survive. LOL, big companies are outrageous. Hammering small companies to death is a matter of minutes. Monsoon shook his head and looked over at Warmth, who was reading a book. Staring straight at the side of a girl's face like this is actually quite impolite. What's the saying in the latter days? Male gaze? But if it was Warm there would be no such concerns. Even if she realized that Monsoon was looking at her, she would just pretend she didn't know and let him look at her. Then blush. As it is now, after being stared at by Monsoon for a while, Warmth no longer had the heart to read. Something wrong? What? Nothing you can't watch? Can. Warmth's voice was small, and her cheeks were a few shades more flushed than they had been a moment ago. Monsoon rested his cheeks, thinking of his earlier confession at the restaurant, the lack of what he owed to Warmth, though a lot of their behavior. Now, is water under the bridge and silently in a state between boyfriend and girlfriend. Even in private friends, Monsoon said that Warmth was her girlfriend, but only to Warm himself. He did not say once, nor did he make any promises. It's not fair to the Warmth. Every girl loves romance and every girl needs it. Warmth inclined her head to look at him. Hiding his thoughts, Monsoon looked a little distracted. You missed your birthday with all the summer vacation stuff. Do you want to make up for it? Monsoon remembered that Warmth's birthday was August 18th, and he had read it on his ID card. Warmth would have still been taking care of her mom during that time and wouldn't have been able to celebrate her birthday at all. Now he couldn't find a more appropriate point or day to use this slightly lame excuse. Warmth's expression was a bit surprised. Though, my birthday isn't here yet. Monsoon, isn't it August 18th? Last time I saw your ID. That one's not allowed. My birthday is August 18th on the lunar calendar, and there's no way to date it on the Gregorian calendar. After all, every year is different, and you can only type August 18th on your ID card. Hearing Warmth explain a bit like this, Monsoon's eyebrows almost didn't rise. Quietly opened the phone. September 30th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. October 3rd is August 18th. I see. So do you need to go back to take care of your aunt on the 4th of July? No need. The 4th of July is too short and tickets are a pain in the ass. My mom will be able to function normally after her surgery. Warmth spoke, but it didn't feel quite right. She looked over at Monsoon, feeling as if Monsoon wasn't quite right either. Monsoon was calm. Well, if you're not going back, we can conceptualize the plan over at the office for the 4th of July. Good. It's getting late. I'll take you back? Aha. At night, the two roamed the campus in silence, each with something on their minds. At first, they kept a distance, but halfway there, Monsoon quietly took her hand. The moonlight and street lamps illuminated the reflections of the two men. The shadows lengthened and went slower and slower. It's just that the quarters will arrive eventually. Go back and rest early. Monsoon gently waved his hand. Wait. Warmth subconsciously shouted when she saw that Monsoon was leaving, but after shouting out, she forgot what she was going to say, and the darkness hid her ever-reddening face, but it couldn't soothe her gradually stiffening body. Monsoon turned around and looked at Warmth's tense body, bent down slightly and gently hugged her. Warmth soothed his body instantly, and his eyes shifted from dull to soft, and then hugged Monsoon just the same. She rubbed her nose against Monsoon again, but before it was just her back. This time it was her neck. The light sniff of her neck almost made Monsoon lose herself. Okay, little Monsoon can't top that anymore. Ahem. Go back. Chapter 101. How can someone yell dazzle my mouth? A minute ago, I just had an impulsive body and a sane and mature soul. In a minute, is there a sensible man in the world? Oh, I don't believe it. Monsoon clutched his cell phone and licked his lips. Look, didn't have to wait long. The warmth across the room should have been ready for the picture long ago. Pictures. In the picture is a pair of long, hydrated and well-proportioned legs. The whole leg is straight. The white and rounded calf is like an autumn lotus root, and the toes look like crispy lotus root buds. Monsoon stared for a long time, although it is not the first time to see, but this feeling. He suddenly understood why someone on the internet in his previous life would yell about it every day. Dazzle my mouth. At the time, Monsoon's reaction was that anything jade would only harm you. But now, it doesn't seem to be a bad idea. Warmth on the other side of the screen was a little nervous and shy. She had wanted to do this for a long time. She just couldn't get her cell phone to work before and couldn't find the right opportunity. It's best if Monsoon likes it. If not, then she'll think of something else. Just this would be warm to see that Monsoon did not reply for a long time, and the tension in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Doesn't it look good? What's taking so long? If you don't like it, I'll stop posting it later. Warmth had just finished sending the message when Monsoon's words came through. Likes. As if feeling that this sentence was not powerful enough, Monsoon replied with another sentence. It looks good. I like it. I like it very much. Receiving this affirmative reply, Warmth, who was cross-legged on the bed, laughed nervously. Just like it. It was a very happy day for Warmth, but she wanted to be more greedy. Can you say something like what you said to Mu Wancho? Monsoon in front of the screen frowned slightly. Saying that kind of thing to Mu Evening Chio? He usually rejected Mu Evening Chio, and Monsoon somewhat failed to understand for a moment. What's the word? After Warmth sent the message, her heart was a little drummed. Isn't that a bit much to ask? Is it true that Monsoon can only say those kinds of things to people who can talk? Like Mu Wancho? Looking at the Monsoon chat box, being typed, she even started to think wildly, guessing if Monsoon was angry. As it happens, the cell phone rings. Good night is a very loving, romantic and tender word. Starry sleepy and all the goodness melting in the moonlight, accompanied by the stardust and the good night I said simmering together into a dream. I don't know why I wanted to say this good night to you. Probably so that dreams could have you in them. Preferably, in black silk. Warmth covered his mouth. Yeah, that's it. The refreshing little romance that Mu Evening Autumn liked. She actually liked it. Just what does that last sentence mean? Warmth hesitated. Why are you wearing black silk? 1. Concealer. 2. Modify the leg line. Good with clothes. 3. Prevention of varicose veins. Looking at the 3 rolls that Monsoon had sent over, Warmth was once again in deep thought. But wearing black silk makes your feet smell. Stockings weaken the intensity of the sun's rays on your legs better and safer than sunscreen. And the day gradually cold. Girls' legs too cold. The body will automatically give the legs hoard fat, where black silk can prevent legs thick. Also there is a difference when a person recognizes color. Black makes a dent, so significantly thinner legs. Warmth looked at the message a little dazed. All scientific reasoning but, wearing black silk makes your feet smell. Actually, the cause of smelly feet is produced by bacteria breaking down the proteins and oils in your sweat. You just have to sterilize your shoes and feet with alcohol or iodine povine every time before you put on your stockings and shoes. Re-wearing shoes can go at least a day without stinking. Warmth. I feel that the Monsoon said all the knowledge. Dry goods. Really not a little personal goods Cut out and search for, why boys like black silk. Most answered, lustful. Warmth was silent for a moment, looking to the second answer. Boys like black silk is a manifestation of high IQ. A study found that men who like black silk generally have a higher IQ. The proportion of highly educated people is more than 74%. The higher the education, the more gentlemen. Warmth nodded with satisfaction only when he saw this article. That's good. Have a good night. Putting his cell phone away, Warmth lay down on the edge of the bed and quickly fell into sleep. Seeing that Warmth had a good night, Monsoon followed suit and lay down, closing his eyes. The following day, military training matters had passed and everything at school was back on track. Regular classes and studying. Some are busy, while others have already started swinging. Monsoon would sit at the end of the hall every time he was in a big class, so this was something he could see clearly. But I'm afraid it will take a while before I can distinguish some powerful ones from these people. Monsoon and Warmth were each busy with their own things, and hadn't been on a date together for a few days, only hitching a ride at the cafeteria at noon at most. In the past few days, Warmth had recruited a secretary with an assistant and some HR experience, as requested by Monsoon. It's called Zhou Lang. Every day when there were no classes, Warmth would follow Zhao Lan to learn a variety of career-related knowledge. According to Monsoon, the purpose of having Warmth recruit Zhao Lan was to fire her. The process of warming up and learning needs to be hidden. Hiding clumsiness is not clumsiness. It's for Zoran to show more. For Warmth to learn better and faster. When Warmth felt that she couldn't learn anything from Zhou Lang, that was the time to turn her on. Learning and work intersect. The two have a stressful daily schedule and a busy corporate schedule. Tomorrow, Saturday, is the 29th, and Warmth will take Zhou Lang to the company for a recruiting session that has been building up for a few days. The interviewers were essentially college students. There are those from Mordor University and others from surrounding universities. Monsoon hadn't met Zhao Lan yet. Just listening to Warmth's tone, Zhao Lan as a person was a bit too harsh and strict. It doesn't feel like it's very good to be around. Monsoon said it didn't matter. He was just an odd job in the company now anyway. By Saturday, Monsoon went to the office early in the morning. First you burn incense and worship the gods, then you start mucking about. Although Do Ding had hired a bellhop to handle the hygiene for them, the company's hygiene could only be said to be just fine. Today to recruit, then the company hygiene or try to clean some good. Hustle and bustle until noon. Monsoon ordered a covered rice, got a bottle of iced tea, and put a bag of huangshan in his hand. A proper civilian three-piece suit. Instead of sitting in his warm office, he sat at the small desk he had set up for himself earlier. Well, looking at it that way, it's more like a handyman. But Monsoon felt that there was nothing wrong with the fact that the boss was a handyman when he wasn't making decisions on issues. Today's meal was eggplant with meat foam. The covered dish at the old shopping center can only be described as oil and salt pulled full of flavor. It was dark, spicy, and salty. Monsoon ate the scalp a little numb. By this meal spicy, Sha hooting and hollering. Just finished eating and cleaning up the trash. A woman in her early 30s, dressed in a gray professional outfit, walked in. The moment she stepped into the company, Monsoon knew that this person was Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan's face was not too thickly painted with professional clothes, and her face could not be said to be mean or high-strung. For a while, Monsoon actually began to think about the idea that Warmth would not be led astray by studying with such a person. While Monsoon saw her, Zhao Lan was also scrutinizing Monsoon. Monsoon hurriedly got up and asked, pretending not to recognize him, "Who are you looking for?" "Mr. One will not be here." Zhao Lan raised her eyes and gave a professional smile. "Didn't Mr. One inform you of today's events before? Notice? You mean the hiring this afternoon?" Before Zhao Lan could answer, Monsoon suddenly stuck his head out and asked the building staff passing by the doorway for sanitation. "Ugh, Auntie, don't move that pile of scraps at the door for now. I'll turn around and ask if they still have any they want." Zhao Lan didn't interrupt Monsoon's move as she walked over to the sofa there in the president's office. I'll wait here for a while then. Okay sis. Monsoon had just nodded when two people walked in the doorway, a courier and a security guard. Monsoon hastily waved at the courier. Ugh. Express takeout. Just leave it with me. Then he looked to the security guard on the sidelines. What's wrong, brother? Third floor atrium. Your side of the property is due. Okay, brother. I'll be right over to turn it in. Zhao Lan smiled at the sight, and in her heart, she had already made a rough judgment of Monsoon's identity. Administration? Fairly scrappy professionalism kept her from showing any disdain, but it was almost too soon. She glanced at the company. Dodan and the others were all busy, and there were only occasional whispers in the whole office, except for the sound of keyboard tapping. Zhao Lan glanced at what they were doing and couldn't read it, but it didn't feel like fun and games, and it didn't feel like the skinflint she'd guessed it would be. Fingertip future? Is there really a future for such a group of youngsters? She thinks it's just warmth making fun of the money. Anyway, the company is here. The salary will be paid as usual. Other than that, she is lazy to care so much. As for belonging to the company, oh, she's only vested in money. Thinking about it, Warmth, dressed in a red suit and carrying a red purse, slightly overpowering, had walked in. Dodan and the others were slightly stunned to see such warmth. Hello, Mr. What? Warmth nodded as a response, then walked straight into her office. Jolan rose and nodded. Mr. What? Well, get ready. Monsoon happened to be back at this time as well. He was also stunned to see Warmth in a small red suit. My girlfriend is so pretty. Taking out the occupational title form from the drawer, he handed it to Warmth and then said seriously, Hello, Mr. What? Warmth raised her eyes and glanced at Monsoon, then at Zhao Lan beside her. The smart autistic girl instantly realized that Monsoon hadn't told Zhao Lan about her identity. She pursed her lips, stifled a laugh, and nodded slowly. Wait for recruitment, you come too. Me? Monsoon pointed at himself. Chapter 102, How can I know you? Without words and tears? Particularly capable of working overtime? Monsoon, who was watching from the side, almost clapped his hands. If Monsoon had been a social animal, it would have just glared at it at this point. Roll the dog. Where's Roll Nima? But now? Good. That's an excellent quality. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Lan was here, I'm afraid he would have just stood up and said, Our company is in need of capable comrades like you. Warmth felt Monsoon's appreciative gaze, though she expressed doubt as to why Monsoon appreciated such. In fact, it wasn't just Monsoon. Zhao Lan, who was the interviewer, was also nodding slightly. She has had a lot of experience in the workplace and naturally understands what it means to be exceptionally capable of working overtime. In the last 5 years and in the next 5 to 10 years, being especially able to work overtime will all be the most excellent workplace ability. There's no way around it. Everyone's on a roll. Inexplicable rolls, without intervention from above, are no longer something you can stop rolling if you want to. Why did you come to our company when you were fine with the company you worked for before? It's not on your resume either. That company went out of business. Zhao Lan nodded. It was common for internet companies to collapse. And what are your requirements for a salary package? 20,000. The more the better. Lu Quan, who spoke this number, was calm. Very well, Mr. Lu Quan. Then go back and keep your phone open. We'll give you an answer by tomorrow evening. Good. Lu Quan nodded slightly and left the office. When Lu Quan left, Zhao Lan twisted her head to look at Warmth. How does Mr. One feel about this man? Pretty good. Zhao Lan was slightly surprised. She had originally thought that Warmth would dislike this kind of unkempt personnel with thinner hair. Typically, this kind of programmer with intense work experience is something that internet companies need to keep an eye on. As great as tech gurus are, most of them are just regular coders. A coder who can work overtime just works better than one who can't. Warmth calmly nodded her head. Monsoon had said similar things, so she wasn't really surprised and spoke indifferently. I know. Zhao Lan frowned slightly. She always felt that there was something strange about Warmth the president. There are a lot of things that I don't understand, and I'm really a noob who hasn't experienced the workplace. But the coldness, the detachment, was also real in her. It's reasonable to say that if a company is of a rich kid's playful nature, it's usually very lively and cheerful as the owner, likes to contradict others and is eager to prove himself. But none of these questions were present in Warmth, who usually asked herself questions, but was always mostly silent. This feeling gave Zhao Lan an uncomfortable sense of being unable to control the situation out of control. So, next, then, good. The first interviewer counts as pretty normal. But what follows is progressively more abstract. Warmth also gradually understood why things like recruitment also required a lot of learning. Jolan asked as she stared at the short-haired girl in front of her. So what position did you come to our company to apply for? Accountant. Lu Ting said back calmly. Do you have any specialties? I'm fast at counting. Zhao Lan. So what can you bring to our company by coming here? Bring an accountant. Lu Ting remained calm. Zhao Lan. I mean, what value can you add to the company? Creating an accountant's value. The corners of Zhao Lan's mouth were already twitching. So why did you apply for a job at our company? Your company is hiring an accountant. And what are your abilities for this position? I'm an accountant and I'm fast with math. So 258 times 12 divided by 23 minus 15 ends up equaling what? No, it will even out the books at the end of the month anyway. Zhao Lan. Monsoon, she's a genius. Zhao Lan got up and shook hands with Lu Ting. Very well, Ms. Lu Ting, we are satisfied with your case and will give you an answer by tomorrow evening. Sending Lu Ting away. The next applicant for the job was more than a little odd. What's more, even a veteran like Monsoon shook his head when he looked at it. Zhou Lang, let's start by introducing ourselves. Interviewee A, isn't it all on the resume? Zhao Lan, get out. Zhou Lang, programmer's post? What would you do? Interviewee B, I will build a future with the company and break into a bright new tomorrow. Zhou Lang, can you take overtime? Interviewee B, is there an overtime pay rate? Zhou Lang, don't you want to create a future together? Interviewee B, I can fix computers. Zhao Lan, get out. Zhao Lan, do you have any more questions? Interviewee C, can I join your company? Please, I'm a girl ugh. Zhao Lan, you're not even allowed. Get out. The hiring of 44 interviewers was fast and slow to say the least. If he came across a candidate who felt good, Zhao Lan would chat a little longer. And if the person was no good, then he would be dismissed in a few words. I have to say, Zhou Lang's professionalism is pretty good. The ability is not to say that it is much outstanding, but at least competent for a small company like theirs. It is perfectly fine. It was an interview that lasted until just after 5 p.m. After all the interviews were over, Warmth needed to talk to Zhou Lang for a while to organize the overall details about the recruitment, and they clocked those people. The number of people is small and the final decision on this personnel selection will be made by Warm. Even Monsoon himself would not care about this. As a boss, you control everything and ask questions about everything, and that company can't grow. Warmth has a strong room for growth, and the ability to improve very quickly. For talents with this ability, even if she is not Warm, Monsoon will give her room for trial and error. If a wrong choice is made, he just corrects it in time. Often, the decision is better left to her. The only option that Monsoon interfered with was the first interviewer, Lu Quan. It doesn't really matter if he doesn't interfere. Zhou Lang should recommend keeping this one. Monsoon was a bit bored at the moment. My girlfriend is studying. My brothers are slamming out singles, and I can't run next door to play LOL, can I? It's only 5 p.m. Monsoon sought to do odd jobs and forget about it. But hygiene had been done in the morning and there didn't seem to be much work in the company now. Either go downstairs and fix them a barbecue or something? Said to do. Take the wallet and push the door downstairs. Although the Magic City side of the many vendors have already got a lot of Alipay payment, but this is a period when mobile payments are not yet replacing cash. At least not until WeChat comes out to play against each other. After skulking around the second floor dining hall, he felt that the brothers were already tired of eating things over here. So Monsoon went out the door, riding on a small electric donkey to run outside the old shopping district. After crossing 2 roads, Monsoon found a snack walking street. He didn't pick and choose, and ordered a bunch from a random barbecue. Got some more sweet potatoes, octopus balls and stuff like that. As he was about to take the large bag back to the small electric donkey, 2 men came up to him and stopped him in his tracks. Monsoon? Gu Xueting suddenly covered her mouth. Seeing the visitor, Monsoon frowned slightly, but he eventually loosened his brows and smiled in greeting. Hello, Auntie Li. Standing beside Gu Xueting at this moment was her mother, Li Lingqi. Monsoon knows that she once had a story with old Ji, but didn't end up with him. Li Lingqi looks young at only 40 years old. She wore high heels underneath, a professional knee-length skirt, and a white blouse on top. Her hair was up and her makeup was very demure. In terms of skin and physical condition, Li Lingqi is younger than her own mother, Dong Kai-hui, and her warm mother, Wang Yakan. They were actually about the same age, and Uncle Gu was supposed to love her very much, and she was also very particular about taking care of herself. But time is time, and time doesn't miss everyone. She's actually getting old. Xiao Feng? Recently study is very busy. I feel that the college entrance examination that Bob did not see you people. You also did not come to the home to look for Xueteng, for fear that you guys are busy with their studies. I do not dare to ask, but luckily, you got into the same school, which is really good karma. Li Lingqi's voice was very soft, almost like a warm-hearted aunt in a drama. Not bad for a woman who could make even old G, a dead fishing guy, pining for her for so long. In those dusty memories Monsoon once had, Li Lingqi is just great. unconditionally great. Every time he had his heart broken by Gu Shueting, if Li Lingqi knew about it, Li Lingqi would comfort him. When he went to Gu Shueting's house to play when he was in school, Li Lingqi would entertain him very warmly every time, make him lots of good food, and even occasionally talk to him, and enlighten him. Even if he knew that he was gradually bad and liked Gu Shueting at that time, Li Lingqi did not raise any objections, and every time he advised him to move on to the good side. At one time, Monsoon was puzzled, not understanding why Li Lingqi was kind to him, but nowadays, a lot of things are figured out for him. Monsoon remembers the middle school days, when he was still studying well, and Gu Shueting was the one who used to catch up. Gu Shueting's grades slipped for a while and she was called to her parents. Li Lingqi was then called to school by her homeroom teacher. Monsoon and Gu Shueting had known each other since elementary school, but this was the first time he had met Li Lingqi. At that time, the homeroom teacher told Gu Shueting to ask herself more if she didn't know how, and Li Lingqi happened to turn her head and saw him. Her gaze went from initial dismay, disbelief, to the ensuing thoughts, memories, to bashfulness, relief, and finally to a slight smile full of deep meaning. That glint in his eye was something that Monsoon couldn't even read back then. Later, when he walked out of the office, under Gu Shueting's unconvinced gaze, Li Lingqi asked him a question. Hello class, what's your name? My name is Monsoon. Season of the season, breeze of the breeze. After he said his name, Li Lingqi was silent for a long time, so long that both Monsoon and Gu Shueting felt strange. She didn't smile until the end. No wonder he has the appearance of a deceased person. So he is the son of a deceased person. Once upon a time, Monsoon didn't understand why Li Lingqi would say that. Why are you so nice to him? Chapter 103 Men's structure is different from women's. Monsoon could ignore Gu Shueting with a cold face, but for Li Lingqi, he should maintain politeness and respect as a matter of reason, because she was the only person, besides his parents, who wouldn't look down and belittle Monsoon after he became a delinquent. Well, it's true that I'm quite busy on the academic front, and Auntie Li's health is okay, right? It feels like you are in great shape and getting younger. Hearing Monsoon praise her youth, Li Lingqi was still very happy. Still, she was delicate enough as a woman to notice a hint of something wrong. Monsoon hadn't even glanced at his daughter since they met, which wasn't normal. If it was placed in the past, Monsoon's gaze would have lingered on his daughter's body, unable to move away at all. The loving gaze could not be adulterated. It was always passionate, impulsive, and reckless. Li Lingqi had loved, even deeply loved, when she was young, so she was well aware of the kind of look Monsoon had once given her. But today, that look is gone. All that was left was a faint rustiness and distance. Li Lingqi narrowed her eyes and immediately realized that there might be a problem between Monsoon and her own daughter. Little Wind, are you free now? It's been a long time. Either, let's have dinner together. Li Lingqi's idea was simple. If there's a problem between Monsoon and his daughter, find a way to solve that problem quickly. You can't procrastinate on emotional things. A lot of otherwise good relationships end up falling apart just because they drag on and don't talk about it. She's been there and knows full well that it's all too normal to love and not be loved. If it can be resolved on the spot, that would naturally be the best outcome. If not, Monsoon stood in place and frowned, then lifted the bag he was holding and waved it in front of Li Lingqi. I guess I can't, auntie. You see, I even brought food for my co-workers here. If I don't go back here, they'll probably starve to death in the company. Li Lingqi's eyebrows were a little tight. This kind of rejection, in the past, was almost impossible. The Monsoon, it seems, has changed. It's okay if you're not available. You really can't miss an appointment. Oh yeah, Windy, are you working part-time? Sort of a part-time job. After all, my main occupation is still a student. That. Li Lingqi pondered what she was going to say next, but Monsoon, as if he knew what she wanted to say, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Auntie Li, I do have something to do today. I'm really sorry. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival again, and the day after that, 11th, so, the day after that, that's the night of October 2nd. I'll take you to dinner then. Is that okay with you? Monsoon could tell that Li Lingqi wanted a dinner date. He couldn't really refuse Auntie Li's invitation. Instead of letting her talk, it would be better to take some initiative yourself so that the timing could still be adjusted on your own. Li Lingqi nodded slowly. That's good. Let's get in touch again on October 2nd. It's really been a long time since I've seen you. It feels like Little Wind has grown up overnight, and he's gotten so much more handsome. Oh, Auntie Li is too good at complimenting people, and so are you, always so young and beautiful. This kid. I'll go first then Auntie. Okay, go for it. The pleasantries didn't last long, so Monsoon carried his things and left without looking back. Li Lingqi watched Monsoon walk away and turned her head to look at her daughter. The entire time she was conversing with Monsoon, Monsoon didn't even look at his daughter. Nor was the daughter's name ever mentioned. It's no longer a simple contradiction. It's ignoring, disregarding. The situation was a bit out of her league. Che rating. Being watched by her mother. Gu Xueting's face was very ugly. Mom, can we go back and talk about it? Li Lingqi took a deep breath and finally nodded. The two of them returned to the hotel where Li Lingqi was staying, and as soon as they entered, Gu Xueting directly burst into tears. Mom, Monsoon doesn't want me anymore. Ooh-hoo. When Li Lingqi heard her daughter say this, she suddenly had the feeling of having two black eyes. But after all, a daughter is her own flesh and blood, and things have to be asked. So maybe there's still room for redemption. At this time, she, as a mom, must be calm. Xueting, you calm down. First tell me, when did you and Monsoon have problems? In high school. The time before the 100-day pledge assembly. In high school? A couple months ago? Li Lingqi's eyes got even darker. Her own daughter had been dragging this out for months? Well, he confided in me at the time and I said I didn't want a relationship and then what? Say it. Then I announced my relationship with Yan Honghao and then he got mad. Li Lingqi? Announcing a romance? With Yan Honghao? Mom, I found Monsoon annoying at the time. And at that time, Yan Honghao happened to be chasing me. So, Li Lingqi forced herself to cover her forehead, unable to imagine how many ridiculous things her daughter had done. Decades of kung fu as silent as water almost broke the defense at this point. Xueting, Mom may have really been wrong. She was too spoiled for you in the past, causing you to take Xiao Feng's goodness as something to be taken for granted. But nothing is taken for granted in this world, and everything has a sunk cost. Little Feng is nice. He doesn't care about that for you, but you lied to him and trampled on his fondness, even love, for you. He ignores you because his heart is cold. Never give up on someone who has been with you because of the novelty of it, because anyone who has been around for a long time loses the novelty of it. When Gu Xueting saw Li Lingqi say this, she was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained. No Mom. Monsoon was angry at the time but we obviously made up later. He changed back to the way he was before. But then that warm thing happened again. And then Monsoon suddenly ignored me. Warm? As a mother, Li Lingqi naturally pays attention to her daughter's studies. Gu Xueting got good grades in high school, and it was not uncommon for her to test first in the whole grade. During her senior year of high school, my daughter was number one for a while, until a girl named Warmth showed up. Only 2 points separated her from Gu Xueting the first time, but the second time she ventured out, Warmth had completely separated herself from the others. It's not a schoolboy anymore, it's a schoolgirl. Warmth, and what role does it play in this? What's going on between that Warmth and Windy? Mom, Monsoon and Warmth seem to be together. He doesn't want me anymore. He really doesn't want me anymore. Woo. Li Lingqi was a bit distracted by Gu Xueting's crying. How indifferent the past few years were. How wretched the crying is today. Seeing her daughter crying like this, Li Lingqi couldn't bear it. She could see that her daughter really cared and loved Monsoon. But so what? Monsoon already has a new girlfriend. Late and deep love is cheaper than grass. Once you miss it, you really can't go back. Just like people can never get closer once they have a gap. Zeton, you're the one who's wrong about this. You didn't understand those moments when he never blamed you. You can never grow up, but he can't be insecure forever. What's more, you've also cheated and hurt Monsoon. Yes, deception and hurt can be forgiven, but the matter of forgiveness is never once, but every time you think of it, you have to forgive. Gu Xueting covered her face as tears continued to flow out from her fingers. This feeling of being told they're stupid by their mother bit by bit is really torturous. She was that stupid to lose Monsoon. Mom, what am I going to do? He says he's not that generous. He doesn't even want to be friends with me now. Don't cry. Crying is useless. I can understand what Little Wind did. You did hurt him too deeply. If you're willing to leave it at that and be at peace with each other, that's not a bad thing. When time passes and the anger in Little Wind's heart subsides, you might even become friends. Li Lingqi had already made it very clear and euphemistic, but Gu Xueting couldn't tense up at all. I don't want to be friends. I didn't realize how much I liked him until he was gone. Mom, help me. Judging from Little Wind's attitude now, he has no feelings for you anymore, only indifference and neglect. In this case, you should never pester him again. It will only backfire. Work on yourself. Maybe there's a chance. Gu Xueting was a bit stunned. Does working on yourself have anything to do with recovering Monsoon? Li Lingqi was a bit devastated. She didn't expect her daughter to be so stupid. Work hard to improve yourself so that you can stand a match with Monsoon. It made him feel that, alas, today's Gu Xueting seemed different from before. That way, you'll have the chance, and the only chance, to make him look at you again. In fact, Li Lingqi left some things unsaid. Can we really go back? Most likely there's no going back. She told Gu Shuiting this. She just didn't want her daughter to give up on herself because of her feelings. It's always right to try harder, even without Monsoon. By working hard to become a better version of yourself, that's not a very bad outcome. If you bloom, butterflies will come. If you are wonderful, heaven will arrange it. Hearing her mother's proposed method, Gu Shuiting trembled and lowered her hand. Trying to get better and match the monsoon? While I can't say for sure, it's certainly one way to go, and it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen. Have dinner with Monsoon the day after tomorrow, and I'll see how he takes it. Mom, thank you. Silly daughter, you're 18 and an adult, and the adult world is no longer over the top. Every adult is responsible for what they do. Mom, Li Lingqi shook her head, interrupting her daughter's crying. Mom's words aren't finished yet. A mistake is a mistake. Shui Ting, once things are really irreparable, you have to let go in time too. Don't look back. Forever. Remember, it's forever. Never regret the path you didn't choose for yourself. Human memory will embellish that road, and along with the embellished imagery, together they will deceive you in the real world. Understand? These words that Li Lingqi had said had been somewhat serious, and Gu Shuiting looked at her mother's eyes and finally nodded her head. I got it. Li Lingqi sighed silently, got up and walked to the window of the room, and sighed again. Chapter 104 Warmth. Can you put your pants on? Cow horse? Yes, it's the cow and horse. Warmth's expression couldn't help but look a little strange when she heard this title, but after she saw Monsoon's very certain gaze, she didn't bother to continue retorting. She was just curious. Why would you say that? In the current era, the netizens are not said to be simple, right? At least the information bombardment has not come so strong. Terms like cow and horse and social animal, while already present in workplace circles, have yet to trickle down to the common man. Just literally. The term cowhorse actually first appeared not in the workplace, but in the public office system or the state-owned system, because their benefits are so good. Some things become slightly abstract. For example, in an office of 10 people, 2 leaders, 7 on vacation, just 1 man working. Why? No reason. The reality is that, after this situation gradually became more and more frequent, there is a common saying in the public office system that women can be used as men at best, but men can be used as cattle and horses. This is the reason why the workplace favors men in the first place. Warmth mused for a moment, trying to understand. There were questions about the workplace, and she was really a little bit of a blank slate. She had already learned a lot during this time with Zhao Lan, but she felt that Zhao Lan did things a little too utilitarian. While Monsoon is also very profit-oriented, he also pays attention to people, but he tries to make his staff as cool as possible wherever he can. For example, you can listen to as many songs as you want as long as you don't play them out. You are free to use the company computer to play games after work, although the company computer configuration is quite average. Then there's always buying a bunch of snacks and drinks and treating your brothers to dinner every now and then, smiling at almost everyone. Of course, the bad guys are hers to do. Warmth had also asked Monsoon why he was like this, and Monsoon's answer was simple. In fact, snacks and drinks these, not much money at all to spend, playing games after work, even less delayed work. It's comforting to the brothers. They're not going to play games with their customers, especially after work. The matter of staying behind to play games, Monsoon actually raised his hands in favor of it. All this talk about improving company sentiment is bull ********. What is true is that if the person goes home after work, then he is completely irrelevant to the job. But as long as the person stays in the company, then his QQ/WeChat is hanging. QQ/WeChat Hangouts. They reply to customers every time the game picks someone to be idle/dead. That's out of order. That's business. Brothers can make some money while playing games from work, and they won't say no. If you're really busy, at best, you can hang out under the tower for 1 minute and let a few other brothers spam a couple of things to finish up. All of Monsoon's practices are really about stabilizing the team. For now, the team is equal to the company's money. Obviously, Monsoon's operation of the company was also a bit more reasonable than the way Zhao Lan had done it. Clearing his thoughts, Warmth looked to Monsoon. So are we only hiring male staff from now on? Hearing such a proposal from Warmth, Monsoon shook his head slightly. Of course not. There is still a need to match men and women, and many of the girls also have excellent work skills. They are no worse than boys at what they do, and girls have a unique advantage over boys when it comes to meticulousness. This is most evident in the areas of data mining and accounting. And men need women. Warm eyes glowed slightly. Was it really necessary? Understood. The company was just starting out and had a lot to deal with. Warming up to learn the rules of the workplace while also dealing with Poké data, coordination, and product selection. So when Monsoon was freeing up his hands, he would help her with things that had to do with Pokés. It's actually quite hard to be warm in this state. She was happy with that though. Her usual entertainment was almost non-existent. The whole work thing was a joy in itself for her. According to Warmth herself, she can see her growth and progress, and can feel wanted and respected. This is the most wonderful feeling. What's more, how can you get tired with Monsoon? In this way, the two were busy until after 10 o'clock. Dodan and a few of them are still playing the game. Warmth's side of the work and study had already ended. But on the contrary, it was Monsoon who had unfinished business at hand. He's writing a planning case that has something to do with traffic fission. Warmth sat with her cheeks on one side and didn't squeak, just watched silently. Monsoon was very efficient and relaxed, not at all as focused and tense as he was when he was working in the Warmth. There was even time to strike up a conversation with Warmth while he was doing his planning. Watching what? Why are you so good? Because I'm Monsoon. Fair enough. Warmth smiled, got up and went to pour a glass of water for Monsoon, then sat to the side and continued to watch him, being stared at by her all the time. Monsoon was slightly tense. You're making it impossible for me to work. Why? Because when you look at me, I want to look at you. Oh. Warmth skimmed his head without a word and looked out the window with a smile. Monsoon glanced at the smile on the young girl's face and continued to be busy without stopping. As wonderful as it is to have children and tenderness, work cannot be left behind. It was not until after 11 o'clock that Monsoon finished the planner, stretched out and closed the computer. Well, wander downstairs for a whole nightcap? Good. Warmth readily agreed. Tomorrow is the 11th day of the month, but neither one has mentioned anything about going back home, at least on the surface. Both said that they happened to be working overtime at the company during November, dealing with hiring and startup matters. No, the first day they were busy up to that point in time. Both seemed to have overlooked the matter of where to live. But this is another very important thing. It's already 11 o'clock, so it's definitely too late to go back to school. So where to stay? Still no one mentioned it. Monsoon didn't squeak, and Warmth didn't mean to ask, seeming not to worry about this aspect at all. They thought it would be a little more important to get something to eat than where to stay. Let's go to the second floor. It doesn't make sense to go any farther at this hour. Good. Monsoon held Warmth, feeling the soft touch coming from his fingertips, and walked to the second floor in a slightly scattered manner. Monsoon bought some beer, drinks at the convenience store and went next door to buy squid. Warmth, on the other hand, went to buy durian pastry and her favorite sweets. They circled around and reconvened. Warm held up the durian pastry for Monsoon to try, while Monsoon fed Warm a skewer of squid. This hanging out without worrying about distance from each other was very comfortable, especially when retouching. Eat here? Not here. It's a little cold. Go upstairs. The nights at the end of September and the beginning of October are no longer as hot as before, and even have a slight coolness to them. Arriving at the apartment block on the 4th floor, Warmth stood transfixed in the walkway. She knew that Monsoon rented several apartments here. As the owner, he must have no problem with a separate room. She even knew that all of these houses belonged to Mu Evening Chio. That's right, not Mu Evening Chio's and their family, but Mu Evening Chio's own house. With the price of housing in the Magic City, the more you start a business and work, the more Warmth you feel how outrageous this is. Even a girl like Mu Evening Chio liked Monsoon. Or was it a blatant unrequited love? You can imagine how much Warmth pressure there is. She had nothing, much less the desire to be evased just by dependence and favoritism. So she needed to work harder. And she had to work harder, to try to be someone who was needed by Monsoon. Become a real General Win. Thinking about what? No, nothing. Monsoon didn't know that Warmth had gone through a little brightening of the heart and mind when he arrived here. He thought Warmth was in a celestial battle, contemplating whether or not he really wanted to stay here tonight. So standing at the 409 door, Monsoon began to explain. This room is 409. You can just sleep here at night. I'll go next door to Dodan's later. Don't worry. Warmth froze. She wasn't worried, but her character, for her to open her mouth and voluntarily stay Monsoon, that was even more almost impossible to happen. Opening the door to 409, Monsoon turned on the apartment lights. Come in. Aha. Warm is here for the first time. Once inside, she looked around. The apartment is just normally decorated. Nothing fancy. The rooms in Monsoon are also very clean. For one thing, he lives in less. And for another, every time the housekeeping aunt cleans, she also cleans his place. She knew so little about boys. Almost no contact with other male friends. Cognition basically relies on the internet. So look at the trash can first. The trash cans were clean and there weren't a lot of paper balls sitting around the room. Monsoon didn't seem to have any special hobbies, like the ones Warmth had searched for online. Well, liking black silk isn't a special fetish. It's a normal preference. Warmth's face turned a little red at the thought. Monsoon didn't know that Warmth's little brain had already thought so much. He put the food and drink on the table and greeted Warmth to sit down. Eat it, it won't taste good cold. Aha. Warmth was about to eat when she suddenly pointed to the beer that Monsoon had brought back. There's no one else, and it's not outside today. Can I? Hearing her raw and timid voice, a hint of helplessness and indulgence appeared at the corner of Monsoon's mouth. Click. Opening a can of beer, he placed it in front of Warmth. Just one can. Good. Warmth picked up the beer in front of her and was about to drink it when Monsoon told her to stop. Ugh. Wait. Hold it up first. Ha? Like this? Monsoon nodded, guiding Warmth to raise his beer before clinking it himself. In that case, call it a toast. Well, cheers. Drinking his beer, Warmth's eyebrows tangled once more. This stuff really doesn't taste very good. The flavor is bitter, but it was quite refreshing. The two of them were having a nice late-night snack while drinking their respective beers. Warmth was drinking for the first time, and the amount of alcohol or anything else was completely unknown. By the time she finished the can, her face was flushed and a little hot. Chapter 105, In the Darkness. Hands reaching for her and him, being told off by Monsoon. Warmth was at a loss for words. Stepping into slippers that were much larger than her pale feet, she turned and thumped back into the bathroom, taking Monsoon's pants out. It was followed by a slight gesture in front of his leg. I just tried it on, but your pants are too big and they'll fall off on me. Pants will fall down. Good. Monsoon suddenly realized that something was wrong. He first got up and pulled the curtains to prevent Warmth from getting naked. Then he closed his eyes and rubbed between his eyebrows, his expression growing harder and harder to strain. Back to sitting on the couch to hide his embarrassment. For a long time, when he looked at Warmth again, she just stood there aggressively, not knowing what to do. Warmth could sense that there was something wrong with Monsoon's mood, but she didn't know what was wrong with Monsoon sitting still. Raising her eyebrows, she looked at Monsoon, worry dripping from her watery almond eyes. So she took 2 more steps closer. Monsoon, what's wrong with you? Hey, don't come any closer. Let me calm down a little. There's pants in that drawer over there. Those boxers with the elastic should work. Try them on. Monsoon rejected Warmth's approach and showed her the way. Of course, it's also showing himself the way. Sitting on the couch, Monsoon was blushing a little at the moment. It shouldn't. Reasonable. He shouldn't have been so out of it. It wasn't quite what he thought it would be. After all that, you really shouldn't be so impulsive. Monsoon sighed slightly, while lamenting his lack of talent. The scene that was just like a comic book character walking into reality came back to his mind. Then again, Warmth just looked like that. Hey! The corners of Monsoon's mouth began to rise. When pure love takes the stage, lust begins to lose. By this time, Warmth had found a pair of boxers that were slightly tighter for Monsoon and put them on. It's still big, but not so big that it falls off. She dragged her slippers under her feet and reappeared in front of Monsoon. Are you better? Hearing Warmth ask herself in such a soft and sticky manner, Monsoon suddenly felt a little guilty. Does she actually think she's uncomfortable? Nothing. Are you going to take a shower now? Yes. Monsoon had originally wanted to go to Dodan's and their house to wash, just to circumvent it. However, after a series of emotional fluctuations just now, at this time, Monsoon was instead much more bashful. Grabbing a change of clothes, Monsoon walked into the bathroom while taking off his own top. The scent and vapor still lingered in the bathroom. Reverie. After Monsoon entered the bathroom, Warmth stood up and walked over to the water fountain to pour herself a glass of water. With the paper cup at her lips, she leaned inexplicably against the wall, her thoughts beginning to go out of control. The peach blossom-like eyes glistened, then narrowed slightly, and finally curved up like a crescent moon. There was more or less a little happiness in that smile, and a little wryness as well. Thinking about it made Warmth think out loud. The boy's shower was quick, and once Monsoon had freshened up he covered his head with a towel and walked out bare-chested in the same boxers that Warmth had worn. These pants Warmth just wore? In a pair of pants? He stood in front of the walkway in the bathroom doorway ready to get dressed. I just didn't realize that Warmth wasn't actually sitting on the bed or the couch. Instead, he stood across the aisle drinking water, and at that moment just stared at him blankly. The muscle tone that comes from long-term workouts is obvious. You're just not old enough and it takes some time for your muscles and body to grow. 18 years old can still be relatively skinny even if you eat a lot and work out hard enough. But even so, Warmth froze at the sight. Her fair face quickly turned red and she stared into Monsoon's eyes without any intention of moving away. Monsoon also noticed her abnormality, and immediately felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly put on his clothes. It really wasn't so much about showing off your body in front of Warmth. Men scratching their heads and all that was just greasy. Take the hairdryer out of a side stand. Monsoon looked at the hairdryer in his hand for a moment in thought, then looked at Warmth. Do you want me to blow dry your hair? Warmth froze again and nodded vigorously a few times. Good. The matter of a guy blow drying a girl's hair is a very intimate act. If it's a big piggy, even if they are boyfriend and girlfriend, they won't bother to help do it. Monsoon couldn't have helped a woman blow dry her hair before. Warmth, on the other hand, was unlikely to let anyone else blow dry her hair, so both felt weird. Warmth sat cross-legged and upside down on the edge of the bed, with her back to Monsoon, who was plugged in and standing behind her. When Monsoon gently inserted his fingers into her raven hair, he suddenly had a vestigial feeling of achievement unlocked. Stick your fingers in warm hair. How long has this been something Monsoon has wanted to do? Rooftop persuasion in high school? No, it's earlier than that. It was in the construction site. The first time he ripped the string out of her hair and her dark hair fell out in front of his eyes. It was his first moment in the world. The raven hair of the young girl was close at hand at the time. Maybe he had his heart in his mouth back then and just didn't admit it for a long time. Love at first sight? This word in the previous Monsoon purely as a fart. Love at first sight is not to see the color of interest? Now he seems to believe in love at first sight a little bit again. At first sight, I am surprised and happy, but I am also thumped after a long time. Double standard dogs are like that. Like his kind. Thinking about what? The warmth in front of her suddenly opened her mouth. Probably because Monsoon's prolonged inactivity made her feel a hint of abnormality. The corner of Monsoon's mouth rose slightly, gently stroking Warmth's still slightly damp hair. It's nothing. It might take a while you play with your phone. Aha. Hoo hoo hoo. The hairdryer was turned on and the hot air and noise was still loud. As the warm wind cut through their fingertips and hair, Monsoon and Warmth both tacitly stopped talking at this time. Monsoon somewhat clumsily stroked out a fistful of hair and then dried it with warm air. It was clumsy because Monsoon hadn't done this kind of thing before, but he was smart enough to quickly find some tricks. 5 fingers inserted into the hair and slowly slid down. If you come across a knot, try spreading your 5 fingers first to see if you can untie it. If it doesn't work, use your fingers to remove it again. As the water stains on her warm hair became less and less, her hair became smoother and smoother. When he touched it in his hand, the texture that was like silk made Monsoon a bit mesmerized. He couldn't help but lower his head and sniff at the top of the warm head. In addition to the scent of shampoo, Monsoon once again smelled the kind of odor that made him throb. That creamy, milky smell. Unspeakable feeling. Okay. Aha. Warmth's ears, in fact, had already reddened the moment Monsoon lowered his head. She guessed that Monsoon was sniffing her, so she didn't squeak or hide. She liked the feeling. After blow-drying her hair, Monsoon finally got up. My God. It's 12 o'clock. I'll go next door. You go to bed early. Just message me or call me directly if something comes up. Hearing that Monsoon was leaving, Warmth was suddenly a bit torn. She didn't want Monsoon to go. Not at all. But again, unable to open. Monsoon. What's wrong? Want to talk some more? This was already the most Warmth could say. The maximum amount of retention. And uttering these words had already made her lift her head a little. But Monsoon shook his head slightly as if he didn't understand at all. Do you want to hear what you're talking about? It's after 12. Get some rest. Warmth lowered his head and fell silent. Is Monsoon not understanding the idea of warmth? Of course he understands. He understands too much. But he also understood respect. Or caution. He respected Warmth and his fondness for him, as well as his own first fondness. The first reaction a guy has when he meets someone he really likes is to feel inferior. No matter how powerful that person is. The kind of love that gilds the lily for each other. To the point of obsessing over whether or not I'm still unworthy. He didn't seem to have fallen in love with someone before, so his thunderous personality became cautious in some ways. If love is the sinking of free will, that Monsoon was self-conscious enough to be a rational person that he needed to restrain this sinking. Turning around and preparing to leave, Monsoon suddenly felt his palms being wrapped around a fine slip. He knew it was warm fingers. Stay with me. Well, when the voice came to the ear, the steel-like will had collapsed in an instant, turning into a gentle winding of the fingers. He gave a helpless, relieved, and contained smile of deep meaning. I don't know if I'm laughing at my own self-proclaimed strong iron will, or if I find it funny that all those original psychological constructions that had been laid down for so long came crashing down. Love is the sinking of free will. Yes, and when it does, you simply can't fight it. Good. Monsoon agreed with little struggle. Though he didn't look at Warmth, he was able to guess the smile that was on her face at that moment, because he was smiling himself. No more chatting. Get to bed. Good. I'll take the couch. You take the bed. What? No. Nothing. Warmth seemed obedient. Perhaps it was hard to get Monsoon to compromise and stay, so she didn't try to force a chat or anything like that. Monsoon said she wanted to sleep on the couch, and she didn't open her mouth to veto it. There was just a disappointment in his tone that he couldn't hide at all. He tried to break away from Warmth, but Warmth just bristled, kept his head down, and then stared at him with that knife man look. Monsoon's scalp went a little numb as he pointed to the light switch. You have to turn off the light to sleep, right? Ow. Warmth finally let go of her hand, followed by Monsoon turning off the lights in the room. The lights were turned off, plunging the room into darkness, before Monsoon pulled back a small section of the curtains, looking out along the window. The night of Magic City always has a lot of neon light, like a city that never sleeps. Turning back again, Monsoon suddenly realized that Warmth's sleeping state was slightly strange. Chapter 106, A Good Night. Monsoon's palm. Perhaps she couldn't memorize every stripe on it, but by holding it she could instantly confirm it. Not thick but generous, not soft but gentle, as well as just the right amount of strength when touched. That's the feeling of being uniquely Monsoon. Warmth shallow inhalation at the same time, tightly gripped between her fingers. She quietly increased the force of her own fingers, deeply afraid that he would escape as she tightened her grip on Monsoon's palm. Her originally tense body loosened up at that moment. It's nice to have the Monsoon in. In fact, Monsoon, who was standing beside Warmth, was also somewhat emotional at this time. The moment he held Warmth's palm just now, he could even feel the protrusion of Warmth's tendons and his body tensed up. It took a while to hold it before Monsoon felt the warmth gradually loosen. She was really nervous and rushed. He suddenly realized that he knew very little about Warmth's past, other than what she had said herself. What had she been through in the past 10 years or so? There was no rush. He had plenty of time to heal. Monsoon raised her hand and shook the warm palm. Asleep? Warmth thought that Monsoon was going to leave again, and her heart was a little sad. It had been held for a while, but it simply wasn't enough. So let's pretend we don't know what he's talking about and get greedy for a little while longer. No. Where am I going to sleep if you don't lay down inside? We can't just keep standing here, can we? The two sentences made Warm's IQ turn negative for a moment, and the CPU, which was already running at high load, suddenly went down for a split second. Her mouth dropped open slightly, and several more seconds passed by the time she came back to her senses. Luckily, the Monsoon is still waiting. Oh, well, I'll sleep a little further in. The warm voice was tense, rushed, and wistful with intense anticipation. That's why she stayed. That's what she had been looking forward to. Her careful plan was complete, and the wish she had made with the god of fortune came true again. The god of wealth is really useful. Let's burn more incense for it tomorrow. Warmth clumsily squirmed on the bed a few times, moving a little bit to the center of the bed. Her back was already covered in sweat, nervous, and excited. After the warmth moved to the center, Monsoon lay down smoothly. He used to live a very disciplined life as well, and his sleeping position and other things were equally disciplined. But disciplined was disciplined, and it was still different from Warmth's kind of straight state. Lying on his side, Monsoon still clutched the warmth of his hand. Warmth's state didn't change. It just went from sleeping on the edge of the board to sleeping in the middle of the board. Feeling the already sweaty palms, Monsoon gently ruffled the loose hair on Warmth's forehead. It's too late. Go to bed. The gentle movement made Warmth's toes clench together. In the dead of night, she could hear Monsoon's subtle and steady breathing, and he was lying so calmly and gently beside her, as if he were dreaming. Monsoon didn't bother to correct Warmth's sleeping position, much less reprimand or ridicule it. At times like this, he doesn't need to do anything extra. Just hold the warm palm in silence. Let her feel her warmth. Let her have security. The night seemed to have no end, and neither spoke. After an unknown amount of time, gradually, Monsoon felt that the warm fingers were no longer sweating, and his breathing was no longer so constricted and tense. The rhythm is smooth and should be getting into that ebb and flow of normal sleep. It was only then that Monsoon slowly opened his eyes, admiring the side face that looked like a work of art in the darkness. He hadn't been able to sleep, not because he wasn't sleepy, but the position he was in right now was just uncomfortable. But he also knew that the slightest breeze from him and the warm tension would immediately tighten. Repeatedly, she won't be able to sleep. That's why she hasn't moved. When Warmth fell asleep, Monsoon adjusted his posture, and only then did he begin to properly appreciate the sleeping beauty. Gradually he began to blink more and more, until he fell into sleep. The undisturbed night was peaceful. The only sounds in the room were the faint sounds of breathing and the insects chirping outside the window. Under the penetration of the moonlight, the person on the bed gently closed her eyes. Yet as time passed, the sky gradually whitened and the night slowly receded. Sunlight broke through the window and poured silently into the bedroom, like a pair of invisible hands gently brushing over, gradually awakening the sleeping world. At this point in the bedroom, with the shadow of the sunlight imprinted on the window pane, everything gradually became brighter. The person in the middle of the bed opened her eyes slightly, subconsciously about to clench her palms, but the touch between her fingers made her abort her movements in a hurry. He's still there. Not gone. Warmth suddenly felt very happy, and everything was comfortable except for the stiffness of the body brought about by the bored sleep. Quietly, Monsoon turned his head sideways, still lying on his side. He silently clenched his hand, supposedly holding it all night without changing his position. Sleeping like that all the time should make you tired. Looking at Monsoon's near face, Warmth's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. She wanted to get closer, much closer. Will it wake up Monsoon? If it wakes up, it's time to get up. Warm thinking doesn't have much to say about sleeping in. Her past and present had no concept about the matter of sleeping in. She hadn't had the opportunity to do so before, and she didn't have the habit of doing so now. So in her mind, wake up and get up. But the yearning in her heart soon overwhelmed reason. She just wanted to get closer. Her body quietly moved towards Monsoon's side, something she didn't even dare to do last night. Bit by bit, he came closer, making the warm heartbeat faster and faster. Keep going until it's close enough. Warmly tilting her head slightly, she quietly leaned her head against the spot by Monsoon's armpit and chest, gently sniffing Monsoon's scent. The autistic girl's cheeks had turned red. This feeling was too wonderful. If it was a dream from drinking last night, then let her get drunk for a little longer. At an angle unseen by Warmth, Monsoon quietly opened his eyes. His biological clock is also spot on, all the time. It had been a habit of his for years, so he had woken up as the Warmth moved toward him. He just couldn't bear to interrupt the autistic girl's awkward approach. Warmth is thin-skinned, and courage value is pitifully low. Right now, inevitably, it's a move she's summoning up courage for because she likes it, and it shouldn't be interrupted. What's more, he liked it himself. Feeling the warmth against his head in his arms, Monsoon's mood rippled a bit. The overflowing emotion caused him to reach out as well, gently stroking the Warmth's hair and head as if he were petting a small child. Warmth was already shy, and Monsoon's subconscious gentleness made her body stiffen again. Monsoon didn't squeak as he adjusted his position slightly, wrapping his left arm around her head and letting the Warmth rest on his chest. Her right hand slowly loosened her fingers and gently held onto the warm, slender waist. It was all a natural move, and after doing so Monsoon closed his eyes again, tired from a busy day yesterday and having slept late. Just because his biological clock woke him up didn't mean he'd gotten enough sleep. He also wanted to get some sleep, to cuddle up and get warm, but the warmth had been thoroughly awkward compared to the nature of the Monsoon. First of all, the series of actions of Monsoon just now had left her entire body in a trance. Is Monsoon awake? Monsoon didn't get up. Monsoon suddenly let go of his hand, but he hugged his waist. Warmth didn't even know where to put his left hand, which had been loosened. Now, after stiffening in midair for a moment, it eventually landed on Monsoon's chest. She loved it, loved being pressed against Monsoon's body, loved gently smelling Monsoon's scent. And Monsoon, after feeling the tip of the autistic girl's less than honest nose, lowered his own a bit so that it was pressed against her raven hair. A few obvious sniffs, feeling the stiffening response of the young girl in his arms before he chuckled and murmured, "Don't move, sleep some more." The young girl in her arms instantly became much more honest, and only after a while did she let out a soft hum from her nose. Hearing the young girl's response, Monsoon's gaze gradually became mesmerized. People who get security are never just warm. In fact, Monsoon was also a person with little security. It was just that in the past, he was strong and calm enough. He doesn't need to rely on others to give him security, but emotional needs, he's never had them met. And when they are, it's easy to become mesmerized. It's like right now. Monsoon felt a little drunk. That's why he was so sleepy and wanted to go to sleep so badly. This time, Monsoon went to sleep a little earlier than Warmth. The warmth in her arms felt that settling, and she realized that Monsoon was probably asleep. Feeling the warmth of his favorite person falling asleep with him in his arms filled his heart with joy. Her body relaxed, wanting to savor the little bits of beauty. By now, instead, she was a little reluctant to go to sleep. It was just too safe and cozy to lean into Monsoon's arms, and Warmth gradually relaxed and fell back into sleep. The 6 a.m. second nap went on until after 10 a.m. Between the beds, Warmth murmured in Monsoon's arms, "Ay." Monsoon couldn't even hear the stuff she was saying. Dream words? It doesn't seem to be as clear as it is inside a TV show or movie. One could only feel the warmth in his half-squinted, half-awake state as he once again began to rub himself in his arms. Her cheeks were tinged with a grin as her feet involuntarily tangled together, her toes curling and then stretching with them. The palm of his free hand kept touching Monsoon's body. These are unconscious movements when half asleep. But suddenly, the movement of the palm of the hand was a few moments faster, and the body in his arms gradually stiffened. Finally, the hand simply hung in mid-air, not moving. Monsoon knew that it was Warmth waking up. The reaction almost made him laugh. Gently taking hold of the dangling palm and letting it slowly drop, Monsoon restroked the warm hair and whispered in her ear, "Pampering independence is a passive skill that all women are born with, and it is automatically triggered when a girl is given enough security and favoritism." Chapter 107, Token of Love. Then, I would like to eat xiao long bao and soy milk. Monsoon was slightly stunned. The two things, xiao long bao and soy milk, were actually somewhat familiar to him, because he had bought breakfast for Gu Shueting for years in the past. Gu Shueting's favorites were xiao long bao and soy milk. Seems like a pretty simple request. Good. Monsoon readily agreed, then left space for warmth to change. Alone, he went downstairs and bought xiao long bao, steamed dumplings, shengjian, as well as soup and soybean milk. And by the time Monsoon returned to 409, warmth had already changed her clothes, and her expression had returned to normal. Only occasionally would he steal a glance at himself, and then more than a few smiles between his brows. Eat breakfast. You have work to do after breakfast. Aha! There's still a lot of work to be done, and by the end of the day, it's basically time to finalize the candidates from yesterday's hiring process. Yesterday was a busy day and today will probably be even busier. Sleeping a lazy sleep is already a crime. They have a tight schedule and a heavy task. Really can not have a minute of slack. Originally, Monsoon wanted to mention something about Li Lingqi inviting him to dinner. Then I thought better of it. It affects my working condition. Let's talk about it tonight. Go. Good. The two of them dressed up and headed to the third-floor atrium. Before he even entered the door, he heard a few people from Dodan's big head bickering loudly. Big head are you? Don't know about letting heads in? Asterisk 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 off. Let him kill me back again. Monsoon. Warmth looked at Monsoon and didn't say anything. These stupid eggs are screaming so loud. It's obvious they're playing a game. No loud noises or games are allowed during work hours. Although Monsoon was usually polite to his brothers, this kind of issue belonged to the principal. It's inappropriate for myself and Warmth to be late, but it doesn't make sense for you guys to be playing games at work. Before he even entered the house, his fire poured upward, walking into the company silently with Warmth. Dodan swept a glance at Monsoon and Warmth. Big brother, sister-in-law, coming. After that, he went back to his focus on the game. Monsoon, is something wrong? Dodan the man was a bit rash, but he was one of the most obedient and understanding. Monsoon dared to run naked through Mordor with a bunch of brothers. It really doesn't work without Dodan. He's not good at a lot of his workplace skills, but he listens well enough to reason things out and is hardly ever stupid. For example, the company rules on the error. Work time cannot be brother before brother. Brother, brother, brother. Dodan also never made a mistake. Today. Wait. Monsoon suddenly realized what was wrong. He turned to Warmth. What day is it? September 30th. August 15th? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival? Seems like it. Warmth nodded. Monsoon was a little confused, wondering if he had forgotten about it because he was so comfortable last night and into this morning, and hadn't been that relaxed in a long time. Actually, it wasn't just Monsoon who had forgotten. Warmth was in a similar situation. It's been a roller coaster of emotions from last night until now. Well, she hadn't been paying attention at all to the time or anything. She had been so focused on posting that she had been completely ignorant about the days, which was really uncalled for. As for Monsoon, he looked at a few of his brothers who were playing a game. The heart is a little too much. This is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. The brothers not only did not go back home, but also stayed in the company. He has to go to BB again. That would be really unorthodox. Capitalists don't do that. Is there anything you want to do today for the Mid-Autumn Festival? It seems not. Today then? Monsoon raised an eyebrow. Work together. Warmth said readily. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. He actually wanted to ask Warmth if she wanted to go out and have fun. But Warmth opened his mouth to work together. And while it was hard for him to be taught, he had no reason to refuse. After all, for Warmth, the work itself is a joy. That's fine. Before the recruitment thing, we were notified that we would give a reply in 1 to 2 days. Like Lu Quan and Lu Ting and those, you can call and finalize them during the day today. Warmth nodded, then sent out a sole question. Who fights? Although the company was small, it was not without people, and it was certainly inappropriate for Warmth to fight as president. It just so happens that the company has a rare candidate who is well versed in all aspects of the business, has outstanding abilities, is very eloquent, and is familiar with the entire company's operational processes. After some discussion between Mr. Win and Director G, it is not Monsoon's place to take on such an important task. Then Monsoon squatted at the office and made phone calls all afternoon. Hello, Mr. Lu Quan, right? I'm Monsoon, the planning director of Fingertip Future. Our company invites. Hello, MS. Lu Ting, right? Because Monsoon valued LV Quan and Lu Ting more. These two candidates were the ones he focused on. Not only did we talk to both men about specific salary packages, but we also talked specifically and properly in detail about contracts, planning, and definitely the future. For people like them who have talent potential, Monsoon doesn't talk to them about welfare. He only talks about money. In the workplace, benefits are for tool people, competent people, smart people. They will fight for their lives if they are given money or enough benefits. These people know what they need, and they don't need the fudge of so-called welfare. Money, that's the most tangible thing. After finishing the recruitment matters, Monsoon and Warmth sat back in the office again. Start pointing out that Warm has knowledge about promotion and planning. Revise your own fission planner, by the way. Next, let's talk about promotion and planning. Seeing Monsoon enter a serious state, Warmth's side also took out a pen and paper and began to record. Traffic fission, a classic term, also known as viral attraction. It has the effect of spreading the word from person to person and from thing to thing. Viral attraction, while highly random, can actually be masterfully orchestrated. The most classic case is the bureau once made by Mr. Jin Kwan in 2011, kneeling to save a daughter. The schemer uses his body as bait to invite the world into the chess game. He doesn't bet on the goodness of human nature, and he doesn't pray for the netizens to speak up and save the mother and daughter. He gambled on human nature being evil and waited for a handful of netizens who wanted him dead. This inning is so classic and so successful, because the general public really wants him dead. Instantaneous detonation of traffic at the same time, but also to achieve the original purpose of kneeling to save the daughter. This case, even for a long time afterward, was regarded as a classic. But Monsoon's own level of planning was limited, and he couldn't come up with such a classic innings, nor did he need to. There's nothing righteous about him doing diversions. It's purely about bandwagoning, making money, and also accumulating money and experience for the short video field. Nowadays, all he has to do is make out little innings that are eye-catching. For example, once a brand of $1 mooncakes claimed to sell a copy of at least 39 yuan loss, overnight loss of several million. There was also a brand of 3 towels for $1 that was robbed of 260,000 in one night, and so on. These are classic cases to copy. It's true that the mooncake campaign lost a couple million, but it ended up making over 2,000 in sales of almost 100 square meters, which the planners won't tell you about. As for that towel case, even in a previous life, it was still a big hit brand. How do you make money selling things at a loss? It's really simple. Earn traffic and eyeballs. As long as enough people know the brand and know the goods, then the businessman can never lose money. After all, 79's eyebrow pencil is bought by people and even sells out, even if it costs less than $1. And a lot of the old national products are obviously good value for money, but they go completely unnoticed. This is the difference in flow, because no one knows about Old National. They didn't get any traffic at all before they were exposed. In fact, Monsoon felt that he could even do without commissions for the sake of traffic. I just don't know if it can be made in practice. There's about planning and promotion, and the underlying reasoning is just that. The lesson was almost over, and Monsoon took a sip from his glass of water. He didn't really enjoy giving these business lessons, but today's student was Warmth, so he certainly couldn't hide it. Unlike Warm's work as a manager and coordinator, he needed to think ahead about many things as a boss. Planning is something he can do, but not all the time. There's always a need to decentralize down the line. Warmth, as president, she needed to understand this aspect. Not to say that she should be allowed to do the planning, but at least she won't be fooled as president later on when a new planning director is recruited. After finishing the work, Monsoon took Warmth and Do Ding and a few of them, and spent a mid-autumn festival in the company, bought some scattered mooncakes from downstairs and took a group photo of the company in its infancy. It was followed by a game with Warmth. Obviously, in the absence of an expert like Mu Evening Chiu, Monsoon couldn't take Warmth down the road either. It would die a dog's death. In the end, Monsoon chose Sword Saint to play the field, and Warmth chose a Shun to go on the single. The company sat down 5 in a row, and the more they fought, the more silent they became. Warm, after playing for a while, finally understand why the Monsoon and Do Ding so good relationship. Playing the game will also quarrel, eat, drink and play. And then to end this slightly lighter Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival in this current era has much less of a festive atmosphere. Even though there is a moon in other places, it is not as good as a lamp on the mountain at home. Not being in their hometowns, the brothers can only talk to their parents at home on the phone or WeChat. So as the Monsoon and Warmth time returned to the night, and Monsoon leaned on the windowsill after talking to his mom and dad on the phone. When he took out his cigarettes, Warmth took out at the same time the lighter that she had taken back and never returned. Swish! The fire lit up, only to be blown out by the night wind. Warmth refired the fire and Monsoon moved a little closer, squeezing the wind out of it with both hands. Cigarette lit. Monsoon leaned back against the balcony. Are you not going to give me back the lighter? Didn't you tell me to practice more? And I bought this in the first place. Warmth was still revitalized. What's being given away and what's going back? Well, This is different. Well, don't lose it. No. In fact, in the hearts of Warmth and Monsoon, this is their token of love. Both of them. Continuing to smoke. Monsoon stared at Warmth with eyes that were beginning to get lost. Chapter 108, Interlocking Fingers. It's not a relative, but it still seems like it's kind of a meal between the elders and the juniors. Take her? At that time, Gu Shuiting will definitely go too. So she is to take the Monsooness. Thinking, the Warmth lowered her head. Monsoon did not rush her. He liked to watch Warmth quietly think, waiting for her to slowly figure out the meaning of his words. Noticing Monsoon's eyes, Warmth looked as if she had suddenly come back to her senses and hurriedly nodded her head in response. Going to. Seeing how cute Warmth was, Monsoon really couldn't hold back and put his hand on her head. Okay, together then. Aha. It's not as late in the day as it was yesterday, and it's nowhere near the point where it's time to go to bed. After talking about the dinner, when they looked at each other again, there was suddenly some inexplicable awkwardness between Monsoon and Warmth. The events of last night and this morning can be described as somewhat coincidental and somewhat deliberate. When I woke up in the morning, the autistic girl's face was still shy. She pushed herself away awkwardly. So, can you still have the same peace of mind tonight as you did yesterday? When you take a shower today, have your clothes ready ahead of time. Well, I'll go clean up. Monsoon's tone was a little dry, and Warmth, avoiding embarrassment, took the initiative to walk back into the house. Pack up? Just as Monsoon was puzzled, Warmth actually did the job of cleaning up. Monsoon was pretty clean for the most part, but he still had some regular manly problems, like clothes that like to be put in a pile. When he's at home, he has his mom to help him clean up, but not when you're out and about. And a pile of clothes with no one to clean it up is just that, a pile, and it won't fold itself. Warmth yanked out several of the drawers where Monsoon had kept his clothes. The clothes were all washed and clean, so they were laid out on the bed in a warm, smooth manner, then sorted and folded. One by one. She folded the clothes with a pure skill, and looked like the type that did a lot of housework. Looking at Warmth, who was packing up his clothes, Monsoon stood to the side somewhat awkwardly. A girl helped him pack his clothes, something only the nanny and mom had done before. He didn't know what the internet rumors, those gentle and virtuous wives were like, and he had never seen them anyway. Such a being as a wise wife would also basically not circulate in the market. Even if they did, the odds are that they would be nestled away as treasures. Does that Warmth count as a good wife? Ahem. Why think so far ahead? The clothes Monsoon had left here weren't too many, and soon, Warmth finished sorting them. Over here is the top, over here is the pants, over here is the jacket, the pants, and over here is the underwear. Got it. It won't get messy or impossible to find if you categorize it this way. Aha. I'm going clothes shopping tomorrow. Wanna join me? Ha? Monsoon froze slightly. I didn't bring a change of clothes from school, and this is definitely not going to work. Monsoon's eyebrows twitched. It really wasn't because he was going to meet Gu Shuiting and her mom the day after tomorrow that he went clothes shopping? Although this thought was in his heart, Monsoon would never say it. Okay, together tomorrow. Hearing Monsoon's promise, Warmth smiled sweetly. Monsoon was a bit short on words today, and seemed to be the opposite of what had been going on in the past. It had been Warmth who had been talking, and he had responded every now and then. Monsoon had already seen a set of clothes she had taken in her hand, and it looked like she was ready to take a shower. Of course, seeing it and pretending not to see it. He didn't mention how he was going to get dressed after washing, let alone that he was going to sleep in Dodan's room. Everything seems to be set up, so natural. With the Warmth walking into the bathroom and the gurgling of the shower ringing in his ears, Monsoon made his way to the balcony once more and lit himself a cigarette with a disposable lighter. He's a lot more calm today and doesn't have the same awkwardness he had yesterday. And the warmth coming out of the bathroom was not as exaggerated as it was yesterday. Didn't wash my hair, so it was basically dry. And I also had fitted pants ready ahead of time, so I didn't show my legs like I did yesterday. The cigarette in Monsoon's hand paused, and his mood was not sure if it was emotional or regretful. At least there's no need to deliberately close the curtains to keep her from getting naked. I'll wash it. Aha. Monsoon finished his shower just as quickly, and when he came out, Warmth was already leaning on the edge of the bed playing with his cell phone. The atmosphere was more or less silent and weird. After seeing Monsoon come out, Warmth's gaze suddenly stared and began to move his body without moving. Moved from the side of the bed to the center of the bed, the same spot where he slept last night, leaving the side of the bed empty. Left is fine, right is fine. This caused Monsoon, who was ready to sit on the couch, to be awkwardly in place. Warmth was obvious with this move. After 5 or 6 seconds of pestling around the bed's location, he could only walk silently to lie down in the same spot he had been in yesterday. Then start playing with your phone. Neither of them said a word. Everything was by default. It was just a phrase that kept swirling around in Monsoon's head. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Playing with cell phones is a big stupid gripe. He didn't know why the words popped into his head, they just lingered. The whole thing isn't as sprightly and stiff as it was yesterday. By the time it was 11 p.m., Warmth voluntarily got up and turned off the light, and resumed sleeping in the middle of the bed. The pose was still as bored as ever, but she held her right hand out, placed between her and Monsoon. It was such an obvious move that Monsoon could see it, of course, but it was just uncomfortable after lying on his side all night last night, so he didn't hold the warmth in his right hand as he had before. Instead, you sleep in a normal flat position, holding your warm right hand in your left, 10 fingers interlocked. Warmth arched her eyebrows even though her eyes were closed. It was a quiet night. Early the next morning, Monsoon woke up feeling a little itchy on his chin. What seemed to be warm fingers were stroking his not quite hard stubble. Well, the deliberate distance hadn't done much good. Warmth had stuck close without moving. The sound of quiet breathing was close at hand. Monsoon could feel the tension in her breath. Warmth fell silent in his arms for a moment, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he felt a light pack on his chin. The shallow slight coolness passed in an instant, and before Monsoon could even react, the young girl had already gotten up and left. It was slight just now, but Monsoon knew what it was. Warm kisses. The feeling of happiness instantly filled his entire body, making Monsoon somewhat intoxicated. But Monsoon was a bit of a numb person at the moment, and not just the mental kind. He wasn't in a very comfortable position at the moment, and I didn't want to wake up now, so I had to keep pretending to be asleep. People go numb after a nap. When Warmth went to the bathroom to wash up, only then did Monsoon get up busily, gently touching his chin. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Hey, it was the 11th day of the year, and Warmth simply made 2 bowls of bok choy and egg noodles for breakfast. The white water noodles are not much good, but Monsoon still froze a big bowl. Leaning against the door and watching the warmth of dishwashing really looks like a human wife. Monsoon suddenly had the urge to hug it from the back, but thought better of it. He and Warm had a lot of time on their hands. The coming days are long. After dinner the two went downstairs together. According to what Warmth said last night, he was going to buy some new clothes today. He understood, so the two headed to the mall together. It was the first time for Warmth to visit the shopping mall in Magic City, and she had to say that the prices here were simply a bit staggering to her. Branded clothes can cost thousands, and even if she could support them with her current income, she couldn't afford to part with them. Monsoon naturally saw what Warmth was thinking. Based on what Jolan taught you, buy 2 sets of more expensive formal wear, and the rest of it is better to go downstairs to the dress store. Yeah. The matter of buying clothes was not only to deal with tomorrow's dinner party. As the leader of the company, she should also buy some formal wear. The CEO status is certainly no place to wear cheap stuff. Walking through the branded area, Warmth's expression became more and more tangled. The clothes here, they're all so expensive. So, go public accounts. Monsoon suddenly said. No, it's not appropriate. Hearing the public accounts, Warmth was a bit flustered and quickly waved her hand. Monsoon was expressionless as he helped Warmth pick out clothes there and continued with a calm face. The company's accountant hasn't joined the company yet. There won't be any problems with going public accounts now. In fact, I used to spend money on public accounts quite often before, and it will be more troublesome only after Lu Ting joins the company. Seeing that Monsoon had taken the matter of spending his own money to go on public accounts for granted, Warmth felt outrageous, because it would have been outrageous. Prior to incorporation, the public accounts amounted to all his own money. There is no difference between him spending private and public accounts. Now that the company has been formed, Monsoon himself has over 90% of the shares. He is a real say-so in the company. Saying this kind of thing is purely a rascal, and Warm, as the CEO, will definitely not agree. It's a company now. Public is public and private is private. And besides, I'm not broke. No, that's fine. Monsoon was a bit regretful that the fake publicity didn't work out, as the company's public accounts certainly cannot be used casually, especially in the early stage of business. The company needs a lot of money, research and development investment. Most bosses in the early stages of their business are not really having a great time. It's not as grueling as the average person, but it's definitely not enjoyable either. Monsoon knows that Warmth cares a lot about money, and seeing her strong attitude, Monsoon can only give up. Still, he had no intention of letting Warmth pay today. He wanted Warmth to gradually accept the fact that he was paying the bill, rather than keep rejecting and rejecting like this, which would be exhausting for both parties. Pick out your clothes and let the warmth change. Watching her walk out of the locker room, Monsoon visibly froze. Professional clothing, exquisite tailoring, so that the warmth of the delicate figure has been perfectly displayed. flawless face and wearing embellishment more eye-catching, showing her extraordinary temperament and connotation. The long, slender eyelashes, blinking attracted the salesman's attention, as well as Monsoon's. This aura, which is difficult to compare with that of ordinary people, naturally causes admiration. Chapter 109, Monsoon is my unwavering choice. Seeing that Warm finally did not continue to count on the matter of money, Monsoon was in a good mood. Although boys and girls balance each other economically in their interactions, giving each other gifts is a kind of respect, but warmth like this would be pure denial. There's nothing wrong with a girl rejecting a guy, but the problem is that they're supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend. In Faye's case, acceptance is not the same as the Warm situation is. I can work for you, but I don't even want the money. She always took herself too lightly, not even realizing that Monsoon couldn't be separated from her nowadays, whether it was the company or himself. It's kind of a historic step to accept good intentions. And that's just the beginning of it all. Just understand. Get in the car. Monsoon patted the little Turtle King's seat. Where to now? Going to buy rice and, of course, some groceries on the way. The small emotions had been swept away long ago, and when Warmth heard that Monsoon was going to buy rice, her heart was suddenly a little excited. Good. After that, Monsoon and Warmth went to the supermarket together to buy rice, snacks. This was followed by a stroll through the food market and the purchase of a live fish. Returning to the old shopping district apartment with a large pile of ingredients, Monsoon and Warmth prepared to cook their own meal at home. As soon as he got home, Monsoon brushed the rice bowl clean and then instructed Warmth to wash his hands. After washing his hands and coming back to dry them, Warm also used a hairdryer to make sure there were no water stains. Otherwise that rice can't be eaten after playing with it. Watching Monsoon pour the rice into the rice bowl in front of her, the autistic girl had jumped a little. Pursing her lips, Warmth slowly inserted her palm into the rice bowl. She closed her eyes, feeling the squeeze of the particles between her fingers, and was instantly rewarded with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Monsoon wanted to laugh as he watched. How old are you to be playing with rice? Unlike me, who now has to start preparing for the evening meal. Staring at the live fish that he bought back, the corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. After decades of socializing in his previous life, his heart had long been as cold as a knife. Would he be unable to handle a fish? Bang! Monsoon had a lot of strength, and the chopper, though not a machete, was nothing to use. Only the fish could move, and after a knife went down and chopped off half of its head, it was actually still moving. Voorhees. Monsoon tried to hold the fish down with one hand, but it was really slippery and jumped right into the pool. Warmth, who was playing with rice on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Let me do it. Well, good. Monsoon didn't continue to be awkward. He knew that professional work needed to be handled by professionals, and he didn't try to be brave at times like this. Warmth wasn't exactly skilled at killing fish, but he had experience. As a girl who can hold up her family's daily routine, handling ingredients, chopping vegetables, panning rice, and cooking things like this is stress-free for her. The whole time, Monsoon was just giving her a hand. With the warmth of the operation, the two soon had a simple, home-cooked meal. Warmth's handiwork wasn't much to speak of, but it wasn't the taste that Monsoon cared about. Peaceful and cozy times always fly by. The two spent an uneventful day like a normal young couple. The following day, the Monsoon and the Warmth were up at the same time. Their biological clocks happened to be more aligned, and the two of them went for a run together in perfect synchronicity. I've been swinging too much on the exercise front lately, and I really shouldn't. After running and having breakfast, Monsoon contacted Li Lingqi. Auntie Li, are you free on your side tonight? And is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? If it's alright, then let's go to a hot pot. There's a Donglin hot pot right over near the school, and it's relatively convenient too. Okay, contact tonight. After arranging the evening meal, Monsoon and Warmth re-entered the workplace. There's just not enough to do in the company, since we will be arranging for new personnel when the vacation is over. Warmth's side has already started to plan ahead for the selection of products for this coming period. It was a busy day and it was getting late. When Monsoon was ready to pull Warm to dinner, Warm actually made an unprecedented move to go upstairs to change her clothes. Is that necessary? Yes. Seeing the autistic girl's serious face, Monsoon could only nod. Warmth changed into a blue and white floral dress, which she also chose herself yesterday. In the past, the Monsoon for her with the harsh temperament completely convergence. Blue flowers are very white, but also highlight the temperament. The whole person looks like a gentle and lovely girl next door. It's a really good feeling. Does it look good? Warmth looked fixedly at Monsoon. Well, good looking. Receiving Monsoon's affirmation, Warmth smiled back, riding a small electric donkey. Monsoon, as previously agreed, traveled with Warmth to the Donglin hot pot near the school. When I got to the front of the store and contacted Li Lingqi again, the other party actually said that she had already arrived. Monsoon was a bit surprised, but he had arrived almost half an hour early. Come on, they're inside. Yeah. Warmth didn't care much about this situation. She pulled her bag with both hands and looked very civilized. Walked inside the hot pot restaurant and followed the waiter's mention of the 9th private room. Monsoon pushed in with warmth. Good evening, Auntie Lee. The clean-cut young man and the quiet young girl appeared together. The gentle and elegant Monsoon. The pure and lovely warmth. The two stood together as a pair of lovers. It also caused Li Lingqi, who was sitting across the table, to be stunned for a moment. The girl in front of her looked somewhat familiar to her, and according to her daughter, it should be warmth. But her appearance, Li Lingqi couldn't correspond to the school uniform girl she had once seen. Actually, it's not just Li Lingqi. Gu Shuaiting, who was next to her, even slightly opened her mouth when she saw that Warmth had also come to eat. Little Wind, this is Mr. Warm, right? Li Lingqi asked with a smile, and before Monsoon could say anything, Warmth took the initiative to nod her head. Hello, Auntie Lee, I'm Warm. Standing on the side of the Monsoon some surprise. Today stupid girl how did not have stage fright? Seeing that Li Lingqi had a verbal offensive stance, Monsoon directly interrupted the spell casting and greeted the waiter. Waiter, what do you need sir? Order. Monsoon skillfully ordered a bunch of them and then handed the menu to Li Lingqi. Anything else Auntie Lee wants? Add more. No, you guys just keep an eye on it. Taking back the menu, Monsoon handed it back to Warmth. Is there anything you want to eat? Shrimp. After ordering the food and hitting up some dipping sauces, Monsoon made small talk with Li Lingqi. It's mostly the same things that were once there. The emotional cards. Warmth listened silently without saying anything, and Gu Shuaiting didn't make a sound either, until the food was served. Monsoon casually shabu-shabu the beef for Warmth. Warmth quietly peeled shrimp for Monsoon, and the two of them were in a calm state as if they were a small couple. It was then that Li Lingqi's face changed a bit. Shuaiting, you eat too. Aha. Gu Shuaiting's face was ugly as she lowered her head. Li Lingqi was helpless while sizing up Warmth. Calm, light and collected. In addition to her appearance, which was truly captivating, the Warmth gave her a sense of toughness and sharpness. This is a trait exclusive to women in the workplace. Although it was still very thin, Li Lingqi could feel it. Composure never just refers to personality. It can also describe what a person has been through. Compared to her warm state, her daughter seemed like a fragile flower still dormant in a schoolyard romance, and the other has become a pencil trunk. It is clear that Warmth is far ahead of her own daughter in terms of her own growth. Li Lingqi swept another glance at Monsoon, momentarily helpless. Originally, today's meal was intended to probe Monsoon to see if there was any hope between him and his daughter, but Monsoon obviously guessed this and brought the Warmth directly. This was tantamount to having given the answer to the question in her mind. Li Lingqi slightly sighed for her daughter, but her face did not show anything. Eyes skimmed right over Monsoon, gazing at the Warmth. I've heard about Warm students' achievement, the first few monthly exams of the whole school after the first middle school, and it should also be the first in the city. Auntie Lee is flattered. According to your scores, you should be firmly in Qingbei. Right. How come you came to the Magic City? I remember Zeton saying you were number 1 in the city. Did something change? Hearing Li Lingqi's question, Monsoon frowned slightly. The city's top student. Such a thing the school should be over the right. The first middle school side of the Warmth of the achievement was not recognized, and in the end, it was not a matter of concern. Something should have happened during that time that he didn't know about. Of course he wanted to know why, but it was all the more important for him to protect Warmth. Auntie Lee. Warmth suddenly held Monsoon's palm, signaling him to keep quiet. Monsoon was a bit stunned, but Warmth didn't look at him and just calmly locked eyes with Li Lingqi. There was no such junior as Gu Shuaiting in Warmth's eyes. Monsoon had said that Li Lingqi had once treated him well and was an elder worthy of respect. Monsoon respected her. Then she herself would respect the other. She didn't come here today to be a vase and go for a comparison with Gu Shuaiting. There are no changes, only choices. And because Monsoon is here, I came here. Her eyes were glowing, and there was none of her usual minute shyness and timidity. Now she is Mr. Wav. She chose Monsoon, firmly and without a hint of wavering. This gave silence Li Lingqi and shamed Gu Shuaiting at the side. Will she choose Monsoon as firmly as Warmth? No, even if she regretted it now. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to be as steadfast as Warmth. First and second may seem to be just a little bit different, but in reality even a little bit can be a lot. Qingbei is much better than Mordor even on an international level. Don't you regret the choices you make when you're young and more or less impulsive? Monsoon was about to open his mouth again and was immediately pressed down by Warmth. He then forced a shrimp into his mouth, signaling him to shut up and eat. Well, Dokurakari is it? Okay, let's see you perform. Warmth has heard this question quite a few times. Schools, teachers, moms. But the answer in her mind didn't waver at all. The doors had been welded shut long ago. Chapter 110, Confession in the Moonlight. Where there are flowers? The warm gaze flashed some surprise, but it was quickly replaced by tenderness. Monsoon is remembering that earlier incident, right? The person whose name I couldn't recall suddenly came to give himself flowers. Though she couldn't recall what the man had said or what he looked like, she remembered the bouquet of flowers. It's the white rose. Did Monsoon care a lot about that day and get jealous? Is he going to give himself flowers today? Good. Warmth nodded. The unknown was what was worth looking forward to. Get in the car. Take a ride on the duo's little electric donkey and speed along. Monsoon rode a little fast, while Warmth hugged his waist tightly and pressed her face against Monsoon's back. The little floral dress was nice, but a little chilly for an early October night ride. The cold wind made the warmth a little uncomfortable. Not to say harsh, but freezing. Cold? It's not cold. Good. The autistic girl's mouth was hard enough that this would make Monsoon feel a little cold herself, let alone warm. He stopped the car and took off his little jacket, handing it to Warmth for her to put on backwards. This will keep out the wind. Warmth didn't refuse, because at this moment, Monsoon's appearance simply couldn't be refused. She nodded nicely. Got it. Monsoon saw that Warmth's hair was slightly disheveled by the blowing, and was a little bit reluctant to do so. They, should get a car. Go. Continuing on the road. Warmth had no idea where Monsoon was taking himself. The only thing he was sure of was that it was far. The little 12-year-old donkey doesn't have a speed limit yet, and it's really not slow to pull a full throttle. But Mordor was too big, and Monsoon took Warmth on a nearly 40-minute ride. It has been taking her to the Magic City's Baoshan Riverside Park. Arrived. Looking at the dark shoreline railings, the not-so-bright lights next door, and the pedestrians waiting by the railings in twos and threes, Warmth wondered for a moment what Monsoon had brought her here for. Even out of her trust in Monsoon, she didn't even ask. Monsoon told her to get out of the car. So she did. Then wait in silence. Monsoon glanced at the time on his cell phone and then looked at Warmth. Don't you ask what I brought you here for? I'm not asking. It's hard to have a conversation between us if you don't ask. Ugh. When Warmth saw Monsoon's distressed face, the fondness in her heart was even more to overflow. So, what's the point of coming here? It's your birthday, Monsoon whispered. But Warmth's reaction was not as pleasantly surprised as he thought it would be, and the young girl's gaze suddenly wandered a bit. Birthday? Is that a bad thing? Monsoon? Seeing her uncertain look, Monsoon followed suit and hesitated. His mind raced. Had he said the wrong thing? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a group celebrate something like a birthday? Assuming, of course, that it's normal. After being with Warmth, Monsoon had already encountered many situations that were not normal. What if Warmth had never had a birthday? Or even a little more outrageous, what about the fact that every birthday leaves a bad impression on Warmth? Out of vigilance, Monsoon didn't ask rashly. He silently grasped the warm fingers and shook his head slightly under the uneasy gaze of the autistic girl. Nothing bad. Warmth's gaze became a little fluttering. The doubt in Monsoon's eyes just now was keenly captured by her. She began to wonder if she had done something really embarrassing again. Apparently, Monsoon also saw the difference in Warmth, and had some guesses as to why she had suddenly become downcast. For this situation, Monsoon could only say that autistic young girls were subject to rambling. He tightened his grip on the small, warm hand and spoke softly. Like flowers? Warm eyes lit up for a moment, then her eyes made a quick sweep to either side. But she didn't see the flowers or the person who had sent them. So Monsoon was just asking? Her confidence was inexplicably weak at this moment, but she nodded anyway. Like, turn around if you like. The Warmth is a little puzzled, and after turning around, there is only the sea. Turning around and facing the dark sea, Warmth was a bit lost for words. Monsoon is also a bit puzzled. Why not allowed to pinch? The awkwardness between the two didn't last long. Phew! Boom! A loud thunderbolt exploded in the sky. Warmth, who hadn't seen this scene before, was instantly stunned, and her body unnaturally stepped backward, smoothly leaning into Monsoon's arms. But soon she was drawn to the brilliant colors. The firework bursts and blooms into a flower that changes color in the sky. Warmth opened her mouth slightly and her body leaned forward. Immediately afterward, the second and third fireworks cut through the night sky like shooting stars. Boom! 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 Some fireworks are as bright and colorful as blooming flowers, while others are quirky patterns that draw wonder. All the splendor danced through the air in a million colors. Warmth just stared at the sky in a daze, unable to look away. Her heart had become a dream. Every time the splendor flashed, the light illuminated her beautiful face. Her heart trembled violently with each explosion of the fireworks. For the first time, Warmth felt the extra significance of birthdays. The favoritism of the monsoon. It was a little hard to describe her emotions at this point. When she came back to her senses, she was subconsciously about to grasp Monsoon's palm, until she noticed that Monsoon's fingers were still being clutched by her, and only then did the warmth drop her heart. Luckily, Monsoon was still there, right by her side. Warm lips twitched, not knowing how to describe the scene. After holding his tongue for a long time, he could only venture out in a quiet voice. Beautiful. Monsoon quietly turned her face sideways, the warm side of her face illuminated by the dazzle of the fireworks, more colorful than usual. It is indeed beautiful. It's not just the fireworks that are beautiful, it's the people watching them. Warmth moved her gaze and her face heated up a bit. She could feel Monsoon's blazing gaze, but the darkness of the night, that's the best way to hide. Warmth's nose was suddenly a little sour. She couldn't stop staring at the sky, but her mouth gently opened. Why are you so nice? Because he was already good. No reason. So, Monsoon didn't answer the question and continued to ask. Like flowers? Warmth paused again, but this time with significantly more confidence, and she nodded vigorously. Like. The body was gently pulled apart by Monsoon, and at some point, a bouquet of white roses appeared in Monsoon's hands. With the moon, the stars, and the fireworks, to your soul as pure and flawless as a white rose. Happy birthday. Warmth looked at the flowers in front of her, then covered her mouth as tears flowed down her fingers. Only tonight the crying is no longer sad, but loving and moving. She didn't understand the meaning of Monsoon's words, but that doesn't matter. Actually, what Monsoon wanted to say in his heart was, there was a time when I too wandered in darkness and filth, but in this world I am good enough for you. To the moon, the stars, and the fireworks, to your soul as pure and flawless as a white rose. Warmth always has an inferiority complex, but only Monsoon knows how noble her pure and flawless soul is. She was the salvation of her own destiny in her past life. Monsoon couldn't tell anyone these words, but again, not important. Warmth wiped her own tears and stared at the Monsoon in front of her, trembling slightly. She was so nervous. Her heart was pounding. Courage was at work again. The impulse was telling her that she should do something, that she should say something. She wanted to tell Monsoon, out loud, that I like you, but when she approached Monsoon, Monsoon just embraced her from the side and turned her around. The fireworks aren't over yet. Look at the fireworks. The date is coincidental. It's like Mordor's gift for your birthday. Warmth that was interrupted by the Monsoon was instantly like a deflated ball, and after holding it for a while, he could only nod his head quietly. Got it. The brilliant fireworks continued for over 10 minutes before finally ending. The crowd of fireworks watchers gradually dispersed. Slowly, only the two men in front of the railing were left on the beach. The warm and soft body had leaned against Monsoon's body. The atmosphere was almost sticky at this moment. Even the breath was hot and wet. Warm. You'll always be in the most special place in my heart, and down the road, we'll hang out together, watch sunrises and sunsets. We'll lay on the couch and watch movies together. And you'll always feel free to be a kid around me. I like you. You hear me? Warmth buried her head in Monsoon's arms. It's a Monsoon confession. It seemed like she had waited a long time, and then again, it seemed like she hadn't waited long enough, because the time with Monsoon was really short in comparison to the long days of the past 17 plus years. Very brief, but even for a short period of time in life, the warmth also felt very long. She couldn't wait a long time ago. A happy sourness flooded her heart, and warmth furrowed her own brow before banging her head against Monsoon's chest, again and again. Here. It kinda hurt to hit it like that, and Monsoon hastily covered the autistic girl's head. Don't bump it, just hear it. Warmth nestled for a moment, feeling like it was rubbing itself against his tears, and it took a while before he grunted out. I was just going to tell you the same thing. Monsoon smiled. Of course he understood the bravery of the autistic girl just now, though the state of bravery would only last for a moment. But that moment of courage was max. Monsoon stroked the warm, silky hair. How could I let the girl I like? Go ahead and confess to me. Really like me? Warmth actually knew the answer, but she just wanted to ask. Wanted to keep asking. Wanted to ask every day. Monsoon wasn't aware of her little thoughts, and just nodded his head with a deep seriousness. Really like it. How much? Good guy. This question really gave Monsoon a hard time. Yeah, how much do you like it? Monsoon thought carefully for a while before speaking slowly. Far more than you think you'd like, because you always sway me. Chapter 111, The President's Car. Hearing Monsoon say this, the sales lady next to him immediately and enthusiastically introduced this car. This is an Audi A4L, 2012 red model, 2.0 FSI automatic luxury. MSRP is $398,000. If you order your car now, you'll also get a free listening to the sales and that blah 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 introducing the car. Monsoon in turn was a little distracted. The configuration of the car he had already known by heart. Started to drive the Wuling Hair home for Jeddah. Small into the BBA. Big into what car change is no longer important. After your success, you no longer need a car to prove anything. People will be desperate to lick you. Even if you drive an Alto, people will say you're being affectionate. The company really doesn't have a lot of money right now and really can't afford a top-of-the-line luxury car. The price point of the A4 Deluxe is kind of the limit, and their president is a young girl, so picking this one was exceptionally appropriate. The main problem with buying a car now is still the warmth itself. Monsoon pretended to listen attentively, and nodded intentionally. After thinking for a while, he looked at Warmth with an expressionless face. It's a nice car, don't you think? Warmth, even if it was no longer slow, felt a hint of something wrong at this time. Big red car. Monsoon drive? Are you trying to trick me? Do you really think I'm stupid? Monsoon was never the flamboyant type. The two had been together for the past few days, and Monsoon's bottoms had been rummaged through, even organized by her. All of Monsoon's pants, his clothes, were black and white, and even his underwear was only black and blue. How could he go for a red model car? And Monsoon had asked herself to take her driver's license test over the summer, which she happened to do during the time that her mother was returning to her hometown. So, was the alleged purchase of a car for the company a premeditated scheme? Warmly suppressing the strangeness in her heart, she answered very seriously. It's pretty, but isn't the red color not quite right? This car looks more suitable for a lady. Men are still relatively better off in black, and being a company car, it's right to be more stable. There's a black model over there. Want to check it out? Warmth struggled to say a lot of things that she normally wouldn't even say this much about, and she didn't know anything about cars at all. I just don't want Monsoon to buy red. Monsoon wanted to laugh at Warmth's averted gaze. Then he nodded. Well, the black model does look good too. Hearing Monsoon say this, Warmth was inexplicably relieved. But Monsoon's next baba jibber jabber made her start to pull her heart out again. But to buy black? I guess it's a bit of a backstabbing of the god of fortune, and I'm afraid something will happen. Ha? What does that have to do with the god of fortune? Warmth's voice got smaller and smaller. I didn't tell you last night. When I was worshipping the god of wealth, the god of wealth told me that the red color was good and that I was bound to get rich if I bought it. Black color is bad luck. If you buy a black seal, there will be bloodshed within 3 days. Warmth, isn't the god of fortune in charge of love? When did it start telling fortunes again? Can Monsoon be a little more careful with his excuses? Can you stop being so outrageous all the time? Warmth lowered her head. Her eyebrows were almost tangled together. She also often wished with the god of fortune, and every time it was accurate. So even though she knew that Monsoon was talking nonsense, she didn't open her mouth to retort. What if it's true? Really? Of course, the god of wealth can still cheat you? Warmth looked at Monsoon in front of her, her eyes full of contradictions and some skepticism. Of course it's not about doubting Monsoon's character. It's about the matter of whether the god of fortune can tell fortunes or not. After brewing for a long time, Warmth didn't know how to get Monsoon to change his mind. Thinking about it and organizing the language is not good. So the heart of a cross directly asked, Monsoon, what? Are you trying to buy me a car? She can't talk, but she can hit a straight ball. Oftentimes, playing straight is the most effective way to communicate without bending over backwards or causing misunderstandings or distress. Monsoon. Embarrassment flashed across his face, and Monsoon laughed dryly. Oh, you're overthinking it, brother. I'm a very stingy person. How can I be that expansive? Why are you looking at me like that? You didn't really think I was going to buy you a car, did you? Maiden. That's a bit of pushin'. Faced with all of Monsoon's words, Warmth didn't even bother to refute them. She just stared quietly into Monsoon's eyes as clear as rhinestones and a gaze as dazzling as the sun's refracted light, making it impossible to look directly at them. Love makes the haughty bow down, the timid brave, the fraudulent sincere, and the indulgent pure. It also made Monsoon, the fraud standing in front of Warmth, couldn't keep lying anymore. Okay, you beat me to it, but my mister, Win does need a car right now. Hearing Monsoon admit it, Warmth's emotions were suddenly a little hard to strain. Her mom had been telling her over and over again for the past few days. It's not that if you fall down, someone will help you. It's not that if you're in trouble, someone will help you. It's not that if you're short of money, someone will give it to you. Or if you're aggrieved, someone will love you. You have to walk by yourself, suffer by yourself, earn money by yourself, and carry things by yourself. Relying on yourself is the greatest bottom line. Their family is poor, but they have to be poor with the will to not expect others. Warmth felt it was right. They didn't go for handouts and favors that lasted for more than a decade. But then again, for the past 10 years or so, She felt like her mom was in pain every day, and she was in pain along with her. She didn't even know if she should keep holding out. In high school she was desperate for a way to get herself unstuck. All the way up to the monsoon. How can you buy extra breakfast every day for no reason? How come every time he doesn't like a dish, it's his favorite? How can anyone charge a $999 phone bill just to get a completely useless phone? How could you teach yourself a complete set of traffic pooling techniques just because you asked? How can you make up a confession with flowers because you looked at someone else's flowers one more time? Monsoon would hold her up, help her, hurt her, every time. He was too good. So good that Warmth was terrified of becoming too attached to him, because she's more afraid of losing. Monsoon. The car is not like clothes and shoes those. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Too expensive. I can't accept something that expensive just because we are now boyfriend and girlfriend. I really can't do it right now. Warmth's refusal was not out of Monsoon's expectation. Or rather, it would have been within his expectation. Adjusting his mind slightly, he deflected his gaze to prevent a warm, sincere blow. Only then did Monsoon continue to persuade. The president of the company needs a car, and it was bought in the company's name, not directly for you. It's still essentially a company thing and a tax write-off. And as the largest shareholder, what's in the company is what's in me. So this car was actually bought for myself, don't you think? Warmth was wound up a little dizzy. She knew that Monsoon was rambling, but this rambling was quite reasonable. The company can buy the black model. That won't work. Absolutely not. For color. Monsoon bites off more than it can chew. Warmth was a little less than understanding. Why not black? Too old-fashioned. Ha! The name of our company is Fingertip Future. And you are the president of Fingertip Future. We're going to lead the future with technology at our fingertips. How can we drive the old black model kind of thing? It's not negotiable. Monsoon is righteous. While the two were talking, there were other customers in the showroom looking at cars. A middle-aged man who was looking at the black model car paused, and his gaze scanned towards Monsoon and the others for a moment. Then he looked again at the black Model S6 in front of him and was lost in thought. Isn't black really old-fashioned? In fact, Warmth was also fooled by Monsoon's words. The company name Fingertip Future should indeed be energizing, but does the company name have much to do with what kind of car the company uses? Warmth actually glanced at her black Apple phone at this point. Is black really old-fashioned? Do you really want to buy it? If it's not real, can it be cooked? But, Warmth, don't say no every time, okay? Warm face tangled together. She knew that the Monsoon have said the words to this point. This car should be bought today. Her original bottom line was that she would not accept money from others. That's why between her and Monsoon, every time they talked about something that had to do with money, they would resist. But after accepting that Monsoon bought clothes for herself last time, and the two of them officially became a couple again, she was gradually adapting to Monsoon being nice to her. Monsoon was spending money on herself and all that, and she was slowly getting used to it. But most of the time it's just buying a daily necessity, breakfast, or milk tea and drinks and all that, and she will invite Monsoon back. Resisting Monsoon's advances and gifts every time would cause him a lot of trouble, wouldn't it? Monsoon, I'm actually changing. The reason for her attitude today is that the car is too expensive and belongs to the category of objects that she simply can't accept at a moment's notice. As for the Monsoon set the company buy is the same as buying it for himself. I know you're changing. That car. This is not negotiable. Monsoon's attitude was stern. Oh, Warmth lowered her head. Seeing that Warmth loosened his lips, Monsoon's eyebrows suddenly raised, and a slight smile appeared. He had already stood at the top long ago, and what he should have gotten high and experienced, he had already experienced in his previous life. And Warmth didn't. She wanted to follow in her footsteps. She wanted to stand behind her. She wanted to be someone she needed. All of which Monsoon understood. While we're at it, let's have a general win-raising carry-on. After the Warmth compromised, Monsoon's side was very smooth to pay and pick up the car. The temporary license plate was placed in the back, and Monsoon also asked sales for a trainee car sticker, and a female driver car sticker. The small electric donkey instructed the salesgirl to ride it back to Mordor University. So Monsoon took Warmth and drove directly on the road. Driving this thing Monsoon naturally does not need to say much. The old driver, but not so much on the Warm side. Pulling over, Monsoon glanced at Warmth. I told you to get your driver's license before. I think I did? Well, the test. Chapter 112, The Power of the White Moonlight lies in the... Monsoon, did I do a bad job? Warmth looked at Monsoon blearily, and that aggrieved little look really made Monsoon unable to continue criticizing her. Well, Warmth can finally be pampered. Okay, that's a good thing. Monsoon shallowly inhaled and tried to keep himself in the demeanor that a gentleman and a boyfriend should have. It's okay, just practice more. Round 2 of practice. Turn around. Monsoon, beat to death. beat to death. Warmth, what killed? Monsoon, beat me to death. Warmth, it's not good, is it? Monsoon, roadblocks. Warmth, Monsoon, there's a big pit up ahead. Monsoon, put it in jump gear and jump over it. Warmth, how does it hang? Monsoon, turns. Warmth, should I turn off the turn signal? Monsoon, no. I'll go down and blow it out for him later. Warmth, so when are you going down to blow? Monsoon, brakes. Monsoon, brake. Brake. Warmth, how do you brake it? Monsoon, open the door and put your foot down to paddle. Warmth, where's your foot after you hit the brake? Where do you put your feet? Monsoon, here. Dazzle my mouth. Traffic lights. Monsoon, you won't go on a red light. And you won't go on a green light. Why? Is there no color you like? Warmth, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Monsoon, what are you nervous about? It's the passers-by who should be nervous. Warmth, there's a tricycle behind us. Should we let him overtake? Monsoon looked back. He's a pedal tricycle. You're an Audi A4. Are you sure you want to be overtaken by him? Warmth was stared at by Monsoon and silently lowered her head. How tiring is it to practice with a girl who has no mechanical sense? Monsoon already does not know how to describe this feeling. The monkey back in the day from the South Heavenly Gate to cut to the East Road of Penglai. Probably the same thing. A new car driven like that is more than a little weighted down. But it doesn't matter. The violence grinds on and on. By late afternoon, Monsoon and Warmth were ready to go back to school. At Mordor University, students who wish to drive in and out of the university for an extended period of time will need to apply for a parking permit from the university. And it requires certain specific conditions, qualifications. Neither Monsoon nor Warmth had this qualification now, so the car could only be parked in the parking lot across the street from the school. To the parking lot, Warmth pouted quietly as she looked at Monsoon, who had a hard time getting her mind off of it. Still angry? It's okay. The book says that the most lies a guy ever tells is that it's okay. Those who write books are stupid. Warmth squinted at Monsoon, but Monsoon just looked out the window. Seeing that he kept ignoring himself like this, Warmth suddenly leaned over. Mooah! Monsoon froze slightly and turned his head, his eyes somewhat stunned. Stolen kiss? Should we fight back? As he reached for Warmth, Warmth dodged and then smiled sweetly. Let you catch it without getting angry. I might as well stay angry then. Seeing Monsoon say this, Warmth was instantly a bit anxious. Fine, fine. I'll let you scratch. I'll let you scratch. Come on. Seeing this, Monsoon smiled and grabbed her hair, deliberately messing it up. Monsoon, don't get it. Then while Warmth was scratching his head, he suddenly stepped forward and gave him a small peck. Okay, the counterattack was successful. You made a surprise attack? You're still the same? Okay, stop. Today's practice still paid off, so I'd better drive more carefully in the future. Got it. Back on campus, the two returned to their respective dormitories. As soon as Monsoon returned to 205, his first thought was to look at those lighters on the big table. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how come there are only a dozen left? Zhang Chao and Su Ming huddled together without squeaking. Joey Han on the upper bunk felt that Monsoon was a little tense and gave an explanation. I guess it was burglarized over the holidays. Roll your big man. By the thief. Computer does not sneak lighters, right? Monsoon really did not tense up. More than 30 lighters. You are as a wrestling gun to make, but also cannot be used so quickly, right? These three retards are lighter eaters? Before he could say a few words, Su Ming over here had already started beckoning for help. Old G, don't think about your broken lighter. Come and give old Zhang some advice. What's wrong with Chanti again? That schoolmate of his contacted him again and Super D offered to get back together and that schoolmate of his refused. Still ing hanging onto him all the time, playing him like, Shouty is going to GA. Old season come out and save his dog's life. Monsoon frowned at his words, and when he walked up to Zhang Chao, he found the dude holding a cell phone, looking like he was about to hiccup from teething. Mentally, he said he was no good. Licking a dog was the way to go. Let's see. Monsoon went to take Zhang Chao's cell phone, and Zhang Chao didn't hide and gave it to him directly. After scanning the chat records of the two of them, Monsoon knew that this school sister was really not a good thing. She's using you as a backup. Chao, what the hell do you think? Brother Wind, I just don't feel like it. Zhang Chao's expression was a bit twisted, and looking at him, Monsoon knew that he couldn't be persuaded. The great thing about White Moonlight is that no one can match the memory of her. Not even the current one. Zhang Chao would be like this, caught up in it, caught up in the memories of his high school days. Believe it or not, buddy? Monsoon picked up his cell phone and said seriously. Faith. Zhang Chao nodded heavily. Okay, Chao, I'll set her up. Monsoon directly picked up his cell phone and started typing. Do you consider me a friend or just an object of boredom? Seemingly sensing the severity of Zhang Chao's words, The opposite party soon replied to the message. Of course we're friends. Aren't we chatting quite happily? Happiness built on false hope is indeed a precise etiquette for friends. Crying and laughing, then I won't talk to you anymore. Zhang Chao was a bit flustered when he saw this, and pulled Monsoon to ask, is school teacher angry? Chao, she's testing you, testing your boundaries, Monsoon said while his fingers kept going. That's fine. Just as well I'm afraid she'll get the wrong idea. Who is she? Do you have a girlfriend? As long as I want to. You don't think I can't find another woman besides you, do you? Then why did you ask me to make up? By this point in the chat, Zhang Chao's eyes on Monsoon had only the word awesome in them. Your solicitude led me to misunderstand that you wanted to make up, and I just wanted to give each other another chance. That's all. Zhang Chao, can we get along like friends first and then make up if it's good? So are you short of friends, or are you short of a reason to make up? I don't know. I'm a bit of a mess, shy. This would cause even Su Ming's eyes to look at Monsoon to be out of place. Why do monsoons do that? But the monsoon is simply a relentless typewriter machine. If you're short on friends, sorry I'm not. And if you're short on reasons, is a red exclamation point enough? What? You want to delete me? If you don't want to make up, I can't find a reason to continue. This time the screen was silent for a long time, and the whole dormitory held its breath. Suddenly, WeChat lit up once again. I know. Zhang Chao, let's make up. Zhang Chao instantly jumped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Feng is awesome. If Gong does not give up, Chao would like to worship as a righteous father. Asterisk 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 off. Monsoon helplessly shooed Zhang Chao away and resumed his seat, shaking his head slightly in his heart. Is there a point in chatting people back? Honestly maybe, but more likely than not it's pointless or even re-injurious. Zhang Chao wasn't him, so he couldn't hold a woman like his schoolmate. He can help once, not twice. Monsoon is not in the habit of helping people to the end, and this matter cannot be helped to the end without suffering another serious injury. Monsoon estimated that this kid would not be able to wake up at all. Ugh, lick the dog. Ending Zhang Chao's little episode, everything became normal as well. Students returned to campus and life gradually gets organized. Monsoon chatted with warmth every day about work. LV Quan, Lu Ting's wave of people also formally joined the company to familiarize themselves with the company's processes. Warmly following the instructions of the Monsoon, LV Quan asked Lu Quan to bring another programmer and start writing the software for the automatic sending of orders by amateurs. This stuff is not too difficult. The main problem is getting blocked. And the outrageous thing is that not only Weibo, QQ, even ING microblogging is blocked. Even the Alimom port is being blocked. That's right, blocking themselves. That's how the Ali system works. They just can't accept automation. That's why LV Quan's main job for them during this time. It's all about stockpiling software, accumulating enough versions of automated billing software, and enough versions of traffic review software. Once it's blocked, get on the new version. Alternate between the 3 versions on a rotating basis so that you can avoid being hit by official bans. Everyone in the company is busy. Monsoon is going to be busy working on the plan for the New Year's Eve, which will be the company's first fish and diversion case, and he'll have to do it himself. Warmth, on the other hand, carries out the duties of the CEO and takes care of the company. The company gradually became more staffed, and the things she needed to do quietly changed. In addition to the selection of products, the big data statistics and inspection of goods are warmly split out by the Taoist coordinator. She is now the president, not the director. It is impossible to do everything, even with Zhao Lan auxiliary help. Since he had to be on his own for many things, Warmth drove to the office whenever he could. Even though most of the time Warmth was very low-key, there were still a lot of students who knew that she had a red Audi A4. That's still a huge stretch in the 12-student body. A month in the real workplace makes Warmth grow by leaps and bounds. She was happy to see her grow, especially under Monsoon's watchful eye. The weather has turned cooler in November, but the Warmth was in a good mood today. She wanted to go hang out with Monsoon in the evening, so she tossed on a special outfit. Inside the top is a black inner sweater, and the tight model sweater shows off her proud figure completely. Chapter 113, Gentlemanly Monsoon. The meeting of eyes was always inadvertent. Ghostfire Jr. rested his cheeks and snickered, already sneaking a look at her from the corner. Perhaps to others Monsoon looked like a simpleton giggling at this moment, but in Warmth's eyes, it was the waiting of lovers. Warmth walked straight toward Monsoon. Monsoon was also surveying the black silk on her beautiful legs, eyes glazed over slightly. Being a gentleman, he was certainly able to detect the eyes of other gentlemen. And well, the guys had pretty gentlemanly eyes, but it didn't matter. They could only look. Later he could touch. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Warmth was also sensitive and could naturally feel the gentlemanly eyes of the crowd. In her eyes, however, the gentlemanly gaze equals of the others was color-granting. while the gentlemanly gaze equals of Monsoon was loving. Double standard enough for you? Actually, she could have been a little more double standard, because if talking about someone isn't double standard, then they must not like them enough. Resisting the urge of the corners of his mouth wanting to rise, Warmth silently walked next to Monsoon. What brings you here? Monsoon got up and gestured for Warmth to sit inside. I've heard there are a lot of beautiful women over here, so I've come to find out if there are any I need. Warmth sniffed her small face and moved her mouth, pretending to be calm. There are a lot of beautiful women in our class. Indeed, I'm going to have a good conk today. One side of Warmth's eyebrow arched up, a bit unconvinced in her heart. Is she bad? Monsoon stifled a laugh, guessing that Warmth should be thinking in her heart right now, am I so bad that you have to come to our class to find someone else? It's just that autistic teenage girls are too thin-skinned to talk about it. And by Warmth's ability to think out of the box, this would probably have started writing little essays in his head by now. In November, the Monsoon came to the Department of Engineering and Management to see Muwancho. Seeing Warmth skimming her head and sulking, Monsoon was eager to tease her, sweeping her little white shoes. Warm, your shoelace is loose. Let me help you tie it. The word no need didn't even make it out of his mouth, and Monsoon had already bent over and squatted down. Warmth then felt Monsoon rip off her shoelace as he pretended to tie it. Lace up in the middle. Warmth felt someone touch her calf's stomach. Touched it again. Touch again. Head bowed. He covered his forehead with his hands, only his reddish ears showing. Monsoon. Tickle. Itchy? Then don't touch it. Monsoon tugged at the autistic girl's stockings. Snap. Hey, it's kinda stretchy. Monsoon. Don't tug. It'll hook. Actually, boyfriends are really quite boring to live with if they're not being. But how could that defensive Warmth hold up against a Monsoon ruffling it like that? Seeing that Warmth really couldn't tense up, Monsoon finally got up from under the table. Tie it. Warmth lowered her head and tried to hammer Monsoon with her hand under the table. However, it was caught just as it struck. Caught in the act. Warmth is definitely struggling. Autistic teenage girls are women who can do 40 push-ups at a time. Brute strength comes up really fast. The two men's hands were pulling and tugging right under the table. Pulling and tugging no more. Did you really come running to another woman? It was clear that Warmth cared more about this than being arrested on the spot by Monsoon. Getting arrested, that's a fling between couples. If Monsoon really came for other women, that's of a different nature. Monsoon saw that Warmth's expression was serious and did not continue to flirt. Otherwise autistic girls can really sulk. Really came over here looking for a beautiful woman, and I'm afraid there's more than one of them, because there's no way to make the exact requirements clear on a cell phone. So I came over here. Ha? More than one? Well, I'm probably looking for 4 to 6 action models, 4 to 6 face models and 2 to 3 cover models, all of which are going to show their faces. Game models. Game modeling? May I? Warmth blinked, and Monsoon frowned instantly. How can I put my girlfriend on such a throwback? Monsoon could not accept that Warmth would work as a movement model and face model, and then after the game capture was optimized, a group of stingy men shouted wife at Warmth's model. Feels scary to think about. Absolutely not. Ow. From the time Warmth entered the classroom, to sitting next to Monsoon, to the small exchanges and whispers between the two, followed by Warmth being full of shyness. The gestures are both intimate and ambiguous, and seem downright outrageous to everyone else. When had Warmth ever shown such a shy demeanor? Many of the male students whose shawl wanted to be warm were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten flies in the November season. But they can't always run over and yell, "That kid." Let us explain. She doesn't usually talk like that to everyone, does she? It feels like there's a murderous aura in the stairs around me. Monsoon scratched his head. Don't bother. Warmth didn't care as she began to prepare her notes for class. Monsoon knew that Warmth was busy, so he didn't bother her. He himself continued to scan the beautiful women in the business administration class, trying to see if there were any suitable candidates for modeling. But this slightly eat your bowl and look at your pot behavior was a bit of a no-brainer for my buddies in the engineering and management department. Can this be tolerated? Not a bit. A few boys from the engineering management department had already discussed the matter, and someone nudged their usual big brother. Lu Qiliang, don't you like Warmth? Aren't you going to take a look? When Lu Qiliang saw Monsoon, the corner of his mouth twitched several times in a row, and it seemed that even his thighs, which had already healed, were vaguely aching at this time. If you want to find something you can do it yourselves. I just want to study right now. Numerous students? Some people immediately felt that Lu Qiliang was also just an awkwardly blowing goon, usually blowing big, and now he didn't even dare to look for trouble from a little sweet ginger like Monsoon. But there were a few who knew about the Lu Qiliang thing, and this would all follow and shut up. Lu Qiliang, why are you such a wimp? Can you stand this? Lu Qiliang, who was ridiculed, was not moved at all. Oh, These people will just TMD archfire. A bunch of stupid eggs. You guys think I haven't looked for the Monsoon thing? He was the only one in the class who knew how hard Monsoon hit and how fierce his eyes were. That's a lesson in blood and tears. Whoever wants to go. He's ready to play dead to the end anyway. Can't you see I'm studying? What a wimp. Seeing that Lu Qilian was so abashed, a boy named Wang Di dropped a sentence and walked straight over. Monsoon's side was still sizing up the good-looking girls when his gaze was blocked by a figure. Wang Di glanced at Warmth, who was preparing for the course, and when he saw that she didn't turn around, he directly poked Monsoon's arm. Ugh, classmate, haven't seen you before? Not business administration, right? How? Monsoon was polite. Can you change seats? I want to sit at yours. Why should I change my seat? Monsoon bristled, looking reluctant. This reaction was also within Wang Di's expectations as he swept another glance at the Warmth next to him. After determining that Warmth had been blindfolded and studying, not paying attention to the conversation between him and Monsoon, Wang Di's confidence was inexplicably sufficient. Maybe Warmth and Monsoon were just telling a joke about something earlier. Maybe there's nothing between them? Tell you what, I'll give you $10 and we'll switch seats. $10? Ha! Monsoon laughed coldly. Send out the caller? Minimum 50. Too little? 20. 50. 100 always? Okay. In fact, he said 50. Monsoon is ready to agree. At this time to see Wang Di down the blood, Monsoon also pushed the boat. Took him to hand over $100. Warm enough to eat. It's just the right amount of money to add chicken legs at night. Seeing Monsoon take the $100, Wang Di turned around and glanced provocatively at Lu Qilian. The heart said that even without the use of force, money is a solution to the problem. Turning his head, he was about to praise Monsoon for being a know-it-all, but he immediately couldn't laugh. Monsoon got up to change his seat, and Warmth, who was silent on the side, followed suit. For her, it didn't matter at all if Monsoon changed her seat or not. She would sit next to Monsoon anyway. As for Wang Di, who is he? Don't recognize. The two switched to the back seat one after the other. Monsoon smiled and handed $100 to Warmth while praising Wang Di. Your class is so nice. They gave me money on my first visit. Nah, extra good food for the evening. Warmth covered her mouth and cocked her head. After all, she took $100 from someone. It would be more or less excessive to burst out laughing at this point. Monsoon is usually low-key, but low-key is to their own things. Dipped in warmth, which he is the lord of the spared. After handing the money to Warmth, Monsoon specially twisted his head to look at Wang Di with a surprised face. Dude, why don't you sit over there? Didn't I give you a seat? The seat's all warmed up for you. Provocation. Barefaced provocation. Wang Di's face was unusually ugly, and he looked like a resentful seed for spending $100 for nothing. He wasn't the type that Lu Qilian really dared to bring people to block Monsoon either. In the face of Monsoon stomping on his nose, he didn't even dare to curse back. This would be going down when another voice that made his heart flutter appeared behind him. Monsoon, why are you here? Alas, this student you make way. I want to sit here. Mu Wanqiu? How come Mu Wanqiu knows him too? The heart was more bitter than before, but it was good to have an extra step down. Well, good. Seeing Wang Di walk away, Mu Wanqiu carried her study bag and sat on the opposite side of the aisle. Mu Eveningqiu was still as youthful and energetic as ever, and the feeling of being full of sunshine would never change on her face. Mu Wanqiu stared at Monsoon and narrowed her eyes slightly, then smiled sweetly. Sussy ignored Dana. Monsoon sang. Although it was tempting to be so middle of the road, the words changed. It's been a long time, Monsoon student. They hadn't seen each other for a month, and during that time, it was only on August 15th that Monsoon received a text message from Mu Eveningqiu, but Monsoon only replied politely and didn't chat much. Monsoon is a man with a strong sense of boundaries, and after deciding to be with Warmth, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to contact other girls. It's easy to get ideas from too many connections. Too many ideas are prone to error. It's not so much that he poo-poos the letter, but the fact that countless couples have been produced by cliffhanger breakups. As it happened, this was what Mu Wanqiu liked about him. Chapter 114, Attempting to Lock the Buses. Not that it was intentional. I did need to talk to Warmth about some work stuff. Mu Eveningqiu nodded slightly. She knew that Monsoon had a studio and had recently registered a company. It's okay to talk about work stuff, but they're awesome. It was completely different from someone like himself who couldn't make a name for himself and had to go home and inherit the family fortune. You owed me a meal before and you haven't honored it yet. When are you free for a date? Oh, it's true that I've been rather busy lately, so let's say that before the end of the year. I'll be sure to treat you. Before the end of the year. Okay, I'll wait. Mu Wanqiu turned back to the podium. Just the corner of her eye would still sweep Monsoon from time to time. Monsoon turned back, and Warmth immediately lowered his voice and looked straight at him. If you're looking for a model, whether it's a face model, a moving model, Mood Evening Autumn should be able to help. Monsoon nodded. Could Mu Wanchio help? Definitely can. She was a member of the dance club. The dance club is graceful and slender, and also performs many difficult moves. With a little training, you can perform some martial arts maneuvers. Excellent capture of moving molds for both men and women. On top of that, the dance club is full of handsome men and women, and the face and seal models are very good at what they do. Getting a referral from a dance club would really save you a lot of trouble. It's just a pity that the other party is Mu Wanchio. It's on you. Warmth froze a bit as Monsoon's voice was a bit flat and completely workmanlike. Won't you tell her? I'm sure she'll do all she can to help. Warmth didn't test Monsoon's intentions. She truly felt that Mu Wanchio could help. But Monsoon just shook his head slightly. Good girls are to be cherished. And you are a good girl. So I will cherish you. But she's also, too much contact only gives room to the imagination. There's no need to hold people back. Monsoon dissected the relationship and situation in 3 or 2 sentences, leaving Warmth stunned. There's no need to hold people up. A simple and powerful straight statement. The Monsoon is most attractive at such times. Behaving so well. Should we sneak a kiss? There seemed to be too many people. And there were people watching them. Warmth blushed quietly again at the thought. What made you think of wearing black silk today? Wanted to meet you for a night out. Where to play? That's not important. Warmth answered as a matter of course. Yeah, it didn't matter where you went to play. Who you were with was the important thing. Monsoon himself felt the same way. If it's a night out, then I'll sneak out later at the end of this class and come back for you after class this afternoon. Good. Warmth nodded happily. But then she immediately remembered that Monsoon's search for a model hadn't been accounted for. Are there any specific requirements for the casting of Game 3 models? Monsoon pointed to the teacher who had already walked into the classroom. Why don't you go ahead with class and I'll make you a draft of the plan and give it to you when class is over later. Aha. Monsoon didn't mean to interrupt Warmth during class time. While she was listening to the lecture, Monsoon then began to make drafts on a piece of paper. When 2 people are together, they are comfortable in whatever they do. Motion capture models, clean and strong movements, good body shape, 2 male, 4 female. Facial capture modeling, the requirement of facial angles. Appearance is not so important. 3-dimensional features, also male 2 female 4. Cover model, as pretty as possible, 2 women. Monsoon stayed quiet the entire time Warm Study was in class. He was already patient, and waiting for such things had long since become routine for him. At the end of class, the slanting morning sun was a bit harsh. Monsoon pushed his draft to Warmth. This is for you. Contact this afternoon. Yeah. The 2 had just finished speaking when Mu Eveningcho beside them waved at Warmth. Warm, are you going to the restroom? The autistic girl glanced at Monsoon, then nodded. Good. When the 2 women left, Monsoon got up from his seat. After so long in his past life, he still didn't understand one thing. That's why girls are always grouping up in the bathroom, even ganging up. What a puzzling thing. Just got back to the computer science department. Outside the classroom, Monsoon came across a club recruitment event. Smoking was not allowed inside the classroom or in the aisles, and he wanted to have a smoke outside before going in. So he leaned against the railing and watched for a while. A few men and women of different looking shapes and sizes, holding up signs for the fight club, caught a munchkin every now and then and gave them a good talking to. The distance was too far, causing Monsoon to be unable to hear what they were saying. But he took a look at the mental state of those in the fight club, and paid attention to the ears of a few more, confirming that they were all rookies. It was instantly uninteresting. Pulling out his cigarettes and lighter, Monsoon realized that the cigarette case was empty. Just then, a familiar and hoarse voice sounded right behind him. Hey, lend a hand. Monsoon knew it was Yi Yue just from the voice. She held 2 cigarettes in her long fingers and handed them over. The Teiyukai looked much different than usual when she appeared in his field of vision today. Wraparound dresses, fishnet stockings and all, white shirt on top, long black skirt and bare legs underneath, and little black leather boots. With this look, she instantly reminded Monsoon of that Taiwanese girl who pretended to be a student in Star's King of Comedy, Paige, Lu Pao Piao. It seemed that when she saw that Monsoon was looking at her strangely, Yi Yue became a little impatient. Asterisk 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 asterisk, we damn well know each other. You're not even refusing to lend me a lighter, are you? Good good good. It's still the same flavor. And when she opens her mouth, this tone of voice, this smoke-stained teeth, it's more like Willow. Monsoon rolled his eyes and picked up the second cigarette she handed him, lighting it for himself first. Only then did he hand over the lighter. Yi Yue took the lighter to light the cigarette and took a slightly intoxicated puff. Then, in passing, he put the lighter in his pocket. Monsoon? What do you mean? Yi Yue froze before she reacted to taking Monsoon's lighter. She slapped her head and re-pulled out the lighter. Burst meaning, I thought mine. All smokers have the gripe of taking someone's lighter, don't they? Che, you're not a smoker? At least I won't take someone else's lighter. This is the quality of a qualified smoker. Monsoon bristled and took back his own lighter. Yi Yue glanced at that ordinary lighter and smiled. Where's that deck lighter of yours? Lost it? She took it back. You guys broke up? Yi Yue was surprised. Asterisk 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 off. She took it back for me to light my cigarettes. What do you know? Goo. And light your cigarettes. The stench of love is overflowing. But I do know quite a bit. Hey. When Yi Yue smiled, that hard-to-conceal gangliness would bubble up. Even if she changed her attire, she couldn't cover her original appearance. But outrageous things happen every day. Today is no exception. Like, for example, two old smokers are here crunching away on a cigarette, and a not-so-knowledgeable spirited young man comes up to them and confesses his love. The person who confessed his love he called Chi Shui. Yi Yue, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Pust. The person who laughed and sprayed was Monsoon. Actually someone confessed to Yi Yue. He really didn't have a bandage, so he moved to the side without moving. Prepare to see this man perform. Yi Yue person was also a bit confused. Probably indeed did not think that someone in the class would actually confess to her. After all, she hadn't disguised her appearance or hidden her experiences since her first day at school. I changed my clothes today, also because I had something to do. When Chi Shui saw Yi Yue froze and didn't say anything, he thought that she was impressed by her own akagi just now, so it was a step closer than before. Yi Yue, I know you have a lot of pasts, but I don't care about your past. I don't think there's anything about those pasts. Speaking here, Chi Shui's words were interrupted by a cold laugh from Yi Yue. Drink up and don't mind? Spoken like you know my past. Yi Yue, I really don't care. As soon as Chi Shui finished speaking, Yi Yue directly cupped his chin and hailed his face. The strong smell of smoke and the stench immediately made Chi Shui's face change. Inevitably, Chi Chi skimmed his head. You can't even accept this flavor. And you accept Sis's past? You can accept a hammer. Chi Shui knew that Yi Yue was fierce, but she really didn't think that Yi Yue would be so strong. I don't mean to dislike you. I just haven't gotten used to it yet. Yi Yue, I really like you. Yi Yue held the cigarette in her mouth and sighed, then began to straighten Chi Shui's collar. While organizing, he spoke in a serious tone of voice. People sometimes can't always carry themselves, much less understand what it means to like. Take you men for example. You will feel something when you meet someone you like. So you thought you liked me when you felt something after seeing me. It's not really like that. It's not that you like me. It's that your feelings like me. The feeling is not one of fondness, but of need. You're just trying to find a cup for your brother. Like a lost lamb that needs a warm home. Monsoon, who was standing on the sidelines, once again burst out laughing. He'd heard of Mu Evening Autumn's literary style, and he'd written quite a few literary styles himself. But Yi Yue's kind of brotherly literature, Monsoon is also the first time to see. Chi Shui was stunned, and Yi Yue even patted his face at this time. The young man wasn't ugly, but unfortunately, Yi Yue was clearly not one of the contestants he could handle. Chi Shui was devastated, but he actually still didn't want to give up. But I really like you? Yi Yue was also on fire from the whole thing. Do you not understand human language? You have to lock the bus? Did you get permission from the bus driver? Get out. Got it. She was scolded away after all. But Monsoon didn't laugh at Yi Yue anymore at this time. Chapter 115 Pride and Prejudice. Warmth raised her head and looked at Monsoon with a glowing gaze. The scratchy Monsoon in front of her eyes was reflected in her black pupils, slightly distressed in a way that made her feel a little surprised. It also arched a warm brow. Monsoon. Are you being self-critical? Monsoon had a very normal expression on his face. Yeah, what's up? Warmth smiled and pursed her lips, not immediately answering Monsoon. She first yanked Monsoon's thighs over so that his thighs were sideways in front of her. Then she crossed her black silk-clad legs up. Monsoon's legs were long and Warmth's were thin enough for her to put her legs on even if it was only the thigh part. Comfortably hiking up her legs, while waving her black silk in front of Monsoon. While leaning his back against the booth's reclining chair, he stretched his hands outward. Oh, so tired. The usual General Wen is cold and strict, but at this time, General Wen is a soft girl. A very soft girl. Rest for a while if you're tired. Monsoon rubbed her head, and then obediently placed his hand on the warm thigh. Itchy? Then I won't move. Monsoon, so you make mistakes too? Monsoon froze for a moment, knowing that Warmth was answering the question from earlier. Indeed, as a reborn person and equipped with a lot of experience, he had rarely made mistakes. But some of Yi Yue's behavior today suddenly gave Monsoon the feeling that he had judged people by their appearance before. Take that as a compliment that I don't usually make mistakes. You really don't even make mistakes usually. It feels like you're good at everything and anything. Warmth held Monsoon's palm. He had just clearly said that he would not move. It's true. You can't trust a word a man says. No one can make no mistakes at all. No one can make no mistakes. And this is something that really can't be helped. What about Yue? What happened between you and her? Looking at Warmth's look of a curious baby, Monsoon knew that this girl was coming on again. It's true that a woman's gossiping soul will never go out, but this time he also sold out. I won't talk about it first. You also contacted her a little bit. You come and say first, how do you feel about Yue as a person? Warmly leaning against the back of the chair wasn't a very comfortable position, and reached out again to tug Monsoon's arm over to lean on it. I'm not sure about anything else, but the character should be okay. Yo, how's that for sure? Last time you were blocked by my classmates. She was able to stand next to you and not run away, which means it's quite righteous. Today you said again that you judge people by their appearance, so you must have complimented her. So naturally her character is not bad. In fact, Warmth and Monsoon had been together for a long time, and have gradually figured out about his character. Monsoon was polite and gentle to most people though, but Warmth understands all too well that these mildnesses are fraught with distance. Monsoon talks to these people. He was always saying, good, good, good for you, and he was always saying good things to everyone, with a smile on his face. To put it simply, it means that ordinary people can't even get into Monsoon's eyes, but his state of behavior towards people and things is gentle, not arrogant. In fact, he's no different from those condescending people who essentially look down on others. There were really very few people who could be complimented by Monsoon in the true sense of the word. Well, except for herself. I can't see that you're seeing things through. That's natural. Can we talk about you and her now? Monsoon smiled. The warmth to see is indeed quite accurate. Today he has more praise for Yue. We ran into each other on freshman day, the day I reunited with you. Oh, Warmth tensed herself and gave a listening look. Monsoon waved his hand in a hurry. Don't get that look on your face. My story with her isn't that long. Come on, come on. She was hitting on me, and I didn't like that look on her too much, so I got into a bit of a verbal confrontation. Then we went together again at lunch and she followed me when I was looking for you and gave me an umbrella but I didn't take it. Warmth was already smart, and after carefully savoring the contents of Monsoon's words, she found the clues. Conflict of language. Are you cursing? Sort of. And the cursing was pretty bad. So is this Yue angry? This question from Warmth caused Monsoon to be slightly stunned. At that time, Yue was disliked by him, but she didn't seem angry. She did not look angry at the time. Then she's a really generous girl. More generous than you. At least that day. Monsoon was suddenly a little less confident after being output by Warmth. At that time, between him and Yue, they kind of saw through each other's bottom line. In fact, if you think about it, Yue's bottom line is not hidden. She directly said that she plays nightclubs. He was the one who was poked and prodded by Yue. She just laughed it off after being disliked unmercifully by herself. Is Yue more generous than herself? In that case, it does seem to be true. Well, the character is indeed okay. Just okay? That doesn't get you any praise. And what about the fight before and today? I asked her to record video for me for the police in a previous fight. Only then it didn't work. As for what happened today, it was that she was confessed to, but she rejected someone else. It's just a pretty special way to say no. Thinking about what Yue said to Qi Shui today, Ji Feng's brows tightened, rejecting Qi Shui several times, showing his attitude, and not belittling the other party. But Qi Shui was really a bit of a dog's bane, stalking and not letting go, getting Yue annoyed. Eventually Yue self-depreciates herself by calling herself a bus and saying that Qi Shui is trying to put a lock on the bus. The confession, which I don't know if it was a farce or not, was only stopped. A girl who calls herself a bus. Monsoon didn't know how to describe it, probably because he felt that he had spoken at that time, which was really a bit excessive. Feeling Monsoon's mood swings, Warmth took the initiative to tilt her head over and lean against Monsoon. Is the mood affected by this? Well, kind of. Monsoon had always had the feeling that he was transcendent before. What kind of things he doesn't put much stock in except warmth. Feeling that he had everything under control, without realizing that this self-righteous supremacy can at some point translate into arrogance. Irritation after being read your mind? Maybe not so much, but wrong is wrong. Suddenly I feel shallow and no different from anyone else. Warmth nodded and pressed her nose against Monsoon, whispering softly, each of us is an ordinary person, and you also said it's human to make mistakes, so if you can pull it off, go apologize. If there's no way to pull off an apology, then find a way to make it up later. Watching the autistic teenage girl make a case for her bad mood, Monsoon's mood gradually improved. The two of them enjoyed the pleasant time after school, and Monsoon held the young girl's soft hand tightly. Mister, one has a point. I'll bring her 2 packs of Wazi tomorrow and forget about it. Ha ha. Having been in contact with Monsoon for a long time, Warmth naturally knew what Wazi was, but Monsoon usually smokes Yellow Mountain, and Wazi to rarely buy it. What's for dinner? I don't know. It's only a little after 4 o'clock. Isn't it a little early to be discussing what to eat? Warmth shrugged her eyebrows. If she went out on a date with Monsoon, apart from eating, it would probably be playing in the sand. Other things she played very little. Then what for? If it's a guy, this is the time when they usually say, come out first. Ha? Come out first? Yes. Don't discuss where to go. Come out first. Warmth smiled. So are we going now? Walking. Then you put me down first. No release. How can I walk without putting it on? Ah. Warmth suddenly shrieked as she felt her body instantly lose its balance before being lifted up by Monsoon. Go like this. Ah. Warmth, lifted up by Monsoon, could only cling to him, trying not to let out a striking scream. Only small whispers. Monsoon, you put me down. Deaf, didn't hear. As the two flirted and left, Yi Yue, who was halfway there, suddenly stopped in her tracks as she took out her cell phone and wanted to send a text message to Warmth. Indicates that he is okay with stats or reception if he can't handle the tech position. She does need a job now. This is especially true for jobs like Fingertip Future that don't require excessive qualifications and pay well once you're on board. Hello, Mr. What? I'm Yi Yue from the computer science department who just applied for the job. The message was only typed in a few words before Yi Yue gave up. Of course, she wasn't giving up Warmth or giving up this job. She was giving up using text messages to say this. Warmth had put a lot of pressure on her during the interview just now. She didn't realize that Monsoon, the girlfriend of her smoking buddy, would be the CEO of the company she was applying for. The last time they met, Warmth was just in her military uniform, and she didn't see anything. She was really surprised by this interview. The other person should just be a girl the same age as yourself. Young, has become the president of a company, and people are also beautiful. I heard that the study is also extremely good. Is the identity of the top student to the Magic City University? With such a configuration, resume, it's simply a collection of characters, compared to an existence struggling in a cesspool like his own. It was the difference between a maggot and the moon. Texting still isn't appropriate. Maybe the person is still there now. Go over and check. Yi Yue turned her head toward the original location of the pavilion, but by the time she got back to the pavilion, Warmth was gone. Yi Yue scanned the surroundings and none of them were warm either. Gone? It just so happened that on the side of the fence where Monsoon had previously avoided sight, a certain man was carrying a certain autistic teenage girl playfully. The two's jostling attracted the attention of many students. Only it so happened that Yi Yue brushed past them. Not finding Warmth, Yi Yue felt some regret in her heart, but she wasn't discouraged, and quickly adjusted her mindset, took out her cell phone, and renewed the words she had just left unfinished. Chapter 116, Prying Open the Mouth. Warmth, who was carried on her shoulder, suddenly lost her voice. She was actually reading the job search message sent by Yi Yue. After seeing Yi Yue stating that she was capable of other positions, she hoped that she could get a chance to try it out. Warm brows furrowed slightly. Monsoon was oblivious to all this, though, and assumed something was wrong with her. What's with the sudden silence? Nope. Angry? No really. Some work stuff and what? You're all a bit unhappy today. I want to cheer you up. Warmth leaned down as she said this and blew in Monsoon's ear. The tenderness and shallow temptation almost made Monsoon take off his hand. He put the Warmth down in a hurry. Come down first. What's wrong? It's okay. Slow down. A man of iron will like Monsoon was surely fine. The one with the problem is the little Monsoon no good thing. Waist. Go down. Warm eyes rolled. Eyebrows gradually arched. All adults. Not so much that they didn't know how it worked. Well then, wait until you slow down. While waiting for the Monsoon to slow down, the Warmth wasn't idle. Taking out his cell phone, he prepared to give Yi Yue a positive reply. She didn't specifically tell Monsoon about Yi Yue's text message to her. According to Monsoon's words, she could be official and have full authority. Discretion is certainly not a problem. As to whether or not it's a public matter, then again, okay, let's talk tomorrow. Yi Yue on the other side of the screen received the message and violently tightened her cell phone. The expression was somewhat uplifted and excited. She quickly slowed down, though, and again, as if snapping to attention, she quickly touched the ends of her hair, which had become a bit withered from repeated hot pulls, and then touched her face. Then he opened PayPal and looked at it, a flash of disappointment, and quickly opened his wallet again. Finally the corners of his mouth turned down in an unusually bitter smile. My eyesight is really getting worse lately. I can't even open my wallet to see the money. The other side. The warmth from the text message had rewound itself around Monsoon's fingers. Going or not? Go. Warmth seldom took the initiative before, but over the past month or so, she had become much more proactive. Just like now, she would act like a normal girlfriend and take the initiative to pull Monsoon's arm towards the front. No more shyness and timidity. Looking at the smile on Warmth's face, Monsoon also lamented that her personality had gotten much better recently, at least when he was around. It was so much more cheerful than before. As for being in front of others, the high spirits are still there. The character is so, just not as aloof as it used to be. To top it off, Warmth gained 3 pounds in a month. 3 pounds. What's the saying? Once the soul is loved, the flesh and blood grows wildly. Today's Warmth is 51 kilograms, but it was still slim for Warmth's height of 168 and those proud little pairs of Warmth. Why do you keep looking at me all the time? Because my girlfriend is the most beautiful girl in the world. She's quacking pretty, quacking cute, quacking gentle, and I'm not. I quacking love her. The doting in Monsoon's eyes made Warmth feel safe, and the gentleness surrounded her, making her drown. Even though Monsoon had said something similar, Warmth's face still blushed every time she heard such words. At this time, Warmth will not be like a normal girl who says, "Ouch, you're bad, you're so smooth." Instead, he would stop and watch the Monsoon in silence. Monsoon looks good too. Ha ha, there's a saying, indeed. Some people use their childhood to heal their whole life, and some people use their whole life to heal their childhood. Warmth keeps healing his past, and all Monsoon needs to do is heal Warmth. So what do you want to eat tonight? Have a barbecue. Okay. It had been decided during the day that they wouldn't be working today, so neither of them had any intention of running far. Driving wasn't necessary. The little electric donkey was just right for getting out and about. Take Warmth to the boys' dormitory door there and get ready to go for a ride on the little electric donkey. Give me a moment. Aha. Watching Monsoon sneak away at a trot, Warmth stood still and waited up. Today she wore a less distanced outfit, with a small jacket and black silk that was seductive. So it didn't take long to stand there before a dude came running over and hit on me. Beauty, can you add a WeChat? Warmth, who was holding his cell phone and waiting silently, raised his head and frowned coldly. Can't. The dude scratched his head in some embarrassment. It so happened that Monsoon had already rushed over at this time on his own little electric donkey, and seeing the two, a brake stopped, persuaded the boy who had approached Warmth to hit on him. Man, you sure can't ask a girl out like that. How? You see, you want WeChat. You have to chat first. Chat and familiarize yourself with some gifts, and feel almost there before you can make a date. It's such a pain in the ass to talk to someone like that. It's so time-consuming. It's not desirable at all. The boy looked at Monsoon and surprisingly felt that there was some truth in what he said. So what should I do? When you meet a girl you like, just ask her out. Don't get all fancy. A direct date? How's that for a date? The boy looked puzzled. Monsoon skimmed his head and glanced at Warmth, who was stifling a laugh. Sis, get in the car? Brother take you for a ride. Good. Warmth smiled sweetly and gently got into Monsoon's car. Hello? Hitting on boys? He looked at the two who left straight away and could only be confused in the wind. Is that even possible? The boy's companion came over and poked him. They didn't know each other ahead of time, i.e. live. Riding through the hustle and bustle on a small electric donkey. Come to the snack walk near the university town. Warmly holding Monsoon's hand, he ran to the sugar gourd stand and bought a bunch of orange grapes and a bunch of hawthorn sticky rice. She first handed the orange grapes to Monsoon, then took a bite of the hawthorn sticky rice in her own hand, muttered as he chewed on a candy string in his mouth. This one is not good for you to eat. This one is delicious. Try it. Monsoon took the hawthorn glutinous rice sugar gourd. Only hawthorn, glutinous rice has been eaten up. No wonder it is not delicious. That's how food is exchanged between boyfriends and girlfriends. And Warmth is no exception. Where do you want to go? We're usually too busy to do the things couples are supposed to do. Warm tone is very sure, but Monsoon is a bit of thoughts drifting. The things that couples should do? Doesn't that jerk off to a hotel? Ahem. Words certainly can't say that. Things couples should do? That's a lot of things. Like kissing, hugging, and lifting high. Didn't you already lift high today at school? When Warmth heard this, she was about to run away, then was caught by Monsoon. So there's still kisses and cuddles to come? But it's a pedestrian mall and there are so many people. The shyness on the young girl's face gradually overflowed, and she had a small head, a coquettish smile, and beautiful eyes. Monsoon, however, looked completely indifferent. Who says you can't hug if there's a lot of people? It's not illegal to hug your own girlfriend, and it's not like they know us, and when they see us they'll just say, "Look how happy that little couple is." When Monsoon said that, he just hugged Warmth tightly. He felt the warmth, his body visibly stiffened. then quickly relaxed and went soft in his arms. Warmth tightened her small hand. From the original nowhere, gradually attached to Monsoon's waist, and the force gradually tightened. Distance for sticking too close. Monsoon even heard a warm heartbeat, one faster than the other. The breath of the young girl in his arms was also wetter, more or less ambiguous. For the autistic girl, such a hug in plain sight was still a bit too much for her to be petulant. But she liked it, liked holding Monsoon all the time. Monsoon didn't know when he had coveted the tenderness as well. So this hug, for a long time, it was not divided. Monsoon knows the temperament of Warmth. This girl either does not hug. If he really hugged with him, then as long as he does not separate himself, she can hug to the mall after work. This definitely wouldn't work. So Monsoon could only take the initiative to push her away. Pushed away by Monsoon's initiative, Warmth's gaze was still in that mesmerized state. She looked at Monsoon very fondly, with some doubts and regrets in her eyes as much as she could, as if she couldn't get enough of the hug she had just given. That's the end of it? Monsoon, it was just a hug. And Warmth showed this drunkenness, which would be great if, in the future. It's okay. I'm young. Monsoon straightened her thoughts and whispered a quiet tease to her. Now all that's left is kissing. Good. As normal young couples do. After dropping off work, the two of them ran off to a barbecue together, had a few beers and went to the shoreline to press some more. By the time Monsoon returned Warmth to the dormitory in the evening, the hostel was almost closed. Walking the man to the door, Monsoon gently took hold of warm fingers. The young girl's gaze was glistening with some anticipation, looking forward to what Monsoon would say to her before she said goodbye. Why are you looking at me like that? I have a feeling you have something you want to tell me. Ha? What words? Monsoon pretended not to be able to read the warmth in her eyes. Warmth saw through Monsoon's disguise at a glance and slightly angled her head. You have at least 3 things to say. Say them. Monsoon smiled and took the warm hands, gently attaching them to his ears. My eyes look at you and rain for you. My ears have long since lost track of the world, and my nose can only smell you. We call the heart that dances in the darkness the moon, and you're the starlight that looms in the clouds. A piece of candy dropped in the Milky Way that I picked up and wanted to savor. It's a really long life, and I want to have this brief moment first, okay? What girl can stand it when she can make a kiss sound so literary? Warmth filled her face with tenderness, the fondness in her eyes seeping out. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Monsoon's neck, breathing softly. Chapter 117, The Warmth of the Storm. What's there to explain? Wang Nan was a bit vain. Explain why this person knows my WeChat. Warmth's tone was cold. Her personality is changing a lot lately. As the CEO, Warmth requires access to the company's employees, and it's fine to be high and cold and have an aura, but it won't feel as inaccessible as it used to. So it had been a long time since she had spoken to someone in that tone. In recent times, there had been much less contact between her and Wang Nan. We're all roommates. If you don't mess with me, we'll be fine. Warmth was too lazy to pay attention to some of her taking advantage of her behavior. Only today, what Wang Nan did had touched her bottom line. The bottom line of Warmth is the Monsoon. Childhood frustrations, beatings while growing up, bullying at school. It was only after those dark days that a light came to her. The light that saved her from the abyss. What followed was a sea change. These people simply don't understand what Monsoon means to her. What fingertip future? CEO Mr. What the wind and clouds? In the eyes of the Warmth of those are floating clouds, a tool to chase the Monsoon. She knew what kind of ability Monsoon had, which was why she wanted to try to keep up and have the qualifications to stand by his side. A future with Monsoon together. That's what it's called. It was so hard for her to be with Monsoon. Now someone is actually trying to sabotage it? Oh, there are people who really don't realize they are killing themselves. This will be 302. Li Yunxiu and Yen Fang are up. Warmth is usually pretty self-absorbed and is kind of a bit of a bad influence to say the least, but she's pretty much non-aggressive to say the least. Warmth was never immersed in her own world, either busy with work, studying, or chatting with Monsoon. She doesn't pass on gossip about other people or talk about those campus anecdotes. Stable personality, not argumentative. This was the first time they, the housemates, had seen Warmth get so angry. Warmth, Li Yunxiu started, but then shut up. Warmth didn't squeak and just stared at Wang Nan in silence. She hadn't been a company leader for over a month for nothing. Monsoon had taught her, Zhao Lan had taught her, and she had her own realization. The aura of a workplace leader was not to say much, but at least a discerning eye could sense that she was already different from an ordinary student. Seeing Wang Nan shrinking and not squeaking, Warmth pressed again. Do you dare to do it, Wang Nan? Wang Nan was cornered by Warmth and finally got off the bed, her eyes averted. I didn't do it on purpose. He kept asking me for your WeChat. I couldn't argue, so I gave it to him. It's not just arguing, is it? You didn't take anything else? By Warmth saying this, Wang Nan's eyes avoided even more. He just bought me a milk tea and bought me a meal. Nothing else really. Under the shocked gazes of several people, Warmth suddenly raised his fist. Thinking that Warmth was going to hit her, Wang Nan closed her eyes in fear and shrank back. Li Yunxiu and Yan Fang also had their mouths open ready to stop. Bang! The imagined beating didn't occur, and Warmth's fist slammed into the door of the room with a loud thud. Wang Nan, shivering, leaned against the door of the room and glanced at the warm fists. She had thought that she had been let off the hook for this, but she was suddenly yanked by Warmth's hair and pressed directly against the wall. Ah! It hurts. Warmth, you let go. I won't dare next time. Next time? Ha ha ha. Warm laughter as if it had crawled out of an ice cave. Anger mixed with coldness, as if it were ice slag that pierced the bones. Warm. Knock. Wang Nan's head was hit against the door of the room with a muffled sound. This sound caused Li Yunxiu and Yan Fang next to them to shiver, and Wang Nan could only squat on the ground, covering her head and crying. Staring at Wang Nan, Warmth resisted the urge to kick her in the face and took out her cell phone and pressed it for a while. It didn't take long for Wang Nan's cell phone to send an alert. PayPal arrives. $200. Warmth's voice grew colder and colder. I've used your tissues, pens, and miscellaneous items a few times since school started. These should add up to less than 100 in total. I'll give you 200 and the rest as medical expenses. From today on, don't take me for a ride. I'm deleting this chuch. And you, I'm deleting. There was a silence in the 302 at this point. Wang Nan crouched in the doorway and shivered, not daring to squeak. Bang! Hear that? Warmth slammed the door again, and at this point there was no hint of her self-absorbed teenage posturing. Totally like a rampaging lioness. The kind that could bite Wang Nan to death at any time. Wang Nan was busy nodding his head. Got it. Seeing Wang Nan nodding, Warmth then went back to his cabinet, took out the medicine box, and sprayed Yunnan Baiyao on his fingers. The force used to smash the door just now was so strong that the skin on his hand was already broken. Monsoon will definitely ask when he sees it. He was busy, and Warmth didn't want this crap to bother him. When he rejoined the bed, 302, there was still no one talking, and the entire dormitory suddenly became unusually quiet after the lesser voice of Wang Nan. Warmth loved the quietness, as if the world was cleared. In this moment she remembered again what Monsoon had said on the rooftop of her high school. Some people in this world are born as cheap bastards, and they can't feel good in their hearts if they don't get into trouble for a day. These people look nothing but human. They do and say things that are basically indistinguishable from the cub species. They just see you as weak and think you're good for bullying. Looks like I did the right thing. Taking out his cell phone, Warmth took a screenshot of his chat with Zhou Qi and prepared to pass it to Monsoon. She started with a blah 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 explanation of what happened. Wrote a big green letter full of words. The green light of the microphone shone on Warmth's entire white face. But after typing, the warmth felt unavailable. She didn't do anything wrong. Why explain so much? So send the screenshot straight away. Followed by 3 words. What does it say? Monsoon's reply was quick. Awesome, kudos. At the sight of Monsoon's reply, Warmth's mood instantly calmed. Even a little happy. She wasn't too happy with Monsoon's reply though. Is this it? Or else what? Kudos to me. Warmth chooses to play a straight ball. Then, the dialogue box on Monsoon's side turned into inputting, which lasted for quite a while. It took a long time for new news to arrive. This year I met a girl. Her name is Warmth, and she is the most gentle, thoughtful, and beautiful girl in the world. She came along and made me fall in love with her and made my world colorful. She gives me a sense of security and I really like her and I want to be there for her all the time. I'm honored to have the world's most unique girlfriend. Seeing Monsoon reply, Warmth nodded with satisfaction. Monsoon would always fulfill her little moods and say what she wanted to hear every time. This made Warmth suddenly a little worried. Monsoon, what if we run out of things to say later? Playing voice, playing video hangouts, watching each other sleep, feeling each other's routines, and just knowing each other is there. Are we going to do this later? It's anyone's guess, but it's not like relationships are about talking all the time, especially if you're constantly getting bored. Just sharing the fun daily routine and talking about the minutiae of life is good too. Won't the relationship fade if we don't talk? Warmth became a little hesitant. Of course not. Just like with my mom and dad. I don't message them more than a couple times a month, but that doesn't mean I don't love them. Understood. Sleep. Okay. It was a night when some people went to bed contented, but others had a hard time sleeping through the night. In the girls' dormitory in the same building, Yi Yue stared at the scissors in front of her, hesitant. Her roommate, Yaqi Zhang, saw that she was hesitant to make a decision and urged her to do the same. Yue, there's no need for that, just turn around and dye it. Yi Yue didn't say anything. She didn't have any money left, not even money to dye her hair. She'd been hesitating for a while, not forever. The world was cruel. She didn't have that many choices, and she had to cherish every hard-won opportunity. Cut it. So I really cut it? Cut. Watching her long hair being cut off little by little, Yi Yue's gaze grew colder and colder, as if it was something that was happening that didn't matter. It's just regular scissors, and the hair looks a little messy when you cut it. Zhang Yaqi followed Yi Yue's request and cut off all those parts that were permed and dyed below the center. The rest of the hair was black and without the bend in the ends. Thanks. Saying thank you to her roommate, Yi Yue cleaned her hair, then undressed and walked into the bathroom. Turn on the shower and rinse the rest of the shredded hair off your head. Yi Yue stroked her face, braved the late fall chill, and stood in front of the mirror with water. Facelessly, he picked up the scissors and began to repair some of the areas that felt cluttered on his own. That done, she touched herself in the mirror, the smoke scar on her chest, which she covered with a tattoo of a plum. But if you touch it carefully, you can feel the unevenness on it. Meh, it's just some frost. The next day, Monsoon and Zhang Chao came to the classroom on time. Monsoon was a bit annoyed, but it was just that Zhang Chao was in his sweet spot right now, so he couldn't say much. It shouldn't be too far away though. Recently, Zhang Chao has been yelling from time to time in the dormitory. Why doesn't sister reply to my messages? Unsurprisingly, there was a high probability that Zhang Chao would fall into a second pull. That schoolteacher is unusual. Monsoon felt that in all probability, Zhang Chao was going to be pulled numb off by this schoolmate. Ugh, can't help. While sitting in her seat and fuming, Yi Yue's figure appeared from the classroom door. Pust. Monsoon was a bit unstrung, mainly because Yi Yue's appearance today was a bit more abstract than yesterday. Her tarry coffee-colored punkish hair was cut off. The new haircut is a bit uneven, reaching only to the ears in some spots and longer in others. Chapter 118, The Sky in Reverse. Today, Monsoon was a bit distracted. There was no way. Yi Yue's change was simply more abstract than the change in warmth before, and it wasn't through his hands. So even he couldn't help but look at it a little more with curiosity. He remembered the conversation he'd had yesterday between himself and warmth, between him and Yi Yue. From the initial conflict to becoming inexplicable smoking buddies, there didn't seem to be any special experiences during the period. The fellowship of a smoker is probably passing a cigarette and lending a light when you pass by. After a few times, you become familiar with it. Warmth told him yesterday, if you feel you were wrong, apologize if you can pull it off. And if you can't pull it off, then find a way to make it up later. He joked about buying 2 packs of wazoo to send back, so he actually bought 2 packs of wazoo today. The question is, do we give it now? She had met Warm yesterday and the two knew each other. When giving cigarettes, should Yi Yue lose her tongue if she opens her mouth to ask about work? Probably because of his personality. Before doing something, Monsoon would always think a lot, wanting to consider things thoroughly. However, Zhang Chao on the side interrupted Monsoon's thoughts. Is this her roast chicken from a good cause? I don't know. Monsoon shook his head, sidestepped, knocked on Yi Yue's desk, and placed 2 packets of huazi on it. Hey, give back the 3 you had yesterday. Yi Yue looked at the 2 packs of huazi on the table and froze slightly, and after a moment of trance, she put away the 2 packs of cigarettes. She looked to Monsoon, who happened to look to her as well. It was only in the moment she locked eyes with Monsoon that she immediately averted her gaze, using a smile and the movement of ruffling her hair to hide the imperceptible touch of humility. Ha, I gave you 3 sticks, and you damn well gave me back 2 packs of wazi. You be are really rich. Still full of swear words and the same old smoky teeth. It's just that today's Yi Yue is less hunched over than usual, and her hands, which often drooped in the past, have been deliberately put down. Habits don't change that easily, though, and she still crosses her arms and hunches over from time to time. After feeling the wrongness of her move, she would straighten her chest again. Yi Yue's this way, looks really beautiful. No wonder so rotten. Also someone confessed to her. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the flavor of innocence that she had managed to hold in her body was instantly gone. It's really hard to top. Be reasonable. The way you look right now makes me feel abstract. Monsoon bristled. Che, only sympathizers like you are allowed to pretend to be pure young boys. I can't pretend to be pure young girls? MD. Spare Monsoon's 2 lifetimes, but also buy this goods to give a whole laugh. He shook his head to retort. You're a purely embarrassing hack. I'm pretending to be much more like you than you are. I don't know if it's the same experience of mixing in the mud, or if it's because Yi Yue has seen through her hidden side. In short, Monsoon was no longer so dignified when he was in front of Yi Yue. At least it won't be as gentlemanly as it usually is. All kinds of verbiage were casually gulped down, almost as much as Yi Yue, who bolted her genealogy to her mouth. Yi Yue sticks her head over and whispers, you do know how to act. How did you learn? Teach me. Teach you what? How can I look like a proper student? Seeing that Yi Yue's demeanor did not look like an awkward conversation, Monsoon himself was a bit embarrassed instead. No, big brother, are you serious? But I can't be a student for S sake? Seeing that she was serious, Monsoon also tightened up a bit. Fine, fine. I won't argue with you. Being a student is actually very simple. Be honest, be good, be civilized, be polite. Pretty much that's it. That hard? Monsoon, it's hard to be civilized and polite? If you don't want to learn, just say so, okay? Ugh, I'm not talking to you I'm not talking to you about all this crap. Anyway, I'll try to change it later. Yi Yue adjusted herself and tried not to swear, but when she lost those auxiliaries, she stuttered a bit, and, after a slight adjustment, Yi Yue asked again. She wanted to make a difference, and Monsoon was happy to help. Not to say that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda and those big scenes. Helping people is a good deed. The God of Fortune will lift him up when the time comes. You have to really want to change. Besides your speech, tone of voice, and body movements during the day, get a chance to straighten your teeth, or at least get the tobacco stains out. At the mention of teeth, embarrassment flashed across Yi Yue's face. Let's talk about the cleaning later. I've been busy lately. She subconsciously licked her teeth, one of her trademark bad habits. Then this action was arrested on the spot by Monsoon. Don't pick your teeth with your fingers or lick your teeth with your mouth open and your tongue all the time. What kind of Thai habit is that? Okay, I got it. Any more? Don't move to slap your thighs and use very exaggerated movements. Don't panic. Take your time. I'll write it down. Yi Yue took out her own cell phone and recorded little by little what Monsoon had just said. And every now and then, he asked Monsoon a couple of questions. It was only when class started that she returned to listening attentively. Speaking of which, Yi Yue seemed to be quite serious every time when she was in her specialty classes. Monsoon owed his feet and leaned back in his chair. The eyes looked a little distracted. He was actually ready for Yi Yue to open her mouth and ask about warmth, although he had said that it was official before. Jifeng also knew in his heart that if Yi Yue really opened her mouth, he would loosen it. Just like the brothers he brought to Mordor. Competence really doesn't matter that much when someone is leading the charge. Compared to the few of them, Yi Yue was already a senior student of Mordor University, and naturally there was no mention of her learning ability. Unfortunately, Monsoon miscalculated. Yi Yue didn't open her mouth and didn't even mention it. She didn't ask for her help, nor did she mention yesterday's job application with warmth, nor did she mention the company, Fingertip Future. In fact, Monsoon knew very well that Yi Yue changed her face and adjusted her habits in order to apply for the job and enter the job. She is indeed learning to be good. Although Monsoon didn't know if she was just a whim, a 3-minute fever, or if she really wanted to shift down completely. But learning this matter well, even if it is only a 3-minute fever, there will be a 3-minute gain. The question now is, why didn't she say anything? Ugh, another head iron waif. I guess he has a hard mouth too. Monsoon is a little helpless. How can I say something like having a backbone? It's actually a double-edged sword in many cases. There are times when all you have to do is open your mouth and say something soft and opportunity and luck will come your way. You can't catch that kind of talk without saying splashy rich. There are some opportunities that have literally been right in front of you that many people pass up because they can't pull their face off. Maybe it's because of backbone, or maybe it's face. Certainly a character as worthy of respect as Odd Dove, but more people still choose to give in to chance. It can't be helped. Not all souls are so noble. Monsoon is one of those people. Ordinary people. Sweeping a glance at Yi Yue who was listening attentively, he couldn't just walk over and let the other party beg him. That's too harm. Mediocrity. The first class ended quickly, and between classes, Monsoon wanted to go to the kiosk to renew a lighter. Just as he walked to the door, he suddenly realized that Yi Yue was actually here as well. Boss, return this one. What the hell is about to back off? My friend bought 2 packs of Huazi this morning and wants a refund if he doesn't smoke it. Don't tell me you can't return it. What are you doing? You want to return the cigarettes. Did you buy these from me? Just the one above you. You don't believe in the right barcode. The owner of the small store cursed, but the school kiosk usually gave refunds for unopened cigarettes, as long as it was confirmed that they had been purchased here. The 2 packages of Wazi were returned 84, and Yi Yue directly threw $4 on the table. Here's a packet of large front door and a lighter. The boss glanced at Yi Yue and saw that she was a girl, so he didn't say the word poor. Outside the door, Monsoon silently backed away and hid on the other side of the store entrance. It seems that Yi Yue is not very busy lately, but very short of money. Going in now would only embarrass Yi Yue. He's not exactly a nice guy, but this kind of pointless and hurtful to someone's ego. Monsoon has always felt that doing it equaled. So this is something, just pretend you don't know. Boom! While watching Yi Yue dismantle the large front door in a dashing manner, the sky suddenly thundered and rained. The storm poured down, just as it had when the two first met. There are a lot of people with stories, and everyone can tell a bunch of them with a drink. Monsoon couldn't help so many people, and since Yi Yue wanted to go by herself, he wouldn't run out to be an abuser. Back to class. Study time always flies by if you are serious about it. When it came to the noon mealtime, Yi Yue stood in front of the rain curtain with a somewhat awkward expression. She had a lunch date with Warmth and said she wanted to talk about work together. This was her hard-earned opportunity, so she dressed up properly and organized her grooming. But the problem is that she didn't bring an umbrella today. If you run through it like that, you're sure to be in a soup, and you'll be cold. There was no way she could pass up a dinner date with Warmth. It didn't matter to her at all if she got wet or whatever. What she was afraid of was that she had created a bad impression of Warmth. I'm afraid I didn't pass the interview. She really didn't have any money left, and Monsoon's 2 packs of Huazi had already counted as saving her dog's life. Yi Yue's face was ugly, but she wouldn't cry, not at any time, and she was ready to get 2 books to put on her head to make do. TMD. Old man. Yi Yue couldn't help but curse again, when suddenly, an umbrella reached over. Nah, I feel like you need this right now. Same location, same rain, same words, same people, all the same, yet completely different, because the roles are switched. The Monsoon at that time did not take Yi Yue's umbrella, but still said thank you to her. And nowadays, Yi Yue would not be as high and cold as Monsoon. She stared at the umbrella that Monsoon handed over, grinned instantly, and blurted out, "How are you, T? So nice to suddenly think of helping me?" Chapter 119, This is the rhythm of choosing a consort. Ow. Seeing Yi Yue leave, Monsoon eventually couldn't hold back and wanted to lift her hand. The reason was also simple. He had been waiting for Yi Yue to speak, but the outrageous thing was that Yi Yue never opened her mouth. Well, count on you. The sky was crying, but I couldn't look at it with a good heart, so I held an umbrella for the passerby. The hidden meaning of this sentence is that I'm a good person with a good face and a good heart, and even though you're just a passerby, my buddy is willing to lift you up. Yi Yue returned. As I walk in the midst of a rainstorm, the umbrella will be my boat to row the sky backwards. The words seemed a little lonely to Monsoon, similar to how even if I'm standing alone in the rain walking solo, given the slightest chance, I'll paddle the sky backwards and turn the tide against all odds. Of course, Monsoon had thought of another possibility. That would mean that Yi Yue was a bit stupid and didn't understand what she was saying. So, as she finally walked away, she added, "Hold on to your stem, the waves are coming from the sky." Those words had been Monsoon's complete kindness. Since the sky is the sea and the rainstorms are the waves, there is certainly the danger of capsizing, but you just have to hold on to the pole and you have the possibility of riding the waves. This statement is a reminder and a help. To put it more superficially, it's almost like, even if you don't pass the interview it doesn't matter. You just have to open your mouth and your buddy will step in. It was just that he didn't know if Yi Yue could understand him. If he were to change, Mu Lanqiu would definitely be able to understand. It was just that Mu Lanqiu wouldn't come to work at his place, and there was no way she could talk to him about this. "Windy, what are you blah 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 blah? What's up, Chow? Done talking to your schoolmate?" "No, I don't have a problem with you giving my umbrella to Yi Yue. The problem is that the pussy is done with you, so what are we two going to do?" Zhang Chao was a bit speechless. Monsoon this kind of usually stuffy and not pretentious. As soon as it's loaded, it has to be a big one. It's raining so hard right now, won't you become a water dog if you rush to the cafeteria? "It's okay, Chow. We two top a book, and then use a body of righteousness to protect the body. The thunderstorm will not hurt you and me a bit. Let's go." "Feng Di, you're really not human." Yi Yue came to the cafeteria with an umbrella. Putting away her umbrella, Yi Yue silently sighed in relief. "Finally, I didn't get wet." The computer science department classrooms were a bit farther away than the industrial management side, so by the time she arrived, Warmth's side had already been there. Warmth is still so uninviting, slightly aloof, standing outside the door, waiting calmly where the rain cannot rain. Looking from afar, Yi Yue could feel that sense of distance on her, even though she had seen it before, but Yi Yue still had doubts in her heart. This steady and dignified girl in front of her, and very imposing, was she really Monsoon's girlfriend? How does Monsoon deserve her? That old nightclub hustler? Yi Yue shook her head, not thinking about things she couldn't understand. There was no way she was going to sue Monsoon either. After all, what Monsoon said just now should be well-meaning, right? It's the boat and the rain again. Obviously a nightclub old net say those useless nonsense. Harm. Yi Yue didn't want to keep Warm waiting, slightly complexed her hair and walked quickly towards Warm. "Mr. What? Long time no see." "Aha." Warmth looked at her and nodded calmly. "Just call me Warm at school." And you're not inducted. Good. Yi Yue nodded her head afterward. Warmth was originally very light in nature. Even if she had the idea of helping Yi Yue, she would not show it obviously. What's more, she also wanted to reach out to Yi Yue. If there was a problem with the character aspect, then she still wouldn't want the person. Public service is the bottom line for all parties. The premise of lifting a hand is not to touch the bottom line. I just bought 2 cups of milk tea. Nah, it's still hot. Warmth lifted the milk tea in her hand and handed a cup to Yi Yue. Yi Yue was stunned. For a moment she was a bit overwhelmed and flattered. While in school, the base relationship between the two parties would have been college alumni, classmates, but in reality the warmth in front of her was completely at odds with her. One needs to seek employment now, and if one succeeds, then the other person may well become one's top boss. Yi Yue hadn't experienced a normal job, but she wasn't stupid, and you should never feel that your boss is approachable when he's polite to you. Staying reverent is the way of the workplace. Thank you so much. Win. Warmth-san. Receiving the milk tea, Yi Yue bowed slightly, and her broken hair immediately fell apart. She ruffled her hair in a hurry. Last night's cut was so messy that I can't tie it all the way with a headband now, and when I look down a little, my hair falls apart. Yi Yue was a little embarrassed, but Warmth just smiled. Nice haircut, nice and clean. Yi Yue's gaze brightened slightly. It felt as if she had been recognized for what she had resolved to do. It was very comfortable. Thanks. Go in and eat. It's on me. Ha, thanks. After saying thank you 3 times in a row, Yi Yue felt a little numb in her person. Nervousness threw her off a bit, but Warmth always had a gentle, calm demeanor. This made Yi Yue comfortable. Do you have a favorite food? You're welcome to order whatever you want. I'll eat anything. Yi Yue's expression was somewhat inexplicable. She felt warm and cold yesterday, but it's so gentle today. It's a little different than yesterday when I applied for the job. But how did Monsoon manage to find such a girl? All the good cabbages are for the pigs. Standing in the cafeteria, Yi Yue was a little taller than Warm, but she kept her head down while she was eating and didn't look too confident. At least it's not as slick and casual as when you're in a nightclub outfit. Warmth saw that she didn't initiate the conversation, so she ordered her one according to what she was eating. Ordering so much. Warm, can you finish it? Yi Yue was a bit shocked. Warmth blushed. Subconsciously, he touched his stomach. Usually when she was with Monsoon, Monsoon wouldn't say anything at all about her meal size, and that hadn't changed since high school. If Monsoon wasn't around, she basically ate by herself. So it's not like you're going to think about eating more or less. She has already gained 3 pounds this month. Now being pointed out, the warm face is more or less embarrassed. Yi Yue also realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing and hurriedly remedied the situation. Warm classmate, I don't mean that. I can finish it, but I'm afraid you can't. Warmth looked at Yi Yue's slightly flustered appearance and suddenly remembered her old self. I guess I used to be this flustered and confused in Monsoon's eyes. Always embarrassed to eat. Monsoon takes care of her pride every time. She has been healed before, so she will heal others. It's okay, I'm a big enough eater to finish it. Hearing Warmth say that she had a large meal, Yi Yue was stunned. Her face suddenly turned a little redder than before, and she lowered her head. I know. Without further thought to the size of the meal, the two of them casually found a seat close by and sat down. Yi Yue stared at Warmth, wanting to speak. Warmth had long since not been the rookie she once was, and after looking at Yi Yue, she guessed her approximate mental state at this time. It's not easy for a workplace leader to take a hold of a person who is applying for an entry-level job. You eat first, and we'll talk about work stuff while we eat. Yi Yue was very hungry, so she didn't make herself at home. She relied on a handful of spiritual food to top off the past 2 days, and ate a bag of her roommate's instant noodles in the meantime. Other times it's basically the same as cultivating immortality and abstaining. If you don't eat again, you'll really have to go to heaven. Yi Yue, have you had any previous work experience? Hearing Warmth ask about this, Yi Yue's face instantly changed. I used to only work in nightclubs. Warmly nodding again, he didn't pursue the question further, and the two chatted about some other aspects, entry ideas, salary, and hours of work, etc. Yi Yue is not as autistic as the Warmth of the past. The words open mouth, she is still quite able to say. It was only after she had eaten vigorously for a while that she suddenly realized that Warmth's side had actually not moved her chopsticks. Warm, won't you eat now? Well, there's one more person to wait for, so just eat yours. Well, good. When Yi Yue heard that Warmth had also asked someone else out, she thought that she was a competitor for the job position, and her mood became a little nervous. Warm, I'm over here. Yi Yue heard the voice and looked in the direction of Warmth's gaze. Mu Evening Chiu led Gu Shueting straight towards the two. When she saw these two people, Yi Yue's gaze was stunned. If warmth is like the cold moon, it gives a poignant feeling. That Mu evening autumn was as radiant as the blazing sun. As for Gu Shueting beside her, she was a blooming flower that made people want to pick it. It's over. It looks like it's not to be messed with. Yi Yue felt like she was going to be brushed off. It's still rare to see things like beautiful women piling up. Yi Yue knew she had a good appearance, but she knew better. Appearance was a good card with any of them, even a king's bomb. The only thing that was bad to the core was a single out. There's no way to compare your own situation to theirs. Seeing Yi Yue, Mu Evening-Kyu of the social cow attribute was the first to speak. Hello, I'm Mu Evening-Chiu from the Department of Engineering Management, and I'm also Warmth's classmate. Hello, Computer Science Department, Yi Yue, Department of Engineering and Management, Gu Shueting. Hello. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Warmth took the initiative to order food for each of the two of them. The four women sitting around a table, each with a different beauty, drew the attention of a number of rice-fighting brothers. You're usually so busy. Why are you free to ask us out today? It was Mu Evening-Chiu who opened her mouth first. Warmth had hardly exposed much of her work in front of her classmates in the past. According to Monsoon, it's usually best to keep a low profile if you don't have to, but if you do make something, Capital will find you as easily as a bloodhound. However, today she was looking for Mu Wanqiu originally to talk about business, and since she had asked, there was no need for her to hide it anymore. I came to see you guys today to talk about some work stuff. For work? Mu Evening-Chiu and Gu Shueting glanced at each other and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Chapter 120 Warmth yells at me for running me over. It's hard to describe the feeling of being watched by beautiful women together, especially when they are more or less related to him. A childhood friend who has wasted years, but has been released. A little rich girl whose chat is always on channel. A big smoker. And, of course, there's the moonlight that's just for you. Society is so cruel. Monsoon stood still for a moment in thought. Although the Model S selection can be handed over to the Warmth S aesthetics, he is still a little worried. It wasn't that the Warmth was not aesthetically pleasing. It's the overall aesthetic direction of girls that is somewhat fundamentally different from boys. Girls often talk about looks and temperament, while guys are much simpler. Dagon done. Monsoon didn't immediately agree, but looked at Zhang Chao beside him. Super. What do you say this afternoon? Zhang Chao raised his eyebrows. Ugh, hey, senior sister is also in the dance club, so I don't need to tell you that. Monsoon looked at Zhang Chao twisting all over his body. His ugly face was getting tangled together. It looked like a maggot standing and twisting. Chao, put away the flavor. It's weirdly disgusting. Ugh, hey, that's what you don't understand. She told me she was practicing today, so I'll go find her later. It's called a surprise. Well, surprise, right. Monsoon pinched his brow. Having a roommate who was so unproductive was indeed quite embarrassing outside, but at least this afternoon's trip is confirmed. Looking back at Warmth a few times. Let's get together this afternoon then. I've heard that the dance club is full of handsome men and women, so it's just as well that I'm going to get a long look at them. Mu Evening-Chiu saw that Monsoon had also agreed to go to the dance club. Even though it was with Warmth, she was still a little happy in her heart. In fact, it wasn't just her. Even Gu Shueting, who hadn't made much of a sound, was very impressed. She really, hasn't he hung out with Monsoon in a long time? Well, then, let's go together. Today is the first day of winter. The afternoon sun was not warm. Most of the trees were already yellow, and the light passed through the remaining yellow leaves, leaving shadows on the faces of the crowd. Mu Evening-Chiu and the four of them brought Monsoon, Warmth and the others along to the dance club. Such a handsome boy-girl combo, even in the dance club, is amazing. A girl who came face-to-face greeted Mu Wanqiu. Late autumn, Che rating. Hey, are you bringing a newcomer to the club today? Handsome guy is nice. Oh. Reception. He Jiao smiled sweetly and looked at Monsoon with a straightforward gaze. But Mu Wanqiu just laughed. Sis can't even men. You're on the line? Mu Evening-Chiu waved her hand amiably and didn't take He Jiao to heart at all. That's not true. There's a job fair for modeling that's great salary-wise, and there's a long-term contract to sign. They may look young and are alumni, but they're actually sponsoring gold dads and can't be offended. Ah, He Jiao's expression instantly stiffened. If you're a golden father, then you really can't just be offended. Hello guys, my name is Jiao He. Hello, I'm Monsoon. This is Zhang Chao, and this is our general manager one. Mr. Wen is here. What do you mean by talking to me all the time? You're looking down on me. Mr. What? Monsoon pointed at Warmth, and He Jiao could only shift her gaze toward her. Hello, Mr. What? How can I help you? No, let's see for ourselves first. Although He Jiao blatantly teased Monsoon, Warmth didn't take it to heart. The reason was similar to Mu Wanqiu. She couldn't Okay. The dance club of Mordor University belongs to a large club, and there are many kinds of dance subjects set up in the club. It was good that Mordor University was also big enough, and the school side divided a lot of areas for them, as well as club classrooms for use. Walking around the dance club, the crowd could hear the beat of 1234 from time to time, most modern dances, and usually practicing dances to the beat. Looking at the surrounding warbling figures, Monsoon also couldn't help but lament the beauty of university life, and his mouth followed the praise. Your dance club is pretty big. Big because the Mordor University Dance Club is very strong, such as Latin dance, ballet. All of these have won awards in national competitions. With such qualifications, grades, it is normal to be taken care of by the school. Mu Wancho briefly introduced the current status of the dance club, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Okay, sister. Their people are here now, just this side of the entrance. Okay, I'll bring them over now. Mu Wancho finished answering the phone and turned to look at Monsoon and the others. Well, I've been in touch with our president before about this model screening. Mu Wancho looked at the Monsoon, but what answered her was warmth. Don't worry. We can sign a contractual agreement where the company will give the dance club a base sponsorship fee for the auditions. Sponsorship for the 1-week recruiting audition event, tentatively set at $50,000 if there are more people. Each one will give an additional $10,000 in club sponsorship and $10,000 in private prizes. How about that? The conditions given by Warmth were so generous that even if Mu Wancho wanted to refuse, it was impossible for the dance club's side to do so. Your company is really quite generous. Usually some sponsorships and activities. Most of those bosses are $2,000, and the private side is only $300 to $500 to give. We give a fair price too. After all, this is Mordor University. Saying that, but really the Mordor University brand doesn't mean much extra at a time like this. In fact, many people understand that in a program like dance, the grades piece doesn't count as a plus. As long as you're a good dancer and a pretty person, there's almost no difference between your 100 and your 600. And the dance club piece, the high end is really high end. But the low end? Warmth smiled and didn't follow up the conversation. The crowd was taken to a large dance studio where a man and a woman slightly more mature than them were already waiting for them. Hello guys, I'm Dengya, the president of the dance club, and he's the vice president, Zhang Jian. Warm schoolgirl, right? I've already heard Evening Autumn talk about you. Hello, Dunya senpai. Warmth had just nodded her head when Zhang Jian, who was on the side, started to talk more. Hello, Warm's sister. Do you need me to introduce you to our dance club? There are about our dance club's development experience and current situation. Zhang Jian blah blah blah. He didn't even notice Warmth's slightly tightened brow and the slightly throbbing veins on his forehead. Finding a gap between Zhang Jian's words, Warmth directly raised his hand to interrupt him, his voice clear and cold. Stop. I came here today to talk about cooperation, not to listen to your history. Schoolgirl you. Zhang Jian was slightly stunned, not expecting Warmth to be so faceless, but the Warmth was even more disrespectful than he had expected. The autistic girl's gaze had shifted from Zhang Jian and stared at Dengya, the president of the dance club. President Dunya, I'm here to work today, not to gossip and play around, or to play house with the rich kids as you might think. I'm busy and my time is valuable, so if your agency's staff isn't professional enough, then bring in a professional. Mu Evening Autumn, Shwedding Gu, Yi Yue, all three were shocked at the way Warmth treated the president of the dance club. The usual Warmth was cold, but definitely not this fierce. Without showing any mercy at all, he even bluntly stated that Zhang Jian, the vice president, was not professional enough when dealing with the partners. Overall, it just doesn't give a damn about face. So domineering, Yi Yue said in her heart. Gu Shuiting and Mu Evening Chiu, on the other hand, were mentally complex, and the two of them were also in the dance club. Only the Monsoon had foreseen this situation. From the very beginning, having Warm as the company's CEO was for her to sing in blackface. She is quiet, tough, and meticulous to the point of being unapproachable. Many people say that this personality is not suitable for business in the workplace. In fact, it's not. Monsoon, who knows the way of the workplace, understands that this kind of character of Warmth is actually very suitable for being a strict leader, as well as a party. One of the key elements of an A-side is having a hard ear, cannot listen to the other side of the salesman said a few soft words, then loose concessions, damage to the interests of the company. You're all A, you're the golden father. So don't you on the opposite side's head? Don't think this is an exaggeration. In the business marketplace, the reality is that party A just gets to on party B's head with impunity. If you don't like it, okay, I'll change it. So after Warmth's coldly judgmental comment, Dengya, instead of getting angry, hurriedly pulled Zhang Jian to the side. A sponsorship this big is enough for the dance club for a while. And there are long-term contract terms, and even more long-term cooperation in the future. Such a cooperation. Don't let Zhang Jian this mess up. I'm sorry, Mr. Warm, it was my poor consideration just now. There is about this cooperation. We are very intentional. Any requests from your side can be directed to me, as long as it falls into the category of sensible and reasonable requests. We on the side of the dance club will definitely try our best to cooperate. Dunya has a strong desire to cooperate, and the stance was put low. Seeing that she had such an intention to cooperate, Warmth then loosened her mouth slightly. President Dunya will first gather the students who do not have a training program for the time being, and those who are interested in cooperating with our business. After all, one of the most important items in our modeling staff selection this time is the motion capture model. Don't worry, we've already been informed of the members' assembly, but the assembly of all of them will probably have to wait until the end of the afternoon session. That's fine. Just have the members who are available right now come over. After all, screening doesn't happen overnight. Dunya lowered her stance, and that Warmth would be decent and chat with her about the collaboration. Monsoon didn't mean to get involved in the conversation. The matter itself was given to Warmth to do, and he believed that Warmth could do a good job. However, while Warmth and Danya were talking about cooperation, Monsoon and Zhang Chao could take the time to observe the art. Both brothers are gentlemen. Both have girlfriends, but both are refined. Since you are a refined person, you should savor the great art on a college campus. Besides, there's no corollary to things like appreciating art and whether or not they have a girlfriend. Chapter 121, No Unexpected Ending. Warmth violently yanked on the collar of Monsoon's coat, then switched positions with Monsoon so that Monsoon was leaning against the wall. Green onion thin fingers caressed on Monsoon's chest, slowly rising upwards and falling down with it. There was no doubt this rubbing action was a bit tempting, and Monsoon raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Warmth smiled, came and moved slightly closer, murmuring in Monsoon's ear, working on my boyfriend's collar. Okay. After she was really arranging her collar and not taking a step further, Monsoon sighed in relief. There are so many people here. It is not good. After all, Mr. When still wants to save face. The two returned to the large dance classroom one after the other, and Dunya was already waiting in the classroom. They pulled together a couple tables and chairs and cobbled them together to use as an examination table. There were also a few seats left in the center for Warmth and the others. Warmth student. Long time. Warmth nodded faintly. The clear and cold look blocked Dunya's words of their closeness in his throat. After Warmth and Monsoon sat down, Mu Evening Autumn and the three of them also walked over with odd faces. After all, the people were brought by them and were relatively familiar. A lot of the next buttressing of work would have to be done by Warmth and Mu Evening Autumn. For Mu Evening Chio, the money is not much money, before and after, but 100,000 or so. That's not enough money to give Monsoon a bit of a rent hike to make it hurt. There's no way around it. That's what being a landlord is like. She was so cooperative today. Firstly because she wanted to exercise her ability, and secondly because she wanted to understand Monsoon and their company's work plan. Making games interested her, and if there was a chance to make money, she could throw her hat in the ring. When capital she was not qualified, but as an angel investor, there should be so little chance. So, shall we begin? Are the specific selection requirements the same ones that were in the previous contract? Well, that's probably the moves. Warmth nodded calmly. Dunya wanted to say something. In fact, she wanted to say that many of those moves required in the Warmth contract favored martial arts over dance, though a lot of dance students can do it and will do it more gracefully than a martial arts line. Hey, it's probably really hard to not forget things like that. After all, Warmth was Daddy A, and they could only follow Warmth's requirements. From inside the classical dance classroom of the dance club, take out some prop swords, umbrellas, ribbons and whatnot. 2 rows of dance club members began to rehearse the movements as per the previous contract. Sword dance, umbrella, looking back at the ribbon. These are classic moves and the most titillating moves of female characters in many games. Warmth keeps a watchful eye, and Monsoon side checks and balances. Because it's a moving model and they don't know these people, they can't see character, learning ability or anything. So right now the selection is based only on strength. The weak are down and the capable are up. Both were serious as they gradually got into the swing of things. On the side, Mu Evening Chiu and Gu Shuiting looked at them from time to time. They were nominally here to help buttress the work, but they hadn't worked with Warmth before, and the only person who could get into rhythm with Warmth seemed to be Monsoon. Most of the time the selection process is warmed up to the decision. However, once a situation arose that she couldn't decide on, Monsoon would whisper and discuss it with her. The two work at such a seamless pace that there is absolutely no way for an onlooker to join in their conversation. All you can do is watch from the sidelines. On the contrary, Yi Yue, a fresh rookie, was very natural. She didn't understand the selection, and since she didn't understand it, she shouldn't be much at a time like this. She had only just joined the company, so more was better than less. Instead of making a few blind comments, go lick the boss. So she went and got a cup of hot water for warmth for real. Warm up and have some hot water. Okay, thanks. Warmly and approvingly, he glanced at Yi Yue. This kind of very warm-hearted gesture, no matter who does it, will make people very comfortable. Monsoon, who was on the side, looked at Yi Yue pouring water for warmth, and was a bit bewildered when he lifted his head. Where's mine? Yi Yue sneered. Ha, what's your status? I'm your real big boss. You're such an asshole. Monsoon almost didn't tense up. Every time he spoke to Yi Yue, he always couldn't help the tone of voice auxiliary in his heart. Maybe it's that everyone does need to let off steam sometimes. After all, in his previous life, the kind of powerful person like Udazue was also full of tone-deaf words during internal meetings. Okay, count on it. I'll get it for you. Yi Yue was unwilling to receive water for him, but it was Gu Shueding, who also had nothing to do, who stood up. Nowadays, she was a bit humble, and Monsoon calmly glanced at her, shaking his head slightly. No, thanks, politely declining. Monsoon got up and went to fetch the water himself. Gu Shueting's expression was bleak and she lowered her head again. When Monsoon went to get the water, the test actually took the turn of the girl who had danced in the classical dance classroom before. Her name is Lu Chengcheng. Lu Chengcheng obviously froze for a moment when she saw warmth. Earlier when Zhang Chao and Monsoon watched her dance, she wanted to go up to Monsoon to ask for a WeChat. I didn't expect warmth to interrupt her by appearing out of nowhere. This girl, she's actually the gold master of the partner? Seeing her freeze, warmth spoke calmly instead. Lu Chengcheng, right? Don't be nervous, you can start now. Oh, okay. Lu Chengcheng first picked up the prop longsword in his hand, followed by the supporting staff on the side shouting the beat. 1, 2, 3, up, jump. Accompanied by the beat, Lu Chengcheng began her sword dance. She didn't purposely go out of her way to do those moves specifically as required by her contract, but rather, she smoothed them out with a sword dance in the middle of the dance. She was skilled in her craft, and this sort of thing was stress-free for her. But Lu Chengcheng danced less than halfway. But Warmth suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. Stop. The crowd looked at Warmth with some suspicion, as Lu Chengcheng danced well and was the most professional one so far. They don't know why all such specializations are called off. Even Lu Chengcheng herself was a bit dismayed. She also needed money. She also needed a platform to show herself. So given the opportunity to showcase herself like this, she was all for it. It's more than a little disheartening to be called off now when it's only just begun. Looking at the Warmth, Lu Chengcheng has already started to sing a big drama in her heart. Why was this interrupted? Was it the boy's problem earlier? That guy, he's not her boyfriend, is he? Did she stop the auditions because her boyfriend came to see me dance? I'm not convinced. Lu Chengcheng's mental activities were unusually rich. Her expression was aggrieved as she stared at Warmth. Her face was close to writing the words I am not convinced. But Warmth just waved her hand very calmly and misplaced Lu Chengcheng's gaze. She's a good dancer. You guys should have a player here, right? Put her on an accompaniment. The crowd was slightly stunned. This treatment of Lu Chengcheng was higher than the others. Lu Chengcheng himself is also instantly stunned. From hell to heaven seems to be the opposite of the girl a sentence thing. But she also understands that she is presented with a greater opportunity. It must be a good performance. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Chengcheng nodded heavily to Warmth with a grateful expression. No need. Warmth was still flat. At this time Monsoon also walked back with a disposable water cup. He also froze for a moment when he saw Lu Chengcheng. Wasn't this the classical dance girl just now? Now that's a bit awkward. The unknown Monsoon scratched his head and looked at Warmth. Why did you stop? Warmth smiled sweetly at Monsoon, giving a tenderness that was completely different from the others. I think this girl dances exceptionally well, and dry dancing probably doesn't capture that beauty. Just let someone go and get her some accompaniment, don't you think? Monsoon, looking at the smile on the autistic girl's face, he couldn't tell for a moment if she was really getting professional, or if she was just getting the whole job done with herself. It doesn't feel necessary, I guess. It's just average. Lu Chengcheng didn't expect Monsoon to actually say this to Warmth. Just now when he looked at himself, he wasn't like this. So much for not putting in a good word for her, but actually calling her average. This can't be tolerated. He needs to be punched in the face. Thank you guys for the opportunity. I'll be sure to do a good job. One is not average. I'll know when I jump later. Listening to Lu Chengcheng's confident declaration, Warmth looked at Monsoon with a smile. See, Sister Lu Chengcheng is very confident. We shouldn't make any comments. What do you think, Monsoon? The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. He felt that Warmth wasn't like this before. In the past, Warmth had always been silly, and would not be so dark-pinched. Mister, one has a point, so let's get on the accompaniment. Well, student Lu Changchang, you may begin. Okay. Lu Changchang collected the tension in her heart. According to the contract, there was a $10,000 bonus for signing on, which is a lot of money for a student like her, not to mention the salary after signing. Thinking about it, Lu Changchang's gaze focused a little more. Speakers on. The stirring sound of the shao came gently. Lu Changchang began to dance with long sleeves, ribbons fluttering as if petals were flying. The long greenish-blue dress fluttered up as she danced, like a blossoming flower bud, moving the heart. Needless to say, there was something about a dance that could captivate a gentleman like Monsoon. Ching danced to the city, her body twirling as if it were the beat of a heartbeat. The graceful dancing not only attracted the men, but even the girls couldn't stop watching. When the ribbon stopped falling and the dance ended, Lu Changchang looked at Monsoon provocatively, slightly angling her head, like a little swan on display. Monsoon smiled. This kind of time he also have to be professional. His wife is watching it. The ribbons aren't harsh enough. Your body is soft. I've seen it before, but as a motion arrest, flirty, soft dance moves are only a plus, not a decision. Anything else? Then what else do you want to see? Lu Changchang had a serious expression. Sword dance. Is that okay? Okay. Lu Changchang replied dryly, which caused the corners of Monsoon's mouth to rise slightly. Chapter 122, I'll help him get back the face he lost. This chapter was rewritten, and I will fix it if there is a problem. Looking at Zhang Chao's pitiful eyes, the Monsoon chrysanthemums had a cold feeling. Warmth will misunderstand me if you look at me like that. Windy, don't call me brother, can't afford it. Righteous father, you and I are not related. Come on, I'll take your lighter in the future and I'll be a dog. Zhang Chao swore a poisonous oath. Take it, they're all brothers, it doesn't matter. Monsoon oil and salt. Seeing him like this, the corners of Zhang Chao's mouth drooped downward. I just want to go over there. This can't just go away, can it? She's 93, you can't play her. Help me out. Brother, I just want to visit and bring you a month's worth of breakfast later. A month? Ha? 3 months. 3 months? That's fine. Of course, Monsoon wasn't concerned about whether or not anyone brought him breakfast. He cares about brotherhood. We're all buddies, so let's give a hand up if we can. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Warmth. I'm going to make a trip to the fight club. Make your own arrangements for the modeling. At this moment, Warmth on the other end of the screen slightly froze after seeing the message. Do you want me to come over? What is it exactly? No need. The company's work is more important. Something happened on Chao's girlfriend's side. I'll take him there. Why did Zhang Chao's girlfriend have to keep Monsoon company? Something wrong? Fight club? Warmth's thoughts could often pick up with Monsoon, and she was the one who knew him best. After a moment's thought, Warmth suddenly raised his hand, signaling that the dance club audition should be paused first, then proceeded to launch a text message to Monsoon's side. You're going to fight? There are only 2 of us. If we go and cause trouble, we'll get beaten up. It's just a way to find an excuse to make Chao die. I'll send Yi Yue down. If there's girl stuff to deal with, she's better than you. Monsoon in front of the screen froze. Good. Receiving the reply, Warmth looked up at Yi Yue who was on the side. Yue, Monsoon and Zhang Chao have some things they need to take care of down there. Can you go help them out? Ha? Sure. Yi Yue didn't really know what she was going to do to help Monsoon and the others, but she had just joined the company, so she certainly wouldn't refuse her boss's request. Immediately nodding his head in agreement, he got up and was ready to go downstairs. On the side, Mu Eveningqiu and Gu Shuiting also heard Warmth's words. Something wrong with Monsoon? Mu Wanqiu subconsciously wanted to take a look, but Warmth directly grabbed her arm. Late autumn, there's still a lot of work on my end that I need you to dovetail with, so you can't leave. Good. Mu Wanqiu sat down somewhat awkwardly, but it was Gu Shuiting who stood up at this time, unasked, and followed Yi Yue. Warmth didn't stop Gu Shuiting, only Mu Eveningqiu. The reason was also very simple. The other girls were not even on the same channel as Monsoon. Only Mu Evening Autumn was different. Monsoon looks at those people. It's like watching little kids playing house. So it was true that the work required Mu Evening Autumn to continue to butt heads, but the threatening nature of Mu Lianqiu is also real. Well, that was just an interlude. Late autumn, let's get on with it. Warmth returned to work, while Mu Wanqiu looked at the backs of the 2 women as they left and walked away. But she was just as qualified and quickly came back to her senses and adjusted her mind. Well, go on. Downstairs, looking at Zhang Chao who was squatting on the ground, Monsoon relit his cigarette. The early winter wind messed up his hair His gray overcoat was held open by his tall, thin frame, and his eyes seemed to be thinking about something through the light smoke. Yi Yue and Gu Shueting, who had just left the dance club, similarly saw Monsoon's side face, eyes deep and angular. This is a blooming beauty that belongs to a man. Gu Shueting was instantly captivated by this scene. The Monsoon in the past was also very good looking, but not as natural and dashing as it was nowadays, and she seemed to have completely overlooked Monsoon's appearance before. As for Yi Yue, I was so warm up there, and now I have to come down here to blow the wind with you. You're stupid, aren't you? Monsoon's fingers trembled, and exchanging curses with Yi Yue had actually become a family affair. Yi Yue, you're a real beauty if you don't open your mouth. Asterisk 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 off. You're the one with a lot on your mind. Yi Yue was sent down by warmth, and Monsoon knew it. But what was going on with Gu Shueting on the side? I didn't ask her to come myself. What are you doing here? I didn't have much to do up there, and when I heard you were having trouble, I came down to see if there was anything I could do to help. Thanks. No, Monsoon, I'm just helping out normally, nothing more. In fact, Gu Shueting disliked it when people smoked, and once upon a time, Monsoon wouldn't smoke in front of her. But now, the smoke that Monsoon gulped out was blown into her face by the wind, and she didn't resent it at all. There was only urgency and pleading in her eyes. Looking at her somewhat humble appearance now, Monsoon could only pinch his brows. Whatever. I'm fairly familiar with the Fight Club and can show you the way. Zhang Chao also got up at this time, glancing at Gu Shueting and nodding slightly. Thanks, Gu Shueting. It's okay. The four of them walked towards the Fight Club, with Monsoon and Zhang Chao walking behind them, and Yi Yue and Gu Shueting in front. The nightclub girl looked at Gu Shueting beside her and subconsciously tried to pick her teeth. Just as soon as his hand reached his mouth, he realized something was wrong and stopped. You knew each other before? Well, we used to be. Classmate. Monsoon in the back opened his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Yue shook her head while tisk tisk. Where are you TSK&M? Monsoon wouldn't spoil her. Yi Yue shrunk a step and stood in a row with Monsoon. Old G, have a cigarette. Just got yelled at by me and you come to ask for food. Do you want face? Meh, how much is a face worth? Monsoon had no choice but to hand her one anyway. Yi Yue took the cigarettes, swept a glance at Monsoon's gradually drying cigarette case, and laughed and mocked. Ha, there's only 2 left. I've got a good chunk left. You'll be begging for it later. Is the way to go. If it wasn't for you I could have come down? Animal yelling to catch an animal? Gu Shueting, who was walking in front, listened to the two fighting, and for a moment, she was even a little envious. The Monsoon now doesn't even talk to her. Up ahead. It's the Fight Club. Thanks. If you're okay, go back. Monsoon was just speaking in a normal tone, but Gu Shueting was the one who looked aggrieved, lowered her head, and didn't say a word. It's a shame that it doesn't work. Ciao. Let's go. Good. The 3 of them entered the Fight Club together, and Gu Shueting didn't leave and followed. The leg was on its own, and Monsoon didn't bother to be much. Walking into the Fight Club, there was the same reception. The reception of the Fight Club has a very hot body. Not like the dance club He Jiao Jiao so thin. Said and threw a wink with Ji Feng. A couple of you look to be underclassmen, don't you? Can I help you with anything? No, we're here to find someone. Is Senior Wan Luyan here? The smile on the reception face tightened considerably when he heard it was for someone, but he didn't think much of it. After all, moves like kicking the bucket are basically impossible. This is because the Fight Club, like the dance club, is a coordinated club. The subclubs of Taekwondo, Karate, Free Fighting, Boxing, and Judo will be divided into the Fight Club for easier school management. All practicing, all feeling like they have 2 things going for them. Friction did occur between branches within the Fight Club, but it was basically an internal conflict that was resolved internally. Normal ring dates, with their own rules, will be labeled as club cuts. Play only if you can afford it, and concede if you can't. This falls under the internal rules of the Fight Club. As for the people out there, normally, all the people who can fight at Mordor University are here, so how can there still be a kicker or something like that? Isn't that a giveaway? The hot receptionist sister pointed inside the club. Wang Luyang is inside training with someone. The big free sparring classroom there. Thanks, Sister Hokage. It's really troublesome. Monsoon is sweet-talking and polite, and those who went to school actually know how outrageous handsome boys really are. The hot schoolgirl looked and smiled back with a frown and teased a bit. You're welcome, Junior. Hearing that Wang Luyang accompanied someone to train, Monsoon already had a guess in his heart and turned his head to look at Zheng Chao. Chao, sometimes you don't have to look away to die. I've come all this way, and I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep until I take a look at it. Chao, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep even more after one look. Zhang Chao? Monsoon didn't squeak, and Yi Yue directly interjected. It's so simple you can't understand it? Don't you make associations when you watch a movie? Sis, will you stop it? Monsoon had no choice but to walk towards the free fighting branch with Zhang Chao. There's quite a bit of boxing against standing sandbags. Every now and then, someone in the arena will let out a drink. Drink! Hiss! Hiss! The sound of an attack. Walking to the door and seeing the situation inside the arena, Monsoon suddenly touched his forehead. LOL. He hadn't seen Lu Mingyue in person. He was usually too busy to do so. And there were fewer dates between Lu Mingyue and Zhang Chao, but the photo Monsoon had seen a few times. After all, it was Zhang Chao's cell phone wallpaper. Monsoon's eyes were good, and he had already seen Lu Mingyue the first time he stepped into the arena. She and a boy were training. The two practiced like the real thing, sparring and holding, except the interactions were intimate and not at all shied away from men and women. This state of affairs was more than ambiguous. Zhang Chao similarly saw the scene. He opened his mouth first to Monsoon, who cooperated by spreading his hands. I told you it was explosive. Go. Lu Mingyue and Wang Luyan were practicing in the heat of the moment and did not even notice Zhang Chao's approach. Zhang Chao just took one step at a time and walked to their ring. Wang Luyan had a hug at this time, and it was just the right time to press Lu Mingyue underneath her. The two men's cheeks were so close together that their respective eyes were drawing together. I don't know if it was because of the training, or something else, but their breathing became ragged. Chapter 123, Come here, give me a hug. Watching Monsoon in the ring suddenly drop his gloves, everyone in the Free Fight Club was surprised. Good lord, a glove-throwing duel? Lining up to give away your head. Ha? No, what did he just mean by that? I guess Wang Luyang isn't a good bird either. Anyway, just eat your melon and be done with it. There's a second game to watch. What do you care? Things like the Fight Club picking the stage are only played within them. It's a great way to show them two picket lines today. And Monsoon's words just now clearly meant something, but to be said after the fight. Meaning there's a melon after the fight? With so many saved programs, who could resist? Wang Luyang smiled and weighed up Monsoon. Are you sure? You're not afraid, are you? Monsoon raised his eyebrows slightly. This kind of agitation was clumsy, but it worked well. Ha! Well. Wang Luyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. From the moment when Ji Feng stopped him from grabbing Yi Yue just now, he had already looked at Ji Feng in a bad light. It's just that Mordor University has Mordor University rules. The penalties for fighting are severe, ranging from warnings at the least, then demerits, expulsions in these. You win the fight and you still have to go to jail. What's even more outrageous is that Fight Club members who attack other students will be penalized for armed assault. This is a limitation for those learning to wrestle. It was also the reason why Wang Luyang was angry just now but didn't make a move and instead asked Zhang Chao to come on stage. It's different when you're in the ring. Within the rules it's just around. How to play the rules. Can anyone know better than him? Yeah, I'll play along if you want to fight. Come on. I should have known you'd look at me and give you a chance to beat me up, just to see if you're good at it. These words exactly matched what Wang Luyang had said earlier when he taunted Zhang Chao. You've been given a chance. Don't be a bad sport. Wang Luyang smiled and nodded, pointing at Zhang Chao and signaling Monsoon to get rid of the person. Monsoon walked to the edge of the stage to help Zhang Chao off the stage. Chao, slow down. Brother Wind. Small problem. Buddy help you get your scene back. Saying that, Monsoon began to take off his own clothes. He had never been able to put on weight, and had only recently gained some with warmth, so he looked thin when he was dressed. But once you take off your clothes, clear and pronounced muscle lines emerge on your body. Keeping your clothes on actually allows you to fight. But the main problem is that the Monsoon is serious. After going topless, Monsoon saw the two girls on the stage staring at him with glowing eyes. Monsoon seldom shows muscles. After all, it is now a society of law and order. So basically none of the girls other than Warm had ever seen him naked. This would be Gu Shueting staring at his abs, and the person was already looking dumbfounded. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched and shifted his gaze to Yi Yue. But Yi Yue was even worse. She was actually drooling. Old quarter. You'd be a duck king high and low if you went to a nightclub. Asterisk. Off. Take it. Monsoon threw his clothes to Yi Yue, got back up and put on his gloves. Go old season. Aha. If you let someone kill you, I'll collect your body. Get out. Get back up in the middle of the ring. Classmate, don't you need to bring protective gear? The one who asked out loud was the senior referee from earlier, Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang had always felt that it was meaningless for Wang Luyan to bully ordinary people like this. After all, the Fight Club also had situations where they could not see eye to eye with each other. It's just that things have come to this point. It's hard to say who was right and who was wrong, and he's not going to speak anything rashly. It was kind of Zhou Cheng's intention to remind Monsoon. Thank you senpai. No. Monsoon's smile was kind, giving Zhou Cheng a feeling of success. Good. Twisting his head to look at Wang Luyang, Monsoon also began to shake his body. Waiting is really about power. Warming up is necessary. Wang Luyang also saw that Monsoon seemed to have a bit of a reputation, and his expression was a bit more serious than just now. But that's about it. A little bit of a reputation. How much of a reputation can it be? Ha! Cho Sung pulls the two men close and raises his hand. Ding ding! The game is on. Monsoon and Wang Luyang then quickly got into position. Wang Luyang was still jabbing and testing as before, but Monsoon was no Zhang Chao. The moment the side elbow blocked, a fast and hard straight punch instantly scurried past. Wang Luyang sensed the danger, but his body's reaction was simply too late. Snap! The straight punch went through the arm that was attempting to block and slammed heavily into Wang Luyang's face. Just this blow, Wang Luyang actually fell straight into the ring. Monsoon cocked her head slightly and shrugged it off. Oops, heavy-handed. This Wang Luyang, more vegetable than he imagined. He hadn't fought seriously in so long, and had just worked out normally every day, that he was skeptical of his own strength. Unlike the blandness of the Monsoon, at this moment, everyone in the entire arena opened their mouths in an O shape, which then turned into infinite exclamations of shock. Oi! Apparently no one could have expected Monsoon to be so outrageous, opening the game with an instant spike. Gu Shuiting covered her mouth on the side. Was Monsoon this fierce before? Why is he so fierce? Yi Yue was also shocked, but she suddenly thought of the video she had never deleted. The scene where Monsoon went 1v7 and suddenly killed Lu Qiliang with a kick. Thinking about this, she pulled out her cell phone and looked at it again. He recorded the video the other day because he was ready to pretend? More than outsiders, the one who was most incredulous was Wang Luyang himself. When Zhou Cheng shouted the count to 4, the awakened Wang Luyang slammed the floor and stood up again. He was also a practiced fighter. How could he be knocked down so easily? It's just that the strength of the Monsoon is indeed somewhat unexpected, and he just should have been careless. If you prepare ahead of time, you should be able to block it. Getting back up, the wariness on Wang Luyang's face was obviously much more. I won't give you another chance. Monsoon wondered, opportunity? Your whole body is covered with it. How else can you find it? Waiting for Zhou Cheng to announce the start again, Monsoon padded right in. The starting positive stomp was blocked by Wang Luyang, and then Monsoon subconsciously stomped on the ground with his secondary leg, and swept his main leg as if it were a whirlwind. It's almost a natural reaction to combat in Monsoon. Look out! It was referee Zhou Cheng who screamed, but it was Monsoon himself who woke up. When the top of his foot was almost sweeping Wang Luyang, Monsoon suddenly withdrew his foot, braced his arm on the ground, and staggered back a few steps. The whole thing was in a slight state of disarray. No one in the room saw anything to be ashamed of, except for referee Zhou Cheng. Brazilian war dance. If he swept his neck just now, Wang Luyang estimated that the person was already gone. Monsoon was taking the initiative to close his feet. He was here to hit the face, not to amen. This technique of war dance was too dangerous. It was just that the opportunity just now was too good, and Wang Luyang was completely caught up in his rhythm, so he almost didn't hold back. If that kick kills someone, even the ring is in big trouble. So Monsoon took the initiative to nod to Zhou Cheng. Thanks for the reminder, senpai. However, when Wang Luyang saw that Monsoon stumbled, he smiled smugly and actually took the initiative to attack. Hiss! Hiss! The fists and kicks were exchanged and the scene was very intense. Wang Luyang's hands were athletic and his moves were sharp. Only Monsoon's pace was light and steady, and every dodge was just right. Wang Luyang's active attacks had been ineffective, and his stamina was dropping fast. It's not an official tournament, so it's not much of a round. There isn't even a break. After a few attacks and defenses, Wang Luyang was already panting, but Monsoon was still teasing him. Come on, hit it right here. Don't give you a chance you don't hit it. Same words, different people. Wang Luyang was a bit anxious, but as a fighter, he's really okay mentally. As Monsoon stretched his head to tempt him again, Wang Luyang threw a violent punch. It worked. A look of surprise flickered across his face, but instead of landing on Monsoon's face as he had hoped, the swinging punch was blocked by the arm. Bang! The gap was wide open for Wang Luyang, who was punched in the liver by Monsoon. Well, Wang Luyang's eyes were glazed over. Bang! 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 This was followed by a second, third, and countless punches. The scene had instantly turned from being evenly matched in the beginning to Wang Luyang taking a lopsided beating. Wang Luyang is blocked in the corner of the ring by Monsoon, who leans over. I'll be very serious about making you pour slower. Wang Luyang? Bang! Bang bang! Monsoon's fists fell on him like rain. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, Wang Luyang was powerless to fight back. Luyang! Lu Mingyue on the stage exclaimed. But just like what Monsoon said, he blocked the man in the corner and didn't give Wang Luyang the chance to open his mouth and admit defeat. Even if Wang Luyang wanted to slip on his knees and admit defeat at this point, Monsoon would take the initiative to step in and pick him up. Zhou Chang, who was the referee, also sensed that something was wrong. He took an arrow step forward and yanked on Monsoon's arm, forcing the man away. Enough, it's over. Wang Luyang loses. Stop fighting. Wang Luyang's mouth was emitting a forehead sound. His consciousness was blurred, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen, and he was much more serious than Zhang Chao before. After Zhou Chang forced a halt to the match, Wang Luyang leaned against the stage post. It took several seconds before he collapsed heavily. The arena was first silent for a while, and it was only after a long time that the crowd of onlookers began to gasp and murmur. This guy is kind of awesome. Fierce indeed. Wang Luyang was simply hung up and beaten. TSK, there are still experts? Monsoon retreated his gloves with an expressionless face and turned his head to look at referee Zhou Chang. Senpai, you don't have to report to the teaching office for a fight, do you? No need. Zhou Chang's expression was also complicated. What Monsoon had just done was indeed a bit exaggerated. In fact, he can see that wave of war dance is already a winner. Only the Monsoon people are more kind? Ugh. Class, what's your name? Monsoon. Would you be interested in joining the fight club? Forget about the fight club, but senior can forward these chats as a favor to me. Monsoon shook his cell phone. Lu Mingyue was about to come up and grab it, but she was pushed back by Yi Yue, who said fiercely, Chapter 124 Riverside Dog Food and Kisses. Holding the warmth in his arms, the favor in Monsoon's eyes could not be hidden at all. Deeply hugging tightly, greedily feeling the scent coming from the autistic girl. For a while, Monsoon was also a bit intoxicated. Burying his head down, he gently sucked on the hair. Ahem! A light cough interrupted Monsoon. He raised his head and looked at the four women's varying expressions not far away, and then he burst into a bit of tears and laughter. I had expected warmth to schedule work matters into the weekend, but I didn't realize that the autistic teenager was so productive that she pulled the full load straight through today. As for the warm hugs under the eyes, Monsoon was even more aware that this girl was super possessive. Stick it to yourself in front of others and the warmth feels good inside. The two had been together for so long, and instead of changing, the problem had gotten a little worse. Habitually rubbing his nose against Monsoon's chest, it is fortunate that the warmth does not have foundation, or else the clothes must be a white flowery piece. Monsoon glanced at Mu Evening Autumn and the others somewhat sheepishly and tentatively asked about warmth. Well, warmth didn't squeak at the interruption, but his eyebrows furrowed and he looked a little upset. Monsoon knows what's in her heart. With all these people, why don't we show them some love? But the autistic teenager can now pretend to be a dark person when she's in front of outsiders. Letting go of Monsoon, she had replaced it with a gentle smile when she turned around. It's the weekend tomorrow, so I thought I'd take advantage of today's workday and bring them in to turn over the work. After saying that, Warmth even twisted her head and looked at Monsoon with affection, not asking how the conversation went. Seeing Warmth say this, Monsoon laughed dryly for a moment, then asked cooperatively, so, how was your chat? Dunya's side is still very sincere and does things reliably. After all, if we work together for a long time, there will be a fund for them every time they are selected for sponsorship. Warmth's mature and steady appearance made Monsoon want to pinch her face. He thought it would be too crowded, though, and gave up on the idea. It's good that the job is going well. So you talk to them about the job description while I go out for a smoke. Wanted to light your cigarette. Warmth whispered down. Mr. What? Calm down. Poof. The two were very intimate in their ear-to-ear discussion, especially Warmth's playful demeanor when she raised her eyebrows, which was a world away from her high spirits at work. Lu Changchang and Yi Yue looked shocked. Mr. One was not like this just now. Monsoon waved his hand at a few of the girls and then walked out of the office, leaving the space to them. Regarding the model casting, Monsoon didn't ask for details, nor did he plan to, since it was handed over to Warmth. Then he trusted Warmth to do a good job with it. Lu Quan, Do Ding, you two come here for a moment. Walking to the company lobby, Monsoon waved to Lu Quan and Do Ding. Coming. Do Dan got up and came out directly. Mr. G, something's wrong? Lu Quan still looked muddled, holding his head high, feeling like he was dying. People in tech do have some of these problems. Monsoon didn't blame him though. The company had fewer technicians and he put a lot of pressure on Lu Quan. He did confirm the ability promised when he applied for the job, and was particularly capable of working overtime. LV Quan had just celebrated his 23rd birthday a few days ago, and looking at his hair, Monsoon couldn't stand it. That's why Monsoon spoke to Lu Quan in a peaceful manner. You come out first. I have something important to discuss with you. There's no rush on the work front. That's fine. Lu Quan slowly slipped out. Monsoon was really afraid that he would fend off the ground head first. Leading the two to the door, Monsoon dug into his pockets. Dougie, got a cigarette? I quit. Dodan scratched his head. Monsoon? Okay, you quit. He doesn't smoke. I have a hard time. The world is fair. Let's talk about what's in hand at the moment then. Beanpole, tell us about the commissions first. If the staff has any ideas or anything like that. The commissions are currently over 1.76 million points for the month, not counting the Pearl City side, and roughly 2.4 million counting the Pearl side, with a total of 21 salesmen. There are many reasons for the big increase in commissions, and the ones that struck the staff the most were 2 pieces of software. That's already last month's numbers. This month's boost will be more noticeable. It should be casually over 2.5 million, and the brothers are happy with that. All in all, brother Lu Quan is truly awesome, Dodan said, glancing down at Lu Quan. He simply couldn't understand Monsoon's statement before that technical talent was greater than everything, all the way up to Louis Chen's induction. Nope, it was all the way up to when they made the first version of the Robocrit software. It's no exaggeration to say that grabbing review traffic has doubled almost 5 to 10 times, and that's the difference between software and manual. Manual requires people and time, while software requires nothing. A computer with a virtual machine on can even hang multiple software, comment in seconds, grab comments in seconds, and monitor dozens of accounts at the same time. While the quality is worse, the absolute increase in quantity has made the drop in quality irrelevant. Employee commissions have been doubled or tripled with a significant increase in traffic. A couple of people have already broken 100K in a single month. A $100,000 commission and $86,000 after taxes is enough to shut everyone up in terms of income alone. Dodan is just afraid that in the future, in case this income is gone, someone will not be able to endure the loneliness. Employees are better off if they want to be fired. But he was afraid that his brother would not be able to withstand the loneliness and do the wrong thing. This was something Monsoon was actually aware of. Only he didn't mention it. Where's Lu Quan? What about your side? Recruit some more people. If you're really going to model a pseudo 3D megagame and have to go on motion capture, there's definitely not enough of us. Not only are there not enough programmers, but I'm not counting the art, the soundtrack dubs, the writers, and the planning. The main thing, of course, is not enough money. Monsoon nodded. He was aware of all the problems that Lu Quan had said. The company's amateurs' flow of water is very stable. Recruited new people. With the software diversion after sending a single, the commission totaled more than 2 million. But the actual commissions are close to 3 million. Because after a certain amount of fame, casual amateurs will start picking up their selections. This, later on, will even make the A commission higher. But what's $3 million going to do? After employee salaries, technology development, administrative overhead, rent and utilities, what's left? 2 million? In the future, if you do short videos, in the melee stage of the start of short videos, brutal to the point that every good video has a video incentive. It is pure and simple to take the money in hard burn. Eventually it burns down to winner take all. $2 million? That's a lot of money, not to mention burning short videos. Even if you just take it to make a CG for a fine game, 2 million won't even burn a few. And the big factories don't even have more than 200W for a CG. Because of this, he had to outsource games like Greedy Blue Moon, Greedy Thunder, My Servants Are Beautiful Girls. The first two sucked the gold from the landed gentry. The latter cheated the beggars. On top of that, the steady cash flow of the punters has to be expanded. That's something the software alone can't do. He has to get the company to explode in traffic for once. That's why he made the planning case for the annual festival. With the circle jerk game and the punter cash flow hitting the bottom of the barrel, it's the only way the company will have enough runoff to make a big game that's also boutique and rakes in money. The process may be long, but it's only the end of 12, and Monsoon has time to get it done a little bit. Once the real game of Golden Calf is completed and there is a steady flow of water, there will be money to implement the rest of the ideas that come next. Okay, I've got the current situation. LV Quan, next you make a draw construct. What kind of framing? How long? Do the big spin first. There's no need to be in a big hurry. Within a month. No problem. It was easy to talk to Lu Quan. Doding even more, needless to say. After explaining things to the two people, Monsoon signaled for them to go back. As it happened, Yi Yue had also completed her induction at this time. Looking at her, she should have come out to smoke a cigarette to get some air. After all, smoking is not allowed within the company. This point is not even broken by Monsoon himself. Ugh. Yi Yue, come here. What for? Yi Yue looked at Monsoon with her cigarette in her mouth, and her eyebrows suddenly arched. Are you out of cigarettes? LOL. Hey, dog man, you have your day. Monsoon looked at her unsuspecting eyes, and was instantly struck with the idea of going downstairs to buy it himself. Why don't you talk? Is it because you don't like to talk? Fine. Blocking my doorway to kill, is it? Monsoon laughed and cursed. Yi Yue eventually came over to the cigarette and even reached out to light it for him. She didn't even realize that she was the second girl to light a cigarette for Monsoon. Neither of them said anything, and it was only after a long time that Yi Yue opened her mouth in the middle of swallowing clouds. Big brother? Playmates who used to play together from childhood to adulthood. Took them on as children and became big brothers when they grew up. You didn't used to be a local, did you? And you've got a knack for bringing people to Mordor. Well, without some skills, it's really quite hard to get along in Magic City. Monsoon nodded. What exactly do you do at the company? I do the planning, by the way. Oh, that's pretty good. Yi Yue nodded her head as if in a daze, somehow inexplicably relieved in her heart. What about you? How was your chat with Warmth? Do you need me to put in a good word for you? Just to pay you back for these big front doors. Off. Yi Yue scolded and then felt that it was not quite appropriate. How to say that the Monsoon is also the leader of the company, and she's just a freshly minted junior staffer now. Or part-time. Ugh. Thanks, but no, mister. When said that Zhao Lan is basically based in the company now, and she lacks someone around her to handle the chores, so she let me be her assistant first. Assistant? Monsoon remembered that Yi Yue had first applied for a technical position. Where's the paycheck? The pay and everything is pretty good. Nice paycheck. What are you doing with that face? Isn't it true that I can't be an assistant? So come to me for advice? Monsoon almost laughed out loud. Will you stop laughing? I just don't know what I'm usually going to do, and that's something to laugh about? Seeing that Yi Yue was really annoyed, Monsoon also put away his teasing. The assistant's job description is to organize, classify, file, and record the paperwork. And of course, most of this is done by Zhou Lan. Chapter 125, Should I send a friend circle to make an official announcement? Warm eyes were bright, and as usual, she wasn't as talkative as Monsoon, but she will respond in the most practical way possible. Gently patting his feet, tightening the hand around his neck, he reclosed his eyes, enjoying the two of us moment with each other. Boo. There was no deep kiss this time, not because they didn't want to, but Warmth suddenly remembered that there was someone else on their ass. Newly recruited assistants. Yi Yue. When Warmth looked at Yi Yue, she found that Yi Yue was squatting in front of a street lamp, cocking her head and staring blankly at herself and Monsoon. Warmth has always been thin-skinned, and every time she kissed or hugged Monsoon in front of everyone, it was just her simple and fervent love. When the courage wears off, she'll instantly become the self-absorbed teenager she was before. Warmth stood awkwardly. Pros too involved. Just now lack of oxygen. CPU short circuit. A moment do not know what to say. Good. You guys finally found me. Yi Yue was dying of embarrassment. She was now Warm's assistant, so the scene was unusually awkward. Monsoon let go of some of the warmth slightly before pulling the autistic girl behind herself. You didn't see that earlier, did you? Nope, didn't see it. Well, that's good. The corners of Yi Yue's mouth began to twitch. Lying was actually something she was quite good at, but this was the first time she had spoken with a clear conscience. Monsoon tightened his warm fingers. Shall we go then? Good. Warmth lowered her head and hid behind Monsoon. She didn't quite want to show this state of shyness and weakness in front of other people. Monsoon read her mind and twisted his head to look at Yi Yue. Yi Yue. Why don't you go with them first? Warmth and I might go a little slower. Yi Yue didn't directly listen to Monsoon's opinion, but instead looked solicitously at Warmth. Only after receiving an affirmative nod from Warmth did Yi Yue stride her long legs and awkwardly walk towards the front. It was actually quite awkward for her to follow the two, but it can't be helped. Who made her an assistant now? Then, I'll go ahead and contact me on WeChat if there's anything. Good. After letting Yi Yue go first, Monsoon and Warmth smiled at each other. Monsoon reached out his hand, and Warmth obediently rested his head on Monsoon's shoulder, slowly snuggling up to the river. The moonlight was getting brighter and brighter, and the two of them were walking slowly along this path. Sometimes they would lean on their shoulders, sometimes they were holding hands, and sometimes they would lean together on the railing on the shore to blow off steam. The two shook together. They were walking very slowly indeed, even in a long straight line, and at this point the other four girls were out of sight. During this time Monsoon found a chauffeur to drive the warm car back, but they themselves had no intention of getting into the car, for the moonlight on the shore was beautiful, and so were the people. The stroll without realizing it stretched out all the time, but quickly, the wave of people in front of them had long since disappeared. and Monsoon and Warmth were completely silent in the world of the two of them. Until the Warm's cell phone rang. Drip. It's Warm. We play at the open-air skating rink in front of us, and there's the big factory building on the right at the intersection. Instead of sending a message to Monsoon, Mu Wanchio sent it to Warmth. She's also a very measured girl. After knowing about Warmth and Monsoon's feelings, Mu Evening Autumn had never done anything to overstep her bounds. She kept the relationship between the three within the confines of friendship. It won't even be an ambiguous move. This was her way of making peace, and her greatest sincerity to Warmth as a friend. Late Autumn said they're at the open rink up ahead. Should we go over to them now? Monsoon stared at the Warmth beside him, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly some sense of irritation that could not control his emotions, and directly waved his hand. No go. Then go. Warmth was already prepared to go ice skating, but she didn't expect Monsoon's answer to be like this. I don't want to go right now. Hearing Monsoon's answer, Warmth was a bit strange. In her perception, Monsoon liked to do things in a rhythmic manner, and even when it came to playing, Monsoon liked to schedule entertainment on time. But today, the two of them had been walking aimlessly like this for a long time. This seemed a bit out of character for Monsoon's usual personality, and Monsoon looked like he was a little annoyed just now. You don't want to go? Well, don't want to. Let's walk again. Monsoon skimmed his head after saying that, not showing his expression. Warmth immediately noticed Monsoon's abnormality, frowned and turned around, pulling Monsoon's hands. What's wrong with you? Monsoon was a bit speechless. He didn't know what was wrong with him. What's wrong with you? As he watched Warmth reply to the message, his mood suddenly became inexplicably irritable, feeling like he was being disturbed. It was an emotional outburst like he'd never seen before, and it caught him a little off guard. So much so that I can't calm down until now. I'm fine. Warmth frowned at him for a moment, then slowly wrapped her arms around Monsoon's waist so that she was pressed against him. The most common lie guys tell is that I'm fine, and if you're never willing to reveal your heart to me, then I must not be qualified. Monsoon opened his mouth. How did you suddenly become able to say pinch? He slowly turned his head around to look at the Warmth in his arms. At this moment, he seemed to be healed by Warmth with his gentle eyes and soft body, and even his emotions gradually calmed down. It's really nothing. It's just that I've just been a little inexplicably moody and irritable, and I don't know what's going on. Monsoon was being truthful, but Warmth suddenly angled his head. I know. I can see why you're suddenly depressed. I know you're trying to comfort me, but I'm really fine. No, I really do know. Seeing Warmth's words, Monsoon was a little less convinced. This she could know? So tell me. Warmth paused slightly and hugged Monsoon a little tighter, then buried her head in Monsoon's arms and rubbed it. Sudden low moods don't mean you're bad at anything. They're a sign that you're feeling tired after being strong for too long. Monsoon visibly froze. He really didn't expect Warmth to come up with such an explanation. Why? Because low feelings never come out of nowhere. They tend to build up over a long period of time. It is normal to have emotions in everyday life. Emotions often come up, but they are suppressed by our rationality and eventually self-dissolve. When Monsoon heard her say that, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Is emotional self-dissolution. The autistic girl is starting to be autistic. Warmth suddenly said something that Monsoon sometimes chanted. I said that before when you often ignored people. Monsoon explained somewhat awkwardly, but Warmth didn't seem to care. Monsoon. The autistic girl was silent for a moment, as if she was remembering the past or organizing her words, and it took a while before she slowly spoke. Do you remember the high school rooftop? Of course I remember. Since that day, I've lived every day in a state of distress, often inexplicably lost and even angry. Monsoon was stunned, but ultimately did not speak. Warmth gently rubbed against his chest, continuing the conversation from earlier. Over the past decade or so, experience has taught me time and time again that weakness gets the best of me and that crying doesn't change anything for me. I have my bad school days, but no one would understand my emotional breakdowns. I have to be very strong and cold to get by. But after that day, it suddenly seemed to me that the emotion had found a vent to let it flow out, slowly or quickly, to you. Speaking of which, Warmth's voice deepened a bit more. I got angry the other day because you said I liked Yin Honghao, and I don't know why I got angry. It was a long time before I figured out why, and it was because of having something to fall back on and the fear that you would just pass by in a flash. No, we won't be separated. Yeah, we're not splitting up. People who have been strong for too long are suddenly emotionally drained because they have found a dependency and are inwardly and actively exposing their weakness. Times like this mean that his emotions desperately need to be gently caught because, well, I'm the only one he trusts. Monsoon didn't squeak, but Warmth hugged a little tighter. So I'm making Monsoon feel like he's found something to fall back on? Monsoon was silent for a while and finally nodded. Yes. Warmth smiled. Then hold me tight when you need me. Aha! The warmth of the embrace was warm and somewhat mesmerizing to Monsoon. In fact, as Warmth had said, he had been strong for too long, and in his past life, he had perhaps built up too many emotions. He might have stayed strong if he hadn't had a lover, but he has a lover now, so he needed to be caught gently by this man. It feels so good to be healed by a loved one. They hugged for a long time before slowly separating, and this time it was Monsoon who was a bit reluctant to let go. So are we still going to the rink now? I'd like to, but won't. Warmth blinked. It's okay, I'll teach you. The two of them followed the location Mu Eveningchio had pointed out earlier, and at the end of the road, they found the old factory building area. The factories here have long since been moved, and some of the abandoned sites of the disused factories have been transformed into open-air cabarets, ice skating rinks, and chess and card areas. Apparently, this was also a place where locals like Mu Wanchio often came to play. The skating rink was quite large, and Monsoon pulled Warmth along and ran all the way before finding the place to rent skates. The skates here are those double skates. Difficulty is a bit harder than roller skating in single file, and newbies will mainly get stuck here in mastering the balance. It's normal to start off hard and fall. Monsoon swept a glance inside the skating rink at this time. Mu Evening Autumn several girls had already played, but Monsoon did not see Lu Chengcheng. Monsoon, Warmth, we're here. Where is student Lu Chengcheng? People came out together. It was necessary to ask. She went back. Chapter 126, Sneaking to Him at Night. Warmth's eyes lit up when she saw the graphic posted by Monsoon. She can't write, but she can copy. Image copied. Uploaded. Open hole. Picture. There are two shadows in the moonlight. One is yours and the other is also yours. Mu Eveningchio, who was also brushing her friend's circle, suddenly saw Warmth and Monsoon's mixed male and female dog food. It felt like a stab in the heart. According to the kind of character of Monsoon, doing things will definitely not drag his feet. He does not send. Just because he did not think of this matter. Why did you mention this to Warmth? It's not like you're stabbing yourself in the heart. Mu Wanchio gave the two of them a nod with tears in her eyes before covering her head with the quilt to hide her expression at this moment. Warmth's side is different. She has quite a few close friends nowadays, mainly housemates, as well as company staff, and some alumni who need to be contacted. At this point it was after 12, but it was Friday after all, and it didn't take long to get several likes. There are a couple other alumni commenting downstairs. Who is this man? Warmth, are you really in love? Congratulations. Warmth didn't bother replying to the comments as she returned to the chat page and sent a message to Monsoon. Hair up. Aha. I miss you so much. Me too. And how much do you want it? My thoughts are about to cross the line. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. See you tomorrow. Warmly. He put down his cell phone and reboarded his bed. She felt that it had been a very happy day and that she should go to bed happy. But what about lying down and tossing around a bit? Room 409. Holding his cell phone, Monsoon's eyes jumped. Someone in his circle of friends must have replied as well, with all three of his righteous sons awake. Ando Dan. Congratulations. Is it warm? Congratulations to big brother and sister-in-law. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Windy, you're so inhuman. His main problem right now isn't the replies. It's the, because this, was replied by Dong Kaihui, slightly entangled to find their own mother that, have not thought about how to tell their own mother about the warmth of the love each other family. Group will ring. Fishing God joins the group chat. Peace is a blessing? Peace is a blessing? Summer breeze, it's so late. Why don't you go to sleep? Growing wrinkles. Peace is a blessing. I'm waiting for someone to give me an explanation. Fishing God, is that the girl you were talking about before? The one who tutored you know? Monsoon's expression almost didn't tense up when he saw this sentence. You can guess that? And after all that time, just a quick mention and a little detail. Old season so stuffed? Monsoon can only say that it is worthy of being a man who has had a big story with Auntie Li Lingqi. I really don't know how this old thing was taken down by Mom. Fishing God, not talking? Playing deep? Oh, looks like I guessed right. Monsoon. Summer breeze, it's college. It's not such a big deal to fall in love, right? Fishing God, still different. After falling in love the spending must be not small. Not to say stick to each other, at least not to lose face no? Seemingly sensing that what Ji Guangshuan said did make some sense, Dong Kaihui followed suit. Peace is a blessing, your dad is right about that. Let me transfer 5,000 to you later. Summer breeze, Mom. I'm really not short of money. Fishing God, nonsense. Do you think this money is for you? The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched and didn't squeak. Peace is a blessing. Is that the girl your dad was talking about? Summer breeze, yes. Peace is bliss. That's pretty good. You guys were classmates in high school and college. Well. I'm relieved that you're really in love. And if you have a good conversation, remember to bring it back for a visit on New Year's Eve. Summer breeze, okay, sure. Ending the group chat at home, Monsoon had a feeling that it wasn't over. As expected, Dad's tweets came in. Fishing God, has the 5000 arrived yet? Just after the question, Ji Feng received the message that Alipay had arrived at 5,000. And he looked at Ji Guanshuan's message and fell into deep thought. What do you want? What? I've got $5,000 in my pocket, so I'll get half of it. Why have you been so miserable lately? What do you know? I ran into Auntie Li Lingqi a while ago. What's the point of mentioning her? I haven't talked to her in years. What happened to you guys back then? Ji Guanshuan did not immediately reply. I do not know whether he was reminiscing about the year, or squatting the building to smoke. Even the matter of asking Monsoon for money was not mentioned. So it seemed that Li Lingqi and him really had a not-so-small past. For a long time. In fact, there is nothing to say. Can only say that the character of the two people are not suitable. Hard mouth. Do not bow down. Cold faded. Faded scattered. There's nothing cutthroat about it. And cutthroats only hurt people. So be nice to other girls. After all, you haven't even seen it and you know it's a good girl? Laughing to death. It's not a good girl who can save you from the misery of that daughter of the old Gu family? Monsoon. Well. The old season is a man of clear thinking, not to mention other things. Got it. The money is transferred to you. Usually smoke less, especially if you can't catch a fish. Pictures, £6, for 2 oversized grass carp. Bouncing off all the curses. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. He was just kindly advising his old man to smoke less. That makes it a curse? He really doesn't understand the world of fishing guys. Monsoon opened Alipay. Originally wanted to transfer all 5,000. Thought about some inappropriate, and transferred 3,000 over. It shows thought and doesn't look weird. As for the company, let's talk more about it when we go back in the new year. Ending the conversation with old G, Monsoon finally managed to put his cell phone down. It would be 1 o'clock. I don't know if the warmth is used to sleeping. Night 1:30 p.m. In room 506. Warmth slept straight on the edge of the bed while Mu Lanqiu hugged her on her side. With a sideways glance at Mu Evening Chiu, the person had already fallen asleep. Holding her was just a subconscious move in her sleep. She herself had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It wasn't that being held was uncomfortable. Mu Evening Autumn's body smelled good. Quite nice. It's just that when she closes her eyes now, she thinks of Monsoon. Monsoon wasn't in a good mood during the night. So how is he feeling now? Shouldn't you be asleep by now? If only the Monsoon was here. If I had slept with Monsoon, I wouldn't have to be so stiff. Sleeping with the Monsoon. Warmth. She twisted her head to look at Mu Evening Chiu beside her and tiptoed to push away Mu Evening Chiu's arm on her chest. It's a bit much for her to sneak up on me a couple times a night. After pushing his arm away, Warmth quietly drew his leg back. He swallowed, then let his body begin to squirm, moving bit by bit, throw by throw, to the edge of the bed. Warmth had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly her body was unbalanced and she was about to fall off the side of the bed. She hastily braced herself on the ground with one hand to stabilize her body. Didn't make too much noise. Phew. Relieved and at the same time a little excited. Luckily, I have been practicing push-ups every day. The plans are all very successful, at least for now. There's just a drop of boldness. Quietly, he took his clothes and padded over to the restroom, where Warmth began to dress in the darkness. Only just halfway through wearing it, Mu Evening Chiu's voice suddenly came. Warm, where are the people? I'm going to the bathroom. Why don't you turn on the light? What if you fall in the dark? It's okay, I'll be right back. Warmth covered her face and only slowly undressed before returning to the bed in ashes. First escape plan declared a failure. Mu Wanqiu didn't open her eyes. Looking sleepy, she covered her head and hummed softly. Warm up and go to bed. It's late. Aha. Getting on the bed. Warmth realized that Mu Evening Chiu didn't continue to come over and hug her, but instead turned her back, and she was inexplicably relieved to see this again. Instead of diminishing, the thought of slipping away grew like a summer weed. It has spread to warm every corner of the body. Try again. Yes, she's going to try again. And she's patient. Warmth opened his eyes, tossing and turning until now it would be a lie to say he wasn't sleepy. It's just that thought in the back of my mind that's almost becoming an obsession at this point. Slipping out. Well, when late fall goes to bed, warming his eyes open, he silently bided his time. To keep herself from falling asleep, she started counting in the dark. 1, 2, 3, 283, 284. Warmth blinked furiously for a moment, then snapped her eyes open again. I fell asleep? Lifting his hand he quietly glanced at his cell phone. Thankfully, only a few minutes had passed. Glancing at Mu Evening Chiu, it so happened that at this time Mu Evening Chiu rolled over, and although she didn't lean on her, she was still very close. Warmth quietly sighed in relief again. worrying that Mu Wanqiu hadn't fallen asleep because she had rolled over, so she recalculated in her mind again. How many did you just count to? Never mind. Let's start over. 1, 2, 3. The eyelids were heavy, and the warmth slowly closed them. I don't know if it was because of the obsessive hints in his heart or something else. Warmth opened his eyes once again, forced that sleepiness to look at his cell phone. It's 2:45, and all of a sudden I've slept for more than an hour. Geez. Warmly re-tiptoeing up, she walked to the toilet in her slippers and put on all the clothes she had just taken, then put her shoes away and get ready as if she had just gone out in the morning. Well, that's about it. Push the door open and close it quietly, in order not to make a sound. Warmth carried her shoes in her hands and gently patted her feet towards the 4th floor, but when he reached the 4th floor stairway, Warmth paused in his tracks. There's actually someone. UV? Mister. Whoa. Why are you up at this hour? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Chapter 127 The Undertaker Project. Lu Chengcheng opened her mouth slightly and stared up at the person in front of her. The sound is yesterday's Monsoon, but he's in shape. Well, it's kind of like that to say the least, but yesterday's Monsoon was clearly a student, and today's this. Monsoon. Monsoon? You were, yesterday, without your glasses. Appearance and makeup are both required for the job, and wearing glasses makes me look slightly more mature. Something I hope you'll keep in mind for the future as well. Yeah, got it. I don't know how, but Lu Chengcheng was inexplicably a little nervous when she stood in front of Monsoon today. It doesn't seem to be just about appearance either. Yesterday Monsoon was also handsome, but before that Monsoon always gave a feeling of kindness and gentleness. Sure, he was more handsome today, but today he just looked stern, even if he didn't say anything stern either. Just standing there, it all gave the illusion of not being very nice. Can you let me in now? Dang. Sure. After Lu Chengcheng made way and Monsoon walked into the house, several girls inexplicably swallowed their saliva. Gu Xueting lowered her head, knowing that such a Monsoon did not belong to her. Mu Wanqiu, on the other hand, was somewhat reminiscent of the time when she and Monsoon had met during the summer vacation. Monsoon was in this kind of overbearing state. It had only changed after school. Yi Yue also looked dumbfounded. Right now Monsoon's appearance was indeed very handsome, and she is more sensitive to changes in temperament than other girls. Asterisk is more like Duck King. Well, kind of like the boss. Actually. As for warmth, suck. Xiao Long Bao one after another, with the occasional sip of soy milk. A few girls' reactions one was satisfied. Handsome, isn't it? Oh, handsome is right. It's my boyfriend after all. Despite the look, Monsoon walked over to the table, grabbed a donut, and casually dealt with it. On the side, Yi Yue was still open-mouthed and kept staring at him, making it impossible for Monsoon to eat his meal properly. What do you see? Monsoon interrupted his speech for a moment. It couldn't be helped. He wanted to come up with a couple of intonation aids when he saw Yi Yue, but he really couldn't today. Yi Yue's expression was even weirder. The Monsoon in front of her made her feel a little strange. There was no way she could casually joke with Monsoon in this state. What's going on with you? Today? The company is having a marketing meeting today, so I need to do some preparation. Marketing conference? Yi Yue gave Ji Feng a skeptical look. He went to a meeting dressed like this? Is it the kind of PowerPoint presentation? Monsoon looks like he can talk and looks like the king of ducks, so if he goes out and sells insurance, he'll do well. Stop gawking there. You're going to have to join in later. Ha? I don't know anything. You are now Warmth's assistant. Of course you have to understand what the company operates before you can do so. Otherwise how can you help Warmth in the future? Oh, got it. When it came to talking about what she was working on, Yi Yue would usually be honest and listen. The job was part-time, but it required her to accompany Warmth at the school and assist with the work, and it wasn't small in terms of workload, so Warmth gave her a not-so-low salary. One could sense that Yi Yue valued this job, so after Monsoon said she wanted to understand what the company operated, she got on board. The atmosphere in room 506 was much quieter after the arrival of the Monsoon. The guys were gawking, wandering, and looking at cute guys, and it was a really distracting breakfast. Nothing but warmth. She's still a mouthful. No slur at all. After breakfast, the crowd made their way to the 3rd floor, head to the company lobby to gather. It's Saturday, but overtime is required. The kind with overtime pay. Not only was Lu Chengcheng all there, even Mu Evening Chiu and Gu Xueting ran over after dinner, saying that they were visiting the class, but they were actually just checking out the action. It was only when Dodan rolled out the whiteboard in Monsoon, in a suit, stepped into the center that the crowd was sure. The host of today's meeting is not Warm. Rather, it's the Monsoon. Hello everyone. I'm the company's planning director. Monsoon. Some of my old colleagues have already familiarized themselves with me during this period of time, but some of my new colleagues, they don't know me well enough. That's okay. You'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know me in the future. Okay, the main theme of the company is no nonsense. So let's step right into the meeting today. Because today's meeting was just a conceptual indoctrination. Monsoon didn't use a PowerPoint, but instead just picked up a marker and wrote on the whiteboard, Annual Festival. Originally, at this point in time, doing Christmas was what made the most sense in everyone's mind. But we don't do Christmas, we do annuals. While Christmas is, for the moment, hot and couples spend significantly, the downsides are just as obvious. The heat of Christmas has attracted too much attention. There are too many companies coming down the pipeline, and the program is ripe for us to get in now and eat any meat. The New Year's Eve is the opposite, as the collective shutdown of courier and transportation industries during the New Year's Eve period makes operations and distribution nearly impossible. That's why there's not much going on with the annual festival, and that's our opportunity. The original meeting that a few of the girls thought would be like something out of a TV show, a large group of people discussing with each other or something like that. But it was only when I got here to listen in that I realized that it was really just Monsoon alone. Everyone else, including Warmth, was just listening, and listening very carefully. Dodan and Warmth, they were serious because the meeting was hosted by Monsoon. The members of the company were serious because every time Monsoon said something, it was too dry and explosive. A lot of it falls into the category of over-the-top business rules and business foresight. This is content that you can't even buy for money. Standing in the center, Monsoon pressed his hands on the desks on either side of him and scanned the crowd. Let me ask you all, does this kind of marketing exist where people believe whatever you say? Doesn't exist, does it? How is this possible? I don't think so. Listening to some people's comments, Monsoon smiled. Oh, actually, this technology really does exist, and there are already some companies quietly using it. The core idea of this brainwashing method is similarly used by pyramid schemes or some cults. So what? You all don't believe it? Everyone in the room subconsciously shook their heads or didn't move. Only Warmth blinked her own big eyes and kept staring at Monsoon, radiating a wise light. Yes, she believed Monsoon when he said the sun came out of the water. Monsoon doesn't sell out and writes it out on the whiteboard. Consumer psychology, you're premeditated. I'm on guard. To subdue human nature. It's useless to talk about results, you need to design processes to trick over the brain's defense mechanisms. Is there so little notion of what I'm writing here? Most people still shake their heads, which is normal. The company doesn't have any top salespeople, and most people don't have that kind of extraordinary sales savvy. Monsoon didn't expect to give a nod through 2 sentences, but he could make the routine clear. So let me make it a little more clear. Twist, lick, dip, classic advertising line. You've heard that one before, right? Heard that. The crowd nodded. The phrase is really a hoax, and as you read it, you want to go ahead and do that. You'll fantasize about the texture of the sandwich cookie and how it will taste when soaked in milk. So from the moment you read those 3 sentences, its sweet and soft flavor has taken up residence in your brain. At this point, if you haven't had it, chances are you'll want to pick up a packet to try its flavor. I'll change a few more examples. Zibo barbecue, bowl wrestling, tea around the stove. These things never go to say they are good and tasty. But, some say it's car pickup and drop off. Some say it's really possible to wrestle bowls there. And consumers will imagine it. As soon as he imagines it, he wants to try it. And that is the urge to consume. After Monsoon explained, the company members looked at each other. And from their expressions, it was clear that they were somewhat shocked. Not only the members of the company, even the 4 girls, Mu Evan-Inkyu, Lu Cheng-Cheng, Gu Xueting, and Yi Yue, all felt a bit unbelievable. Because, it really seems that way. Read the 3 sentences with the picture in your head. Standing quietly in place, letting the members of the company discuss amongst themselves for a while. Monsoon then knocked on the table, pulling everyone's attention back. People are born with defense mechanisms against foreign things. But with mechanisms come vulnerabilities. That is, one hardly ever questions the process one performs. The core method, which is to make a person feel that all decisions are his own, is that a person does not doubt his own decisions, but he does doubt the advice of others. You lie to people and they get defensive, but you let people lie to themselves and it goes well. Like, for example, I'm wearing a suit and glasses today, very svelte, and my attitude has changed. When you see me like this, you will think of the important thing I am going to say today. Another example, the mushrooms aren't poisonous, I undercooked them. Ha ha ha. Many people roared with laughter. Monsoon also continues to write at this time. New Year's Day gift boxes, melons, nuts, candies, how do we sell it? Leaving this question for all company employees to ponder upon, Monsoon made a direct meeting closure. As I said before, this is a conceptual meeting and we can all go back and think about it as much as we want. The company awards $100,000 cash for a very well written plan. The company awards $20,000 in cash for an excellent idea addition. Well, that's it for today's meeting. Adjourned. The members of the company returned to their work with much discussion. Monsoon, on the other hand, loosened his tie slightly, took off those half-rimmed glasses, and when the crowd dispersed, he wrinkled his brow slightly and rested in place for a while. It's been a while since I've had a serious meeting like this, and the point is that it's for a bunch of rookies. Monsoon shook his head slightly and walked straight towards the warm office. Zhao Lan was the member who didn't work overtime, and several other girls were already waiting for him in the office. Warmth was already in the office, and Mu Evening Autumn and the girls were eyeing Monsoon, who had returned. Seeing that Monsoon had arrived, Warmth didn't stop her work, but only waved to Yi Yue on the side. Yue, go get Monsoon a glass of water. Oh, good. Chapter 128. The wind is a bit disobedient and the leaves are making trouble. Monsoon really didn't know how to read minds. It was just that he could see Yi Yue's consternation, guessing that perhaps it was because of his change that he had given Yi Yue some identity pressure. That's actually kind of bad. After all, Yi Yue was Warmth's chosen assistant. As an assistant, it's not good to be in such a bad state of mind. What? That's a wimp? Air. Yi Yue looked at Warmth as if for help, but Warmth just lowered her head, completely indifferent to the matter of Monsoon letting Yi Yue go out to smoke. Monsoon beckoned to her. Come on, there's just something I need to tell you. Well, good. Following Monsoon out of the company, while standing in the corridor, Monsoon had already pulled out his yellow mountain and handed one to Yi Yue. Yi Yue grudgingly took the cigarette, and then she heard the sound of Monsoon's lighter. Click. After lighting it for herself, Yi Yue realized that Monsoon actually handed the fire to herself. He is now the leader. No, Yi Yue, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm not nervous. The words can't even come out right, so it's rather easy to make a mistake. Yi Yue lowered her head, still letting Monsoon light her cigarette. I didn't realize you were a company leader, so feeling offended at me before and afraid I'd fire you was too petty of me in your eyes, isn't it? Yi Yue didn't answer this question from Monsoon and just smoked in silence. It was not until she finished her cigarette that she nodded lightly to Monsoon. Thanks, I'm better. Monsoon was somewhat unable to guess what the nightclub girl was thinking at this point. Just do your job. Don't worry too much about anything else. I'm still me, just like I always was. Got it. As Yi Yue left, she gently shook her head. Monsoon wasn't Monsoon anymore. It was still the same person but no longer the person she thought she was. No wonder. He couldn't see me from the very beginning. During the day Monsoon sent the project plan to Mu Evening Autumn. A couple of additional messages followed. This is the game project that our company was originally going to start after the year, called Yin Yang Master. You can take a look at it. Mu Wanqiu did not see the specific content of the plan, but when he saw the capital injection of $20 million, only 20% of the shares, even if she liked Monsoon a lot, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's only been a while. Is Monsoon already playing this big? The Undertaker. Opening her own computer, Mu Wanqiu began to look over the game project called Yin Yang Master. She read it very carefully. After all, she was also a senior student of economics and management from Mordor University. Although not as exaggerated as the warmth of the learning ability, but after all, there is a family business. Ears and eyes, more or less understand some investment. From the world background, class strength settings, character appearances, racial settings, and ability settings. Then there's some gameplay, content, breadth, and peripheral linkage. It's all mentioned on this plan, except that most of the descriptions are pretty shallow. Mu Wanqiu knew that the real complete project plan would probably have to be given to her after she had invested her money. After reading the plan, Mu Wanqiu already understood. Monsoon is really planning to do this. It's a long lead time and extremely risky project. And according to what Monsoon gave her, 20 million is 20% now. If you vote later in the year, 20 million is only 10%. Time was treated like money by him. Mu Wanqiu wasn't quite sure why Ji-Phone was so confident. Her family also did business, but every time they did business, they were careful. Even if the family had a number of industries, it was not as radical as Monsoon. The volume of Monsoon Corporation. Mu Evening Autumn had a number in her heart. If this plan fails, odds are their company is going to be dragged through bankruptcy. They are so hard to come to the Magic City to fight. Thinking of this, Mu Wanqiu took out her phone and found Monsoon from WeChat. Speaking of which, in order to avoid suspicion, she hadn't actively messaged Monsoon for a long time. You're betting everything on this. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I've been very conservative. At least I haven't been radical enough to buy a lottery ticket. Mu Wanchio? What's the deal with the radical buying of lottery tickets? Are you sure you want to do this? You vote to do it now. You don't vote to do it next year at the beginning of the school year. Okay, understood. Mu Wanchio wasn't too busy to say yes, nor was she in a hurry to refuse. She did have an idea for an investment. And Mu Wanchio knew very well in her heart that her idea for this investment was not pure. Part of it is that they want to invest themselves, and part of it is that they simply like Monsoon and are willing to invest in him. There is also a part that has a slightly blind faith in Monsoon and thinks he can pull it off. 3 reasons, maybe a third each. Mu Wanchio was tempted to agree directly just now, but the biggest problem now was that she didn't have that much money. Her family passed on quite a bit of real estate to her, and even 2 cars, but she just didn't get around to getting her driver's license. And those are real estate. She had been collecting rent with gusto before, plus the year-end money she had saved from her childhood, and some scattered pocket money. Mu Wanchio currently had a total of over 6 million in her hands. Little rich girl indeed. But the problem is that these aren't enough. And it's not even close. It's a $14 million difference. Are we going to sell a few condos? Homes in old business districts aren't new. So if you're in a hurry, you're definitely going to get a discount. Or do you ask your family for a turnaround? After thinking about it, Mu Wanchio still gave up the idea of telling her family. 20 million is too big a number, and her family will surely ask around for fear that she'll be cheated. By the time the backtracking on Monsoon and the individuals is done, it's expected to take months. She didn't want to keep Monsoon waiting, and Mu Wanchio felt that even if the investment failed and Monsoon really went bankrupt, it's actually pretty good. She doesn't have a particularly large family business, but can afford to lose $20 million. And then you can be the savior of Monsoon and their company for a bit. Maybe. Well, it's better to get it done on your own, without notice from your family, or sell a couple of houses if you can't. Picking up the phone again, Mu Wanchio's gaze was much firmer. I voted for the Yin Yang Master's plan, but I can't get the 20 million at once. Give me some time to raise money. 2 months in 3 installments. Okay? Can. Then it's a done deal. I hope it's a successful investment. I didn't think you'd agree. You're bold. But I won't betray that trust. It doesn't really matter if you live up to it. Mu Wanchio thought silently. After Mu Wanchio promised Monsoon, she ran home that night and stole the real estate license. The fact that these real estate certificates are in her own room doesn't count as stealing. She was already living in Mordor and had no problem going home on weekends. And Mu Kuwei thought it was because his daughter wanted to come back to see him. I didn't expect Mu Evening Show to slip away the next day and run to find someone to sell the house. After signing the contract with Mu Evening Show, Fingertip Future instantly gained a large amount of liquidity. Mu Evening Show also became an angel investor in the project Yin Yang Master, and Monsoon added an item to the contract. As long as Mu Evening Show was willing to invest, she could invest up to 10% in each of Fingertip's future games. At this point, Mu Wanchio hadn't realized what this added treaty meant, nor did she realize that the gears of her destiny had begun to turn at this very moment. And Fingertip Future, Inc., is truly having a metamorphic moment. With plenty of money, Monsoon and Warmth started expanding their staff straight away and gave up on Double 11, fully stocked annual festival gift boxes, and one by one, the company's 3 games have gone live. Greedy Thunder, numerical value is relatively balanced. Tycoon Big Brother can one-hit 5, but still can be piled up to death. The main promotion of Gang Warfare, National War, belonged to the collective Legend class game. Greedy Blue Moon, value more perverted Legend class game. The main push to hit the treasure to hit the monster. Separate PvP. The Tycoon Big Brother burst to kill everything. Who charge more, who is powerful? My servants are all beautiful girls. Rechargeable card game. The main push 5-character lineup combination push plot. PvE project. There is some PvP content. Each character card has a separate voice actor. Every female character basically fulfills 2 of the 3 elements, pretty face, long legs, and big boobs. It's all one card sticker. But I can't resist the picture being astringent enough. You can't just charge a lot in this game. You have to be lucky and have a liver. For the matter of cheating beggars money, Monsoon really used his heart. A lot of things happened during that time about modifying the content of the game, just a few days before the game went live. For example, several games also went through a recharge screen overhaul. That day, Zhao Lan was standing coldly in front of a few newly recruited arts, pointing at the screen of one of the art staff, her voice like ice. This is the recharge screen. Don't you see anything wrong with it? Secretary Zhao. The interface for member sponsorship is already perfect. There's nothing wrong with it? As you said, this is the member sponsorship interface. They're premium members who charge at least $6 a month. And this is what you're showing the premium members? Art mouth corner twitching, charging $6 on a dia. Forget it, it looks like it's Mr. Wen's intention. There's no point in losing your temper with Secretary Zhao. Don't BB. Change it. In this way, several games were tinkered with and gradually improved by the efforts of all members of Fingertips Future. Charge $6 for a member, $30 for a premium member, and $88 for a supreme member. Member Pop kills naked. Senior Pop kills regular member. Supreme Pop kills senior member. Free-to-play games are just that. Hierarchical. Everything about the development of the company is going on silently. Just some know and some don't. Time flies, and it has been more than a month. This year's winter in the Magic City was exceptionally cold. Soon it was December 24th, the day of Christmas Eve. To be fair, after a few years of stormy weather, Christmas Eve doesn't mean much anymore. If you count it as a Western holiday, it's a holiday for pure fooling around, stimulating consumption, and an excuse for couples to get a room. Just a while ago the major space circle of friends inexplicably fire a video. One has a video about Christmas Eve. The video is also circulating and festering in major schools, neighborhoods, and on Twitter. Chapter 129. Wait for me to propose to you. I'm making a mess? Warmth leaned on her broom, her expression a little unconvinced. How'd it give? Still not a mess? The wind will roll the leaves into a ball. Look. Warmth pointed to the leaves. Monsoon mouth twitching. That small whirlwind is indeed powerful. This will actually blow before the mess of the leaves gathered together, away from the original spectrum. Warmth's swinging fist in front of Monsoon happens to be seen by a gift-wielding buddy. That moving figure. Sweet smile. How to look different from the warmth of the one he usually saw. He looked at the gift in his hand, and then at Warmth and Monsoon standing among the leaves. The dude gave a bitter laugh. Might as well go back to my dormitory and live her maiden servant. At least the maiden will love me. Go back and recharge some more. Monsoon didn't know that Warmth's thoughtless act had boosted the company's performance by another $30. But none of that mattered. Clean up. The ones in the trees need to come down too. Looking at the few leaves left on the tree, Monsoon frowned slightly. That's too high. I was issued sticky poles over at the Student Union Health Department, specifically to get this. Warmth pointed to the pole on the side. It seems that MU is pretty experienced in dealing with willows. Monsoon was taller, so this kind of thing should definitely be done by him. Stepping over the flower beds and using a sticking pole to sweep down the remaining leaves. Those leaves were pretty much wilted in the first place, so they fell off at the touch of a button. But that's the way it is with the Ministry of Health. Nothing has to get to you. The leaves have to be jerked off. How else do you reflect the role of the student body? Monsoon fished for leaves for a while, getting them all over the place, but the top handful was still out of reach. It's too high up there to pad your feet. Monsoon was ready to give up as Warmth compared his height and then himself. Is it okay to hold me? Monsoon froze for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Throwing the sticky pole out of his hand, he scooped up Warmth as soon as he could. Warmth? Well, although Monsoon would be wrong, it was too cozy, so let's cuddle for a while. Warmth originally had her face on her side, but it was just that this place was too close to the girls' dormitory, and when she saw that from time to time someone was glancing at her from the intersection position, she simply buried her face into Monsoon's chest. Well, it's invisible that way. Yeah, it makes no difference if you can't see them yourself. The two of them hugged for a long time, until the sound of warm breathing gradually became louder, and only then did Monsoon feel that something was wrong. He glanced down at the person in his arms and realized that Warmth had closed his eyes. Look at that comfort. It should be trying to sleep. Warm, you can't sleep doing anything at this hour. You have to keep cleaning. Well, have you finished cleaning? Warm, a little confused, to open her eyes. She slept yesterday is very late, so cuddle for a while is a little sleepy. Void cleaning? The leaves up there haven't gotten off yet. Watching Monsoon point to the top of his head, Warmth repeated once more. Hold me. Didn't we just hug? I say carry me up. I plus you plus Rod, and the length should be enough. Monsoon. So it was a mistake on his part? Okay, I'll try. Under the young girl's slightly shy expression, Monsoon picked her up, and it was indeed quite a bit taller than before, but it was still a bit short. Can't reach it. Hold it up some more. Although Monsoon was very strong, it was still very difficult to hold in this position. He thought for a moment and suddenly put Warmth down, turned around and picked him back up again. It was carried around his neck as if he were carrying a child, and his legs drooped down his shoulders. Ah! Warmth let out some small exclamations of surprise. Is it high enough? Enough. Warmth's voice was much lower, and her face was going a little redder than before. Monsoon's palms brushed against her thighs, and although he knew it was to stabilize her form and not let her fall, this position, re-picking up the sticking pole to clear the leaves away, Monsoon was ready to put her down when she put it down. Suddenly, Monsoon felt warm, tight thighs clamped down on him. The warm touch and the friction of the stockings lingered around the neck, so much so that Monsoon's body stiffened instantly. Monsoon. Warmth. Put me down. Oh, good. The silence didn't last long, except that both men felt something more passionate. Gently setting the warmth down, the autistic girl turned around. Monsoon could see her lips slightly open, as if she was trying to explain the pinch just now, but someone's gaze, however, had already fallen into the warm red lips, like open roses, making him want to find out what was going on. Fingers gently traced the warmth of her cheeks, stopping at her delicate chin and easing her face towards her own. The close proximity and the long, slightly blinking eyelashes of the young girl added to the anticipation of the kiss to come. Well, softness probed in, a sheer numbness sweeping the warm senses. Warmth froze for a moment, then closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Monsoon's neck, letting herself get lost in this tenderness. She told Monsoon, "Since you're a boyfriend, if you want to kiss me, you can, and if you want to hug me, you can. I might be embarrassed, but I'm too willing, right now." For example, the unexplained flirtations and kisses made Warmth put the idea of explaining the leg clamps long behind him. Nothing is more important right now than responding to this warmth. A pair of lovers pressed together as some music played on the campus radio at Christmas. There would still be people who saw them, and there would still be people who sighed slightly. It's just that on this day, Monsoon and Warmth acting like this doesn't make anyone seem surprised. After the two went from embracing to separating, Monsoon swept up the last remaining leaves and Warmth went back and forth to take out the trash. It's true that men and women don't get tired of working together. The milk tea that Monsoon brought over in the morning was already finished, and after working for a while, Warmth got up and prepared to go buy a cup of hot tea for Monsoon. "Monsoon, wait here for me. I'll go get you something to drink." Good. Monsoon didn't refuse because the work here wasn't done yet. Alone, I ran to the campus drink store. It was Christmas and the milk tea store was crowded. Warmth, although her appearance was outstanding, but it was not so much as to say that there were people who gave up their seats especially for her, and queuing was still necessary. Standing in line and waiting silently, Warmth was slightly out of breath. She's usually very busy, either studying or working or studying to work. Standing in line for something like this was not something she would normally waste her time on, but as she stood in line, it suddenly occurred to her that Monsoon bought 4 cups of milk tea and snacks every time he came to see her. Monsoon never said anything about lining up. He's actually busy. Warmly thinking about it, she suddenly heard a couple arguing not far ahead. "I'm spending all that money and I'm still spending it wrong, aren't I?" the man exclaimed. "I'm angry because your gift was perfunctory. The same gift you've given several times." The boy standing in front of Warmth also saw a scene and muttered something under his breath. Women nowadays are getting more and more outrageous. Standing around asking for food and thinking it's rancid. Yes, I'll let this gang of licking dogs get used to it. What else will they do but inflate the wholesale price? There's one thing to be said for that. Indeed, it would be better to charge the money to the maid. At least the maid won't betray you. Ugh. While the two were talking, the man in front of them nudged his mouth towards Warmth's side, signaling to stop talking. The boy standing in front of Warmth also shut up directly after seeing Warmth. Warmth is really a bit cold, and there is always some extra preferential treatment for beautiful things. "Sorry, didn't mean you." Warmth nodded in response, but ignored them. Just then the clerk called out, "Student, is there anything you need? The second cup is half price now. 1 latte, 1 coconut." "Yes, please wait." Warmth stood ponderously to the side and thought. She felt that usually it was Monsoon who took care of her emotions. On the contrary, it was herself, although she wanted to take care of Monsoon or do something for him every time. She never made any substantial action every time. It seems like there are a lot of details I'm not getting right, and I'm really not a competent girlfriend. Warmth muttered, looking again at the quarreling pair. The girl had dropped the boy's gift and turned away negatively, and the boys just stood there in silence for a long time. "Class, yours is ready," the milk tea clerk shouted. Oh, there was a moment of silence as the warmth of the milk tea was reached. Did boys need a response too? She had given a lighter to Monsoon earlier, and Monsoon seemed to like it. Except then the lighter even got itself back. How stupid. Warmth silently stepped aside first and pulled out her cell phone. What kind of gifts do boys like? Gundam, Fiji cup, watch, belt, lighter. What is the Fiji cup? Checking out the effects. Warmth blushed instantly. Do boys really need this kind of thing? Is Monsoon needed too? No, Monsoon doesn't need it. He has me. Ahem. Forget it, let's go back first. Warm was about to leave. The boy who just stood in front of her and said, "Inflate the price," actually stopped her. "Hello, class, just a moment. Hello, can I help you?" Nowadays, although Warmth was cold and her temperament still rejected people, her tone was much calmer. You're polite. My name is Lu Xiao. I feel that you're excellent. and pretty, and have a good temperament. So I was wondering, do you have time today? Christmas Day? I may have spoken a little too rudely just now, and would like to buy you dinner as a way of making amends. Lujo was actually a little bit handsome and had a modest and polite attitude, but Warm's brain couldn't remember what anyone else looked like, and the boy in front of her, who had accosted her, had just said something she resented. But today's Warmth has learned to refuse gently and politely. Sorry, no, if you think I'm good, go compliment my boyfriend. It's all because he's well trained. His name is Monsoon. Chapter 130. For a time, a confused feeling. Monsoon? He seemed to realize what the problem with Warmth was today. Would it be a little too early? Idiot. It's a little too dangerous to talk to boys like that. If that boy was my boyfriend, it wouldn't be a bad idea to put myself in harm's way. Warmth's eyes burned. Hearing Warmth say this, Monsoon was even more certain of her thoughts in his heart. That said, but he didn't just set up anywhere, as Warmth had said he would, and he certainly didn't go back to the Christmas bustle of the night market. Went to the marinara and got some duck stuff, and went to the small superstore off to the side and got beer and soda, then ran to the grocery store and bought some buns. It didn't help that the bun stores were closed and only the supermarkets sold them. Only after arranging these food items did Monsoon take Warmth back to the car. Where are we now? After setting it aside for a while, the autistic girl's bottom was noticeably smaller, and she didn't speak as bravely as she had earlier. Listening to the timidity that wanted to hide but didn't, Monsoon had laughed out loud in his heart. Where do you want to go next? That's still up to me? Scared? Not scared a bit. Okay. I'll let you not be scared a little bit. I'll drive on the way there, turn around and get drunk at the place, and you'll have to drive on the return. Aha! The autistic girl's voice was much smaller, and when Monsoon looked at the way her hands were clenching the corner of her coat, he guessed that this girl was afraid that she had already started to brainstorm some strange plots. Monsoon drove the car carelessly and drove away towards the outskirts of Magic City. Warmth was silent all the way, only looking out of the window from time to time, hiding what was on her mind. At this point she was really brainstorming some strange storylines, but this is not without reason. Monsoon is very good, and he's always got all kinds of girls around him. What he's showing now is a very, very small side of him. A good student with good studies and good looks. But the Monsoon is so much more than that in terms of excellence. He could talk to himself as well as he could, for he could guess what was in his heart, pamper his little moods, keenly perceive her insecurities and inferiority complexes, and redeem her little by little. He could also have a good conversation with Mu Evening Chio, always striking up a conversation with her, and talking about poetic feelings that the onlookers couldn't understand with ease. In the end he was able to have a nice conversation with Yi Yue, who would talk dirty as a way to get rid of it when no one was around. And that's all just in terms of character. He also has the attitude of doing things to the best of his ability, and a career with unlimited potential. All of these excellent points that far overshadowed their appearance were deliberately hidden by Monsoon, because he knew that exposing them would create pressure on her. It can also cause a lot of unnecessary trouble for you. Monsoon was nice every time and gave her a strong sense of security. But all this is only good for Monsoon. What about herself? Warm is now engaged in the internet. Naturally know how much temptation in this world. She can unconditionally believe in Monsoon, but there is no way to unconditionally believe in others, especially other women. Had a dream the other day. I dreamed that Gu Shueting drugged herself and Monsoon and then made out with Monsoon in front of her, and she was unwillingly remorseful, and Monsoon wailed in pain. Luckily, I ended up waking up with piss when I was so angry I wanted to pee. That's timely. The dream was indeed explosive, but the warmth made it seem possible. For this reason she ignored Gu Shueting for those few days. She didn't like Gu Shueting in the first place anyway, but the dream had been a warning of sorts. Gu Shueting's coercion, and Monsoon would wail in agony. What if the person is replaced by Mu Wanqiu? Will the Monsoon gladly accept it? The raw rice is cooked. The Monsoon is forced to compromise, and then they are strong enough to walk down the aisle of marriage. And I'm bored, alone, and dying of loneliness. It's a sad pinch to think about. Warmth was admiring her brainstorming skills, but this had to be defended. Instead of being passive and defensive, we should be proactive. She's going to be a passable girlfriend. Tonight, a must-take. At the thought, Warmth tapped his palm with his fist. Monsoon, who had been quietly observing her, snickered. Brainstorming complete? Warmth blushed and her body stiffened. No brainstorming, all emotion. Now that you're done thinking about it, why don't you have a duck neck to brew up first? Monsoon pointed to the duck goods he had just bought. I'm not hungry. Sound of an empty stomach. The sudden ringing of his stomach made Mr. One hate to get off the bus on the spot and squat and pretend to be dead. Warmth had a lot of credibility to say anything else, but the credibility to say that he wasn't hungry for this was basically non-existent. especially if you haven't eaten since the afternoon. The amount of food she was eating was not enough to sustain her in saying such things. It's still early. Eat something. Starving anyone but my Winnie. Warmth blushed a little. Although her heart had been thinking that she must take it tonight, she was actually quite hungry. And looking at the duck goods hanging in her hand, she couldn't bear the temptation of the duck neck after all. Carefully pinched one out and ate it. The trash can is full. Suburbs can just throw it in the woods and meadows, and the foodstuff will be eaten and decomposed by critters and microbes, who will thank nature for the gift. Oh, the duck neck thing is a little hard to stop eating after the first one. Warmth didn't speak just now because she was thinking about things, and now she didn't speak at all because she had a good meal and didn't want to talk about it. Monsoon drove the car to a stop on a small hill on the outskirts of the city. You can see the Magic City at night from here from a distance. Getting out of the car, Monsoon pointed to the Magic City in the distance and took a picture. Warmth wiped her hands and followed. Watching what? Warmth had just gotten out of the car when Monsoon pulled her fingers and pushed her over the small cliff at the edge of the mountain pack. Ringing the autistic girl, he pointed with one hand to the distant metropolis. There's a great view ahead. Magic City is beautiful at night, especially when you look at it from a distance. As bright as the stars, the sky shines with neon. Towering skyscrapers and bright and luxurious billboards are intertwined, like a giant neon light slowly lighting up. Because it's Christmas, the illuminated Zhongshan Road pedestrian street is a hive of activity. All of this confirmed the words spoken by Monsoon. There is a stunning view in front of it. Indeed, it's beautiful. Warmth was now also gradually perceiving beautiful things, especially when he was with Monsoon. The world had color. Monsoon gently hugged her stiff body, then let go. As Warmth breathed a sigh of relief, she looked behind her, only to see Monsoon taking out the crawling mat from the trunk and laying it on the ground. Here, sit here. The two of them opened the duck goods they had just bought, divided them, and quacked away on the steamed buns they had bought from the supermarket. Unfortunately, the buns had gotten cold, but it didn't matter. Both of their hearts were warm. As they ate, their figures had leaned together. Warmth had been hungry for a long time, and just now it was just a stiff upper lip. Actually, Monsoon was pretty much the same, except that after he ate the duck food for a while, something didn't feel right. This stuff, it's too spicy, isn't it? Twisting his head to look at the warmth Storm inhaled, Monsoon's face became even more puzzled. Wouldn't she feel hot? You don't mind the spice? Hiss. It's a little spicy, but okay. Hiss. Still, good. Monsoon stuffed steamed buns into his mouth. He ate a few bites and felt spicy as hell. Warmth just felt okay? Hiss. I can't. Monsoon was a little out of shape from the spiciness. He was actually okay at eating spicy food, but the spiciness of this duck product at the moment clearly exceeded his expectations. Warmth glanced at Monsoon, who was gargling with water, and then at Monsoon's lips, which were spicy red. A somewhat ambiguous thought immediately popped into his mind. I know a cure for the spice. Want to try? Hurry up and try. Fragrant softness surrounded them instantly, and Monsoon's brain short-circuited for a moment. The sweetness instantly overrides the spiciness. It also allowed Monsoon to indulge quickly. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Warm eyes glistened at him. Better yet? Wen Xiaonan has been a bit of a bad student lately. I just don't want you to feel bad. Warmth said, her body moving a little closer. The previous consecutive kisses had left her slightly breathless, exhaling like orchids and breathing on Monsoon's face. Feeling the warmth of the proximity, Monsoon obediently wrapped her tightly in his arms, stroked the warm hair and rested his chin against her head. Why the rush? Warmth was silent again for a while. Yes, with Monsoon's sensitivity, how could he not feel the change in her mood? I feel like the part of me as a girlfriend is too little. Why does it feel that way? Warmth rubbed the tip of her nose against Monsoon's chest. It just feels like every time I'm with you, you don't ask anything of me and always act blasé. Every time I sleep with you, I just want you to cuddle me. So it's all about me asking and not giving, and that's not right. I'm afraid that ambiguity on the head for that second thought it was love. And when you get tired of the feeling, you'll be indifferent to me. I'm not some dumb white guy who doesn't know anything. You're a boy. You think about it, don't you? Tough to put up with? I want to make you happy. The corners of Monsoon's mouth twitched, and he couldn't understand why Warmth suddenly had such an outrageous idea. What is it that gives you this feeling of worry? The internet says boyfriends must be shibboleths. And when they hold hands they want to cuddle, and after that they want to kiss, and after that they want to touch, and then they'll. I don't feel as if I'm attractive in front of you. Warmth's body squirmed a bit shyly as she said this. Monsoon's mind wandered, and he let Warmth lean against him. Silly girl, though I'm not quite sure what gave you the illusion that you weren't attracted to me, but what I'm trying to tell you is that every word you say, every move you make, every touch you make, is seductive to me. I am drawn to you at all times, and my heart blossoms for you. Chapter 131 Big Brother and Sister-in-Law. Regular company? Ha! Snap! Shorty slapped Yi Yue in the face. Where's the laugh NM? Change a few clothes and you really think you're a good fish? Why did Joka hit her? She's so pretty. If you break her, you'll have to pay for the debt with your waist? We're just here to collect the debt. What are you yapping about all day? Gucci signaled Shorty to let go, and Yi Yue, who had her hair lowered, was slightly relieved and took 2 steps back. At this point she was also gradually calming down. I'm not even related to Wu Chang, and for his money, you should go to him, not me. You're Wu Chang's daughter, and if we can't find Wu Chang, then we'll have to look for you. I'm not Wu Chang's daughter. The somewhat gangly dressed Gucci smiled, and quite unexpectedly pulled out a yellow paper bag from his own bosom. A little rummaging around in there brought out a document. Little Yi, it's really not that your brother Gu is bullying you. I'm also following the company's rules. According to the law, it doesn't matter if it's a biological father, adoptive father, or stepfather, as long as he or she has raised you before the age of 18, then you're legally stepfather and daughter, and you need to do your part to support him no matter what. There is no connection between me and him at all, and he didn't raise me, he is just. Yi Yue clenched her teeth, and her defense looked a bit feeble. Instead, Gucci just waved his hand. What's going on between you and Wu Chang? What has happened? Has nothing to do with me. I'm not a bodhisattva. It's useless for you to make a wish with me, right? And I can tell you categorically that you are now obligated to pay your debt. Why? When your mom died, she didn't make a will, and although the house she had is now occupied by Wu Chang, both of you have some equity in it. Wu Chang now owes money to the company, and if he can't pay it back, he'll have to use his house as collateral. Now he, the house, you, the company, we have an indirect claim between us, so you have 2 choices. Gucci's articulation was very clear, and what he said was not the rules of the jungle, but proper legal regulations. Just how many twists and turns there were in this, Yi Yue couldn't possibly understand. What choice? The first is to sell that house through my secretary's hands, and after the accounts are paid off, you and Wu Chang will split the rest of the money. Yi Yue faced more and more gloomy. Her mom's house is also very remote. The current price of that is about 20,000 more than 1 flat, more than 40 flat, 1 million. But if the house were to be sold through their hands, I don't know if it would sell for $200, 000 on a $1, 000 house. By then, I'm afraid I won't even be able to pay back Wu Chang's debt. The end result remains entangled. What about the second option? The second is simple. You pay for Wu Chang's title, then the house belongs to you, and Wu Chang has money to pay it back. How good is that? Yi Yue sniffed and closed her eyes in some despair, not to mention the fact that she had no money at all to buy Wu Chang's title. Even if she did buy it, could Wu Chang let her have the house? Oh, if arguing and bickering worked, she wouldn't have suffered so much. If it were really that easy, there would be no old scoundrels in this world. What appear to be 2 choices are actually 2 no-brainers. She had no choice at all. Can you give me some time? I'll think of something. What do you want NM? You want to go down and accompany her? Hurry up and go. Don't waste our time here. When Shorty Joka mentioned Yi Yue's mom, Yi Yue's face suddenly flashed a look that was completely different from her usual hangdog appearance. Fierce, vicious. However, Gucci didn't force Yi Yue like Joka did as he waved his hand. Speak properly. Don't bring someone's mother's family with you. How bad is that? Xia, you really know a few friends this time? That feeling's good. People have development is always good. Come, you first ask. Gu, just wait here and we'll play with our phones for a while and see if there's a Christmas program. Afterwards, Yi Yue dwelled on it for a moment, and then began to send a text message to Warmth. Mr. What? I'd like to ask you for a favor, to borrow a sum of money from you, and I'll definitely pay it back. Yi Yue placed her hopes on this message, but as time went on, the glimmer of hope in her heart gradually turned into despair. An hour passed with no response. The expression on Yi Yue's face didn't change much. After so many years, she seemed to have grown accustomed to the matter of despair. Joka became more and more impatient as he suddenly grabbed Yi Yue's collar and was about to drag her towards the bed. The tactics were very rough, and it was self-evident what he was trying to do. Yi Yue wasn't a good person either, and copied the hot water kettle at hand and smashed it into Joka's face. Snap! The smashed Joka raised his hand and slapped Yi Yue. Yi Yue wasn't a wimp at all and kicked Joku in the crotch. Joka screamed miserably and fell to his knees. Looking at him, he also knew that Yi Yue's kick was dealt with a deadly hand, showing no mercy. Listening to Joka screaming miserably on the ground, Gucci on the side acted as if nothing had happened. There was no intention of blocking the way, nor did he bother to check Joka's injuries. He took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Yi Yue. Yi, the nature is still so strong. I remember before. I was calling you Yi. Have you quit smoking? Yi Yue stared at Gu Qi, recalling the man in front of her who was like a viper. Gu Qi's way of doing things was very special. He did things differently and cleanly than normal Jianghu people. It's like asking for a bill just now. All with paperwork. Her past experiences let her know that Gu Qi was much more dangerous than Zhou Ku, a truly ruthless character. It's just that he's been doing this for so many years, and he's always just been a second horse, not even a head horse, which makes Yi Yue very strange. Times have changed and what was once a society has become a property company and a security company. Gucci has also become a nominal property company salesman. With Gu Qi's ability, it really shouldn't have stopped there. Gu, thanks. Yi Yue took the cigarette and Gu Qi reached out to light it for her. It's been more than an hour. Xiaoye, it's not that your brother Gu doesn't take care of you. I'm suffocating enough running out to collect the vegetables this Christmas. You've got to let me have an explanation, right, brother Gu? I've already paid back the money for a few months, and Wu Chang and I severed our relationship a long time ago. I know, but it's no use talking about it. I'm just a grocery collector. Am I not going to be able to walk out of here? It might have been easier if there was no Wu Chang. Gucci hid his face in the smoke, making it impossible to guess the meaning of his words. Yi Yue pondered for a while and finally nodded. I understand. I'll make sure not to make things difficult for Gu today. Just wait a little longer. Okay? Okay? Just until he slows down. Yi Yue nodded her head. It was hard for her to see a little bit of light, a little bit of hope. Everything seemed to be gradually getting better. She didn't want this to be disillusioned, so let her struggle a little longer. Taking out his cell phone, he flipped to the last person he wanted to beg. Yi Yue suddenly laughed to herself. Meh, I'm a rotten bastard. What else is there to hold on to? Mr. G, I'd like to borrow some money from you. Don't worry, I'll pay it back. I don't know if she was worried that Monsoon wouldn't agree. Yi Yue added another message. Can you help? But the two messages were as if they were sent to warmth. The stone is sunk in the sea. No one responded to her. No one. Was it unexpected? It didn't seem to be. She was used to this kind of situation. It wasn't that she felt that Monsoon and Warmth weren't willing to help her. Monsoon and Warmth were both very nice. And they were both respectable people. Leaders, or friends. It's just that right now at Christmas, the Monsoon and the Warmth, they should be together. Maybe they were doing something normal couples are supposed to do. So they didn't look at their phones? Meh. She would have been roadside. A maggot in the mud. There is no seeing taken for granted. Going back again doesn't seem to matter. Seeing Joko walking viciously towards herself, Yi Yue suddenly turned her head. Gu, let's go. UTMD. Joko was about to come up and pull Yi Yue's hair again, but Gucci suddenly reached out and grabbed Joko's collar. The burly Choco was yanked instantly and slammed into the wall with a spin. Joku, didn't I say that we can't fight, and that you'll pay back the money if the person breaks? We can't do things like this. Asterisk 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 off NMD. Gucci, what the are you? Being scolded by Joku, Gucci was not angry. Are you done cursing? Let's go if you feel like cursing. We still have to drive. I'm driving? Choco's eyes were uncertain. There was something else in the way he stared at Yi Yue. I drove on the way here, but you're not allowed to drive on the way back? Gucci took it for granted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two of them took Yi Yue out one after the other and walked to a van. Gucci pointed at Yi Yue. Yi, sit in the back. Yi Yue glanced at Joku, then at Gucci, and thanked him again. Thanks, Gu. If Gucci didn't let Joku drive, and Joku sat in the back with her, the beating she received would be considered light, and she didn't dare to think about more outrageous things. Shout ya ah, now society is not compared to the previous years, really different. Are talking about the rule of law, come out to mix, to learn to protect yourself. Got it, Gu. Gucci smiled. Yi Yue was still too young and had no one to teach her. It seemed that she didn't understand her words, or they can't afford to listen and understand. After all, it costs quite a bit to hire a lawyer. Never mind, that's all there is to it. There's no point in saying anymore. He didn't say much more as the car drove along. Driving along, the car eventually stopped in front of a large club called Nightwish and stopped. Yi Yue's expression was slightly stunned as she got out of the car. This place, it wasn't quite what she expected. Not that it was formal or anything like that, but mainly because the places she used to hang out were small nightclubs. Let's not say it was ragged. But anyway, just with Yi Yue's own fluent profanity, one could think that the place she used to hang out wasn't very good. Nightwish was such an upscale place that she hadn't even been to before. Gu, here is the Nightwish. Ah, is the Nightwish? All told you now is a regular company to come, but the money still have to pay back. Chapter 132, I want to give you a present. Sister-in-law? Monsoon was slightly stunned. Thoughts drifted away for a while. He did know a sister-in-law in his previous life when he first got mixed up, and he was also a horseman then. Monsoon recalled her appearance slightly. The woman's face was blurred. The reason she could remember her was when her sister-in-law took them to pick up her big brother. It's really secure. The title of sister-in-law was in Monsoon's head, and it also took on some other significance at that time. A second mainstay besides big brother. Looking at the autistic girl, the corners of Monsoon's mouth rose slightly, holding her fingers and pulling her into the car. Good. They weren't first-timers, but they weren't much different than newcomers. He was more familiar than anyone else with the environment of the nightclub, the way it was played. After all, he had been in it for too many years. The 2010 Mordor Expo cracked down, and since then there's been no such thing as a club association. At most finance companies and security firms, the peculiarities of Mordor lead to the fact that there's no way to develop the kind of underground rules here that are found in the fringe cities. Sitting in the car, Monsoon pondered how he should go about handling this matter. Connections? Violence? Money? Overall, the two cities, Mordor and Imperial, play quite differently from each other. What he's missing now is actually some intelligence. Locals. After rummaging through WeChat and finding Mu Kuei's ID from it, Monsoon pondered a little and dialed over. Uncle Kuei, I want to ask you something. Nightwish, dance floor area. Yi Yue slowly downed the second glass of wine, carefully feeling her current state under the stimulation of alcohol. She estimated that she wouldn't be able to stay in this relatively sober state for one more drink at most. It may still take a lot of drinking to reach complete intoxication, but being slightly drunk is enough to do harm. After mixing for so many years, Yi Yue knew that she needed to give herself some leeway at times like this. She rubbed her forehead, a tangle of faces. Yang, I haven't had a drink in a while. I really can't top it if I drink anymore. And it's Christmas, so I'd like to punch up my performance. This reason was quite reasonable, but Wang Yang didn't speak directly as he looked Yi Yue up and down for a while. That's fine. First day on the job. And Yang won't force you. So, have one last drink, then go out and do your job. Wang Yang had already started pouring the wine, and Yi Yue knew that she didn't have much of a choice. In the end, he could only nod and take a drink from his glass. Good. Having been persuaded by Wang Yang to drink 3 glasses of wine in a row, his eyes had become more than a little disoriented. She didn't speak again after she finished her drink. She walked next to Gucci and pointed to the wine in the wine cabinet. Here? Gucci glanced at Wang Yang as if inquiring, and only after receiving a nod from Wang Yang did he turn to Yi Yue. These are fine. This is the price list. You'll have to memorize it. Yi Yue nodded and looked at the price list for a while before she picked up a bottle of champagne and a bottle of Spyatus, the water of life. He took the wine, and found a tray and glasses, and set them up with a light hand. It was calm, but didn't want to be here for a moment longer. After Yi Yue left, peace returned here in the back hall, and the middle-aged woman Jian Li looked at Wang Yang with a flirtatious tone. The little girl seems to have a pretty high heart. It's all been played rotten. What kind of heart can there be? Wang Yang's mouth was full of concern. You wouldn't be in such a hurry if you really didn't feel it. Giggle. Jian Li's laughter caused Wang Yang to be displeased, but he didn't squeak. This woman was not like them. Although they were the ones who did a lot of things on the dance floor, but he and Gucci were just managers, employees of the finance company, and Jian Li was the manager of the Nightwish dance floor area. To put it nicely, it's a labor dispatch. To put it bluntly, it's a temp job. Temporary workers have one more duty besides doing most of the work, and that is to come out and take the potshots. Wang Yang has gotten used to it. At least now there is something to earn on it. Ray-san is joking. Jian Li stood up again and began to rub Wang Yang's shoulders very gently again. She would even touch Wang Yang's chest when she rubbed it again. It seemed to enjoy the feeling of touching someone. I'm not joking. Wang Yang, if you have the ability to take down Yi Yue naturally, I couldn't care less. But if you're not up to it, and you run into a chaste woman or something, don't get my place dirty. Wipe your own ass, and stay out of the company, okay? Wang Yang endured the sickly mushy feeling on his shoulders and nodded. I know, Ray. Ha, it's best to know. Then sisterly I'll go out and take a look. Go on. Wang Yang let go of Jian Li's hand and walked straight towards the dance floor hall. After he left, Jian Li shifted her gaze to Gucci who was fuming. Xiao Gu, do you have the feeling that Wang Yang hasn't been very understanding lately? Sisterly is joking. I'm just a vegetable collector. I don't know anything. I heard that Xiao Gu you also mixed for many years. A little longer than Wang Yang. How come you have not made it until now? Gucci squeezed out a bitter smile on his face. It can't be helped if I can't mix it up. I'm not much of a person. I think it's not that you're not capable. It's that you haven't met a nobleman. Are you free at the end of the night? Sister talked to you about the noble person. Don't kid yourself, sis. I have to go home to see my mom when I get off work. Jiangli's face was a bit ugly after being rejected. She couldn't believe that Gucci couldn't understand her. And Gucci just pretended to walk out. Sis, I'm out doing something. Sorry. Drip. Poof. Jiangli's face clouded over. But a suddenly lit up cell phone message interrupted her. In the dance floor area, the loud music gave Yi Yue a bit of a headache. After a few months, she seemed to have gotten used to a classroom where only the teacher talked, and a quiet, smooth office. Right now, this place was a little less than she was used to. Scanning around, Yi Yue quickly locked onto her target. Sitting in a circle of 4 girls, interspersed with 2 boys. A first-time visitor who doesn't come here often. This is the most suitable clientele for the conditions and is relatively safe. It's just that those 3 boys could easily be grudge seeds. Hey dudes and dudettes, we have an event challenge in the store today. Now give away a dozen beers, 2 large bottles of champagne or a bottle of wine, and the drinks are free when you're done. So do you guys want to come and try it? There's not going to be a setup, is there? No condescension. All sincerity. But you've got boys here, and champagne won't do. And don't worry too much, even if you don't finish it, it's just the original price, and you're supposed to be here to drink. How about trying it? It all depends on the amount of alcohol. Yi Yue smiled sweetly. Is it really free after you drink it? Really free. Okay, let's try it then. Hearing the other party's promise, the smile on Yi Yue's face grew even more before. Table 15. Make it 1 dozen beers and 1 bottle of spiritus. At a table not far away, Wang Yang, Zhou Ku, and Gu Qi, with 2 ponies, were sitting together. Zhou Ku always stared at Yi Yue, scanning back and forth over her bare red fawn costume, the desire in his eyes undisguised. How long will it take to sell liquor like this? Wang Yang lit a cigarette and waved his hand. That's what you don't get, is it? It's an old trick. She picked the co-ed table on purpose. 1 dozen beers is nothing. The focus is on the second wine. If you don't allow champagne one, you have to drink spiritus, which is the water of life. And you have to mix it with a lot of drinks to make it go down. These rookies don't get it. It's impossible to finish it normally. And you have to buy a lot of drinks if you finish it the hard way. So the ending, no matter what, Yi Yue's sales purpose had been achieved. But, going by this old trope, she's really gone legit. Yang, she even hurt me when she came here. What do I say when I turn around? Wang Yang swept a glance at Zhou Ku. This kind of mangzi he really cannot see. The matter is not good. Sleeping with a woman is scrambling. What do you want to do? After hours? That's not still up to Yoko. Zhou Ku grinned, looking imperative. But this time Wang Yang also unexpectedly did not retort. What about you two? We listened to Yang. Wang Yang nodded and finally turned his eyes playfully towards Gucci. Gucci, what do you say after work? I have to go back to take care of my mom after work, and you know what's going on in my family. Yang. Wang Yang mimicked his eyes. This Gucci is really out of place in doing things. Can't even piss with them until now. If he wasn't quite so solid, he couldn't really trust someone like that. But 4 people is enough. That's fine. Let's get to work first, and I'll talk to Shoye when I'm off work about Shoka later. Thanks, Yang. Joko nodded his head and thanked him. It's okay, they're all brothers who play together. Nightclub's dance floor drinking is not really that fast-paced. Come here mainly to have fun. Consumption. Indulgence. Drinking is just one of the things that contribute to indulgence. The table that Yi Yue held soon consumed more than 2,000. Several young men and women were already drunk, and their tongues began to tie up when they spoke. Yi Yue chatted with them for a few moments and then drew away after billing for 1 dozen beers and a few drinks. Selling wine is just that. But just as she got up, Yi Yue was stopped by Zhouku and Gucci. Zhouku went up to grab Yi Yue, who dodged out of the way. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Alas, little Yi, Brother Yang asked you to get a drink. Gucci slightly skimmed his lips. I'm doing something. Aren't they almost drunk? It's just right now. Brother Yang is calling you. Zhouku's face held some ill will. Yi Yue looked at Wang Yang, and the other party was waving towards her. The girl's expression shifted for a moment, but her eyes changed immediately. It went from stunned to astonished, followed by a slight opening of the mouth, as if there was some disbelief. Zhouku and Gucci felt the change in Yi Yue's eyes and turned their heads to look behind them. A dozen or so formally dressed and very young-looking people came toward them. The pair of men and women at the head of the group were particularly bright, and they looked as if they were a bit out of place in the immediate dance floor environment. Chapter 133, Don't Cry, Girl. Yi Yue was stunned. She looked at Warmth's glib manner and felt a bit incredulous. Warmth is usually high-strung though and gives off the impression of being difficult to get along with. But with a little contact with her, one would realize that Warmth is actually a very gentle person. So, Yi Yue felt that Warmth might not have understood the meaning of giving gifts. Warmth, do you know what it means to give a gift? No. You really know? Of course. Warmth responded breezily. Yi Yue pursed her lips, still feeling that Warmth might not have understood. In her eyes, Warmth had always been a very simple kind of student. Perhaps a second-generation rich kid, perhaps an elite cultivated by her family. She was like a white flower untouched by suffering, and every time she saw the warmth, she was a little too ashamed of herself to contaminate it. But is this little white flower growing crooked by following the monsoon? That guy is so much more than a duck king and gold medal lecturer today. He's got an extra dose of socially undesirable people under his belt. Is it true that you won't be brought down? When Yi Yue wanted to say something else, Warmth took the first step to speak. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Yi Yue. Yi Yue's eyes were somewhat touched. The fact that Warmth could come out and say such words meant that she truly understood what monsoon meant. So you really know. Yue, do you know what the company's amassing department is best at? Yi Yue, as an assistant, contact with the work time is not too short, recalled the amateur business, and was quite confident to answer. Stats, picks, and making deals? Warmth just shook her head slightly at this answer. In fact, the company's Amoy team, there are only two best jobs. The first is to force the death of other similar small Amoy. Secondly, it is to coerce other similar rogue to go through our dispatches. As long as we drive most people to death and we circle the wagons, it doesn't matter if the selection is off, goes wrong, or isn't as good of a deal as it could be, because the only coupons for mom and pop are with us. Yi Yue froze. Force other small amateurs in the same category to die. This world is meant to be a world of the weak and the strong, and I was often bullied as a child. It's just that when they grew up a bit, they bullied others in the areas they were good at. Looking at the soft smile on Warmth's face, Yi Yue unconsciously swallowed. The underdog. Yi Yue lowered her head, but Warmth rubbed her hair at this time. The autistic teenager shows a gesture akin to a knowing sister under a winter night, amidst the roar of a car engine, surrounded by the not-so-comfortable heat of the air conditioner. Yue, every time I see you smoking, I feel that you are sad. You should have gone through a lot of trials and tribulations in the past, right? Yi Yue's gaze was a bit dazed, but she didn't answer the question, and the Warmth continued on. I feel like you're a lot stronger than I am and will suffer in silence no matter what comes your way. And I can't. What was Mr. One like in the past? Me? Either you guess. It's supposed to be wonderful, right? Wonderful? Oh, in the past, I probably thought about how I was going to die every day, except for studying. Wondering if drinking pesticides would be painful. Wondering if jumping off a building and falling flat would be ugly. Wondering if it would be especially hard to jump into a river and not drown. Yi Yue was a bit stunned. She really couldn't think that Warmth, such a sensible and gentle strong female classmate, would be associated with something like suicide. You? Why would you think that? Didn't I say that the old me was similar to you, always being bullied? Self-termination is probably the only thing I can do against the world when I'm not capable enough. Rebellion against the world. Yeah, UV, I know you're strong, but you're not exactly brave. And a lot of times compromising only brings harm to yourself. You have to adapt to the new identity that belongs to you as quickly as possible. Grow up as fast as you can, and then bully others in the areas that you know well. I don't know what to do. What you eat makes up for what you get. And according to this, the more you suffer, the more miserable your days will be. You can't become a man by suffering. You have to eat talent. Yi Yue had a hard time imagining that Warmth would say such a thing. That's a different concept from how she usually acts. I know. After a moment of silence, Warmth took the initiative to ask. Want some duck necks? I bought too many earlier and didn't finish them. The corner of Yi Yue's mouth twitched. Isn't it a bad time for us to be eating here at a time like this? Don't worry so much. This isn't the right place for gifts. They should be watching. Ha? Did Monsoon say that? I'm guessing. After all, there's a lot of surveillance here and it's not a good place to get your hands dirty. Yi Yue. She suddenly felt a little innocent. This kind of thing, is it done often? Definitely not often. We're serious businessmen. We have to worship the god of wealth. Yi Yue didn't know how many times she was speechless tonight, but she still didn't accept the duck neck handed over by Warmth. Although she was very hungry, Yi Yue felt that today was all her fault. Maybe she was as dumb and stupid as Monsoon said she was. For now, just as long as it doesn't add to the chaos. Time passed minute by minute, and the waiting process was far longer than Yi Yue had imagined. At 3 o'clock in the late night, normal nightclub hours are over. Only it's Christmas, so it can be extended a little. It's not that nightclubs don't want to stay open all night. It's just that the Magic City explicitly prohibits certain establishments from operating past 3 p.m. One of the main reasons for this is that the rate of sudden death will increase several times after 3 p.m. That's why the regulators have explicitly banned it. At about 3:15, a short figure appeared in front of Nightwish. Monsoon and Doding exchanged glances, then walked over to Yiyue. It was him, wasn't it? The one who dragged your people away? Talk. Yiyue paused and answered honestly. Yes. Before leaving, Monsoon knocked on the windows of the two men's car. Tell Warm to get a valet to drive back. And you guys take a cab and follow us. Ha? Okay. Monsoon did not sit in the warm red Audi. This car is too eye-catching. Turned his head and took a few people into one of the vans. It still takes a van to do things. One of the brothers started the car, and a few people from Monsoon closed the door. Dodan, on the other hand, hid in another van and remained behind to watch. Shorty Choco was already at the intersection stopping cars. It was inevitable that they would have to drink if they worked in a nightclub, and Mordor was very strict about checking for drunk drivers, and no one wanted to get in trouble with the traffic police. There are plenty of cabs parked in front of Nightwish and it's easy to get a cab. As the small cab pulled away from Nightwish, the van followed quietly. After a long journey through the city, the cab stopped in front of an old neighborhood. Joka, who had just gotten out of his car, didn't notice a van scurrying up behind him. With a little bit of drunkenness and exhaustion, Joko cursed and walked towards his home. At this time the alcohol was on his head. His mind was full of Yiyue's pair of long legs. If it wasn't for that kid looking for trouble tonight, they'd be afraid they'd have already taken someone down by this time. In the darkness of the night, he could faintly be heard yelling, "Next time, I won't let her get away," or something like that. The cold night air hit him, and Chauk woke up. He subconsciously looked behind him. The streetlights weren't too bright and the end of the road was dark. The alcohol had made his eyes a little dim, and he felt as if he had just seen someone, which would be gone again. What the bee thing? It's not dirty, is it? Joke's heart is a little weak, mainly in the weekdays to do a lot of heartbreak. Walking at night more or less unsteady, especially since it's a bit of a dark night and the moon isn't even out. Joke's pace accelerated a lot, and he took 3 steps to the downstairs of the house he rented. He went upstairs, and since the rented house was on the 2nd floor, he didn't take the elevator either. The property here is not great. The sensor light in the stairwell has been out for a long time and no one has come to fix it. Most of the tenants are outsiders who rent houses here, not owners, and can only pull their punches when they argue. Choco fished the key out of his own pocket and shook it into the door of the room. Click. The door opened. Chauk felt a little unreasonably nervous today, but his heart was inexplicably relieved when he arrived home at this moment. Just opened the door and walked halfway in. Knock. The door to the room was yanked violently. Before Joko could turn around, a huge force kicked him hard in the back, almost sending him flying. Joka fell heavily to the ground, and there was no time to resist before a newly purchased black stocking was placed over his head. Then in a struggle, he was yanked back up the stairway. Well, just as he was about to open his mouth, he was kicked hard in the mouth. The location of the lips was instantly bloody, and it was difficult to open them. One man stepped forward and pinched Joka's mouth, shoving the remaining half of the stocking into his mouth, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Woo woo. All Choco could do was whimper on the ground, and any time he made a loud noise, he got kicked hard a few times. Yi Yue stood beside Monsoon, staring blankly at the scene with a somewhat bewildered expression. So, tough? Ruthless? Meh. Monsoon was dumbfounded, and when he took out his cigarette, warmth lit it for him. Actually, you're thinking about a lot of things wrong, and the clubs aren't as powerful as they're made out to be in the movies, and they get scared, and they run, and they die. A lot of people aren't as good as you think they are. Booze and sex have long since washed these people away. What they're better at, really, is stretching their power. And people like you are the trophies of the extension of their power. An extension of power? Yi Yue's brain wasn't that bright, at least when Monsoon said something like this. There was no way for her to understand it in the first place. Monsoon laughed helplessly, feeling that he was being a bit of a cow, so he changed his words. A few of us bigger punters have to cobble together 2 million shares a year for the categorized Taba Juniors. Chapter 134, Classmate. Are you serious? Yi Yue went from silently sobbing, to gradually crying out, to crying her makeup. She didn't cry very loudly. Perhaps the kind young girl was afraid she was making a noise. Monsoon didn't continue to walk downwards either, but just stood on the 2 steps and waited silently, waiting for the girl behind him to calm herself. Everyone is vulnerable at times. Everyone who is strong is just putting a veneer called toughness on their fragile selves. But as long as one is an individual, one will want to be favored and be favored. And Yi Yue is no exception. Monsoon pulled out his cigarettes, and there happened to be 2 left inside. Without hesitation, he handed one to Yi Yue, who was stunned when she saw the cigarettes handed over by Monsoon. Her eyeshadow was spent, and the tear stains stayed down her cheeks, and with the red fawn costume that lifted her breasts and exposed her back, it made her look a bit like a clown girl, although she was still sobbing a little. Yi Yue wouldn't refuse the cigarettes handed over by Monsoon. Holding the cigarette, Yi Yue shook it, signaling that she didn't have a lighter. Monsoon had just reached out when the sensor light in the stairwell went out because he had stood still for too long. For a moment, the stairwell was plunged into darkness. Click, the fire rises, and your face and mine are illuminated. It's the clown girl and the moon in her mind. After the cigarettes were lit, taking advantage of the darkness, Clown Girl cried again. She didn't like to cry because she didn't think the whole crying thing would help at all. Exposing weakness in front of others will only make those disgusting people laugh at you and tease you. But today the clown girl just couldn't control her tear ducts. She knew that Monsoon was not her moon. But in this moment, the moonlight did shine on her. By the time the sensory light came back on, the new trail of tears had mixed with the old. But the smoke obscured her reddened eyes. Yi Yue looked at Monsoon and opened her mouth, but did not make a sound. Of course Monsoon sensed her small movements. Want to tell your story? No. I'm afraid if I go down too late they'll be waiting. Aha. Yi Yue didn't dare to tell her story. Her stories were inadequate and ugly, and once they were told, the clown telling them always shed a tear. It's better to forget it then. When Monsoon brought Yi Yue downstairs, the two had kept a distance. Looking at the Monsoon holding the warm fingers, Yi Yue stood silently in place. Yue, let's go. Warmth turned back. Aha. Yi Yue nodded. It was already slightly light. After the night's events, they were going back to the office as well. Yi Yue's eyes were more relaxed and softer. Sitting in the company van, she looked at Monsoon quietly, hiding the flutter she had felt earlier. Look out the window. I almost touched the moon just now, but alas, it's dawn. But it's nice that it's light out, because when it's light, the sun comes out. The sun would shine on her. So today and tomorrow are something to look forward to. Same slightly whitened sky, different location. Room 305 of the Magic City University. The empty dormitory was only Gu Shueting. None of the housemates are back today. Unable to sleep, Gu Shueting put on her own camisole undershirt and carefully climbed down from the top bunk, glanced at the dew on the window edge and curled up in his chair with his legs wrapped around him. His eyes swept the messy clutter on the table and hesitated for a moment before he started looking for the bottle of melatonin that hadn't been touched in a long time. It had been a while since she'd had insomnia, so she kept those pills handy in a drawer she didn't use often. But yesterday was Christmas, and Christmas used to be for two. Picking up the melatonin, Gu Shueting glanced at the hot water kettle, which had no more water in it. She didn't want to get up to fetch water. She didn't want to look out at the world. Casually, he shoved the medicine into his mouth and chewed dryly for a few moments. The sensation of a foreign body was so strong that it took a slight grin to swallow with difficulty. There was still some residual powder of the drug on his tongue, which would have been the chewed-off part. It's a bit bitter, but is it just the medicine that's bitter? Or is it something else? Doesn't matter. It's indistinguishable anyway. It's so hard to stare in the mirror and see the person in the mirror with her collarbones protruding, her hair disheveled, and her face haggard. Gu Shueting took out a few of her treasured lipsticks. I chose a slightly more colorful peach color and applied it absently while flipping through Taobao on my phone. She left her gaze on a model of a head-hugging Coda duck. Monsoon used to love this. Only, Monsoon doesn't like her now. Gu Shueting still didn't want to sleep, so she could only put on a coat and walk to the balcony location. Next door to 305 is 306. The balconies of the two rooms were actually very close to each other, but Gu Shueting also didn't expect that she would meet someone else at such a time. Late fall? Mu Wanqiu was holding a cup, her eyes a little misty, but she was in a much better state than Gu Shueting's haggard state. What are you doing? It's just after Christmas and I wanted to wait for the sunrise, and this is the perfect spot to see it. Gu Shueting's expression was a bit bewildered. She didn't seem to have waited specifically for the sunrise. Would there be anything different? Why watch the sunrise? Or by yourself? The beauty of a sunrise is that it is stripped of the deepest darkness, and every sunrise is when the sky is at its gentlest. You too, Shueting. You can't be so disheveled. It's better to be happy as a human being. Listening to Mu Wanqiu's words, Gu Shueting was stunned. Sleepiness and disorganized thoughts left her quite bewildered, and at that moment the gentle light pierced the skyline. It spilled toward them. Gu Shueting looked dumbfounded, to the point of not being shocked at the beauty of the sunrise. Instead, I felt the warmth of the sun as it caressed my body in that moment. Gu Shueting at this moment seemed to understand Mu Eveningchio's words. It was the most beautiful sunrise she had ever seen, and she didn't have to share it with anyone. It's not that I don't want to share it, but a sunrise like this is worth watching without sharing it. It's like when she used to go to her favorite celebrity concerts and always felt like she had to share it with other people. That way it made sense. But then I went to see it for myself and found something else moving. Some things can be done alone. She just lacks the courage to do them alone. Late autumn, don't you think it's sad? Waiting? There's nothing sad about waiting. If you're waiting for the sunrise, it will come sooner or later. But there's really nothing to be afraid of if you're waiting for someone or something that you can't say when it will come. At least you can do what you like while you wait. If you know the person you're waiting for will never come, then you'll learn to die. As for the occasional mist that bubbles to the surface, just miss it. After all, there are too many people in this world who fall asleep halfway through waiting for the sunrise, and they don't see the results. Being illuminated by the warm sunlight, Gu Shueting's eyes were a bit open at this point, but she felt that Mu Evening Chiu in front of her was also glowing. It's the look that makes you like it. Late autumn, why is it that every time I talk to you, it makes me feel so comfortable? Because I know how to go with the flow. Mu Evening Chiu smiled, raised the cup in her own hand, and took a sip of water. Is it because of looking away? In the face of this question from Gu Shueting, Mu Evening Chiu, however, directly denied herself. It's not because of looking away, it's because there's nothing you can do about it. And when there's nothing you can do about it, people always say let it go. I had to pretend that everything was going well because I couldn't catch the good in the world. So it is. Gu Shueting nodded woodenly and returned to the house. Mu Wanqiu smiled and stared at the rising sun. No one looks at the sun with me, and the wind turns the pillow into a shadow to sleep with. Sleeping during the day can be hard. In the apartment in the old shopping district, Warmth was lying on the bed of 409, fuming. Yi Yue, on the other hand, was in the bathroom taking a shower and removing her makeup. It couldn't be helped. Mu Wanqiu wasn't there and they didn't have any more rooms. There was definitely no way for Monsoon to be with Warmth at a time like this. Had to run to get a room with Dodan for some long-lost camaraderie and kismet. Warmth, on the other hand, was going to take Yi Yue to sleep. The nightclub girl was having a lot of mood swings today and needed some comfort and care. So today was another day without Monsoon cuddles. But that's all that's left for now. The sun shone down on all of them, and the all-night twists and turns had left the group tired, and the sleep was extraordinarily long. By the following morning, the guys were getting up one after another, but after getting up, things weren't so simple. Warmth traveled to the school for the Mordor University's outstanding business program support application that ended before New Year's Day. On the other hand, Monsoon's side is following yesterday's agreement. He was going to help Yi Yue take care of a bunch of on himself. It was just the two of them in the Fingertips president's office at the moment. A criticism meeting about Yi Yue's classmates was in progress. Monsoon had a plate of melons in front of him. He grabbed and pinched out one and threw it out, smashing it accurately on Yi Yue's brain. Bang! Even though Monsoon's hand was strong and the melon smashing didn't hurt, the feeling was still quite obvious. Was last night fun? Was it particularly exciting? Not fun. Not exciting. Had enough fun? Wasn't the beating particularly good? Enough is enough. It's not particularly cool. You're quite a drinker, aren't you? Come and tell me how much you can drink. It's not old enough to drink. It's only 2 pounds. Monsoon. Just 2 pounds? Well, do young people have such a big mouth nowadays? Once she woke up, Yi Yue was also quite awake. She was also clear that with Monsoon's temperament, he didn't give her a lecture on the spot last night because there were so many people yesterday, taking into account her face as a girl. Now be honest and wait for him to finish his tantrum. Who made him the boss? Bang! Another smash. Doesn't it look good to be a Christmas girl dressed as a fawn? Yi Yue thought that she did look pretty good in the Christmas fawn costume. But there was no way for her to answer this question. Even if Warmth was not here at this time, she knew clearly that there were some things that could not be overstepped, so she could only bow her head in silence. Bang! Asked you a question? Why don't you say anything? Is it because you don't like to talk? Chapter 135 scared the hell out of me. I thought he was going to adopt me. An eerie silence fell over the large commercial exchange office. The two reviewers looked at each other, then at the information that Warm had just submitted, and finally at Warm himself. No! Is this student playing them? They're putting money into the game. And now you're applying for startup support with this game? Where's the hullabaloo? The female reviewer glanced at the resume profile Warm submitted. Warmth, Fingertip Future CEO, Freshman, Department of Engineering and Management. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Do young people play so big nowadays? This really isn't a joke? Maiden is a project of Fingertip Games, a program division of Fingertip Future, and Warmth is the president of Fingertips. Although Fingertips has been around for a short time, this company is growing so fast. As members of the Commercial Exchange Office, they naturally had contact with the School IQ Society and knew that Fingertips was a big client of the IQ Society. Although, according to IQ, Fingertips is broken, demanding, and the people in charge are hard to get a hold of. But there are also many advantages. The program is clear and give money sharp, not BB. Especially when it comes to giving money. There is no ambiguity at all. It's the real gold. Papa A. It's a little too abstract now that the Golden Daddies are taking their super lucrative program and applying for support for the school's entrepreneurship program. Warm schoolmate. You are not kidding, right? Warm's expression was calm as she spread her hands at those materials on the table. Elder brothers and sisters are professionals, so if you have any doubts about me personally, the materials on the table shouldn't lie to you. The two men quickly flipped through the material in front of them, their mood suddenly a little alarmed. Are you really the president of Fingertips? I am. Warmth was still calm. The man swallowed hard and looked aside to the girl. The girl, on the other hand, shook her head innocently. Maiden has already broken $10 million in its first month of streaming. Not to mention growth. Even steady. 5% of a year's running dividend is up to several $1,000,000. It was clear that the economic scale of the matter was beyond their graduate students' ability to decide, and that they would have to go to the retention advisor in the business and diplomacy office to do so. Schoolgirl, wait here for a moment. We'll go and ask the tutor now. Schoolgirl, there's coffee here. You can sit here and wait. Warm smiled and nodded. Was invited by the two men to the commercial intersection of the elegant seat here, also known as VIP seating. The other party was polite enough. So naturally, Warmth couldn't strain her face, and her cold attitude had to be put away, which was what Monsoon had taught her. Just what she didn't expect was that after she sat in the VIP seat, Duan Baoha, who was working on the battery before, actually had the nerve to follow me here. Class, are you really the president of Fingertips? Warmly raising her eyes slightly, she thought that the other party was going to talk about some business issues, or cooperation projects that could possibly be developed. Now that the people were in the business intersection, she didn't want to make it too stiff, so she reluctantly answered, yes. Hearing the positive response from Warmth, an excited smile immediately appeared on Duan Baoha's face. Schoolgirl, you're too good. You're so young that you can actually set up a company and make such an excellent game. It's all just the efforts of the members of the company. So can I ask you a favor? Warmth lifted her eyelids. Tell me about it. The smile on Duan Baoha's face became even more coy. I've never been able to draw a sword Emperor Avery. Can you talk to your operations? I'd trade 80 draws for a sword Emperor. The corners of Warmth's mouth twitched and he slowly closed his eyes. Secondary. All of it? Zhao Lan on the side felt that the boss mood was not quite right, and at this time, she finally stood in front of Warmth and stopped Duan Baoha. This gentleman is sorry. Mr. Wen is usually very busy and won't handle these data matters. And the stats for the company's game programs are all completely hosted and randomized, and it's all up to the player's luck. Even the leadership of the company does not feel free to interfere. See, Duan Baoha was blocked by Zhou Lan, and his expression was instantly a bit bitter, but he didn't force himself. After all, liver game buddies are pretty much quality. Since it doesn't work, then forget it. You guys are doing a really good job with the game. I hope it gets better and better. Zhou Lan smiled and nodded, but Warm remained expressionless. She didn't need to be too amiable in front of these people, and a high-strung attitude would make her much less of a pain in the ass. And soon enough, officers from the commercial exchange office arrived in a hurry. The man at the head of the group was tall and decent, and his appearance, although not considered handsome, was angular and elegant. Hello, Warm schoolmate. I am Zhao Mingcheng from the Business and Communication Office of Mordor University, and I am responsible for approaching you on behalf of the university. Zhao Mingcheng was generous enough to extend his hand towards Warmth, but Warmth just raised her eyes slightly and had no intention of shaking his hand. Hello. Phew. A cold wind blew in from an unknown window, and the air was a little chilly throughout the commercial interchange. Mingcheng Zhao was already a trustee of the Business and Exchange Division, and in addition to his exceptionally good academics, he was also the head of graduate studies for the Business and Exchange Division. He himself founded a not-so-small tech company. The future is bright, and it can be said to be highly praised by some of the leaders of the Magic City University. He was so high up in the commercial exchange office that the regulars couldn't get close enough. I didn't expect Warmth to be so faceless, refusing to even make polite contact like shaking a hand. Zhao Mingcheng lowered his hand somewhat awkwardly, but he still showed a gentlemanly smile. Maybe I'm a bit abrupt. In this case, schoolgirl, come up with me. Elder Lee and the others are already waiting for you up there. A couple of other business exchange leaders are heading back, so we can have a good chat today about having a business support program. With that said, Warmth knew he had accomplished part of his goal. Yes, please lead the way. Please. Under the gazes of countless people converging, Warmth got up and followed Zhao Mingcheng. Zhao Mingcheng led the way, occasionally making gestures of reaching out to lead the way. Polite and warm, he attracted the attention of many schoolgirls, tall and temperamental, with a successful career and a promising future. Such a configuration is already considered to be pulled full circle, and it's no wonder that it attracts the attention of the girls. Only the person that Zhao Mingcheng was trying to attract was completely disinterested. His excellence, his gestures, his gentility. In the eyes of the warmth it could really only be traded for a one-word comment. People. If I had to rate it in 2 words. Man. All men are one and the same. And women belong to different genders under the same species. Nothing more. Well, that's what Warmth said about him. After the two of them went upstairs, a hot discussion immediately erupted in the hall on the first floor. She's really the president of Fingertip Games, isn't she? Looks so small. Freshman Engineering Management Department's Department Flower. Warmth. I know this person. She occasionally drives a red Audi out. I didn't expect to be so powerful in person. Girls is owned by Fingertips. So she doesn't make hemp? You're only a freshman and you can make so much money. Don't you want to die? Wealthy and free at a young age. Lost her efforts and her life is lost there. So why not give me all the money and let me help her get lost? Stop dreaming here and work on your hand pie machine. Whenever a young, beautiful, high-strung female president. This status brings talk and gossip. Warmth is low-key, but her identity, deeds, and the heat brought by the game maiden have cast a veil of mystery over the autistic girl. People will always be able to think about the good things. Wealth, power, beauty, all of it. So the warmth attracted more attention than Zhao Mingcheng. Actually, even for girls. As he walked upstairs to his office, Warmth was greeted by an old man with all white hair, about 70 years old. It is reasonable to say that this age should be retired, and Warm guessed that he was a former employee who returned to the job. Zhao Mingcheng, who could come to things, stepped forward to introduce himself. This is Professor Li Rongjing, a senior of our Magic City Business Exchange. Hello, Professor Li, I'm Warm. This time it was Warmth who took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, Winnie. The 70-something-year-old man had a smile on his face, and without his gaze lingering on Warmth for too long, he pointed to the sofa on the side. Sit down, all of you. Only when Warmth was seated did Li Rongjing open his mouth to inquire. Winnie, have you learned anything about the rules of the school's entrepreneurial support program? Before coming here, the autistic girl had naturally done her homework. Yes, I have understood. The entrepreneurial support program is a project that requires independent planning, independent creation, independent research and development of technological projects by school students in Mordor, and without the participation of external shares. The game maiden is planned and created by our company independently, and the technical development part, which is jointly completed by the company and the school's computer club, is fully in line with the school's entrepreneurship support program. Li Rongjing smiled and nodded. It does seem like you've done your homework, but you've got this project up and running, and while I don't play the game, I've heard about it. Your company's water flow for this program is very impressive, so I'm afraid it doesn't make much sense to apply for the school's entrepreneurial support, does it? Although the game maiden is already online, our company's technical power is not enough, and we need the school's support and help very much. For example, the school's computer IQ club, with its many talented people and strong technical force, is a booster that we particularly need, which is why we came to apply. I also hope that the school gives us this opportunity, and we will make sure that we do a good job with the maiden program. Warmth emphasizes us all the time when he speaks. Onlookers would only think it was her shorthand for the company, but only Warmth knew that. We are what we are. It's her and Monsoon. The others, not counting us. As they spoke, several school leaders who had been out in the commercial communication office rushed back. Mordor University Engineering Management, Finance, these departments, not without the emergence of talent. More than 100 million companies are not less, but like the warmth of such a direct out of the monthly water flow of more than 10 million project rights and interests, not to say unique, anyway, is extremely rare. The money will go right back to Mordor University, and about 60% of it will be redistributed to the business exchange. It is natural for them to take it seriously. The group began to blow up around Warmth. Winnie, is it? Hello. I also heard that you were the city's top student in Pearl City, which is extraordinary. Chapter 136, Introducing the Boyfriend. Seeing that the atmosphere was suddenly a bit depressing, Yi Yue angled her head and laughed strangely. Jia, that moved you? Then you're a pretty untalented person. Asterisk off. Monsoon knew what Yi Yue meant. Strong people don't need sympathy. Oftentimes sympathy isn't a very good emotion, but instead sticks the knife in the wounded person. If you meet someone who has been hurt a lot, in fact, just treating her as a normal person would be the greatest respect. Make it quick. We've got a lot going on today. I'm making a dentist appointment for you now, and you've got to go to Warmth's when you're done. Got it. What a nag. Finish fixing Yi Yue's makeup and hair. Monsoon took her to a dental clinic where she had just made an appointment. It doesn't take long to polish your teeth, normally 15 minutes. Yi Yue, this kind of tooth stain's particularly exaggerated, but only 20 to 30 minutes will be finished. Lying on the dentist's bed, Dr. Dentist looked at Yi Yue with some shock. This girl's teeth are a little too outrageous. It was only out of respect for the patient that he didn't say much, but when he did his work, he did it with a tense face and too many tooth stains. Zigzag. Monsoon played with his cell phone in the doorway until the sound of the polisher stopped, and then he craned his head toward the house. Yi Yue rubbed her apple muscle and walked out from the house. Just as she went out the door, she saw Monsoon pointing her mouth toward her. Come on, show me your teeth. Squeak. Yi Yue squeaked on command. Seeing her mouthful of yellow teeth finally washed white, Monsoon nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's okay, at least it looks like a person. Crawl. When did I not act like a human being? Too lazy to contradict you. Toss all day. Get ready, and don't forget your own job. Don't worry. Blocking. I'm a professional, but can I smoke when I go over there? You can smoke if they smoke, but if they don't, you have to put up with it. And otherwise just feel free to play along as long as it's not too much. Good. Monsoon didn't know where to find a pair of large-framed black sunglasses and handed them to Yi Yue. You're going to have to do more than just block things. And what else is there to do? Warmth is my girlfriend, but sometimes when I'm not present, you, as her assistant, have to help me do my job as my escort. It's my personal request. Understood. And will not fail to live up to the paycheck you've offered. Yi Yue took the sunglasses handed by Monsoon and put them on the bridge of her nose. Wide black toadstools almost covered most of her face and her eyes. Black suit. Black sunglasses, tall figure, smart haircut. At this moment, Yi Yue was quite a bit like a cold-blooded bodyguard. Monsoon looked up and down and couldn't help but nod. Pretty classy. I'll have someone teach you to fight later. Blay. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Lan was already off work normally, warmly rejecting Zhao Mingqing's offer to drive her. She drove alone to the place she had come to during the previous sorority dinner, Jianyang Hotel. Last time I was here I went to the second-floor long hall, while today I should be going to the private room. When she got out of the car, Zhao Mingcheng was already waiting for her at the parking lot entrance. When he saw Warmth walk out of the parking lot, he warmly went up to greet him. Winnie, this way. Warmth walked towards Zhao Mingcheng with a pale expression, just a few steps away from him and stood still. Lead the way, Hokage. The level of warmth and detachment made Zhao Mingcheng a bit embarrassed, so he had to change the topic a bit. I thought you said you had a friend coming? Where is she? Warmth pointed ahead. Behind you. Zhao Mingcheng looked in the direction Warmth was pointing and was instantly stunned. His gaze had been drawn to Yi Yue, who was dressed in a black suit and hung her sunglasses on her chest. Dry, handsome, and although the overall attire is very much on the men's side, there's something provocative about menswear. What a valiant girl. Looking at Yi Yue, Zhao Mingcheng was a bit unable to shift his eyes until he felt that he had paused for too long and lost his temper a bit before he turned his head to look at Warmth. And this is? My friend, freshman computer science. Yi Yue, you are a real pile of beautiful women. While Zhao Mingcheng was striking up a conversation, Yi Yue had already walked straight towards the two of them. She didn't move to rest between Zhao Mingcheng and Warmth. Out of the way. Middle-aged man. Zhao Mingcheng? It's the senior. Warmth reminded. Oh, get in the way. Middle-aged senior. Warmth lowered her eyebrows slightly and tried not to laugh. She and Yi Yue and Monsoon had already passed the gas. For the social management aspect of the commercial exchange office, Monsoon had already given clear instructions to Yi Yue. Older generations need to be treated with respect and courtesy, but it's okay to be a little young and brash with the younger generation. This fits Yi Yue's persona and the youthful age of freshman year. What's a young man if he's not crazy? As for what Yi Yue would do, just let her have free rein. Zhao Mingcheng didn't expect Yi Yue to speak with such a lack of discretion. Even if he was extremely well cultivated, he felt a little taut. Yi Yue schoolmate, right? I'm 28 this year. Although I'm a few years older than you guys, I'm not so middle-aged, right? It's 28. One more false year. It's 29, rounded up to 30, and that's still not middle-aged, is it? You're 30 and we're only in our teens. Put aside in the village when teens come across 30, they have to shout uncle. Zhao Mingcheng's eyes went black at what was said. He glanced at Warmth, the inquiry obvious. Is this really your friend? If it wasn't for Warmth's comment that Yi Yue was a friend, he would have thought that Yi Yue was here specifically to cause trouble. The warm gaze held some light, seemingly holding back some emotions as she snapped at Yi Yue. Yue, senpai is a senior in the commercial exchange office. Be polite. Ow. Burst meaning ah. I'm a person with a straight heart. Back to accompany you to drink more. A straight heart means that what is said is true. The corners of Zhao Mingcheng's mouth twitched. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry, but a self-proclaimed gentleman like him really couldn't do much with Yi Yue. The others have already arrived. Warm schoolgirl, let's go. Aha. Although he had just been stunned by Yi Yue's character was really unpleasant. Moreover, as the future president of Fingertips, Warmth had a special status and great potential, which was not at all comparable to Yi Yue. It's better to focus all your attention on the Warmth. There was a bit of an age gap between the two, but Zhao Mingqing felt that the gap was not unacceptable. Warmly surrounded by students his age who were still playing games and talking about women, while he already had a successful career. The difference was only 10 years, and with enough contact, he was sure Warmth would sense his excellence. The two women followed behind Zhao Mingqiang, whispering, "Yuvi is beautiful today." It's not bad. It's all because of the old season. Mr. What? Is this old man having thoughts about you? Maybe. This man is a big old man and still wants to pick up my boss. He really has no pussy in his heart. It's fine. I'll do him during dinner. When Warmth saw Yi Yue's fierce and pugnacious appearance, the corners of her mouth also rose slightly. Good. The three of them walked successively into the 888 rooms that had been prepared in advance. As soon as they entered, several people in the booth rose to welcome them. Before Zhao Mingqiang could introduce him, one of the men named Li Wei took the initiative to reach out his hand towards Warmth. This must be Fingertips' Warmth schoolmate. How marvelous, to have a successful career at such a young age. Hello. Warmth nodded in response, still not reaching out. Zhao Mingqiang almost laughed out loud when he saw Li Wei awkwardly in place. It turned out that everyone was treated the same, so it seemed that Warmth might just be shy and not deliberately targeting him. There are plenty of opportunities after that with more contact. Zhao Mingqiang saw that Li Wei's face was embarrassed, and at this time, he also came out to round up the situation. I think you all know about the warm schoolgirls, so it's just as well. Schoolgirl, I'll introduce you to them. This is Li Wei. Li Wei is in finance. He has now become an investor and has his own investment team. Li Xiaoting, like you, is in tech, but she's in voice tech and has her own company. Wang Gang, Chen Yumeng, Zhou Yang, Lu Nengxin, Gao Fei. Zhao Mingqiang finished introducing each of the 7 people present, and Warmth nodded to the crowd as well. She was already light in nature and didn't like to talk to people, although Li Wei had just been dropped in face. But seeing that Warmth was like this to everyone, his heart's dissatisfaction subsided a lot. Men are always especially forgiving when it comes to beautiful women. After the introductions, all of them began to take their seats and exchange pleasantries as well. Yi Yue was originally separated between Warmth and Zhao Mingqiang, but Zhao Mingqiang smoothly changed seats and came to sit on the other side of the Warmth, directly avoiding Yi Yue. There's no way around it. If he was blocked by this stirrer Yi Yue, he wouldn't be able to strike up a conversation with Warmth today. Once seated, Zhao Mingqiang began to order the food. Order up. Come on. Order some of your favorites, Zhao Mingqiang said as he pushed the menu onto the round table, signaling the crowd to order. He was then ready to turn back and ask Warmth what he wanted to eat, but he saw that Warmth was holding her cell phone low and seemed to be chatting with someone. The gentlemanly Zhao Mingqiang naturally wouldn't bother. Warmth was indeed chatting very intently, as the person chatting was Monsoon. The place where we ate was the Jianyang restaurant, 888 private rooms. Why are you telling me the location? Thinking about you a little bit, you. Okay, go for it. Then can you come in? Private room? They don't even know me, so I guess they can't. They'll have to wait outside. It doesn't matter. When you're finished. So what do you want to eat? I'll order it for you later. There's no need to rush. Later you can taste for yourself what tastes good. What you like to eat? I like to eat. Good. Warmth was originally disinterested in this meal, but she knew that such business socializing was inevitable, so she came anyway. After all, there was the intention of the school leaders to arrange it, and the company did need the background. Chapter 137, I won't, but I can play with you. Ordinary freshmen and sophomore students, even those from Mordor University, were actually so in the eyes of Zhao Mingqiang and Li Wei. Most college students, after graduation, are just average. The better ones took the public exams, or got into the top big factories as social animals. The poorer ones will have to go into the regular manufacturers and be cowboys and horses. People like those who gathered at the commercial exchange office today are already considered to be out of the realm of ordinary students. They have started their own business and can even say that they are successful in their business. The family, the background, and their own development, all claim to be exceptional. Big and small is a boss. The difference with ordinary students can naturally be described as a world of difference. It was normal for Zhao Mingqiang to look down on ordinary students, which was why he had said those words with Li Wei earlier. A smart woman will make the right choice. But the problem is, the man at hand didn't seem to be an ordinary character. The right choice. Who? Producer. planner of maiden servant. Those two identities alone, when put into any of the top gaming majors, would have given him an extremely impressive offer, not to mention innovation, even if he is simply carrying it. With the technical prowess of a major manufacturer, making a game that is stronger and rakes in more money than Maiden Servant is not at all out of the question. Maiden is a game that a lot of people have spewed about being poor stuff, shoddy, selling sentimentality, and ripping off kryptonite, but no one is spewing that it's not fun or heartfelt. This is a credit to the producers and planners, namely Monsoon. It's kind of awesome to be young and have a solid track record of achievement. Levi eyed Monsoon and cocked his head to lower his voice. You can't seem to suppress him with this resume? The corner of Zhao Mingcheng's mouth twitched. The boss of the startup company was indeed very powerful, but the producer of Maiden really wasn't inferior to him at all. Plus the fact that the other guy is young and handsome, there's really no way to suppress. Adjusting his mind slightly, Zhao Mingcheng allowed himself to force a smile, although the hardness and axiom of just now has long been left behind. But let him now go to say some polite words. A moment really can not say. Seeing some coldness on both sides, Li Wei hurriedly walked over and interjected. Mr. G is truly a sight to behold. Hearing these words, Monsoon's mind drifted to someone who had brought him a lot of joy. Whatever the other person's purpose, the compliment to him he would gladly accept. Senpai is flattered. With Li Wei's interruption, Zhao Mingcheng also came back to his senses and reached out his hand towards Monsoon. Xiao Ji is indeed good. You've already made your mark at a young age. It's no wonder that schoolmate Warmth thinks so highly of you. Warmth frowned, but Monsoon was indifferent. Since Zhao Mingcheng, a Zhongdong, had extended his hand to him, he wouldn't have a black face and similarly extended his hand to shake his. Well, what are the two seniors called? Senior Zhao Mingcheng, Senior Li Wei. Warmth began to introduce the two. Hello, two seniors, nice to meet you. Monsoon's usual personality is all about separating people from things. Even in front of Warmth, there were times when he lost his temper, such as when Warmth played dead and ignored him. Monsoon is really not very aggressive today. Seems well-tempered and polite. He had all gone back to the company to work on the New Year's Eve case, and with New Year's Eve right around the corner and the New Year's Eve items still not done by now, and the gift boxes not ready, he was actually a little anxious. He came running over today purely because Warmth said he missed him. The autistic girl is pouting. It's rare, okay? What else is there to do? Just come. Zhao Mingcheng saw that the people of Monsoon were very humble and polite, and then saw the warmth clinging to his arm, and then some of the alcohol went to his head. Zhao is a few years older than you. Do you mind if I call you G? Monsoon could see that Zhao Mingcheng had drunk too much and was afraid of getting into trouble. He turned back to look at Yi Yue. Comrade Yi stalked his head to pretend to be dead. How to give people drink into this? Okay, you're the C. D. You call the shots. If it's really ed up, then take it. Of course, Brother Zhao has no problem calling me G. How old are you now? Freshman year. Only just entered the school. Still have to be academic priority. After all, in the country of China, the academic degree is the knocking brick of all things. Wasting time on relationships will only limit your development and accomplishments. When Warmth sniffed, her face instantly clouded over, and her gaze took on a bit of viciousness. She is not a silly white sweet, good girl. She is polite to Zhao Mingcheng. Just because now Mordor University Business Communication Office is the background that the company needs. But at this time, Zhao Mingcheng was obviously drunk, and his speech was a bit overly cerebral. Such a display turned her off a bit. Suddenly, Warmth felt herself being tugged backward by Monsoon, who then wiggled her fingers. Warmth knew that Monsoon was signaling her to relax and just leave it to him. This scene of wiggling fingers reminded Warmth of the time in high school when he ran into Yen Honghao at a dinner party. Yeah, if Monsoon is around, just leave all the problems to him. Monsoon coyly rubbed his head. What Zhao said. That's why we don't usually have much of a relationship. I graduated at exactly 22 and was planning to get married as soon as I graduated. You don't usually fall in love, do you? You're getting married as soon as you graduate, right? Is it so obvious to show love nowadays? After hearing what Monsoon said, Zhao Mingcheng felt like he had eaten 2 pounds of flies. He glanced at Warmth, and found that Warmth not only did not mean to be angry and retort, but also blushed, and looked like she wanted to say good. You're a school goddess. You put up such a hateful attitude. Have you ever asked anyone else's opinion? Apparently, Warmth simply couldn't fit anyone else in his eyes, and Monsoon was good enough. A golden couple, quite a match. If he was in a sober state, Zhao Mingcheng estimated that he had already forgotten about it, and he was also a diamond bachelor. It was just that today he was first angry by Warmth, then by Yi Yue, and now by Monsoon. Having been poured more wine by Yi Yue, the alcohol was rising at this time. The breath in my heart was getting smoother and more uptight. We've all been drinking on our side, And it's not going to be easy to drive this time. So why don't we all go out together while it's still early and cool off? Gee, you're in technology. You're not at the dinner party today. So it's a good time to talk to them about internet technology. How about it? But Monsoon hasn't eaten yet. Warmth's sudden outburst startled the others. In the autistic girl's mind, most things weren't as important as eating, except for Monsoon himself. And she chose all the dishes today, her favorites. She likes what she likes about Monsoon, which is why she makes a point of emphasizing it. Zhao Mingqing's expression stiffened a bit and he could only give a dry laugh. Ha, it's actually not too late to eat somewhere. Monsoon saw that Zhao Mingqing's head was sticking out in front of him, so it was a bit hard to say without hitting his face. One could only nod along with his words. I'm naturally honored by Senior Zhao's invitation. I wonder what you guys are planning to go play. Zhao Mingqing turned around and exchanged glances with Li Wei. The two men instantly understood each other. Bowling it is? Then, it's not a good idea to bounce around after dinner. Bowling has exercise and is safer and genteel. It's perfect. Bowling is something that's not so cold when you say it's cold. But you'd have to say it's popular and most people haven't played it. At least young people are less likely to play this stuff. While not an absolute, it is generally true that non-professionals are more or less the age of the person playing bowling. And bowling is something that requires a lot of skill. And if you don't know how to do it, you can easily make a fool of yourself. Monsoon is too young. Normally, this age group of teenagers can be admitted to the Magic City University. More than 80% of the time must be soaked in the sea of books. By freshman year and starting a business, it's really unlikely that you'll be able to bowl something like this. So, Zhao Mingqing had played his heart out. And it's a very obvious mind asterisk. He first looked at Warmth, but Warmth just stood quietly behind Monsoon. And after saying that she had a place to eat just now, she didn't seem to have much of a temper or opinion. Zhao Mingqing then looked at Monsoon again. Monsoon similarly looked at Warmth. And only after seeing Warmth indicate that he was fine with it, did he smile back? Then let's listen to Elder. After all, we're not really familiar with Magic City. Zhao Mingqing's triumphant smile was a bit too much to hide. Xiao Ji and Xiaowen, you guys just go. Don't worry about anything else. I'll arrange it. So, I wonder where we're going to play. We're also all respectable people in the commercial crossing, so we definitely want to go to the best place to play. So let's go to Night Wish. The bowling alley there is great. Hearing Zhao Mingqing say this, Li Wei on the side did question it. Lao Zhao, at this hour, Nightwish's bowling alley doesn't always have a table. Zhao Mingqing stuttered. It was indeed possible that Nightwish did not have a seat at this current point in time. This time, he mentally said to change it, but the Monsoon in front of him suddenly interrupted. You two seniors want to go to Nightwish, right? I happen to know someone there. Why don't I ask? Li Wei and Zhao Mingqing looked at each other with some surprise in each other's eyes. A youngster like Monsoon could actually know someone from Nightwish? Something's wrong, isn't it? Is he boxing us in? Zhao Mingqing thought that even if it didn't work, he wasn't the one who would be humiliated. So he simply nodded. If you know someone, then ask. It's best if you do, and it's okay if you don't. Monsoon nodded with a smile and took out his cell phone to find Gucci's number. Brother Gu, help me take up 2 bowling pipe tables. Monsoon's words were for the other party to help, but the actual bargaining didn't give the option to refuse at all. And Gucci quickly gave Monsoon a positive reply. No problem, Mr. G. When do you expect to arrive? In half an hour. Ro, come and have it. Ending his conversation with Gucci, Monsoon raised his eyes to Zhao Mingqing and Li Wei, as well as a few other elite members of the commercial exchange division who were slowing down their drinking. Right now at this point is the peak casino point, and I can only get him to leave me 2 tables on my side. Are 2 enough? Monsoon's inquiring expression was all hypocrisy, not mixed with a trace of sincerity. Mingqing Zhao, Levi? Li Wei reacted a bit before Zhao Mingqing did, and he had already smiled and rounded off his words when old Zhao froze. Chapter 138, the book's name would be Warm Monsoon. Monsoon spoke with a straight posture, and after unbuttoning his collar, he gently rubbed his wrists. A very obvious bowling warm-up exercise. Zhao Mingqing felt something was wrong, but still smiled and answered. Well, that's kind of funny, so come and have some fun. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wei on the side felt that the tone was wrong and interrupted once again. We are supposed to be here to play. None of us are children. Old Zhao, why are you talking like you were sulking? LOL. Gee, look, I just hit an 8 out of 8. It's okay, right? Senior Li is awesome. Monsoon gave a thumbs up. Zhao Mingqing laughed along at this point and took a few steps forward to hit a 9 center. Unfortunately, the force was too much and it didn't hit all the way. Do you want to come and try? Winnie? I can teach you. Warmth frowned. She didn't know this stuff at all, much less the opportunity to learn. And this guy, so annoying. When she was about to refuse, Monsoon beside her had already agreed for her. Just don't bother senpai. I'll teach her. Warmth looked at Monsoon in surprise and whispered, Monsoon, this is something I've never touched before. It's fine. I'll just teach you. Monsoon gave her an encouraging look. Well, good. Monsoon brought Warmth to the ball selection area and began to introduce Warmth to the specifications of bowling. Boys usually go for the heavier ones, 8 to 10 pounds, and girls just go for the 6 to 8 pound balls. Use your middle finger, ring finger, and thumb when holding the ball. Then stand vertically in the middle of the fairway, holding the ball in your left hand and the ball in your right hand, with your left hand as straight as possible and your right arm relaxed. After choosing the ball, Monsoon brought Warmth to the front of the bowling alley. The two were almost close together, and Monsoon helped Warm adjust her posture while carefully teaching her the principles of ball striking. As the ball was being taught, Monsoon would now and then encircle Warmth in a half-hug position. This position is very ambiguous. Even though we know the two are a couple, the dog food is still hard to eat. Especially Zhao Mingchen looked the most tasteless. He called people over to see Monsoon make a fool of himself, not to see the two spreading dog food. And he also realized that Monsoon seemed to really know how. The warm face in the center of his gaze was calm, but his ears were already red. This act of Monsoon clinging to her body in full view of the public would still make her a little. However, she also sensed that Monsoon was seriously teaching her bowling skills, so she gathered her emotions, adjusted her mindset, and began to learn. After a few pointers, Monsoon gently blew in Warmth's ear. Okay, a mouthful of immortal energy to help you succeed. Come on, try it. Good. Warm is very athletic, smart and works out regularly. Not to mention, in the sports world, being able to eat is the greatest gift of all. So after Monsoon taught her the serving position, she was ready. Start, bow, serve, miso. The bowling ball was thrown out by Warmth, as it was only the first time he had played it. Talk about a high level of skill. So just a straight shot. Bang! With the impact of the bowling ball, 9 bottles instantly fell over. Warmth first froze, then raised her hands in some surprise, then suddenly turned around and hugged Monsoon. Yeah, Monsoon felt the softness in front of him and hugged back. Well, bowling is indeed a good sport. His girlfriend is happy. He's happy, and he gets to kill the dog in the process. It was delightful. Winning 9 on your first play is really good luck. Zhao Mingcheng clapped his hands and walked towards the two. Warmth released from Monsoon. Her gaze swept towards Zhao Mingcheng, and her tone became very serious. It's Monsoon who taught me well. He's great. Such blunt compliments are always comforting and uncomfortable. Zhao Mingcheng shifted his gaze to Monsoon again. Warm schoolmates have played. Does Xiao Ji want to come and try? Don't turn around and look bad if you're not as good as Warm. If just now it was just a test, then those words were a barefaced provocation. Warmth narrowed her eyes slightly. They are all businessmen. More or less they have some brains. Previously, after she said that Monsoon was the producer of Maiden. In business, we are polite to come out to play as people like Li Wei, who had some conflicts with her when they met and had a flamboyant personality, stopped messing around. After that, he even came out several times in a row to help Zhao Mingcheng round up the situation. Instead, it was Zhao Mingcheng, the oldest senior with a company, career, and accomplishments, and the leader of the younger generation of the commercial exchange division, looking for trouble at every turn. The hostility towards Monsoon was clearly a bit too much. Do you really think that everyone in business has to listen to the Magic City Commercial Exchange Office? If she donated her stake in maiden servant to IQ, or any other department at Mordor University, I believe the school leaders will also be pleased to accept this. Right now this Zhao Mingcheng, I'm afraid it's not that he's been staying in the Magic City Business Exchange Office for too long, and there are too many elementary school brothers and sisters around him touting him, causing him to be out of his mind? So before Monsoon could squeak, Warmth's side had already taken the lead and stepped forward, slightly lowering her voice. Monsoon hasn't eaten until now. Shouldn't the senior let him have a meal first? Zhao Mingcheng didn't notice the wrongness in Warmth's tone and continued to arch Monsoon's fire. Didn't you say he's good at it? Then why don't you show your hand and let me see if it's really good? Ha! Warmly and slightly domineeringly, he tossed aside the specialized three-fingered gloves, his face only indifferent. Zhao Mingcheng, what are you? Letting him show you his hand? Zhao Mingcheng froze in place. He didn't seem to be expecting the warmth that had been softer in his behavior even if he was colder before, would suddenly become so aggressive. Li Wei, crowd? Zhao Mingcheng froze in place for a few seconds. His face shifted in a cloudy expression. He really didn't expect Warmth to be so insensitive. Warm schoolgirl, so disrespectful? Do you know what you're saying? Warmth rarely outputs at people, but she was really angry today. Zhao Mingcheng, I feel like it's you who doesn't know what you're talking about. You need to get one thing straight. You don't represent the Commercial Exchange Office, but we have the maiden at our fingertips. and we can change places at any time. Also, I'm the one who's giving you face by coming out for a potluck cruise today, so don't get it backwards. It's just too easy for Maiden to change course. I don't know how many Magic City University's section departments grabbed it, but Commercial Exchange Office is the best fit for fingertips, yes, because it can get first-hand information about policy support in the Magic City. But it's impossible to say that you can't play without a Commercial Exchange Office. Not to mention, just by opening their mouths, the computer department side was afraid that they'd have to beat their drums to greet them. If this were to be turned around, even if it was against the law, the computer science department would have to celebrate with a couple of cannons in front of the school. If Zhao Mingqing really offended people and forced them away, those professors in the commercial communication office were afraid that they would be infuriated. They just want to set up a strong combination of warmth and commercial interchanges, but there's no thought of throwing people out. But what? Zhao Mingqiang was disliked and dumbfounded. This time his face was a little white, and his alcohol had sobered up quite a bit. Several other people also realized that something was wrong, and that the conflict had erupted somewhat suddenly. It's no longer just an argument. If it continues to develop, Warmth is likely to take the Project Maiden and just run away with a bucket. If this does happen, let's not even talk about next year's support. The mentors are afraid they'll be scolding them for a year. You too, Zhao. Are you out of your mind today or what? Do you have to take on a junior? Warm schoolmates. Old Zhao drink confused. You also calm down. I on behalf of him to apologize to you. Everyone, one person, say one less word and all slow down. Once again, the good-natured Levi is playing peacemaker. The calm personality of Zhao Mingqiang was the cause of this incident. Quite a bit of inverted Big Dipper. Several people present are also different colors. Seems to be not expected. Monsoon and the warm heart accounted for so heavy. Just now these words almost belonged to the flip. Seeing that Zhao Mingqiang stopped talking, the crowd thought that this would just die down. Unexpectedly, Warmth picked up a glass and slowly took a few steps forward. Monsoon is my warm boyfriend, and he's also very busy. Many times more so than I am. He doesn't really like this kind of business relationship, and I asked him to come to today's potluck. So anyone who targets him again is targeting me, and if we do run into each other later, just don't be as brittle as this mug. Bang! The glass exploded at Warmth's feet, scattering shards all around. Monsoon was her boyfriend, and more than a boyfriend, far more. Husband, lover, husband is what it should be called. If not some worldly, age-bound. Monsoon is her lover. If she doesn't, who will? A few people's hearts shook slightly as well. Warmth in this tone was already a blatant threat. Although she meant to mess with Monsoon before she got her revenge, this overly violent remark was still different from their usual business routine. Shall when you also calm down? We all come out to have fun. There's no need really. Levi knew that the cause of the incident was the Monsoon, so he wanted to ask Monsoon to come over and say a few words to persuade Warmth. Gee, look at this. My girlfriend is stubborn. I don't dare to persuade her. If I do, I'll have to go back and kneel on the rubbing board at night. Although Monsoon said this with a smile, it was a clear rejection. Warmth would take his side in any situation, regardless of right or wrong, and do his best to help him and protect him as much as he could, even if he didn't need protection. But that's the way it's supposed to be when you're talking to someone. Believe, be firm, protect. The old Monsoon wasn't sure what love was, but now he was familiar with the feeling. This one is love. If love were a book of fairy tales, then they happened to meet on the first page of this book. And the name of the book would have been Warm Monsoon. So why should he go against Warmth's good intentions when Warmth stood up for him? He didn't need to pretend to be generous. It was Zhao Mingqiang who stomped on his nose first. There is also no need to pretend to understand. This year 18. It is the young and foolish. Chapter 139, she just did it on purpose. A universal coquette for all kinds of stiff upper lip. Aha! The warm voice gradually became strange, and her toes clenched together, and her two slender but powerful legs were twisting. It's not that he wants to break free, but when his feet are in Monsoon's hands, his mood can't help but swing. Once the mood swings, both legs will naturally twist in turn. Cold white jade feet in the grip. That is naturally love. It was just cold and cool, and Monsoon played with the little foot for a while before tucking it into his shirt. I was just going to tuck it into my sweater, but I felt like I couldn't keep it warm that way. Eventually Monsoon simply lifted his shirt up so that warm feet were pressed against his stomach. Well, even if Monsoon had a will of steel, he frowned when he was pressed against his stomach by this cold little foot. But that's okay, this one cools off to play the other one. It's not illegal to play with your girlfriend's feet anyway. Feeling that her feet were too cold, Warmth tried to draw them back, but Monsoon caught them and put them back again. Demon girl, still want to run? Is that comfortable? Well, cozy a little bit. I'll make you a little bit more comfortable every day from now on. Won't it cool your stomach? Even if it cools my stomach, I still feel good. Liar. It must be uncomfortable. Didn't fool you a bit. Humph. How can I trust you? The night was cool, but Monsoon's heart was warm, especially when it felt really good to be stood up and defended by warmth at night, and to be hit by her straight balls. He had long ago gotten used to defending others, but it had to be said that being protected was a special blessing. Falling in love doesn't feel as simple as simply liking a person, an object. It's two people coming into each other's world. In addition to looking for each other's strengths, it is important to be tolerant and accept each other's weaknesses. But loving each other is loving each other. It's the breeze, the sunset, the night condensation, the heartbeat, the irreplaceable. It is the natural inclination of the lonely, the temptation that runs through all the diversity of the world. Because I love you, Monsoon replied seriously. For a long time. Monsoon. Can you come home with me on New Year's Eve? Monsoon froze for a moment. It wasn't even a very outrageous request, and it was something he should do. But the warmth sounded like a prayer. Monsoon knew that she must have her reasons for using that tone. It really wasn't good for her in the past, was it? Recalling the warmth of her mother, Monsoon nodded. Of course, I'll be there whenever you need me. Aha. Warmth turned on her side, seemingly uncomfortable lying on the couch like that. Her little feet arched around in Monsoon's arms. Is it a pet? Yes. She's pouting again. How can there be a girl who doesn't love to be pampered? Girls are smart enough to be capricious and pouty only if they are sure they are on the tip of their heart. Otherwise, there is nothing left to lose at the first sign of trouble. Before she would have been careful to test the waters. Only now she was bolder. Monsoon. I worry about things sometimes. Worried about what? Worried that you're attracted to the other girls at school, and that you think I'm restricting your freedom and find me annoying, so confused and wondering if I'm binding you. Monsoon froze. If it was before, this kind of words would most likely be kept inside by the autistic girl and self-digested, right? In fact, this thought is shared by many boys and girls in relationships. Serious and contradictory. Warmth had grown up a lot, but she was also a normal girl who hadn't been in a relationship. It was normal. No. Freedom in a relationship is supposed to be within certain limits, and I like it when you keep me in check. If you want any absolute freedom when you're in a relationship, you're either a scumbag or I don't have any idea of being a scumbag. So will you get bored of it later? After all, there comes a time when the novelty passes. Warmth's voice was a little dazed, sounding sleepy, but still bracing herself to ask questions. Monsoon knew that she enjoyed this time when the two of them were alone at night. It's true that novelty can wear off, but duty and affection don't. And you're the flood of love I've hidden in my heart. What does it mean? I mean, just rest assured that I won't leave. I'll always love you. Time will prove that it wasn't a whim, and I'll always be there for you. As Monsoon spoke, the autistic girl didn't seem to be moving much anymore. He shook Warmth's thighs, and Warmth just scrambled down into Monsoon's arms as much as he could. Warm? Well, sleepy? Not sleepy. Monsoon swept a glance at the beer that had been put aside by Warmth. A can of beer had not been finished. Only a large part of the beer could not be drunk, and was still talking tough. She was also left with a stiff upper lip. It wasn't long after Monsoon's question that she was heard to let out a slight snort. The reason for the snoring seemed to be that her neck was stuck on the arm of the couch. Phew! Monsoon wanted to record this voice and use it to molest her later, but he felt that if he continued to let her sleep here, she would definitely catch a cold. Heartache easily overcomes playful emotions. After a final touch of warm toes and no more playing with them, Monsoon pulled the socks out of her pocket and put them on her. The unfinished beer will have to stay here and be cleaned up tomorrow. Monsoon reached for Warmth and picked her up in a hug. It wasn't a princess hug like on the TV show, but rather like hugging a child, keeping the Warmth squarely to herself and holding her in her arms, letting the warm head lay on her shoulder. She automatically tightened her arms around his neck. It's more comfortable to cuddle that way. At 102 pounds, it's not easy for Monsoon to talk about, but it's actually okay. Ma. The Warmth lying on Monsoon's shoulder was still murmuring, and Monsoon couldn't hear what she was yelling. Just suddenly felt a warmth sticking to his neck. It was followed by a very hard suck. Good. Possessiveness made the autistic girl mark him hard. Monsoon was somewhat helpless, but she was unbelievably beautiful, and even with such a small mind, Monsoon couldn't bear to interrupt. Retracing his steps to 409's room, Monsoon carefully took out his key and opened the door, carefully setting her down. After thinking for a while, Monsoon felt that he should still let Warmth take a bath. I had a busy day today and a bowling session in the evening, and the sweat, even if it has dried, can still be uncomfortable against my body. Monsoon shook the Warmth, but her eyes turned to doting when she saw her limp-wrist monster look. The baby is going to take a shower. What did you call me? Monsoon suddenly remembered that this seemed to be the first time he called Warm baby. It was probably a subconscious act of not feeling close enough to just call by name. And it came out naturally. Baby, what's wrong? Yell it again. More often. Monsoon was speechless. Baby, baby, baby baby. Baby heard you. So what do you want me to call you? Anything. So I'll call you brother? Like it? Why don't you say something? Come down when you say you like me. Well, like. Since brother likes it, let's hold it a little longer. Warmth finished speaking and then began to continue to play the rogue through that slight drunkenness. There was absolutely no hint of wanting to get off of Monsoon. She rubbed her nose up and down Monsoon's neck, almost ruffling Monsoon's fire before she suddenly let go and popped down. Ha. Monsoon resisted his own fire and was helpless. It's over. The autistic girl has turned into a ventriloquist. Monsoon bowed to go find her some change of clothes, but Warmth didn't take it, copied one of Monsoon's white shirts and ran into the bathroom. I'm going to wear this. Why? Because you like it. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. What was going on in this guy's head? When Warmth appeared after her shower wearing a white shirt in sizes too big for her, even though Monsoon had already prepared herself, she couldn't help but tremble a few points inside. The hazy, moving curves are simply the most seductive hunting knives. She's not wearing pants. She's doing it on purpose. Get under the covers. Ow. After whisking Warmth under the covers, Monsoon went to take a shower as well. Right now this weather certainly cannot take a cold shower. After the shower, put on the clothes. Monsoon stood in the balcony to blow the wind. Lying on the bed of Warmth should have fallen asleep. Monsoon lit a cigarette. Quietly feel some cool night breeze. He finished his cigarette before laying back down on the bed. But as soon as he lay down, Monsoon's stomach cramped and didn't feel quite right. He got up in a hurry and walked to the restroom. It was 5 minutes before Monsoon opened the door slightly weakly. What's with the diarrhea? Could it be that the food we ate at night was unclean? It doesn't make sense. So many people ate it, and Warmth ate a lot of it, and they all looked normal. Monsoon covered her stomach and headed for the bed, but before she could reach the bed, another twinge of pain shot through her abdomen. Asterisk. Once, twice, and by the time the third time Monsoon returned from the restroom, the cramping finally dissipated a bit. He applied for a paid online on-call doctor. The result, after some discussion, was a cold stomach. So, it's the warm feet that are too cold and give me a free scurrying thin? Monsoon somewhat lamented the fragility of humans. Right now it was after 2 o'clock and the continuous scurrying thinning had left him a little dehydrated. Going to drink some warm water. Only then did Monsoon lie back on the bed with a weak face and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Monsoon wasn't even awake when Warmth woke up, something that usually hardly ever happened. For one thing, Monsoon does have diarrhea that pulls hard. The second is that being around Warmth makes you feel safe even in monsoons. Warmth woke up, dazed for a moment, then quickly lifted the covers and then meaningfully covered them back up. There was something strange about her expression. There was some disappointment and some celebration. Warmth is somewhere between bold and timid in this regard. She likes to be held and caressed by Monsoon, but she trembles and can't help herself when she is touched. Chapter 140 Warmth Injury. Being scolded by Monsoon's split head, Warm pouted her lips, but the corners of her mouth were still slightly upturned. You're mean to me. Yes, you're right. Does brother have another woman in his heart? Hostesses count? I'm just learning the literary way of speaking. Don't be literary. Just talk like a normal person. But I'm afraid you'll forget me. So I want to add some points of memory for you that belong to me. Staring at the cell phone, the corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. 7 days in. I can't even forget how I got beat 0-18 yesterday. Will you miss me then? Every moment of every day. Seeing this, Warmth was finally satisfied and content. Although they wouldn't see each other for the next few days, they could video call. Technology is so convenient, especially for each other whose hearts are together. I'll miss you more. Go to class. Go ahead. Monsoon business trips are among the things that can't be helped. The New Year's Eve boxes were already online, but there were still some things he needed to go over personally. The company does not have a specialized planning staff, and most of the current planning operations are handled by himself. Planning is so important for a company like theirs, but top-notch planners, again, are the kind you can't find. Because every plan, after the execution, is a risk of overturning. The only ones who can bear this responsibility in the current company are Warmth and Monsoon. So many things still have to be their own liver. Taking the high-speed train to the Jiangcheng area, the mood of the Monsoon was like the scenery that swept by outside the car window. He bought a business seat ticket. Monsoon never chooses to treat himself poorly in this kind of outing on official business. Keep your body and mind in good shape to do excellent and beautiful things. It wasn't a long ride, and there weren't any beautiful encounters on the train or anything like that. There were fewer people here in the business seats to begin with. Monsoon's gaze had been falling out of the car window, with no desire to look at anyone else in the compartment at all. To him, whatever you do, Miss Beautiful Carriage, it's all just clouds. Aha! Warmth is already a top priority, so why look for peach blossoms? Came to the Jiangcheng side of the Nut New Year's gift box packaging and processing plant. Monsoon did not have much hesitation to step in. The plant manager was a man about 50 years old, Zhao Changchun. At this age, businessmen have lost some of their sharpness, although they are still in their prime. Monsoon mentioned the meaning of cooperation with Zhao Changchun in the project of the annual festival, but Zhao Changchun was only willing to work on behalf of the workers and earn a generation of money. Reluctant to get involved in an internet-promoted program like Monsoon, the mouth is not a good place to be. A person like Monsoon, in Zhao Changchun's opinion, that's a representative of being unfastened. The two met in front of the factory. Hello, Mr. G. Hello, Boss Zhao. Monsoon shook hands with it. Although Zhao Changchun had a smile on his face as he greeted his customers, there was still a slight contempt hidden in his eyes. Monsoon sees through it. Simple generation of labor in the current period of time is indeed very profitable. Bold can do it, but to the next few years will be different. The involution would completely destroy the profits of low-end manufacturing, and then the small business owners will die after the collapse of the property market. Any other requirements and ideas that Mr. G has for our OEM gift boxes? You can all tell us now. It's about adding some beautifully crafted cards to each gift box. What kind of card? Monsoon took out his own cell phone and handed Zhao Changchun the design that he had gotten someone to get right before. Wealth, health, good luck, love, peace. Each card has a specific pattern on it. For example, Stormy Wealth is the god of wealth holding a golden dollar. Good luck is when a child finds money. And love is when two little people hold hands and compare hearts. That's about it. There is nothing wrong with this card making. It is the problem, Zhao Changchun wanted to say. So what's the problem? The thing is, it's got to be extra. Monsoon in Jiangcheng busy about the work of the gift box. The warm side is not idle. The game department has made its mark, and the promotion department is naturally wailing. At 12 p.m. On that day, January 1st, Warmth issued the company's top directive. The New Year's Eve promotion program will be officially launched at exactly 1700 hours this afternoon. With the warming order in place, the company also began to run at a very high level of efficiency. As the core of the promotional content, the company made a total of 5 small videos for this annual festival planner. Home, don't be sad, they haven't left you either. They've just gone to set up your home for the next life. Just as they came first in this one. The video is of a couple of lovers falling in love and eventually getting married and packing up their little home. Then look forward to your birth, in memoriam. Then, she got thinner and thinner, and was a far cry from what I remembered from my childhood. And then later, she became a side of short dirtbags. She's on the inside, I'm on the outside. This video features an elderly, slightly stooped woman with a kind smile on her face, waiting every moment for you to come back. The video doesn't say if she's a grandmother or a grandma, but I'm sure everyone who sees this video will have the answer in their own mind. Thinking, I never seriously thought that she would die someday. I always thought that a person could live another year even if they were old. This video is viewed from the perspective of a man with an anxious face, riding in a coach. He was dressed in a suit, shoes and hair oiled, and carrying a bag in his hand. When he finally arrived at that familiar place, his familiar home, all that was left was a hearth. Lifetime. Dad, how long is a person's life? A person's life begins the moment I open my eyes and see my father's mother and ends the moment I never see your mother again. This video is of a large and small group sitting on the beach. Simple backstory, only dialogue, no faces, accompaniment. Even if there is 1,000 reluctance in my heart, I realize that I can only accompany you here in this life. Baby, I'm leaving. Baby, I'm leaving. Baby, I'm leaving. The last video shows a little girl standing in front of a door with countless figures waving at her. With grandparents, mom, dad, friends, loved ones. With the disappearance of that one figure, eventually the world, too, is left with you alone. These 5 videos are the advertisements for Fingertips promotion of the New Year's Eve gift box. Each one is delicate, each one is short, easy to circulate, and tear-jerking. The short videos were first distributed down through the accounts of the company's major knowledgeable bloggers. Since 90% of the clients who follow these chicken soup for the soul are women, these short videos and phrases of family companionship were first forwarded in various love one another family groups. Fingertips has gotten hold of too many know-it-all accounts, and once these tear-jerking videos were promoted, they quickly festered and caused a stir. The main thing is that the content is so intuitive that there's no hiding. It's all about family, emotion, companionship. The content output is simple and clear without pushing the envelope. After causing a stir in the family group, the promotion on the Fingertip Games side was also extremely rough. On the Servant Girl side, it's watching videos and giving away draws. Bonus 10 draws for watching one video, extra 20 draws for watching them all, and another 50 draws for retweeting. That means that all emotional videos can be watched and retweeted to receive a 120 draw bonus for Maiden Servant. The other two legendary games have a more direct way of giving away VIP rechargeable treasure chests. The rewards are real. Just look at them. Fingertip Game Blood Loss Release. All free. The company is about to lose hemp. And so it goes. With the dual channels of male and female frequencies, 5 short videos quickly bombarded the internet. And for a while the topic of homecoming was fired on the hot search. Even some of the entertainment stars of the moment have started retweeting and commenting on these videos. The homecoming-themed New Year's Eve box sale seems to be just a spin-off from this video. But once an emotional video like homecoming strikes a chord, there's always something to buy, right? Isn't it inappropriate to be empty-handed when you're back home? Okay. Fingertip Future Homecoming New Year's Eve gift box. Professional customized for homecoming. 68 yuan shipping. So you will not be empty-handed. This home back to the peace of mind. Back to the peace of mind. Now enter the Fingertip Future Deals group and forward invitations to each other's friends. Because at the end of each video, there is the Fingertips logo and a short direct entry link, QR code. It's safe to say that with the explosion of these short videos, Fingertips Poke department, traffic has exploded along with them. And it's a one-shot explosion. Most of the coupon groups at Fingertips get filled up quickly. But soon, less harmonious sounds followed. Fingertip Future selling sentiment. Family sentiment should not be used as a selling point. Fingertips is ripping off fans and engaging in fan spending. Scamming money is scamming money, and it pretends to give you a gift box. Fingertips is so kind. Some of these short articles are sent by self-publishers, while others are specifically hired by rival gaming companies as waterboys and black articles. One of them, the sentiment of family should not be used as a selling point. This article, sprawling over 7 to 8,000 words, looks like something. It did cause a lot of beats as well. But Fingertips, as a company that specializes in traffic from the start, the company's amassing department, each and every one of them is a master of rhythm. Even with the monsoon out of the way, the warmth could be manageable for the situation at hand. She tapped the desk in front of her as she watched the scrolling entries on Twitter. Joe Lang, I am. Get Dodan and the guys ready to start running a little sentiment posting. Understood. UV. Let the school IQ club start carrying the beat. Got it. The company spends so much money to raise so many little essayists at Magic University. Chapter 141, Warrior. Only you can save the world. I know. So I'll get to you as soon as I can. What hospital are you going to now? Warmth saw the message and looked back at the paramedic. Which hospital will we go to? The 4 houses of Mordor. 4 houses. Waiting for me. Are you driving? Yes. A borrowed car. Then you drive well. Do not return. Monsoon put down his cell phone and had already driven to the intersection of the highway leading from Jiancheng to Mordor. When he saw Warmth's last message, he had no intention of continuing to reply, but took advantage of the gap into the highway to pick up his cell phone and find Yi Yue. It doesn't matter if it's already 1 o'clock, if Sayaka-san is sleeping or not or something like that. Direct dialing. It rang for over 20 seconds before being picked up. Hello. Monsoon's voice was smooth with a hint of urgency. No, big brother. What time is it? Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Yi Yue's tone was more or less dissatisfied. It looked like she had already slept and was woken up a little bit. But Monsoon didn't even have the intention to be polite with her and directly ordered. You get dressed now. Take a cab to the Mordor 4. And hang out for any reason you want. To register at the 4th hospital? Well, diarrhea. Menstrual irregularities. In short, think of a suitable reason for yourself. Anything. Is something wrong? At this time, Yi Yue also felt that Monsoon's tone was not quite right. Warmth is there now. Orthopedics or emergency. Find out for yourself when you get there. Pretend to run into her by chance. I'll be there by about 3:30. Until then, take care of her for me. Monsoon spoke quickly, just finished his words, and already took his card and went on his way. Yi Yue froze for a few seconds. Then her gaze quickly became serious. Got it. I'm going now. Hang on. Hearing the sound of the phone hanging up, Yi Yue had quickly gotten up to change her clothes. Monsoon's side didn't mean to talk much nonsense and concentrated on driving. It's still important to stay focused enough on the highway. And while many people say driving the highway is easy, the speeds are there after all. When things go wrong on the highway, it's not a trivial matter. 4 houses. Warmth was carried to the emergency room. where the ER doctor quickly took over. What a situation. I couldn't stand up straight after I fell in the kitchen. Where exactly does it hurt? Here. And here. Warmly. He pointed to his calves, and then to his buttocks and the base of his thighs. The emergency physician made an immediate judgment call when he came across Warm's injured calf bone. There should be a fracture here in the calf. There's a distinct sense of dislocation. There's no way to determine the extent of the fracture at this point. The thigh here is not really easy to say. You go to take a film first. Good. Warmth nodded calmly, feeling as if nothing had happened. Though her leg hurt, she didn't much like exposing weakness in front of others. She had already stifled her tears once earlier in the car, and she couldn't quite bring herself to continue that. Warmth reached out toward the nurse on the side. Ms. Nurse, do you have any temporary crutches? Please. Ugh, no. Didn't you contact your family? You definitely need to be accompanied by a family member for this leg fracture. I'm from out of town. Went to school in Mordor. Family now. Not here. If the family isn't there, then you'll have to contact a better classmate or guide. You certainly can't do it on your own with the way you are now and the extent of your fractures. As the nurse finished speaking, another man with a bloodied head suddenly advanced at the emergency door. We've got a crash victim here. Come on. Prepare the plasma. Warmth stared at the busy emergency nurse, a little embarrassed for a moment. Sitting on the emergency bed, she scanned her surroundings. There were no crutches, but there, in the corner by the bed, was the public wheelchair from the emergency department. This should work. Warmth began to move up in the hospital bed, trying to reach out and fish for the public wheelchair as she moved to the edge of the bed. The one foot that was still on the ground braced itself against the sharp pain in her body, causing fine beads of sweat to gather on her forehead once again. Holding the bed with his left hand and grabbing the wheelchair with his right, Warmth finally moved his body up. But when she tried to turn the wheelchair on her own, she realized that she couldn't turn it at all. These emergency wheelchairs are available with rear wheel catches, also to prevent the wheelchair from scratching out of accidents. It's not hard to open the snaps. The hard part is her current physical condition. There was a dull ache there in his thigh, and the pain was meant to intensify. And twisting over to get the catch on the rear wheel now would be more than just a hassle. It would even risk further injury. Looking at the nurses who were busy, Warmth took a few deep breaths and finally decided to undo the carabiner herself. But just as she bent over, she immediately felt a pain in the lower left side of her body. That pain goes right to the nerves and is unbearable. Warmth looked at her left leg and suddenly had a very bad feeling. His fingers couldn't help but grip the armrests of the wheelchair, his body trembling slightly. Her legs, shouldn't they be? Mr. What? Why are you here? A sudden exclamation of surprise interrupted Warmth's thoughts. The voice was familiar, and Warmth looked up in surprise. You? Why are you here? I've been having stomach pains since last night, and they never get better, so I came to see if I could get some medicine. Right, mister? What? Don't just talk about me. What's wrong with you? Warmth averted her gaze, her expression more than a little embarrassed. The nagging feeling of wanting help but having trouble asking for it pervades. It wasn't working time now, and Yi Yue had her own life. Mister. What? I'm sorry, I got carried away. I just fell. It's quite embarrassing. Warmth lowered her head, like a bird with broken wings. Seeing her, Yi Yue was stunned. To her, Warmth had always been awesome. The boss lady who could stand by Monsoon's side. The perfect girl to deserve him. Luminous and radiant. But at this moment, Warmth looked very fragile, and it was the first time Yi Yue had seen her show this kind of expression. Such warmth was what made Yi Yue feel that she was also just the same age. Thinking of some childhood pasts that Warmth had once told her about, Yi Yue revealed a gentle smile. You're all hurt. Let me help you. Warmth was a bit touched, but the smile suddenly became weird when it reached her mouth, and she could only show an expression that was somewhere between sadness and a bitter smile. Thank you. You're welcome. Yi Yue walked over and kicked open the clasp and started pushing Warmth towards the medical imaging room. On the way, Yi Yue opened her mouth to chat awkwardly with Warmth for a few sentences, but Warmth just hung twice and never had the desire to talk. She kept her head down and seemed to have something very heavy on her mind. When Yi Yue saw this, she only felt that Warmth was in a bad mood because of her injury, so she didn't have the intention of continuing the conversation. In that case, I'll just stay with you in silence. I just don't know if the boss has overtime pay for making her stay with the boss's wife. If you work night shifts, you'll get 3 times the pay. Yi Yue's thoughts drifted away, although her mind was thinking about how to ask Monsoon for overtime pay. But her hands didn't stop, and she stayed with the silent Warmth. The two men went to the imaging room for x-rays. The calves, thighs, and tail of the spine were tapped. During the x-ray, although Warmth was cooperative and didn't say a word, Yi Yue clearly noticed the beads of sweat on her forehead, and her moist palms. The pieces came out fast. Serious and not so serious. Incomplete fracture of the thigh bone and fracture of the calf bone. The first fall, the calf slipped sideways and hit a cabinet, resulting in a fractured calf and one thigh impact. The subsequent forced rise to turn off the faucet resulted in a second slip and fall and a second impact to the thigh, resulting in an incomplete fracture. The orthopedic surgeon looked at the tablets Yue handed over and suddenly smiled. Pretty lucky little girl. You don't know how serious a thigh fracture is. Luckily for you it's only an incomplete fracture. If you're misplaced here, LOL. The doctor didn't go on. Warmth clutched Yue somewhat nervously. Doctor, now what? It's nothing right now. So hurry up and check in. Get some bed rest and wait for the physician to reset your calf. Yes, thank you doctor. Yue, please, what are you talking about? I was originally your assistant. Yue waved her hand casually, then began to work around the clock to get Warmth quickly hospitalized. Warmth is not badly hurt and needs to be in bed as soon as possible. The hospital was not an unsympathetic place, and the hospitalization procedures were green-lighted all the way, and beds were soon arranged. But by the time Yue helped Warmth lie down, the time was already more than 2:30. Once in bed, the nurse started Warmth's 19 beds. Warm huh? Yes. You can't go to sleep now. Wait a while. An on-call orthopedic surgeon will come to reset you later. Never sleep now. Okay? Okay. Warmth nodded towards the nurse. After the nurse left, the Warmth fell silent once more. On the side, Yue felt that she should do something. Make an awkward conversation? She thought in place before speaking. Do you want to eat something or drink some water? Mister. What? I'll go get it for you. No, thank you, UV. There's no need to be polite about this. You guys have helped me with much more than this. Yue was sincere. That's really nothing compared to what the company has done for her in return. The company gave her freedom, which is priceless. Warmth didn't bother to look at her, but just looked out the blackened window, her eyes transfixed. UV. Monsoon sent you over, didn't he? Yue was shocked and immediately waved her hand. What monsoon? Didn't I say? I had a stomachache earlier in the night, so I came to the hospital to take a look, and it's not coincidental that I ran into you. Yue's explanation brought little response. Warmth still continued to remain silent, and it was a long time before he spoke again. There aren't that many coincidences. Even if you have a stomachache, you don't come to the hospital in the middle of the night. Chapter 142, Catching a Man in the Act JPG. This tenderness of his is the best painkiller in the world. And as long as he can be with Monsoon, the injuries, illnesses, and pains can be tolerated. Warmth tilted her head, naturally pillowing into Monsoon's arms, her voice murmuring, So, are you here to save me? Yes, you are my world. Monsoon kissed her hair. Warmth didn't speak anymore, just buried her head as if she was crying, but didn't make a sound. Monsoon gently rubbed her chin against the warm hair to make her feel her presence. A hurt girl doesn't need to be criticized or reasoned with. At such times, companionship is the best medicine. Monsoon just helped warm up the 4 tubes and lent her a shoulder in passing, after which there was only silent waiting. Warmth gradually calmed down and suddenly looked up. Her eyes were a little red, but she was in a much better state after her emotions were released. I have the best boyfriend in the world. That good? Yes, there is, preferably. The warmth of his gaze was about to melt the man, and his body tingled a little. Well, this girl is at it again. Didn't listen to the doctor's orders? Monsoon knew what she was thinking, but could only respond to her with a kiss. It's my problem this time. I shouldn't have kept you so busy. If I had been by your side, maybe I wouldn't have gotten hurt. There's no such thing, and a successful execution of the firm's case is something I'd like to see happen. Warmth was successfully diverted. Her expression was serious when she mentioned the company, which was her and Monsoon's joint endeavor, to see the company grow and complete the realization of self-worth. She will also have a strong sense of fulfillment. This was the proof of her ability and her qualification to stand beside Monsoon. Monsoon could naturally read the meaning in her eyes and said helplessly, I know work is important, but just rest for a few days. I'll have a laptop delivered tomorrow, and then I'll work here instead of you while you get better. Well, good. Monsoon had no intention of letting Warmth continue his office. Warmth also didn't say the kind of words that would make Monsoon not come to stay with her and go to work at the company. Nothing is more important than people. Opinions agreed. Monsoon poked Warmth's little belly. Her stomach wasn't exactly soft. You could even say it was a little hard. After all, if you work out regularly and have a waistline, that's real muscle. You said earlier that you fell while cooking, so you haven't eaten yet, right? Aha. Warmth nodded. She did get hungry early. She just kept waiting for Monsoon. Monsoon sniffed and didn't bother to engage in any of that tawdry maneuver of going downstairs to buy his own food. It was stupid and in the middle of the night. For warmth now, companionship is more important than anything else. As for what to eat, just order a takeout. He's really short of money right now, but not this much takeout money. Take out your cell phone. The beginning of the 13th United States is not yet online. This period of the Magic City only Hungry Man started out as the Magic City local life platform. It's hard to imagine that this platform, which was almost 6 years ahead of Mate1 Takeout and had a head start, would later be hung up on by Mate1. Being the #1 commercialized metropolis, the takeaway industry in the Magic City is already very developed at this time. And Monsoon opens the Hungry Life service. Rummage around for takeout items that are also delivered at night. What do you want to eat? I'm fine with all of it. I'll enjoy eating whatever you order. Good. The doctor said that he could not eat spicy food. Monsoon thought that it would be good to eat something light. Glutinous rice chicken, vegetarian bamboo, and then order a rib soup. After ordering takeout and arranging for expedited delivery, Monsoon was satisfied and put away his cell phone. Okay, ordered expedited. Should be delivered soon. Yeah, Warmth answered. Instead, his expression became odd and his eyes averted. Monsoon stared at the quilt for a moment, noticing that her good leg under the quilt, every now and then, would press inward, occasionally straightening and retracting. It feels like ADHD. Warmth also sensed the oddness of the atmosphere, and her white cheeks colored red. It wasn't simply shyness anymore. The autistic girl had a soft face, something that she just couldn't face in some way. Monsoon, do you want to go to the bathroom? Warmth nodded. Monsoon frowned slightly. At the moment, Warmth's physical state was really bad, and the doctor also told her to stay in bed as much as possible. Either that or I'll go get you a. No, I don't need that. Monsoon, just help me up, Warmth said with some urgency, and when she said the last, her tone and eyes had already taken on a plea. Monsoon simply couldn't look at that kind of look. The teenage girl's mishmash of low self-esteem and self-respect left her with no way to really put her foot down, especially in front of her favorite person. If a young girl's reserve was so easy to let go of, then she wouldn't be warm. It was this same self-esteem, which had been nurtured by her mother to the point of being somewhat monstrous, that had sustained her cleanliness for over a decade. Monsoon thought about it and gestured in midair. You might hurt yourself walking, and I'm afraid hugging and carrying won't work with a thigh injury. Tell you what, I'll carry you over. This position shouldn't be a problem. When he finished speaking he helped Warmth sit up, then kneeling on one knee, he tilted his head slightly and made a gesture of opening his hand to Warmth. Come, you kneeling like that? You're going to have to get on your knees for future proposals anyway, so don't worry about it. Last time I clearly said I would propose to you. Warmth yelled with her mouth, but her body took the initiative to lie down and let Monsoon carry her up. Monsoon's movements were very gentle, and it wasn't the first time this position had been done. When she was fighting with Monsoon before, Monsoon would also carry her up. Only this time it was gentler than ever. Carefully carry Warm to the toilet, because the 4 bottle is still in the hands of Monsoon, so even if Warm's gaze is like a knife, Monsoon has no intention of moving away. What are you looking at me for? Take off your pants. Warmth barely tensed his expression. She wasn't sure what state of mind she was in. She could slink back and forth in front of Monsoon in a vacuum suit and seduce him, or she could sleep with Monsoon and quietly wait for the night when Monsoon would cook her alive. These out-of-character actions are her own doing, but letting her take off her pants and go to the bathroom in front of Monsoon, she couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. Monsoon, could you step outside for a moment? Seeing that Warmth was on the verge of crying, Monsoon was somewhat helpless. I can hang the bottle here, but I still have to come over to lift my pants later. Warmth thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. After a few seconds of silence, as if she had figured something out, she simply broke down and took her pants right off. Help me sit down. Monsoon, let's see. Calmly analyzing, a little thinking, scratching her head, realizes in a flash, helps her sit down. Hear that gurgling water. Monsoon stole a glance at Warmth, who had completely shut himself off. I felt as if I had done something wrong, and the ghost added, didn't actually see it. Warmth. Silence tugged at the paper, holding Monsoon up with one hand while wiping his ass with the other. The body hurt, but Warmth chose not to say a word. After wiping it off, she held Monsoon with one hand while she awkwardly lifted her pants with the other. Angry? I'm not mad. Well, when your girlfriend says it in a tone of voice that doesn't feel right to you, then she's definitely pissed off. Monsoon held her, not wanting to keep her standing for too long. Gently leaning down, in a warm and slightly trembling state, he helped her lift her pants up. I didn't peek. Warmth, we're the ones who will be together in the future. Eating together, living together, sleeping together. Is it better to think like that? No better. The autistic girl still had a stiff upper lip, but her body was a little looser than it had been a moment ago. Well, I'll carry you back. Aha! Re-entering the bed. Warmth always had a lingering blush on his face. Cocking his head, he didn't talk to Monsoon either. In short, it's self-absorbed, and it's extraordinarily closed. What Monsoon didn't notice, though, was that her face turned red as she closed it, red to the point of dripping. Apparently, she's starting to daydream, and it's possible that it's a wet dream. It was just that the lights were dim and Monsoon didn't see it. Dinner's here. I'll get it from the stairway. Aha! Warmly nodded her head obediently. You can't be a little vague about eating. 2 minutes later, when Monsoon walked back into the hospital room with a bunch of food bags, she rocked the backrest of her warm bed. Dinner! Yes! Seeing that he could eat soon, Warmth's self-absorbed mood quickly improved. Seeing her with this look of eagerness and anticipation, Monsoon even wondered if she was too hungry, which caused her to get angry. Eat, 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 come on, cha a big steak first. Monsoon hasn't taken care of anyone, but he's good at it. Hasn't taken care of anyone because no one in the past was worth taking care of? And Warmth has become the exception. Monsoon then said that coaxing an angry girlfriend was not really that difficult. From pretending to be very angry at the beginning to a satisfied smile at the end, the Warmth only took the course of one meal, organize the food waste and remake the beds. By the time the 4 was finished, it was already dawn. Monsoon was ready to open the folding bed of the ward chaperone and sleep on the side of the floor, but Warmth moved over and interrupted out of the blue. Monsoon, you didn't bring a quilt over here. You'll catch a cold sleeping on a folding bed at night. Come sleep on the bed. The hospital bed is too small and I'm afraid I'll hurt you. You can just sleep on the uninjured side. I've been sleeping on the side of the bed since I was a kid and I barely move in my sleep, so I won't fall off. Seeing Monsoon's hesitation, Warmth comes right out with a killer move and kills the match instantly. I just want you to stay with me. Okay. It's impossible to say no to such a request by someone you like. The two slept together in the ward of Jingy. Chapter 143, Go and tell the world that you've won. You you've got a new girlfriend and you're talking tough. You're not still a lickspittle like before, are you? Ryu Akatsuki. You're quite boring. Ha ha ha. Every time I see one of those little dog licking essays, videos you send me, begging me as humbly as a dog, I just felt funny. I didn't think anyone would look at you but me. It turns out that you also think that the whole liking you thing is funny. It seemed that Zhang Chao's bland and calm reply made Lu Mingyue feel prickly. Or maybe he thought he had a handle on the man, but failed to live up to the threat. Lu Mingyue fell silent for a moment before sending the message again. Do you want me to send her a look now? It's all in the dance club. I have Lin Miao Miao's WeChat. Zhang Chao closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. Go ahead. Go tell the world that you won. Seemingly sensing her boyfriend's dissimilarity, Lin Miao Miao, a school sister, was still very sensitive. Chao, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Sister Miao Miao, there's something I want to say to you. Zhang Chao's voice was a bit hesitant. He didn't have the powerful experience and mind that Monsoon had. It was also unclear if Lu Mingyue would actually send a message to Lin Miao Miao. Even more so, he didn't know what he should say to Lin Miao Miao right now. He felt that he should confess to Lin Miao Miao, but the frustration that was once there came flooding back, frame by frame. It was only 2 months ago that he was thrown to the ground like a dog and stomped on a few times. Today he has more financial and work confidence, but when it comes to relationships, he's also just a rookie who's been hurt once. Lin Miao Miao sensed Zhang Chao's mood swings. You, say what you have to say. Before being your boyfriend. Before Zhang Chao could confess all, Lin Miao Miao's cell phone rang at that moment. Lin Miao Miao had already opened WeChat. Her expression changed instantly. Puzzled, surprised, dismayed, speechless, to finally silent. The whole face is as wonderful as a slideshow. Lu Mingyue actually did send her a dozen or so screenshots, almost every one of which was a long speech from Zhang Chao. The humility almost spilled out from inside the screen of the phone. Zhang Chao was right next to Lin Miao Miao and naturally saw the message that surfaced on her WeChat. Each of these long-winded pieces is from his own hand. He knew it almost by looking at it. Zhang Chao covered his face. Even though he had already put it down, he still didn't feel ashamed to look at it. Disgraceful and disgusting. Zhang Chao raised his head and looked at Lin Miao Miao slightly expectantly, hoping that he could receive some exclusive comfort belonging to his girlfriend at this time. But his expectations were just that. Expectations. This first acquaintance's girlfriend, Lin Miao Miao, just lowered her head and silently looked at her cell phone without saying a word. Such a scene gave Zhang Chao a sense of despair that he could not breathe. Wonderful sister. His throat made another sound, as if he was making a final plea for help. Only Lin Miao Miao did not respond to him as a call for help. Xiao Chao. Like Zhang Chao, Lin Miao Miao wanted to speak, hiding her thoughts. Not all girlfriends are brave enough to stand up for their man? Many people's first reaction to realizing that their ex has a caring relationship is to avoid it and back off. There's nothing wrong with that, because no one wants to be a substitute, a filler, especially those with mental cleanliness. Think of all the sweet things he said to you, the words he loved you with, the things he loved you with, that he used to do to other people, even do better, more thoughtful, more humble. Whenever they think of such moments, many people with mental cleanliness can't take it. Zhang Chao had no way to ask Lin Miaomiao to say something for himself, and he didn't know how to explain to Lin Miaomiao about that relationship with Lu Mingyue. The two were silent for a long time, and Zhang Chao was about to open his mouth when a delicate figure walked up to the two. Lu Mingyue, she's here. The cell phone held in his hand was playing a video of Zhang Chao crying until he was out of shape and constantly begging her. Zhang Chao was struck by lightning when he saw the scene, and Lin Miaomiao's eyes were drawn to the video. She wished she didn't watch it, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't imagine her boyfriend, whom she had just met, kneeling so humbly in front of another girl. Want to see anything else? There's quite a few. Lu Mingyue's nice voice spoke the most vicious words in this world. Lin Miaomiao's fingers trembled slightly as she reached forward and stopped. Those are things of the past. He, Lin Miaomiao, are you really stupid or are you trying to act stupid? He used to cry and die for me. You think he'd really like you? And specifically a schoolgirl from the dance club. Are you sure he's not looking for a replacement? You want to be my double that badly? Sister Miao Miao. I didn't. Zhang Chao roared. Lin Miaomiao waved her hand as she closed her own eyes, wanting to refute those words of Lu Mingyue. But the things that Lu Mingyue said seemed to be true. Dance club. Sisters. Alternatives. A word-for-word put-down. To get her to meddle. On what grounds? She, Lin Miaomiao, was not someone who couldn't find a date, and she didn't want to be anyone's substitute, nor did she want to listen to or explain. Chao, I'm sorry. Zhang Chao opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Lin Miaomiao is gone. Zhang Chao also did not go to retain her. A relationship that had just begun, so suddenly broken. An accident? Somewhat unexpected. But was it really an accident? It didn't seem that surprising. They were originally first acquaintances, and the feelings between the two of them couldn't even talk about how deep they were, and Zhang Chao's dedication to this relationship was far less than that of Lu Mingyue's, so there was no way for him to blame Lin Miaomiao. He just felt disgusted. Disgusted at how there could be someone as disgusting as Lu Mingyue in this world. Disgusted with himself for having liked someone as disgusting as Lu Mingyue. Zhang Chao sat woodenly on the bench without speaking or eating. Lu Mingyue obediently sat across from him, towering over him like a victor and retrieving her cell phone. Zhang Chao, I've heard that you've been doing well lately, and you've joined the company Fingertip Future, which is quite impressive. And a new girlfriend, but she doesn't seem to like you much. Ugh. She can't stand it when I just say something. Seeing that Zhang Chao was silent, Lu Mingyue also collected her smile. Her purpose of coming to Zhang Chao today was not simply to abuse this elementary school brother. She was for induction into fingertips. As long as Zhang Chao is pinned down and he loosens up, this should be a sure thing. Zhang Chao, why don't you ask me how I've been? Zhang Chao stood up and directly walked towards the outside of the cafeteria. Lu Mingyue hurriedly followed. She tried to grab Zhang Chao's arm, but he dodged it. Lu Mingyue, who hadn't gotten the better of him, didn't let up. She followed behind Zhang Chao and said loudly, "Do you remember Wang Luyang? I broke up with him. You have another chance." Zhang Chao, why don't you say something? Zhang Chao, you stop. Lu Mingyue rushed directly to Zhang Chao and stopped him with her open hands. Zhang Chao, who had been silent, finally raised his head at this moment, his expression indifferent. What do you want me to say? Lin Miaomiao doesn't suit you at all. You're not tall either, but she's too short. Sister Myrtle is very nice. It's my problem. Zhang Chao stepped out of Lu Mingyue's way, but once again, Lu Mingyue walked in front of him and stopped him. Zhang Chao, stop. Can you talk properly? How's that for good conversation? He and I are broken up. We can go back to the way things were. Don't you want to? Zhang Chao's gaze gradually turned from indifferent to cold. Go back to the old days? Go back to a life of viciously ripping apart my disguise, hanging me up and whipping my personality, and pouring chili water on it? Still every day I am treated like a prairie kobold, a sewer rat, a circus clown, a monkey at the zoo, a big little kid in a poker game. Do you think I should be torn, shy, and bow down to you yet again? Maintain your previous humble position again and continue to be played by you. Like a rat, you carry it out of the sewer again and again and leave it in the sun. Yes, I, Zhang Chao, am the rat man of life, the beggar, the waste that accomplishes nothing. Lu Mingyue, it's so satisfying to watch me at a loss for words as you tear all my pride to shreds like you used to, isn't it? Lu Mingyue suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the way things were going. She once again reached out and grabbed at Zhang Chao, but he dodged away. Zhang Chao, I don't mean that. I just want to tell you that I'm single now and we can be together again. Zhang Chao just smiled faintly. I've just said it. Lu Mingyue, you win. Go tell the world I licked my face and added you. Go ahead. No, it was just playfulness between Wang Luyang and I. In retrospect, I realized that the person I really like is still you. Zhang Chao stared at the woman in front of him. If she really went all the way with Wang Luyang, not leaving and eventually walking into marriage, then he might even think highly of the other person. But right now, he had nothing but disgust in his heart. I know what you're thinking. Lu Mingyue, don't get your head out of my ass. It's not my problem that you didn't pass the interview. It's that you don't have enough business skills and fingertips wouldn't have recruited someone like you. There's no possibility of us continuing. And those things in the past are just that. The past. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. The hustle and bustle of the campus was completely irrelevant to him. At this point he just felt annoyed by the people around him and he just wanted to find a place to be quiet. But with Lu Mingyue's nature, how could she let go so easily? She rushed straight to Zhang Chao's back and hugged him with one hand regardless. Don't you go. Zhang Chao did not have the intention of pitying her. Skimming off Lu Mingyue's fingers one by one. Let go of me. Chapter 144, A Manual for the Development of Breasts. Su Ming touched his chin. His beard was clean shaven so it didn't stick. Are we really looking for old season? He's got bronchitis and I have a feeling he's not very good. Yeah, old season's got a girlfriend. It's definitely a different situation than the one we're in. Not going to a regular place? What's wrong with having a girlfriend? Bullying an honest man? Don't be awkward. Ask first. The three of them finalized the matter with a word from you. And then at Monsoon in their small group of 4. Zhang Chao, brother phone. Are you going to wash your feet? Monsoon? Joey Han, in a few days we'll be on vacation. We thought of going out to get together before the year. Together not? Su Ming, Chaozi says you have bronchitis. So there's no way you're going to go and wash your feet with us. Monsoon, Zhang Chao this awkward black. Lao Zi he Tian D heritage. Will bronchitis? Su Ming, he Tian D proves his heritage. Monsoon, regular no? Su Ming, that's why you're scared? Monsoon, we can't do anything illegal. Understand? Zhang Chao, brother Ming said it's regular. Can you do it, brother Feng? Go ahead. Report the location. Su Ming, let's go to the Chinese medicine hall. Is this formal enough? Monsoon, okay, we'll get there later. In the company, Monsoon cut to the interface for chatting with Warmth. I'm going to go wash my feet with my roommate tonight. A sort of year-ago party. And I urge you not to disrespect me. Warmth, who was reviewing in the library, glanced at his cell phone, raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth rose a little. Go ahead. The people sitting around this area of the library at this time are the study group for the industrial management class. And sitting next to Warmth happened to be Gu Shueteng, who was also cramming for the final, and she had exchanged notes with Warmth when she was cramming just now. Warmth put her phone out of reach after replying to the text. Although Gu Shueteng knew that it was rude to look at other people's cell phones, she still couldn't help the curiosity in her heart, especially since she was wondering if the person messaging with Warmth was Monsoon. Although she didn't even have the chance to contact Monsoon now, she still wanted to know about him, wanted to know how he and Warmth were developing. She didn't dare to ask, nor was she in a position to do so. Therefore, after Warmth put down her cell phone, Gu Shueteng still quietly glanced at it. Then came the scene where Monsoon made a big prickly request to go and wash his feet. Gu Shueteng froze. She glanced at Warmth's foot. The cast was still on it? Warmth twisted her head, her expression puzzled. Although the relationship between her and Gu Shueteng wasn't exactly good, after the company and the dance club approached each other, the two sides had eased up a lot. Gu Shueteng was also silently doing the approaching work in it, whether she really felt guilty about Monsoon or wanted to work out on her own. In short, do things by asking for signs and not by asking for hearts. Moreover, Gu Shueteng had also copied notes for Warm just now, and at a time like this, Warm definitely wouldn't speak ill of her. What's wrong? I just saw the message on your cell phone. Monsoon he went to wash his feet? I know. Warmth winked to show that she knew. However, Gu Shueteng felt that Warmth did not understand her meaning and reminded again. Warmth, you know things like foot washing are actually quite dangerous. Don't you ask him more? I know, but Monsoon carries it. You don't think it's a problem that he's going to wash your feet while you're still injured? Warmth shook her head slightly. Monsoon had been with her for the past 10 days, taking care of her without fail when she was hurt and sad. It's just that it's hard to explain this kind of thing to an outsider like Gu Shueteng. He's supposed to be a free spirit, so of course he can go and do what he wants, but he has to talk to me before he does some things, and go out and play debrief. It's a sign of respect for the relationship. And two people together are supposed to need some personal space. He's telling me now that I'm going to hang out. And he's explained why. So of course I'm not going to bother him. Gu Shueting was stunned at her words. Warm words are too reasonable. The kind of reasoning that doesn't belong to a woman. As she had once known it. A relationship between a man and a woman should be characterized by some brutal emotions. But if you like someone, shouldn't you accommodate each other? That's true. So usually it's Monsoon who accommodates me more. Gu Shueting. Monsoon accommodates you more? Yeah, Monsoon is a very gentle person. He always thinks about others. Gu Shueting. She sniffed and froze again. The old Monsoon was indeed a very gentle person. Right. So why couldn't she always see it in her high school days? Yeah, Monsoon is a very gentle man. As the two men conversed, a number of people looked up at them. They were both beautiful women from the Department of Engineering and Management, and everyone there knew them, but most of them didn't expect that the two of them could actually talk. After all, it used to be rumored that the two were at loggerheads over their boyfriends. Still, it seems like they're talking about now is their boyfriends? Warmth, you seem to be looking better than before. Such a direct compliment? No, it's just that I think you're a lot more refreshed than you were before. You were so dry and thin before. Oh, that would be fat. Gu Shueting glanced at the warm chest, and then at her own, sighing slightly. She is prone to developing a baby belly if she eats just a little bit more. Normally she practiced dance and controlled her diet fairly strictly already, but it was still a far cry from warmth. You just can't get fat where you should be. Which is not true. I don't know how many people envy your body. They don't know how you practiced. Warmth scanned Gu Shueting up and down. Are you going to practice? Is there really a secret? It's possible to practice, but it's not really a secret. Right. Warmth thought about it and answered seriously. Well, how? Keep doing push-ups every day. Gu Shueting? Are you serious? Of course. For girls, push-ups not only strengthen the chest muscles, but also increase the toughness of the chest suspensory ligaments. It's great for shaping women's breasts, and push-ups also accelerate blood circulation as you work your muscles, which is good for pectoral development. Gu Shueting wasn't the only one who was silent now. Everyone else at the table looked at Warmth as well, as if confirming the veracity of this answer. Unlike the focus of the girls in the industrial management class, the boys who heard the warm words were also stealing glances. Having just mentioned shaping, the air conditioning in the library was at a decent temperature, so Warm took off his jacket, which was a slim turtleneck sweater. It accentuated her figure to the max. Other than that, Warm boobs do look good. Her boyfriend is probably going to be very happy. A lot of people think so. I'll go back and try it out then. It's always nice to get in better shape. My boyfriend will like it and I'll fall good looking myself. Gu Shueting stymied her head and whispered, finishing her words but somewhat less daring to look directly into Warm's eyes. Got a boyfriend? Not yet. It's not like I haven't met the right destiny yet. Well, fate does matter. Warmth nodded and didn't continue talking. She looked at the book absent-mindedly, her fingertips making a small rustling sound as they brushed against the turning pages. A sweeping glance at her chest with downcast eyes and a slight smile from Warmth. From the conversation just now, she could clearly feel that Gu Shueting was intentionally or unintentionally turning the topic to Monsoon. Boyfriends and all that. It's been a long time. Haven't you gotten over it yet? What will she say next? Warmth was a little curious about that time in the hospital, since Monsoon didn't let her work most of the time. It's pretty boring. Apart from reading, Warmth was left to think of odd things. For example, would Jifeng and Gu Shueting have gotten together without themselves? Maybe it will. Who knows? Warmth, are you guys going back home this year? When are you going back? We can buy tickets together. Gu Shueting's gaze was hopeful, as if she was eager to get the exact date. Then you can go back with them as a matter of course. But Warmth shook his head slightly and pointed to his leg. My legs are pretty bad, so I didn't plan on taking the train back, and will just drive when I'm on vacation. Her own shoddy thoughts were not reached, and Gu Shueting's gaze darkened to the naked eye. Look at it this way. It's true that it's inconvenient for you to be injured, but it's going to be tiring to drive all the way back, isn't it? Well, I did mention that it would be better to take the train, but couldn't argue with him. Gu Shueting. She kept her head down, letting the falling strands of her hair hide her gaze as a sense of alienation grew in her heart. Feeling warm? You're so mature. You've been with Monsoon for so long. Don't you even know how to pamper Monsoon? Just hold back all the time? Warmth narrowed her eyes slightly. This sentence, if she hadn't heard it correctly, had a vaguely offensive attribute. Spoiling for a fight? She spilled the beans. And what else do you guys have going on? Do you know the meaning of the word brother? Understand the stickiness after one wet kiss when you're angry. The problem is, this is a secret that belongs between her and Monsoon. Why would she tell outsiders like you? Sure enough, isn't Gu Shueting still unwilling? Then she'd just have to let the other person carry herself. But outside, she was the dignified, cold and beautiful general manager one. Speak up for sure. Monsoon told me earlier that pampering and dependence are passive skills that all women are born with. When a girl gets enough security and favoritism, it triggers automatically. But because of this, we should not indulge in pampering and dependence, which can turn into endless demands. The solicitation of boys can be done but with clear feedback, because boys have youth too, and he gets tired. After listening to Won's words, Gu Shueting's fingers were already trembling a bit. She didn't know how many times this was the time she was zapped. Not a word about her. Not a word about her. Excessive pampering and dependence can turn into endless demands. Isn't that what she's talking about? Chapter 145. Are you also starting to suspect that you're not the main character? 2 and 1. No. Brother Fong, listen to me. Shut up for now. Auntie's story is much better than yours. There's only in your story, and there's poison hidden in the... Okay. The corners of Zhang Chao's mouth were turning to the ground, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Right now, he was 100% convinced of Monsoon, not only the issue of the company's position, but also the fact that every time Monsoon helped him and dealt with various matters, it gave Zhang Chao the illusion that this was a very simple matter. In time and more often, he grew to understand. It's not that things are simple, it's that people have gaps. The gap between man and man is much greater than the gap between man and monkey. While Monsoon smiled and listened to the old ant's sweet story, Zhang Chao was a bit distracted because the old ant's story was not good, and old ants are obviously not as good storytellers as young technicians. Those young female technicians open their mouths. Father gambling, mother sick, brother studying, the whole family of 6 all rely on me. A chip into the missteps, but also hope that big brother more care. The whole set of emotions thing can be played out for the mechanic to understand. Old auntie was different. She told stories in a pre-verbal way, often telling a less interesting trivia 2 or 3 times. What with the factory-issued movie tickets to the movies, or maybe go dancing at the roller rink in the trendy bell-bottom pants of the day. Together, we ended up making wishes for each other on New Year's Eve. This story Monsoon listened to how Zhang Chao do not know. Anyway, he listened to himself as tasteless. It went on in bits and pieces for more than 10 minutes, and by the end of it, the old ant's face had grown more than a little regretful. But it's all in the past. Now I'm hugging my grandchildren. Monsoon answered her words at the right time. Auntie loved Dens seriously when she was young. We didn't talk about love in those days, but like was really like. A few moments of nostalgia flooded the old aunt's eyes. I can see that not many people usually listen to old auntie's stories, and she doesn't tell them often, so her stories are intermittent. The occasional truthfulness led to more conversation with Monsoon. Looking at Monsoon nodding in response to the old aunt from time to time, Zhang Chao couldn't help but inquire. Brother Fong, do you really believe it? It feels like a lot of the things she said are not right, and the additions are too obvious. Monsoon rolled Zhang Chao's eyes obliquely for a moment, then resumed closing his eyes, fingers folded together, tapping each other. Chao, I'm the one who told Auntie to say that. HM? Zhang Chao didn't understand what Monsoon meant for a moment. Since I'm the one who asked my aunt to tell her story, she's finishing it in earnest. Then as the one who brought the matter up, I should respect it regardless of her story. It's someone else's payoff. Do you understand? But we paid for it. That's money for foot pressing, not storytelling. Zhang Chao had an odd look on his face. He felt that there was something in Monsoon's words, and he couldn't figure out what was hidden in those words. Is it a metaphor for what happened to Ryu Myungmoon? He glanced at the old aunt who was squeezing Monsoon's feet and lowered his voice. But this story is obviously faulty. Maybe it's fake. Monsoon turned his head to look at Zhang Chao and sighed slightly. Zhang Chao's ability to learn and work is not bad. After all, can be a year sprint to get into the Magic City Computer Science Department, after joining the job to do things no problem. But he does have a bit of a problem with his perception of life. Chao, most of the people in this world are ordinary people. And since they are ordinary people, does it matter if the story is true or not? I mean, life would be too bland if you just lived it as a normal person. Life is so long, and there are always some great stories to punctuate it. So it doesn't really matter if a story is true or false, even if the whole thing is made up. If it makes your life a little bit more exciting, then the story has served its purpose. Isn't a woven story just a lie to yourself? Ordinary people weave a story that they use to embellish their ordinary lives, to make it seem a little more exciting, a little less ordinary. Even if it's fake, it's not a mistake, let alone a lie to yourself, but an emotional release and catharsis. How can Wendy be sure that she's really an emotional release, and not lying to you? Chao. Human beings are inherently creatures with complex emotions, and the story the old aunt told today may or may not be true. Maybe she's just trying to get me to add an extra clock. Still, the truth and nostalgia that flows through the story is moving. Don't you care about anything else? Chaozi, You're still stuck in your obsession with truth and falsehood, when in fact, truth and falsehood in this world may change in the blink of an eye. One moment she loves you, but the next she's in love with someone else. At least one thing is certain in Auntie's story. She does have a den she can't forget. Monsoon's words stung a bit. Zhang Chao could only remain silent after hearing this for a long time before responding. Is Wendy talking about Lu Mingyue? But I really put her down. Oh, letting go? You let go of her. But she didn't let go of you. You let go and let go. But you also let go of the hurt she did to you, and condoned her continuing to hurt you. Zhang Chao was once again speechless because what Monsoon said was the truth. The topic suddenly turned a bit harsh, and Monsoon's seemingly distracted state made Zhang Chao not dare to breathe. Until Monsoon reopened his mouth. Man, he needs a tree hole. A tree hole to hold outdated secrets, outdated favorites, and outdated stories. Though the story has expired, the bond that was once there was genuine. Maybe that emotion was a crush, a miss, a regret. But when told, that nostalgia will also be given a sour and wistful flavor by time, and one will be more than relieved. Den, the person Auntie can't forget, is overdue for likes and regrets. She happened to meet me today, so I acted as my aunt's treehole for a bit. Zhang Chao continued to be silent. Did any of this have anything to do with him? Could feel Monsoon nudging himself. And yet, he couldn't figure out what Monsoon meant by those words. Does Wendy mean I need to vent? Well, everyone needs to go crazy. It's an emotional outlet. It's just that some people go crazy alone when they're lonely and others get high online. For example, if you say your mom is gone when you play a game, it will turn into a respectful hello auntie when you actually meet her. Go crazy how? I won't. Seeing how Zhang Chao was so cowardly, Monsoon wanted to give him 2 punches. It seems you're not awake enough, so I'll remind you a few more times. Remind what? Zhang Chao was a bit confused. Lu Mingyue just thinks you're inferior to Wang Luyang. She's just greening you. You can't not feel it, can you? She only took you to kill her loneliness for a while, and you think that's love. She's dependent on you. You're dispensable to her, and she doesn't care about you at all. Those were just casual remarks. Don't take them seriously, Chaozi. Why didn't she look for anyone else but you? It means she's serious about you. She seriously thinks you're her ATM, and she's ting on your head, and she's bullying your current girlfriend. And you, my friend, you actually didn't say anything, goose-stepping like a dog. When Monsoon said this, Zhang Chao finally couldn't hold his tongue. Enough. Stop it, Wendy. You've just said that I'm just an ordinary person. What can I do? Monsoon finally smiled when he saw Zhang Chao's frown with more anger. It's actually great when you can recognize that you're an ordinary person. You've met all 3 teachers of men, so you're just missing an opportunity for enlightenment. What are the 3 teachers of men? A dry wallet, a failure, and a she who is going away. Brother Win doesn't have to hit me so hard. Monsoon opened 2 cans of beer and handed Zhang Chao one. Zhang Chao silently took the beer handed to him by Monsoon and the 2 of them clinked. Chao, in fact, you were already not an ordinary person when you met your nobleman. You just don't realize it yet. Nobleman? Who, do you think, is your honored one? Monsoon looked at Zhang Chao as if he had been there. Zhang Chao froze and stared at Monsoon for a long time. Under the Monsoon's gaze, Zhang Chao suddenly felt something more in his heart, and his expression gradually became firm. You, Monsoon smiled slightly. Stupid, yes, but it was still save. Lu Mingyue messed with you today and threatened you, didn't she? Aha. Zhang Chao lowered his head somewhat glumly. And what do you do as an uncommon person? Zhang Chao didn't know how to answer for a moment. His expression was very awkward. Monsoon handed the beer can to Zhang Chao and slightly tightened his fingers. The not-so-sturdy can instantly tightening. Click. The tin can was pinched flat and beer spilled out of it. Ah, Chaozi, you're such a loser for letting someone who has asked you to bully your current girlfriend into ting on your head. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Looking at Zhang Chao's face of remorse, Monsoon's eyes gradually turned grim. It was like when he was facing Jiangnan, Zhou Ku, Wang Yang and those people. As I said, you were no longer ordinary after you met your nobleman. And you would have been invincible in this game. Undefeated? What is it? Aren't you in charge of recruiting and onboarding models? Monsoon was still as rambunctious as ever. But that's the business of the company. It's company business. Yes, but did you promise her anything? Ha! Zhang Chao's heart was a little messed up, and Monsoon seemed to have taught him something about being a human being. But this kind of being human was not at all like what he had originally imagined. You failed to protect your girlfriend. That's that Miu Miu schoolgirl thing for now. But I can't understand letting Ryo Akane go when you have the initiative. Zhang Chao clenched his own fists, the hot blood in his heart hard to dispel. Wendy, what should I do? Monsoon suddenly lowered his voice as if a demon was whispering. Chapter 146, Where's my money? Can opening and closing your eyes be the same as taking a test? If I were the protagonist of this world, I wouldn't be fretting about whether or not I'll fail today's exam. Alas! Mu Eveningchio had a helpless look on her face, and her once confident and exuberant pretty face had unexpectedly become more than a little disheveled. Gu Shueting looked at her with some surprise at her words. The look seemed to say, no. How can you worry about flunking such a simple question? The corners of Warmth's mouth twitched as well, but she never bothered to take up lip service outside of Monsoon. It was completely pointless. All three of them are from the Department of Engineering and Management. The other two found it simple. So this paragraph of Mu Wancho's failed speech instantly silenced the scene. Monsoon smiled. In the world you can control. You are the world. With your eyes open and closed. You're worried that you're going to fail the test. And that's only because you don't have the knowledge for the test. Humph. You finished reasoning. What am I saying? Anyway, I've been feeling bad about everything since I got to college. And a main character? 9 times out of 10 in a TV show I'd be a villainous. The kind that gets written off in 3 episodes. Hey, what do you mean by evil female supporting character who was written to die in 3 episodes? I feel like your kind should at least live until the last episode. Okay? You really think so? Of course, the Mu Evening Show I know isn't like this. You probably had it too smooth in the past, that's why you think this way. In fact, life gives you trials and tribulations simply because you are meant to be the main character. So that statement is a disguised admission that I'm not doing well right now? I feel like you're already in transit. Trust me. Move forward, Junior. Mu Wancho rested her chin on her hands and swung her head over and over. I didn't feel the transit or anything, but anyway, the money was spent and a couple of houses were hitched. As for moving forward, what can I see going forward? At the mention of money, Monsoon's expression was a bit awkward. Not only him, but even Warmth was embarrassed. Monsoon usually didn't care much about finances, and things in terms of financial expenditures were always handled by her. Mu Eveningchio, the biggest investor, smashed 20 million, and did not even see a splash yet. Anyone else and she wouldn't know how to explain it. Seeing that Mu Eveningchio didn't get to the bottom of the money matter, Ji Feng wiped his sweat. I'm not sure what I can see going forward. After all, everyone's life is different, but if you stay where you are, the landscape will always remain the same. Go forward to find your favorite scenery. Hearing Monsoon say that, the light in Mu Wancho's eyes instantly dimmed a bit. She knew what Monsoon meant, that he was not of the view of her destiny. Stay where you are and nothing will change. One should move forward and look ahead. Check out the new scenery. It might suit you better. But Mu Wancho wanted to tell him that if she continued to walk forward, the rest of the scenery might not be the glimpse she wanted. It was just that in front of so many people, especially in front of Warmth, she couldn't say such words. Mu Wancho glanced at Warmth. The autistic girl acted as if she hadn't heard them, cooking her own shrimp sliders and helping Monsoon iron some tripe. Seeing that Warmth had no intention of speaking, Mu Wancho continued to utter another word. When you pass by a beautiful landscape, you should always stop and stay to take a picture before you go, right? At least you should leave a thought for yourself. After all, not everyone can find a landscape that suits them. Monsoon. She had her head down, but as she spoke, she raised it. Eyes didn't look at Monsoon, but shifted their gaze to Warmth. What had been a harmonious atmosphere suddenly took on more of a foreign odor. Condescension, or ambiguity. In fact, Mu Eveningchio's words made Gu Shueting empathize with her, and although her expression was wooden, she raised her head at this time, wanting to hear the answer to this topic. Even Yi Yue, a transparent passerby, stopped her hands from cooking the vegetables. Perhaps even she didn't realize that she was curious to know the answer to this topic as well. The journey of life is long, so when you meet beautiful scenery along the way, shouldn't you stop yourself and stay where you are? Like Mu Eveningchio said, at least take a picture to give yourself a memory. Warmed by the convergence of gazes, it was as if they hadn't felt them. Anron's cooking. She first fished out a piece of fatty beef for Mu Wancho. He also fished out a pill for Gu Shueting, and finally got Yi Yue a piece of duck blood. Warmth cocked his head slightly as he finished fishing for vegetables. Aren't you going to eat? Mu Late Autumn. Shueting Gu. Yi Yue. Warmth smiled a little. Calm and collected, she unhurriedly took a piece of ma, put it to her mouth and blew on it before putting it back into Monsoon's bowl. Monsoon froze, and his eyebrows, which were originally tense because of the tense atmosphere, finally loosened. In fact, this situation he really has some headaches. He is good at fighting and killing, attacking and subterfuge. This kind of love tugging and pulling is really not very good at it. But it's okay if it's warm out. What he can't solve, the autistic girl will help him with. Trust her. Monsoon lowered his head in a very forced manner, avoiding the gaze while happily dipping the sauce, and had an unusually satisfied expression as he stuffed the tripe into his mouth. Is it good? Yummy. Monsoon seldom says what he loves to eat, In Warmth's impression, Monsoon also belonged to the kind of people who were hardly picky about what they ate. But she would remember what Monsoon had eaten more of the last time she had hot pot, then order it again on the second time. And if Monsoon doesn't eat as much as he did last time, it means that the extra food last time was just happenstance. If you'd still eat more of this kind of dish, it would mean that Monsoon really kind of likes this. For example, tripe is. If Monsoon says that he likes whatever Warmth likes, it's favoritism towards Warmth. That Warmth said she liked whatever Monsoon liked, was that she really knew what Monsoon liked to eat? Many girls in relationships ask their boyfriends to give her details during the course of the relationship. In fact, it's not just girls. Guys care about details too. It's just not something that needs to be said, especially since most guys are rough and big-headed. It's the kind of tiny favorite that becomes pretentious when you say it. Even the boys themselves felt pretentious. But if his girlfriend can do it every time, the happiness will be multiplied. After all, boys are creatures who are easily satisfied. Care about each other a little bit because you like it. After fishing for everyone, Warmth then put down her chopsticks and slowly opened her mouth. Why go looking for the landscape that suits you and not try to be that landscape that suits you? Who will be the big tree when everyone wants to take a cool ride? If there is no harbor, where will people go for shelter? Mu Wanchio, Julie, I don't seem to be able to speak to her? Gu Shuiting, Julie, I missed it. My own harbor. Yi Yue, worthy of being my boss. Save up and pinch. But what are the details? The details are, as Monsoon faced Gu Shueting in Yen Honghao's persecution, Warmth would pull his finger. When Monsoon wanted a cigarette, Warmth would silently light it for him. When asked by others if it was because Monsoon was going to the party, Warmth affirmed that it was. She would help Monsoon smooth the smoke when they went out to eat at the table. When someone was surrounding Monsoon to beat him up, she would stand up and say no hitting my boyfriend, even though most of the time it was Monsoon who beat up the others. When Monsoon needed a director, she was Director 1, and when she needed a CEO, she was President 1. When Monsoon needed a touch, she gave it. Another example is that right now, Monsoon isn't very good at dealing with these girls. She'll just help with it and take it as it is. She was someone who could make Monsoon feel comfortable, a partner he recognized. These are the details, and details that make the difference between success and failure. Seeing that the atmosphere had once again fallen into silence, Monsoon nudged his mouth, but was pulled back by Warmth. People come out to dinner to have fun. It's a little sad to talk about it. If Late Autumn has any questions about exams, she can ask me. After all, I'm very good at this part of exams. Well, if I do hang up, then I'll come to you for tutoring. When the autistic girl finished, she started fishing for food for the group again. It's not easy on the legs, but it's hard to resist a long enough spoon here. Late Autumn eat more food. This one that Yue found tastes good. Warmth still fished out the dishes for Mu Wanchio first. Not to mention the fact that Mu Evening Autumn's guaranteed status is also the company's big gold owner, an angel investor who sells his house to support himself. Her possessiveness kept her from sharing Monsoon, nor would he give Mu Wanchio an emotional response. The only thing she could do for Mu Wanchio was to help her earn more money. Okay, can't see the money yet though. However, for Mu Evening Chio, Warmth still gave absolute respect. It's about respect for the investor and for a nice friend. Thanks. Mu Evening Chio nodded her head and resumed getting distracted. But she still talks round every now and then. Characteristically so. When Warm ended that topic just now, the atmosphere of the group's meal was a bit warmer than before. Fondue was supposed to be warm. A few of the girls were chatting quite a bit about interesting things that had happened during the semester. Work, and cute guys and gals other than Monsoon. It's just that whenever the topic of other men and women comes up, Warmth glazes out. It was the first time she'd ever been involved in getting into this kind of conversation. Warmth, who had just been very domineering and self-possessed, actually revealed a slightly embarrassed expression when the ladies chatted about her being the object of many boys' desire. The autistic girl would even quietly glance at Monsoon to make sure that Monsoon wasn't angry about the topic. Of course Monsoon wasn't angry. He had been playing dead since just now. Warmth became the goddess in the hearts of many boys, which is a very normal thing. After all, he's also the high-flying male god to boot. This table of girls, ahem. So, instead of being a blind chicken eating dry vinegar there, we should do something real. For example, get something delicious for your girlfriend. After all, it is the warmth that puts the atmosphere to rest. Monsoon isn't as detailed as Warm, but he can peel shrimp. Chapter 147, Mom, add a pair of chopsticks for dinner. How much can 2 to 3 more months be? Monsoon remembers that in the previous life, the first 4 months of the Yin-Yang Division's launch, the water flow was 3 billion. Of course this is the opening data. There are promotional incentives, recharge incentives, and the expectations of the player lords for this game. The final cast is this brilliant statistic. Of course, running water is not income. Promotional, marketing, server and operational costs haven't even been accounted for. And the second full year was $5.7 billion, which is certainly a big drop from the first 4 months of the first year. If you look at the monthly average, there are many reasons for this: promotional overdrafts, campaigns, character strength balance, etc. After all, it's a multi-character card game, and players with full collection fetishes are ultimately in the minority. Most gamers, once they are satisfied with the gaming experience, will gradually favor characters with powerful performance. This is an inevitable trend for all permagames, but even so, The Undertaker was successful enough. It's not just the earnings that are successful, it's also a big success baptism for the players, because it put an end to that era of shoddy card raising and forced the death of a lot of games that were made purely for the purpose of generating money and had no conscience whatsoever. Of course, there's nothing conscientious about the Pig Factory or The Undertaker. The Undertaker is really well made, but the money still has to cha, and the Hog Factory has always practiced one principle: you can make more money when it's gone, but more when your conscience is gone. Monsoon, what are you thinking about? Been lost in thought for so long? Moo Evening Show's call pulled back Monsoon's thoughts. In thinking very seriously about how much money 2 to 3 months in advance would probably help you as an investor, Monsoon's serious look was handsome and charming, at least for warmth. Every time Monsoon did something serious, it took more energy for her to stay focused, because it's always going to be hard to resist looking and posting. And it was even more unbearable for Moo Evening Show, who had never received favoritism and attention from Monsoon in the first place, to be able to make Monsoon think things through for himself so exhaustively. It's not a bad idea to spend the 20 million. This serious? And don't put too much pressure on yourself. In fact, even if you don't make money, it doesn't matter. Hurry up and go bankrupt. Hurry up and go bankrupt. Get broke, Moo Wanchio chanted in her mind. In the past, Monsoon wasn't considered rich. Even if she opened a company, it was still a small fortune in her opinion. But Monsoon is growing too fast. It was fast and a bit overwhelming for her. Thankfully, Monsoon's company is now once again in financial crisis. If Monsoon's company goes bankrupt and he's poor, his own strengths can come into play. Of course she believed in Monsoon's ability, but she also wanted to keep Monsoon. Hey, it's not like the package is out of the question. Good thing. Hurry up and go bankrupt. Seeing Moo Evening Show in deep thought, Ji Feng, who was on the side, thought that she was thinking about the investment. He also felt embarrassed that there was something about how much money The Undertaker could make that he couldn't specifically disclose. All he can do is not waste his investors' money. Don't worry, Moo Wanchio. This project will definitely help you make a lot of money in the future. In this life, Monsoon will make The Undertaker more. He would follow a more forward-looking perspective. Sentiment, mood, emotion, all pulled full to the max. The players of this world have been fed by the big manufacturers for a long time now, and it's about time the players had some fine chaff to eat. Moo Evening Show raised her eyes and saw Monsoon's serious face, and her expression suddenly became a bit awkward. Monsoon seemed confident that he could make money. LOL. Moo Wanchio was suddenly a bit torn, not knowing how to continue this topic. It really doesn't matter if you don't actually make any money. No, wait. Something suddenly flashed through Moo Wanchio's mind. She hesitated and looked up at Warmth, thinking about what Warmth just said. Everyone is looking for a big tree to cool off. Everyone is the wind that wants a harbor. But no one wants to go and become a big tree, a harbor from the wind. She seems to be one of those people. She also wanted to keep Monsoon on a leash, wanted to keep Monsoon by her side in the way she liked and needed him to be. But the Warmth is always different. Whatever Monsoon asked her to do, she would do it with all her might and accompany him. And she had never understood Monsoon and their company except after she had invested that money. And she didn't even know how the project was done. She really didn't know enough about what Monsoon wanted to do, nor did he think about it, trying hard to help Monsoon make it happen. Maybe that's the difference between her and Warmth? This plan, Monsoon has put a lot of effort into it, right? It's his heart and soul. Monsoon if very much want to succeed, then could he himself help him unconditionally like Warmth? Maybe this way, they can get closer. After some contemplation, Moo Evening Autumn returned the topic back to this investment. I've seen project books in the past that change hands and cut corners and stuff, so I didn't realize you were investing so much in this project. Can you tell me more about the specific investment consumption of this program? I suddenly feel that I don't know anything about any of this and I don't know what I can do to help. The sudden change in Moo Evening Show's attitude made Monsoon feel puzzled. However, he would naturally try his best to fulfill the investor's request, which was supposed to be the case. Moreover, Moo Wanchio wanted to learn about the making of a game, and he was happy to accept it. After all, in his contract, He gave Mu Evening Autumn the right to invest 10% of all the angel rounds of the fingertip game. This girl probably doesn't realize what a 10% angel round for fingertip games is. Still, as a game investor, it's good to know a little bit about game production. Of course you can. You're already an investor and it makes sense that you'd want to learn about the making of the game. There are a lot of things to spend money on, starting with plot motion capture because of the many plots, dialogue, sensationalism and epic CG. There are also exclusive moves for all the characters to fire off big moves and end the whole game, all using motion capture technology. When it comes to making technology, it costs a lot of money. Monsoon started talking about what there is to make about this game. Mu Wanchio seemed to be listening as she struggled to understand, especially when she understood that the previously selected motion capture models were actually going to be used in these places. Mu Evening Autumn's eyes also glowed slightly. These, in fact, would interest her. What about other expenses? Then there's the game theme made, equipment system design, character values, level settings, all of which are made by our company's game team, as well as the IQ Society in conjunction. On top of that, CG, voice acting, video, and the production of the screenplay and story backgrounds cost a lot of money. Professional lines, voice acting, motion capture, all of these are tested over and over again for optimization. After that, there's the overall art style of the game, which is what sets the tone, the core idea of The Undertaker. I would define on the base concept of human ghosts and ghosts. Friendship, affection, love. The different paths of humans and ghosts have given the profession of The Undertaker a different meaning. And our player, it's Lord Shade. Monsoon was very detailed and professional. His serious look was indeed charming, and as Mu Wanchio listened to his explanation and narration, a smile naturally appeared on her face. It's just that unlike last time, this time Mu Wanchio didn't make a philandering mistake. She thought very carefully before speaking. So, can you set me up with a character motion capture and exclusive CG? Sure. The investor's request was readily granted by Monsoon. Just that demon Blade Heim. I feel like she's pretty good looking and sassy. What's the problem? Seeing that Monsoon was hesitant, Mu Evening Autumn immediately pursued. She did now have the idea of leaving these traces of herself in this game. But if this kind of thing made things difficult for Monsoon, she would give up immediately. Not interfering with the process of making the main body of the game is the minimum. It's true that there are some problems, but it's not your problem? I've already settled on someone for the role of the Demon Blade Lady. Oh, it's the dance club? No, it's her. Monsoon pointed at Yi Yue, who was pretending to be dead for half a day. Yi Yue? Good lord. When was she given this job and how did she not know herself? Yi Yue glanced at Warmth and then at Monsoon. Finally chose to shut up. Owners and investors, stay out of it. Smiling, he nodded to Mu Evening Chio as a sort of acquiescence to this matter. Ms. Yi Yue is tall and leggy, and her temperament is relatively cold in terms of temperament, so she is very suitable for the role of Demon Blade Lady, which I arranged in advance. If you have a need for it, Mu Evening Autumn, there's another role that's particularly suitable for you. Oh, details. Mu Wanchio studied dance and entered the engineering management department at the request of her family. In fact, she herself was quite interested in role-playing, so there was a vague expectation of the role that Monsoon was talking about. Kagaya Heim. Kagaya? Mu Evening Chio's eyes glistened. And then Monsoon came up with the overall planning, and concept of having a Kagaya Heim. The phones are backed up inside. It's no wonder this crap game cost so much money. Passing Kagaya Heim's information to Mu Evening Autumn, Monsoon casually barked out a few words. It's just capturing and face modeling. In fact, many aspects can be compensated with technology. I'll do a good job. Don't worry. When I get back from New Year's, I'll come to your company to help record. Monsoon paused and wondered what Mu Wanchio had realized again. In short, if the investor and the company's project are on the same page, you can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Will it end up costing more than $100 million? Well, the original budget for the project was $100 million. But at the current rate of progress, it's probably going to be something like $140 to $150 million. Mu Wanchio pursed her lips. Do you have enough money? If you do the math this way, my 20 million won't even reach 20%. Do you need me to make some additional investments? No need. You don't have to worry. If you think the investment won't work, you can also count it as me borrowing from you and just pay me back when you get your capital back. Warmth silently lowered her head and drank a mouthful of milk without saying anything. This kind of thing, it is better to let Monsoon decide. Chapter 148 Warm Notes. Add a pair of chopsticks? Wan Yakin on the other end of the line visibly froze. The lights in the room weren't on. Her face hidden in the shadows where the setting sun couldn't shine. Her eyes refracting some of the light and making her gaze look obscure. Once again, the conversation between mother and daughter fell silent. The two seemed to have gotten used to the silence. It seemed like a silent confrontation, and a mutually uncompromising struggle. Got it. You can talk about it when you get home. Again. Similar words. Warmth often heard Wang Yakan say this kind of thing, since she was a child. We'll talk about it at home. Come back and talk. I'll deal with you when I get home, etc. What can I say about going home? It was nothing more than scolding. Wang Yakan recovered a lot from her weak body after the operation. She has more strength now than she did in her senior year, so Warmth even wondered if she would be beaten when she went back. Good. Toodaloo. The call was hung up, and Warm put away the cell phone with an expressionless face. Didn't go sighing or showing a sad face. Doing those things would only make Monsoon worry. Right now it was still on the highway, and she didn't want Monsoon to be distracted by all this driving. Warmth looked quietly out the car window at the sunset and evening sun. The light bath spilled over his face, quiet as always, as was the window of her school in high school. In fact, during that time of summer vacation, the time when Warmth took her mother, Wang Yakan, to Jinling for surgery, the relationship between mother and daughter had eased a lot. So much so that Warmth thought for a moment that they might slowly become a normal mother and daughter. Unfortunately, a phone call from Huang Jihai broke it all. From Huang Jihai, Wang Yakan learned that Warm did not go to Qingbei. Damn girl, how dare you! Wang Yakan hadn't scolded Warm again for some time before, because Warm had begun to learn to retort and rebel after having an income. But that day, it seemed like everything was back to square one. Warmth did not retort any further. It has been Wang Yakan's expectation for more than 10 years to let Warm get into Tsinghua University, which is her dream. It is also something that Warmth herself has been insisting on and struggling with for more than a decade, and it is the most correct thing that Wang Yakan has always taught her. But in the end, Warmth did not choose Qingbei, but went to the Magic City to pursue the Monsoon. For the first time in her life, she was deciding something on her own. Yet this one event, another one that could almost be fateful. Confirmation of this matter of going to Mordor University actually came earlier than taking Wang Yakan to the surgery. The matter had been finalized as early as when Monsoon had told her after the graduation season that she was going to take the entrance exam to Mordor University. It doesn't really matter if it's Mordor University, Jiangcheng University, or any other university that's a bit worse. It doesn't even matter for the Warmth. In this moment, she had decided to go to Monsoon, wherever she could. No one could have imagined the Warmth of being quiet, obedient, and well-behaved for over a decade, to be able to make such a move that borders on insanity. As she said when she put her head on Monsoon's back, "Why would I leave you at the best age?" It was the courage of her cowardice, the righteousness of her budding heart, but this time the righteousness, but also completely shattered the mother Wang Yakan's dream. Warmth hadn't told Monsoon about any of this. It's always fun when you're in school. She didn't want those happy times to be laced with the shadows of her family of origin, nor did she want Monsoon's career, which was taking off, to be interfered with by her past, in pieces, and now she needs to pay the price for her choice, and that price is facing her mother. With Monsoon's acumen, he had sensed something was wrong when Warmth called, so he didn't mention where to go first or anything like that, and a lot of things had already been judged from that phone call Warmth had just answered. "I've been told to add a pair of chopsticks, so it must be for him." It was just the look in Warmth's eyes that made Monsoon slightly worried. The mother-in-law's side of the story seems to be a bad one. "Where is the house you're renting?" Monsoon's sudden inquiry caused Warmth, who was originally lost in thought, to freeze. "In the Guanghuan neighborhood, Building 21, Unit 1, 901. It's New Year's Eve. You can't go over there empty-handed. And your mom is sick, so I don't think she smokes or drinks, right?" "Well, she doesn't smoke or drink. That'll do. There's a New Year's Day gift box in the trunk, but we'll still need to get some milk, supplements and such. When you get back to the neighborhood, see if there's a mercantile or mini-mart. Go in and buy some." Listening to Monsoon arranged to go home with himself, warming the slightly cool mood at this time. A few more warmth. When one needs Monsoon, he does most things well. It's so comforting every time. It just so happened that by this time, we had already arrived at the exit of the highway, and the speed of the car slowed down, so Warmth leaned her head on Monsoon's shoulder. Leaning over from the passenger side was actually quite uncomfortable, but she just wanted to lean over. "I'm a little scared. Afraid your mom will give me a hard time?" Warmth rubbed her head against Monsoon's shoulder like a lazy kitten. Aha! The feeling of being guessed by Monsoon's mind every time was actually not bad. "The last time I saw your mom was in high school, and I felt pretty impressed then. So maybe your mom will like me. My mom, she isn't quite the same. She can fake it. Disguise? That's not a good word to describe your own mother." "I see." Monsoon nodded. He didn't say "I understand" or anything like that because he really couldn't. It's common to brush up on controlling parents on the internet. More mothers overall. These controlling parents often do things that seem horrible to outsiders. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. Monsoon had never experienced this kind of very depressing family of origin, so there was no way to talk loudly about empathy. He's just warm-hearted. I'm afraid mommy will do something to upset or embarrass you. Warmth's voice was low, and Monsoon knew this was her giving herself a warning. What's the reason? Mom always wanted me to go to Qingbei. That was her obsession. Are you afraid I'll be mad at her? No. I don't want to see you suffer. It's usually the guy who doesn't want to see his girlfriend suffer, and after really liking it, the girl is the same. She similarly doesn't want to see Monsoon suffer, even if it's because of her own things. Maybe it's not that bad? Haven't even met her yet. Maybe she'll like me a lot when we do. Aha. Monsoon took the time to pet Warmth's head. In fact, he was somewhat tempted to say just now that even if he did get aggravated and angry, it didn't matter. It wasn't like he was going to clamor for a breakup just because of such a minor setback. It wasn't said that way simply because I didn't want this meeting to go and cast an extra shadow. The car drove all the way to the neighborhood of Guanhua. Monsoon found a small supermarket and followed the normal door-to-door process, buying some milk and health products. Autistic young girls like Warmth basically don't know anything about things like coming to the door. It's not like she's had any other boyfriends, and she doesn't go online to see how other people get involved with each other. So in short, it just stands out as a nothing. The car drove inside the neighborhood and found a parking space in front of the building and stopped. This parking space is not his own, so Monsoon left a phone number to move the car. Take the Warmth to Unit 1 and take the elevator to the 9th floor. This short journey, the autistic girl's body inevitably tensed up. Her fingers holding onto Monsoon were much tighter than before, and her palms were sweaty. Coming to the door of 901, Warm raised his hand and hesitated. As he was about to knock on the door to room 901 suddenly opened. Warmth's mom, Wang Yakin, just stood at the door with a smile on her face, as if she had been waiting here all along, waiting for the movement at the door, waiting to open the door for them. The atmosphere was a little cold. Wang Yakin's eyes lingered on Warmth's legs for a moment as she looked at him. The surprise in her eyes was very obvious. It seemed that Warmth had not told her about the injury. Her gaze, though, eventually rested on Warmth and Monsoon's clasped fingers. It's not that Monsoon wants to show his love when he sees his parents again. It's that Warmth has been unwilling to let go. Mom, I'm home. Wang Yakin narrowed her eyes slightly and surprisingly did not respond to Warmth, but turned her head to look at Monsoon beside her. Monsoon's student. It's been a long time. Hello auntie. Long time no see indeed. Come on in. Come on in. The food will be ready soon. Wang Yakin's voice was still gentle, and her attitude looked friendly, much the same as when Monsoon had seen her a few times before, and Warm himself, as he had been the last time he was in that tiny townhouse. Nervous, uneasy. Monsoon had always felt that Warmth's mom wasn't that scary. At least he didn't feel that terrible. But he also realized that what he felt was nothing compared to what Warmth had felt for over a decade. This kind of thing doesn't need to be disguised. Approaching the house, Monsoon carried the gift inside. Well auntie, these are some gifts. Ugh, why did you even buy so much stuff? Really? Go sit down over there. Take a break and watch some TV. It's all just a few thoughts. Go ahead and sit down for a while. I've still got food frying in the pan. Aha. Monsoon kept smiling and being polite, but he still felt weird. Very weird, because from the time they entered the door until now, between Warmth and Wang Yakin, except for the sentence Mom, I'm home when they opened the door, there hasn't been a direct exchange. Wang Yakin ignored Warmth, and Warmth didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to talk to Wang Yakin. If they didn't know something about them, anyone who came along would have wondered if they were really mother and daughter. Being pulled all the way to the sofa by Warmth, Monsoon had just sat down when voices immediately came from the kitchen. Nuan, come and help. Don't keep the guests waiting. Chapter 149 Mothers and Daughters. This study notebook of an autistic teenager chronicles her nearly 3 years of learning and growth. But it went from a study notebook to an emotional one in just a few months. The warm, wan and powerful strokes revealed her simple, hot favorite. So she had the idea of confessing so early on. Straightforward and awkward. This is his own cute girlfriend. The more Monsoon looked at it, the more he liked it, but when he wanted to turn the page again to continue reading, he found that the notebook had been torn off in one whole piece, several pages in a row, all gone, torn. Monsoon glanced at the back and it was already completely blank, so this note from Warmth should end here. After expressing likes, what's ripped off? Monsoon glanced at the notebook, and as he hesitated, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The pages that were torn off were very neatly cut edges on the first 2 pages. It should be stuck with a ruler and torn off at the extended edge. This way the tear off will be neatly specced and at least it won't damage the notebook. But the next few pages are a different story. With a pitted tear that looks like it was ripped straight off the page the hard way, Monsoon rubbed his chin slightly, gently scraping his fingers against the gaping hole where the laptop had ripped. So, 2 people tore it down? If the notebook was torn by 2 people, then the situation is clear. It can only be Warmth and her mom. Wang Yakin. Warmth tore off the notes was careful, probably wanting to save it, keep it, collect it. But her mom's action of ripping out the notes should have been anger. Why is there anger? Because she saw things that were beyond her expectations, like Warmth expressing a liking for yourself, or maybe something else. Monsoon leaned sideways in his chair, his hand hanging on the back of the chair, his fingers gently rubbing his forehead as he listened to the sound of frying outside the house, slowly organizing his thoughts. Warmth and her mom moved here after Warmth earned her money. By that time Warmth had already started preparing for her mom's surgery. Therefore, Wang Yakin in that period of time may have been in a worse, weaker health condition and had to be operated on as soon as possible. At that time, Wang Yakin, who should have lost control of her Warmth, did not know what was in this notebook. Surgery is in the Golden Mile, and there is no opportunity to come here. But Warmth also said that after her mom's surgery, she brought people back to recuperate for a while, and waited until the last day before school started before she rushed to Mordor to check in. The timeline for a Warm summer vacation is still very clear. Warm mom recovers after recuperating before cocking the lock. It was just a guess on Monsoon's part, but it was a reasonable guess. Monsoon pinched his brow in some annoyance. A clean slate. It's really a pain in the ass. Why is it that being in a relationship and being married are 2 completely different concepts? Because falling in love is just a matter of 2 people. 2 people who are in love with each other and like each other. That's enough. And marriage is a 2-family affair. And even if the love is mutual, both parents need to be addressed. How do I fix it? Normally, it is the man who settles the man's side and the woman who settles the woman's side. Usually the woman has more problems, so the man ends up making some financial interventions to assist with the woman's problems. For example, the bride price. While it's kind of sad that a relationship between 2 people ends up being reduced to settling with money, it would be easier in reverse if it could actually be settled directly with money. It's not long now. Go out and look around. Monsoon gently gripped this notebook, although he had the idea of collecting this notebook, but thought better of it. The notes are indeed monumental, but it's the talent that counts. It was something he wanted to ask Warmth's permission before. Pushing open the door of the unlocked room, Monsoon re-entered the tiny living room. In the kitchen, the sound of frying drowned out the whispers of the 2, making it impossible to hear what they were saying inside the room. Monsoon was just about to walk a little closer when the phone suddenly rang. Hello? Hey there. Hello? You're the owner of this red Audi, right? The license plate is. When Monsoon heard the other party's words, he instantly understood what was going on in his heart. Oh, I am. Is it taking up a parking space? Right. Come down and move your car. That's fine. Sorry. Hold on. I'll be right there. The mother and daughter in the kitchen had obviously heard the sound of the Monsoon phone, and the mother-daughter conversation had quieted down as a result. Monsoon knocked on the kitchen door, and Wang Yakin opened the door and greeted him with a smile. Is there something wrong, Mr. Monsoon? Auntie, I'm going down to move my car. It's taking up someone else's parking space. Okay, go ahead then. Monsoon turned his gaze to Warmth with an inquiring meaning in his eyes, and although Warmth's expression was a bit strange, his eyes were very determined. She firmly nodded her head towards Monsoon, and then even gestured an okay sign. Monsoon knew that she wanted to solve the problem on her own, so she said no more. I'll go down first. Then, after Monsoon left, Wang Yakin slowly walked back to the gas stove and stopped frying vegetables, while Warmth leaned against the sink and stopped washing vegetables. Wang Yakin opened the lid of the pot that was burning on the side and looked at it, laughing while it was hot. I think the ribs are good. You especially liked them when you were a kid, but the family was poor and couldn't afford them a lot of the time. Mom, I'm at a good college now. The school's business exchange office thinks highly of me, and I'm doing well at work and school. Monsoon and I started a company together that pays well and things are looking up. Wang Yakin didn't squeak as she fished out the rib soup with a large spoon, sopped up a bit and put it into a small bowl, then handed it to Warmth. How about you taste the salt head? I didn't put much salt in. If it feels bland, add more. Mom, we're still quite busy right now, mainly because the company has a big project underway, and both Monsoon and I are under quite a bit of pressure. When we're done with this rush, everything will be fine. Try the soup first. There was no rhythm to the conversation between the two. You talk about you, I talk about me, and don't give a damn about each other or have a clue. Cluttered conversations will always start and end at some inexplicable point. Warmth looked at the rib soup Wang Yakin handed over and pursed her lips. Good. Receiving the soup, Warmth blew on the edge of the bowl and took a sip. Wang Yakin saw her drink. then continued to pursue the question. How does it feel about the flavor? Flavor, just right. Nuan didn't drink it seriously. Have you forgotten that I told you before to do things seriously? What's mom trying to say? There's no salt in the soup. How could it be just right? I've taught you not to lie before. Remember? Warmth fell silent. Her fingers braced against the sink, tightening until they were white. But she remained expressionless, seemingly not taking Wang Yakan's words to heart. My mouth is light. The mother-daughter confrontation lasted only a few seconds before Wang Yakan smiled bashfully. You used to be so obedient. Why are you suddenly clueless? I'm not unintelligent. No ignorance. Why didn't you go to Qingbei? Have you forgotten how many points you scored on the exam? Have you forgotten your dream for so many years? In the face of her mother's questioning, Warmth was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. That's your dream, not mine. Wang Yakan was slightly stunned, meeting Warmth's slightly indifferent eyes, and did not speak again. Once again, the conversation was forcibly ended, as it always was between her and Wang Yakan. If it had been before, she might have been beaten. Only now she possessed the power to resist. Their relationship is just so complicated. A mother-daughter relationship that is hard to describe as common sense. When Warmth saw that her mother didn't say anything, she turned around again and started washing the dishes. And Wang Yakan also served the burnt dishes onto the plates. Neither side argued to the point of being red in the face, but they didn't back down either, and they both knew it. Everything seems to be back to normal. It wasn't until Wang Yakan picked up the dish that she suddenly popped up. So, is your dream to go to Mordor University? Warmth. My dream. A monsoon. Wang Yakan's expression was suddenly hideous. Your dream is a man? Warmth. Are you delirious? So self-absorbed? The autistic girl clenched her fists tightly, one hand covering her forehead and one holding onto the sink behind her. Her expression was a little pained, and the corners of her mouth were stifling a twitch. The acceleration of his heartbeat caused the warmth of his chest to rise and fall rapidly. That very uncomfortable feeling spreads all over the body. The brain, the heart, the body. Warmth knew that she was guilty. First time in months. She can't take the pills. She doesn't want to keep taking them. Wait for monsoon. When monsoon comes back, she'll be fine. Suppressing his own heart palpitations, the warmth of his voice was a little icy. Is there anything wrong with that? After you get into Qingbei, you will take the public examination and the editorial board, and join the business. That is something that belongs to you, and everything is in your own hands. But aren't you degrading yourself by going to Mordor, by clinging to a man, by putting your hopes in a man? Yes, I went to Mordor to find him, and I don't think it was any mistake. And do you feel that I won't meet another man if I go to Qingbei? Warmth, you weren't like this before. Are you that lowly that you have to rely on men? Have you forgotten what your father did to us? I haven't forgotten, and I'll never forget the last look in his eyes. What eyes? Relief. The emotions suppressed in the kitchen suddenly erupted, and the two men, who had been settling down, suddenly had an uncontrollable frame. Wang Yakan also did not expect her daughter to be so stubborn. She took a deep breath. He was relieved, but he left the two of us behind and suffered for more than 10 years. Have you forgotten that? Hearing this, Warmth directly interrupted Wang Yakan. That's also because you forced us to. We suffered for more than 10 years. Isn't that the result you want? How do you talk to me like this? I am your mom. Wang Yakan suddenly took a few steps closer. Mom, are you thinking you can hit me again after you get your body back? Chapter 150, The Right One. The moment Warmth made a sound, Wang Yakan's body also suddenly tightened at that moment. The slightly stooped torso slowly stood up straight, just as it had in her youth. She was facing out the window, the faint bright light creating patches of light on her face, patches that were dispersed whenever the lightning flashed. The distance from the bed to the window was only a few meters, and the distance between their eyes, mother and daughter, seemed like centuries. Wang Yakan slowly turned sideways to look at the warmth of the window. The beautiful maiden stood under the darkened window in her nightgown, the billowing curtains brushing against her, giving the maiden a more than a little bleak beauty. The flickering light allowed Wang Yakan to see the corners of Warmth's slightly hooked mouth. Boom! A bolt of lightning broke through the sky and also illuminated the entire figure of the young girl. The booming thunder made Wang Yakan couldn't help but tremble a little. But the girl by the window acted as if she hadn't heard that sound, just looking straight at himself. She was staring at herself. She was staring at her mother, smiling so unsuspicious, furosamide. Warmth laughed very strangely, and she covered her mouth to hide most of her expression, doing her best not to laugh too loudly. Looking at the warmth in front of her, Wang Yakan was suddenly a bit overwhelmed. If her daughter's previous defiance had only made her feel rebellious and angry, the way her daughter looked now was nothing but strange. Nuan, why aren't you in bed? Warmth sniffed, and a somewhat open smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The occasional flash of lightning behind her illuminated her morose white teeth, which looked a bit ominous. She didn't respond to Wang Yakan's words, but just walked towards him silently. She was on crutches, her white feet just stepping on the ground like crystal and white jade, and every step her feet took left a wet footprint on the wooden floor. It was even colder against the night. This was due to the rain that had flown in from the window when he had just stood by it, drenching his warm pant legs and paws. It was until Warmth walked up to Wang Yakan, the tyrannical mother, strong and controlling at heart, finally couldn't help but take a step back. Yuan. The warmth of her hair was a little wet. It should be the rain from the window that had gotten into her hair. After all, it was very windy outside at the moment. Hiss. Ha. I'm not sleepy. Mom. The weather in Pearl City is a little colder than Magic City. Warmth's teeth were chattering slightly as she spoke, and the droplets of water at the end of her bangs crossed her brow as if she was emitting a chill all over her body. Wang Yakan was a little nervous in her heart, and she didn't know what she was nervous about, just a little resistant to the warmth approaching. Nuan, you'll catch a cold like this. Hurry up and wipe off and go to bed. Warmth softly attached to Wang Yakan's ear. Her voice seemed to bring a chill. Mom really cares about me. Don't worry, I'll care about Mom too. Wang Yakan subconsciously made a swallowing motion, forcibly suppressed the uneasiness within herself, staggered the warm approach, continuously backed up, and slammed into the door. Knock. Why don't you hurry up and wipe it off and go to bed? Yeah. Receiving a warm response, Wang Yakan hurriedly turned around and opened the door of the room, busily running out. Warmth remained standing in the same place while she watched her mother leave. She didn't bother to wipe her hair or go to bed. She just stood there quietly, wondering what she was thinking. It was a long time before she moved herself up and walked barefoot to the desk next to the bed. Opening the drawer, Warm picked up the box of fluoxetine, unboxed the pills, and plucked 2 capsules off the plate, half holding them in his hand. The autistic girl lowered her head, another droplet slipping from her hair and smashing against the side of her hand, as if to remind her that she should take her medication now. Warmth still didn't move. She just stood still and quiet. The sound of the thunderstorm in her ears faded, not so much that the rain had stopped, but that she had gotten farther away from the room. Warmth felt as if she was drifting away from the world. Her perspective became very strange, like she was looking down at herself from the cat's eye of a room door, and the vision was looking up at her, like a pulled-back lens. Looking down on myself, looking up at myself, but the two keep getting pulled apart. The figure in sight slowly shrunk, smaller and smaller, until he couldn't see himself clearly. Suddenly, Warmth felt as if there was a voice in her ear, chattering, but she couldn't hear exactly what the voice was saying. It just felt like an inexplicable murmured whisper. Hearing voices? Tweet. A sudden ringing in the ears. The whispers that had clung to his ears before disappeared with that ear-splitting sound. Trance. The cat's eye. The lens. The shrunken self. All disappeared into nothingness in an instant. She was back. Back in the room. Back in place. The room returned to peace. And nothing else could be heard but the thunderstorm outside the window. Apparently, she made a mistake. Warmth took another look at the capsule in her hand and her breathing became ragged. Her heart raced again. Faster and faster. Louder and louder. Deafening. It was so loud that it even drowned out the sound of the thunderstorm outside. But the warmth of this ragged breathing was followed by a quick return to calm after a heartbeat. She had some water stains on her forehead and some sweat stains. Clutching the pills, Warmth walked towards the bedside table. She tried to reach for the glass of water on the nightstand, but I don't know if it was the trance of her gaze, or the fact that she couldn't see well in the darkness, or simply the fact that her people were starving. Anyway, when her fingers tried to touch the teacup, they actually missed. Instead, in a moment of dismay, he felt for his cell phone on the nightstand. Warmth hesitated for a moment and simply picked up her cell phone. In the darkness, the screen illuminated the warm face, a little lopsided and a little wooden. Warmth expertly found the newsletter topping, and colors suddenly came into her indifferent eyes. Then came confusion and surprise. The smudge of amazement lasted for a long time, and seemed to be helping the autistic girl to retrieve some of her memories, until the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. The top avatar hadn't changed. It was still a shadow of them holding hands under the moon, but the name of the top person changed. I bought too much rice. For some reason, she wanted to laugh at the name, and it was one of those goosey laughs, because she finally remembered the person she used to be. I think of the slow and stupid germination of emotions, of that green and sweet fondness. All the emotions were swept away, leaving only a contented acacia. Yes, liking someone can be satisfying on the inside. If it happens that the other person likes them too, the satisfaction isn't double. Rather, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Warmth tapped on Monsoon's avatar and quickly typed in a few emoticons. Cute, cute, cute. glanced at the clock. 2:43. Okay, delete them all. It was this time of the day, and Monsoon would be furious if he knew he hadn't slept. She didn't want Monsoon to get angry. Even if he wouldn't really get angry, he would still show worry. Then, warmly clicked on her avatar and deleted her original name. 1. After thinking for a moment, typed in the name of a math tutor, but after thinking about it, it still didn't feel good. Deleted it and thought about it again. And finally, I'll have to eat it. I bought too much rice, so I'll have to eat it. Well, it's still a name that's more in line with your state of mind. People can't meet anyone too amazing when they're young or they'll be stuck with it for the rest of their lives. She met and was indeed trapped, especially with all that had passed. It made her understand the significance of favoritism. A person, once she has been well loved and protected, is done and set for life, because she finally understands how people who love you will treat you. She can see through the essence of those low-quality relationships at a glance. Having experienced being truly loved, it is no longer difficult to accept that kind of general affection, even if it's affectionate. This is the misfortune of life. But she was lucky enough to meet someone who was willing to stay with her and bond with her for the rest of her life at the very beginning of her love life. She met Monsoon. Luckily it's a monsoon. The road to depression before that was really hard. No one understands, even her mother, who is attacking her with the most vicious words. Pretentious, pretentious, the list goes on and on. The days when no one understands. The middle of the night insomnia stitching her emotions together so that during the day, she looks normal. However, it is true that you want to climb a tall building and leap down. It's also true that you want to swallow sleeping pills every time you get reprimanded. She had thought of enduring, and had been enduring, but how long and how far would she have to endure if there was no love in her heart? Man is incapable of redeeming himself? At least she was incapable of redeeming herself. Only when that light shines within, the darkness and coldness in her heart will be swept away, and she will truly be saved. Occasionally, I look back at my ungrateful self. That self trapped in a world of cat's eyes and lenses. It wasn't to remind her of what she had suffered. Rather, her heart admonished her. There are paths that you should not go back to after you have traveled them once. It's been great not being stuck on that path myself. Come on. Warmth. Monsoon is waiting for you too. Run your fingertips across the screen of your cell phone and let the love fill the emotions. Warmth slowly closed her eyes, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, only unshakable firmness and indifference remained in her gaze. Gripping his fingers tightly, he flattened the capsule in his hand and tossed it aside in the trash. Warmth opened the door and walked out. Wang Yakin was lying on the bed in her bedroom, strange thoughts spreading through her mind, causing her to have a very light sleep. Whoo! Woo! The inexplicable sound of the wind and rain was too loud to be distracting as it came to mind in the room. Wang Yakin frowned and rolled over, measuring her body and trying to go back to sleep. But as she fell asleep, her eyes snapped open. Chapter 151, Brother, don't go. Ji Guangshuan and Dong Kaihui raised their eyes together to look at Monsoon. There was nothing but inquiry in his eyes. And flirtation. Ji's classmates were sweating by now. This kind of small love words between couples. Two people talk about it in private even if on the stage, or in front of their own parents, it is more or less a little shy. Pinched by Wen Xiaonuan's backstab. Return the message. Brother. Dong Kaihui spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Monsoon sweated out. Mom. Yeah. Why doesn't brother reply to people's messages? Ji Guangshuan also started. Monsoon was sweating profusely. Still, he took advantage of this gap and hurriedly sent a message to Warmth. Wait a minute. Come on. You're all a handful of years old. I'd advise you not to be disrespectful for your old age. Oh, brother better eat quickly. Don't make other sisters wait impatiently. Mom Dong Kaihui is simply a yin and yang master, but she is also hoping that Monsoon will hurry to bring people back to see. Ji, a high school senior. Her son's girlfriend is a top student in the college entrance exams. Do you understand the significance of that? Li Lingqi? Gu Shueting? Oh, do you know what tool is? Dong Kaihui glanced at Ji Guangshuan, and the old Ji immediately felt a chill enter his body, inexplicably sending a chill down his spine. Honey, why are you looking at me like that? Yo, the wife is even shouting? Aren't you usually Dong Bigfoot? The old season was equally sweaty. No, right. How could I do something that stupid? Hubby, I'm afraid you'll be kidnapped. Didn't you two whisper there just now? Thinking I didn't know? Awkwardly dark. Might as well fish. Old G still knows what he's doing. If Wendy brings her girlfriend back, you can't be absent. Dong Kaihui's words immediately made old G freeze, which is not letting him go fishing. It's true that wives can still be considerate. That's for sure. Don't worry. Never the Air Force. Looking at the family is happy. Monsoon also doubly cozy. He even thought of the future days. Married. Have a child. A family of 3 generations. The joy of heaven. Ugh, what are you daydreaming about again? Your dad's leaving, so pick up the pieces just in time for him to make a pass at you. Thoughts were interrupted by his mom, and only then did Monsoon come back to his senses. Ha? No, I have a car. You got a car? That ghost fire of yours? Ji Guangshuan carried a fishing bucket, and his expression was a bit snarky. After Monsoon went off to college, the ghost fire wasn't sold, but it's still eating dust in the neighborhood carport. Monsoon sniffed. Biking was indeed fun and was his and Warmth's favorite mode of transportation. However, Warmth was now injured and riding a bicycle was more or less inconvenient, so this idea could only be dismissed. No, I drove back. Ji Guangshuan froze, and Dong Kaihui stopped her hand movements. Both were a little puzzled. Did you drive back? What kind of car? Audi A4. Red. Ji Guangshuan. Dong Kaihui? No. Where did you get the money for the car? Although Dong Kaihui gives quite a bit of money to Monsoon every month, for -5k per month at the 12 to 13 year stage is really considered a lot, but that money is a far cry from something like buying a car, especially since the car is still an Audi. It's not a bargain. It's actually a company car, but I did buy it, in the company's name, and it's still tax-filled. No, you drive the company car. You run this company? Ha? You found all this out? Mom, you're so smart. Dong Kaihui stagnated, and Ji Guangshuan's expression was also a bit taut as he looked at Ji Feng with an astonished expression. No, what kind of company do you run? How much do you make a month? Monsoon was a bit helpless. The company's matter. He was originally prepared to tell his parents together after bringing Warmth. I didn't realize that Mom and Dad were so impatient that they opened the game by asking him how much money he could make. But that's the number one question the vast majority of parents have about their son or daughter's employment. While money can't be said to be everything, it is a top priority as it solves most of the problems and is also related to the future quality of life of your son or daughter. And there is also the point that parents are afraid that their children will be cheated. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Monsoon gave a coy smile and stated a more conservative figure. A month, maybe $4 to $5 million. Dong Kaihui put down the rag in her hand and went up to touch Monsoon's forehead. This kid, he's not sick? Ji Guangshuan was also a bit puzzled. He put down the fishing bucket, took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. It was only after a long period of silence that he asked slowly, Little Wind, did you do something bad outside? Like robbing banks or something? The corner of Ji Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at Ji Guangsun's cautious face, looking like he was truly afraid that he had done something illegal. Dad, let me do some math with you. Robbing a bank like this, one person definitely can't do it, right? If you really do it, you have to have accomplices, and if you have 2 to 3 accomplices, you have to have 2 to 3 people to share the money. And if you rob a bank once, I don't feel like you can really make $4 to $5 million, and you can't do this kind of thing every month, can you? Ji Guangshuan took another drag on his cigarette, his expression somewhat intriguing. The atmosphere of the family, which had been so happy, became eerie for a while. What does that company of yours do? Networking. I'll tell you more about it later when the warmth comes. We did this company together. So, good. Dong Kaihui was a little confused for a while. She is a small woman of the family. The big events at home are actually letting the old season to decide. Though there was usually nothing much going on in the family, her mind conceptualized it as being within $50,000. Anything over $50,000. You basically have to talk to Ji Guangshuan. Monsoon's claim that he could make $4 to $5 million a month was beyond her comprehension. Okay, since you have your own decision on your side, let's talk about it later. Don't do anything illegal or your mom will be sad. Ji Guangshuan had a decent, serious face, but Monsoon always felt that old Ji's expression was strange, and he couldn't tell exactly where it was strange. So he nodded along. I know. Let's go together then. Just to check out your car. Okay. Ji Feng and Ji Guangsun went downstairs together, but just as they rode down in the elevator, old Ji tapped Ji Feng's shoulder. Little Wind has grown up. He can even earn money. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Dad, actually you don't have to praise me like that. The operation of the company is not just as simple as numbers. Investment, planning, operation, all aspects. There's a lot of complicated stuff going on here that can't be explained in a moment. Monsoon wanted to briefly explain the company overview to Ji Guangshuan, but after looking back at old Ji's words just now, something suddenly felt wrong. He twisted his head to look at Ji Guangshuan behind him, only to find the old Ji looking at him with a sad face. Dad, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? What can I do? You're still mad at me? Monsoon? Dad, I know you're angry, but don't be. Can you tell me what's wrong before you get angry? Monsoon, you are really good, really worthy of being my son. Geese over the hair. People over the wealth. Dogs over the past have to get 2 feet. How many meanings? You're in the millions a month now. Your mom sends you 5,000 and you're actually stuck with 2,000. Are you really my son? Monsoon. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. Just this? Seems like the old season is really not having a good time lately. Bronchitis being what it is. Or warmth being gentler. Dad, don't be like this. I'm not afraid that you'll take more than you can spend. I've saved it all up for you. I'll give it to you together later. Ji Guangshuan? Afraid I'll spend it? Have you saved it for me? Well, there's no fooling the middle-aged poor. Middle-aged? Old season you run 5. Not a mofo old age? Oh, do you know how much I paid for this fishing rod? Monsoon does not know much about the equipment of the anglers, but looking at the old season so addicted, it should not be cheap. 1,000? 2,000? Shouldn't it be 300 to 400? Oh, used, 150. Monsoon was silent for a moment, not daring to look up from old G's bleak stare. You didn't used to be this miserable, did you? Got a little high on fishing lately and had a fight. Ji Guangshuan sent a cigarette to Ji Feng, the master and the two at the root of the same brothers. Monsoon didn't forget to remind Ji Guangshuan. Usually smoke less when you can't fish. Oh, it's not the rod that's not catching? Oh, the son is worth $10 million, but the real father is using a 150 second-hand fishing rod. If this matter spreads out, Monsoon was already speechless, and to be reasonable, he was also quite tight right now because of the progress of the yin-yang master. But 10,000 or so, it's really not that bad. Take out the Alipay and prepare to transfer money to the old season. Just put the number of 10,000 on the input. The Monsoon still cannot help but want to say a few words. Dad, I've actually been pretty tight lately. But, old G interrupted Monsoon with a deflated mouth. Oh, Windy, you don't want people to know that your dad is still using a 150 used fishing rod, do you? Monsoon's sad face? This painting style change. Afraid not a little fast. Oh, no, I was just about to transfer money to you. Ji Guangshuan raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately transformed from a lewd fishing man to a handsome and decent old deng. Like this? It's really worthy of my son. Monsoon, Dad, have you been looking at something unclean lately? PayPal arrives with $10,000. When he received the money, old G's attitude was all different. I advise you to stay out of Dad's business. Ugh, where are you going? Old quarter. Without looking at the car? What's there to see in a car? What kind of car is there on the road? What do I care to see your stupid Audi? It's this time of the day. Why don't you go look at the fishing rods? Well, money talks tough. Seeing this unconscious father gone, Monsoon also smiled. Dad and Mom, this is quite good. Young at heart, happy days. It would be really painful if a family lived all day long in bitterness, sinking daily into constant bickering and cursing. And Monsoon is well aware that such suffering families may not be the majority, but they are not a minority. After getting into the car, Monsoon directly dialed Warmth's phone. Chapter 152, Mr. and Ms. At the hotel. Feeling the young girl's near body heat and the scent that was almost ready to hit his face, Monsoon's iron will almost melted. It's over. The warm hand is too strong to resist. Ouch. The Monsoon was too weak and accidentally fell on the rabbit. Warmth used a well-timed exertion, strangling Monsoon's head tightly against her chest. The pheromone scent made Monsoon a bit confused, and for a while, Mr. Monsoon's mind was thrown into chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Question mark after question mark. Thoughts had become jumbled. Monsoon felt that he should react now. He couldn't let Warmth be like this, but as he prepared to brace his hand, the arm around his neck tightened once more. Brother, Monsoon, why don't we wait for her to fall asleep first? With this thought in mind, Monsoon stopped the movement he was going to disengage from, and enjoyed this tenderness with peace of mind. Except he didn't see the wry smile that once again appeared on the autistic girl's face as Warmth tightened her arms. She raised one eyelid, then closed it again. Rubbing his nose in Monsoon's hair, he hugged a little tighter than before. She knew Monsoon was a big fan of stickers like this, but Monsoon won't do that, so she'll take the initiative to satisfy him. The two were immersed in a world that was all theirs alone. Soft, snug, sweet and enjoyable. But you can't hold on to this kind of enjoyment for too long. And it's not going to work because little Monsoon is going to explode. Bloodthirsty is actually an age word, which is what Monsoon is now, especially when dealing with a favorite. But Warmth has a fracture wound in his thigh, and the doctor has instructed that he must not have intercourse during the healing period. A re-injury to this location of the thigh bone can even affect the future for the rest of your life. Monsoon could only sigh. Beastly is as beastly as it gets. One can only suffer a little. Monsoon. Warm, leaving again? The autistic girl's sleepy eyes were misty, but she just wouldn't let go. Monsoon really had no choice but to break away from her embrace and kiss her while Warm pouted. I never said I was leaving from the beginning, okay? Even if we sleep together, we still have to undress. Stupid. Whoa. Warmth looks really sleepy at this moment, and in the face of his favorite girl, Monsoon's heart has only pain. After the arm holding his neck tight gradually loosened his hand, Monsoon very nimbly took off his clothes and then lay down on the bed again. When the autistic girl wrapped herself around her once more, Monsoon didn't try to resist anymore, but gently gathered her into her arms. But after lying down, he remembered that he had forgotten to draw the curtains. It would be morning and the sun would shine through the window. Monsoon somewhat helplessly glanced at the young girl in his arms. Right now she was like an octopus, and had already drifted off to sleep. Let her loose and let go of herself again, and she was probably going to shut herself down on the spot. Forget it. As Monsoon's hold tightened, the warm breathing began to become steady and long. Apparently, she had been dragged into dreamland by sleepy intentions. Perhaps last night's thunder took away all the rain, and even the morning sun was gentler than usual. A hint of fatigue tugged at his warm brow, knitting it slightly, tinting even his sleeping demeanor with a touch of sadness. I don't know if I'm worried about not fixing the mom thing. Still worried about someone leaving. Seeing the haggardness that flooded her face, Monsoon couldn't help but touch her hair and mutter in his heart. Stayed up all night? Seemingly sensing her lover's touch, the corners of the young girl's mouth curved up in a slight arc, and she gently rubbed herself in Monsoon's arms, almost burying her face in it. Warmth loved this feeling, and she often wondered if she could just keep hugging like this. Monsoon originally wanted to play with his cell phone, but when he saw the young girl in his arms, he was worried that his move to play with his cell phone would wake her up. Forget it. Cuddle up and sleep together. Holding the person in her arms a little tighter, the smile on her face grew a little thicker. The two slept quietly until about 11 o'clock in the afternoon, when Monsoon was suddenly caught in the act. Monsoon's sad face? What's going on here? Lowering his brow, he glanced at the young girl in his arms, who was sleeping soundly and even had some drool coming out of the corner of her mouth. It looks like it was just an unintentional move. Monsoon moved her hand over, trying to push the autistic girl's palm away. It wasn't good after all, but just as he touched the warm hand, the young girl clenched it tighter as if in stress. Hiss. Monsoon. Alright, 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 alright. Just don't clutch it so tight. Monsoon raised his hands and re-wrapped them around the warm waist. Seemingly sensing the Monsoon's renewed closeness, the warmth gradually relaxed, and the fingers were less vigorous. It's good that little Monsoon was able to take a breather. After that, everything seemed to go back to the way it was. Except for the little Monsoon that got caught. The daytime dream just went on, full of warmth and peace, though the tranquility didn't last long. Warmth woke up leisurely at about 1 o'clock noon. Perhaps it was because he was afraid he would wake Monsoon, or perhaps it was because of a long habit. Warmth didn't carry out too many movements, and after feeling her surroundings, she tightened her hands, and then there was a pretense of a sleepy murmur. Mua mua mua. Monsoon. He can know too much about the autistic girl's bad thoughts. This girl can not only pretend to be generous, but also pretend to be innocent. But Monsoon also knows that Warmth never understands this. It's just that the previous Warmth wasn't exposed to a lot of skills. That's why it won't. But the internet is a big dystopia, and Warmth started out in the web stats business, so it's just too quick to sift through the information. People are smart, so she's progressing quickly. This is evident in the picture of her legs that she sent to Monsoon. From disliking the camera with his black, unkempt toes, he now knows how to shoot a teasing department choo-choo-choo. Apparently, she wants to get ahead too much. In response, Monsoon students could only sigh quietly. Get up when you're awake. Well, didn't wake up. Well, she's pretending again. So isn't that a skill every woman has? Let go first, okay? Oh, Monsoon was a bit helpless. Was she really not aware that it was easy to wipe the slate clean by engaging in this way? It's really convincing. Are you awake? No. She wouldn't say she was awake. And with Monsoon, she could cuddle and sleep all day. Watching Warmth arch around in his arms, Monsoon smiled contemptuously. If you don't get up, you won't be able to eat the good food. I feel that all kinds of food in Pearl City are much tastier than Magic City, and you seldom ate Pearl City's snacks before, right? Warmth was hiding under the covers and picking her fingers, originally looking determined. But after being said by Monsoon in 2 sentences, firmness was not visible at all, and only entanglement remained. Not eating? If you don't eat, forget it. It's not impossible to continue sleeping. Monsoon's voice carried some snark. It made Warmth even more self-absorbed. It's over. She seems to have been taken by Monsoon, and easily. Half torn between eating and sleeping, Warmth headbutted Monsoon. Better get up and eat then. Monsoon almost laughed out loud, but in front of the autistic young girl, she still had to be a little more dignified. Who let her deliberately catch herself? If you don't listen, you have to take it hard. If you want to eat, then you have to get up quickly, or else a lot of the noon stores will close. After hours. Originally, Monsoon was still gushing there when the girl in his arms suddenly hugged up. His mouth was gagged. It was soft and sweet. Monsoon had actually used only a few seconds from his initial dismay, to his gradual devotion, to his indulgence. The sudden kiss was too passionate, so much so that the raging that Monsoon had been suppressing in his heart was also a bit overwhelmed. His breathing became a little ragged, and the movements of his hands gradually increased, gradually shifting from the position of his back to his front, and began to climb upwards to caress it. The young girl in her arms seemed to be stunned, and she stiffened in place without resistance, until Monsoon unbuttoned her behind. Well, the autistic girl let out a whimper as she staggered away from Monsoon's lips and buried her head in the crook of Monsoon's neck. Being bullied pinched, then there's no choice but to submit to the pinch. Warmth felt like her body was about to melt, but the Monsoon stopped at that moment. His eyes were a little red, but his breathing, which had been ragged, calmed down quickly in the meantime. Attached to a warm ear, Monsoon lowered his voice. When Xiaonuan, do you know you're committing a crime? Got it. Probably also frightened by Monsoon's actions just now. Warmth was also much more honest at this time. Monsoon let out a long breath. Just now really almost is to wipe the gun away. When did he come to his senses? Probably really sobered up or shocked when I ran into Bunny. Those experienced in the past have never been so soft. It simply sparkles. Is it a case of love in the eye of the beholder? Or maybe a case of lover's love or something like that? Monsoon can't be sure. Just wait a little longer. I'm going to take a shower. Monsoon decided to go and calm down. He was about to get up, but was once again stopped by Warmth. Still coming? When Xiaonuan, do you really think I don't have a fire in me? I just want to hug you. Warmth, the little blonde looked straight in the eyes. How do you say no? There was no way to refuse, only to obey. Okay. Monsoon hugged Warmth for a while longer, but this time the autistic girl was clearly here with a purpose. After wrapping her arms around Monsoon's body, the autistic girl directly pressed up, attached to the bottom of Monsoon's neck, next to his collarbone. It was a hard suck. It was as if he was getting back at himself for being bullied earlier. Viciously, he gave Monsoon a stamp of sovereignty. Monsoon looked at Warmth helplessly and let her plant strawberries. It stayed spread out until after it was over. Chapter 153, I Don't Wanna Miss You. As Monsoon drove towards home, Ji Guangshuan, who had bought a new fishing rod, also returned home at this time, carrying a big carp in his hand. I could tell by the smile that spread across his face that he wasn't in the Air Force today. When he saw Gu Shueting's shoes at the door, old Ji was slightly stunned. He didn't pay attention to whether or not Monsoon's shoes were there. He only thought that his son had brought his girlfriend. There was more than a little celebration in the tone. Is it little Feng who brought his girlfriend back? No one responded to Old Season's question, and when he reached his head to look into the living room, he barely managed to hold the fish in his hand. How's? Seasonal didn't say the word you, but luckily he held it in. Gu Shueting did look a bit similar to Li Lingqi. When Dong Kaihui saw old Ji glowering, she thought she was seeing people and thinking about them, so she gave him a fierce look. Old Season stood awkwardly in place for a moment, scratched his head, and put down his rod. Tina is here. Good day, uncle. Gu Shueting also politely got up and nodded. After a semester of college life, she had seen Monsoon, Warmth, Mu Evening Autumn, and many others who were just as good as her, or even better than her. Today's Gu Shueting is also much more introverted, and the petulance she once had has long since disappeared. She was already pretty, and with less arrogance, she actually had a bit more softness. Gu Shueting was also a bit embarrassed. She wanted to find something to talk about, and when she saw the fish in Lao Ji's hand, she opened her mouth. Where did uncle buy the fish? It's quite fresh. Bought the fish, right? Good. As soon as Gu Shueting opened her mouth, she decapitated old Ji on the spot. The corners of old Ji's mouth twitched as he looked at his wife's snickering expression, and he held his tongue for a long time before a ghostly sentence emerged. You and your mom are so much alike, both very talkative. Gu Shueting? Is that a compliment? I'll go ahead and kill the fish and dry it out while you guys talk. Okay. Ji Guangshuan carried the fish into the kitchen, wore an apron, and stunned the fish with a slash. The Old Season had cold eyes and a fierce heart. Bought fish. Knock knock. The sound of the chopper chopping into the chopping board was unceasing, and Gu Shueting outside the door was instantly a little alarmed. Uncle him. Don't you mind him. That's the way he is. Here, have some melon. Dong Kaihui took the melon seeds in front of her and pushed them towards Gu Shueting. Gu Shueting pursed her lips, but still shook her head. No auntie, I'll just watch TV for a while. I'll go get dinner then. You sit down a little longer. Little Win should be back in a little while. Will he? Come back? Well, he said come back. Hearing Dong Kaihui confirmed that Monsoon would be back for dinner, Gu Shueting silently lowered her head and couldn't help but feel much warmer, though she did know that she shouldn't have tried this bit by bit, but she really couldn't help it. She just wanted to meet Monsoon. The phone was blacked out by Monsoon. She's coming to tell Monsoon about the class reunion, but there were no very good ideas, so I told my mom, Li Lingqi, about it. Li Lingqi asked her to prepare some cheap cigarettes and wine to bring, none of them expensive, just a normal visit to her friends on her behalf. Ji Guangshuan and Dong Kaihui are her friends. While visiting a friend in place of his parents, he stopped by to tell Monsoon about the middle school reunion. It's kind of reasonable to come here in person like this, isn't it? Gu Shueting constantly engaged in self-soothing, which would make her feel less guilty in her heart. She glanced at the time on her cell phone. It's after 6 o'clock and I don't know what time Monsoon will be back. Come to think of it, this cell phone was still bought for her by Monsoon. It's just that things are different. After Ji Guangshuan took care of the fish, he was thrown out by Dong Kaihui on the grounds that he was in the way. Old Ji then sat beside Gu Shueting with a stiff face. Just like Dong Kaihui, the son had made it clear to them before. The relationship between him and Gu Shueting was a thing of the past, of the impossible kind, and his current girlfriend was called Warmth. This is what led to the family being silent and not knowing what to say. And old Ji was worried about what would happen to this if Monsoon brought Warmth back tonight. To avoid chatting, Ji Guangshuan deliberately sat far away. However, today Gu Shueting was obviously prepared. She pointed to the cigarettes and alcohol that she had just put aside. Uncle, my mom made me buy this. She said you used to like it. Tina, you're too kind to come and bring something. None of it is expensive, just a token of appreciation. And it's all my mom's idea, so uncle can take a look. At the mention of Li Lingqi, Lao Ji was more than a little embarrassed. After all, they had had a not-so-short fling in the past. Seeing Gu Shueting mentioning twice that these were Li Lingqi's intentions. Okay, let's see then. Old Ji got up helplessly and walked over to the several gift bags that Gu Shueting had brought over, slowly opening these individual red bags. At first it was kanji with red dates, bulk wine, and some milk, health supplements and such. Seeing these things, Ji Guangshuan just smiled bashfully. Nothing was indicated, but at the sight of the yellow-packed cigarettes, the stoic old quarter was visibly staggered. It seemed as if the memories were pulling his thoughts away from the past he had been in. It took a while for him to catch his breath. Crossing the river, a very old, almost discontinued smoke. There's nothing special about this cigarette, if you have to say. It's soft in the mouth. It's cheaper, too, $7 a pack, and if you buy it in strips, it's like $25 to $26 a cigarette. As Gu Shueting said, it was all very cheap stuff. It's all about what looks like nostalgia. But are these things really worth missing, Uncle Ji? Sorry Tina, got carried away. These things. Ji Guangshuan revealed a smile that he didn't know how to describe, and while it wasn't anything like remorseful pain, it definitely wasn't happy either. This was evident even if Gu Shueting's ability to detect words and colors wasn't considered strong at all. Is uncle not like it? Oh, that's not true. It was really thoughtful of your mom to let you buy these. It's just that there are some things that maybe aren't what she thought they were. Seeing Ji Guangshuan say that, Gu Shueting was at a loss. What does uncle mean? Did you know I had a history with your mom? I know. A while ago, mom told me. Ji Guangshuan felt his pockets and took out his cigarettes. Mind smoking? Don't mind. Gu Shueting shook her head. Seeing Gu Shueting agree, Ji Guangsun slowly lit his cigarette. The procrastination is like remembering and organizing your thoughts. All this stuff your mom asked you to send is actually what I ate, smoked, and used back when we were together. It was kind of a very poignant relationship and probably a great memory for your mom, which is why she remembers these things. Gu Shueting's mouth opened. Even if she was slow, she could hear something wrong in Ji Guangsun's words. Uncle means, actually, well, all these things that I supposedly like are not things that I like. I smoked back in the day because it was stressful being with your mom with no money. The reason for smoking Watanabe is also simple, because this is a cheap smoke. It's not that I like smoking the Watari, I just smoke it because it's cheap. Gu Shueting, It seemed that it was because these deliveries reminded the old season of those long dusty past events. It also allowed him to let out the words that had been hidden in his heart, that he wanted to say, but had not said. Bulk wine isn't my favorite either, but that's cheap. And a little bit of it will put me to sleep fast. As for the red date kanji, it's because your mother is a bit anemic, and I'll give her a cup when I have a cup, so she can replenish her body. So, is that it? Gu Shueting unnaturally tightened her hand. Yeah, that's it. She likes concerts. She likes to dance. I know what she likes to eat and drink. But all those pasts your mom misses are really just filters for memories. She just remembers how good I am, but has never learned what it is that I really like. I love to fish. I love to collect good wine. And I love to pan walnuts. I've been with her for a couple years and she doesn't know a thing about any of this. But I've been with your Auntie Tongue for 6 months. And she knows all about it. And can even guess my tastes. Can you understand what I mean? Mom didn't mean that. She just. It doesn't really matter if that's what it means or not. Ting ting. It's been so many years, and we've all got families and a handful of years. Any further emotional upset was 20 years ago. Look at you. You're already in college, and we've long since gotten over those past regrets. I let it go a long time ago, and I hope your mom will too. It's mom, can't you let go? Oh, to say what you young people say, the loved one in a relationship is always emboldened, just as your mother was. But if one day that person puts it down, and for the simple reason that they don't love it anymore, you should know what I mean. Gu Xueting froze in place. For a moment, she actually couldn't tell if the person Ji Guangxuan was talking about was her mom, or her. Obviously, it was a slightly awkward conversation. I know uncle, I'll pass it on. Ji Guangxuan smiled and huffed, high and mighty, then hide the expression in the smoke. Yeah, all he's talking about is a relationship. Who knew if he was talking about Ji Guangxuan and Li Lingqi, or Ji Feng and Gu Xueting? As Gu Xueting fumed introspection and self-absorption in place, Ji Guangxuan suddenly shifted his words. Ha, I'm just saying, don't take it seriously, but your mom really shouldn't be giving these things away, more or less. Well, I really shouldn't be talking to you about this as an old man. Ha ha, shame. Ji Guangxuan snorted and dismissed the matter. Click, the door lock was opened at that moment, and hearing the sound, Gu Xueting immediately got up and looked towards the door. Monsoon returned carrying some cooked food. He remembers that his dad and mom are quite fond of pig's head meat, and that they don't have much time at home to spend with them when they are free. Chapter 154, All Pain is Deserved. The autistic girl's sincerity and warmth moved Monsoon a bit. Yeah, she understood what she wanted from the beginning and followed through with it without wavering for a single moment. This was something that even Monsoon himself was ashamed of. Pick up your cell phone and reply. Even Qingbei has given up. No wonder he froze until it rained without an umbrella. I'm 705, proud. You don't know how to take an umbrella when it rains. I'm number 1 in Pearl City. You don't know how to carry an umbrella when it rains. Angry. Free? No time. I have a work meeting later. Okay, then you go ahead and I'll drive. As Ji Feng stared at his cell phone, Gu Xueting was similarly staring at his cell phone screen. This doesn't seem to be the first time she's done something like this, but it seemed like every time it turned out, it made her feel solid. That's just for me to eat. Is that Worm's new WeChat name? She knew that Monsoon had recently changed her screen name, which she had used for many years, from Summer Breeze to Buying Too Much Rice. At the time, she thought the screen name was pretty silly, but now that she saw Worm's name, she realized that the silliness she felt was just the dog food that Monsoon and Worm spread. Their sweetness has long been spread out where no one knows. Take root and blossom. As for the content on the text message, just one look at it made it tasteless. The tastelessness is not the Monsoon, nor is it Worm sent to the Monsoons in love. Rather, it's herself. It's the, I just don't want to miss you, that she wants to say. She didn't want to miss out on Monsoon because of the hindsight and perceived the goodness of Monsoon. But as Monsoon said, what if we don't find out? Will one still cherish it all? Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. And Warmth's attitude has been different from hers since the beginning. She couldn't be sure of the time when Warmth wrote these words, but from the sentence at the end of that piece of paper, Monsoon, I'm going to look for you in Mordor. It could be seen. This piece of paper was written down before Warmth left for Mordor. She expresses her fondness for Monsoon, a little reckless in her innocence. Again, there is defiant determination, passionate in its purity. When she wasn't sure if Monsoon liked her or not, Warmth was already sure that she would definitely go on with Monsoon. That's something she can't match. Not by a long shot. Not even Monsoon himself could match this blaze. Lost, convinced and defeated. Monsoon, who was looking at his cell phone, didn't hear this whisper from Gu Xueting. When he looked up to inquire, Gu Xueting had already pushed open the car door. Monsoon, I'm leaving. Okay, be careful on the road. Seeing Monsoon waving her hand towards herself, Gu Xueting also fell into a smile. You go back soon too. And don't forget to pull me off the blacklist. Go. When Gu Xueting closed the car door, Monsoon immediately started. The past between him and Gu Xueting was in the past tense, and there was nothing in this past that was worth holding onto for him. The right person will be waiting for you along the way, watching the red Audi leave. The shadow of the headlights gradually lengthened, turning into a diagonal line in Gu Shueting's field of vision. She took out her cell phone and took a picture of Monsoon's taillights, but as she took the picture, her body had begun to shake uncontrollably, gently covering her mouth as bean-sized teardrops slid down like strings of pearls. Gu Shueting closed her eyes and opened them again, pacing towards the small area. There were no more or less pedestrians traveling to and fro, and the occasional sidelong glance for the girl crying silently as someone brushed past her. Gu Shueting didn't dare to make too much noise. She was afraid of attracting too much attention. There will always be people in the neighborhood who know her, who know her dad, who know her mom. She could be a loser, but didn't want her failure to show to more people. Her mom and dad, always proud of her, slightly hunched over and a little hobbled. Not at all like the once shapely, youthful and beautiful young girl. At this time she instead with a little twilight, muddling along. She didn't know how long she'd been walking this way. Guanhua neighborhood, 901, warmly supporting her head with one hand. The other was spinning the water pen in her hand. She was literally more skillful at spinning a pen than a lighter. After all, it had been one of the few moves she could make to amuse and comfort herself in countless moments of boredom. Warmth is conducting a work session on the future of fingertips. There were just a few people in attendance. Yi Yue, Lu Quan, Do Ding, Zhao Lan. The company wasn't on vacation yet, but the gang of brothers from Pearl City were basically back. Except for Do Dan. There's no way around it. The company needs to have trusted people on site to make it work, so the Taoist side of the Monsoon let Do Ding stay a while longer. The president's office side is Yi Yue staring at Zhao Lan. The others do their jobs. As for Lu Quan, who was in technology, he was one of those people who didn't have to worry at all. Remember that Monsoon asked Lu Quan to rush 30 amateur software versions in a month, and the bastard gave his liver out in 10 days. And on the first day he joined the company, he already said so. He is a workplace person with a special ability. And this special ability is also very simple. He is particularly capable of working overtime. Previously, Warmth didn't quite understand why Monsoon particularly valued Lu Quan, treating him as a treasure when they first met. Now she was coming to understand, and likewise valued this man in particular. Lu Quan, I recognize money but not people. Give me money and I'll do the work for you. Lu Quan, since you're looking for me, do or don't give. Lu Quan, you give me the money and the plates will be done for you by night. He's the perfect workplace guy. Comfortable, out of trouble, no office romances, covered in liver, and technology. Given enough money, he quacks things. As for why Lu Quan, whom Monsoon had been able to identify from the start, had the technology, Warmth had asked. Monsoon's reasoning is simple. Most geeks are sociopaths, and being sociopathic means being weak in most social skills, and it's normal to have a lack of confidence. But once a social terrorist is confident in a certain area, it is inevitably an area in which he is very good. Lu Quan is very pretentious when it comes to mentioning technology. Then the odds are that he has the capital to pretend. This kind of talent, which is a treasure in any company, has now become an important technician of the company. Lu Quan, it's been hard on you guys for this period of time. Do Ding will probably be back by the end of the month. After that, you and Yue and Zhao Lan will have to put in more effort. No problem. Understood. There is a question about the delivery of the New Year's Day gift boxes. It is important to hurry up. The courier will soon be on vacation. This point must be prepared in advance. Warmth's words were only half said when the door to the room was suddenly opened. Warm, the meeting could only be suspended because Wang Yakan's voice had come from behind. When I went upstairs just now, I heard a neighbor from another building say that the family's daughter had taken the state enterprise establishment. Hearing his mother Wang Yakan's voice, even though he was prepared in his heart, the warmth was still a bit on top. Even though this is a young company and everything can be rejuvenated, she is the president of the company. In front of the company members, she has to maintain her posture. Warmth sucked in a shallow breath. That's pretty good. Mom, congratulate her for me. Then can't you also take a preparation test in the future? In the future, if you have an iron rice bowl, you can't really starve. It's better than doing anything else. I'm just in my first year of college now, and I don't want to think about the establishment for a while. And besides, I have a serious part-time job right now that pays pretty well. Look, I'm in a meeting right now with my coworkers, so go ahead and get out. Mom. Warmth's voice was still gentle, but a few people in the company already didn't dare to squeak. They all know Warmth well. Although she was usually quite polite in her actions, she was not at all merciful when it came to layoffs. Wang Yakan paused at his words, but still retreated. Warmth was just about to speak when the door to the room was actually pushed open once again. I feel that the preparation is actually not difficult. Look at those few exams for the public examination. They are not as good as you to study. And now the small life is also very good. Well, they're really quite nice. You see, there's something going on over here. I'll talk to you later, okay? Bang! The door to the room was slammed shut by Wang Yakin with a loud sound. Unlocked doors are just that. Parents can come and go as they please, and that's the power they want to gain. Warmth took a deep breath. Okay, Dodan. You keep an eye on the gift box dispatches until you get back. Bang! The door to the room was slammed open once more. Can this job of yours be better than the establishment? If you're going to take the public examination in the future, either the job you have now should not be done. Warmth's gaze gradually shifted from soft to sharp, and she didn't bother with Wang Yakin anymore, but turned her head to instruct the few people in the video. Well, that's it for today's meeting. Any problems with specific work details, raise them in the work group at the first opportunity. Yes, understood. Okay. Seeing Warmth close his own computer, Wang Yakin, who stood at his back, slightly curved the corners of his mouth in an imperceptible upward movement. By the time Warmth turned around, though, she was back to normal. Innocent, worried, like I'm doing it all for your own good. But Wang Yakin's expected rage and madness did not appear, and the Warmth that turned around was already very calm, and the corner of his mouth even stayed with a smile. Mommy's been naughty again, trying to piss me off again. I know it. Seeing the interrupted Warmth wasn't as frantic, self-mutilating, and overwhelming as it had been before. It was only then that Wang Yakin really felt a hint of dismay. When Warm was a child doing his homework, he would even do the act of poking himself in the palm of the hand with a pencil if he was continuously interrupted. But Warmth, now, didn't seem to have self-harm in mind. Nuan. You, Mom, when I was a kid, every time you destroyed something I liked, you would look at me with a teasing look, and to this day, I remember every look you gave me then. You should have been educated when you were disobedient as a child. Feeling that Warmth's tone was not right, Wang Yakin's voice was also a bit outwardly strong. Is it really because I don't listen? Or did I just not do what you told me to do? So now that I'm not mad, Mom looks like she's disappointed? Chapter 155. Day 2. Li Lingqi woke up early in the morning and saw the eggs, bread and milk sitting on the table. But the problem is, she got up just ready to make breakfast. And who made this breakfast? Cheryl. A sound came from the bathroom, and Li Lingqi walked over to take a look, only to find Gu Shueting organizing the freshly washed clothes and sheets. Seeing her mother arrive, Gu Shueting looked up to greet her. Good morning, Mom. Li Lingqi opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Gu Shueting's character was best known to her as a mother. 10 fingers are not touching the water, even if they are a little better in college and have some self-care. But when you get home, things like washing clothes and cooking are simply out of the question. What's going on here? Tina, why are you doing all this? In the face of Li Lingqi's dismay, Gu Shueting was quite bland. She ruffled her hair gently and glanced at her mother with a calm expression. Nothing, Mom. Just got up early today and had nothing to do, so I simply made some breakfast and did a little laundry on the way. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Lingqi felt that her daughter's tone at this moment seemed to be softer and more soothing than before. It's a little less dainty than when I came back earlier, but it has also lost the confidence it used to have. As a mother, Li Lingqi still cared about her daughter. No matter what, Gu Shueting was also a very good child, good at studying, beautiful, and also got into a very good university. It's definitely a standout among his peers. Even if there are some flaws, the flaws don't outweigh them. Tina, you were, yesterday, okay? What is Mom referring to? Gu Shueting raised her eyes, and in a very rare move, she did not avoid the question, but chose to face it head-on. Li Lingqi was slightly stunned, and her expression felt a little unnatural. Didn't you go to look for Monsoon? And I asked you to bring something for Uncle G and Auntie Dong on the way. Mom is more interested in Uncle G's attitude. I guess, after all, that's a past you're sorry to hear about. Ting Ting, don't think too much. You're so big. There's no way, Mommy. Gu Shueting stared at Li Lingqi and shook her head. I probably know Mom's reluctance, but unfortunately those things aren't to Uncle G's liking. Ha, how? It's true. Uncle G said that those things weren't his favorites, that those things were just things you felt he liked, just compromises he made with you. Li Lingqi was stunned in place, not knowing how to retort for a moment. Or maybe she actually already knew the outcome. It's just that for many years now, she's been unable to let it go. Did he really say that? Yes, the book says that the beginning of forgetting someone is forgetting that person's faults. And Mom forgot Uncle G's faults without forgetting the person. Every time her daughter, who had been educated by her, suddenly turned around and educated herself, it also gave Li Lingqi a somewhat surreal feeling. So, Ji Guangxuan had long since put it down. The person who couldn't let go was always her. Tina, Li Lingqi suddenly reddened her eyes, but she was well cultured and groomed and quickly made an adjustment. Gu Shueting walked up and hugged her mom, gently patting her back. Memories are a labyrinth. And the more you remember, the less you can get out of it. So it's time for mom to let go. Li Lingqi could clearly feel the change in her daughter. Her concern for her daughter had long outweighed all the sighs she'd had, so she immediately took it seriously. Ting Ting, did something happen to you yesterday? You look not quite right. I'm fine. I just had a dream. Dreams? Gu Shuiting suddenly shook her head, revealing a sighing smile. Sleep is supposed to be a big gamble. Win and have beautiful dreams. Lose and have nightmares. So did you win? Or did you lose? Mom, I'm going to hang out the laundry. Ugh. There you go. Li Lingqi wanted to ask for clarification, but Gu Shuiting had no intention of continuing to explain, so she didn't continue to force the issue. Daughter is in good shape and looks good. Just be nice everyone. Gu Shuiting walked to the balcony to hang up the clothes in quilts. Her delicate fingers picked up a rag and wiped down the clothesline, then put on the quilts. Very skillful at drying quilts and clothes like she's done it many times before. Only as she straightened the clothesline and turned to go back to her room, she caught a sideways glance at herself in the tiles. The tiles are white and the joints around them are always fuzzy. Only the center of the tile piece will show her face. The silhouettes in the tiles are as beautiful, muted, and yet deja vu as a white wedding dress. It was just that indifference and dislike flowed out of those clear eyes. How could they not be hidden at this moment? Even his voice was tinged with contempt. You lose. The other side of town. Monsoon was slumped over his desk scratching his head, torn, distressed and confused. Yes, he wanted to write a love letter. By all rights, he should be very good at writing love letters. After all, from middle school to high school, as a licking dog, he had already written countless love letters to Gu Shuiting. None of the writing is great, but the thing about love letters is that hard work makes up for hard work. After all, write more and you'll get it. But what's happening with Monsoon now is that he really hasn't written a love letter in many years. This will be so hard once you put pen to paper. Words, bewilderment, brain buzzing and blank. The door to the room was left open, but Dong Kai-hui, who was standing in the doorway, knocked anyway. Duck duck duck. Enter. Monsoon somewhat awkwardly pressed the draft of the love letter down, as if he had written some shy thing in school and hid it from people who didn't want to see it. You and your mom are still hiding. I haven't seen anything since you were a kid. What's there to hide? Despite her words, Dong Kai-hui had no intention of pickpocketing Monsoon. After setting down a plate of peeled oranges and strawberries on her desk, she tapped Monsoon on the shoulder. And hiding? You're not reading a yellow book, are you? Monsoon was rendered speechless. Mom, do you have any idea what you're talking about? I'm already in college. You stopped reading pornography when you went to college? You can't then. The old season is over 30 and still reading. Old season watching TV outside the door. No, how does this involve him? Just that wasn't the end of it, only to hear Dong Kai-hui sigh in a slightly disheveled manner. Alas, the old season is getting old, too, and the yellow books are not read these days. Monsoon, Ji Guangshuan, can you stop steering the conversation towards pornographic books? This is at home, not in a dorm. When Monsoon tried to change the subject, he saw Dong Kai-hui was wearing a fur coat. Mom's dressed pretty nice today. What's she going to do? Old mom has chaos in her mind. Now she's going to find order out of chaos in the chaos shura. Monsoon? The corners of Xiaoji's mouth kept twitching, feeling like his own mother hadn't read some outrageous metaphysical cool article. How can you talk like a celestial emperor? Can you speak human? Old season at the door interjected at this point. Your mom means she's going to go to a mahjong parlor to rub it in. Mahjong? Yes, the rule of mahjong is to find order out of chaos. Monsoon looked at the smiling mom in front of him and nodded along with a bewildered look. Thinking about the rules of mahjong and finding order out of chaos? Seems to make sense. Okay, go ahead then. Remember to eat the fruit and let your dad have it if you can't finish it. I only deserve leftovers? Old season was unconvinced. And what did you think? Mom didn't give a damn. After Dong Kai-hui left, Monsoon retook out the draft paper pressed under the table. Should I write a formal handwritten letter? The kind warmth likes, in the old style? Well, that's decided. Keep mulling it over. Thinking about it. Then put pen to paper. Writing in. Well, it feels pretty good. When Xiaonuan should like it. This was only a draft, and while Monsoon was still looking it up and down and revising it, a voice suddenly came from behind him. TSK, 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 writing love letters? The sudden voice startled Monsoon. Xiao Ji student was directly shocked and jumped up from his chair, glaring angrily at his dad. Why don't you knock when you come in? Old season? The door to your room was left open. Okay? And I came to collect the clothes. I didn't mean to peek. Why are you so nervous? Old Ji looked contemptuous. Like you can't do it, son.
Monsoon was rendered speechless by this fishing guy's entirety and was not in a good mood.
It's no fun to be sneaky around here when you're collecting your clothes. What do you mean? Sneaky? This isn't my house? Look at what you're saying. But this is my room too, right? It's your room. Didn't I say I was putting away my clothes? And I have a feeling you're not very good at romance writing. No? Where's the no? The writing doesn't work. Monsoon mouth twitching. This fishing guy also gave him a review up? I'm not a good writer? Good. You still know love letters. Old season? Oh, your father. I'm the Pearl's first deep love. You who? Pearl's first deep love? Mustn't we have a couple shows? Monsoon set up his stance and passed Old G a cigarette. Old G laughed and took the cigarette and lit it for himself. Then after brewing it for a while, he began to lang. Before I fell in love with you, I wanted to go solo into the world and see the colorful world. After I fell in love with you, I felt that the jungle was too far away. I'm not going there anymore. I just want to cook for you and sleep with you. Monsoon. % Ewan. Earthy. Abstract. Oddball. Pearl's first deep love is this? Meh. That's the level of love letters from 60-year-old Den. Ji Guangshuan's old face flushed, and he also felt that what he had just said was quite general. It's been too long since I've written a love letter and it didn't play well. Monsoon gave him a skewered look. And I get you look. It's okay, but anyone who's older likes to say they didn't play well. Chapter 156, Coincidence at a Class Reunion. Warmth looked at Monsoon's love letter. A little deep, pondering. Okay, understanding complete. I didn't read enough just now, so let's read it again. Well, read it again. Again. After reading the letter verbatim several times, Warmth was satisfied and put the letter away in his bag. There are a few more of the previous study notes, so I'll get a new love letter from Monsoon when the time comes. Wit. Thinking about it, Warmth launched himself at the ice tray in front of him. Because this is a seafood buffet and a lot of the food has a set time limit, the buffet opens at 6 o'clock sharp. Taking out his cell phone, he glanced at the time. Seeing that it was still a while before 6 o'clock, Warmth got up a little bored. The waiter who had received a tip earlier immediately greeted him. Ma'am, how can I help you? No, thanks. Okay. The Warmth is a little high-flying. This was considered her norm most of the time, and she would only reveal her sweet sister attributes in front of Monsoon. The others? Everyone else is a passerby. Warmth walks slowly because his own legs are inconvenient. She saw the cloud pool wigwam here when she entered the door. Warmth had hardly ever seen such a thing and was kinda curious. On the wigwam stood a porcelain doll. The porcelain doll peed into a wigwam running water. And on the other side was lying a Jeet Kune Do. And the smoke rings that Jeet Kune Do exhaled were the clouds in this cloud pool. Walking to the window, looking at Pearl City's not-so-tall buildings, as well as the traffic on the ground far less crowded than in Magic City, Warmth was lost in thought. As a child she thought such a place was prosperous. I wonder what's inside such a tall building. And I wonder what kind of rich people are allowed to go in and out of such places. Even when I saw the welcoming guests who were dressed in gowns, I felt high class. It's a feeling that was strong even into high school. But in just one short year, everything has changed. She could have stood in a beautiful dress, very calmly and openly, and enjoyed the food, and the waiters. One can even look down on the city of Pearl and think, Pearl is such a small city. But when I think about myself 1 year ago, the warmth feels cutthroat again. Back then, she couldn't have imagined this day, could she? Things are still there, people are not. Warmly, she leaned against the wall and the corner of the window, quietly admiring the sunset, and her eyes were filled with traffic, but the corners of her mouth curved up. She and Monsoon had been separated for 5 minutes. I think, what is Monsoon doing? Class reunion, this kind of thing. I do not know if someone will like Monsoon it. Well, Gu Shuiting does not count. Thoughts were interrupted by a slightly more urgent voice. Brother Ku, open a few lobsters for the upstairs table first. Reserve, why are you doing things so presumptuously? I'm already starting the dishes here. Gu, help, please, really. When Warmth heard that the food was going to be served, she withdrew her gaze from the distance and prepared to go back to driving. The traffic and the sunset are certainly inspiring, but not as good as food and being loved. Food now, love later. Walking. Warm slowly walked toward his original seat, just sat down, then came face to face with a big boy wearing a black fluffy down jacket. Handsome sunshine, age should look about the same as them. It is Let Seafood Autonomous Area Master Open Lobster Storage Yongding. The warm gaze did not linger on Chu Yongding. To her, handsome or not means nothing, but a ball with 2 eyes. What's there to see? But reserved Yongding was instantly disoriented the moment he saw the warmth. This girl, so pretty. It was even prettier than the Gu Shuiting that reserved Yongding remembered. But this is really not the right time. However,
Chu Yongding still revealed a handsome smile and walked towards the Warmth with great confidence.
Is the pretty lady here for seafood? Warmth looked up, looked down, and didn't squeak. She's already raised her head, okay? The autistic girl's raising of her head was quite a favor to the man. At least she didn't treat him like he was air. What more could she want? But Reserve Wing Ding clearly doesn't understand this. The smile on his face stiffened for a moment, but instead of giving up on it, he naturally sat down across from Warmth and started talking to himself. In fact, there is a technique to eat seafood buffet. Before eating, we can be properly hungry. Entering the restaurant and picking out fruits first to whet your appetite. Moving on to seafood, such as abalone, lobster, crab, king crab, etc., is a popular choice for eating back. Then some raw food, like salmon and scallops, which are more expensive and the next best thing to getting your money back.
When Chu Yongding was almost done talking, he held out his cell phone.
Either that or let's add a WeChat. I have something to do later, and you can ask me anything you don't understand when you start. Chu Yongding is still sunny and confident. Handsome looks coupled with the ability to talk is a killer for most girls. Just a shame. Warmth raised her eyes once more, and she felt like she had a retard sitting in front of her. Alas, after all, this is a very upscale place, and I've never even been here before. It's not good to curse, so let's talk politely. Warmth paused, barely tugging at the corners of her mouth, and took it as a smile. Thanks. I have a boyfriend, so I won't add him on WeChat. He needs to feel safe.
Chu Yongding opened his mouth slightly and moved his jaw to hide his embarrassment.
We can be friends. More ways? For example, I can teach you how to eat seafood. A lot of times boyfriends aren't always reliable. Look at your leg being injured and he's letting you eat here alone. That's a pretty substandard thing for a boyfriend to do, isn't it? Unreliable boyfriend? Unqualified? Warmth's face grim. She's very capable of holding back, as she has been at home for over a decade, but she keeps most of her holding back to herself. When it comes to Monsoon, if it's a brag, she'll be all yeah, like a silly girl. But if it's critical and demeaning, she'll really explode. Whether it's Wang Nan, her mom Wang Yakan, or the man in front of her. Do you realize what you're saying? It seemed to be a bit of a reaction to seeing Warmth's attitude suddenly turn cold. The very experienced Chu Yongding immediately understood that he might have spoken too much, and began to find a remedy for himself. Maybe I spoke a little too bluntly. Sorry, so let's talk seafood? Roll. Chu Yongding froze, seeming to have missed the point somewhat. What did you say? Roll. Warmth lengthened his voice slightly and made sure again. Her patience had always been limited. For the most part, the warm patience, like the smile, was reserved for Monsoon alone. In her opinion, speaking one more word with Chu Yongding was a waste of life. Chu Yongding was scolded twice, and his heart was also on fire, and he was also clear that he was still too anxious today. Rushing to a potluck is too tight for time. But the other party had been so disrespectful, there was no need for him to be polite anymore. And there was still Gu Shueting upstairs. It's a bit of a shame that this one won't work, but that's okay. Rising with a raised eyebrow and a smile, Chu Yongding lowered his voice. What's the point of pretending? Warmth is temperamental? Never. She instantly picked up the glass of water on the table and splashed it at Chu Yongding's face. Snap. Chu Yongding also did not expect Warmth's nature to be so strong. Water splashed all over his face. And before he could return the favor, he realized that the autistic girl had actually lifted her glass up. Chu Yongding's heart was stunned, hurriedly dodged out of the way. Bang! The glass exploded on the ground. Chu Yongding's heart palpitated a few steps back, which stood still. He knew that the Warmth could not catch up to come, which turned his head to the Warmth and laughed softly. Dead cripple. The waiter on the side saw that the two seemed to have clashed and hurriedly came out to persuade them. Calm down, both of you. You can talk to me about anything. It's okay, help me serve some food. Warmth paused, glanced up at the corners of the dining room, and inquired softly. You guys have surveillance here, right? So help pull up the surveillance again. What's the point of watching the surveillance? I'll see what that guy looks like so I can turn around and have my boyfriend strike back. Waiter? The entrance to the party room. Zhang Di looked at the visitor in front of her and was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. The other party's body was also in a casual suit. But the other party's 1'9" or so stature was a world away from him. He didn't remember any of his classmates being this tall, and the other man's face brought back a slight memory, but for a moment he couldn't remember exactly who it was. Which one of you went to the wrong place? Dodan didn't squeak, but he glanced at Gu Shueting. Gu Shueting immediately threw a look of help towards Doding and moved a few more steps towards him, but this action only received a slightly contemptuous look from Doding in response. Gu Shueting was a bit gloomy and didn't have the heart to say anything. Her relationship with Dodan was already bad, especially during the time when Monsoon liked her. It could even be considered bad. It's normal for someone like her to have no one to help. But although Do Ding could not look at Gu Shueting, he could not look at Zhang Di even more. And of course he was too lazy to explain anything. Now Gu Shueting is the docking officer of the Modeling and Motion Arrest Department, counting as half of Fingertips people. And Fingertips people, can they still be bullied by a Yakuza like Zhang Di? Bang! Raising his foot, he kicked Zhang Di in the thigh. Zhang Di's face instantly changed and he was about to scream. But Do Ding pinched his mouth and pushed him against the wall, also pulling some distance away from Gu Shueting. Dodan's large hands cupped Zhang Di's cheeks, his face expressionless. Zhang Di, a few years do not see. You dress as a man. Do things but still the same dog moral. You is a man Are you a man? The pain and the banging of his head made Zhang Di a little dizzy. When he came back to his senses, he had remembered the name of the owner of the voice. You're Dodan? What? Pretend you don't recognize it? Zhang Di swallowed. It was hard for him to correspond the person in front of him with the small man from a few years ago. He didn't know what Dodan had eaten to grow so tall now. Chapter 157, This man is not a good man. After watching the video for a while, warmth not only curved the corners of his eyes, but even the corners of his mouth. The one who made the warm gaze stop was certainly not Gu Shueting, but rather Chu Yongding beside Gu Shueting. He seemed to be very attentive to Gu Shueting. So the rush to leave just now was because you were going up to the reunion? This guy is kinda nasty. Warmth narrowed her own eyes and stuffed a crab leg into her mouth, taking a moment to think before replying again. The second left corner of the video starts. The third girl with short hair. She likes you. Monsoon on the other side of the screen? He glanced blankly at the video he'd posted and, as Warmth had said, started at the second left corner of the video and quickly spotted the short-haired girl. This man didn't even ring a bell. Not even the kind of name he'd forgotten. Are you kidding me? I don't even know her. Don't believe me? You'll know if I'm right or not if you sneak a peek at her now and don't let her find out. Monsoon frowned, not even eating the lobster on his plate, pretending to play with his cell phone and actually looking in that direction. Just out of the corner of his eye, he immediately saw the short-haired girl peeking at him. The girl was white, not much pretty, but a small family kind of girl. Her gaze was soft and imploring. It's over. One glance really. It really made Warmth's point. The problem was that Monsoon couldn't remember what the girl's name was at all, and barely even had an impression. A woman's sixth sense? Is this evil? When Xianwan can tell by watching a video? Can you tell by watching the video? Ha! My eyes are the ruler. Can you speak human? It's called a lover's intuition, and you'll be able to tell at a glance who's looking at me unkindly. Monsoon blinked and thought for a moment, as if that was the case. Kind of makes sense. So will you be abducted by someone else later? Monsoon? Isn't this kind of thing usually said by guys to girls? How? What if someone drugged you and knocked you out? Monsoon? Why was Warmth's mind filled with such outrageous thoughts? Monsoon lowered his head and pondered the idea of Warmth for a moment. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a sigh. Boys on our side of the family will be drinking and catching up, so I guess it will be a while yet. Why are you telling me this? Are you inviting me up? That's not good, is it? After all, it's your class reunion and I don't even know you. Monsoon rolled his eyes. When Xianwan was getting worse and worse the more he learned. But all the good food on our side has been flaunted by unqualified people. So if you want to come to me, you'll have to eat before you do. You've guessed what's on your mind. Come quickly after eating. Okay. Being guessed by Monsoon's thoughts, Warmth was somewhat elated. Even the pace of the meal was much more pleasant. In the party room, Monsoon heart-searching for where to take when Xianwan to play in the evening. Eating is not distracted. Gaga dazzle lobster. Do Ding, who was on the sidelines, raised his head several times to speak, but every time the words reached his mouth, he gave up. Monsoon also sensed something was wrong with Dodan and shoved a crab claw into his bowl. What's your drawl? No, big brother. It's just that this time I'm back. I'm wondering if we should go back to the studio to take a look? Monsoon also put down his chopsticks when he heard this and pondered. The studio, in actuality, has little to do with Monsoon now. A few months in, and the studio is certainly not defeated, and may even grow. After all, it's hot time for punters. The road Monsoon has been handed out. 12 to 13 years of the amateur this. As long as you know how to do some of the basic flow, that is certainly able to make money. But you'd have to say it's unlikely that casual punters will make much of a dent. There are too many people who want to make a quick buck, and the selection is not gauged, and the powder drop is very fast. That hasn't changed even in the latter days of live streaming. The former one, however, still bore the name of Monsoon Studios, and many of them were recognizable. The parting was a bit contradictory, but generally polite, and it would not be wrong to say that we should go back and visit. Going back for a visit is fine, but But what? Big brother you say? Dodan was a little eager. I'm just afraid that when I go back, they'll take it as if they've come to the studio to flaunt it. Alas, there really isn't much to this bunch either. Dodan also a little bit of hate. These people did not go. 2 of them are his childhood playmates now. The family is also driving a big car. Just grow up did not go to school together. Originally, they were all very close, and he had the intention of pulling his brothers up by their bootstraps. Now they make 2 to 3 months of comfortable money and then they can't walk away. It's just that some people want to be comfortable. Monsoon waved his hand. In fact, Monsoon has repeatedly emphasized that this line of amateurs is not comfortable. Go out and break into the world, even if it is a bit of capital back home later. These people are feeling comfortable at the moment only because Monsoon's technology and information is one step ahead. They're just making a little bit of head start money. But according to the cleverness of the Chinese, the dividends of this head start will quickly disappear. At best, after 2 to 3 years of chaotic years, it goes into a period of complete decadence and cannibalism. The drama of the big fish eating the small fish will be played out very soon. Big brother, can you still take people out after the new year this year? Monsoon knows what doding means. In the children of the family who drive a big car, you cannot say absolutely, but most of the study is not very good, because the father, or simply both parents, are away for long periods of time. Children like them lack family discipline. It's like Dodan, who was still able to get into the first grade out of middle school, and then completely failed in high school. Because by the time you get to high school, not everyone is disciplined. Relax a little and it's easy to tense up. There were a lot of kids like that in his dad's driving circle, dropping out of school early and doing nothing. These people see the benefits and want to get in on the action. So Monsoon had sort of foreseen the situation of Doding asking about bringing people. And surely Dodan won't be the only one to raise this idea with him in the future, because the initial wave of the company was brought out in brotherhood. In a humane society, the word of affection is unavoidable. It can't be eliminated, but it can't be let go either. Monsoon took a bottle of beer and poured one for Dodan, then one for himself. The way he didn't say anything scared Dodan a little. However, he did not make a sound to urge. 1.97 m big man lying on the table silently sip beer. The picture is too beautiful to look straight. Monsoon poked at the shrimp shells with his chopsticks, his thoughts drifting away a bit, and it took a while before he spoke again. I'm guessing someone from your parents' generation knew you were making money and talked about it, and wanted you to bring the children of your parents' generation, or the children of your friends, to make money with you. Is that what this is about? Monsoon's words were a bit roundabout, but the meaning was still clear. Dodan sniffed and nodded, doubting. Think about it first. Do you really want to lift them up? Or can't you afford to lose face among relatives and friends? Monsoon's words suddenly became a bit sharper. Young people will always pull their punches, often accepting things they shouldn't and committing to things they shouldn't. Dodan is also a young man, although he is influenced by his own maturity and stability of a lot. But the experience of such things, it takes time. Dodan is one of his own people, and Monsoon's concept of one of his own people has always been to lift a hand if he can, but those other guys are different. Those guys can't relate to each other. Monsoon really didn't need to be polite with those people. Doding also heard the meaning of Monsoon's words. He silently picked up his glass of wine, suddenly realized that it was already empty, and poured himself some more. Thinking about it, Dodan suddenly came to a realization. Thinking, my ass, what's there to think about with Monsoon here? He simply didn't think about it and asked directly, I'll listen to my big brother, and I'll do whatever he says. Monsoon was dumbfounded. Dodan relying on him like this was indeed a tricky way to take advantage of the situation. The tricky approach is also the approach, and it's usually a good one. At least he wouldn't put Dodan at a disadvantage. Doding. In fact, people are prone to superstition when they are rich. I am quite superstitious and have always believed in one thing. How? It's not easy to ferry people. Not ferrying people easily? Dodan looked puzzled. It means that even if you have accomplished something and your cognition and 3 views have been opened, you should not ferry people easily. Even parents, helping and crossing are not the same. Everyone's 3 views, perceptions, are different. You have to let them be themselves, and you can't be influenced and consumed by these people yourself. Dodan nodded his head as if he understood. These truths were still a bit deep for him. You can help, but you can't lift? Monsoon smiled and poured more wine for Dodan and himself. To tell you the brutal truth, which is that even if what you say about righteousness is very beneficial, it's a given that once it exceeds someone's perception, they will instinctively reject it. Is there really such a person? I just said that, and you've forgotten it? When? Everyone who stays in the studio. Monsoon directly named them. Doding was suddenly shocked. Indeed, at that time, Monsoon was sincerely inviting everyone in the studio to go out and fight together. He promised to make money, and lots of it. In fact it did. Their amassed income pretty much took off where it left off after they started the company. It's doubled several times, if not 10 times. But even though Monsoon had made a solemn promise before, there were still a lot of people who refused, and only 9 of the 20-odd people went. And if all of the 20-odd people had gone at that time, the early stage of their development would not have been as if they had just gone to the Magic City. I seem to understand. All people make judgments according to their self-perception. You are willing to follow me because you believe in me, and they are not willing because they do not believe. They didn't believe it before, they still don't believe it after, and they're only looking for you because you're making money. If in the future the company needs to do something decisive on a project, or if there is some disagreement in the business game, what about these people? What if they wander off? Chapter 158 Princesses and Queens. The beer bottle exploded instantly on the table, and the glass slag crumbled all over Chu Yongding's face. Bursting shards of glass scratched the skin, and the pain in several places on his face caused Chu Yongding to scream instantly. Ah! Monsoon copied the rice bowl that the side waiter had just brought over and snapped it on his head. Bang! 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 Raising his hand, he hammered Chu Yongding with a few punches to the stomach. Where's the call NM? Scream and shut the up. In fact, Chu Yongding was not the only one screaming at all. Some of the girls who stayed here were also screaming. Just after Monsoon roared out, the girls shut up. What are you doing? Chu Yongding's voice slurred. Monsoon ignored him, though, and yanked his permed hair to rub it up on the table. There were a few more screams from the others. Clear out here. It's okay, singers, you can get out now. A portion of the people didn't want to cause trouble and were more afraid of it causing them trouble, so they followed the crowd out after Monsoon spoke. There is also a part of the population that is uncertain as to what to do now, but there were also those who came up to persuade, such as Wang Jing and Zhu Mingyu. Monsoon, all classmates. Oh, the person who spoke was Zhu Mingyu, but his words stopped only halfway through, and Monsoon squinted and stared at him with cold eyes. Zhu Mingyu and him exchanged a glance, 2 glances, and finally silently lowered his head without finishing his next words. After Zhu Mingyu shut up, Monsoon took another look at Wang Jing who still wanted to say something. Wang Jing, this is not the time to be a good old boy. I know. Monsoon suddenly yanked Chu Yongding to his feet. Get up. What do you want? Before he could react, his entire body was kicked 2 meters away by Monsoon. Chu Yongding also ate a lot of things, and vomited on the spot, and then covered his stomach. His face almost turned into a saucy purple color. A whimpering sound kept coming out of his mouth. When he looked at the crowd again, his eyes swept across the room, and all the students there avoided his gaze. Even Zhang Di was no exception. Retracting his gaze, Monsoon's voice had begun to grow morose. I repeat, this place is cleared. It's okay, singers, you can get out now. Monsoon suddenly laughed when he saw that no one was moving. Ha, no one's leaving? Okay, 5, 4, 3. By the time he counted to 3, a number of people had already grabbed the door and ran out. More trouble than it was worth for most. With the Monsoon looking so fierce, it could be dangerous to stay for another melon at a time like this. One after another. Many more people left, but there were still a few left. Monsoon didn't care and continued to count. 2, 1. Du Jinshi, lock the door. Good. Seeing Du Tin talking about going to block the door, the few people who still remained here were instantly anxious. Ugh, don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. Let's go. The number of people left behind was getting smaller and smaller, and when Zhu Mingyu and Wang Jing were about to leave as well, Monsoon suddenly opened his mouth. Don't go. You too. And you, that Zhang Di, you stay too. Wang Jing and Zhu Mingyu froze slightly and pointed at themselves. What are we staying for? Ha, it's not good enough to leave you guys a VIP seat to eat melon? What? Are you panicking now? Monsoon's smiling but not laughing tone caused Wang Jing and Zhu Mingyu to be inexplicably flustered. Does it really have nothing to do with them? It's anyone's guess. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting and watch the show properly. Also, go help Gu Shui Ting up. The ground is too cold. After saying that, without waiting for the two to speak again, Monsoon shifted his gaze to Zhang Di. Zhang Di was stared at by the Monsoon and his scalp was numb. At this time there was no one else in the room. He couldn't ask Do Ding for help. Could he? These two wear the same pants. He looked left and right for a while, looking at the ground. Chu Yongding, this bastard has been lying on his back and pretending to be dead after being beaten, and cannot be counted on at all. At this point, he had no choice but to tough it out. Monsoon, this is all a misunderstanding, isn't it? If Chu Yongding causes trouble, it's his business, and it has nothing to do with me either. I have to take the other students to karaoke later. It's not appropriate to stay here. Monsoon, Brother Feng, today you can consider me as uneducated and offended you guys, so just let me go, okay? Monsoon didn't squeak, but took out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth. Just as he had done this, Warmth, who was on the sidelines, had passed the fire. Monsoon smiled and took a drag. Warmth, you go check on Gu Shueting first. Warmth glanced at Gu Shueting, who had already been helped to the side by Wang Jing, nodded and walked over. Good. When Zhang Di saw that Monsoon hadn't been talking to him after he finished speaking, he walked towards the door of his room. He had just walked up to Dodan, and before he could show a smile, Dodan kicked him in the stomach. Bang! What are you running for? My big brother told you to wait here. So you wait. You hear me? Zhang Di had already been kicked several times by Doding today, and he stifled a glance at Doding. His eyes had taken on a sadness. In the beginning, he might have been able to stiffen up and return a couple of mouthfuls, but he'd been getting beat up for the last few waves. If you don't listen, you will be beaten. Resulting in Zhang Di already completely afraid to branch out in front of Doding. He felt that he was really unlucky today. How did he get involved in the matter of Reserve Yongding, and also messed with Monsoon and Doding? Dodan, this has nothing to do with me. Zhang Di's chattering made Monsoon, who was smoking, doubly noisy, and he waved his hand at Dodan. Beanpole, keep him quiet. Good. Bang. A kick to the face and the scene calms down instantly. Push it again and chip you. Be honest and just squat here. Zhang Di covered her bleeding mouth and silently squatted down, not daring to squeak. The development of things today had gone beyond their control. He glanced at Chu Yongding on the ground, and his eyes turned dark. The room was unusually quiet, so quiet that it felt uncomfortable, until the silence was broken by the waiter who came to inquire. Hello, can I help you inside? Dodan glanced at the door of the room and rasped. It's okay, I'm doing the math. I'll check out later. Oh, okay. As Doding dismissed the waiter, Monsoon reared up and walked over to Gu Shueting and Wang Jing's slightly surprised eyes. Warmth also frowned slightly, and at this moment, she was holding Gu Shueting's head. Monsoon, Gu Shueting's state isn't quite right. Take a look. Well, let's see. He first flipped both of Gu Shueting's eyelids and found that she had rolled her eyes. Then he pinched Gu Shueting's cheeks again, and pushed slightly harder before he pinched her mouth open. Monsoon leaned over and sniffed Gu Shueting's mouth, a move that was obviously too close, but the warmth of holding Gu Shueting didn't say anything. Monsoon didn't take too long before he got up and shook his head slightly. I think it's a drug coma. There's no way for me to tell at this point. Let's keep her mouth open for now and try not to bite her tongue. Good. Warmth already had a hidden guess in her heart. Just that Monsoon didn't say anything, and she couldn't be sure. Even Wang Jing, who was on the side, felt that something was wrong. This happened today. Drug coma. Seemingly sensing Wang Jing's gaze, Monsoon glanced at her, and Wang Jing immediately exploded. Monsoon, what do you mean you're looking at me like that? It's not much fun. I originally just thought a reunion was just a dinner and mingling, and I also thought you guys were nice old classmates. You, shut up. After saying that, Monsoon didn't pay any more attention to her in Zhu Mingyu and turned towards Chu Yongding. Chu Yongding sensed someone approaching and opened his eyes to look down. Just as he opened his eyes he saw a hand zooming in front of his eyes again. How to do it again? Monsoon gripped Chu Yongding's hair and picked him up again. Get up! Chu Yongding was about to scream when Monsoon kicked him in the thigh. An extremely heavy kick. Ah! As he took several consecutive steps backward and cowered in the corner, his emotions had broken down a bit, and even his expression began to become distorted. The grudge between Chu Yongding and Monsoon can be traced back to the middle school period. In his heart, Monsoon is simply a roadblock in his life. A stumbling block. Good things are stopped by him. It was and still is. The more you think about this kind of thing, the more unconvincing and twisted your mind becomes. Monsoon, why do you always get in my way? What exactly is the offense in my life with you? Everything is stopped by you. UTMD. Monsoon's response was simple. Just kick him in the ass and shut him up. I've long since forgotten all about the past, and those don't matter to me either. The only reason I beat you today is because today, you know best what you've done yourself. Hearing Monsoon say this, a hint of panic flashed under Chu Yongding's eyes. What do you say? There's a reason to hit people, right? Monsoon didn't even bother to pay attention to him and raised his hand to Doding who was at the side. Beanpole, call. Dodan froze. No, brother, this is all under control. And you're still shaking people? Do you really want to give someone a beating? Monsoon, hashtag? Alright, your own minions are the violent, brainless kind. Are you all ed up in the head? I'm ing telling you to call the police. Call the police? Okay. Dodan still didn't understand why he had to call the police, but since it was Monsoon's order, he did as he was told. Crooked? 110? There's a fight in trouble here. When he heard that Monsoon told Doding to call the police, Chu Yongding, who was cowering in the corner, had already realized that something was wrong, and he looked for a gap in Monsoon's eyes. Getting up, he rushed to the table, one of the glasses on the table to be exact. Only before he could reach his body, his hair was once again yanked. Inertia made his head jerk back, and Monsoon kicked him in the thigh again. Still in the same spot. No one would probably believe me if I said there wasn't some sort of malicious retaliation. Ah! Chu Yongding let out another scream as he finally couldn't hold back his emotions and cried out. I just cursed her and you hit me like that? Yes. Monsoon's expression was very sincere. After Chu Yongding collapsed once again, Monsoon picked up the glass of water that he was just about to snatch away. Putting it to the tip of his nose, he sniffed gently, and lifted the glass to shake it, looking at the color of the remaining liquid. Chapter 159, Among all the lights, there is always one for you and me. Princess and Queen? Ha! Gu Shuiting let out a bitter laugh. It doesn't take much to realize that a princess is never better than a queen, because princesses can hardly decide anything and are pawns, but queens can decide almost anything and are masters. And that's the difference. Warm, what did you used to think about when you were sad? How long ago was that? It was before you and Monsoon got together. Warmth thought for a moment, then shook his head with a little sigh in his voice. It used to be easy to think when you were sad. Why would it be easy? Because death is all that is wanted and all that can be thought of. Very similar 2 paragraphs, but reveals a little bit of bitterness and helplessness. Only want and can only think, because the warmth of the previous options are too little. Warmth didn't have a choice, and her mom wouldn't give her a chance to choose. In that time in the past, she was not even qualified to rebel, so she had no choice but to die. Gu Shuiting pursed her thin lips. She was tempted to say that she had wanted to die for a while as well, but if compared to what happened to Warmth, his own thoughts seemed a bit too childish and ridiculous. But you have Monsoon now. Warmth laughed again and made a throwaway gesture with her thumb and forefinger. You've had Monsoon for years, and I've only had him for a little while. Ha! Yeah. Gu Shuiting was a bit solid. She didn't know why she always said such stupid things. Every time I've said something like that, it's been countered with warm words to the bone, but it's like she doesn't remember and she'll still say it next time. LOL, maybe that's just how people are. So tell me about later. What do you think and do when you're sad later? When was it later? It was after you and Monsoon got together. Warmth withdrew her hand and held her cheeks and thought for a moment longer. And then? Then I think about Monsoon when I'm sad. And then would call Monsoon and pamper him. I love how he gives in to me every time. Let him coax me and hug me when we're together. And, don't say it. Gu Shuiting covered her chest and suddenly interrupted. She turned her back, no longer meeting Warmth's eyes and hiding her expression. Warmth, I'm trying to get some sleep. Okay then, I'll go out and check it out. Warmth hooked the corner of her mouth and was about to get up and leave. As she was about to leave, Gu Shuiting suddenly called out to her. Warm, what? What would you do if you were suffering again right now? Pushed to the edge of a cliff? Since suffering has pushed me to the edge of the cliff, I will sit down on the edge of this cliff and look at the flowing mist and fog below it. Then call Monsoon and ask him to sing me a song about the rising wind. Wind Up? Is that the name of the song? Well, it's a song that Monsoon sings a lot, but you can't search for it online. Gu Shuiting nodded her head silently. So it turned out that he would also sing to Warmth. How come I haven't heard him sing before? Warmth, what kind of person do you think Monsoon is? Warmth tilted her head. She felt that Gu Shuiting's question was strange. Still, she thought about it and then answered seriously. Monsoon is a man who smiles when he sees me, smiles when I see him, waits for me to light a cigarette, fills his eyes with light when he drinks a little wine, and then takes me by the hand and tells me about romance and love. Gu Shuiting was silent once again, and even from a few meters away, through the curtains covering the hospital beds, she could feel this passion and purity. Once the soul is loved, the flesh and blood grows wildly. Today's Warmth has receded from its deadness, ushered in a rebirth from its dilapidation, and blossomed like a blazing sun. Choosing to do so, what did she have to say? Life is a series of goodbyes, but it's not all sad. Some goodbyes end forever, and some, new beginnings. It is between giving up and not giving up that people become more appreciative. It was time for a new beginning for her. A loser. Warmly on her crutches, she took small steps toward the hallway. Just as he left the house, he heard Monsoon's flirtation. People give lectures on autism. My Lord Queen. Originally calm and self-contained autistic girl's ears whoosh a red, irritated warm crutches on the head to hit. You eavesdrop? Fearing that she would fall, Monsoon quickly reached out to hold her. Then he was hit several times in a row by Ironhead. Oh, ouch. Aren't you afraid you'll get stupid if you hit your head like that? It's okay. I'm stupid. It makes you look smart. Monsoon laughed. What strange brain circuits. But what if you're stupid and your kids aren't smart enough later? The
the warmth stopped momentarily.
In fact, her first thought was, what kid? Where did the kid come from? Mulling it over later. Oh, so it's our kids. Yeah, if we get stupid now, what about the kids later? So we'll have kids later?
Warmth raised her eyes to look at Monsoon with a somewhat serious expression.
And when is the baby due? Monsoon? Can't help it.
Monsoon suddenly held Warmth in his arms and kissed him viciously, until the young girl's stiff body gradually softened and needed to be held by him before letting go.
The atmosphere between the two was a little ambiguous, and Monsoon dragged Warmth into the hospital stairway there, because most people take the elevator, and there are fewer people coming and going here.
He held Warmth close in his arms and stood at the window of the stairwell,
staring at the girl in his arms and whispering quietly, "What a beautiful moon tonight." Warmly, he put his head a little closer to the window, as hospital windows could not be opened in order to prevent jumping. But even with such close proximity, she didn't find the moon from the night sky. Liar, there's obviously no moon tonight. My moon is not in the sky. Ha, oh, Warmth's face blushed a little, but she didn't retort. For her moon, too, is not in the sky. Monsoon tightened the young girl in his arms again, their body heat rising in ambiguity, his other large hand cutting into the warm sweater and pants. The action caused a certain young girl to stiffen and even her voice to trail off a bit. What do you want? Guess. Monsoon's words were followed by his fingers burrowing through the seam of his sweater. Warmth's expression instantly formed the word embarrassed. She obediently leaned back a bit, her eyes with peach blossoms, but did not have the slightest intention to resist. Monsoon's palm was also very unfaithful, first lingering on her stomach for a while. This was followed by a gradual upward climb to the caress. Warmth turned around slightly emotionally, her eyes a bit mesmerized as she asked Monsoon for a kiss. At a time like this, Monsoon certainly wouldn't be stingy with his love. Emotions grow strong for a long time. Until the time of separation, this love was connected as if it did not want to be separated. You're bullying me again. Steam buns? No, it's paid content. Monsoon raised one eyebrow. Paid content? How is it paid for? In detail? You tell me a nice line to coax me. You're the one who broke my plan to die alone. Warmth opened her eyes and thought for a moment. Well, count yourself out. She leaned back in again, but Monsoon's cell phone rang at that moment. It's Lingchi Lee's call. Hey, Auntie Lee. Little Wind. I'm in the 3rd hospital now. Okay, Auntie Lee. We're at. Now. After informing Lee Lingchi of the exact location, Monsoon and Warmth exchanged glances with each other, and also each collected their emotions and retreated. Lee Lingchi soon arrived at the door of the ward they were in. Upon seeing Monsoon, the always dignified Lee Lingchi lost some of her composure, and she reddened her eyes. Windy, thank you, no matter what. As a mother, Lee Lingchi's fear was unavoidable when she heard that something like this happened to Gu Shueting. Gu Shueting was saved by Monsoon. Lee Lingchi was really glad and scared. If this really happened, she didn't know how to face herself or her husband and children. Seeing that Lee Lingchi's figure was in a bit of a trance, Monsoon wanted to go forward to help her, but saw that she then stood up and stabilized. Then he withdrew his hand before he was about to touch her, keeping his distance while his tone was faintly gentle. I should, Auntie Lee, Little Wind, quickly go in and see her. After some experience, Gu Shueting should need your comfort as well. Aha. Lee Lingchi nodded at him and hurried into the hospital room. Tina, are you okay? Mom, I'll be fine. Gu Shueting saw her mom come in and also sat up again, turning her head to look at Monsoon and Warmth who followed her in. I was careless about what happened today, and it's a good thing Monsoon and Warmth were there. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. Lee Lingchi and Gu Shueting hugged each other, dissipating the panic in each other's hearts. Fear was inevitable for any girl who encountered such things, because every time something like this happens, it often results in more than just losing your virginity. Make videos, threats, webcasts. It's even become the talk of other people's tea time and a resource for community searches. Maybe a girl's life is ruined. That's what makes it so scary. It's also the same place where Monsoon created self-doubt earlier. Is he a good guy? Maybe he was a good guy for a while long time ago, but then he couldn't be called a good guy at all. He's all alone and he's ruthless in what he does. He felt that ruthlessness was a must. Mixing society, people are not ruthless, cannot stand firm. Coldness and ruthlessness have become synonymous with him. Even after being reborn, those bones of indifference didn't dissipate. It just became bland most of the time. But he kept that distance from other people and other things. Except the warmth would make him lose his temper. Any other time, any other thing, Monsoon could deal with it calmly. Chapter 160, go to the dock and get some fries. Seeing Warmth's reply, Monsoon's calm gaze was somewhat pleased. Finally, I'm going to take my girlfriend home for a visit. In fact, Monsoon didn't know if Warmth was ready or not, but he really couldn't wait a bit. Perhaps the fondness was too overflowing, and the fluttering and leaping in his heart made him less composed and more reckless in a way that was not in keeping with his heart. After adjusting his mood, Monsoon replied to Warmth's message. Good. DDT. The microphone rang again. So let's just say, I'm going to watch the Spring Festival Gala with my mom later. Do you want to see it? Monsoon froze. The Spring Festival Gala was something he really had little interest in. It wasn't that the Spring Fling wasn't interesting. The 13 Spring Fling was actually okay. It's just that he'd already seen it. And with his mind, he can't watch any more tears in the middle of laughter sketches. It's been a long year. Why don't you do something to make everyone happy? Life is whole, but you have to do what tears and laughter. Educational meaning, people are numb. Monsoon really couldn't bring himself to be interested, and he didn't want to lie to Warmth. I don't really want to see it, and later on I guess I'll spend time with my family, talk, play cards, and so on. Good. After eating, Monsoon opened the company's work group and began to interact with the company's members, because at this point in time both WeChat and Alipay do not yet have the red envelope function. Monsoon can only play role points in the company group. Points the largest he sent 888 PayPal transfer. As a New Year's colorful red envelope. Points the same if the same people then roll. Real money is being slammed down. And the atmosphere in the work group is electric. In no time at all he had posted over $20,000. Watching the members of the company interact passionately and posting a string. Congratulations and prosperity. Happy New Year and all the best. Monsoon crookedly lay on the sofa in a kudzu position. Like an emotionless red packet sending machine. It's New Year's Eve, so it's only right to make the company's employees feel good. And the money may seem like a lot, but it's actually a drop in the bucket compared to the year-end bonus that's going to be paid out next. The company's year-end bonus was not paid in advance, which is really difficult to say. Monsoon's beautifully named New Year's Eve surprise is, in fact, the real truth, which is that the company has no money. The cost of the gift boxes hasn't paid back yet. And the top-up runoff from the 3 games needs to be invested in the company's operations and new projects to keep it going, as well as regular payroll. The only way to have money for year-end bonuses is to wait for the commissions to clear on Alimam's end. The matter of the year-end bonus was something that Monsoon and Warmth had repeatedly combined before. Pie is pie. Give money is money. Now the company is very short of people, and do not want to let the technology outflow too much, so the year-end bonus is necessary to give, and cannot be less. Also, year-end awards are a startup incentive for a startup company that has to give them out. This period of time Alipay is not as outrageous as the limit, but Monsoon and Warmth are still afraid that the account is at risk, so they discussed sending a portion each. Male members of Monsoon Hair Company and female members of Warm Hair Company. It's a promise and a surprise. Vanguard New Year's Eve. The cell phones of the company members, who were each eating their New Year's Eve dinner, rang, and they suddenly received PayPal transfer messages from Monsoon and Warmth. PayPal arrives with $50,000. Most of the staff are in this bracket, such as the amateurs members, basic programmers. Smile spread across everyone's faces as they received this money. Now the company is very dynamic. Although the liver, but money officers have passion. As long as the money to give enough. You do not treat me as a person can. PayPal arrives with $80,000. Yi Yue, who was squatting in the rental house and lifting the iron, was stunned, and she took her cell phone and looked at it, and it was indeed a warm transfer message. The note information is, Happy New Year, Yue, year-end bonus. She really didn't expect her year-end bonus to be as much as $80,000 either. It was actually the Warmth that wanted to give her more. After all, last time in the hospital, in the absence of Monsoon, Yi Yue was the first to arrive to help. Yi Yue's base salary is $8,000. She already feels very high, although the salary and programmers are much worse, and the Amoy department is even more impossible to compare. But the position of assistant to the president is very close to the management of the company, and it's a great exercise. Now Warmth would already leave some important things to her, such as assisting in recruiting, modeling, casting, and so on. The future is bright, to say the least. Warmth is good for her. Monsoon, needless to say, was a bit flattered by the money all in all. Thank you, Mr. Wav. Happy New Year, Mr. Wav, and all the best. After sending a tweet to Warmth, Yi Yue suddenly coughed and dry heaved. Cough, 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 vomit. It's not that she's pregnant or anything so outrageous, but after quitting smoking, the phlegm has gotten worse, and she'll dry heave from time to time. The doctor said it was a natural reaction of the body, and the good thing is that the phlegm has gotten much less in the meantime. Think it will be completely back to normal after a while. Staring at the suddenly more deposit figures, Yi Yue was stunned.
Monsoon said that he wanted her to practice fighting, but before formal training, she had to work on her strength and balance on weekdays. That's why she bought herself dumbbells, a punching bag, a punching ball, a balance ball, started running, practicing boxing, and jacking iron. Every time she saw what she was doing now, Yi Yue would be in a bit of a trance. Is this the kind of life you can have without chaperoning or getting off the floor? Can she, from now on, live like this all the time? Is it a dream? It's as if life has suddenly become less real since Monsoon put Wang Yang in his place. The good life made her feel strange when she was so used to the hard life. Yi Yue put down the dumbbells in her hands and squatted on the ground in silence for a while. Even though the house was empty and dark, she made a habit of ducking into the shadows, shades that would give someone like her some extra security. After a while, scanning the training equipment on the ground, Yi Yue silently took out her cell phone and opened Monsoon's avatar. She thought again of the first time she reached out to add a guy on WeChat and was rejected. Then scolded. Now that I think about it, Monsoon's mouth is really poisonous. At that time she broke the big defense. But then the two grew to know each other better over smoking. Relationships get better little by little. Acquaintances, slowly becoming friends? Maybe it's a smoking buddy. Now that he has quit smoking, is that less reason for the two to be in contact in the future? What's the point of thinking about that? He's his own boss. It's New Year's Eve. Should I tweet hello? Would it seem too presumptuous? Will Mr. One think twice if he finds out? Does someone like yourself deserve it? Ugh. Still too greedy. She had originally put down her cell phone, but after crouching in place and obsessing about it for a while longer, she picked it back up again. A certain longing in the heart still overcame what little sense there was. Old G, Happy New Year. The message was sent over, and Yi Yue turned off the screen. It's over. It's over. It's getting a little topsy-turvy. Yi Yue felt not too calm. Must be hungry. Are hungry delirious? How can you send this kind of message to the boss? What will he think when he sees it? Will he call himself a? Get the next bowl of noodles. It's New Year's Eve. Add 2 sausages at a time. Yi Yue took a long step and got up to boil water to cook noodles. Forced the sending of the message to the back of my mind. On the other side, Monsoon, who was lying down in a kudzu, naturally received Yi Yue's message. He subconsciously wanted to reply with a Happy New Year, as was customary. But then her old smoke-stained teeth suddenly flashed through her mind, and her helpless and stubborn expression in her red fawn suit. This guy, I guess he's all alone for New Year's. Monsoon smiled, deleted the previously typed words, replaced them with something longer, and retyped them. Inside Yi Yue's rental house. Drip. The phone screen lit up once more. Yi Yue, who was standing next to the gas stove, patted her feet and glanced sideways. It was Monsoon's reply. A little torn then. Should just be a normal reply. Maybe curse yourself a couple times or something. Thoughts a bit chaotic. Yi Yue finally did not hold back and picked up her cell phone to take a look. Everyone is saying Happy New Year, but I want to tell you that it's okay to be unhappy and burnt out. I just hope that you live a new year that is more and more free and comfortable, that you always have choices to make, that you always have room to retreat. I hope you are not resisting sudden bad moods and that every day you are stronger and more independent than yesterday. I hope you can identify with yourself from your heart and reconcile with your past. Facing the sea, spring flowers bloom. Yi Yue, who received the message, suddenly covered her mouth, not straining her emotions. She fought the urge to bite her lip for a long time, and she couldn't help cursing under her breath. Asterisk 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 this be, that's all it takes. Yi Yue cherished everyone who was kind to her, because she knew very well that these people could have done otherwise. No one will be nice to you for no reason. All the warmth and generosity stems from cherishing and caring. Everyone who is good to you without blood is a gift from God. It's nice to be cherished and cared for. Yi Yue knows how to be thankful, and will not neglect each other's contribution, not to mention the slowness of each other's friendship. But she needed to keep her distance from Monsoon. So, after calming her moved feelings a little, she typed on her cell phone, "Silly cup," saying such demoralizing words in the new year. Convinced. This time, she didn't hesitate long before hitting reply. She's Yi Yue. That's what Yi Yue is. On the other side of the cell phone, the scolded Monsoon was a bit annoyed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This stupid cup, give you 2 sentences of chicken soup, so that you are relieved still scolded me. Really TM convinced. Monsoon is still giving out year-end awards. How could he be happy when he looked at his savings, which had only been full for a short time and were gradually beginning to dry up? Opening LV Quan's Alipay, Monsoon entered a number with slightly trembling fingers. After a long moment of agonizing, I pressed to confirm the transfer. Meanwhile, Lu Quan, who was eating the New Year's Eve dinner, looked at his vibrating cell phone. The numbers flashing across the top made him, a less expressive man, tug at the corners of his mouth.
After replying to Monsoon with a, "Thank you boss, Happy New Year boss," Lu Quan reintegrated into the slightly boring New Year's Eve dinner atmosphere of his hometown. Chapter 161, Because if you like it, we must like it. After returning to warmth, Monsoon was finally satisfied, picked up the cell phone and thought about it. In the new year, Monsoon also wanted to send a red envelope to his girlfriend. Opening Alipay and looking at the money left inside, Monsoon's expression was slightly embarrassed. Before sending red envelope sent more than 20,000. The New Year's money was robbed. Playing cards lost 3,000. Head iron hard, resulting in over $400 left in his private account right now. He couldn't even send a 520 transfer as a New Year's bonus if he wanted to. This TMD. He's a hammer rich man who's about to go negative. When Monsoon was awkwardly in place, Old G bumbled over and didn't forget to hand Monsoon a cigarette. Just smooth. Wazoo. Monsoon took the cigarette and the corner of his mouth twitched. Dad, transfer me some money. Old Season blushed. Kissing father and son. What money? Just say give or take. Ji Guanchuan was smiling just now, but now that Ji Feng asked him for money, his face immediately pulled crotch. No. How can you ask me for money when I'm so poor? I don't understand. Looking at the Old Season deadpan look, Monsoon some helpless. Fishing guy is really stingy. Turn back to the mom to snitch. The company is failing to turn around. It's difficult to run the business, and there's no more money to live on. Old Season sniffed and sighed, taking a drag on his cigarette, took out his cell phone and transferred 500 to Monsoon, said in a serious tone, Dad doesn't have a lot of money on hand either, but don't worry little wind, if you go bankrupt, the family can still afford to support you. From now on, if I have a bite to eat, I'll have a bowl for you to scrub. Monsoon? Okay. You eat, I'll do the dishes, right? There is an argument for Pro-Daddy. Monsoon re-picked up his cell phone, just ready to transfer a 520 to Warmth. I didn't realize that Warmth turned in 1314 first. Remarks, Happy New Year. Wait for me. Monsoon. It was actually snatched by his girlfriend, which made Monsoon so embarrassed. My own 400 plus Old Season's 500 doesn't add up to 1,000. Silently turning a 520, Monsoon made a note. Waiting for you. Warmth, who got a reply, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, put away his cell phone, and softly enlightened Wang Yakan. Mom, it's late. Go get some rest. Wang Yakan's expression momentarily stiffened when she heard that she had to take a break. It's not a good time of night. It wasn't just her who was having a bad time, but Warmth herself. It's just that Warmth hasn't been soft-spoken at all this whole time. And instead, she's the mom who's a little tense now. Today the mother and daughter had New Year's Eve dinner and watched the Spring Festival Gala together, which should have been an opportunity for détente. But Wang Yakan couldn't guess what was going on in her own daughter's head right now. Then, rest. Well, Mommy's going to get some rest tonight. The corners of the warm mouth rose slightly, staring at Wang Yakan without looking at her. And every time she saw this kind of look, Wang Yakan had a creepy feeling. What is she going to do? What the hell is she doing? Was it the late night opening of the door to find Warmth actually standing in her doorway? Or is it when you go to the bathroom and a figure emerges from the glass in the door? Or go back to the bedroom and suddenly realize there's someone standing at the window? Or even in the closet? Under the bed? Wang Yakan's thoughts were inevitably confused and a bit annoyed. She didn't want to face those situations anymore. Warmth's god-awful behavior during this time had broken her a little. She also wondered how long the rivalry between herself and her daughter was going to last. Now Wang Yakan, even a little hope that Warmth as soon as possible to start school. Let her hurry up and go to school. She really couldn't take it anymore. She just wanted to get a good night's sleep, a normal one like she had before. So, tonight, can I get a good night's sleep? Juan. Wang Yakan moved her mouth. Mom, it's time to go to bed. The warm tone was colder, all but lacking the kindness of a moment ago. She didn't soften her heart because of the hint of cowardice that Wang Yakan showed, not to mention when this mother-daughter rivalry would end. Warmth knows his mother, even more so than Wang Yakan herself. Your own mom. She's very good at disguising herself. She lied to her dad into the person she once was. Mom doesn't give in that easily, and if one shows an ounce of weakness and wants to reconcile with her with love, the end result of that would be to drag her into the abyss. Why? Because that's how dad was compromised. Little by little. Pushed, backed down, backed out, pushed so far that he couldn't even go to his flat, and finally chose to die. She created her dad to be the culprit of everything that went wrong. Warmth knew her mother's character all too well. She's very good at putting herself on the moral high ground, talking and acting, allowing yourself to be cloaked in a veneer of hypocrisy and hiding your controlling nature. Cowardice will not be rewarded with sympathy and reconciliation. It will only be exacerbated, because she'll think you're backing down.
Warmth wouldn't give her mother that chance, even once. After being with Monsoon, she had grown so much. Under Monsoon's tutelage, Warmth knew a lot of truths and techniques that were unfathomable in the past. Many of the emotional techniques can even be used between yourself and your mother. Wang Yakin, just like emotions. Emotions are meant to influence others, not sway you. Monsoon had said that this was the usual tactic of the Sea Kings, both men and women. Anger, in fact, is a means, not a result. For example, between a boyfriend and girlfriend, one would use anger to create compromise in the other. Another example is between a teacher and a student who will use anger to create his or her own authority. This is all an act of using anger as a means to an end, and the ability to emote can work the other way around. I'd rather go crazy than internalize and be affected by other people's emotions. Having understood the positives and negatives of emotions, Warmth, whether it is adjusting your own emotional state or coping with others, including your own mother, it all became a lot more manageable and easier. Getting angry only makes it harder on yourself, but she makes it hard for others if she pretends to be angry. Just like her mom's state, Warmth herself wasn't quite sure what the eventual relationship between their mother and daughter would be, but her life would no longer be controlled, bound, and she would not be like a clock fixed to a wall, forever limited to the path that was originally set. She's going to get out of her own way. Just be ruthless. As Wang Yakin slowly walked to the door of the room, Warmth tilted her head slightly and raised the corner of her mouth to murmur softly, "Mom, I hope you have good dreams tonight." Wang Yakin hurriedly pushed open the door of the room and walked in, then leaned against the door of the room and stood there for a while, locked the door until she felt the warmth of her feet disappear. Only then did she slowly walk over to the bed and lay down with a slightly wooden expression. Nights that are hard to sleep. Although Wang Yakin had locked the door to her room, she would still look at the door from time to time. It was a long night for New Year's Eve, and there were firecrackers and rubbing cannons all around all the time. This makes it difficult to sleep. Wang Yakin is even more difficult. Half asleep, half awake. She always have a kind of someone standing in her window. Bedside illusion. So it wasn't a good night's sleep. Day 2. No strings on the first day of the year. Monsoon and Warmth both slept in. Monsoon sleeps less on weekdays because of his biological clock and self-discipline. On the other hand, Warmth's side is a bit more complicated, and the battle of wits with her mother isn't over yet, but she was smart enough to use her words to say "I'm pissed off," thus giving herself plenty of time to rest. It didn't help that it was a harder time and she wasn't sleeping well, but she had to get some rest. After all, she had a visit to Monsoon's house on the second day of the new year, and she had to make sure she was in a complete state. Only Wang Yakin didn't know all this. She thought Warmth's rivalry with her was still going on, especially when Wang Yakin pushed open the door of her room sleepily in the morning hours. She suddenly saw Warmth standing right in front of her door wearing only her pajamas. When the four eyes met, Warmth leaned down with the same sleepy eyes and whispered softly in her ear, "Mom, I prepared breakfast. Would you like to have some? Have you, been up all night?" Guess what? Wang Yakin looked at the Warmth in front of her, and once again her emotions were not taught. "You're crazy. Warm, you're really crazy." Wang Yakin didn't eat, closed the door to her room, and locked herself in the house. Warmth, on the other hand, smiled and sat down at the table, eating breakfast slowly and methodically. It had been a long time since she'd had a solid sleep like this, and right now it actually felt good. After breakfast, Warmth stood in front of her closet and began to wonder what she would wear tomorrow. On the other hand, Monsoon, on the other side, was talking to his parents about Warmth coming tomorrow. He began to brainwash her at length while Mom went to the kitchen to fix dinner. Since he had never brought a girl home before, Monsoon wasn't sure if Dong Kai-hui had a vicious mother-in-law persona or anything like that. "Take a precaution first. Warmth will come over tomorrow." I see. And then what? She's a rather shy girl. And there's also the fact that she has less contact with boys and hasn't been to other boys' houses. Anyway, you guys mustn't get into some awkward old rules, some of which I can't even get into, let alone her. Windy. What? You're panicking. Monsoon. In fact, Dong Kai-hui was right. When Monsoon talked about the Warmth, he did have less composure than before. Yes? Monsoon wasn't quite sure how Dong Kai-hui had managed to make such a laugh like that of a mountain pig, but at least it was certain that she had taken the words in. Just listen in. There were no surprises on the first day of the year, and both spent it in their own preparations and waiting. Early in the morning of the second year, after Monsoon and Warmth passed a letter in advance, they drove to the Guanhuan neighborhood to look for her. When she came to Warmth's house, it was her mom, Wang Yakin, who opened the door. Monsoon also greeted politely as always. Chapter 162, You Smell Good. Looking at the rare and serious old Ji, Monsoon was also very moved in his heart. Maybe a lot of times Lao Ji is quite out of tune, but on key issues, every time Lao Ji's answers are particularly reliable. After all, Dong Kai-hui arranges all the small things at home, but the big things are still Ji Guangshuan. It's not like anything major has happened at home, though. Still, Monsoon thought that old Ji had something, or else he could have charmed Auntie Lee like that. So you're the den that Auntie can't forget, Ji Guangshuan? Don't be a pussy, and go brush the dishes honestly. I propose to buy a dishwasher and never have to be a kitchen tool person again. I propose that you don't propose. It's better to be down to earth. It's all out of money and dishwasher. Brush your dishes properly. The corner of Monsoon's mouth twitched. You don't really think I'm broke, do you? Old G gave Monsoon an obscure look and sighed slightly. You can open your mouth and ask for money. It doesn't feel like you're anywhere close to being broke. A real dad is still a real dad, always thinking of himself. Warmth flooded Monsoon's heart. Feeling that old G was saying this in a rather sad way, he explained it to him. That's my private account out of money. The company account. Well, there doesn't seem to be much money in the company account either. But I'm really not broke. And the company is still running fine at the moment. Really not broke. Ha? Old G looked at him hopefully. True no. Monsoon affirmed. So can you give me back the 500? Monsoon's face went from immersing himself in his family and lamenting the love of his father and son to the fact that I'm going to be righteous today in a full 10 seconds. I'm going to tell my mom. Ugh. What are you doing? Come back. You child. Why are you so ignorant? Of course, the father-son drama did not continue. The two took off their aprons and re-entered the living room. When Warmth saw Monsoon come out of the kitchen, her expression took on a hint of coyness and shyness, and of course, there was some pleading in those eyes. It seems that Dong Kai-hui, the loudspeaker, is still a bit overwhelming to Warmth, although it is not a vicious mother-in-law kind of persona, but the big mother's talkative attributes. Dong Kai-hui belongs to the perfect inheritance. An autistic teenager like Warmth can barely manage when she starts chatting, saying a little more. She was confused and overwhelmed by Dong Kai-hui's questions. At a time like this, he, the boyfriend, definitely has to step in and relieve his girlfriend, even if it's in his own home, even if it's his own mother he's dealing with. Mom, don't ask so many questions. Look at you asking for warmth. You're sweating. It's their first time here. What for? This is how you know to protect your wife? Fine. I won't ask. Winnie, come and eat the orange. Warmth's ears smoked and she hadn't recovered from her haze. Is Monsoon protecting his wife? It seems so. There are things about her that Monsoon protects well. But the oranges, she's really eaten a lot of them. And she feels like she's going to get hot if she eats anymore. Thank you, Auntie. I really can't eat anymore. Warmth, the king of big appetite, finally begged for mercy today. Dong Kai-hui looked at a drop of orange peels with a slightly embarrassed expression. Ah, ha, look at me. I've forgotten. Well, I'm not going to persuade you to eat more. I have nothing to do this afternoon. What do you want to do? Dong Kai-hui's question had caused several other people present to freeze. Yeah, nothing to do this afternoon. What are you doing? I suggest going fishing. I suggest you don't suggest it. Dong Kai-hui directly returned what old Ji had just said to Monsoon. Forced by Dong Kai-hui's lewdness, Lao Ji silently got high on melon seeds. Monsoon and Warmth also looked at each other, but neither of them had an answer either. So they shook their heads, indicating that it didn't matter. We can do whatever we want. And really, it's okay to watch TV or find a movie to watch. Me too. Warmth nodded along, the husband and wife making her whole. Seeing that everyone was fine with it, Dong Kai-hui rubbed his palms together. Hey, I don't feel right going out in this cold weather, so why don't we just play a couple games at home? Play too? Warmth, who had been a good student for 18 years, obviously did not understand what Dong Kai-hui's gesture meant. She looked at Monsoon with a puzzled look, hoping that Monsoon would explain it to her. Monsoon did understand what Mom was trying to do. She's trying to find order in the chaos. Good lord, she's a real addict. No, Mom, Warmth is a good student. He's never played with this kind of stuff before. Aren't you imposing? What kind of bull **** are you talking? People, Warm is the top student. Smart and pretty, study well. You think they're all like you? Like a pig's brain. Monsoon? No. How did I become a pig brain? He was still trying to defend himself when old G had pulled him back. Ugh. Cut the crap. I've had experience with this. Monsoon looked at his own father with an indignant face. Fine. Just spoil her. Soon, Warmth realized what Dong Kai-hui was up to. Playing mahjong. In fact, Warmth had heard of this entertainment a long time ago, and had occasionally seen others play it once or twice, and even his roommate had suggested playing it, but she was really not playing. But since Dong Kai-hui had suggested it, Warmth definitely wouldn't refuse, and she nodded her head very gently. I won't, but I can play with you if Auntie wants to. Dong Kai-hui? Ji Guangshuan?
Monsoon, can you not say such mean lines in such a gentle tone? Well, have some fun then. I'll teach you.
When Monsoon saw Dong Kaihui push the mahjong machine out of the room, he realized that his own mother's addiction might be even greater than he thought. The fishing guy and the mahjong guy. That's outrageous. After going to college themselves, the older two have really let themselves go.
Dad, Mom, you guys are really good. You even bought a mahjong machine. Hey, you don't have to bring up the kids, so why don't you play mahjong? Come on, sit down, have some fun, play $1, $2, $3, win or lose $100 or $10. Okay.
The four of them sat around the mahjong table,
and Monsoon began to tell Warmth the basic rules of mahjong. 36 of 10,000, 36 of pi, 36 of strip, each 1 through 9,
28 of word and 3 house cards, for a total of 1,306 cards,
taken clockwise, and dealt counterclockwise, with a hand of 13 cards. More cards are called Major Sagittarius, less cards are called Minor Sagittarius, carve AAA, pair AA, straight ABC,
regular 4+1 combo for huzzah.
Monsoon didn't speak too slowly, but Warmth nodded after listening once. Understood. Is that clear? Do you need me to tell you about the deck of cards or something? I shouldn't have to. I'll just try. Monsoon looked at Warmth's calm face and was vaguely worried for her.
Dong Kaihui is the god of killing in the poker game.
When Xianwan won't be beaten to tears later, right?
But the card game started.
Things often don't turn out the way Monsoon imagines.
Warmth did look rusty and a little slow to react to the rules in the first 2 hands.
This lasted just 2 handfuls. Just 2.
Warmth huffed on the 3rd hand.
The hand of hoop is still Monsoon's.
She then seemed to become more and more familiar with the game.
And by the end of the first round,
she already looked like a poker veteran.
By the end of the second lap,
she even touched a handful of clear colors.
Dong Kaihui won quite a bit and warmed up okay. Ji Guangxuan lost without a squeak.
Monsoon looked at the $200 he had only just exchanged from old Ji with Alipay.
2 laps down, 87. Left. At halftime, Monsoon glared at his own father. I blame you for this. Gee whiz. Say it like Warmth didn't win. One don't say one. Father and son sullenly smoking cigarettes. Monsoon looked at his PayPal, only $193 left. He is really panicked. $3 capped mahjong. It's not that much of a loss, is it? It's unreasonable and unscientific. Back at the table,
the remaining 2 rounds of cards remained torturous. Warmth would always suitably let Dong Kaihui play her cards, and she would only win if Dong Kaihui's cards really didn't work.
At the end of the 4 rounds, Dong Kaihui won 287, with a happy smile on her fat face. To be honest, in all the years she had been playing mahjong, she had never had as much fun as she had today. It always feels like it's too smooth to think about what's going on. Warmth also won more than 100.
She sat on the side with a smile on her face, only there was more cunning in her smile.
As for the father and son of Monsoon and Old Season, one doesn't squeak when asked. All silenced by the, after playing all afternoon, Dong Kaihui was satisfied, and she greeted Lao Ji, old quarter, walk out and skedaddle. Good, after sitting all afternoon, it's time to go out and move around. Little wind, little one, do you two want to go out for a stroll? Ji Guangxuan asked somewhat knowingly, and Dong Kaihui, who was on the side, came over and hammered him. What the are you talking about? The warm leg isn't healed yet. It's going to die. Go away and let them both watch TV at home. Monsoon smiled. He knew it was mom and dad purposely leaving space for the two to be alone. Warmth was, after all, a first-time visitor, and unfamiliarity and rushing were inevitable. Allowing Monsoon and her to enjoy a bit of a two-person world at home would help her dissipate that uneasiness and consternation even more. As Ji Guangxuan said, love the house. They love the Monsoon so much that they will love the Warmth too. We'll take care of Warmth's emotions, we'll find a way to communicate with her, and won't give her a hard time. Of course, everything assumes that Warmth is a normal person. Warmth is great, so they make great in-laws too. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Monsoon smiled and reminded, Dad, Mom, slow down on the road. Okay, your dad is under 50 and doesn't need you to teach him. Waiting for the older two to leave, Monsoon breathed a sigh of relief and slowly made his way back to the couch and back to the Warmth. After not having the elders around, Warmth really let go a lot. She gave up some seats and sat towards the side, signaling Monsoon to sit beside her. Sit here and stay with me for a while. Warmth's direct request. Monsoon never refused. He smiled and nodded. Sitting down on his butt, picked up an orange on the table is about to open peeling. The Warmth saw this and hastened to persuade him down. Ugh, don't peel oranges for me. Auntie has just peeled 9 for me. Chapter 163. This is a test for you. Warmth plays dead when he can't top it. Pretending to be dead was something she had done often. And in front of Monsoon. So she had long gotten used to it. It's not like anyone here would recognize her anyway. On the ceremonial stage, the wedding music played and a newlywed couple began to read their wedding vows as the wedding officiant officiated. For richer or poorer, marriage vows Monsoon had heard many times. Of course, though he had never been married himself, there was nothing novel about it for him. Warmth was a different story, though, and it wasn't like she hadn't seen other people get married before, but it was the first time I came to a wedding, listening to the newlyweds say I do to each other. The warmth in the arms of the Monsoon let out a long breath. It was like hearing the end of a story, that feeling of completeness, comforting. Even if the protagonist of this story is not themselves, people will be vicariously involved. Warmth is such a person. They're married. Yeah, they're married. Monsoon, is marriage the grave of love? Warmth's sudden question caused Monsoon to be slightly stunned, but he didn't answer the question immediately. Nor did I copy those answers from the internet. Act like you know everything. He's never been married. And how can someone who hasn't been married know what life is like after marriage? I don't know, but I don't think marriage can be described as the grave of love, but rather as the end of a relationship, and the beginning of a new one. For love and marriage is love, too. Warmth turned back and offered to hug Monsoon. I'm a little scared. Scared of what? Some of Wang Yakin's past with her own father flashed through Warmth's mind. For as long as she could remember, the fights had never stopped. Could such a married life really be happy? That's the only image she has of married life. And that's why she's scared and worried. I'm afraid I'll turn out like my mom. No, you're you and your mom is your mom. Would it be different? Of course, while education and character cannot be equated most of the time, with education comes a gradual cognizance of the rules. You're good enough not to worry about things that haven't happened yet, and we love each other enough. Aha! Monsoon hugged him a little tighter again. He had a feeling that the autistic girl should need him a lot right now. Just don't talk. Warmth wasn't really particularly hurtful, and it was still quite comfortable to hold Monsoon. The conduct of the wedding interested her, so it was better to stick her head out and prepare to see it through. The two people on the ceremony stage said their vows, exchanged rings, and then poured the champagne tower. The opening of this wedding would be considered all but complete. Next, it's time for everyone's favorite part of the meal. In fact, many people go to wedding red affairs in order to go to the banquet. Today, Monsoon brought Warm over, but also wanted to bring her together to eat the seat. Before Warm did not eat the seat. Today can be a good experience. Bringing the warmth to the neighbor's table. Their family used to be neighbors with Uncle Wang, so sitting here was no problem at all. After taking their seats, there were some old neighbors who recognized Monsoon. Your little wind? You've grown so big? Egu my god. Hello Uncle Wu, this is my girlfriend Warm. Monsoon introduced himself and Warmth nodded along. Hello Uncle. Old Lu look. Xiaofeng is really different. More handsome than when he was a kid and his girlfriend is pretty. Windy goes to college now, right? Well, Mordor University. Really upwardly mobile. I remember that little Wind used to be quite good in his studies, and now he's getting into such a good university. Your parents are probably overjoyed. Alas, where are they? Uncle Wu was so complimentary. They went to another wedding and I came this way. Monsoon swam around and greeted a few uncles and aunts. He can be shy when dealing with his family, but it's best not to be wishy-washy in front of outsiders. A public place like this where you eat a seat, you still need to maintain some gravitas, even if it's that of a good student. Warmth fumed silently as she watched Monsoon climb into conversation with the elders and neighbors, staring at Monsoon like a lookout. It wasn't until the waiter brought the crystal steak and hooves to the table that the warm gaze moved away from Monsoon's face. The autistic girl's eyes glowed a bit as she stared at the fatty-looking steak and hoof, and her heart leapt to life. Something like pickled hooves would probably be eaten more on a daily basis over in Liangwang. In other areas, it is rare to order it in everyday life. Warmth hadn't eaten it either, and although it looked fattening, it didn't stop her from eating it. Monsoon had been talking to his neighbor, but he never took his eyes off Warmth out of the corner of his eye. Noticing Warmth's eyes staring at the steak and hooves, Monsoon took advantage of the fact that no one was moving their chopsticks and directly got up and pressed the round table. Grabbing his chopsticks, he ripped off a chunk of steak hoof and put it, slightly overbearingly, directly into the warm bowl. Nonsense. Coming out for a seat is all about getting warm and cool. He can eat whatever he wants. He doesn't need to take care of any face. I'll eat if I can't. Good. The autistic girl smiled sweetly. Monsoon is back to blowing awesome with a couple uncles. After a conversation performance, the neighbors also feel the hidden strength of the Monsoon, and no one treats him as that once little child. That's what people do. They look at the plate. Monsoon chatted and drank with these old neighbors. The meal at the Tang Palace Hotel was good. The drinks were not seafood dishes but none of the other hard dishes. Unasked for warmth on the side of cool food. feeling a hard wave of seat-eating culture. Until the bride and groom came to their table with their wine cups to toast. As the elder, Lao Wu hastily stood up. Well, may you grow old together and have children soon. After the toast, the bride looked at Monsoon with a smile on her face. Windy, this is your girlfriend? Well, Sister Daya, congratulations. Monsoon finally revealed a rather coy smile. Uncle Wang has 2 daughters, Fong Wang and Yi Wang. The 2 big sisters had also taken him to play in the neighborhood yard when he was a child, so he had always called each other Sister Daya and Sister Arya. At this time, Wang Fong had changed into a red cheongsam in order to facilitate the toast, and she smiled and patted Monsoon on the shoulder, looking in a particularly good mood. Ha ha, you also have to be as soon as possible. The girlfriend is so beautiful. You can seize the time. Believe you, yes sister. Guaranteed good. Okay, trust you. Yes sister. That's probably the tacit understanding from childhood. Childhood playmates may have gone their separate ways, but at one time they did have a simple and peaceful happy childhood. Maybe they won't even have much contact in the future. Life will also be on a completely different trajectory, but when Monsoon sees them, he still hopes that they can be happy in their future lives. There is no purpose, just pure blessing and hope. With her warm personality, she certainly wouldn't bother interrupting the two as she watched it all with glowing eyes. Only after the bride had left did the autistic girl lament as an afterthought. It's really nice to get married. So many people wish them well. So happy. There will be many blessings for us in the future. Too, do you believe? Aha. Warmth nodded. Monsoon saw the envy in Warmth's gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. You eat first. I'm going to the bathroom. Good. Monsoon got up and left Warmth's line of sight. But Warmth didn't realize that the direction he went was not the toilet. The autistic girl didn't think much of it as she continued to eat in silence. There was still a lot of food in her bowl and she had to destroy it all. She couldn't waste it. When Monsoon returned a little while later, the warm meal was almost gone. Once again, the wedding officiant appeared, and the bride and groom and bridesmaids and groomsmen all followed on the ceremonial platform. The host's enthusiastic voice carried to every corner of the ballroom. Here comes our classic hand bouquet session again, which is a relay of happiness and love, and a good sign for the bride and groom. So, folks, for the next few moments, don't be shy and don't hold back. Okay, let's get ready to start. Monsoon and Warmth's eyes were also drawn to the scene. The bride glanced at the bridesmaids and groomsmen with a smiling face, and then swept their side of Monsoon without moving. The neighbor's table was very close to the ceremony table, but the bride double-checked her position before turning around silently. On the host's countdown. 3, 2, 1. Wow! The bride's hand bouquet was thrown backward, but it seemed to use too much force. The bouquet flew right over the bridesmaids and groomsmen group in the direction of the table. Warmth, who was watching, saw that the bouquet was about to fall on the table on the left, and felt a little pity in her heart. Just then, Monsoon's figure suddenly obscured her vision. He took a few steps forward and jumped high again, instantly catching the flying bouquet in his hands. The sight made the autistic girl open her mouth slightly and cover it with her fingers again, somewhat disbelieving. Sister Daya through is really crooked. Okay. Monsoon heart silently relieved. Monsoon, who caught the bouquet, did not immediately turn around, but instead held the flowers in one hand, and with one hand, he joined his 2 fingers together and placed them on the left side of his forehead. Wang Dia's eyes met with Monsoon's, and together the bride and groom gave him a fist-clenching, cheering gesture. Only then did Monsoon turn around violently. Under Warmth's surprised and vaguely expectant gaze, he slowly walked up to her. On one knee, Monsoon gently took Warmth's fingers and tucked the bouquet into Warmth's hand. The host came over at some point. He took the microphone and started his own blessing as well. As I said earlier, don't be afraid to steal the bride and groom scene at times like this. This session, this moment of happiness, would have belonged to the person who grabbed the flowers. It's a relay of happiness and love. So let's congratulate the young couple. The lights were focused on the 2 men at this point. Applause and shouts of blessing rang out at the same moment. This handsome young man, is there anything you would like to say to this young lady right now? Monsoon took the microphone from the host and stared at Warmth's early reddened eyes. Chapter 164, Combined Efforts to Solve Mother-in-Law, 2-in-1. The atmosphere was somewhat charming. Unbeknownst to the autistic girl, her teasing voice was tinged with some shyness and nerdiness, and in Monsoon's eyes, this was not a test. It was clearly a reward. Oh, only the party and the people can test me. I am also the people. So you're sure this is a test? The Monsoon loomed a little closer, and Warmth, who had little experience, was instantly a little nervous. Except that today's autistic teenager had eaten her words and wasn't about to let go. What's that? It's a reward. Monsoon similarly lowered his voice. Warmth was silent for 2 to 3 seconds and suddenly kissed Monsoon. This time, her voice was much more emotional and seductive than before. You made the people feel happy today, and this is the reward the people give you. No, Monsoon's lips were once again blocked with warmth, and little Monsoon grew breathless. It's warmth rewarded to a lover. The dream will wake up, but it's not a dream. Well, it's still early, so the night seems a little long as the alternation of the seasons. For a long time, Monsoon woke up, sober, to be precise. Warmth was still leaning in his arms, also completely sleepless, but neither of them spoke, and for a while the atmosphere was a bit awkward. At this point Monsoon had an expression like a holy Buddha. He picked up his cell phone and tried to do something, but didn't know what. Wyatt Warmth would have no intention of hitching a ride with him this time. Not at all. Just now, Monsoon made a small mistake. This moment is not dare to speak with Wen Xiaonuan. Flip and flip. Can only play the phone. Turning over WeChat. Warm WeChat nothing. Continue to look. Can only give Mu evening autumn's circle of friends. Then he ordered Dodings. And when he saw Lu Quan's, thank you boss for the 600,000 year-end bonus. Monsoon finally didn't strain himself. Asterisk this pussy. We're going to pound him after New Year's. After turning over the circle of friends, the Monsoon was really bored, and opened the QQ, wanting to see what is dynamic in the QQ space. Just opened QQ and saw the red circle on QQ. High school reunion group. Someone at him? It wasn't another class reunion or anything, was it? He didn't want another one. Smiling, he clicked on the classmate group, and Monsoon realized that the group was quite lively. There was a lot of chat, quite a bit of gossip and trivia, but up there at the top, the discussion was actually about the romance between him and Warmth. I heard Monsoon and Warmth are together. There's something about that. They had the beginnings of being together during the time of the almost high school entrance exam, right? Warmth actually did follow to Mordor University. I thought you guys were bull ting before. No wonder old Huang didn't even report this. He's probably pissed off. And I don't know what Warmth is thinking. I'm so sorry. Fart love, out of society is still not to see the strength. Love has no use. At Monsoon. Come on, Mr. Mastermind, say something. The chat logs are all fairly normal up to this point, which is to discuss what's going on between him and Warmth. It's been so long since we graduated from high school, and half a year since college. It doesn't really matter if classmates talk about what they gossiped about back then. Until Lu Wei's bubbling, the rhythm of the chat painted a sudden change. Warmth actually did get together with Monsoon. I feel like she's a bit of a wannabe. What does it say? Let's not talk about anything else. Before when Ji Feng and Gu Shuiting were together, how sensational the chase was. Just the love letters in the garbage can I have picked up several. Every time Gu Shuiting gets angry, Ji Feng has to bow his head and beg for reconciliation. How humiliating. Do you think it won't be hard for Warmth to remember those things later when they're really together? Boy, I'm a little uptight even after you said that vicariously. Lu Wei, you are really outrageous. It's just that people just talk to each other. You make them up like that. How can I call this a fabrication? Monsoon used to chase Gu Shuiting. All kinds of compromises, all kinds of humility, all kinds of love letters, little essays, buying this and that. Which one of them isn't real? People are together. So don't keep bringing up the past. How can you not mention it? It's a thorn in my side, and I am not looking forward to it. There's a lot of chat, and there's still a lot of people speaking up for Monsoon at first, but Lu Wei's rhythm was brought too strong, and after a few biased remarks, those who spoke for Monsoon gradually lost their voices. Some of the original neutral students would have started to feel sorry for Warmth by now. I have to say, if the pace is brought right, nothing is alright. Seeing that they had chatted so much and the tempo had been brought up, Monsoon sought to find out if he should just quit the group. It's not like this kind of thing is face to face, and there's no way he's going to take a cab and run to someone's house to beat him up. There's no stopping things like internet rhythms. Monsoon tightened the Warmth in his arms, and although the Warmth ignored him, it still moved and burrowed into his arms a bit. It was obvious that Warmth was still a little angry, but anger didn't stop Sticky. Monsoon realized that when Xianwan seemed to be doing something quietly, her body was a bit tense, and her arms could vaguely feel the vibrations, so she should have been typing furiously. Good lord, she's sneaking around and talking to people? Behind my back? Good. It's not like you're writing some little essay, is it? Warmth ever had to write a small essay? I don't think so. At the same time, Monsoon suddenly saw the numbers at the bottom of the QQ high school group chat logs rise wildly. From just 9, 15, 26, the numbers keep getting bigger. What's going on? A fight? For the matter of eating melons, Monsoon was a come hither, even if it was his own melon. Let's see what happens. Scrolling down the chat log, Monsoon suddenly saw a familiar avatar. Warmth? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was right, and because the class group was full of names,
He made a point of tapping into his avatar to make sure.
I'll have to eat it. Nice guy. Warmth in the brush? Lu Wei. Are you short of love? If you can't find a date you can exercise and earn more money. And don't give others a prescription for a disease you can't cure. And don't do whatever you want just because you're in over your head. The mental hospital will contact you. Don't say I talk tough. Nice words are for people. As Warmth disliked 4 sentences in a row, Lu Wei finally replied. Warmth, Monsoon is also worthy of your protection? It's a fool's errand. This was followed by a warm and fervent continuation of the dislike. Indeed, fools have fools, but doesn't. Talking so much, is that more tons than others? There's only one face. Can't you save it? Psychopathy is fine, but your body must be healthy. Eat less salt. Look at you being idle. It's okay if you can't figure out why I like Monsoon. There are a lot of things you can't figure out. Just look in the mirror more often and you'll understand. Don't tell me about being a do-gooder. You're not on the same level as him. Do monkeys play with cell phones now? And pity for me. I was able to hang out with you for a while in high school, so I can only say that Monsoon had a bad point and met someone like you. Oh, look at my memory. I'm treating you like a human being again. Monsoon's past I will only feel sorry for him when I look at it. And I met a bad person before, so I will treat him better in the future and not bother you with it. Everyone was silent in the face of Warmth's 5 sprays in a second. Gu Shuai Ting, who was silently eating melon in the dark. The Monsoon that is silently eating its own melon in plain sight. My wife is really powerful. It also looked like someone had pressed the mute button on the class group. Warmth's sudden outburst was really too different from her previous style of painting, so much so that it disliked everyone else, including Lu Wei, to the point where they didn't squeak. Monsoon was bored for half a day, and feeling that this time should warm up, he raised his hand and sent a sentence. Awesome. Warmth, who was looking at his cell phone, suddenly turned his head. His expression was milky and fierce, and Monsoon was inexplicably a little weak. She had been a little angry earlier, and now she seemed to be even more so. Monsoon opened his mouth in embarrassment. Actually. Warmth stared at Monsoon for a moment. Her serious expression suddenly changed, and she grabbed his cell phone, then hugged him tightly. Don't look at these unhappy things. Monsoon froze. He wasn't actually angry. His mood had been quite calm. He was an old man, and if he was unhappy at being denigrated for a couple of sentences, there were too many things he needed to be angry about. Instead, they have been worried about the Warmth. After all, just now they did not stabilize, but Warmth seemed to be worried about him, and the worry was actually about his fear that he would be upset by the group chat. Well, both cared about things that were really just each other. The autistic girl tossed the 2 men's cell phones aside and hugged them a little tighter. Don't be upset. I'll sleep with you, okay? Good. It's such a time. Monsoon definitely won't go through all those extra explanations, and the class group will just let him go. How about getting angry? And how about not getting angry? Lu Wei is indeed a. Monsoon just feel that the Warmth is a little unworthy of being angry because of him, but he wouldn't say anything more. It's still more important to cuddle up and sleep warm. The night, like a huge curtain, it pulls back quietly, covering the mountains, the rivers, the cities, and all things blurred in the shroud of night. High in the sky, the stars popped out one by one as well. They are carried by the moon, blinking in the dark, watching the two fall asleep in a tight embrace. On the 3rd day of the year, Warmth fell asleep against Monsoon's arms. She slept peacefully, an experience she had never had at home at all, and she was actually the more tired party in the battle with her mother, Wang Yakin. But Warmth knew he couldn't show the slightest hint of exhaustion. She has to be strong enough to stay strong. It was a given that once she showed weakness, her own mother would recoil. Luckily, she had Monsoon as a harbor for her to regain her strength. Lying on the bed, Monsoon picked up his cell phone, wanting to check the time, when he suddenly felt a vibration from the phone in his hand. He hastily pressed mute before the bell rang. Chapter 165, Rain in spring, wind in summer, evening sunshine in fall, snow in winter. Wang Yakin was taken downstairs by Dodan. As requested by Monsoon and Warmth, they took a taxi and headed to the Guanghua neighborhood. All the way Wang Yakin was silent, but every now and then she would glance at Do Ding, as if she wanted to inquire about something. Dodan caught her eye as well. It was just that he wouldn't talk more nonsense until Wang Yakin took the initiative to speak. To the Guanghua neighborhood, Do Ding sent the person back home. Standing in front of the house, Wang Yakin turned to thank. Trouble for you today, dog. As Warm once said, Wang Yakin is very good at pretending. To feign, to pretend, to disguise. People who are not familiar enough with the goodness and softness of their hearts will surely be fooled by Wang Yakin. Even Monsoon, the first few times, and even this time when they met back home for New Year's Eve, they didn't feel that there was something wrong with her.
She did know how to disguise herself, but Monsoon trusted Warmth enough. If Warmth said that his mom had a problem, then there was a problem, and Warmth definitely wouldn't lie to him. As for Dodan, oh, who are you? My big brother is guarding against you. Can you be a good person? Hearing Wang Yaken's thanks, Do Ding revealed a slightly ugly smile. It's no trouble. Your sister-in-law's mom, so naturally we have to make arrangements. Somehow, Wang Yaken felt uncomfortable every time she heard the title sister-in-law, because the title would make her feel like she was distancing herself from her daughter indefinitely. It's getting farther and farther out of reach. Out of reach. The warmth was no longer hers. Wang Yaken was a bit unable to accept this situation, but she had no way to refute anything. Well, Auntie, now that you're safely home, I'll be on my way. Ugh, wait. Wang Yaken called out to Do Ding, but when Do Ding looked back at her, she didn't know what she wanted to say. Seeing that Wang Yaken didn't speak up, Dodan took the initiative to ask, is there anything else, Auntie? Wang Yaken had been brewing for a long time, but in the end, she had not been able to hold back the doubts in her heart. Dog, I have to ask, what exactly do you guys do for a living? Dodan looked at her in slight surprise. Have you not communicated with your sister-in-law about this matter? No. Wang Yaken's face was ugly. She couldn't say that she had been confronting her daughter and hadn't gotten to know her carefully at all. Could she? Dodan thought of Monsoon's explanation earlier, be polite, but don't worry about it. He had his own interpretation of that statement as well. Be polite, but play hard to get. We are a network technology company established in Magic City, called Fingertip Future, and the founders are the elder brother and sister-in-law. That is, the two warm Monsoon. Fingertip Future is a company dedicated to creating a better life for the people and is now based in the Magic City. The company currently has two main divisions, Fingertip Promotions and Fingertip Games. I am the director of Fingertip Promotions, Dodan, and this is my business card. Dodan took out his business card. Then after some thought, he pulled the warm business card out of his pocket again. Also, it's my sister-in-law's, which, I think, would be what Auntie would like to see, too. Wang Yaken took the business card. She was not highly educated, but still knew the words. Fingertip Future, President Warm. Fingertip Promotion, Supervisor, Dodan. After looking over the two business cards, the waves in Wang Yaken's heart grew even more. And although she was already sure that it was true, she still didn't think it was believable. Warm her, is now your leader? Yeah, Big Brother's main job on a regular basis is planning and coordinating, and sister-in-law is mainly responsible for management. Sister-in-law is a genius. She learns everything at the drop of a hat and has a calm and airy personality, a natural leader. Nuan? Yes, sister-in-law is just a private name. We usually have to call her general manager when in the company. Listening to Do Ding's words, Wang Yaken felt that her daughter was getting stranger and stranger. In fact, it had felt strange to her since her daughter's behavior every night before, but that was just life. The business card in front of me is my daughter's job and career. Wang Yaken quietly rubbed the business card in his hand. Fingernails pressed on the card warmed two words. Has she even become Mr. Win? Auntie should be happy to have such a wonderful daughter, right? Dodan's query made Wang Yaken freeze. Should she be happy that Warmth is good? As a mom, it's time to be happy. But why wasn't she happy at all? Not at all. Instead there was a sense of panic that everything was out of control. Subconsciously, she wanted to retort twice, but Dodan stood in front of her, and though he was smiling, there seemed to be a ferocious beast hidden in that smile that dared her. People are afraid of things, especially middle-aged women like Wang Yaken with short cognition. They are very good at nesting in moral abduction, and facing a guy like Dodan who just looks mean. She's so cross, she can't even play. Staring at Dodan, Wang Yaken nodded her head in spite of her words. Well, happy. I'm happy. Just be happy, Auntie. Your good days are ahead of you. Dodan left behind an intriguing sentence and left in Wang Yaken's trance. As he said, the good times are ahead. While Dodan sent Wang Yaken home, Monsoon also picked up Warmth. She and her mother happened to be on the wrong side of the road, but after getting into the car, Warmth stared at Monsoon with an odd look that made him feel unnatural. Why are you looking at me like that? Thanks. Warmth was silent for a long time before the words came out. When he finished speaking, he turned his head to look out the window, as if to avoid the Monsoon's next possible gaze. She has a job that leads to intense daily surfing on the internet. She actually understands all the online chatter. In her life, the person she had the most contact with was Monsoon, so her style of doing things was also influenced by Monsoon. Pretty and soft looks aside, Warmth is like a tomboy a lot of the time in terms of doing things alone. Her upbringing, in turn, caused her to not be as soft and pouty as the average girl. She knew that Monsoon was helping her with her mother's problems, and she was aware of her own family's troubles.
Smart as when Xiaonuan
Naturally will not go to say what my affairs do not need you to manage kind of words, so at times like this,
even between couples, a sincere thank you will suffice.
Just the fact that her own affairs caused trouble for Monsoon still made Wen Xiaonuan feel a little bad.
Monsoon pondered for a while, and at a time like this,
it was impossible for him to go into any kind of flirty talk, but he said frankly,
"Don't think much of it,
I'd be happy to go through all that for you, and you'd help me if I was in trouble, right?"
Warmth paused and nodded vigorously. Aha! The group reunited at the Pacific Garden restaurant.
The wave of people who had split off from the studio at the beginning also arrived one after another. After they saw the suited and booted fingertips crowd, the original desire to greet them warmly was quietly extinguished. Dodan they were very serious, so these old people were a bit put out.
These people can still open their mouths and call out Superintendent when they see Warmth, who is stuffing his face and eating. After all, they didn't start a company in high school,
and Warm's early job at the studio was that of director.
But when it came to Dodan and Monsoon, they didn't know what to shout. Dodan was better.
Some of the guys had known Dodan forever and had parents who drove big cars. Even if Dodan had listened to Monsoon's words and was unwilling to go back to lifting them by one hand,
the relationship between the uncle's generation also kept them from getting too stiff with Dodan. But facing the Monsoon is a different story. Call the boss? Monsoon is no longer their boss. Calling Big Brother? Those of them, too,
were not as close as the 9 people who had followed Monsoon to the magic capital. Now the studio seniors do their own thing, but there are leaders.
Fatty Zhang Chung, of those left behind, he was the oldest, almost 30. After Monsoon left,
his experience and skill in dealing with people made him a hidden leader of the studio. Zhang Qing was looking at 300 pounds, and when he walked in front of Monsoon and Warmth,
he was like a meatball. He wiped the sweat off himself and looked at Monsoon and Warmth with a smile. Boss G, Superintendent 1, it's really been a long time.
I've heard from my brothers that Mr.
G, with a few buddies, is considered to have made a fortune in Magic City. It's also our fault that we didn't make up our minds to follow Mr.
G in the first place.
If we had gone together, we probably would have been able to share a lot.
Zhang Qing had a smile piled on his face and his tone was respectful.
But Monsoon didn't bother with him at all,
turning the wristwatch on his wrist without even raising his eyes.
Rising abruptly, he headed toward a side dining table. Warmth glanced at Monsoon,
only to find that at such a serious time, Monsoon actually ran off to eat ribs and sticky rice dumplings. He had no intention of giving Zhang Qing face at all. The others simply didn't dare to squeak when they saw this, and no one dared to accuse Monsoon of not being enough of a brother at a time like this.
Zhang Qing looked at Warmth with an embarrassed face. Superintendent 1. Warmth was expressionless, but didn't completely lose face like Monsoon. Monsoon didn't squeak,
and had meant for her to handle this.
So now, what to do with them? Warmly,
he leaned back in his chair and tapped the desktop,
a gesture Monsoon did often. Zhang Qing,
the split of the studio didn't take long.
It's only been a few months, so if you have any ideas, you can talk to me directly. The warmth of Monsoon's attitude was clear. When they first went to fight in the Magic City, these people were unwilling to follow, but now they were licking their chops to get a ride. It really means nothing. We've all split up in one wave, so don't talk about brotherhood. We really don't know each other well, and that's one thing and one thing only. Fingertips is not as good as the top big factories, but the wage earnings are there after all, and it's at the level of a second-tier factory. They were already in Mordor and had made some name for themselves at Mordor University. Even if they were recruiting, it would be the tip-top of Mordor University drilling into them. As the saying goes, if you don't do it, someone else will. These old people in Pearl City, the previous Monsoon is willing to take them, purely because of the old feelings, want to lift the brothers a hand. Now in the Magic City, the quality, cognition, and ability of college students are completely crushing level for these old oilers in Pearl City. Chapter 166, Standing Up and Pedaling a Bicycle That Isn't Your Own. The world is so big, and people on the train naturally come from all over the world as they travel from south to north between the Spring Festival. They experienced the different views out of the car window and eyeballed the great landscape. But no matter how the scenery outside the world changed, what greeted them would be the warm spring of Mordor. Many of the company members of Fingertips Future are students. Similar to the situation of the two Monsoon Warmth. As students they could still go back to school in a few days. But as members of Fingertips they already needed to go to work at this time. College students in 13 are still simple and willing to eat the pie painted by their bosses. Not as much as the later aughts, who experienced a few years of internet indoctrination, and went to work to touch the fish and open the pendulum at the drop of a hat. Assuming, of course, that the pie painted by Fingertips Future materializes to a high enough degree, like tangible year-end bonuses and red envelopes. Under this premise,
Many people have already traveled to the Magic City with the idea of progressing and developing together with the company. It's not good to say much about the kind of person Lu Quan is. Rolling dogs are like that. Poor employment environment, and the first pot is this kind of person. But as a boss then, Monsoon is too much like Quan. He has a job as really liver. Even if you leave Lu Quan aside, there are many dedicated personnel returning to the company. For example, Lu Chen Chang, who has vaguely become the chief model, and Lu Ting, who boasts that she can bring an accountant to the company, and the equally dedicated Zhang Chao. Before the vacation, Su Ming's inadvertent invitation to wash his feet that time, what he said to Zhang Chao, including Monsoon's conversation with the foot-washing auntie, and the last few words of advice to him, it caused Zhang Chao's mind to change a little. Actually, verbal persuasion doesn't do much good, even if it's Monsoon persuasion. Monsoon isn't a god who can change a person's life by saying 2 words, but there is one thing that can. Money. The money thing is really nurturing. A dull soul that has been dormant for years is suddenly exposed to money, and then he is in danger of going towards the abyss of decay. To put it more bluntly, it's that men go bad when they have money. Monsoon is a person who has always treated his own people extremely well, filial to his parents, attentive to his brothers, and even more so to his wife, assuming, of course, that he thinks you're one of his own. Company members like Zhang Chao, who hadn't been working for a long time and whose style of doing things didn't satisfy Monsoon. Monsoon would still end up giving him a year-end bonus as a full-fledged employee because he was his roommate and the relationship had always been okay. 50,000. 50k doesn't seem like a lot when you can buy a house for 100-200W later on, but there are definitely quite a few, if some other conditions are added. 13 years, an ordinary family in Jinchang, usually living expenses only 1,000, just enrolled in the freshman. After listing these conditions, $50,000 becomes a staggering amount, especially since Zhang Chao didn't tell his family about the $50,000. He bought himself a new cell phone, a laptop, a 1200 Casio watch, a set of dress pants and shoes in the thousands. They cost him a total of over $10,000. Zhang Chao, however, takes it for granted that his cell phone and computer are the tools he needs to do his job, a line that was also within his financial control. But all this falls into a developed state in the eyes of some people. It's not like a poor kid suddenly joins a reputable company and suddenly has money. It's hard for others to say, but that's what Lu Mingyue thinks anyway. In 13 years, the high-speed railway from Jincheng to Mordor was not yet open, and Zhang Chao was not in the habit of flying, so he bought a sleeper ticket to Mordor, and Lu Mingyue didn't know where she had inquired about his early departure to the Magic City. I can't believe I bought the same train as him, then followed him all the way to the sleeper quietly. Sleeper tickets will be checked in 13 as well, but as long as you don't occupy a bed, a ticketed bed can be switched. A lot of 2-person travelers will purchase a 1-bedroom, 1-seat, or 1-bedroom, 1-stop to save money, and the 2 people will just rotate sleeping. That was what Lu Mingyue had in mind. She actually didn't understand that beggars like Zhang Chao, why rock the boat as a fingerprint interviewer? But from all these things he bought, they all reflected a clear feeling that Zhang Chao was richer than before, and it was a fact that he had become the management of his fingertips. A lot of people don't realize how great the perks of joining fingertips are, and Riwaki realized it early on. She had always been smart, even if that smartness was only small. Lu Mingyue could clearly feel the change in Lu Chengcheng after she joined her fingertips. That feeling of being in control of her own money made her envious and jealous. She didn't think she would be any worse than Lu Chengcheng. It's just a motion capture model. She can do it. Classical dances. She can do them too. Sword dance or something. Okay, maybe not as good as Lu Chengcheng, but she can learn. So what's so hard about that? She just lacked a chance, and that chance was in Zhang Chao. Late at night, the sleeper car is still quiet. Zhang Chao looked at Lu Mingyue in front of him. It was hard for him to imagine that this white moonlight that he had once begged for had actually burrowed into his comforter in the dead of night. Something more lethal than white moonlight. It's the rotten white moonlight. Just like the Lu Mingyue in front of him. She was rotten. So rotten that it made Zhang Chao feel so disgusted with all the likes he once had. He wanted to say to Lu Mingyue, "You deserve it if it sucks." Of course, he deserved it for having liked such a lousy guy. Pushing Lu Mingyue, who was sticking up. Zhang Chao's voice was indifferent. "Sister, please behave yourself." Hearing Zhang Chao say that, Lu Mingyue did not get angry at all. Instead, she arched towards Zhang Chao's body. Like this? She quietly grabbed Zhang Chao's finger and pressed it against herself. With the smoothness of his body, and the body temperature of winter, he wrapped Zhang Chao tightly. With a fit like that, it would be a real killer for a first-timer with little experience. But the current Zhang Chao was somewhat different, because he's got the money. Of course, money alone is useless. But after having money, Zhang Chao believed in Monsoon's words and Su Ming's words. Men need to wash their feet more often. It's natural for a first-timer to break that sense of female worship by having more contact with women.
Zhang Chao is a person who, apart from anything else, listens to his buddies is true.
Su Ming told him to wash his feet more often.
And in the days of the new year, he really went, fiercely, every day. The first 2 days were also vegetarian, but in the latter days, after hearing the phrase "is it the first time for a handsome man?"
Zhang Chao began the New Year's Eve topped with a strict fight and a life of meat and vegetables.
From there, he opened the door to a new world. This would be plastered by Lu Mingyue,
and Zhang Chao did have a reaction.
But it was only a reaction. What do you want to do?
School teacher?
Nothing, I just want you to keep me company.
Or I'll keep you company.
Wendy said that a woman like Lu Mingyue loves you the most when you don't love her.
Brother Feng also said that good girls should be cherished and bad girls should not be wasted.
Have you thought about what you're going to do when you stick it to me like that? What's there to think about?
Lu Mingyue did not feel the strangeness in Zhang Chao's smile until Zhang Chao suddenly pinched her
hard. Lu Mingyue, how come I didn't see that you were so in tie before? Lu Mingyue froze.
She didn't expect Zhang Chao to be so rough, nor did she expect him to say such words.
He definitely wasn't like this before. Zhang Chao, you, what? Problems? Zhang Chao didn't say anything, but it was as if he had said everything.
Lu Mingyue's gaze was obscure for a moment before she suddenly bit her lip.
Why are you doing this to me? So what do you want me to do to you? Like this?
Zhang Chao casually squeezed again. Feeling that she had already suffered a great loss, Lu Mingyue wanted to take the opportunity to open her mouth and demand.
Next time there's a modeling slot, count me in. Seal and face models are fine. Ho ho ho. Zhang Chao laughed.
At Lu Mingyue and at himself.
Laughing at his former sincerity is simply worthless.
Lu Mingyue didn't know what Zhang Chao was laughing at,
but she was a bit uneasy.
This feeling of not being able to hold Zhang Chao made her uncomfortable.
Zhang Chao, just promise me, okay?
Zhang Chao's face suddenly turned cold.
Who are you to make me promise you? Get off. Ha? Lu Mingyue froze, not knowing if she hadn't heard or didn't dare to believe it. I'll let you get off. There. Don't be mad. I'll stop. I didn't get a seat ticket, let me stay, okay?
Lu Mingyue's sudden show of weakness made Zhang Chao laugh again.
It's not his own bike, so why not stand up and pedal? Yeah. On the other hand, Mu Wanqiu didn't take a plane either. Instead, she got on the high-speed train to Mordor with her father, Mu Kuwei. It's just that Mu Wanqiu was sitting in a business VIP seat, and just after getting on the bus, she leaned back in her chair and played with her phone. Unlike other people who went to Mordor as a return to school, when Mu Wanqiu went to Mordor, it was a return home. The imperial city was not her favorite at all. Not the environment, not the atmosphere, not the people. Mordor is her lair. The big villas in the suburban estates of the imperial capital are not as good as the 506 in the old business district. Houses aside, people are definitely inferior. Father and daughter each sat on one side. Mu Kuwei tried to strike up a conversation with Mu Wanqiu, but his daughter was always playing with her cell phone and didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. Late fall? Sleeping. Mu Kuwei was a bit speechless, and with his daughter's such an uncooperative attitude, he couldn't help but get serious, and spoke directly to Mu Evening Chiu about business. Evening Autumn, there are 4 houses in the old business district with title changes. You know about this, right? Come on, tell me what's going on. Mu Evening Chiu had her back turned, and when she encountered something she couldn't solve, she pretended to be dead first. I learned that from warmth. Her eyes dripped and her brain opened. Try to weave a story that makes it believable. Nothing else for a while, and fool your own dad. 5 seconds later. Failure to weave a story. Dad. I'm an adult too, and adults always have to have some personal things of their own. You know. Chapter 167, You at That Time. Putting the memories together for you. A song that has exploded on many platforms and is a classic meme. The problem is, the release date of the song on Earth was in 19 years, and even the original Japanese version of Prayer to You at That Time is only a 17-year-old song. So, what does this song count as? Gu Shui Ting. What is that? Monsoon narrowed his eyes slightly. The thoughts inside him at this time were far more raging 100 times than how he appeared. He didn't lose his cool, or even show much of a difference. Just the fingers wrapped around the warm shoulder rubbed gently, trying to kill some of the inner turmoil with that. Warmth applauded approvingly after hearing the song. Only she applauded with very little movement. Her hands almost folded together like a little bee stirring its wings, and she didn't make any noise. Warmth wasn't sure if Monsoon wanted to see Gu Shueting. The memories between them weren't good. Gu Shueting obviously didn't get a seat ticket. If you go out to meet and greet, in accordance with gentlemanly manners and the relationship of classmates, is it not necessary to let Gu Shueting sit in Ji Feng's place?
They have reconciled with each other.
With Monsoon's character, he would definitely give up his seat and let Gu Shueting rest. But agreeing doesn't mean being happy about it. Giving up your good seat to someone else is only polite, not a pleasure.
She didn't want to make Monsoon feel uncomfortable in her heart,
even if it was just a little bit. And more than anything, she didn't want Monsoon to leave her side.
And she was possessive.
In that case, forget it.
If Monsoon had the idea of striking up a conversation,
he would take the initiative. But if he didn't have the intention, then it was better not to draw Gu Shueting's attention. Avoid embarrassment on both sides. Monsoon's thoughts were in turmoil,
and he stayed where he stood without saying a word. He didn't pull himself out of his thoughts until the song settled.
Turning his head,
Monsoon realized that the autistic girl was still eyeing him with a not too optimistic expression.
Sorry, I got carried away. Why are you looking at me like that? I want to go to the bathroom.
Warmth almost pursed her lips as she said this.
Oh, sorry about my question.
Monsoon guessed that the autistic girl was holding back,
and was instantly a little embarrassed.
The two disappeared towards the end of the crowd. Only after leaving completely did Gu Shueting look over there without thinking.
When Monsoon appeared in any corner of sight, it was abrupt for her, so how could she not see it? She also expected Monsoon and Warmth to come up to her and say hello. It's like a chance encounter like normal friends have. She would greet Monsoon and Warmth politely and wouldn't bother them.
But those are just her wishful thinking.
Monsoon and Warmth didn't come over to say hello. To be precise, it was Monsoon who didn't come to say hello.
She saw Warmth shift her gaze to Monsoon after listening to the song.
Obviously, the Monsoon's choice is the Warmth's choice. However, Monsoon didn't want to come over or see her. So one's expectations won't come to fruition. Not coming, as they should. How does someone like her deserve it? Sister?
As Gu Shueting was lost in thought, the little girl across the street called out to her a few times.
Sorry, something just came to mind. Sister looks a little sad. I didn't.
Gu Shueting subconsciously denied it, but the little girl waved her hand.
Isn't it sad when your sister's song makes you want to cry when you hear it?
Looking at Gu Shueting, who was frozen in place, the little girl's mother also felt that her daughter's words were a bit abrupt and inappropriate. Then he rubbed his daughter's head and took the initiative to explain for Gu Shueting. Maybe my sister is just thinking about something and someone. It's called pining. Who?
The little girl nodded.
7 to 8 years old might be childish, but they could already understand most of what adults were saying.
They know what pining is. Girls, in particular, are a little more precocious and delicate-minded than boys. Gu Shueting put on a smile, only it was slightly bitter. Pining? Maybe. Sister, sing another song. You sing so well and play so well. In the face of the little girl's invitation, Gu Shueting's heart was almost adorable by her, and there was definitely no way to refuse such a small request. Okay, I'll sing another one then. Ugh. Sis, wait. You didn't say what the name of that song was just now.
That song was just called Putting the Memories Together for You.
What about this one? This one.
I'll say more after I sing it.
Gu Shueting smiled and sold the song.
Her fingertips gently plucked the strings, and she lowered her voice slightly, as the song started at a lower key.
Softly playing and singing, the gentle melody once again attracted everyone. Sing it all the way through to the chorus. Once upon a time, when I first knew this world, I lingered in all kinds of ways, looking at the sky as if it were in front of me. I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. Now walk through this world. A million streams, turning over the years on different sides, unexpectedly breaking into your smile. I had a hard time extricating myself from the size of the world, and indulged in its dream words, not being allowed to be true or false without struggling or fearing jokes. I've tumbled my youth into him, and I've flicked my fingertips out of high summer. Let your heart go where it will. It's like a beautiful octave box breaking its wind, or a Walkman suddenly running out of juice. Gu Shueting's playing and singing came to an abrupt end here. Strange thoughts flooded the minds of those around them, both the mother and daughter, and the other passengers who were listening to the song. It's a great song. Why did you stop singing all of a sudden? Forgot your words? Or did something else happen? Gu Shueting ignored the whispered comments. Her gaze stalled on the strings of the zither, and her thoughts were stretched out indefinitely, so long that even she, herself, wasn't sure what she was thinking. It's not her who has the problem. She didn't forget the words or the song either. What's wrong is this song. The wind is blowing. No, this song is okay too. She just remembered that night at the hospital when Warmth had smiled at her. Since suffering has pushed me to the edge of the cliff, I will sit down on the edge of this cliff and look at the flowing mist and fog below it. Then call Monsoon and ask him to sing me a song about the rising wind. The wind is picking up. It's a song that Monsoon sings often, but can't be found online. Gu Shueting had never heard Monsoon sing about this song, and she didn't know if the two songs were the same. Her memory, it wasn't broken here. Instead,
It broke 6 months ago, at that graduation season party. Broken on the song After I'm Gone, sung by Monsoon Clear.
Don't think of me after I'm gone. Though there's so much to be desired. It's the freedom you asked for, I'm giving it back to you.
Back then she was just surprised that Monsoon could sing,
and sing quite well.
But now she seemed to finally realize what that song meant. It turns out that their end was already predetermined at that time.
Most of all, that song, After I'm Gone, shouldn't have been in their graduation season.
Gu Shuiting snapped her head up and looked in the direction where Monsoon had been before.
Only his figure was long gone there. Everything, just like in that song.
It would have been the freedom she wanted, and Monsoon had given it back to her.
So, did you dream about it too?
The broken parted bangs fell at just the right moment, covering Gu Shuiting's almost empty gaze.
Why do you want to shed tears at this point when you said you wouldn't cry again? Gu Shuiting didn't bother to play anymore.
She returned the acoustic guitar and crouched herself in the corner of the wall at the carriage interface, burying her face in her knees.
The people around them looked at each other in disbelief,
and the mother and daughter across the room could see the difference. The little girl quietly crouched in her mom's ear.
Sister seems to be crying.
It could be that my sister has remembered something sad. Let's not disturb her at this time. Then I can buy her a snack and coax her.
Good, and I knows best. Sister, when you're upset, just eat something.
Gu Shuiting quietly raised her head and gently nodded.
Thanks. Monsoon returned to his seat with warmth. Warmth's character was very sensitive,
and she could clearly feel some of Monsoon's mood changes.
Since meeting Gu Shuiting just now, Ji Feng had been a bit distracted. He rarely showed this kind of preoccupation. Most of the time Monsoon did things very lightly, and on weekdays, no matter what happened, he always had a smile on his face.
Nothing seems to cause him mood swings.
Now that he's like this,
he should be experiencing something that makes him feel distressed and confused.
Warmth gently held Monsoon's fingers and rested her head on his shoulder. It's just about noon when we get off the bus. Should we think ahead about what we should eat for lunch, Monsoon?
The sudden interruption of his cluttered thoughts felt like a light emerging from the chaos.
Yeah, there's so much to think about. And it's not like life has to be all figured out before you can move on. Instead of letting thoughts trap you, rather than, I'd like to go down to the dock and fix some fries. Warmth froze. Do you have to go to the marina for fries? Doesn't KFC have them too? But KFC doesn't have seagulls. So, you're thinking of going to the pier to feed the seagulls?
The warm tone was still gentle,
but Monsoon was still stubbornly emphasizing it. No, I just want to go to the marina and fix some fries.
Warmth, hashtag?
Warmth was about to get angry,
and she felt that her boyfriend had a problem with his brain.
It couldn't be helped though.
Who made him his boyfriend? Although a look that doesn't look too smart.
But even if he has dementia in the future,
he will still be there for him. Then go down to the dock and fix some fries. Pearl's high-speed train to Mordor stops at the Mordor Hongqiao station.
Crowds of people are traveling through at all times. From above, it looks like a dense swarm of ants. Even at the small tail end of the passenger rush, the crowd was still exploding.
Although Warmth's leg injury is almost healed,
Monsoon doesn't want anything to happen to her again. It's better to slow down at times like this.